Introduction asterisk. This narrative unfolds as a tale of an earthling traversing through time and space to the early days of Blood Dragon's dance. It is a story of a noble lineage comprising merely a few hundred households, etched into the Iron Throne's legacy. It reveals a dictator who rekindles the warmth of dragonfire in humanity's memory. Themes of feudalism, lords, knights, and faith permeate the narrative. Chapter 1. The Realm of Consciousness. A sanctuary of thought. In the era of the Seven Kingdoms' most illustrious knight, Duncan, during the year 209 of the conquest, the continent, though still embroiled in conflict, enjoyed a semblance of peace. Just shy of a century had passed, and the socioeconomic structure mirrored the gold and silver standard of the time under the reign of Aegon I. This narrative eschews the canonical pricing details of Game of Thrones. Who can fathom how much other metals were infused into the gold dragons during Peter Baelish's minting? On the continent of Westeros, the year was 107 since the conquest. 3 years had elapsed since Aegon I ascended the Iron Throne, and the long summer persisted, instilling hope in the populace that the new king would sustain the prosperity established during Aegon's 55-year reign. In the north, merchant vessels laden with flocks set sail from White Harbor, bound for King's Landing, their journey perfectly timed with favorable winds. The square sails of their three-masted ships billowed as they traversed southward in formation. On the northernmost tip of the Fingers, a 200-foot watchtower stood resiliently at the cliff's edge. Though modest in size, it was the tallest edifice on the island, crowned by a blue banner that fluttered vigorously in the sea breeze, emblazoned with the family crest that depicted the very tower it adorned, its pinnacle ablaze with fire. A small boy with raven hair, perched on a wooden stool, peering through a gap in the parapet, gazing intently at the sea. The land here bore only a thin veneer of grass, devoid of other flora, a desolate and stark landscape where relentless winds howled against the jagged rocks. The inhabitants eked out a meager existence through fishing and herding. Perhaps it is time to construct a deep harbor, Robin Morena resolved within himself. 6 years prior, he had been thrust into this world, where an expansive realm of consciousness revealed itself to him, dominated solely by a blazing sun. In that moment, he comprehended the nature of this space. Time flowed 100-fold faster than in the outside world, illuminated by a fervent star. In reality, he possessed the ability to draw any flowing entity within a 10-meter radius into that realm with but a thought. Yet, fortune was a sporadic visitor, burdening him with troubles that trailed him throughout his life. Upon his arrival in this world, his unfamiliarity with his surroundings prompted a small experiment to test his spatial capabilities. He inadvertently absorbed the surrounding amniotic fluid, oblivious to its nature, resulting in his premature birth after merely 220 days of gestation, a preterm birth by modern medical standards. At that time, critical organs such as the lungs had begun their development but were not fully matured. Young Bachelor Oliver, upon assessment, deemed the infant unlikely to survive beyond 2 days. Contrary to expectations, driven by an adult's tenacious will to live, he defied the odds, though vigorous physical activity would remain beyond his reach thereafter. Creak, creak, the sound of biscuits being chewed reverberated. Behind him, a stout lad fixated on Robin, awaiting his commands. At 15, he stood over 6 feet tall, with a girth akin to a large ball, tipping the scales at over 500 pounds. The fabric of his long tunic could have fashioned 2 garments for a boy of his age. After observing the fleet of ships, Robin turned and stealthily descended from the stool. They merely passed by, as the Fingers were far too impoverished to rival the economic might of King's Landing. Only a few vessels visited at month's end, delivering supplies to maintain the Moreno family's respectable lifestyle, which was relatively affluent compared to the Fingers. Biscuits, let us descend, he beckoned. Robin held a particular fondness for honeyed biscuits, thus earning him the nickname. A fall from a horse during his youth had rendered him somewhat simple-minded, yet he was the son of the guard captain, Garrett. In need of a confidant, Robin had chosen this simpleton as his squire. Despite numerous shortcomings, such as a volatile temperament when hungry and an obstinate nature, his singular virtue, unwavering loyalty, shone brightly. Any command from Robin would be executed with utmost fervor. Captain Garrett had reason to be grateful, for at the very least, his son would not suffer from hunger anymore. To mitigate the boy's flaws, Robin ensured he always carried a pouch of honey biscuits and a leather flask. His sustenance, as a single biscuit could keep him placated for quite a while. In the societal understanding of this era, obesity was not viewed as a malady. Though some foods posed no burden to Robin, He limited the boy's indulgence to 2 pouches of biscuits daily for the sake of his health. Oh, the boy exclaimed, hurriedly stuffing the biscuit into his mouth before hastily wiping his hands and stooping to hoist the small lord onto his back. Due to his premature birth, his physical development was stunted, rendering him breathless with exertion as he struggled up the narrow, steep path to the rooftop. Descending the winding, open spiral staircase to the 7th level, they arrived at a floor partitioned by gray brick walls into 3 rooms: a study, Robin's chamber, and storeroom. Upon entering the study, he sat heavily at his rustic wooden desk, the light filtering through the translucent glass window. To his left, a shelf boasted a neat row of meticulously bound tomes, 7 volumes including the 7 Stars Bible, the Book of Prayers, the Heraldry of Westeros, a chronicle of White Harbor's maritime union from its inception to present, the voyage of 1,000 ships, and a compilation of songs from the 7 kingdoms. Without need for reminders from his tutor or mother, Robin inherently grasped the value of knowledge. He found the literature of this age captivating and dedicated his mornings to diligently absorbing the requisite wisdom of the nobility, often reading before sleep. Adjacent to this shelf was a box brimming with an assortment of books, many tales and legends, alongside some rather explicit techniques not suitable for public view. From the drawer, he retrieved a stack of conceptual designs, the paper coarse and yellowed with age. Grasping a quill, he dipped it into the inkwell, twirled the shaft to saturate the nib, and proceeded to meticulously add details to his designs. In this era, the majority of the common populace remained illiterate, with the thirst for knowledge largely confined to the aristocracy, scholars, and clergy. Common texts were bound with coarse paper, pale in hue, with edges yellowing. Production was labor-intensive, yielding scarce, costly tomes. An illuminated manuscript of the 7 Stars Bible could fetch 10 gold dragons and was a rare find. Books crafted from parchment bore special significance and were in minimal demand. It was known that on sacred days, the high priest of the faith would present a parchment version of the 7 Stars Bible, its value sufficient to purchase half a vineyard. Over the past 3 years, Bachelor Oliver had imparted his wisdom with great care, and Robin gradually acclimated to this enchanting medieval realm. Oliver had advised him that managing a fief and fostering economic or agricultural development was not where his energies should be expended. A cursory understanding would suffice. These matters can certainly be addressed with the learned scholars within the castle, or by writing to the Academy for professional advice, which is the very purpose of the Academy, to serve the nobility. Master Oliver instructs Robin to focus on understanding the histories of the noble families, to deeply engrave the invaluable lessons of the past in his memory, and to remember their crests and family words, so that their lineage may endure. From the perspective of those within the Academy and the universal values held by the nobility of this world, such knowledge is of paramount importance to the aristocracy. At the very least, when meeting other nobles, one should be able to recognize each other's crests and family words, facilitating better communication and interaction. Although Robin does not entirely agree with these viewpoints, he is too young to have much say in his education. Nevertheless, in order to better assimilate into this era, he diligently studies these seemingly tedious subjects. He is particularly astounded by the histories of the rise and fall of great families. That even those bloodlines that have endured for millennia have faced extinction, often replaced by collateral branches, while history remembers only their surnames. In just 3 short years, it has become increasingly difficult for Master Oliver to engage in debate with Robin, as the young lord presents an array of convoluted arguments, asserting that the economic foundation determines the superstructure and that technology is the primary force of production, leaving the scholar scratching his head in bewilderment. His greatest anguish arises when Robin seeks clarification, for the young lord often considers issues from the perspective of both the ruler and the common folk, frequently switching roles to present the pros and cons. Robin's inquiries often leave the young Master Oliver at a loss, leading him to pray to the Blessed Mother after class, beseeching her to alleviate his burdens. The scholar believes Robin should aspire to become a prime minister, a notion that seems far beyond the considerations of a noble heir from a fief of fewer than 300 souls. Chapter 2. Matters of the Fief. Due to his participation in the tournament held for the coronation of King Viserys I, the knights' competitions were traditionally brutal and bloody. In one such duel, Lord Albert concluded his life as a free knight and finally returned to his fief on the Fingers Peninsula. In his leisure, Count Albert often regales others with tales from his days as a wandering knight. His 12-year adventure began at the Dornish frontier and culminated at the tournament in King's Landing, ending in a bitter conclusion. During the jousting event, he was struck by a wooden lance, and fortunately, the scholars of King's Landing managed to save his life after a fortnight of treatment. Tragically, the injury to his coccyx rendered him paralyzed from the waist down, with his friend, Sir Garrett Clan, and 2 attendants escorting him back from King's Landing. Sir Garrett Clan, having nowhere else to go, remained at the watchtower upon his friend's request and has served as the captain of the guard for 4 years now. When his father, Albert, spoke of the now jovial King Viserys, I as the last rider of the legendary dragon Black Dread, Balerion, Robin suddenly awoke to the realization that he had traversed into the world of the prequel to Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon. As someone who had only watched 2 seasons of House of the Dragon, Robin preferred to binge-watch in chronological order, leaving him oblivious to the subsequent main events. 3 years after his arrival, he retains only a vague impression of the show. The king, having no sons, designated his daughter as heir, later marrying a powerful woman from another great house, leading to a conflict between the 2 women over succession rights, though the specifics elude him. Were it not for his father, Albert, mentioning these names, he would hardly recall who was who. This realization left him in despair. Despite desperately racking his brain for his roommate's spoilers, he could only remember that the Black faction ultimately ascended the Iron Throne. If given the chance, he vowed never to watch a series again with a fast-paced 30-second skip. He was entirely unaware of who the Black faction was. The Morena family is a noble house of considerable stature, situated on the largest peninsula of the Fingers. Their primary duty involves guarding the watchtowers in the sparsely populated and storm-ravaged region, signaling against marauding invaders from sea. Their family motto is, "Guard the Watchtower." The current lord, Albert Moreno, is the 4th generation of his line, originally bearing the surname Aelin, which was once royal in the Vale Kingdom a century ago, now the most prominent noble family in the region. His great-grandfather, Addis Aelin, was indeed entitled to inherit the Vale and serve as a bodyguard to his cousin, the last king of the Vale, Ronald Aelin. After the Vale submitted to the Iron Throne, Addis was granted lands on the Fingers Peninsula, where the family took on the name Moreno. Thus, the Moreno family was born, establishing a fortress that served both as a residence and a watchtower, experiencing a decline over a century until their lineage dwindled, with the current lord being Jenny Aelin of Eagle's Nest. Knock, knock, knock. Footsteps echoed outside the door. Come in. Upon hearing Robin's consent, the stout figure blocking the doorway, Robert, slowly stepped aside. The visitor was one of the patrolmen on duty today, Jorson, garbed in silver-white armor and helmet, wielding a staff and sword. His cleverness had caught Robin's attention, allowing him to escape a life of fishing. The Moreno family possesses only 5 sets of armor and 15 guards who take turns on duty, not due to financial constraints, but because there have been no incursions. No pirate or wildling would dare to plunder such a desolate place. Would they come here to steal a few sheep? The grasslands of the Fingers Peninsula are quite meager, hardly supporting a large flock. On a neighboring island, the Barrack family, with 17 vassals, boasts over 30 sheep, rumored to have been founded by mercenaries. What? You say to raid the Lord's lands? Unless one could rush into the fortress and slay all the guards in one fell swoop, they would soon face a multitude of male vassals from the fief, who are often more ferocious in their own territory. While they may appear to be obedient subjects to their lord, they would not be so gentle with pirates. The Moreno family's watchtower could easily serve as a fortress, with the tower gates nearly impregnable. What is it? Robin's voice was soft and lacking in strength. Jorson stood at the door, scratching his head, and finally hesitantly spoke. My lord, there is a woman who wishes for you to exercise the right of the first night. The common folk typically refer to nobles as my lord, while those of higher status call them my lord. During the reign of King Jaehaerys I Targaryen, influenced by his wife, Queen Alysanne Targaryen, a series of benevolent laws were enacted, one of which abolished the ancient lord's right of the first night after 58 years of conquest. What do you mean? Robin's immediate reaction was not to assume his father's health had improved and led to other intentions. The true lord of the Moreno family, his father, was still alive, albeit paralyzed from the waist down. After all, his biological mother's appearance was indeed rather unfortunate. This did not excuse Robin for thinking as he did. Jorson, the patrolman, still understood some basic laws. The entire fief generally adhered to the kingdom's laws. On his free days, Robin arranged for Jorson to learn the common script, with the understanding that if he could not pass the assessment within 6 months, he would be dismissed. The widow's law, being straightforward and easy to comprehend, was included in the curriculum, and only unresolved matters were brought to the watchtower for the young lord's inquiry. My lord, it is this. A new bride has arrived outside. And then? Then I came to inform the young lord, Jorson replied. Robin was left speechless. I almost thought my father could stand again. His words were laden with reproach as he surmised the situation. This barren land teemed with the unfortunate and had nothing to do with his father. Josen misunderstood the situation, feeling rather awkward. Although the shepherdess's skin was somewhat coarse, her bosom was indeed ample. He speculated that perhaps the paralyzed lord intended for the young lord to learn from her. Life on the Fingers Peninsula hinges on three vital pursuits: fishing at sea and drying the catch, raising sheep, and working for the lord in exchange for remuneration. All these endeavors are intricately tied to the lord's dominion, necessitating his active participation in the economic cycle by purchasing their fish and sheep, as their standard of living is such that even taxation is unfeasible. "Lead me to sea," he requested. The ascent to the top floor, a daunting 40 meters high with steep stairs, was merely a diversion for him today. He seldom ventured up here. Despite Robin's frail health, he had been diligently caring for himself and exercising. As long as the actions were not overly strenuous, he was comparable to an ordinary person. Robin descended at a normal pace. The 7th floor was not excessively high. Robert cleared the path ahead, while Josen followed closely behind. The 6th floor housed the steward, Livia, and Sir Garrett, the captain of the guard, who had 2 children. Sir Garrett was a longtime friend of Robin's father, having wandered together for years before returning 3 years ago, whereupon he fell for Livia at first sight. Livia, a maid brought from the Stormlands by her mother, Tali, hailed from House Baratheon. The 4th and 5th floors accommodated the rooms of the attendants and maids. The 3rd floor contained the master bedroom and the chambers of his 2 younger sisters. The 2nd floor comprised the banquet hall, kitchen, and audience chamber. The ground floor featured a spacious hall capable of housing 12 knights, along with a guard room where armor and weapons were typically stored. The captain of the guard would arrange patrols and night watchmen from this location. An exit extended through a stone bridge, wide enough for 3 horses to pass simultaneously, slightly broader than a pair of horse-drawn carriages. Not far from the stone bridge lay a small training ground, where several minor families sent their younger sons to serve as attendants, learning fundamental skills such as etiquette, horseback riding, hunting, swordplay, archery, and various cultural subjects like reading, writing, and religious knowledge, all while fostering their chivalric spirit. The watchtower was the only territory nearby with a bachelor present. The mother from House Baratheon had written a letter offering a handsome sum to recruit a scholar to educate her children, and some other minor nobles within the territory also sent their offspring there for learning. While the watchtower was modest by Westerosi standards, it loomed large over the Fingers Peninsula. Attending the School of Learning was exceedingly costly. Often, the younger sons needed to take out loans to complete their education, subsequently serving various families across the 6 kingdoms to repay their debts, lacking surnames of their own. In the watchtower, Bachelor Oliver possessed 2 necklaces forged from black iron, red copper, and bronze, symbolizing his expertise in Raven lore, history, and medicine. Further afield, a windmill featured an oven for baking bread, a property belonging to House Morena. Chapter 3 Attitudes toward handling the 5-Finger Peninsula is, in fact, a misnomer. It only possesses 4 fingers. In the memories of the fishermen, the Thumb Island has long since been submerged by the sea. The Moreno family is the sole proprietor of the Index Island, having dominion over the entirety of it. However, due to the family's decline, this barren land has seen numerous scattered herders and fishermen living here without permission. Out of fear of the nobility, or perhaps for their own peace of mind, they would, during the summer, symbolically present a few fish as a form of tax. The remaining 3 fingers of the 5-Finger Peninsula are inhabited by various families, most of whom now recognize Lady Leia of the Stone City as their liege. Jobert Royce passed away in 103 AC, and in the same year, his niece, Leia Royce, succeeded him, taking over the title of Countess of Stone City. Robin recalls his father, Albert, recounting the events from 3 years prior when he attended the tournament for the succession of Westeros in the town of Women's Spring. Lady Leia Royce had represented Stone City at the coronation of King Westeros I, pledging her fealty to him. Robin had seen this young maiden on the platform of the tournament grounds. The liege of the Moreno family is Lady Jane Ellen of Eagle's Nest. A figure of noble status, albeit limited, her domain consists of merely 3 impoverished villages. If not for the annual tribute of dozens of carts filled with salted fish sent to Eagle's Nest, it is likely that the great nobles of the valley would have forgotten about this declining family. The hall on the 1st floor was relatively bright, with light streaming through 3 rows of fist-sized wall openings. Smoothly polished copper mirrors were artfully embedded in the surrounding walls, cleverly diffusing the light more evenly. A gaunt shepherdess donned a white wedding gown, adorned with a white veil that appeared ill-fitting on her. This unique wedding dress of the Five-Finger Peninsula had been borrowed and repaired numerous times over the years. She did not recognize who the Lord was. But upon seeing Robin in his intricate white noble attire, embellished with the family crest of the watchtower on his shoulder and a slender sword at his waist, she paused. Recognizing him as the Lord's son, she instinctively knelt down. Josen brought over chairs and a table from the guardroom. Adhering to the young lord's habit of infusing a sense of ceremony into his actions, he and another guard stood flanking the sides. For the first time, someone requested the Lord to exercise the rite of the first night. "Speak," Robin said in a tone that was remarkably calm. "Who taught you this?" The appearance of the laboring women was indeed a lamentable sight. Even the young ones seemed to suffer from a lack of bathing, their complexions sallow and their teeth yellowed. Prior to the abolition of the custom of the first night, if a bride was of ordinary appearance, she could avoid such a fate by paying a marriage tax. However, if one remained obstinate, the noble lord might still proceed despite gritting his teeth. Compared to other impoverished women on this island, the woman before him was, in fact, somewhat decent-looking, which might explain Josen's unwarranted thoughts. The question remained, which bride would come alone in broad daylight? As Robin inquired, his voice echoed in the spacious hall, as if an invisible aura of authority flowed through the air. Upon her first entrance into the noble castle, she beheld two guards feigning anger, their expressions unkind. The shepherdess, recalling her misdeeds, was engulfed by fear, her head bowed low as sorrow washed over her visage. Stammering, she remained silent. "Speak. Who sent you here?" bellowed Jorsen, brandishing his club, contemplating scaring the shepherdess and casting her out. Yet, the shepherdess seemed resigned, closing her eyes and refraining from evasion, which caused Jorsen's club to linger in the air, as he abhorred striking women and children. "Very well, Jorsen, I shall not strike a woman." Robin interjected with a sidelong glance at Jorsen, "Then let us punish her husband with 20 lashes." This was Robin's unspoken rule to avoid being ensnared by trivial matters. The instigator of unreasonable disputes must face retribution. Jorsen hesitated, considering that the shepherdess was not to wed until the following day, deeming it somewhat inappropriate. "But she has no husband," he reminded. "Then let it be her future husband who suffers. Such vexations abound." With that, Robin rose to resume his design work. Accustomed to disregarding the motivations behind events, Robin found managing from the Lord's seat exceedingly burdensome. Legal arbitration proved to be a taxing endeavor. Initially, Robin relished the prospect of fair adjudication, but over time, the incessant grievances of the common folk dulled his mind. He could not fathom how disputes arose daily among the less than 300 vassals of his domain. Each complaint revolved around money, land, or legal judgments, mere trifles. When they spoke, it was often in confusion or deceit, and apart from Scholar Oliver, few grasped the intricacies of the law. As his workload grew, Robin gradually comprehended the seemingly harsh methods employed by many lords. All stemmed from their poverty, for in the Five Fingers Peninsula, destitution was the norm. If every matter required thorough investigation and clarity, he would surely plunge into an abyss of endless troubles. Since all were embroiled in monetary disputes, Robin devised a solution. Henceforth, any quarrel over money that reached him would result in corporal punishment for someone involved. After receiving their lashes, even the culpable party would be compensated with flour from Robin as compensation for lost labor, often exceeding the value of the original dispute. Both the wrongdoers and the virtuous had little cause for complaint. If anyone possessed the fortitude to endure a fortnight of pain from the lashes, they were deemed formidable. And Robin could easily spare the flour. Remarkably, this approach yielded astonishing results. For at least 2 weeks, Robin need not personally arbitrate any affairs, bringing a welcome tranquility. Atop the watchtower, bright flames blazed in the night, as a maid delivered meat broth and dark bread to the guards on duty. The night required vigilant sentinels at the tower, maintaining the fire to ensure it did not extinguish, guiding nearby vessels, a testament to the family's enduring legacy. In the heart of the second-floor hall, there stood stone tables and chairs, flanked by elongated, arched windows. Between these windows, on wooden racks towering to human height, copper basins burned with oil. The simplicity of the hall belied its opulence. From the ceiling hung 3 ornate chandeliers, crafted from copper and adorned with layers of tiny flickering candles, illuminating the walls with a warm glow. Opposite a heavy, intricately carved door was a beautifully sculpted seat of honor, where Robin was seated. At the dining table, 4 others occupied their places, creating an atmosphere of spaciousness. The remaining male members of the Moreno family were limited to the paralyzed lord and the frail Robin. "My little bird says you have gone to claim a bride," remarked Tilly, a sprightly 13-year-old who delighted in sharing the latest happenings within the castle, a gift from the Baratheon family to Robin's mother. Elena Moreno coughed, casting a doubtful glance at her cousin seated in the place of honor, wondering how he could manage such a feat given his frail condition. Elena, the daughter of the late Count Moreno, had always been gentle and delicate in demeanor. Her father believed that her temperament would hinder the family's legacy should she inherit the title. Thus, he had secured a generous dowry to arrange a favorable marriage with the Markall family in Old Anchor. Before his passing, the former count designated the watchtower to his brother Albert, prompting Robin's father to bring his wife from Windwhisper Castle to reside there. Under the guidance of Robin's mother, Elena was currently studying the essential skills of an aristocratic lady, including embroidery, knitting, and etiquette. Robin had two younger sisters. One was 4 and the other 3. Both struggling to scoop wheat porridge with wooden spoons, their efforts leading to more mess than success. Is he spreading rumors again? Robin thought indifferently, as he methodically sliced a sausage on his plate with silver cutlery, taking a gentle sip of wine. He had little interest in discussing trivial matters with his mother. The burden of concealing an adult soul within the guise of a child was a heavy one, a choice he made to refuse, which explained his ability to learn from the steward and the scholar at the tender age of 3. The white candles on the silver candelabra illuminated the dining table, laden with onion soup, roasted chicken, and fried fish. The Eileen Valley was a fertile expanse, where crops such as wheat, corn, barley, pumpkins, and fruits thrived, serving as the primary agricultural region of the valley, graced by wide rivers and countless lakes. The food supply for the Five-Finger Peninsula typically arrived monthly from the nearby Coldwater City, with occasional provisions supplemented by familiar captains during their voyages between White Harbor and Seagull Town, known for its fine craftsmanship and the furs from the north. At that moment, Tilly sat beside a wooden table, chirping animatedly about the peculiar and amusing events of the day. However, in an instant, she sensed something amiss and cautiously glanced toward the distance, where the young lord was seated. Once she confirmed that the little lord was oblivious to her presence, she exhaled in relief and swiftly resumed her lively chatter. When the apples, desserts, plums, and lemons were served, Robin took a couple of bites before retreating to his chamber. Chapter 4. The Auxiliary and the Territory Cookies. No one is permitted to enter, Robin commanded before lying down on his bed and entering his conscious space. In this realm, he possessed but a singular consciousness, rendering him incapable of perceiving changes in his physical body while within the space. A perilous situation, indeed. Thus, over the years, he had augmented the number of his guards within the confines of his innate conscious space. The initial resources consisted solely of an eternally burning sun and an infinite expanse of dark starry sky. Despite searching for over a decade, he had yet to encounter any other matter. In the first 3 years, Robin endeavored to act as a creator, fantasizing about crafting a planet and subsequently extracting humanity from reality to establish a realm within his conscious space. His ambition was to harness the passage of time, where a decade in the real world equated to a millennium in his conscious realm, to propel civilization into the information age. As for the notion of world conquest, he regarded it with ambivalence, dismissing the dragons of this world, pondering if they could withstand artillery fire. Yet, he ultimately failed. His conscious space resembled a genuine universe, where the issue of gravity remained unresolved. The sand he had collected over the years, transformed into meteorites, lacked sufficient mass to generate noticeable gravity. Moreover, it was impossible to form an atmosphere on these meteorites, rendering them inhospitable to life. To create a suitable planet, he would have to incorporate the continents of Westeros and Essos into his space, perhaps achieving his goal. Reluctantly, he settled for using it as a farming space. Given that the conscious space was a real world devoid of suitable environments, it was challenging for plants and similar life forms to survive, forcing him to temporarily abandon that ambition. However, this was merely a pause. He remembered that centrifugal force could simulate gravity and occasionally contemplated restarting his experiments. The consciousness traveled at the speed of light from the sun's core and, after several minutes, reached 3 spheres composed of water, each with a diameter of 10,000 meters: the algae sphere, the brine shrimp sphere, and the salmon sphere. In a gravity-less world, cultivating fish became a necessary measure. As the space could not sustain crops, fish represented the most viable resource, as they were less affected by gravity compared to other organisms and reproduced rapidly. Yet, challenges remained in addressing oxygen, tides, and water pollution. People observed the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, naturally concluding that the sun revolved around the Earth. The geocentric theory posited that Earth occupied the center of the universe, remaining stationary while celestial bodies such as the sun, moon, planets, and stars orbited around it. Had he not traversed realms, this theory would have existed solely in the annals of history. Now, having crossed over, The scenarios described by this theory materialized vividly within Robin's conscious space. In the realm of consciousness, he could only exert coarse control, for engaging in intricate tasks would render him exceedingly fatigued. According to the laws of physics, when the mass of water reaches a certain threshold, it naturally assumes a spherical form under the influence of gravity. Previously, Robin had emulated the solar system from before his traversal, causing the water sphere to rotate and revolve around the sun. However, an imbalance in gravitational forces disrupted the surface tension of the water sphere, resulting in erratic oscillations, akin to tumultuous waves for the life forms within. Towering waves, reaching heights of thousands of meters, rolled violently, rendering survival precarious. Even those who might endure would find themselves unable to forage, ultimately succumbing to starvation. Given that the water sphere could not rotate, he resolved to have the sun perform the revolution. Despite this motion still subjecting the water sphere to the sun's gravitational pull and the temperature variations between day and night, which generated waves, if managed properly, it could yield beneficial effects. The movement of water would help to evenly distribute oxygen within. Inspired, Robin harnessed this force to construct a colossal rock pipeline, measuring 100 meters in diameter, initiating a wondrous cycle for the water contained within 3 spheres. From the year 103 AC to 106 AC, he devoted nearly every evening to research and exploration, which became the sole source of joy in an otherwise monotonous existence. During the day, he would gather seawater and sand to fill the materials of his consciousness space, while at night, he focused on the biological self-circulation studies. His research on salmon extended over 70 years, observing the transformation from a single egg to an adult salmon, meticulously regulating temperature, water flow stimulation, salinity, and suitable breeding grounds. Each datum represented his painstaking exploration. At last, he completed the final connection of the pipeline, allowing salmon to reproduce stably and naturally, eliminating the need for manual adjustments. The salmon adapted to this environment, requiring only occasional supplementation of seawater. Henceforth, Robin could merely reside within the rock pipeline, effortlessly releasing salmon into the outside world, a delightful prospect. However, the ramifications of his prolonged research tenure rendered him aloof and reclusive, exhibiting a demeanor that was cold towards the outside world. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his mother, Lady Morena, perceived this as a sign of maturity, prompting her to have him learn about administrative affairs early on. Within 6 months, he formally assumed control over the territory, and subsequently, it was evident that his management skills were robust, alleviating her concerns regarding the minutiae of territorial governance. Robin appeared to possess an innate aptitude for leadership, often issuing commands to the guards with a stoic expression and readily administering corporal punishment to errant subjects. To her, his methods were merely routine. Lords historically wielded such authority within their domains. Her cousin, Duke Beaumont, employed similar tactics in his dealings. It was rather surprising to witness the punished subjects bowing in gratitude towards her son, leading her to speculate that perhaps this was indicative of the simplicity of the Five-Finger Peninsula's inhabitants, who, despite facing punishment, remained filled with reverence and submission. Albert Moreno inherited the Watchtower territory in 97 AC, spending 2/3 of the past 4 years in King's Landing, Old Town, Seagull Town, and Lannisterport, rather than residing within the family domain, as he found it unbearably dull. Upon his injury, which rendered him incapable of riding, he returned to the Watchtower, adopting a more subdued demeanor, though he gradually succumbed to despondency. After 3 years under Robin's stewardship, the family, once equipped with merely a handful of swords and bows, supplemented by a hunter wielding an axe, had expanded its military might from a mere 5 to a more formidable force. The beacon atop the tower was rekindled, increasing the guard to 15, instituting patrols across their territory, and implementing a system of rewards and punishments. The training grounds were restored, and these measures, seemingly casually established by Robin, upheld the Moreno family's authority within their domain. Not only did he renovate the abandoned windmill, but he also collaborated with neighboring territories to periodically exchange essential goods, thereby establishing a modest marketplace that contributed to the region's prosperity. Robin perceived that the family's gold dragons, hidden away in the cellar, would be better utilized in facilitating the flow of resources into the territory. After all, the wealth would inevitably return in various forms. He was not averse to taxation, but rather permitted the accrual of debts. The inhabitants of the territory owed the Moreno family 2 gold dragons, a sum negligible in the grand scheme. Under Robin's management over the past 3 years, the loss of subjects had been entirely halted, and a new generation had begun to flourish. He understood deeply that a growing populace was the greatest asset of a lord. Chapter 5. Initial wealth. The Moreno family's wealth totaled 132 gold dragons, 87 silver moons, 400 silver stags, 40 golden hand coins, a small quantity of lion coins, and a sizable stash of copper coins in the cellar, including copper stars, copper wheats, half copper wheats, and copper pennies. Among these, the copper coins, copper pennies, copper stars, silver stags, and gold dragons served as the most widely accepted currency, with few capable of exchanging between the various metals. At the tender age of 4, Robin once inquired of the scholar Oliver whether the Iron Throne permitted the private minting of gold coins. The scholar, adopting a stance of thorough inquiry, pondered and provided a definitive answer, leading to a simple discourse between the two. Conqueror Aegon had reclaimed the right to mint currency from the 7 great lords. All coins required the king's authorization for minting, with the creation of currency, the establishment of exchange rates, and related affairs overseen by the Chancellor of Finance. In principle, such practices were prohibited, the scholar affirmed. Then why do inferior coins exist? Robin inquired, his expression inscrutable as he gazed at him. He forcefully broke a copper star, revealing its significantly low copper content. For the common folk, this was akin to a plundering of their wealth, as its use would inevitably lead to substantial depreciation. Clearly, someone had melted down the original copper stars, remolding them with inferior materials. Will bad money drive out good? Robin placed 3 gold dragons before the scholar. Noting the colors of the coins, the first was a vivid, pure gold, bright and quintessentially yellow. The middle coin appeared paler, while the one on the right exhibited a faint grayish hue upon closer inspection. The scholar fell into silence, recognizing that the gold content in the coins had been diminished. Yet he could not offer a definitive opinion. Pondering deeply, he stroked his smooth chin and queried Robin, "What thoughts do you harbor on this matter?" "To my knowledge, the High Court has been hoarding a substantial amount of old gold coins for the purpose of preserving their value, while Duke Targaryen has retained numerous bronze coins minted during the reign of King Aegon III. Are you concerned that these currencies may lose their worth in the future?" The scholar, under the impression that Robin was preoccupied with these matters, absent-mindedly touched the necklace hanging around his neck, expressing regret for his lack of expertise in economics. "It seems this is an open secret. Has Robin concealed the golden dragon? Does the king know?" The scholar hesitated, as conversing with this heir of Moreno often stirred profound reflections within him. As long as the royal family possesses sufficient funds to host banquets and tournaments, and enough sheep to feed the dragons, I believe King Viserys I would remain indifferent. This implies that the Targaryen family also benefits, partaking in the spoils. Concerning the Targaryens, Robin indeed knows a fragment of their history. Conqueror Aegon inscribed a prophecy upon a Valyrian dagger, foretelling calamity for all humanity. The secret of this prophecy is whispered solely between the king and his heir. According to the narrative style of the television series, one can hardly expect arbitrary plot developments. Could this dagger possibly be a significant plot device? Robin once contemplated stealing the dagger, yet he realized that even if he acquired it and deciphered the prophecy, he could not approach the king for clarification should it contain enigmatic riddles. At times, Robin preferred to remain oblivious, allowing himself to indulge in the opulence of noble life without guilt. However, the knowledge weighed heavily upon him, casting an enduring melancholy in his eyes. The consciousness that exists beyond the corporeal realm cannot shelter him from the tribulations of life. Robin feared that if he were to perish, his consciousness might linger in that ethereal space, ultimately succumbing to eternal slumber, as prolonged existence there would lead to exhaustion. How can one uncover the secrets of the Targaryen family? This secret is known to Viserys and will eventually be known to Rhaenyra. Thus, it is evident that the king cannot disclose the prophecy to him. In pursuit of this secret, he devised 3 plans. The first, a superior strategy, to marry Rhaenyra, thereby gaining access to the knowledge she possesses as the Princess of Dragonstone. Yet, is Rhaenyra aligned with the Blacks? This creates a dilemma, for there is always a lingering apprehension in the hearts of those on the losing side. The second, a moderate strategy, to infiltrate the centers of power and raise his children as spies to forge alliances with the Targaryen heirs. The third, a desperate measure, to militarily coerce Rhaenyra or Viserys, compelling them to reveal the secret, though their family possesses the agile dragons, making any confrontation exceedingly precarious. Regardless of the chosen strategy, the family must wield influence and possess formidable military strength, becoming a premier noble house on the continent, rather than languishing on the fingers, merely basking in the sea breeze for a lifetime. The simplest means to bolster military power would be to venture to the narrow sea to procure unsullied or mercenaries. According to the records and scholarly descriptions, Robin knows of a type of slave soldier in Astapor known as unsullied. who are utterly obedient to their masters and fearlessly confront the horrors of war. In the conquest of the 117th Cohort, 2 mercenary companies, the Bright Banner and the Second Sons, were hired, followed by the acquisition of 3,000 Unsullied. By the time the Unsullied arrived, the Cohort forces had already been utterly fragmented. As night fell, the Dothraki withdrew to their camp, preparing to storm the gates at dawn to indulge in rampant pillaging and rapine. At the break of day, as Karas left the camp, the Unsullied had already formed ranks before the city gates. The Unsullied are characterized by their unwavering resolve to never falter, their relentless intent to slay every opponent, and their advantageous position as defenders supported by arrows. The Dothraki charged valiantly 18 times, but failed to breach the Unsullied formation. When the battle concluded, over 12,000 Dothraki, including their leader, Temekeo, lay slain. The remaining Dothraki, compelled to concede defeat, severed their braids one by one and cast them at the feet of the 600 surviving Unsullied warriors, marking their acknowledgement of failure. Initially, Robin had contemplated purchasing a group of children to indoctrinate and train as loyal warriors. However, upon discovering the existence of such slaves, he promptly abandoned this notion, deeming it an unnecessary effort. These warriors exhibited a loyalty surpassing even that of faith. Their sole drawback was that they could not be sold individually, only in batches of 100 or 1,000. The price for 1,000 Unsullied equated to 3 large galleons or over 10,000 golden dragons. The entire wealth of the Moreno family was approximately 1,000 golden dragons, indicating that they would have to exhaust their fortune to procure the minimum batch of 100 Unsullied. The cost of transporting them across the sea would undoubtedly exceed this amount, thus implying that wealth could indeed secure loyal warriors. The principle that one must first build roads to achieve prosperity applies equally to the continent of Westeros. During the reign of Jaehaerys, 5 great roads were constructed, including the King's Road, the Golden Road, and the Rose Road. The construction of these roads gradually unified the continent, overcoming the limitations imposed by mountains and terrain, leading to the decline of the era where lords ruled over fragmented regions engaged in constant warfare. Even relatively backward and impoverished areas benefited from the development spurred by these thoroughfares. Furthermore, Jaehaerys meticulously planned the layout of King's Landing, improved the water supply, and established the Dragon Pit, providing a resting place for dragons within the city. Robin found this segment narrated by scholar Oliver particularly intriguing. He pondered the source of Jaehaerys' funding for these monumental projects that demanded immense national resources over the years. Debt does not vanish into thin air. It invariably burdens everyone, relying solely on taxation. Moreover, the scholar once mentioned that in 104 AC, during Prince Daemon's tenure as commander of the city's garrison, he equipped his subordinates with exquisite short swords and clubs, dressed them in black chain mail, while the officers donned breastplate armor, each adorned with a golden cloak, which the people of King's Landing dubbed the Golden Robes. At that time, a knight's armor was valued at 45 golden dragons, and a typical Golden Robe's complete gear was worth at least 3 golden dragons. Daemon's expenditure on this occasion cannot have been less than 6,000 golden dragons, suggesting that the treasury of the Iron Throne was relatively affluent. Oliver, the bachelor, was only aware that King Jaehaerys I had 3 loans from the Iron Bank absolved by the Sea King, the exact reasons of which eluded him, perhaps due to some form of collateral. Chapter 6. Constructing the Harbor. In truth, this was a royal secret. Jaehaerys, in collaboration with the Hand of the King, Ser Bas, had employed unscrupulous methods to extort the Iron Bank. Upon ascending the throne, Jaehaerys I appointed a wealthy merchant from Pentos, Draz, as the Minister of Finance, who, through his unique connections, procured 3 loans for the crown from the Iron Bank. Undoubtedly, Jaehaerys I would soon face the period of repayment, and having already utilized such a substantial sum, it was clear he could not repay it. Consequently, the king dispatched Ser Bas to Braavos to negotiate the return of the 3 dragon eggs stolen by Alice Karstark from Dragonstone, employing the threat of war against the Sea King, stating that should the eggs not be surrendered, the king would ride on Dragonback to wage war. The Sea King of Braavos, daunted by the prospect of confronting the dragon-riding Targaryens, was reluctant to relinquish the dragon eggs, for there remained a chance they could hatch. Essos harbored a considerable number of Valyrian dragon bloodlines, making the strategic value of such eggs immensely significant. In light of the Targaryen threat, the Sea King proactively proposed to purchase the 3 dragon eggs with gold, thereby securing the Iron Bank's forgiveness of the Iron Throne's debts. Essentially, he bartered 3 stones for a handsome price, which would be utilized to construct bridges and roads to enhance the transportation infrastructure of Westeros. These dragon eggs had existed for 50 years, having reached a semi-petrified state, and the Sea King had been caught in an unfortunate lack of knowledge. This transaction paved the way for nearly half a century of financial prosperity during Jaehaerys' reign, ensuring that when Viserys ascended, the treasury remained relatively affluent. Now, Robin had successfully nurtured the salmon, according to the temporal flow of reality and the realm at a ratio of 100, his stone wall conduit, with a radius of 100 meters, was now at full capacity. The salmon needed to return to the bountiful shrimp planet to spawn, and Robin had to regulate the number of salmon spawning, for without natural predators, their population would escalate exponentially. He would allow only 1,000th of the salmon to return for spawning, a sufficient quantity to trigger another salmon run, while the remaining salmon would perish, becoming products, eventually connecting the return conduit to the storage bubble within. However, at this stage, Robin could only construct roads from Finger Island leading to the valley, which was rugged and could not accommodate such a large number of salmon. Thus, a port was necessary for transportation to facilitate large-scale exports to the outside world. Across the narrow sea lay Bravos, the world's largest trading port, ensuring a market for their goods. The consciousness space could not replace sleep. At his core, he remained an ordinary man who required rest. Before retiring for the night, Robin opened the preset diversion channels in the stone wall conduit within the consciousness space, allowing the salmon returning to the bountiful shrimp planet to be directed towards the cold storage of death. During his slumber, within the stone wall conduit of the consciousness space, the salmon formed tight ranks, striving upstream, driven by the instinct to return to the warm waters of their birthplace to spawn. Their silvery scales rubbed against one another, resembling countless flowing stars in the darkness, converging within this narrow passage. The salmon, packed closely together, surged towards a bubble storage sphere, formed by seawater frozen at -100 degrees. This sphere, with a radius of 10,000 meters, was a robust white ice bubble, capable of preserving salmon for hundreds, if not thousands, of years without decay. Due to the phenomenon of salt separation during the freezing of seawater, some salt crystallized on the surface of the sea ice. And Robin also acquired a coarse salt meteorite with a radius of 5 kilometers. Upon awakening in the realm of consciousness, he glanced at the bubble storage sphere's harvest. The frozen salmon burst forth from the pipe's outlet, colliding against the icy walls of the storage sphere, where they piled up densely. The frozen salmon drifted in the air, their bodies gleaming with a cold silver light, creating a bizarre sea of clouds that stretched from near to the horizon. In just one night, the bubble storage sphere was filled with an immense quantity of frozen salmon, estimated to be over 100 million. Robin calculated that to completely fill the bubble storage sphere, at least 2 trillion salmon would be required, more than sufficient to meet storage demands. However, it was best to process everything within a year in the real world. In the realm of consciousness, the frozen salmon would equate to a century of aging, which would undoubtedly diminish their value. He intended to fill the 3 planets with seawater meteorites to replenish the ocean, then exited the realm of consciousness. The quality of gold coins produced by the royal family was deteriorating year by year, and he did not want his hard-earned sustenance to be given away for free. Yet, he recalled his world of salmon. What was I thinking? How petty of me, Robin suddenly pondered, holding his forehead. A day in the real world equated to 100 days in the realm of consciousness. The number of salmon produced during this time could satisfy the daily consumption of 8 salmon per person for the entire population of Westeros, which stood at 14 million. Robin felt that the issue of inferior gold coins could be postponed. He adopted a mindset that salmon were easy to come by. Regardless, he needed to act swiftly. Any sales would yield profit. The first step was to promptly begin establishing a port. With his objective set, Robin quickly devised a plan in his mind. Casting aside his entanglements, anxieties, and insecurities, intensely contemplating the engineering projects that lay ahead. At this moment, he entered a state of flow, envisioning the sequence of constructing the harbor. Due to the turbulent waves surrounding Finger Island, with hidden reefs at the bottom, only a few beaches were suitable for port construction. Thus, he could only build in those areas. The first step was to enclose the selected beach to establish the port, then create a dock behind the land, which would house a massive structure for storing salmon. He would mobilize the villagers to transport the salmon along the enclosed pathway to the ships. Additionally, he would need to construct another dock outside the port for the convenient storage of supplies. Once he secured his initial funds, he would begin purchasing slaves to work at the harbor. In the pursuit of establishing a supplementary urban workshop and trading market, the family domain flourished, followed by a continuous acquisition of slaves to augment the labor force. Once the value generated by the slaves sufficed to settle debts, they would be integrated as subjects of the family, until the limits of the territory were reached. Breakfast consisted of a plate of bread accompanied by butter, honey, fruits, and cheese. In the morning, the golden sun rose for a while. Against the backdrop of the sea breeze, Robert, as was his custom, trailed behind with 2 knights. Not far off, aside from the guards on duty today, 12 sentinels remained vigilant in the vicinity. In this era, the swiftest means of transport on land was merely horse-drawn carts hauling salmon, faced with an overwhelming stockpile that hardly found buyers. Especially with the nearest coldwater city boasting a population of less than 3,000, the market was decidedly limited. Only maritime transport could facilitate large-scale shipments. With substantial vessels preserving goods in saltwater ice blocks within a cool environment, they could be sold at far-off locations. Saltwater ice melts at a slower rate than pure ice in environments around 0 degrees, providing a more enduring low-temperature setting conducive to preserving goods. This substance was abundant in the realm of consciousness, and as long as the storage environment was sufficiently sealed, it could ensure that products remained unspoiled even upon reaching Dorne. Chapter 7. Constructing the port. Robin, clutching his drafted blueprints, arrived at a beach 5 kilometers from the watchtower. With the guard's assistance, he ascended a large boulder and gazed upon the barren shore where the port was to be constructed. A sigh escaped his lips. Establishing a port here is quite a daunting task. Everything must be built from the ground up. Previously, small inventions merely required him to convey the designs to artisans, and the resulting products, be it a furnace, a wheelchair, or a carbon pen, were easily achieved. Over the years, he had thoroughly explored his family domain, only to find that Fish Finger Island was neither suitable for reclamation nor for port construction. Contemplating the matter, the only feasible option appeared to be this sandy beach, which had long been depleted of sand to replenish the material in the realm of consciousness, resulting in a lower terrain. Additionally, there was a cliff extending outward, making it comparatively more suitable for a deep-sea port than other locations. Despite years of sand collection, the terrain here could only accommodate flat-bottomed boats even during high tide. In truth, the family domain possessed a sufficiently deep-sea area to permit large vessels to enter. However, the dense underwater reefs made navigation perilous, and he found himself unable to extract these rocky obstructions from the realm of consciousness. The extraction of materials in the realm of consciousness is limited. Substances connected to the earth are deemed part of it and cannot be collected. Only independent entities not exceeding 10 by 10 meters can be included in the realm of consciousness, leaving him in a state of helplessness. The ability to collect seawater was permitted as it exists in a flowing state on the surface, thus not considered connected to the earth. Robin subconsciously felt that it was prudent to keep his abilities concealed. For a common man, possessing something precious could invite envy and scrutiny. Recently, I have come to realize that witches are not regarded with apprehension across this land. As the son of a lord and the future Count Moreno, once the port is established, I shall have the opportunity to sell salmon, and with wealth shall come an army. At that point, who would dare demand a reasonable explanation from me? After a while, Robin solidified his plans for the construction of the harbor in his mind. The first priority would be to erect the harbor's walls. The harbor would utilize the cliff as the midpoint along its length, extending 5 kilometers on either side towards the coastline to define its dimensions. The width of the harbor would be determined by the limit of low tide, expanding from the shore into the depths of the sea. Robin chuckled at the thought of what was to come. "Sir Garrett, do you believe in magic?" he inquired. "My lord, I place my faith solely in the sword at my side," Garrett jested. "If you intend to perform some tricks, my son Robert has been following you for 3 years. He would believe whatever you say." Sir Garrett, with his smooth chin, was a lifelong friend of Robin's father, and his age surpassed that of Robin in both lives. In Robin's eyes, he was not merely the captain of the guard, but also played the role of an uncle in his life. He sensed that Robin appeared somewhat unusual today. In stark contrast to his typically stoic demeanor, he now radiated excitement. Before leaving, Lady Moreno had specifically instructed him to keep an eye on Robin. "Ha ha ha, should you witness any extraordinary occurrences, do not be astonished," Robin cautioned those around him. As for the biscuits, there was no need for them. Garrett had already witnessed Robin's marvels and had no doubts given his intellect. Due to the consciousness affecting the spatial realm, the corporeal body would succumb to slumber. He intended to carve out a harbor centered around the prominent cliff, using the geographical environment of Bravos as a reference to design a port with defensive capabilities. The Three Sisters Islands are not too distant from the Finger Peninsula. They serve as a refuge for smugglers and a den for pirates, relying on trade, smuggling, or piracy for their sustenance, primarily to guard against such threats. Robin had long contemplated the materials for constructing the harbor. Aside from seawater, the Finger Peninsula is abundant in sand, making it an excellent choice. During high tide, The sea crashes against the beach, displacing the sand, which at that moment does not constitute part of the land and can be collected into the realm of consciousness. As the tide recedes, it brings sand from other areas to replenish the beach, resulting in a gradual lowering of the terrain year by year. After 6 years of consistently gathering sand from the beach into his consciousness space, he had amassed a sandball with a radius of 10,000 meters. A month prior, Robin had already prepared the building materials. Within his consciousness space, he first manipulated the sandball to melt around the sun, then swiftly distanced it from the sun to cool, ultimately yielding an immense obsidian meteorite. The sand contained not only silica, but also various impurities and minerals, allowing for the occasional discovery of large crystals of assorted colors within the meteorite. However, the attractive, impurity-free portions were carefully collected by Robin for himself. The method to obtain well-formed obsidian blocks is remarkably straightforward. Once the consciousness enters the interior of the obsidian meteorite and deceives the conscious space into believing that a cube is to be released into the external world, Robin can manifest an obsidian cube outside. Robin refers to this phenomenon as the power of space, a highly effective technique. When a standard black obsidian cube measuring 5m x 5m appeared before the cookies, the guards were momentarily stunned before quickly reacting, rushing to Robin's side while remaining vigilant of the dark stone. "Young master, do you truly possess magical abilities?" Sir Garrett inquired, tapping the obsidian with his sword. His voice tinged with disbelief. "Is this dragon crystal?" All present were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, especially the guards, who gaped in astonishment at their young lord. "Is this thing called dragon crystal?" Robin, returning from the realm of consciousness, opened his eyes and gazed at Sir Garrett. "Pray tell, is it valuable?" "Lord Robin," Sir Garrett amended his previous formality. "Dragon crystal is traded as a commodity, typically utilized in the crafting of sword hilts, rings, masks, as well as exquisite obsidian archways and other decorative items. It seems to hold some value," Robin mused, his primary concern being the potential for someone to pilfer construction materials. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to continue the port's construction. The more materials he amassed, the less valuable they would become, and he could simply leave a pile elsewhere for thieves to take. He had no time to earn these trivial sums, which would serve no purpose, especially with so many crystals of various colors in his possession. "Never mind, this will soon lose its worth." Robin handed the plans to Garrett, which included detailed sketches on parchment, and inquired, "Can you decipher the drawings?" Garrett scrutinized the three-dimensional diagrams on the paper, speculating with uncertainty. "My lord, are you intending to construct a port?" "Indeed, is there a problem?" Robin replied. "I understand the enclosed section, but what purpose do these dividing lines serve?" "I know," interjected Jorson, who had been peering at the plans. "Knowing is one thing, but don't shout in my ear. It startled me," Garrett admonished the fisherman, a local of the Five-Finger Peninsula. "I believe those are docking positions for small boats alongside larger vessels." Jorson offered his thoughts. "Yet we only have dried fish and a handful of sheep," Garrett queried, perplexed. "Once the port is completed, shall we sell these dragon crystals? Perhaps my lord can transform them into other items?" a guard cautiously suggested. After they had spoken, Robin finally responded, "Yes, those are indeed docking positions. As for what we will sell, we shall decide that once construction is complete." "Sir, are you able to comprehend the plans?" "My lord, the design is rendered so vividly that there is absolutely no issue. However, should we not recruit craftsmen for such a construction?" Garrett, having received only knightly education, found that his subordinates were either fishermen or shepherds by trade. "What? Do you not wish to undertake this task?" No, my lord, serving you is my honor." Garrett hastily denied, though he expressed concern. "This is something I must contemplate." Chapter 8. Port Construction 2. Robin laid the blueprints on the ground, revealing a three-dimensional sketch. The guards, quick-witted, gathered around to shield the young lord from the wind. As you turned your attention to the discussion, it became apparent that even Sir Garrett might not fully grasp my intentions. There could be flaws in my design. While some of you may not have read as extensively as I have, your prior experiences with other ports could help identify any errors. Robin spoke earnestly. "Once the port is completed, you will be among the first soldiers tasked with its defense, responsible for managing hundreds in the future. It is beneficial to listen attentively." To boost their enthusiasm, Robin inspired them, causing their eyes to brighten and spirits to lift as they focused intently. He crouched among them, pointing at the blueprints, patiently and meticulously explaining each location. Fortunately, this three-dimensional sketch was clear and intuitive, making it relatively easy for the guards to comprehend. Each docking position would rise 10 dragonstone blocks above the sea surface, with the thickness of the harbor walls also measuring 10 dragonstone blocks. constructed similarly to city walls. The scale of this fortification would rival that of a mountain. Garrett pondered silently, recognizing the enormity of the undertaking. In terms of height, it bore little difference from the Wall of Despair. The design of the new harbor bore echoes of the Bravos port, with islands distributed throughout. However, unlike Bravos, these islands were intended for shops or warehouses. If successfully constructed, this harbor would surpass Bravos by a significant margin. According to the planned design, although the port was intended to accommodate 800 large vessels simultaneously, with proper management of the internal channels, it would easily handle thousands of ships working in the harbor concurrently. Could the Wall of Despair have been erected using a similar approach? Over countless years, the seams between the ice blocks had been refused together. My lord, is the entrance for the ships incorrectly positioned? Jorson, with years of fishing experience, quickly identified the issue. Speak plainly, what is it? Robin replied, rubbing his head thoughtfully. Jorson explained earnestly, My lord, the sea winds here blow north and south in both winter and summer. Wouldn't an entrance facing the narrow sea be rather unsuitable? When ships enter, the wind direction might pose challenges for navigation. Upon hearing this, Robin had a moment of realization and nodded in appreciation. Indeed, this is an oversight on my part. Well then, later you may collect a silver stag from the steward. Thank you, my lord, thank you, Jorson exclaimed, his face brimming with delight. The guards nearby, who had noticed the flaw but remained silent, felt a pang of regret. They had assumed that Robin had intentionally designed it this way, thinking the lord must understand everything. They had not anticipated any lapses in judgment. Seeing the situation, Ike seized the moment and said, My lord, I perceive that your design draws inspiration from the defenses of King's Landing. However, as this is a port with no inhabitants within, the necessity for towers seems questionable. Consider, the ships will sway upon the water, rendering siege ladders impractical. Ike had once served as the attendant to Robin's father and had traveled to many places. With enthusiasm, he added, My lord, when constructing the harbor with dragon crystal stones, we can incline it outward as we ascend, thereby making it impossible for anyone to climb up. What if the enemy ascends the mast? A guard immediately raised a query. Ike chuckled nonchalantly and replied, Foolishness. Wouldn't that be even better? We could simply drop a barrel of oil from above and effortlessly incinerate the entire ship. Moreover, didn't the captain propose designing hidden reefs earlier? A large vessel would never make it through. Indeed, the masts of smaller boats aren't nearly as tall, chimed in the other guards. In no time, everyone was animated, sharing their insights and eagerly presenting various opinions. A brand new design emerged, transforming the original blueprint beyond recognition, with newly added hidden reefs and wave barriers. While the densely packed towers on the city walls were removed, silence enveloped the room as the port design on the plans appeared peculiar, resembling an enlarged warship with the bow and stern serving as entrances and exits. On the shore side, walls made of dragon crystal blocks formed docking spaces. And to enhance fire prevention capabilities, the proposal included 7 lookout towers, each standing 300 meters tall. Robin was quite pleased with the redesigned blueprint. Should any issues arise, modifications could still be made, as it was far easier to retrieve items from the spatial consciousness than to place them within. Now, do we all know what the port will look like? Robin inquired, casting a glance at the sea, which was currently receding. It was time to commence action. Sir Garrett, he said, handing over the plans, I will release the dragon crystal stones at the front every 10 counts. Biscuit, you must follow your father's commands while carrying me. MHM. Biscuit replied, stuffing his mouth with cookies. Though not particularly bright, he understood the need for sustenance to muster strength for the task ahead. The first step was to lay a solid foundation. Robin surveyed the guards and instructed, You must protect me and ensure Biscuit does not fall. Even if he does, his front must not face the sky, for I cannot see outside when using magic. Ultimately, Robin revealed this vulnerability to the guards, as it was evident to anyone who wasn't foolish. They all comprehended, should a heavy dragon crystal stone fall from above, it would surely crush both the young lord and the portly lad beneath him. Whoever dares to speak thoughtlessly, I know you. My sword, however, does not. I swear by the name of the 7 god warriors to forever safeguard the secrets of magic for the Lord. Captain Garrett, having received knightly education, understood the profound significance of this secret. Everyone recognized that following a lord capable of magic promised a bright future, and they were the young lord's most trusted companions, the implications of which were clear. The rest followed suit, each vowing to protect their most cherished person or thing. I swear to keep this secret strictly. In the name of my deceased mother, Josen declared. I too swear, in the name of my late mother. Though uncertain about which secret to safeguard, he raised the bag of cookies and joined in. Fool, Your mother is still alive." Sir Garrett delivered a firm kick to his backside. Laughter erupted, and no one doubted it. Robin nodded at Sir Garrett, who had yet to mention the matter of confidentiality. He held no trust in oaths of this era. Robin believed that only by binding interests could secrets remain concealed for a longer duration. The knowledge of magic was known to but a select few. When one possesses extraordinary powers, envy is easily stirred. For instance, transforming Robin into a production machine, incessantly releasing salmon. The armed forces of the Moreno family comprised merely 15 guards, with only one, Sir Garrett, exhibiting formidable combat prowess. The others were recruited from the villages of the territory. Robin required a moment to react when retrieving items into his consciousness space. He could not collect objects beyond 10 meters. He had explored numerous intricate maneuvers, such as releasing high-speed meteorites, turning them into projectiles against adversaries. Unfortunately, items from the consciousness space would remain stationary upon manifesting in the physical realm. Once the port was completed, the Moreno family would be served for 3 generations. Robin made this promise. "Oh, by the way, let Sir Garrett notify the 3 on duty today. I will ensure their conduct." Garrett nodded solemnly. For commoners, a stable and well-paying job held incomparable value. Robin offered these 15 individuals an extraordinarily precious employment opportunity, promising to secure their livelihoods for 3 generations. As long as Robin remained at the helm of the Moreno family, these 15 would possess a solid foundation, becoming Robin's most reliable cadre. Chapter 9. Port Construction 3. The sea breeze howled. The blazing sun hung high in the clear azure sky, while the tides silently receded, leaving behind a damp beach and scattered shells. The Five Fingers Peninsula was already sparsely populated, and this beach was even more desolate. To prevent detection by fishermen, Captain Garrett had stationed 6 guards 2 miles away for surveillance. Too many individuals standing idly would be of no assistance. 12 could not lift a single dragon crystal block, so it was better to assign them tasks. According to the plan, Robin skillfully leapt onto the broad back of Robert, his ample flesh jiggling freely. A guard unhesitatingly tore off a sleeve from his yellow linen shirt, gently securing Robin to the towering figure. At that moment, Robert stood with the others atop a large stone, all preparations complete. Robin closed his eyes and, in an instant, entered the consciousness space beside the dragon crystal meteorite. Here, he possessed a unique method of keeping time, a sundial. The flow of time in the consciousness space compared to the outside world was 100. What represented 10 in the external realm translated into 1,000 for him, granting ample time to leisurely select the appropriate choices. In this realm of consciousness, the sun orbits 3 celestial water planets, each completing its revolution in approximately 24 hours. Nearby, a vast and resplendent white disk of crystal captures the eye. At its center, a towering obelisk of obsidian standing firm, while the surface of the disk is intricately etched with crimson crystal markings, precise to the minute. By observing the shadow cast by the obsidian upon the disk, one can ascertain the current time. Each time the shadow traverses 20 markings, it releases a dragon crystal cube. With a resounding thud, the first obsidian crystal materializes from thin air, plummeting gracefully to rest directly before Robert. The surface of the dragon crystal is as smooth as glass, rendering it prone to slipping. Thus, at the specific request of Sir Garrett, 2 guards are assigned to flank him protectively. The 4 individuals swiftly ascend onto the newly emerged dragon crystal cube, finding their balance at its edge. Suddenly, another dragon crystal materializes without warning, descending rapidly to align perfectly with the preceding cube below. With keen eyes, Josen swiftly discerns the slender gap connecting the 2 dragon crystals. Without hesitation, he removes his boots and, in a flurry of motion, measures the distance of the gap, delightfully discovering that its width precisely matches the length of his foot. "Captain, tell your son not to approach the edge of the dragon crystal. The distance here is just right. 1 step could bridge it perfectly," Josen reports urgently to Captain Garrett. Robert, with his obstinate temperament, is notoriously difficult to sway, often heeding only the small lord's commands. Even his father finds it challenging to influence him. Fortunately, the small lord had the foresight to instruct him to obey, or it could have become quite a predicament. "I shall fetch the branches," Guard Beck declared. "I will assist," another guard exclaimed, leaping back to the shore alongside Beck from the large stone. At this moment, Garrett promptly turned his foolish son around, directing him toward the interior of the harbor. As the dragon crystal cubes continued to materialize with a series of thuds, the foundation of the harbor walls rapidly took shape. The thickness of the laid harbor measures 10 dragon crystals, equivalent to a distance of 50 meters. As the construction progressed to 5 rows, The 2 guards sent to retrieve branches finally returned, breathless, clutching 5 uniformly sized twigs to distribute among the group. The guards first positioned the branches, while Garrett, with Josen at his side, escorted Robert onto the new dragon crystal cube. Garrett meticulously examined the distance between the 2 cubes. It was just right. After a while, when no further dragon crystal cubes appeared, the guards noticed that Robin had opened his eyes. For him, an hour and a half had elapsed in this realm of consciousness. A tedious stretch of time. Only then did the guards turn their attention back to the harbor's progress, astonished by the scene before them. Did we create this? Beck murmured, gazing ahead in disbelief. Captain Garrett turned around, and a strange, mysterious black terrain came into view. The dragon crystal blocks were arranged closely and uniformly, forming a perfectly square foundation. The dark surface of the dragon crystals reflected the sun's bright, yet gentle rays, creating an atmosphere akin to being enveloped in an abyss. Like the others, Garrett gaped in awe, feeling an overwhelming sense of suffocation, as if hidden beneath his feet lay some unknown peril. Hey, lad, you aren't afraid, are you? If you've seen the Northern Frontier's Wall of Despair, this should be trivial. The captain clapped his shoulder, startling the bewildered Baker, who then turned to confront the source of the voice. I'm not afraid. I merely feel a strange sensation. Baker and the others shared this peculiar feeling, unable to articulate it. I find it quite beautiful, remarked one of the guards. I believe this will undoubtedly become the 9th wonder of the known world, Sir Garrett praised. After a moment, the group regained their composure. My lord, I can hardly imagine how breathtaking it will be once completed, akin to constructing walls with gold, Jorson complimented Robin. Is that so? Robin responded without surprise. He had witnessed far grander and more magnificent scenes within the realm of consciousness. With a slight furrow of his brow, Robin felt dissatisfied with the progress. It would take a month to complete this. This pace is too slow, Sir Garrett. Next, release the dragon crystals at a rhythm of 5 counts. Can you manage that? Garrett pondered briefly. No problem. However, for safety, let us proceed at 6 counts. That will be more secure. All right. Speeding up is what matters. The difference between 5 and 6 counts is negligible. Robin returned to the realm of consciousness, and the group resumed their tasks. The shadows behind them shrank down as the tide rose, and it was only then that Robin realized it was already noon. Only a third of the port's foundation had been completed. The days on the beach dragged on monotonously, and soon another week had passed. The sharp sea breeze stung his face, akin to small blades slicing against his skin, washing away the initial exhilaration everyone felt upon arriving at the sea. Each day, Robin diligently constructed the harbor according to his plans. The weather had been fair over the past few days, allowing for steady progress, and the harbor walls on the beach had begun to take shape. The standardized dragon crystal blocks made area calculations straightforward, with 300 blocks horizontally and 200 blocks vertically, creating a densely packed array of docks that seemed endless. Compared to the largest harbor in this world, Bravos, the port Robin was building was 10 times its size. A true behemoth in the harbor realm, boasting unparalleled throughput capacity and storage space. At this juncture, Robin was finally confronted with a pressing issue. The beach remained just a beach, yet the depth was insufficient to accommodate large ships without running aground. The water depth at low tide must reach at least 5 meters, and this would increase further when laden with cargo. Utilizing the realm of consciousness to gather sand merely removes a superficial layer from the beach. The relentless waves cannot displace the sand, rendering the task futile. Robin's efforts in this endeavor could only be equated to the labor of 100 or 2. In this era, he could only conceive of employing manual labor to excavate the sand. 2 kilometers away lies a concave bay where depositing the sand would not affect maritime activities. However, the scale of this undertaking is indeed monumental. Chapter 10. Windmill Village lacks towering wooden walls or lofty arrow towers. The dwellings of its inhabitants are predominantly low, flat-roofed houses with wooden walls and thatched roofs. The structures within the Moreno family estate are loosely clustered, forming a village, while distant constructions signify another hamlet. Josen, a 21-year-old fisherman hailing from Windmill Village, has 1 younger brother and 2 sisters, along with both parents. Born and raised in this isolated village, he has inhaled the briny sea breeze throughout his life. His daily routine consists of mending fishing nets, casting lines, and drying fish, with his most exhilarating experience being the occasional trip to Coldwater City to sell salted fish, allowing him to momentarily escape this seemingly endless existence. Whenever supplies arrived at the watchtower, he would eagerly rush to assist, solely to listen to sailors recount tales of the outside world. At times, he even entertained the whimsical notion of joining a ship's crew, yet he hesitated. knowing that such a departure would leave his family with only one laborer, and he shuddered to imagine the hardships they would face during the winter months without his presence. 3 years prior, after Robin assumed control of the family affairs and began to bolster the guards, Joseph, with his cleverness, uttered the Moreno family's ancestral phrase, expressing his hopes for the watchtower. This caught Robin's attention, altering the course of his destiny irrevocably. No longer did he need to accompany his father to fish, endure the howling sea winds, or suffer under the scorching sun, only to huddle with his family under blankets in winter, rationing their meager provisions. Windmill Village, named for its lord's windmill, now boasts a mere population of 43. After taking on the role of a guard, Joseph was the most beautiful spinner in the village. Following their marriage, he used half a year's wages to purchase a plot of land from the steward and enlisted his father and neighbors to rebuild a stone house nearby, marking the establishment of his family. This quaint two-story abode, constructed of stone and wood, stands as the wealthiest residence in all of Windmill Village. The walls are filled with earth and mortar, exposed to the elements. The second-floor floorboards are crafted from pine, with narrow wooden-framed windows beside a straw mattress. And in the corner lie several bags of flour, potatoes, candles, and a woolen blanket. The north is rich in timber, and occasionally, cargo ships from White Harbor encounter misfortune, washing their goods ashore on the Five-Finger Peninsula, but such treasures belong to Lord Moreno. In the past, the Lord merely utilized the timber for firewood, its pine scent wafting through the air, while standard, smooth pine planks could be procured and used after merely sanding their rough surfaces. After Robin assumed control over the affairs of the territory, he deliberately sought to disseminate a considerable amount of copper coins among the denizens through the sale of flour, thus transforming the primitive barter system. The inhabitants were eager to purchase affordable flour, eliminating the need to commission neighbors to procure it from Coldwater City, which incurred additional costs. This initiative began 3 years ago when Robin organized a small market at the training grounds. The house was modest. Descending the wooden ladder provided a comprehensive view of the first-floor interior, which featured a rudimentary stone fireplace, a table, and 2 stools. A figure appeared at the cottage door, casting a shadow that concealed Ida, who was spinning wool at the threshold, utilizing the last rays of sunlight. Her dexterous fingers danced skillfully as she worked. Ida possessed a full figure, her light-colored curls tied back with a strip of linen, and since she seldom ventured outside, her skin was notably more delicate than that of other women in the village. To win her affection, Joseph had expended 300 copper coins, approximately equivalent to 6 copper stars. Yet he deemed every expense worthwhile. She crafted simple sweaters from coarse wool, with a faint sheepish scent, producing 3 each month, and after deducting costs, could sell them for over 30 copper coins. Strictly speaking, Joseph had indeed aspired beyond his reach. Ida, by customary standards, could have served as a maid for the lord. But misfortune struck as Lady Moreno had brought a maid from her family, one who was both beautiful and literate. As the sun barely kissed the horizon, Joseph returned to his stone cottage, proudly shaking out 3 copper stars from his hand. Here, Ida, aware that it was her husband's payday, received the coins and examined them closely. The sight of copper stars astonished her, and after gazing at Joseph's beaming face for a long moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Ordinary folk primarily utilized copper plates, followed by copper coins, with 1 copper coin equating to 2 copper plates. In the remote Wuji Peninsula, copper stars were a rarity. "What have you done?" she inquired, fully aware that a single copper star was worth the equivalent of 56 copper coins. A guard's daily wage was 3 copper coins, which should total 21 copper coins, making this amount 6 times the norm, a staggering fortune. Ida dropped her spindle, swiftly pulling her husband inside. Before shutting the door, she cautiously peeked outside, her head swiveling as her eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. A sense of dread enveloped her. She feared her husband had pilfered the lord's wealth, and should they be discovered, their family would be utterly doomed. "Did you steal from the young lord?" Ida whispered, leaning forward slightly, as if fearing her voice might betray them to those outside. In her mind, the young lord was known for meting out brutal punishments to offenders, his methods exceedingly savage. Recently, Joseph had endured a whipping after attending the wedding of the shepherdess and the black sheep, but that had been a ruse. Her husband, who had gone fishing, had gone missing, leaving her as the sole surviving adult in the household, along with 4 children. Having exhausted all avenues for borrowing, they had consumed the last fish in the house and now faced starvation, daring to tread the perilous path of extorting the lord. Joseph hurried back to inform Robin of the situation, and this time, it was indeed a grave matter. Aside from Sir Garrett, who was solely responsible for overseeing the shifts and guarding the watchtower, the entire guard team had received 20 lashes each. The reason for this punishment was negligence. Despite the daily arrangement of patrols within the territory, there had been a disappearance that lasted 6 months, and none of the 15 members of the squad reported it. The incident concerning the false marriage of the black sheep had left her with a lingering pain in her back for half a month. Had she not learned her lesson? Angrily, she plopped down, her movements slightly stiffened by her ire. Stealing money was far more serious than negligence. She had heard her father say that the Lord dealt with thieves by severing their hands and then locking them in cages to suffer under the scorching sun. Josen momentarily failed to comprehend. This was the salary issued by the young lord. Ada furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with concern. 3 copper stars in 7 days. Have you been conscripted to fight? In her understanding, the prosperous seagull town, as described by her sailor brother, had never offered such high wages unless one was heading to war. She simply could not fathom any other reason. Well, it's 1 star every 7 days. The other 2 are rewards from the young lord, Josen clarified. There's no fighting. What nonsense are you talking about? I tell you, the Five-Finger Peninsula is destined to become the largest port in the world, Josen asserted, standing tall. That must be your young lord gone mad. All we have here is sheep dung and fish, Ada scoffed, rolling her eyes in disdain. The majority of the sheep belong to the lord. The dung could be used for fuel, and fishermen had to pay 1/3 of their catch as tax to the lord. To her, this place held no potential for development. I'm not joking. As for what we'll sell, it's certainly 1 TB fish, Josen insisted earnestly, slamming his hands on the table in an attempt to convince his wife. Ada, still skeptical, took out a copper star and examined the 7-pointed star pattern on it with her right hand. After a moment of intense exertion, Josen panted, Ada, you know, becoming the squad leader is merely the beginning. Ada, feeling satisfied, leaned closer, sensing her husband's rapid heartbeat. Today, the young lord has already drawn up plans. He intends to construct a dock here and open trade routes. Soon, merchant ships from all over will anchor here. Are those the black stones on the beach? Secrets cannot be hidden forever. Anyone with eyes can see the thousands of black dragon crystal stones by the sea, Ada remarked. How are they transported here? Shoo. Do not ask. Josen rose, his expression serious as he lowered his voice, solemnly warning. This secret could lead to your husband's demise, but it could also bring wealth. Seeing Ada nod seriously, Josen laid back down. Are they really going to build a port here? But what is there to sell? Should we go find the steward and buy some land? That way, we could also set up a shop, Ada chattered incessantly in her husband's ear. Once the port is established, our family could serve the lord for generations. Josen declined the proposal and succumbed to slumber. For he was acutely aware that the young lord had already devised plans for the port area, envisioning a future where houses would be constructed entirely from dragon crystal, necessitating the dismantling of his own village, an endeavor he deemed unnecessary. In his dreams, he beheld a bustling port filled with an array of merchant vessels, the docks teeming with goods from distant lands, merchants weaving through the throng, vociferously hawking their wares. Josen, as the captain of the guard, maintained order with an air of authority. Chapter 11. Human Trafficking Lookout Fortress, 2nd floor conference hall. Engaging in the trade of human lives was not entirely out of the question. The family fleet embarked annually to the narrow sea for commerce. However, trading dozens or even hundreds of individuals was a risk not worth taking. Thomas remained fervent in his demeanor, but bore a hint of disappointment. He was adorned in a cream-colored velvet jacket and a gray silk cloak crafted from black fox fur. 5,000. Thomas rose, clearly taken aback. His family had been engaged in maritime trade for 50 years, and his white-streaked hair and beard were testament to his seasoned experience as a captain. I require 5,000 individuals. Do you comprehend the magnitude of this transaction? Are you certain you can handle it? Thomas regarded the youth with skepticism, turning to the side to consult Madame Morena, who subtly nodded in affirmation. Indeed. At the head of the long table, Robin replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Can your family afford such a sum? We can offer salmon in exchange. This left Thomas bewildered. Salmon? Isn't that a specialty of the North? Yet, in the presence of nobility who claimed to have such resources, questioning their assertion seemed foolish. Barter is also acceptable. Thomas had no objection to this method of payment. He was well versed in the trading practices of White Harbor in the north, where pelts and timber were often exchanged for goods. Present your offer. I have live and frozen salmon, Robin stated directly, adding, by the way, I can provide unlimited ice. If using salmon, such a large quantity would be difficult to preserve, and the price would be significantly lower, Thomas cautioned. I wonder how much salmon you are referring to. All of it is from this year. No matter. Please proceed with your offer. Robin sought to gauge their sincerity through their pricing. Captain Thomas cast a sidelong glance at his aide, his younger brother, the 21-year-old Tolls, who shared his brown hair and blue eyes, but possessed a fairer complexion, hailing from the Oxen family of Spice Town on Tidhead Island. Currently, he served in the family fleet as an accountant, primarily responsible for documenting cargo loading, the types of local goods, their quantities, and their origins. He no longer needed to consult his personal ledger, for this information was already etched in his memory. My lord, it is currently summer, and the north is yielding a bountiful catch of adult salmon, which will be available at a low price in White Harbor. If you truly intend to settle your debts with salmon, even with the most recent imports from Bravos, a slave's price ranges from 60 to 180 silver deer. For live fish, we offer 3 copper pieces, while frozen salmon can only fetch 1 copper piece. Tolls added, of course, we can only purchase live fish in limited quantities. Robin was well aware of the prices in this world. A copper penny could procure a salmon weighing approximately 410 pounds, while the same penny would only buy 0.6 pounds of flour. Such a disparity was indeed astonishing. Robin could not acquiesce. Purchasing on the Fingers Peninsula would reduce the journey by 1 bite of a bay compared to White Harbor, thereby shortening the sailing time. Time is money. The phrase, time is money, struck him as rather novel, and he absorbed it quietly. The crux of the matter lay in the value of a population of 5,000. The quantity of salmon we required would inevitably impact the prices of all fish across the continent of Westeros, Torles countered. Assuming you truly possess such a quantity. Captain Thomas nodded in agreement, recognizing the price was indeed reasonable. He understood that an excess of anything would lead to devaluation. Robin pondered the implications for salted salmon. Salted fish at 1 copper penny per pound, the young Torles replied without hesitation. Robin merely considered the production of dried salmon somewhat cumbersome, unlike the immediate shipment of fresh salmon. However, since processing could yield higher added value, producing dried goods seemed acceptable, albeit at the cost of increased labor. A vacuum environment existed within the consciousness space, devoid of an atmosphere, which meant there was no air to carry away the moisture evaporating from the fish. The most sensible solution would be to arrange for drying on the island, where the Fingers Peninsula not only boasted strong winds, but also intense sunlight during this season. As for the extraction of coarse salt, employing the sun's gravitational filtration to precipitate impurities and utilizing temperature variations for dissolution and recrystallization would merely enhance the salt's purity, an everyday operation. How much can you procure? He inquired. At this price, I shall take as much as you can provide, Captain Thomas replied without a moment's thought. Although the dried fish retained bones, the overall weight of the flesh was comparable to that of flour. It should be noted that this was salted fish, imbued with salt and meat, capable of preservation for 1 to 2 years without issue. Robin handed over the exquisite white paper, already adorned with Lord Moreno's signature and family seal. Within the consciousness space, the quantity of salmon had increased significantly. The earliest batch had been frozen for over 2 years. Yet the passing fleets were reluctant to sign a contract for such a substantial purchase. Let us formalize our agreement, he proposed. It is only fitting. Thomas scrutinized the contract, pondering for a moment, his expression fluctuating. He had heard from friends about the Moreno family's colossal trade orders, yet no one dared to sign. This journey could be said to be for that very purpose. The Moreno family offers salted fish at a price of 0.5 copper pennies per pound. Frozen salmon weighing no less than 4 pounds at a price of 0.5 copper pennies per fish. A minimum monthly trade volume of 50,000 golden dragons. In case of breach of contract, the Moreno family shall compensate 50,000 golden dragons. Should there be a default, the family shall relocate to Fingers Peninsula's Index Island and pay taxes to the Moreno family. Despite the price being halved, the volume was indeed excessive. 50,000 golden dragons is quite a lot, Torles remarked quietly, observing alongside. Captain Thomas paid no heed to his brother. He understood that this contract was intended for a grand fleet, and it was unlikely that a family like the Oxens, with merely 3 ships, would be granted such an agreement. Robin discerned the hesitation in the elderly Captain Thomas, which left him somewhat disheartened. Thus, he extracted another contract from a stack of burlap paper and presented it. If this is unacceptable, I have an alternative smaller contract. Previously, Robin had reached out to other family fleets, but their timidity led them to only sign smaller agreements. Even when the price was halved, they still declined, causing him considerable frustration. The Moreno family offers 1 pound of salted fish at the price of 1 copper penny per pound. Each frozen salmon, weighing no less than 4 pounds, is priced at 1 copper penny per fish. A monthly trade volume of 500 gold dragons is stipulated. In the event of a breach of contract, if the Moreno family defaults, they shall compensate 500 gold dragons and terminate the contract. Should there be a breach, they are to pay 500 gold dragons and end the agreement. However, only Robin's signature adorned the document, clearly indicating that it was a standard business contract with a minimal cost. As he gazed at the calm countenance of the young lord before him, it seemed he had resolved something, and he returned the burlap paper of the smaller contract. Chapter 12. Completion of the harbor's main structure. He had contemplated this long ago. The contract was genuine. He could employ all the ships from Spice Town to engage in a trade worth 50,000 gold dragons each month. If it were a falsehood, given such a substantial risk, he would unhesitatingly seek arbitration from Count Corliss of Tideshead Island, even if it meant bringing the matter before the king to ensure the Moreno family compensated him. Upon confirming the date and preparing 2 copies, Captain Thomas affixed his family name and signature to the document, marking it as the largest contract he had signed in his 30-year maritime career. The slave trade was prohibited in Westeros, and verbal negotiations sufficed, thus it was not included in the contract. The reason Lady Moreno was willing to make an appearance was not merely due to Robin being her son. Upon witnessing Robin conjure the dragon crystal block, she was as astounded as Elena, her mind racing to fathom which deity could possess such power, ultimately attributing it, albeit tenuously, to the smith's might of the 7 gods. When Robin further demonstrated his ability to produce salmon, ice blocks, and coarse salt, she was left utterly speechless. Finally, Robin performed for his paralyzed father, nearly causing him to rise, though he ultimately remained seated. After concluding their business, Thomas inquired about the purpose of his journey. "My lord, are you constructing a deep-water harbor?" Captain Thomas was clearly perplexed. He had noticed the Black Fortress and, upon nearing, realized it was likely a harbor. Albeit constructed in a peculiar manner, wouldn't ships run aground at low tide? Indeed, this is the only suitable deep-sea entrance. You are not purchasing a population merely to excavate a deep-sea mouth, are you? Captain Thomas jested. What else could it be? Robin replied affirmatively. 5,000 people may not suffice. You may recruit laborers. 1 copper penny a day should be adequate to attract enough workers in the north. Captain Thomas occasionally ferries the people from the north to the south in search of employment. Therefore, Captain Thomas, would you be inclined to act as an agent? What exactly is an agent? I am offering a daily rate of 1 copper coin, inclusive of meals and lodging, for every individual you refer who arrives. I will generously provide you with 1 pound of salted salmon jerky at no cost. The salted salmon jerky is destined to become a cheap commodity. Sell as much as you can, for if it remains frozen for too long, its nutritional value will diminish significantly. The remuneration for this job is neither exorbitant nor meager. After some contemplation, Thomas felt it was merely a trivial task. I shall announce your offer at the port. However, I cannot guarantee the number of attendees. In the distant horizon, gray clouds enveloped the sky, and a wall of water began to rise in the distance, shrouding the entire sea surface and gradually extending towards the coast. With 3 days remaining until the end of the month, the framework of the Dragon Crystal Harbor's walls was nearly complete. It would only require deepening the harbor before it could be operational. Robin stood atop the watchtower, gazing far at the newly established Dragon Crystal Harbor, with a blazing oil lamp above him emitting a significant amount of heat, and above that, the blue banner of the Moreno family fluttering in the wind. Captain Garrett and Robert stood behind him. The torrential rain devoid of lightning emboldened Robin to stand at such heights. The deluge rushed forth, arriving at the imposing Dragon Crystal Harbor along the coastline, where 7 towering dragon crystal pillars were ignited with oil. The cap at the top, constructed of white crystal lenses, not only protected the oil but also possessed a marvelous quality. When the oil burned fiercely, emitting a deep crimson glow, the light traversed through a meticulously arranged array of lenses, refracting repeatedly before bursting forth in dazzling brilliance. Even from hundreds of miles away across the vast sea, this radiance remained distinctly visible, and in the midst of the storm, the lighthouse appeared as the brightest star in the night sky. The scale of this harbor was extraordinarily grand. The outermost breakwater was built from layers of stacked obsidian blocks, each layer rising above the previous one. The side facing the tumultuous waves was uniquely curved, effectively dispersing the impact of the surging sea. As the waves relentlessly battered the breakwater, gradually submerging it, the water flowed steadily through 49 small gates into the harbor. The 5,000-meter-long dock extended along the beach towards the island, its width measuring several hundred meters. Dragon crystal blocks partitioned the dock, each section wide enough to comfortably accommodate 3 large vessels side by side, presenting a neatly serrated appearance from above. By the time the seawater reached this point, it had lost its force, gently rising to 1/3 of its depth before becoming still. The surface of the dock was composed of enormous dragon crystal slabs, each meticulously polished to a smooth, seamless finish, appearing as if they were formed as a single entity. Further back stood a square storage room, 200 meters high, the sand that had previously been used for capping long since reclaimed by Robin. The dragon crystal harbor had withstood the test of the torrential rain, allowing Robin to finally set aside his worries. Sir Garrett, tomorrow I shall erect the dwelling structures. And when the first batch of slaves arrives, it will be imperative for you to collaborate with the steward to maintain order. My lord, including myself. Our entire garrison comprises merely 56 individuals. Garrett cautioned, indicating that an overwhelming number might be unmanageable. He was also aware that young Master Robin had signed a contract for 5,000 slaves. Captain Garrett and his 14 subordinate commanders have already recruited most of the adult men from the village into the garrison, excepting those capable of wielding the dragon crystal spear as their weapon. These individuals are temporary laborers and do not possess formal enlistment. Do not worry. The initial group will not be excessive, and I will delineate specific tasks tomorrow. Understood. Garrett nodded in acknowledgement, as long as Robin did not relinquish complete authority to him. For should complications arise, at least there would be someone to inquire. In his mind, he did not regard Robin as a mere child. His approach to handling matters was notably astute. I believe the attire of the garrison requires standardization. Transitioning from yellow to dark brown garments would be quite unbecoming. Currently, the garrison is only equipped with weapons, and the men, who were previously fishermen, possessed little in the way of tidy clothing. Garrett had observed this glaring issue the day prior. This is easily resolvable. Procure 300 pieces of white linen from the steward. Enough for each person to have 3 sets. Furthermore, I hope that in 3 days, you will have achieved uniformity in dress. Retrieve flat-soled shoes from the warehouse. Anticipating a future transition to knee-high boots, Robin suddenly realized that since they were already changing attire, a partial change would appear unsightly. The fishermen on the island typically wear wooden clogs, shoes crafted with wooden soles secured to the foot with leather or fabric strips, creaking upon contact with the dragon crystal stone. At the small market within the training grounds, many women often purchase leather, which is simply tanned in workshops, with tools belonging to the Morena family, to produce basic flat-soled shoes. Due to the limited market on Finger Peninsula, most of these goods were acquired by Robin at slightly above cost price, generally taken away by supply ships for sale. This was Robin's effort to enhance the economic structure, essentially profiting little from their labor, while the warehouse brimmed with handmade crafts. My lord, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the garrison members. This is my duty as the acting lord of this domain. Chapter 13. The Dawn of Prosperity. White Harbor is a grand port city, the largest settlement north of the Neck, albeit the smallest among the 5 great cities of Westeros. It is rich in silver mines and boasts excellent fishing grounds in the nearby waters. It serves as the primary trade port for the north, positioned at the mouth of the White Knife River, facilitating trade with more northern regions. Even in summer, the weather in White Harbor resembles early spring, warm yet tinged with an icy chill. The arrival of news heightened the already vibrant atmosphere of conversation. A stout man clad in specially crafted leather armor leaned against the port's white wall, listening, while a group of sailors idly boasted and chatted nearby, none of them genuine nobility. Have you heard? The Finger Peninsula is recruiting laborers to construct a port. Is it truly so? Would I deceive you? I have inquired. It is called Dragon Crystal Port. Captain Thomas disseminated information among the sailors of White Harbor, employing the fastest means of communication available in this era. The Five-Finger Peninsula was fervently recruiting laborers, offering provisions and accommodation for a mere copper penny a day. The inhabitants of White Harbor regarded this as a trivial postprandial amusement. The remuneration, neither exorbitant nor meager, elicited scorn from the nobility, who dismissed the notion of constructing a port in a place unworthy of even a pirate's attention, questioning what goods could possibly be traded there. It was only when a multitude of passing sailors confirmed the grand scale of the Dragon Crystal Port that even the most inexperienced could instantly discern it as the largest port in the world. This news spread to White Harbor and numerous other ports, prompting many sailors to prepare for departure, convinced that every emerging locale harbored opportunities. The port's garrison was also significantly expanding, offering wages comparable to those in King's Landing. The second sons of northern families and the lowly-born bastards began to take notice of this place, incessantly inquiring about the Dragon Crystal Port. The Five-Finger Peninsula lies less than a day's sail from White Harbor, with the first stop after departing the Biting Bay being the peninsula itself, essentially right at their doorstep. As the sun timidly ascended the horizon and the mist had yet to fully dissipate, the denizens of Galewind Village had already commenced mending fishing nets and tending to sheep. The tranquil morning was abruptly shattered by the rhythmic pounding of hoofs. Josen, astride a chestnut steed, galloped down the village's dirt path, his whip occasionally cracking against the walls of the nearby houses as he shouted, "Rise and shine! Rise and shine! The Lord requires hands for work." The villagers, bleary-eyed, emerged from their humble abodes, clad in patched burlap garments and wearing straw sandals. Upon hearing the call to labor, they hastily set aside their tasks, eager to inquire further. Josen was a familiar figure, the only rider in the village to serve beside the Lord. Perceived by the villagers as an adult, despite many having watched him grow. "Hey, nephew, what is the task today? Are we digging a deep trench again?" A middle-aged man, limping and dressed in brown coarse fabric, approached. Robin frequently assigned maintenance work, moving stones to construct dirt paths or erecting a few houses. Unlike other lords, he provided meals and wages, making the work quite appealing to the villagers. "Uncle, in this setting, you ought to address me as Sir Knight," Josen proclaimed with a flourish. "How many workers do we need? Everyone can come. All are welcome," Josen reiterated, contemplating the prospect of salted fish. More laborers would surely yield better results. Will the Lord still provide meals? Of course. Thus, even the children were roused from their beds, bewildered, trailing behind their parents. What good fortune! The Lord is hiring. Before Josen's stone house, over 30 villagers from Gale Wind Village gathered, their expressions animated as they congregated in the open space, clamoring in anticipation of securing a favorable task. Dressed in knightly attire, Josen stood atop a rise, exuding a somewhat comical authority. He organized the villagers into two groups, one for the children and elders, and the other for the able-bodied. "How much do we earn for a day?" someone inquired. "Does the Lord appear to be in need of funds?" "This is a long-term endeavor. Children earn a copper coin each day, while adults receive 3. Josen feigned an air of mystery. "Drying fish." He described the task at hand. "What fish?" murmured the villagers among themselves, incredulous at the absurdity of the assignment. Where would such an abundance of fish come from? Could they possibly have caught fish as large as the castle itself? Some of the elders recalled having seen whales in their youth, which had drifted ashore and provided the entire village with meat for several months. What fish could be larger than a castle? The children widened their eyes in astonishment. Everyone made their way along the newly constructed Black Dragon Crystal Road toward the horizon, while villagers from other areas also approached. They had long grown accustomed to the sudden appearance of this black stone, having only been surprised on the first day. Once they discovered its weight and lack of utility, their interest waned. They tread carefully, wary of jumping about, for this road led directly to the lookout tower, a clear creation of the Lord. The sound it produced felt urgent. Should they inadvertently damage it, they would be at a loss as to how to compensate. Some children, barefoot, gleefully slid along the smooth surface, finding it quite amusing. In truth, while the dragon crystal surface was fragile, the dragon crystal blocks used for the road contained a considerable amount of impurities, rendering them relatively hard. As long as they did not intentionally strike them, they would generally remain intact. Josen led the way up the newly constructed 7-tiered staircase, arriving at a flat plaza, not far from a colossal structure composed of black square stones. The group gradually gathered in the open space at the center, where a chill laced with a briny scent enveloped them, causing some to instinctively wrap their arms around themselves for warmth. A 2-horse carriage approached, bearing the steward, Simmons, responsible for matters concerning the Moreno family estate, alongside another steward, Livia, who managed the internal affairs of the lookout tower. Her husband, Garrett, served as the captain of the guard. "Steward, I did not expect you to come in person," Josen greeted. "We are temporarily short-handed. How many do you have?" The elder inquired with an impassive expression, patting the wooden barrel behind him. 41, Josen reported honestly. "But where is the young master?" "He has just fallen asleep." "What? Does drying fish require the young master's instruction?" Simmons retorted. "Of course not. We have been drying fish for generations." Josen chuckled awkwardly. "Finish your meal and attend to your duties. I shall not intrude further," Simmons said, heading off to deliver supplies to other villages. Josen thought to himself that this old man was rather dull. Yet his methodical approach to work was perhaps the reason he had managed to be a steward for over 40 years. The supply carts made 3 round trips, and the lookout tower had been bustling since nightingale hours to prepare the food, 500. Fortunately, Livia, the head steward responsible for provisions, had ample experience. But preparing black bread for 300 people took considerable time. The fish soup was the simplest task. The fish could be chopped, cleaned, and then simmered in a large copper pot with butter, salt, and beets and carrots until dawn, savoring the freshly baked, soft black bread. Accompanied by a somewhat briny fish soup served in wooden bowls, the crowd relished their meal with contentment. After a brief respite, the official work was set to commence. Jocelyn led the villagers of Windy Village to the 7th door of the storage room, where all eyes were fixed upon the entrance sealed by ice. Was there fish inside? Curiosity piqued. Someone scraped away a bit of ice, only to recoil in surprise. What does that taste? Sweet, came the reply. I don't believe it. Fool. It's sea ice. Step aside, Jocelyn commanded, prompting the crowd to part. Move aside, don't block the entrance. Are you not afraid of death? Jocelyn bellowed, his patience wearing thin. Had they not been relatives, he would have unleashed a torrent of scorn. The crowd retreated, creating a considerable distance. Subsequently, Jocelyn took his place by the door and forcefully jabbed at the ice with his sword. Seeing no movement, he pried open a chunk of ice with vigor. With a crack, the ice shattered. Chapter 14. The dawn of prosperity. The ice heap seemed to be violently thrust aside by an invisible giant hand, unleashing a multitude of frozen salmon that surged forth like a silver torrent. These salmon huddled closely together, each encased in a thin layer of ice, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. They collided and rolled, producing a crisp cacophony, and irresistibly swept towards the crowd. In the blink of an eye, the black ground was strewn with a dense mass of frozen salmon, forming a small silver hill, with several fish sliding effortlessly across the smooth surface. Traveling hundreds of meters away, the surrounding onlookers were left in stunned silence, their eyes wide with astonishment, mouths agape, faces etched with disbelief. Some instinctively reached out to grasp a salmon for closer inspection, confirming its tangible existence. Lo and behold, this is a mountain of fish. With so many fish, won't our prices plummet? The more astute among them began to express concerns about the future. Hearing such foolish remarks, Jocelyn quickly retorted, simpletons, from now on, all will labor for the masters. Who needs to catch fish anymore? Yesterday proved to be the most exhausting day for Jocelyn. During the day, under Robin's organization, everyone convened to engage in intense discussions on how to efficiently process the caught fish into dried fish. During this discourse, a pressing issue arose. There was a severe shortage of water to meet the demands of fish drying. Consequently, efforts to establish a makeshift water reservoir outside the storage room commenced swiftly. Robin used melted dragon crystal to layer and construct, while the guards preemptively buried and secured the water outlet. In the late hours of the night, as the temperature of the dragon crystal decreased, they assembled 6 dragon crystal pipes, which, when the obstructive wooden plugs were removed, would allow a torrent of water to flow forth. A single replenishment of this water source could sustain them for a month, and everyone toiled through the night. As dawn approached, Robin, draped in a thick woolen blanket, was roused from his slumber to begin the process of releasing the frozen salmon into the storeroom. He meticulously controlled the quantity, ensuring that only enough to fill 4 dragon crystal blocks was released, as the population under his command amounted to fewer than 300 souls. Overloading would lead to difficulties in processing. Under Jocelyn's guidance, tools were distributed, 2 daggers and a cleaver. Pairs of workers were assigned to carry baskets, transporting the salmon to the designated work area. 3 men stood beside a large wooden basin, one responsible for handing over the salmon, while the other 2 used daggers to scrape off the scales, discarding the cleaned fish into another basket. A laborer removed the basket brimming with fish, employing the heavy cleaver to split it in half. A disordered collection of fish was then passed to another group of up to 12 individuals for washing. They formed a line before the dragon crystal pipeline, systematically submerging each salmon into the water, vigorously scrubbing to eliminate the slime, impurities, and entrails. The contents extracted from the fish were cast into another wooden barrel, as Jocelyn had instructed, indicating that these should be thrown into the sea for those in need to collect, ensuring that the area did not become foul with odors. Seasoned fishermen, well versed in their trade, discerned the valuable parts suitable for culinary use, gathering fish liver, swim bladders, and roe. However, with the sheer volume of salmon, even the most opportunistic fishermen declared they could not accept more, lacking space at home for such provisions. In the final step of preparing dried salmon, women evenly coated the halved, cleaned fish with a generous layer of salt before placing them in large wooden barrels, sprinkling layers of salt between each. Once a barrel was filled, laborers would transport it to the shed for storage. After observing the scene for a while and comparing it to other villages, Jocelyn noted a lack of enthusiasm among the workers. Suddenly, he recalled a crucial point he had neglected to mention and reminded the villagers. Each barrel of salmon counts as a copper piece. The more you process, the more you earn. This proclamation instantly invigorated the crowd, as they realized that compensation was based on quantity rather than the time spent working. They had previously squandered hours sorting through the valuable contents of the fish's belly, resulting in fewer finished salmon products and, consequently, diminished earnings. Foolish Jocelyn, why did you not say this sooner? His lame uncle cursed, his pace of scaling fish doubling as he considered how other villages operated with such efficiency. He had previously questioned the intelligence of workers from other villages, wondering why they exerted themselves so fervently for their lord. Did I not mention it? Jorson awkwardly responded, having forgotten in his busyness. Fool. Do not delay our work with your excuses, his uncle retorted, growing more irate at Jorson's defense. He did not wish to witness his once inept nephew, who had zealously assisted the lord, now thriving while still retaining an unflattering image in his uncle's eyes. Meanwhile, Jorson remained unfazed, feeling satiated and drowsy, eventually finding a shaded spot to take a nap. He was merely receiving the wages for the guards, indifferent to the amount of work done, as his wife had already been assigned to assist in the kitchen without any share of the profits. He remained unconcerned, awakening from a deep slumber at dusk. When the sun dipped below the horizon, Joson found himself encircled by a towering stack of fish barrels, stacked 3 high. With great effort, he climbed to the pinnacle of this heap and, upon observing its conspicuous height, instantly recognized the handiwork of his companions. "You scoundrels!" Joson exclaimed vehemently, his voice carrying to the nearby fishermen of his village. "Is old Joson, big Joson cursing us?" inquired a villager, transporting a basket past Joson's position. He was relentlessly wielding a cleaver, slicing frozen fish in half, a task demanding considerable strength and frequent rotation of workers. In this era, individuals often inherited their father's name. For instance, Joson's father was Old Joson, he himself was Big Joson, and his younger brother was Little Joson. Hearing the commotion, he paused momentarily, as each village was allotted only a single cleaver, which must not falter. Thus, he was reluctant to expend unnecessary energy, but the reminder compelled him to stand. "What did you say, boy?" he shouted towards his son in the distance. Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Joson instinctively retreated his head. After 3 days of marination, a rich, briny aroma permeated the air. The women and children joyfully retrieved the salmon from the wooden barrels, carefully threading them onto slender sticks. Outside the square, rows of forked drying racks stood ready, densely adorned with salmon, glistening in the sunlight like scales of silver, a breathtaking spectacle. The winds of the Five-Finger Peninsula howled, and the sun blazed fiercely, threatening to desiccate everything in its path. In merely 3 days, the moisture from the salmon was swiftly drawn out, the flesh becoming firm and its color deepening, exuding an irresistible savory fragrance. A rudimentary assembly line gradually took shape amidst the bustling activity, each segment executed with precision. After 7 days, the first batch of salted fish was finally complete. Chapter 15. The payroll. The clattering sound of copper coins colliding and sliding in disarray filled the air. A lavish carriage, followed by 3 teams of horses, arrived at Fishy Square. The process of preparing dried fish had caused juices to seep into the crevices of the crystalline floor, creating an environment ripe for decay, which over time resulted in a pungent odor. Consequently, this expansive area was aptly named Fishy Square. The throng within Fishy Square remained raucous, gathered in the shadow of the towering storage house, comprising slaves, fishermen, men, women, and even children, each brimming with excitement and anxiety. All aware that today marked the day for the settlement of wages, 30 accompanying guards formed a barrier against the encroaching crowd, and with the inclusion of slaves, the personnel at the lookout began to swell, increasing the number of sentinels. The luxurious carriage creaked as its door swung open, revealing a young girl with chestnut hair gracefully descending from the seat, her dress held delicately in her hands. Observing the disheveled crowd surrounding her, she nervously adjusted her gown. Initially, she had intended to don a resplendent ivory silk dress representing her family's colors. However, under Robin's guidance, she ultimately opted for a deep gray gown paired with a black leather jacket, her hair styled in a high ponytail. A simple yet elegant silver necklace adorned her neck, exuding an air of competence. Following her, a bachelor and 2 girls of similar age to Elena emerged, the bachelor carrying a ledger, while the others trailed behind, clutching a stack of notes. Guards were busy unloading a table and 3 unadorned stools from the final carriage, setting them up neatly. "Miss Elena," the bachelor announced, placing the ledger on the table, which meticulously detailed the salaries due to everyone. Robin had specifically advised her to establish her authority during her inaugural task, whether through punishment or reward, to prevent being underestimated by her female peers. Elena gazed at the chaotic throng before her, feeling a flutter of trepidation. She was acutely aware that all eyes were upon her. Despite her efforts to disregard their scrutiny, she knew Robin was watching her from the carriage. After standing in silence for a considerable time, Elena remained quiet, observing the raucous crowd with an impassive expression on her beautiful face, though her heart raced within her chest. Only the bachelor regarded her with a puzzled look, yet he refrained from further inquiries. She recalled their conversation prior to departure. "Will you be afraid in front of everyone?" Robin had asked. "A little," she hesitated before admitting. "I have never done anything like this alone." Robin had encouraged her. "You must learn to confront your own feelings. You cannot remain in the castle forever, merely a pretty noble woman. I know you dream of marrying in Coldwater City and living happily as a noble lady. However, dear cousin, the Moreno family is alarmingly small. Wealth acquired without careful stewardship can easily vanish. I cannot be certain how long I will endure." Those last words sent a shiver down her spine. Presently, under Robin's management, their family was thriving in a well-ordered manner, promising a foreseeable prosperity. But what if he were to depart suddenly? Who could shoulder the responsibility of guarding against the predatory eyes of the surrounding wolves? Uncle Albert's health had long been precarious. To speak frankly, the vast wealth I might create could easily be seized if there are no suitable heirs to safeguard it. And the breach could very well originate from either you or my two sisters. As Elena hesitated, the crowd grew increasingly restless. The buzzing voices ahead, combined with the unpleasant aromas surrounding her, began to irritate her. "If this noise persists, I wouldn't mind returning tomorrow to distribute the salaries." Her voice, though soft, commanded immediate silence from the crowd in Salted Fish Square, as they leaned in to listen to her words. Elena, momentarily at a loss for a show of authority, contemplated rewarding the teams that had brought the most salted fish. Form an orderly line. She gathered her skirt and seated herself in the center, preparing to elucidate the composition of salaries. Suddenly, a wail echoed from the square below. A child was seen rolling in the dust, having fallen, while a guard kicked him out of the line, his whip cracking incessantly. The surrounding onlookers kept their distance. Some wished to intervene, but lacked the courage. Only a gaunt woman clung to the guard's leg, trembling and pleading, I dare not anymore." "Stop," Elena shouted, rising to her feet. And the guard immediately ceased his actions. What had initially been a trivial matter had escalated unluckily. The guards had been given strict orders by Robin to assert Miss Elena's authority, whether through commendation or reprimand. As soldiers elevated from slavery, they were all too aware of the nuances of such situations. After all, it was merely an excuse to strike a civilian. Upon hearing Miss Elena's call, the guard hastily approached her. His face was adorned with tattoos, a chaotic blend of red and green patterns. "How dare you strike a civilian at will?" Elena demanded. "Miss." He was disrupting the order, the guard replied in a low dialect of Valyrian, which Elena could not comprehend, prompting the scholar to translate. "Those who disrupt order must be punished." Elena scrutinized the tattooed guard's face for a moment before glancing back at the cart behind her. Indeed, her cousin Robin was watching her. "For your unreported and hasty action, I shall deduct a month's wages from you. Now step aside." The guard, expressionless, retreated, secretly elated. His companions regarded him with a mix of disdain and envy. Though they all had similar tasks, seizing a child as a target had crossed a line, and they had missed their singular opportunity. She then reached down to assist the boy who had cut in line, helping him to his feet. "We are all from the same village. We know each other," she murmured. The boy looked up at Elena, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he wiped away his tears. "Do not cry. Return to the line and take home 20 pounds of flour for a good meal." Recalling Robin's rules and witnessing the tears of the boy and his mother, Elena felt a sudden clarity, yet she struggled to accept the harshness of the situation. Following this incident, Elena cultivated an image of kindness among the lower class, while it was the soldiers who appeared malevolent, acting against the wishes of the nobility. 2 slave girls assisted Elena in distributing slips of wages, conducting the payment on site. Although the paper was somewhat costly, Robin was willing to invest in reinforcing the Moreno family's leadership over the common folk, even if they were illiterate. Batch, ID, name, salary, share. Total, 1134 Jorson 3 by 7 copper bits, 75 copper bits, 78 copper bits. Listening to Elena explain the salary structure, the daily wage was disbursed every 7 days. In the spacious Salted Fish Square, only the sea breeze from the Five-Finger Peninsula whistled through. All held their breath, eyes wide as copper bells, as if ensconced in a dream. The villagers of Defong Village were utterly exhilarated, as their collective earnings on the first day astonishingly reached 3,000 copper coins. With 32 adults each receiving 75 copper coins, and an additional 3 copper coins as their daily wage. Each adult garnered a total of 78 copper coins on that inaugural day. It is worth noting that this calculation solely accounts for the first day's remuneration. Norris, a newly acquired laborer on Finger Island, received a meager daily wage of 3 copper coins, from which 1 coin was deducted for his redemption fee, leaving him with a paltry 2 coins each day. Just 2 days prior, He had been purchased as a slave. The children, too, gleefully received their share of 1 copper coin each. The more conscientious ones promptly handed their earnings to their parents, while the less discerning rushed off to the local shops to purchase honey or inexpensive brown sugar. These shops, located not far from the training grounds, had emerged under Robin's management, primarily dealing in the recycling and sale of common goods, but recently, their inventory had significantly expanded. Chapter 16. Counting coins outside Salted Fish Square. There existed a makeshift shelter surrounded by wooden planks, leaving only 2 openings for windows. As night fell, the planks were used to create a resting place. The salted fish, prior to being dried, required a period of marination. Despite regular patrols by the Lord's soldiers during the night, some villagers remained uneasy and arranged for 2 individuals to stand guard. Other villages, observing this practice, began to emulate it, resulting in a cluster of such dwellings. Today marked the payroll day, a day when the young lord mandated no work to be conducted, nor did he permit anyone to return to their workstations. Time and again, Josen had warned that after the wages were distributed at Salted Fish Square, no one was allowed to linger. The consequences for disobedience were severe. With a clatter, some villagers gently spread the copper coins they had collected within the hems of their burlap garments onto the ground, meticulously counting them, fearful of miscalculations. Although they were illiterate, they were quite adept at counting coins, cross-referencing with their pay slips. These were not the most astute individuals, in comparison to the rare copper stars. They preferred to gather a heap of commonly used copper coins, perhaps believing this would enhance their sense of prosperity. Oh, so this numeral represents 78. This 1 signifies 3. And this X means this, they mused. The villagers of Defoam, blissfully reclining amidst the hay, gazed at the numbers above. Normally, after receiving their wages, they would return home. Yet old Josen and a few others harbored certain thoughts and discreetly summoned everyone together. The harsh demeanor of the guards had indeed intimidated them. The slave guards wielded their whips with alarming vigor, and only now did the timid citizens of Defoam feel emboldened to speak aloud. This is far superior to those fellows in Junlin. They only receive 3 copper coins for a day's worth of food and lodging. One exclaimed in admiration. In their minds, Junlin was the epitome of a great city, where the king resided and undoubtedly lived in affluence. We are grateful to our benevolent and generous lord. Some villagers began contemplating the purchase of a finer pot for their homes, considering renovations to their dark and damp abodes, or perhaps acquiring several jars, as the contents of a fish's belly were, after all, free. Old Josen, do you think we might be dreaming? A villager excitedly prodded Old Jorsen's arm. Old Jorsen grinned at him, saying, dreaming? I would rather not awaken. The impoverished folk fully understood the significance of 78 copper pennies. 56 copper pennies equated to 1 silver deer. Moreover, the largest share of 75 copper pennies was merely from the first day. By this calculation, they had already earned enough to purchase a slave, though the payment had yet to be disbursed. It was well known that the acting lord, although slightly less benevolent than the former, was recognized for never defaulting on wages. Previously, after a day spent laboriously fishing, a bountiful catch would amount to merely 50 or 60 fish, with voyages to sea occurring only once every fortnight, and even in the best of times, the yield would barely be worth half a silver deer. Indeed, the villagers chuckled. Ah, old Jorsen, do you think those slaves will steal our livelihoods? A young man approached old Jorsen, his brow furrowed with concern. His son worked for the minor lord and was privy to more information than most. Thus, he held a degree of respect in the village of Strong Wind. 3 days prior, they had begun to notice ships docking at the port, offloading a group of burly men. By their attire and appearance, they were undoubtedly slaves. Yet even in servitude, they walked with a sense of indignant dignity. Clearly the captives of a recent defeat. It was common knowledge that as long as slaves were provided with a warm meal, a roof over their heads, and dry clothing, they would be content, making them far more cost-effective than the villagers. They worried about being replaced. Suddenly, silence enveloped the area. No one could remain indifferent to the prospects of their future livelihoods. Steal our livelihoods. Old Jorsen shot him a glance. Those slaves don't share in the profits. You needn't fret. Furthermore, it seemed there was an endless supply of fish to dry. Enough of this worrying. Old Jorsen clapped him on the shoulder. Instead, focus on how to dry more salted fish. Robin, observing the upward trend in the slave population on the peninsula of Five Fingers, conducted a simple calculation and issued a new order. Jorsen then relayed this disheartening news to the gathered crowd. The current profit-sharing arrangement would only last for 10 days. And 7 days had already elapsed. The crowd gasped at this revelation. Frowns creased their brows, and their eyes bore expressions of reproach toward him. Damn it! Old Jorsen chastised his son, having thought that Jorson had forgotten to mention it. He genuinely believed such a fortunate arrangement would last for several years. Uncle Lame silently picked up a stick and chased after his nephew. "Haven't you learned anything?" Jorson, sensing the disapproving looks from the crowd, swiftly took to his heels. Escaping the square. "I just received this news last night. It's not too late," he shouted as he fled. After a brief discussion, the village of Strong Wind collectively made a significant decision. Starting tomorrow, they would seize the final 3 days of profit-making opportunities, pooling their resources to purchase oil for nighttime work. In comparison to what they would gain, their expenditure was negligible, a realization they were all too aware of. Due to today's payday, after serving breakfast in the morning, the steward informed everyone that lunch and dinner would not be provided, which left many feeling disappointed. The midday meal was typically abundant, featuring a single egg, a small bowl of stewed chicken, and essential black bread or wheat porridge. As for dinner, it would depend on how much remained from lunch, which they could take home to reheat. On a day when one has money, it is customary to indulge in a fine feast, perhaps by slaughtering a few plump chickens and ducks. It must be said that rearing these animals with fish has proven remarkably effective, with their growth visibly accelerating day by day. They had also procured some chickens and ducks for themselves, albeit in limited numbers, as they were well aware that overpopulation could lead to disease outbreaks. Passing merchants noticed a substantial number of carrion-eating crows circling a cliff, where an abundance of fish entrails discarded during the drying process of salted fish lay strewn about. The spectacle of crows gathering there each day was truly magnificent, and some referred to the site as Crow Rock. Recognizing a lucrative opportunity, they quickly realized that the fish innards could be used to feed chickens and ducks. Thus, the personnel responsible for disposing of the entrails began engaging in trade with these merchants, who were small-scale traders with limited means and status. Incapable of participating in the salted fish business, a barrel of fish entrails could be exchanged for a single egg, and the merchants transported their goods to sell to various lords, as much of Westeros maintained a smallholder economy. In other parts of the Fingers, Robin was well aware of this development, yet he remained indifferent, only prohibiting the raising of poultry on Finger Island. Should an outbreak of chicken plague or other infectious diseases occur, he would be unable to manage such a situation. His domain was meticulously planned, with aspirations to gradually establish a city based on salmon sales, continuously promoting the development of handicrafts and technology. Not every profitable venture warranted the involvement of the Remono family. However, as competition intensified and prices fell, a buyer's market emerged, while the foolish villagers remained disunited and powerless. Unable to overlook the situation, Robin dispatched individuals to warn the merchants and established price regulations, dictating that a barrel of entrails must be valued at 1 egg, forbidding any lower pricing. Otherwise, he would command that the entrails be thrown into the sea, compelling them to retrieve it at their own peril. This action effectively dismantled the nascent price-cutting cartel. In truth, Robin's measures were a deliberate benefit for his subjects. The port was destined to flourish in the future, and rising prices were inevitable, which would inevitably impact their livelihoods. Regardless of the outcome, this influx of money would ensure their survival. Furthermore, Robin understood that to cultivate a thriving market, the populace must possess the means to consume. The impoverished would only purchase essential goods, ultimately relegating the market to a lower tier. Gold coins hidden in cellars that did not circulate were akin to non-existence. The slaves purchased from bravos had gradually begun to acclimatize, being paid at the rate of 3 copper pennies per day, half of which would be allocated to offset their redemption costs. This strategy served to both expand the workforce and stimulate consumer circulation. Chapter 17. Customs Officer. After Captain Thomas finalized the contract, he returned to Tides Head Island, where he promptly secured loans to purchase 12 old cargo ships in Spicetown. Yet his ambitions did not cease there. He subsequently hired 30 large merchant vessels for a year, backed by a contract worth 50,000 gold dragons, along with the family's fixed assets as collateral. As the appointed transaction day stipulated in the contract has yet to arrive, the ship remains industriously engaged, tirelessly ferrying passengers to Longjing Harbor at no cost, with all expenses graciously covered by the Moreno family. For every individual brought aboard, a reward of 3 copper coins is bestowed. Robin's rationale is that as long as one is alive, one must contribute to the development of Finger Island. Even mere consumption proves advantageous. Captains frequently scour the streets and alleys of White Harbor, fervently acquiring furs and silver, which can be sold at a handsome profit on the resource-scarce Finger Island. The primary allure lies in the safety of the shipping routes, as these goods can be sold without venturing out to sea. A portly gentleman clad in a gray woolen robe, adorned with an embroidered merman holding a fork upon his chest, arrives at the pebble-paved Fish King Square. He pauses beneath a sheepskin warehouse, then descends a flight of stairs into the Lazy Eel Tavern. The formerly barrel-vaulted ceiling has been replaced with new elm planks, and the hard earthen floor has been laid with long jing tiles. Compared to its former self, the tavern now boasts ample ventilation and a refreshing atmosphere. Once a mere cellar, it now offers considerable space, though it is often bustling with patrons. The proprietor has partitioned the area with wooden boards to accommodate esteemed guests and has added 3 new fireplaces. The long tables, once littered with repugnant meat pies filled with lard and gristle, now display perfectly roasted salmon, a testament to the plummeting prices of fish products in White Harbor. Vessels journeying to Finger Island cannot return empty-handed, and aside from salmon, there are no other local specialties. While the preparation of salted fish is laborious, frozen salmon can be swiftly dispatched, with the storage room open for patrons to select their own. A single fish costs but 1 copper coin, and 10 purchased yields an additional 1 for free. White Harbor has been the first to experience a complete inundation of salmon, severely impacting the prices of other local fish caught nearby. The staff busily tend to the roasted fish over the fireplaces, occasionally sprinkling seasoning, while an elderly woman pours beer from a barrel, her mouth never idle as she calls upon the staff to tend to the fish or instructs her daughter to collect payments, occasionally informing patrons that their fish is nearly ready. At the long tables, finding an empty seat proves nearly impossible. The portly gentleman leans against a row of large wooden barrels, awaiting his salmon and bread while hoping for a seat to become available. The lemon-roasted fish here is renowned, particularly for its affordability. His gaze sweeps over the crowded dining area, absorbing the lively conversations of the patrons as he becomes lost in contemplation. The tables are filled predominantly with sailors and captains seated alongside travelers of diverse origins. A brawny blacksmith voraciously devours charred fish and washes it down with beer, while a slender old monk, a well-dressed youth, and a softly spoken merchant exchange tidings of their journeys like old friends. What profits have been garnered? The sailors express their envy, noting that aside from the low market value of fish, any goods on Finger Island sell remarkably well. Someone nearby chimes in, recounting a fellow named Snow, who, in merely 7 days, upgraded from a small boat to a 3-man flat-bottomed vessel. Numerous ports exist in the north, yet only White Harbor has flourished into a city. The underlying cause lies entirely in the innate talent of the Mandler family, a gift that ultimately led to their expulsion from the Riverbend by the Gardiner family. During their tumultuous plight, when faced with the threat of extinction, it was only the Stark family that extended generosity and compassion, allowing the Mandler family to survive and granting them a territory known as Wolf's Den. Even after surrendering all their golden treasures to the King of the North, the Mandler family managed to flourish anew, showcasing their remarkable heritage. The port city, named White Harbor, emerged after generations of diligent effort, gradually evolving into a robust and fiercely loyal northern family. In White Harbor, wealth affords one the ability to procure a myriad of goods, in stark contrast to most regions of the north, which still adhere to barter systems. The seasons in Westeros are notoriously fickle, often lingering for years, and in the north, everyone must prepare for the biting winter. Although summer may extend for several more years, the arrival of winter necessitates the storage of ample provisions to face the impending trials. Everyone suppressed their yearning for profit from Dragonstone Port, and instead discussed the latest news. Dragonstone Port began recruiting sailors, and the Moreno family summoned all skilled mariners to the Fingers Peninsula to learn the art of becoming captains. They also sought customs officials for the port. The plump youth's eyes lit up. The thought of heading to Dragonstone Port swirled in his mind. With sailor wages falling short of his current salary as a guard, the prospect of other positions was intriguing. At that moment, someone suddenly noticed the hefty figure lounging in the back. Galen, a member of the Mandler family, was well known among the local sailors. This young rotund fellow had spent 2 years in the guard, and if he were on duty that day, one could only hope that the wrongdoer was a cripple, for he could neither mount a horse nor chase down a thief. Some even affectionately dubbed him Slowpoke Mandler. The Earl of White Harbor, Desmond, was a half-brother to Galen's grandfather, and despite being somewhat distanced from the main branch of the Mandlers, this connection enabled Galen to ascend to the position of squad leader in the White Harbor Guard. Yet, such a life and vocation were not what he desired. Slowpoke Mandler, you should give it a try. Your ancestors built this grand White Harbor from scratch, urged someone. Whenever Galen failed to catch a thief or a criminal, people would hear him justifying himself, claiming it was not his forte, and then he would delve into the history of White Harbor's origins and development, leaving his listeners bored. When the administrator grew weary, some commoners began to mock him, questioning which esteemed position in the port was not held by a Mandler and whether the Moreno family would truly grant other families the opportunity to control their port. As the family enterprise progressed, it was only natural that significant managerial roles would be filled by family members. That may not be the case, to my knowledge. A child manages the Moreno affairs, someone interjected, unable to resist a debate. I believe the administrator will select someone from outside their family. Even a few literate women chimed in. Oh, are they also applying for customs officials? Someone exclaimed in surprise, or perhaps feigned outrage. Who knows? Perhaps they are engaged in other endeavors. The sailors exchanged knowing glances, laughter echoing with a hint of mischief, undoubtedly anticipating a prosperous venture. The conversation soon meandered to other topics, filled with mirth and laced with crude humor. Daemon quietly lifted his leg and departed, while some sailors discerned the resolve of this portly figure. Tomorrow marks the final day of enlistment for this month, if you wish to join. Thomas's fleet will set sail at midnight. One individual reminded Daemon, observing his stout silhouette, aware that he possessed more knowledge than most. Hinting at the coveted position of customs officer, Daemon halted, glancing back to see the information broker, Rake, a slender, dark-skinned youth of 19. Keenly interested in any tidbit of news. He flashed a grin and raised his glass in a silent toast, unaware of the specific deadline. He was surprised to learn that only a day remained. Thank you, Rake. Should I become the customs officer, I shall surely appoint you as my assistant. Rake, well-connected and able to gather all manner of information about White Harbor, even had informants as far as Old Town, forming a sort of intelligence exchange alliance. It was said that he could procure any information for the right price. In truth, he relished the thrill of digging for details, deriving immense satisfaction from the hunt. Enough of that. Rake, seldom receiving such flattery, found it amusing. Here's another piece of information for free. That boy places great importance on regulations, though merely a casual remark. Perhaps Daemon's capabilities might earn him the endorsement of the much-needed administrator. Rake felt the urgency of his information waning and decided to pass it on to Daemon, who bore the surname Mandler. It was always wise to foster goodwill and make new acquaintances, as the friends of an information broker were plentiful. Daemon nodded earnestly, expressing his gratitude before swiftly departing, racing towards the Mermaid Palace in New Castle to seek permission from the commander of the guard, where the Mandler family's authority typically handled territorial affairs. Rake, having wandered through various ports since childhood, often profited from the sale of information, quickly discerning where goods were cheap and which ships required crew. He had sold this particular piece of intelligence to many, as people often overlook details when engrossed in certain matters. Rake understood the significance of those details, subtly inquiring about the Moreno family's exploits and the administrator's affairs. Although it required considerable effort, the rewards were substantial. Chapter 18. The Glutton. The year 107 AC arrived quietly, with the Dragon Crystal Harbor of Foodfinger Island having been established for half a year. A colossal black dragon, its eyes glowing like lanterns in the night, soared low over the sea after departing from Dragonstone Island. It was intently scanning the water's surface for floating debris, and upon spotting its target, it dove straight down, landing deftly atop it, bringing its snout close to discern the scent. It knew that beneath those wooden fragments, food was likely concealed. 2 months prior, a cargo vessel tragically ran aground near Dragonstone, laden with salmon. As the crew hastily endeavored to salvage the cargo using a flat-bottomed boat, their efforts were soon noticed by a formidable black dragon. The dragon swiftly swooped down, unfurling its immense wings and stirring up a tempest that left the sailors in disarray. After devouring the provisions aboard the small vessel, the dragon, still unsated, turned its gaze towards the cargo ship. With its razor-sharp claws and powerful jaws, it effortlessly tore apart the ship's planks, indulging in the salmon within until nothing remained. From that moment on, the dragon appeared to have discovered a new source of sustenance. Losing interest in hunting and instead focusing on the vessels that passed by, akin to humans opening cans to procure potential delicacies. This predicament caused considerable distress for many merchant ships navigating past Dragonstone towards King's Landing. Even those not carrying fish found their vessels battered under the dragoness weight. Over time, fleets opted to spend an extra half-day circumventing Dragonstone, yet the Black Dragon expanded its hunting grounds, encompassing the entire region of the Shivering Sea due to the scarcity of wooden ships. This issue eventually reached the ears of the Sea Lord, Count Corlys, as the losses to House Valerion's fleet were significant. Based on the captain's accounts, Count Corlys deduced that a wild dragon known as the Glutton was responsible for the assaults on merchant vessels. Historical records depicted it as the most ferocious and savage of dragons, one that would attack others smaller than itself, causing the smaller dragons on Dragonstone to flee in terror. Initially, Count Corlys sought a diplomatic resolution and procured a shipload of frozen salmon from Dragonstone's port, intending to deposit it near the Dragonstone Mountain every 3 days as an offering. The cost of a ship full of fish was but a fraction of the expenses incurred from repairing damaged merchant ships. However, the glutton remained suspicious, ignoring the offerings. It seemed to revel in the thrill of hunting wooden ships. Even when it encountered vessels carrying fish, it would only take a few bites before seeking out other prey. Thus, the glutton single-handedly diminished the cargo volume in Blackwater Bay by a third, and the decline continued. Corlys' wife, Rhaenys, once attempted to drive away the glutton riding on Malays, but soon realized that the dragon would return shortly after being chased off. He could not allow his wife to risk her life against such a wild beast, which, though not as large as a domesticated dragon, was still formidable. During a royal council meeting, Corlys implored the crown to intervene and eradicate the threat. However, at that moment, only Daemon S. Caraxes and Rhaenyra S. Syrax were available for action. At the council, Viserys declined the request, contemplating the opportunity to weaken House Velaryon. "I can accompany my uncle to drive away the glutton," Rhaenyra proposed. Yet, she was met with Viserys' rebuke, who dismissed her request on the grounds of her youth and lack of combat experience. Though Daemon S. Caraxes was somewhat larger than Malays and the glutton, Daemon was not foolish. The Targaryens had not made significant strides in naval power and were naturally reluctant to confront the ferocious glutton alone, especially considering that his cousin Rhaenys also had a dragon. As Corlys observed that Daemon Targaryen was reluctant to address the pressing issue, he presented the extensive losses incurred over the past few months due to the greedy ones. Moreover, the reparations for the damaged merchant vessels constituted a significant expenditure. He asserted that if the king was willing to take responsibility for these losses, he would refrain from further discussion on the matter. He further elaborated that without compensation for these merchants and captains, the prosperity of Blackwater Bay would dwindle, leading to soaring prices for all goods in King's Landing. Viserys was disinclined to bear the exorbitant costs of compensation or to send Daemon into battle. Corlys reiterated at the council that he could equip ships with dragon-hunting crossbows, making the elimination of the greedy ones a feasible task, provided the crown sanctioned such action. Yet, Viserys remained obstinate. The ease with which dragons could be slain would strip away the enigmatic veil that cloaked House Targaryen in the eyes of the populace. The citizens of King's Landing would come to realize that dragons, too, were mere flesh and blood, thereby eroding their reverence for both the dragons and the dragon lords, a prospect that would severely tarnish the family's reputation. As the master of ships, Corlys felt he had fulfilled his duty to the realm and resolved internally to refrain from broaching the subject in future councils. The Velaryon family was not bound to trade solely in King's Landing. The Dragonstone port on the Fingers Peninsula was conveniently close to Braavos, providing an opportunity to pivot to a new trade route. Should King's Landing lose its grain supply from Blackwater Bay, sustaining the 500,000 inhabitants of the city solely through cart transport would be an utterly fanciful endeavor. Corlys calculated that they might as well let the situation linger. When public discontent reached a boiling point, it would not be he who bore the brunt of the fallout. After all, he was not the prime minister. With this thought in mind, he raised his gaze to Otto Hightower across the table. The prime minister sat with a furrowed brow, ensnared in profound contemplation. Witnessing his demeanor, Corlys stifled a chuckle. This sycophant, who daily fawned over Viserys, would soon find himself overwhelmed, and the prospect was amusing to contemplate. Otto was contemplating reaching out to the lords of the Riverlands to address the impending food crisis in King's Landing. However, the challenge lay in relying solely on the two major thoroughfares for grain transport. Constrained by capacity and supply-demand dynamics, food prices would inevitably soar like a rocket. The only glimmer of hope was that recently, King's Landing had engaged in a significant oversupply of inexpensive salmon products, leading speculative merchants to stockpile. Consequently, these reserves of salmon, coupled with incoming grain, might sustain King's Landing for half a year. Yet, if prices escalated excessively, Daemon, ever eager to flaunt his golden robes in the capital, would still not resolve the food dilemma. "Lord Corlys, what is so amusing?" Viserys could not restrain his inquiry. "Ahem, forgive me, your grace. I merely recalled a delightful thought." Viserys felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had always preferred to delay confronting thorny issues, believing they would resolve themselves in time. As the Bloodwoods and Blackwoods had enjoyed many years of tranquility, the council members, astute as they were, understood the ramifications of severed sea routes. And now Otto's expression darkened further. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Bisbury, and the Minister of Justice, Leonor, were both in a somber mood. One was preoccupied with the impending loss of substantial tax revenue from the port, which had been steadily increasing since the emergence of Dragonstone. The other foresaw a deterioration in public safety following the arrival of King's Landing, which would undoubtedly escalate their workload. At this moment, Queen Aemma, who was 2 months pregnant, sat beside Viserys and felt that her husband's inaction regarding the matter was quite detrimental. She spoke up, "I shall contact my sister, the Duchess of Eagle's Nest, to enhance our shipping routes, transporting supplies from Crab Bay to King's Landing." Queen Aemma and Duchess Janie were half-sisters. The young Janie Arryn's ascendance to the title of Lord of the Vale was heavily reliant on the support of the crown, which would at least mitigate unnecessary challenges to her claim. The reason Count Royce could govern the Vale was that he had only one daughter, Rhea, serving as a natural ally. Transporting goods from Crab Bay to the Trident River and then via King's Road would not only increase the distance by a third, with half the journey being overland, but also the Trident being a river equipped with small ports, would effectively double the transportation costs. Viserys' eyes brightened with a spark of hope as he turned to his prime minister, as if to say, "Why did you not think of this excellent idea?" Otto had never been one to refuse the king's goodwill. He had indeed contemplated such a plan before, but ultimately abandoned it. The most effective solution would naturally be to expel that black dragon, as traversing overland would render the price of salted salmon less favorable, causing the populace of King's Landing to dwindle rapidly. "Your Majesty, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the citizens of King's Landing," Otto mused. Considering that an additional route to curb rising prices could be deemed beneficial, thereby supporting the initiative, while the Golden Robe could serve as a contingency against speculative merchants. The denizens of the Riverlands would also express their gratitude to you, the Minister of Justice, Leonor, interjected. He was the Earl of Harrenhal, and a portion of King's Road lay under his jurisdiction. It was foreseeable that future tax revenues would surely increase, funds that had originally been profited by Driftmark. "My esteemed Prime Minister, is this proposal not feasible?" "Indeed," Otto nodded, with a clear response from Otto. Viserys did not delve further into the details and left the council chamber with Aemma, for to him, this place was merely a hub for resolving troubles. Chapter 19. Report 1/3 of Finger Island, located in the coastal regions of the Fingers Peninsula, legally belonged to the Moreno family, a once illustrious lineage. The Vale had long disregarded these barren lands, inhabited solely by a few freemen and shepherds. However, with the emergence of Dragonstone Port 6 months ago, development surged, and these lands swiftly returned under Robin's control. He procured 5,000 enslaved laborers from across the narrow sea to produce salmon products for him. In compliance with the laws of Westeros, he reclassified the enslaved individuals as subjects, albeit with a ransom imposed upon them, deducting 50% of their wages daily to repay the debts, with housing and meals provided. Most would require a decade to fully settle their obligations. In order to instill a sense of belonging among his subjects, his fleet brought back wives for the men. Once married, they could relocate from communal housing to live freely in residential areas. Of course, the bride's dowry would be accounted for by the husband. In this era, women of the lower classes were utterly dependent on men. By controlling the men, one could ensure the stability of the territory. The Moreno family's management system kept the subjects in debt, allowing them to afford enough to eat each month, while also enjoying occasional feasts. They received a set of linen work clothes free of charge every month. Medical care was entirely complimentary, as the subjects were considered his property. Furthermore, during this era, expenses were minimal. Many scholars without placements in the academic city flocked to the Watchtower, as even those who could read were welcome, with provisions and accommodations provided, alongside salaries far exceeding those offered by other lords. Dragon Crystal Avenue traversed the entirety of Finger Island, dotted along the way with standard workshops encircled by dragon crystal stones. Some workshops housed hundreds of hollow dragon crystal cubes transformed into living quarters, with sufficient numbers to accommodate 1,000 individuals for lodging and dining, all supplied with clean water. The total workforce across the 320 workshops reached 50,000, though 90% were merely laboring on Finger Peninsula. Their sole task was to process frozen salmon into salted fish oil, and fried fish fillets. The most expensive product was caviar, with dragon crystal cubes meticulously polished into barrels using windmill-powered drills, sealed with oak lids, and filled with fish roe enhanced with seasonings and steamed at high temperatures. Salmon roe, rich in fats, exuded a deep, aromatic richness that harmonized beautifully with the salty flavor. Devoid of greasiness, following the savory and fragrant notes, a subtle sweetness could be detected, providing a delightful pop reminiscent of an extravagant dessert enjoyed by the nobility. This was a product of substantial added value. Merchants could purchase frozen salmon to craft their own goods, yet after accounting for costs, they often found it unprofitable. Every 7 days, Robin would release frozen salmon from the top of the salmon storage room into his conscious space, flooding the storage with the fish. Over the ensuing week, these would transform into various seafood products distributed throughout Westeros. This constituted the cornerstone of the prosperity surrounding Dragon Crystal Port, invigorating the economy of the entire Finger Peninsula and continuously channeling wealth into the Moreno family. Morning. The Watchtower, second floor hall. This space had been repurposed into a council chamber, with minimal alterations to its original layout. The floors were adorned with carpets, and crystal windows had been added, while the servants' dining area was relocated beside the Watchtower. The tables and chairs in the hall were crafted from oak, showcasing the exquisite wood-carving craftsmanship of the Milne slave, adorned with intricate patterns. The grand doors swung open. Knights Josen and Bronn accompanied Robin into the hall. One was a knight appointed by Robin as the guardian of the Great Wind Village, though not particularly skilled in swordsmanship. He was trustworthy and familiar with the territory. The other, a man from Bravos, had made a name for himself by challenging and defeating 6 of Robin's guards in one battle, subsequently becoming the chief swordsman of the Moreno family, tasked with combat duties. Rob, clad in neatly pressed garments and cinched with a belt, bore upon his chest a blue emblem of a watchtower intricately woven with colorful threads, its edges outlined in gold. He pivoted and leapt to the head of the council table. Behind him, a wooden map of the known world adorned the wall, stretching from Westeros to Essos, with the distant lands of Et and uncharted territories vaguely marked. The only sound that accompanied him was the whispering sea breeze, while brilliant sunlight streamed through the white crystal glass, illuminating the council chamber. He took his seat, and the report commenced. Rob's voice was youthful. To his left sat Sir Thomas, the commander of the Dragonstone fleet, and to his right was Daemon Mandler, an official from the customs of Dragonstone Port. The composition of the council was quite evident: military to the left, economy to the right. His mother, Lady Moreno, pulled a stool beside Rob to listen in, making occasional appearances. The Lord of the Watchtower, Robert, had indulged in excessive revelry with nobles from House Valerion the previous day, and Rob hoped he would shoulder his responsibilities. Thus, the wheelchair was once again employed, as he took it upon himself to engage in foreign trade negotiations. Rob mused that since the contracts were already prepared, it would be beneficial to keep him occupied. Sir Garrett, the commander of the port's garrison, was the first to rise and report. "My lord, this month's garrison has expanded to 2,000 men. Weapon supplies are sufficient, and 30 catapults have been set up at Dragonstone Port." "Very well, continue recruiting. My mother once boasted that Duke Beaumont could mobilize 40,000 troops. Let us aim for that target. Currently, we are not in haste. It is better to be selective than to hastily accept the unworthy." The recruitment criteria for the Dragonstone garrison were straightforward. One must have a wife and children residing here, a stipulation that served both as hostages and a means to increase the population of the Five-Finger Peninsula. Lady Moreno cast a disapproving glance at her son. "Your uncle can barely muster 8,000 capable men. Why do you seek to recruit so many?" "Mother, the trade at the port will continue to grow, undoubtedly attracting those who covet our wealth. Do as you please. After all, your gold dragons are conjured from thin air and will never run out." She ceased her discourse, recognizing her son's resolute nature. His decision to recruit such a number of soldiers was not a mere whim. The second person on the left, Thomas Oakenshield, stood to speak. 2/3 of his family had already relocated to the Moreno household, and he had been granted lands on Finger Islands, elevated to the title of Baron Oakenshield. In Spicetown, the Oakenshield family operated as free merchants, a move that had somewhat offended House Valerion, but when profit is at stake, such offenses are often overlooked. The contract Thomas signed with the Moreno family faltered within the first month, yet by month's end, he remained obstinate, believing that hiring additional fleets would fulfill the agreement. That evening, Rob took him to the storeroom, where he demonstrated the conjuring of fresh fish. The sight of frozen salmon filling the entire storeroom left Thomas, the 41-year-old captain, with eyes wide in disbelief, muttering incessantly, "It cannot be transported. It is simply impossible to transport all of it." Subsequently, many of his lingering doubts were resolved. It was no wonder that after each shipment of goods, he felt as though the salmon products from the Fingers Peninsula were nearly depleted, only for the fleet to set sail again, fully loaded, a few days later. Currently, there are 230 large cargo ships, 240 medium-sized cargo vessels, 2,000 flat-bottomed boats, 12 large warships, and 23 medium-sized warships. The fleet employs 17,000 free sailors and 2,400 family sailors. While there is an abundance of warships, there is a shortage of personnel to operate them. The old anchorage and Tides Head Island send a fixed number of 5 warships and 12 merchant vessels each month, making it difficult to halt operations. The Valerian and Moreno families maintain a cordial relationship, frequently purchasing vessels, spices, and handicrafts on Tides Head Island each month. To turn a profit, trading fleets must align themselves with the Moreno family's fleet. Those who do not will miss out on discounts. While free captains can purchase frozen salmon for resale, this volume-based trade often carries a nature of dumping, as others secure goods at 7 copper pieces while they pay 12, rendering them utterly uncompetitive. Chapter 20. Report 2. Robin established shipping prices for all coastal lords based on their titles. The higher the title, the cheaper the goods. Dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons are all included. Although it may seem absurd at times, with both Hightower and Mormont holding the title of earl, their strengths are worlds apart. Nevertheless, under the order of the Iron Throne, this is the most pragmatic solution, adequately catering to the majority of powerful families. The Valerian family holds the title of earl, and although it appears that goods from Tides Head Island are slightly more expensive than those from Targaryen, the Valerian influence at sea is vast. To foster goodwill with this naval minister, Robin knew that these gold dragons would be returned in another form, such as purchasing more spices or warships from their family. As the royal family, the Targaryens receive the lowest prices for their goods. However, the majority of the Iron Fleet consists of inland vessels, making it impractical to engage in transport business at Dragonstone Harbor. The finance minister, Bisbury, even devised a scheme to profit from authorizing the royal black, 3-headed dragon flag, with these vessels carrying the finance minister's certified letters. Who could argue that this does not represent the Targaryens? As long as it serves the interests of the majority, any endeavor one wishes to pursue is bound to succeed. Robin has always adhered to this principle in his dealings. I will continue to recruit sailors. Is it possible to relax the recruitment criteria? The requirement of having family on the island indeed deters many, Thomas inquired tentatively. That is not feasible. Recruitment of sailors must proceed gradually. Robin firmly declined this suggestion. I require loyalty in return. The Moreno family is relatively new to wealth, lacking the foundational depth to support a middle-tier structure. If the criteria were relaxed, it could easily disrupt the existing order. Thomas understood the concerns of this young lord. Will the fleet's mission still focus on the sister islands? Yes. Consider the campaign against the sister islands as a training exercise. The newly acquired warships should remain in port for now. It merely adds to maintenance costs. That wretched island shows no gratitude. Duke Janey even wrote to inquire about the state of the war. This implies that they may not even possess a single raven, or that the rulers of the Vale have no desire to intervene in this matter, as you are aware. My lord, there is no way anyone could survive to report the grievances at Eagle's Nest. Fleet Commander Thomas assures this. Although the Sisters Islands are regarded as part of the Vale and nominally pledge allegiance to House Arryn, Robin has taken it upon himself to ensure the stability of the trade routes by providing preferential procurement to the local rulers, the Sunderland family. However, the islanders are notoriously fickle, and the presence of pirates and smugglers remains unchanged. Thus, Robin seized the opportunity to expand the Dragonstone fleet to escort merchant convoys, capturing over 300 prisoners in scattered skirmishes. Subsequently, in the presence of the Sunderland family, he executed each one on Sweet Sister Island, Long Sister Island, and Miss Sister Island, asserting that those who benefit without labor must be dealt with at the source. Robin is not only formidable at sea, but also understands the necessity of acting justly. Before launching a crackdown on the Sisters Islands, he sought the counsel of Duchess Janey and only proceeded after receiving her consent. Currently, the sole mission of the 30 warships is to patrol the Sisters Islands, incinerating every vessel daring to set sail and slaying every individual bold enough to venture out to sea. The Regent Earl Royce of the Vale holds no objections to Duchess Janey's actions. The Dragonstone port contributes 1/5 of its taxes monthly, amounting to a substantial 1.2 million gold dragons. Such an abundant revenue stream greatly enhances Duchess Janey's power, bolstering her confidence in confronting those who would challenge her claim to inheritance, thus intimidating potential usurpers. Moreover, Regent Royce has inquired whether assistance from the Seagull Town fleet is required, highlighting the extent of disdain directed towards the Sisters Islands. Positioned at the heart of Bite Bay, linking White Harbor above and the Finger Peninsula below, it is a tragedy that such a prime location is occupied by this group. Robin intends to establish a superior port there, allowing him to exert actual dominion over the vast waters beneath Bite Bay and construct his maritime hegemony. The example of Valyrian on Tidal Isle is most illustrative, as the expansive Blackwater Bay has nearly transformed into his territorial waters. Those accustomed to plunder, even if they submit, will remain restless. The most effective means to eradicate this culture is to transform the island into a desolate land, facilitating resettlement. Next, it is the turn of Constable Rake to report, a capable individual recommended by Daemon, who possesses a profound understanding of the penal standards instituted by Lord Robin. Within the overarching framework of the kingdom's common code, Lord Robin has devised a distinctive dual-track decree. The first is the Perpetual Penance Decree, which stipulates that anyone guilty of causing death must immediately be dispatched to the Wall of Despair, clad in black, to guard the frontier. The second is the Sunlit Judgment Decree, which, depending on the severity of offenses such as assault or theft, prescribes a punishment of exposure lasting from 1 to 7 days. If the duration exceeds 3 days, it must be reported for the Lord's judgment. Rake bears the weighty responsibility of maintaining law and order on the island. He has meticulously selected elite personnel from the 200 workshops on the island to form a security force comprising 2,000 individuals, implementing a system of autonomous responsibility within each district to refine law enforcement management. During the report, Like articulated with clarity that the patrol team would expand to 4,000 personnel next month, with the recruitment plan nearly accomplished. Over this period, we have addressed a total of 240 cases, among which 42 individuals were dispatched to the Northern Territory to serve life sentences, while 5 tragically succumbed to excessive sun exposure during the execution of the sunlight judgment. Compared to the previous month, the number of cases has halved. The timeline from the occurrence of a crime to arrest and sentencing is often limited to just 7 days. As we rigorously combat various offenses, to ensure that the local constables fully comprehend the significance of penalties, Robin personally provides sentencing guidelines for all cases involving punishment, enabling future reference for similar incidents, thereby minimizing his direct involvement except in peculiar cases. On the island, the areas farther from the Dragon Crystal Port have become increasingly vibrant and prosperous. Certain locales have gradually transformed into integrated zones comprising brothels, upscale residential districts, small markets, and restaurants. However, the more prosperous the area, the more susceptible it is to security issues. In response to this situation, the security team has continuously intensified patrol efforts, and the scale of the team has expanded correspondingly. Upon concluding the report, Robin nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Very good. When even beggars can exchange fish scales for copper coins to sustain themselves, chaos loses its breeding ground." With the territory's growing prosperity, Robin has garnered substantial income. However, he has converted this income into a form of rent. To avoid the complexities of tax calculations, he mandates that every individual within the territory must possess a dwelling, which consists of the dragon crystal block houses provided by Robin, with a rent of 1 copper coin collected every 10 days. Anyone attempting to evade rent by claiming to be homeless or by crowding into shared accommodations will find it impossible to deceive the constables. Once discovered, they will face a penalty of 10-fold fines and mandatory participation in labor. Currently, the number of dragon crystal houses has approached 200,000, sufficiently meeting the housing needs of the residents. Each constable holds management responsibilities within their respective jurisdictions, should any issues arise without timely reporting. The constable will also endure a day of punishment under the sun, thus ensuring that no one dares to be negligent. Although the monthly tax revenue amounts to less than 2,000 gold dragons, for Robin, a salmon producer with a continuous output, this sum may seem trivial. Nevertheless, what Robin truly values is the stability of the territory, as he is acutely aware that the homeless represent a potential source of instability. If anyone is unable to pay rent, they are directed to engage in transporting goods, sun-drying fish, pickling fish, or crafting bottles. If they refuse even these tasks, do they still aspire to be a lord? Tax revenue serves as the most direct measure of a ruling family's administrative capability over its territory, a matter of great significance to him. To incentivize constables to perform their duties more effectively, in addition to their base salary, they can earn a reward equivalent to 1% of the district's rent, often amounting to 2 or 3 times their base pay. Thus, this exemplifies the 3 military forces of the Moreno family. Chapter 21 Report 3. It was Robin's turn to hear the economic report from the right side. The Grand Customs Officer, Damon Mandrel, stood up to present the details concerning the salmon products. This month, 700 shipments of salted salmon were dispatched, amounting to a total of 5.2 billion pounds, generating a revenue of 44 million gold dragons. After the taxes owed to the liege lord, the net income was 355 million, of which 126 million gold dragons remained as outstanding debts, and 560,000 were offset by goods. Given the magnitude of the figures, Robin deemed it a waste of time to report the numbers beyond the millions, thus requesting Daemon to omit the digits following the thousands during his presentation. In this era, vassals were obligated to pay taxes to their liege lords, ranging from 1/5 to 1/3. Due to the absence of military protection in the valleys, they could settle at the minimum rate of 1/5. Who owed such substantial sums? Most of it was the royal family. Daemon pointed out that customs officials had recorded that under the Targaryen name, goods amounting to 2,000 shipments were being transported monthly from Dragonstone Harbor, and the figure was soaring. The royal fleet was expanding dramatically, having increased from 200 vessels last month to 10 times that number now. Robin remarked sarcastically that everyone knew these were merely vessels masquerading under the Targaryen dragon banner. Merchants acquired goods at discounted prices, while the royal family profited from the price differential, leaving only the Moreno family at a loss. I shall write to Count Corlys regarding this matter, urging him to mention it to the Chancellor of the Exchequer, advising him not to overreach. As this title is of considerable value, Robin declared uneasily, considering that next month, Earl Bisbury would be bringing in 20,000 shipments. Although it was uncertain whether Westeros could muster such a fleet. This month, 7,000 frozen salmon were shipped, yielding 130 silver stags and 20 copper pennies. Robin acknowledged this as the norm. Frozen salmon occupied valuable cargo space, yet were not easily preserved, primarily appealing to nobles who sought the delicacy of fresh flesh. Henceforth, any revenue below 10,000 gold dragons need not be reported in meetings, he instructed. Daemon swiftly scanned the report and set aside 3 sheets at the bottom. This month, 260,000 barrels of salmon roe were shipped, generating a value of 640,000 gold dragons, with a net of 156,000 gold dragons after the liege lord's taxes. The obsidian glass containers for the salmon roe were highly sought after in King's Landing, primarily due to the abundance of nobles there, and the bottles themselves were of significant worth. This month, 170,000 barrels of fish oil were shipped, yielding a value of 330,000 gold dragons, with a net of 156,000 gold dragons after the liege lord's taxes. The total revenue for the month amounted to 7.8 million gold dragons, with 1.56 million paid in taxes to the liege lord and 960,000 deducted for ship purchases. Thus, the remaining amount stood at 5.28 million gold dragons, an increase of 380,000 gold dragons from the previous month. These products were continuously being exported, and the Moreno family's territory was rapidly prospering. The second person on the economic report was his cousin, Elena, responsible for the distribution of supplies and living arrangements for the subjects. Although the port had been constructed within a month, Robin would still need to lavishly employ a multitude of laborers to deepen the harbor. The excavation over the past 6 months merely allowed medium-sized cargo vessels to enter during high tide, while larger vessels had to rely on manual labor to transport goods to the new docks on the harbor's outskirts. This was a considerable undertaking that would require many years to complete. The distribution of resources to the subjects has been significantly reduced due to the deductions reported by Lord Daemon, including linen, flour, beverages, and straw, which amounted to a total of 20,000 gold dragons, alongside the sailors' and subjects' wages, and the expenses for purchasing slaves totaling 320,000 gold dragons. Elena settled down, her courage having grown considerably over the past 6 months. You've worked hard, cousin. There's no way I could drag my mother into these matters. My wedding must be grander. Elena mentioned Robin's promises, which she felt were fair compensation for her labor. I assure you, I will secure 777 ships to transport your dowry. Let all the lords bear witness. Laughter dispelled the previously somber atmosphere. I will bear witness, Mrs. Moreno affirmed, expressing that this was merely a week's profit for the family. Robin then announced, next, we shall enter the period of open discussion. Feel free to express your thoughts. Robin consistently dispatched individuals to various major cities to gather intelligence, which he compiled and sent monthly via letters. However, relying solely on written reports inevitably led to omissions. Thus, the open discussion served as an intelligence exchange. Although Robin had taken his father's place at the Lord's seat and managed the affairs of the Moreno family, he was acutely aware that his understanding of the grassroots realities remained insufficient. He constantly reminded himself to maintain a clear mind, acknowledging that everyone is prone to errors. Hence the importance of listening to others' opinions and understanding matters from diverse perspectives. Customs Officer Daemon, having daily dealings with prominent merchants, possessed the most comprehensive information. He spoke first. The latest news indicates that the greedy ones of Dragonstone have completely blockaded the shipping routes. According to the captains, no one dares to enter King's Landing from the bay during the day. They all choose to travel by night. Everyone was already aware of the dragon attacking merchant ships. The news had spread widely. Upon hearing this, Robin immediately inquired, "What is the royal family's stance on this?" Daemon shook his head in resignation. "It seems they have taken no action." Robin fell into contemplation, muttering to himself, "Can a single dragon truly blockade the bay? Will Viserys allow prices to soar uncontrollably?" Daemon shrugged, spreading his hands in uncertainty. At that moment, the constable, Rake, respectfully interjected, "My lord, you have not seen the dragon with your own eyes. Excluding its wings, its body is comparable in size to our medium warships. To my knowledge, the Velaryon family once assembled warships equipped with dragon-hunting crossbows, yet for some reason, they have not acted." Robin thoughtfully analyzed. "I suspect it is due to the Targaryens' prohibition. After all, a wild dragon without a rider is hardly a formidable threat." "I've never seen a dragon," someone murmured softly. Rake then added, "My lord, you are quite astute. The royal family indeed issued such an order." Following closely behind, Jorson suddenly flattered, "With your esteemed status, my lord, it is only a matter of time before you bring a dragon home." The individuals present were all trusted confidants of Robin. They were acutely aware of Robin's extraordinary ability to conjure objects from thin air, yet none could fathom why his creations were exclusively salmon and dragon crystals. At that moment, Lady Morena approached with great enthusiasm and remarked to Robin, "My son, have you ever contemplated that our family's ascendancy over the Velaryon lineage is merely a matter of time?" Her words carried a subtle implication, suggesting that Robin might have the opportunity to become the king's son-in-law, thereby supplanting the Velaryons in their alliance with the crown and gaining formidable influence. However, Robin responded with a hint of concern, "But the Velaryons, like the Targaryens, possess an ancient bloodline. Their unions are quite customary." Lady Morena encouraged him with a smile, saying, "But Queen Aemma also hailed from the Vale." Robin, somewhat resigned, patiently explained, "Queen Aemma too bears the Targaryen blood, being the daughter of Daenerys Targaryen." Upon hearing this, Robin experienced a sudden epiphany, pondering to himself, the union between the Vale and the Targaryens appears to be a tradition. Thus, filled with anticipation, he inquired, "Does the Moreno family possess Targaryen blood?" Observing her son's eager expression, Lady Morena hesitated before replying, "Perhaps. I shall inquire with your father this evening." At this juncture, Scholar Oliver interjected nonchalantly, "My lord, your ancestor Aedes Aelin established the Watchtower and subsequently founded the Moreno family. The bloodline of the Moreno family is equally ancient, representing the purest, undulled lineage." Scholar Oliver finally found his moment to contribute, gently caressing the chain around his neck. Robin's spirits suddenly dampened. This implied that the Moreno family had not been connected to the Targaryens for over a century, effectively extinguishing his aspirations of bonding with dragons. Over the past 6 months, Robin had analyzed a wealth of intelligence but remained oblivious to the identity of the Black Party, only knowing that they emerged victorious. Aligning himself with the winning side was generally prudent. He discerned that this was a civil war within House Targaryen. He resolved to position himself early with the powerful Black Party and seek out the secrets passed down by Aegon. Regarding the issue of creating gravity within his conscious space, he had begun to formulate some ideas. He planned to seize the opportunity to acquire a few young dragons, utilizing the 100-fold time acceleration of his conscious realm to facilitate their rapid proliferation. The choice of young dragons was deliberate, as he could only accommodate objects within a 10-meter radius, akin to a spherical space with a 20-meter diameter. Lacking the blood of a dragon lord and thus unable to forge a mental connection with dragons, he reasoned that taming dragons should not differ significantly from training dogs. After years of conditioned reflex training, he believed it improbable that the dragons would dare to disobey him. In his conscious space, he was a godlike figure. Chapter 22. The Uninvited Guest Dragon. In the year 107 AC, in the month of May, the glutton had been stirring in Blackwater Bay for nearly 3 months. A colossal glutton descended from the sky, piercing through the clouds. Below, the vast expanse of the sea was bustling with an orderly procession of sailboats, where sailors diligently maneuvered the sails while passengers leisurely savored the refreshing sea breeze. As the black dragon drew ever closer, the silhouette of the port became increasingly distinct, growing larger by the moment. Simultaneously, a deep and urgent warning horn echoed from the 7 beacon towers of the port. The alarming message surged towards the watchtower, one wave after another, alerting the sentinels of the impending crisis. On the 7th level of the watchtower, Robin, engrossed in his study, heard the commotion, and climbed onto a stool to push open the window. He leaned out to behold a coal-black dragon, its emerald eyes scanning the area as it circled at a low altitude. Two guards, hearing the disturbance, rushed into Robin's study to stand protectively behind him. In an instant, panic swept through the crowd at the port, their startled cries carried by the sea breeze to Robin's ears. He widened his eyes in disbelief. The glutton had ventured to the Five-Finger Peninsula, a place that required a full day's flight from Dragonstone Island. This was undoubtedly a deliberate provocation, yet Robin pondered in vain as to who could be the mastermind behind it. The only families he bore animosity towards were those from the sister islands. But even they seemed too shrewd to orchestrate such a scheme. Just 3 months prior, discussions had centered around the benefits of the black dragon hunting vessels, anticipating a surge in salmon products. Now, this supposed boon had come crashing down upon him, leaving him unable to find humor in the situation. Curse that wretched soul. May I never discover their identity. Robin seethed inwardly. His tranquil existence had been abruptly shattered, and all he desired was to cultivate his life in peace. Under the gaze of all, the glutton violently dismantled 6 cargo ships laden with salted salmon. It discovered a black dragon crystal barrel beneath the 7th ship, filled with precious red salmon roe. At last, it ceased its rampage, eagerly trampling through the ship's deck, clawing at the wooden planks to create an opening. With its tongue, it coiled around a barrel, lifting it delicately before biting down, releasing a burst of flavor that it savored for a moment before swallowing. The dragon's sense of taste is but a tenth of that of a human's, and it particularly relished flavors enhanced with honey. Sweetness, indeed, was the essence of delight. The sailors bobbing on the water, having been flung from their vessels, could hardly believe their eyes as they witnessed the creature, half-lidded in bliss, luxuriating in its feast. The dragon crystal barrel, composed of sand melted at high temperatures, contained various minerals. In their natural habitat, dragons instinctively consumed rocks to supplement their mineral intake, crucial for the development of their bones and the formation of eggshells. Eventually, indigestible substances would be excreted along with waste to facilitate swallowing. Some dragons would also transform rocks into more palatable dragon crystals. On the ramparts of the port, over 100 scorpion crossbows stood poised, while the members of the garrison, armed with crossbows, anxiously gazed at the black dragon. Commander Garrett turned his attention toward the watchtower, awaiting Robin's stance on the matter of the devourer. The Dragon Crystal Fleet had deployed 5 warships in formation upon the sea, with Captain Torres having raised the sails. The crew operating the catapults and scorpion crossbows were ready, eagerly anticipating the signal from the watchtower. The Moreno family possessed an abundance of weaponry, yet the Dragon Crystal Port had only been established for half a year, and many resources on the island were scarce. Anything of value could be utilized to settle debts. The brown hair of Robin was tousled by the sea breeze as he leaned on the windowsill, troubled and contemplating the pros and cons. Behind him, a voice tinged with urgency broke the silence. It was his mother seeking him out. "Son, that dragon is ravaging our family's wealth." "Mother, I am aware," he replied, finally reaching a decision and exhaling slowly. "Very well, let us not provoke the devourer. No attacks are permitted." Upon hearing this, Josen strode out of the study and dashed up to the top floor, instructing the hornblower to sound the command to cease fire. Ultimately, Robin relinquished the idea of attacking the devourer, for the dragon had settled down for the moment. If allowed to roam unchecked and reap rewards, it would undoubtedly return the following day, as Mrs. Moreno cautioned her son. Robin leaped off the stool, lifting his gaze to his mother to explain. "Your son does not fear that dragon. The question remains, what do we gain from slaying it? The accountability of Targaryen? Or the friendship of the captain of Blackwater Bay? We would receive nothing either way. The dragon is merely sated and will depart. Its daily destruction of a few of our ships incurs minimal loss compared to the damage inflicted by Targaryen's phony vessels, which is utterly negligible in comparison. Are you suggesting we temper the royal family's actions?" Mrs. Moreno seemed to grasp his considerations. "That is part of my intent. Most importantly, I wish to convey to the royal family that I can eliminate that dragon at any moment, yet we choose not to. Each day, I dispatch a letter inquiring whether we may kill the devourer along with our bills to King's Landing. What response do we receive? Likely none at all. Many lords are aware that Viserys handles affairs with such ease, leading to no resolution. This is precisely the outcome we desire. Our losses will escalate until the royal family feels remorseful, at which point we shall present our demands." Robin contemplated using this opportunity to break free from the confines of the valley, believing his strength would grow alongside economic development. He harbored ambitions regarding the strategically positioned Sisters Isles. "Very well, you have always had your own convictions, as long as you understand," Mrs. Moreno remarked. Seeing her son had his own considerations, and she refrained from further comment. She then descended to soothe her agitated husband. Even in his paralysis, Albert insisted on leading the fleet to bring the beast down. Robin too harbored concerns. After all, the Devourer was a dragon, known for holding grudges. And should it remain alive, the port would never know peace. It is well acknowledged that an arrow poses the greatest threat before it is loosed. Moreover, this dragon had not approached the Dragon Crystal Harbor since its initial dive, rendering the 100 or so Scorpion crossbows stationed there utterly ineffective, perhaps due to its awareness of their formidable power. He was also reluctant to recall the main fleet besieging the Three Sisters Islands, fearing that should a few nobles escape to report the situation, it would result in undesirable consequences. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to abandon the endeavor, merely incurring the loss of some salmon roe and a few vessels. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the gluttonous one consumed the cargo of 2 ships before departing, significantly uplifting Robin's spirits, as this marked his first engagement with an event of considerable consequence to him. In the afternoon, Robin solemnly summoned everyone for a meeting. Once all were seated, the formal discussion regarding the gluttonous one commenced. Notably, Mrs. Moreno and the Lord were absent, the former believing that a woman need only listen to the report without contributing ideas, and the latter, after hearing his wife's retelling of their son's thoughts, felt that Robin's stratagem was overly ambitious. It took him 2 reiterations from his wife to grasp the concept fully. He concluded that attending the meeting would merely result in an indulgent drinking session, as the foolish Robert, serving as the wine steward, insisted on refilling any empty glasses, making it impossible to abstain. Robin first established the meeting's focus, to minimize losses without engaging the gluttonous one. He refrained from disclosing the specific reasons to the assembly. However, he emphasized the necessity of pacifying the gluttonous one to prevent further disruptions to their shipping routes. He posited that they must lure the creature away, ensuring it was satiated before it approached the Dragon Crystal Harbor, thus diminishing its interest in the island's workshops. Robert proposed that they station personnel along the gluttonous one's path, ready to respond upon sighting it. They could then send out old ships laden with honey-flavored salmon roe, ensuring that once fed, the creature would cease its rampage. Like added that the dragon crystal barrels should not be placed too conspicuously, as the dragon was inherently suspicious. Hence, the crew must feign normalcy as if under a genuine attack when the beast neared their vessels, avoiding any telltale signs. Damon Mandler remarked that if the gluttonous one's interference resulted in a reduction of their shipping volume, it would undoubtedly equate to financial loss. The harbor housed numerous inexpensive old ships, which could be sacrificed to the gluttonous one without regret. He further elaborated that by offering several old sailing vessels every 3 days, along with some items of negligible value to Robin, they could offset the chaos caused by the gluttonous one. He presented a comparison of the losses incurred from halting shipments due to the creature's interference against the value of the ships wrecked by it, revealing that the differential was sufficient to procure 3 new vessels. Finally, Jorson proposed a rather mischievous idea. Why not adorn the vessels gifted to the gluttonous one with the banner of a certain family? The assembly exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the implications. Robin found the notion rather clever, readily agreeing and instructing the scribe to omit this detail from the records, as no family would wish to have such actions documented. Jorson, while perhaps conventional in his official duties, demonstrated a knack for cunning in less scrupulous matters. Indeed, everyone had their unique contributions to make. In the future, the meeting times will be frequent. Chapter 23, Myshaliya. Riss is one of the 9 great trading city-states of Essos, located in the eastern part of the Stone Steppes archipelago. The slave trading market is a significant source of revenue for the region, where the number of slaves far exceeds the local population, with a ratio of free citizens to slaves exceeding 3 to 1. Slave ships from around the world typically first deliver their cargo to Riss, allowing affluent slave owners to select the finest slaves. In Riss, slaves engage in a myriad of tasks, including laborious work, guarding, military service, and various performances, with some being trained as bed slaves. Those that remain unsold are dispatched to Dragon Crystal Port, where untrained slaves who do not comprehend the common tongue are priced very low, at merely 10 silver deer, while trained slaves range from 60 to 180 silver deer. After purchasing inexpensive fish products from Dragon Crystal Port for transport to Riss, many merchants and ship captains will bulk buy tapestries, perfumes, exquisite daggers, and generally visit the slave market to select affordable slaves. This transportation model not only allows slaves to perform menial tasks on the return journey, but also facilitates their direct sale to the Moreno family upon arrival, achieving 2 objectives at once. With a splash, The merchant ship finally arrived at the most peculiar port of Westeros, where the entire harbor was nearly constructed of black dragon crystal. The main entrance was wide enough to accommodate 10 large merchant vessels side by side. Above the entrance loomed a colossal transparent salmon crystal sculpture, through which sunlight streamed, casting a prism of colors upon the water's surface. The merchant ship slowly navigated through the Rainbow Channel, and the people aboard, amidst the dappled light and shadow, seemed to enter a dreamlike realm. Leaping joyfully upon the railings and deck, weaving a vibrant tapestry of motion, the crew and slaves, experiencing Dragon Crystal Port for the first time, paused in their tasks, gazing in awe at this enchanting spectacle. Upon passing through the gates of Dragon Crystal Port, the merchant ship officially entered the territory of the Morena family. Countless vessels traversed the waterways separated by the Dragon Crystal Islands, connected by a series of dragon crystal flat bridges. Each island was adorned with numerous small huts made of piled dragon crystal, known locally as the Dragon Crystal Archipelago. Due to the vast expanse of the archipelago, when the need arose for distant travel, people would embark on flat-bottomed boats, following specially constructed steps from the water. At the bow of the ship, a hooded girl spotted a tall young man leaping from an island near the exit, possessing Rys's blue eyes and flaxen hair. His arms adorned with yellow silk, bearing the words guide in both the common tongue and Low Valyrian. "Do you require a guidebook?" he inquired. The captain nodded. He presented the captain with a map detailing the geographical information of Dragon Crystal Port. The captain casually flipped through it before perusing the latest news at the back. Observing the captain's familiarity with Dragon Crystal Port, the guide did not elaborate on its origins or the 2 laws governing it. New merchandise. Pencils at 50 copper for 100, pencil leads at 10 copper for 100. The price of salted dried salmon has once again been reduced to 7 copper pieces per pound. The captain, well aware of the latest developments and market information regarding the Central Island Martial Arts Tournament, handed a silver deer to the guide as a token of his intent to purchase a booklet. Should one merely wish to peruse it, a single copper piece would suffice. Subsequently, the booklet was passed into the hands of the hooded girl. He had been executing the mission of infiltrating the Dragon Crystal Port for nearly half a year, and he was indeed part of the peripheral personnel. Every faction has been conducting espionage activities to infiltrate this area, all in pursuit of uncovering the secrets of the Morena family. From whence do these fish originate? The arrival of an unprecedented volume of salmon, which does not adhere to seasonal patterns, has baffled not only the nobility and merchants, but also the inhabitants of the Five-Finger Peninsula, who could only recall a day when they suddenly appeared. Most of the dispatched spies find themselves at the lower echelons, acquiring information that is less detailed than what is found in the map booklet. The core power of the Morena family primarily stems from the island's indigenous peoples, while the high-ranking recruits from the outside world remain tight-lipped, leaving the reasons shrouded in mystery. After receiving the payment, the guide's spirits lifted, and he enthusiastically introduced the basic services. Proceed forward and then turn left. Area 33 is your docking spot. The docking fee for a medium-sized cargo ship is 1 golden dragon per day. The two had yet to traverse a distance to the docking area, engaging in casual conversation along the way. "Is this your daughter?" Even beneath her hood, her fair complexion and youthful figure were discernible. "No, this is my niece Xiaomei. She has come here seeking employment, as her parents fell victim to a maritime disaster." The captain reflected on her fabricated identity. A man without a wife could easily fill a cargo ship with distant relatives. "How old is she?" The guide inquired casually, as recommending jobs could yield an additional income. Most of them juggled side jobs as intermediaries, which constituted their primary source of copper stars. "She has just turned 14. The captain understood the implication and promptly handed over a silver deer. An unwritten rule at Dragon Crystal Port, perhaps casually mentioned by Robin, has not crystallized into formal legislation. Minors are prohibited from working in workshops and lack the right to employment, relegated instead to specially established welfare houses. The Welfare House is a benevolent initiative brought forth by Robin, where one engages in drying fish in the morning with meals provided, followed by free compulsory education in the afternoon, culminating in dinner. The overarching aim is to transform Dragon Crystal Island into a coveted destination, drawing more talent under Robin's governance. Talent, in any era, holds immense significance. Should anyone contravene this, the local constables often mete out the harshest penalties upon capture. Although the wages for minors are meager, the risks often outweigh the benefits, dissuading many from taking such chances. Hence, it is imperative to inquire about age when introducing job opportunities, lest the guide find himself in jeopardy of losing his position. Upon receiving such a substantial sum, the guide from Rys was momentarily taken aback. It equated to his entire month's earnings. He quickly scanned his surroundings and tucked the money into his pocket. Your niece is truly fortunate to have you as her uncle. I believe your wealth is not in question. Perhaps you merely wish for her to connect with influential individuals. He spoke with great caution. Xiaomei pulled back her black hood, revealing skin as pale as milk, and the guide discerned that her mother must have been a native. Sir, I aspire to better assist my uncle's endeavors in the future. Do you have any valuable advice? Xiaomei interjected. In truth, her name was Misha Lia, a dancer hailing from Lizi, who had been purchased by a gentleman due to her remarkable beauty and talent. After 6 months of training, she was finally dispatched to Longjing port today. She had agreed to serve as a spy for a certain gentleman, solely to escape the fate of being sold repeatedly. To this day, she remained unaware of her purchaser's identity. Her sole mission was to infiltrate the core of the Moreno family and extract intelligence, as that gentleman had lost many capable operatives. Chapter 24. Disembarkation. The guide appeared to be racking his brain for a solution. I have an idea. Why not apply for the accountant position with Miss Elena? He revealed. Then hesitated. I am uncertain if that position is still available. What do you mean? Hee. Miss Elena is responsible for distributing supplies and salaries to those of us at the lower levels. The recruitment for this position has been open for over 6 months. Yet the notice remains posted on the information wall, the guide explained. Is it truly the case that no one has been found in half a year? The captain pondered. Well, let me inquire once we reach land. It was common knowledge that Miss Elena was to be wed in 5 years. The guide's implication was clear. The Moreno family lacked sufficient mid-level personnel to fill management roles, typically relying on internal recommendations or recruitment. Xiaomei pulled her uncle aside. I wish to give it a try, she stated. Many have attempted before you, yet they ultimately failed to pass the interview. You must consider this carefully. The captain did not outright refuse. Perhaps I am different, Xiaomei confidently asserted, having encountered many and being adept at discerning others' thoughts. The sails of the ships, seemingly endless, made the vast port appear somewhat congested, bustling with crowds and noise. Various vessels flaunted their flags, with people from diverse races arriving from all corners of the globe. The farthest could reach the summer islands of the Sunny Sea, the trembling shores of Iban Island, and the jade coast of Chaos. With even ships from Asia making their way here, Longjing port had truly become a center of global trade, with an astonishing number of vessels arriving and departing daily. The ship carrying Misha Lia was relatively small upon its arrival at Longjing port, as most passing vessels were considerably larger, prompting the captain to navigate cautiously to avoid accidents. Longjing port, we have arrived. The lookout cried from above, his voice echoing through the air. The captain began issuing commands to the sailors on deck, and as a massive, stark black edifice came into view at the square's center, the entire crew of the Honeybee was thrown into a flurry of activity. The merchant vessel gracefully glided into the smallest docking space, as a few sailors ascended the mast to lower the sails. 2 sailors leapt ashore, wrapping a coarse rope around the dragon crystal column a dozen times, flanked by thick walls of dragon crystal, which anchored the wind direction and generated a robust airflow. This would provide formidable propulsion upon the ship's departure. A man clad in a red short coat awaited the vessel's arrival on the shore. He was the overseer of the numerous dock workers, also referred to as the orderly. Most of the temporary workers were adult men, garbed in brown linen garments, adorned with white stitching denoting various numbers, tasked with the transfer and handling of cargo, firmly stationed on the shore to heed work assignments. The captain and Meshalia disembarked, officially stepping into the city known as the most prosperous port in the world, referred to as Dragon Crystal City by officials and Salmon City by the populace. The captain skillfully presented a cargo manifest, which the orderly examined meticulously. The slaves followed 3301. The orderly reiterated in both the common tongue and the rudimentary Valyrian, with clarity in both tone and meaning. A man in brown linen, with the number 3301 embroidered in white thread across his chest, boarded the ship. Casting a cold glance at the slaves, he possessed bronze skin and dark almond-shaped eyes, his visage smooth and beardless, a quintessential Dothraki. Line up. Follow me. He bellowed in a somewhat awkward low Valyrian, brandishing a blood-stained whip as he led the way. Some slaves, understanding the command, instinctively followed the man in front, while the remainder began to ascend the gangplank. The man with the number on his chest periodically stepped out from the line to maintain order. One can imagine that after the slaves were taken away, the ship would be left with sailors busily handling the cargo. Are the remaining goods all tapestries? The orderly inquired. As per usual. Indeed, came the reply. Accompanied by the captain, the orderly conducted a thorough inspection, subsequently placing his handprint and signature next to every figure on the captain's list. The primary focus was to ascertain whether there were any tax evasion attempts. According to the manifest, this vessel was required to remit 1% of the goods or their equivalent in currency upon departure. Should the goods brought aboard remain unsold, no tax would be levied. Taking the figures on the manifest into account, Dragon Crystal City had no restricted items, exhibiting a remarkable compatibility with all known goods. The most peculiar of which were the tall, long-nosed creatures and eight-eyed spiders, some strange beasts, albeit mere collectibles of the lords. Seizing the moment, the guide inquired of the orderly in the red vest about the hiring situation for Miss Alina. Meshalia, having listened intently throughout, learned that they were still recruiting. With modest requirements, the ability to write and perform basic arithmetic would suffice for preliminary selection. The most challenging aspect was the interview process, as Miss Alina had not elucidated the reasons for any rejections, leaving none aware of their shortcomings. Upon discovering that the captain himself had rented accommodation here and was well acquainted with the environment of Dragon Crystal City, the guide refrained from further advocating a return to work. Chapter 25. The City of Dragon Crystal. The island of Shurji, known in the outside world as the Dragon Crystal Realm, has gained a remarkable reputation for its astonishing growth. It is said that the Morena family erected the port within merely 7 days. Subsequently, the Oxen family facilitated the sale of salmon and the acquisition of slaves to bolster their populace, ultimately leading to the establishment of the City of Dragon Crystal upon the island. In dire need of labor, the initial influx of individuals through the slave trade exceeded tens of thousands. As the City of Dragon Crystal began to flourish, generous wages attracted people from the north, particularly from White Harbor, causing the proportion of slaves within the population to diminish to 30%. Although the purchase of slaves persists to augment the population, the selections are now limited to the most affordable, thus eliminating language barriers. With the continuous growth of trade, the Moreno family amassed considerable wealth, leading to a burgeoning marketplace that attracted caravans from across the globe. The once inexpensive salmon, now cheaper than flour, has transformed the dietary habits of certain regions within Westeros, with fried fish becoming a staple in the households of the impoverished. This is a true city, distinguished by its unique water supply system. Adjacent to the watchtower lies a vast lake, from which robust dragon crystal pipes diverge along Dragon Crystal Avenue, supplying every workshop. Each residential area has essentially developed from the surplus of workshops. The majority of the living structures are reconstructed from 5 by 5 meter dragon crystal blocks, skillfully reformed into 0.5 by 5 meter panels, allowing groups of individuals to erect 3 to 4-story buildings. There were even daring souls who attempted to raise edifices to 7 stories in pursuit of greater rental space. Yet a tragic collapse resulting in the deaths of over 300 individuals instilled fear in all. Robin personally ordered the apprehension of all laborers involved in constructing buildings exceeding 4 stories, alongside the tenants and their families, ensuring that a total of 300 individuals were dispatched to the wall, including 2 current guards, to instill fear among the residents of Dragon Crystal. The city's first law decreed that murderers be sent to the wall. The constables were pleased, as they could now transport murderers from the prison, along with their relatives, according to the number of victims, after settling their debts to the victims' families and covering the expenses for their relocation. Any remaining currency was exchanged for goods suitable for the north. In Dragon Crystal, the confiscation of property was not practiced, as Robin did not lack for funds. This system of collective punishment instilled trepidation among all who might be implicated, prompting them to dismantle unsafe structures overnight and abandon any aspirations of further construction. To Robin, sending individuals to the wall was akin to a de facto life sentence, an act far too uncivilized and cruel to simply execute. This method allowed for a prolonged sense of penance, while simultaneously reducing animosity, ensuring that they would never be seen again. Women and children who committed offenses were similarly dispatched to the town of Hagwong in the north, where the offenders could be suitably relocated. The land was vast, and they could engage in any endeavor there, for Robin held little regard for citizens who disrupted the order. The land bestowed upon the Night's Watch is divided into 2 segments. To the south of the wall, 25 leagues lie the gifts from Brandon, cultivated for millennia. However, as the numbers of the Night's Watch dwindle, many edifices and orchards have fallen into disrepair, though with the recent population surge, efforts are underway to revitalize these lands. The second portion is the newly granted territory, which Alyssum greatly admires. She boldly proposed extending the land another 25 leagues southward. While several lords of House Stark have acquiesced to this notion, familial discord has led to some unrest. Fortunately, the current Duke Rickon Stark, upon inheriting Winterfell, has managed to maintain order, suppressing the widespread discontent. The inhabitants of the granted lands typically remit taxes to the Night's Watch in the form of goods or labor. assisting them in sustaining their livelihoods. Presently, merchants are eager to transport knives and provisions via wagon to the town of Hearthstone in exchange for the pelts of exquisite animals. Robin is particularly concerned with the wall, speculating that the calamity foreseen by Aegon may very well stem from beyond the wall. He reasons that extreme weather could drive the free folk southward, overwhelming the north, leading to chaos across the continent and the eventual destruction of human civilization amid a new ice age, a hypothesis that seems quite plausible. As for the recorded tales of White Walkers in the north, Robin remains skeptical, likening them to other peculiar creatures such as giants and mammoths, which have not been seen in over 5 millennia and are likely extinct. This endeavor serves a dual purpose, forging alliances with the north while also ridding the land of criminals. The relationship between Winterfell and Dragonstone remains cordial. Dragonstone Port, as the nearest consumer market and transit hub to White Harbor, absorbs a significant portion of northern goods. Whether beets, carrots, black pigs, or furs, all find a lucrative market there. After all, Robin's own offerings are limited to salmon products, which are in high demand, although numerous fishing grounds exist near White Harbor. The limitations of contemporary fishing techniques mean that yields are not substantial, with most catch reserved to stockpile provisions against the harsh winters. They are unable to satisfy even their own needs in the north, rendering them incapable of competing with Dragonstone's boundless supply of salmon. It proves more advantageous to labor at Dragonstone for a few days, returning with a boatload of fish. Untouched frozen salmon fetches a meager price. For 2 days of work, including meals and lodging, the wage amounts to 3 copper pennies per day, while a single frozen salmon is worth just 1 copper penny. Allowing for ample selection, even a 20-pound fish might be acquired for the same price. This situation compels many from the north seeking profit to make their way to Dragonstone, a city perpetually in need of laborers. The system of advancing 7 days' wages against daily pay incentivizes work. Those who labor continuously for a month can see their daily wages rise to 4 copper pennies, escalating to 5 copper pennies after a year. Many intriguing events have unfolded over the past year. Daemon Targaryen frequently rides his horse, Corlac, to this place, often lingering for several weeks. 2 months ago, the glutton occupied a cave on Finger Island, teeming with honey salmon roe, occasionally emerging to circle around before retreating. A month ago, the 3rd Dragonstone fleet was established, each fleet consisting of 30 warships. Thus the Moreno family now boasts a total of 90 warships. A week ago, a contingent of 3,000 Puritans arrived at the port, their military might steadily growing. The initial awe and reverence that Mysaria once felt had completely dissipated. She had visited Braavos, which, prior to the emergence of Dragonstone City, was regarded as the largest seaport in the world. The wealth, trade, and civilization, miracles constructed by the labor of slaves, had long inspired admiration and aspiration in countless souls. In contrast, Dragonstone City stood as the epitome of a civilized metropolis, with pristine streets where every individual was engaged in their own pursuits. In the workshop district, only the constables and children meandered about. The constables frequently inquired if she was seeking employment. Upon learning that she was merely on a visit, the constable's captain assigned an escort for her, recognizing her distinguished presence. Furthermore, aside from a few workshops, there were no commercial secrets to protect. Other than the intense fishy odor emanating from the fish gutting and salmon roe workshops, the remaining establishments bore little scent. Having resided there for nearly a month, Mysaria found that the broad and well-maintained Dragonstone Avenue led directly to the port, flanked by numerous shops alongside productive workshops. The scale of the squares and churches rivaled that of King's Landing. After exploring the workshops, market areas, and residential zones on the island, Mysaria commenced her formal endeavors. Chapter 26. The interview. She boarded a public carriage drawn by 8 horses, which connected 3 compartments. The walk from her residence to the lookout tower would require an entire morning. Each workshop charged 1 crystal coin, and to accommodate distant residents, the maximum fare was capped at 4 crystal coins. Thus, even for a destination 40 kilometers away, the carriage ride would cost a mere 4 crystal coins. A remarkably economical mode of transport. Due to the relatively short distances between each workshop on Finger Island, the term workshop served as a unit of measurement, with names like Pickling Workshop and Drying Workshop marking the locales. Every 5 workshops, a residential area emerged, encompassing a market, entertainment, and housing. As workers were generally assigned to the nearest living quarters, many opted to leave early to save on costs. Miss, where to? To the lookout tower. That's a total of 20 workshops. She deftly handed the elderly woman on the carriage 3 copper stars, then silently counted out 4 white crystal coins from her bag. Crystal coins were hollow and easily strung together, with the front inscribed with a value of 0. 1 copper pennies, and the back bearing the tribal language indicative of vigilance over the signal fires. This currency was not only exquisite but also abundant, although Dragonstone City also sold colored crystals. The high cost of imitation made it impractical due to the small denomination of the currency. Robin, however, welcomed the idea of someone replicating the crystal coins, as it would save him the tedious task of generating currency from the realm of consciousness into the physical world, an endeavor he found particularly irksome. There were also colored high-value crystal coins, with the red crystal coin being the most valuable at 1 copper penny. These coins could be readily exchanged for copper pennies or silver deer and were widely circulated within Dragonstone City. An ordinary laborer earned only 3 copper pennies for a day's work, while the lowest denomination of copper coins was valued at 0.5 copper pennies. This was partly due to their low copper content, which made them prone to breakage, as well as the difficulty in making change. Consequently, people tended to shy away from using copper coins, which gradually faded from circulation in Dragonstone City. The starting points of all public carriages may vary, yet their destination invariably leads to the outer watchtower. The rhythmic sound of wheels clattering against the cobblestones resonates outside. Gently, she lifts the curtain to behold the inky cityscape beyond. In Meshalia's eyes, Dragon Crystal City is encircled by shimmering dragon crystal, with each district meticulously designated for specific functions. Young May, seated in the carriage, observes the columns lining the road, which at night are illuminated by fish oil lamps, casting light upon the thoroughfare until dawn breaks. Behind these columns lies an orderly array of greenery. Each workshop is enclosed by dragon crystal blocks, with only 2 passages permitting the constant flow of carriages, one transporting frozen salmon from the fish storage, the other dispatching salted salmon or flavored roe to the port. Pedestrians are a rare sight, the streets mostly bustling with hurried carriages. After traversing 5 workshops, they finally reach the residential area, where the essence of life permeates the city. The dragon crystal walls are punctuated by numerous neatly arranged thoroughfares, and the ground is paved with stone slabs. Even before noon, many vendors are busy arranging their ingredients in anticipation. At this hour, most individuals remain engrossed in work, yet as mealtime approaches, this place transforms into a vibrant hub, as over 30,000 workers from 6 to 8 workshops converge here. The most affordable sustenance available is fried fish, wherein fish fillets are enveloped in flour and plunged into hot oil, swiftly forming a crisp, delightful crust that offers an enjoyable crunch, with a chewy interior. Most establishments offer merely 3 flavors, the original at 2 copper coins, the savory at 3 copper coins, and the sweet at 1 copper coin, sweet being the priciest due to the necessity of sugar. The northern climate is particularly conducive to the growth of beets, and with the rise of Dragon Crystal Port, lords have commenced large-scale cultivation of beets for sugar production. 1 acre of beets is worth 3 acres of wheat, and the beet pulp can also be utilized as fodder for cattle and sheep. Meshalia, adorned in an intricate blue silk gown, stands before a 10-foot-high wall constructed of dragon crystal. Compared to the outer city, these walls appear somewhat lower. The guards atop the wall, clad in brown leather armor and bearing round shields and spears, cast a stoic glance her way before resuming their watch. At night, soldiers on the walls employ a winch to raise the wooden bridge and lower the iron gate, while by day, the watchtower maintains an open status, allowing unimpeded passage. Many guards have already taken note of the alabaster-skinned noblewoman, while 4 armored soldiers on the bridge, their blue capes billowing in the wind, stand vigilant. In the guardhouse, one of the sentinels awaits her approach. She politely addresses him, saying, "My lord, I am here to apply for the position of Miss Elena's steward. Please wait." The guard replies before turning away. After a considerable time, he finally returns. "Follow me." He leads her into the interior of the walls, where the iron gate is raised by the winch. A straight, black dragon crystal road stretches ahead, culminating at the guard bridge, with numerous paths branching off to different districts. Meshalia closely trails the blue figure ahead, striving to maintain her composure, though her heart races wildly within her chest. Chapter 27. The Long Spear Competition in the waters of Longjing Port. There stands a uniquely designed cylindrical island, constructed from blocks of dragon crystal. The surface of the island is blanketed in rich soil, where tender green grass flourishes freely, while towering fishlow encircle its perimeter, imbuing the stark stone port with a touch of vitality and softness. At the heart of the island lies a broad and even racetrack, meticulously surrounded by a layer of fishing net that serves as a cushion in the event that knights should inadvertently fall, preventing them from sustaining grievous injuries. Robin perceives the event hosted here as fundamentally recreational, The untimely demise of an aristocrat during the competition would undoubtedly cast a dark shadow over business endeavors. Encircling the racetrack is a grand circular spectator stand, soaring 10 stories high, capable of accommodating 30,000 viewers simultaneously. Whenever a competition is held, the stands teem with spectators, their cheers and shouts rising and falling in a jubilant cacophony, transforming Longjing into a distinctive and magnificent spectacle. Two armored knights sit steadfastly upon their steeds, preparing their gear as they face one another. One side boasts a majestic white horse, while at the opposite end stands a robust black stallion, emitting a soft trumpet call. Mounted on a brown horse is a diminutive knight clad in mismatched armor, his head encased in a bucket-like helmet, bent over as he adjusts his equipment. His shield bears no insignia, marking him as a mysterious rider without a house. In 3 consecutive contests, he has executed acrobatic feats upon his mount, deftly circumventing the shields of noble knights with his lance, much to the delight of the crowd, earning him the affectionate moniker of the Acrobat Knight. Throughout this tournament, he has acquired numerous steeds and armors from his adversaries, yet these pieces are ill-suited to his stature, severely hindering his agility on horseback. On the other side, the Black Horse Knight is robust, entirely encased in heavy armor, distinguished by a dragon helm atop his head, with a shield emblazoned with a 3-headed red dragon. He is Daemon Targaryen, who, by virtue of both luck in the draw and undeniable prowess, has triumphed over 3 nameless knights. Seated in the principal box is Albert Moreno, while Robin gently taps his fingers on the wooden table, exuding an air of tranquility as he watches alongside his mother. Count Moreno is fervently passionate about hosting competitions. Despite his lower body being paralyzed, his restless spirit remains undeterred. If he cannot partake in the contests, he will orchestrate them instead. Everyone is aware that Albert was once a valiant knight, though he can no longer compete. Under his lavish patronage, competitions are held every 7 days, with the champion receiving 77 golden dragons. Monthly contests bestow 777 golden dragons upon the victor. Now, it is time for the grander biannual event, offering a staggering 7,777 golden dragons and a Valyrian dagger, which even Daemon finds enticing, prompting him to abandon his post as commander of the guard to partake in the competition. The competition held in Dragon Crystal Port is remarkably scheduled, and after 6 months of development, the spectacle of combat has far surpassed the nightly fervor of Riverbend, the very cradle of Westerosi chivalry. Thousands of spectators densely crowded the stands, eager to witness the clash between prince and commoner, with odds soaring to an astonishing 11,232. Robin discreetly inquired and learned that the competitor's name was Mikey, a renowned northerner known for his ability to communicate with animals. In Dragon Crystal Port, there are no restrictions on the identity of participants. Anyone with a horse may enter, which has deterred many noble knights who deem it an unconventional competition. As in traditional contests, the defeated lose their equipment and steed, though they may opt to pay a ransom instead. Daemon Targaryen and Mikey faced each other in the final showdown, with most speculating that Daemon's formidable black dragon gear would intimidate even the most enigmatic of riders. Both knights wielded hollow wooden lances, though the tips had been replaced with blunt, rounded ends, rendering them dangerously effective. Splintered wood could easily penetrate the gaps in their armor during the fray. Before the contest commenced, Mikey leaned close to his horse's ear, appearing to converse with it through a small hole in the iron barrel. "Hey, I hope your diverse skills provide me with some amusement." Daemon scoffed dismissively, having found his previous opponent somewhat skilled but evidently lacking formal training, thus making his path remarkably effortless. Gripping the reins tightly, Daemon's black steed leaped high, scanning the crowd with his lance, eliciting a roar of excitement from the audience. Meanwhile, at the highest vantage point of the stands, Lady Moreno rose to applaud Daemon's gallant demeanor, much to her husband's displeasure. "Mind yourself, you are my esteemed lady. Sit down and don't obstruct my view," he chided. As both competitors readied themselves, the ceremonial officer in the center raised a small flag and bellowed. "The competition begins." Suddenly, Mikey, riding his brown horse, discarded his shield, gripping the reins with one hand while fiercely clenching his legs against the steed's belly. The spirited brown warhorse surged forward, akin to a furious lion, its eyes ablaze with hostility. On the opposite side, the flamboyant Daemon simultaneously urged his warhorse into action, one hand firmly clutching his lance while the other raised his wooden shield. The expansive arena allowed both steeds to gallop at full speed. The thunder of hooves kicked up clouds of dust, resonating with a deafening roar as the two knights charged towards one another. They closed the distance swiftly, even noting the grime on each other's visors. With a resounding crack, Mikey's wooden lance shattered upon impact, It struck Demon squarely. Thud! Demon, along with his lance and shield, crashed heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud, rendering him immobile. Oh! The scene fell into an immediate hush. The black steed continued forward for several meters before realizing its master had fallen from the saddle. In the fleeting moment when the long spears clashed, the speed was so overwhelming that Robin could scarcely discern the events transpiring. Meanwhile, Damon lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen, expelling an unknown liquid from his mouth. He gasped for breath, struggling to rise, but ultimately succumbed to his exhaustion. A nearby attendant approached for a glance and noted the deep indentation left in Damon's abdominal armor. Damon had fallen from his steed, tumbled onto the fishing net, yet fortunately he had not sustained any injuries, though his breath quickened, each inhalation pulling at his wounded midsection. The prince, sprawled upon the filthy ropes, appeared quite disheveled. He yearned to summon his attendant for a sword to continue the contest. But he lacked even the strength to shout, his legs weak and unresponsive. The attendant hesitated to assist him, as protocol dictated that the joust would precede any ground combat. And given Damon's state, he was uncertain whether the match had concluded. The speed of the long spear duel was astonishing, with victory determined in an instant. Aside from the two justers and the referee, few could discern the nuances of the encounter. Damon raised his lance high, simultaneously positioning his shield. As both combatants focused on their long spears, in a moment of proximity, his opponent's horse suddenly lowered itself, causing Damon's lance to miss its mark. The rider of the brown steed, gripping his lance with both hands, delivered a powerful thrust that sent Damon's abdominal armor flying. Damon was utterly unprepared to be unseated by such a theatrical maneuver, bested by a mere horse. Seeing Damon remain on the ground for an extended period, a scholar promptly approached to assess the prince's injuries, discovering only swelling on his abdomen, with no other visible wounds. Two attendants brought a stretcher to carry him for rest. "No, I shall never use that," Damon exclaimed, and the attendants had no choice but to assist him as he struggled to the side to recuperate. Observing Damon regain his strength, the onlookers in the stands finally allowed themselves to smile, relieved that no calamity had befallen him. As his opponent refrained from requesting a continuation of the duel, Mikey breathed a sigh of relief, removing his iron bucket helmet. His rugged face, with defined features, a prominent jawline, and a high-bridged nose, was adorned with a thick beard, and his gaze was deep and piercing, a visage typical of the Northerners. Chapter 28. The investiture of the frontier knight. He leapt down from his horse. The victor was Mikey, hailing from the fish-drying workshop. The referee raised his hand, announcing in a booming voice that this rider of no noble lineage had triumphed. Mikey then approached the stands, where Count Moreno proclaimed, as the champion, "You are entitled to request any boon you desire from me. As long as it lies within my power, I shall grant it. Fortunate lad," he continued. "If it is merely gold dragons you seek, you may find Butler Simmons at any time to fulfill your request. 3,000 gold dragons would suffice to ensure your family's comfort for generations." Count Moreno regarded him with admiration, gesturing to the elder beside him. He is a man in his 50s, his hair flecked with gray, yet he appears quite robust. He has served the Moreno family across 3 generations of lords, overseeing the family's external expenditures and initially acting as the steward responsible for delivering sustenance to the subjects during the inception of Longingport. "My lord, I harbor no doubts regarding the wealth of the Moreno family," Mikey stated with solemnity, kneeling on one knee. "I beseech you to grant me the honor of becoming a knight of expansion. I yearn to extend the dominion of the Moreno family, to carve out a legacy in uncharted territories. I am fully aware that the path ahead is fraught with thorns, yet I fear not the perils that lie in wait. I am willing to be as a sharp sword, cleaving through obstacles under your guidance, to fight for the glory of the family. With unwavering loyalty, I shall dedicate my courage, strength, and wisdom to you and the family. I will demonstrate through my actions that I am not merely a champion upon the field, but a warrior capable of forging new realms for the family, securing unparalleled glory. I humbly request this opportunity to embark upon this esteemed path of expansion." Mikey delivered this speech with remarkable fluency, unlike other knights who often stumbled over their words, suggesting he had rehearsed it diligently in private. The Count of Moreno did not deliberate for long. It was time for a powerful family to welcome more vassals, and the victor over Damon deserved ample rewards. The request to ascend to a landowning knight and become part of the nobility was entirely reasonable. "Very well," he assented, "please rise. Your request is both astute and justified." The Count turned to inquire, "Simons, do you know which workshop is available?" Many workshops were too distant from the watchtower, requiring a day's journey on horseback. During Robin's construction, Only a rough boundary was established using dragon crystal blocks, leaving the area still desolate. However, it was far superior to the other three lords' territories. At least the workshop could provide shelter from the winds, and its size was quite considerable. All workshops numbered 400 and beyond are unoccupied, replied Simons, the steward standing behind Albert, without much contemplation. He was intimately familiar with every parcel of land in the territory, having witnessed the birth of these dragon crystal edifices from inception to completion. The Count of Moreno observed his son and subtly gestured for him to take the lead. He was quite at ease. Robin was his only son, remarkably intelligent, and capable of generating wealth from thin air, envisioning a prosperous future for the family. His own role was to ponder how to allocate their resources, which dishes to serve at feasts, and which renowned swords to procure for collection. It was well known that Robin had always been in fragile health, and the Count had quietly begun to seek a daughter-in-law, hoping for an early marriage to bear several children. Otherwise, the vast estate would not be passed down, leaving him with an unfulfilled spirit, clad in a brown high-collared leather coat adorned with the Moreno family crest. Robin exuded authority. With a resigned demeanor, he rose from his seat and stood before the approaching knight. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he spoke. In light of my father's health, I shall stand in for him to bestow your knighthood. As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the subjective seat became lively, with applause erupting all around, a delightful surprise that caused Mikey's face to flush with excitement. Everyone present understood the identity of the boy before them, the sole heir of the Moreno family, the creator of Dragon Crystal Harbor. It was said that he could transform into dragon crystal and salmon at will. Those who had visited Dragon Crystal Harbor never dismissed these tales as mere legends. If it were not magic, then it was the fortune bestowed upon the Moreno family by divine beings. Jorson and the entourage of guards looked on with envy. They had only been ennobled as knights and possessed no land of their own. Robin, unlike his father, rarely rewarded or punished others based on emotions. Even after years of serving him. Knight, do you believe in the old gods? Asked one among them, for those not officially recognized by the nobility were merely considered knights. Indeed, my lord, came the reply. Have you given thought to your family name? Cook, my family name is Cook, Mikey responded, and Robin nodded in acknowledgement. In the ancient tongue of the ancestors, Cook signified horses of diverse colors. No need to kneel. Recite along with me, as you would when praying to the heart tree. Robin instructed slowly. On the broad dais, Robin recited a self-composed oath of fealty between lord and vassal, while the Moreno family members and guards stood at a distance, witnessing the proceedings. Once, the ancestors had forged a solemn vow with the children of the forest, a promise that ushered in 4 millennia of peace and friendship. Robin, skeptical of ethereal deities, preferred a tangible agreement, for the latter allowed him to assert his position with conviction. As the focus of everyone's gaze, Mikey bowed his head in contemplation, as if the boy before him were a sacred tree. The heir of the Moreno family, Robin Moreno, and the founder of the Cook family, Mikey Cook, were about to establish a covenant at Dragon Crystal Harbor. The two parties agreed upon the rights and obligations pertaining to the land known as Number 401 on Finger Island of the Five-Finger Peninsula. The Moreno family would possess ownership of the land, including military command, judicial authority, and the right to levy taxes. The Cook family would hold rights of use and profit, the right to protection, and the right to appeal in lordly judgments. The covenant would become official when the Cook family presented the agreement in written form to the Moreno family, with each clause recited by Robin and Mikey. The obligations and rights of lord and vassal were established in the form of a covenant. Due to the Cook family's unestablished motto, the heraldry remained undecided, thus necessitating this preliminary arrangement. However, in that moment, Mikey felt a slight urgency in his breath, unnoticed by others, as his face turned crimson, as if the blood coursing through him had ignited. He heard Robin's words, yet could only mechanically echo them, while subtly raising his gaze, lost in thought as he looked toward Robin. Upon concluding the covenant, Earl Moreno appeared momentarily dazed, then lowered his head to rub his temples. Realizing his son had explicitly outlined the rights and obligations within this agreement, grasping the general essence of the matter. However, standing to the side, Bachelor Oliver and Lady Moreno were not the least bit surprised by Robin's wisdom and knowledge. Yet Lady Moreno harbored some concerns. Bachelor, do you think Robin's words are a bit too blunt? She inquired softly. Bachelor Oliver nodded, remarking that the obligations between lord and vassal were likely just as Robin had summarized. There is no need for you to worry, my lady. I believe the young master will permit me to review the written words, he added. Demon, standing nearby, wore a bemused expression. Northerner, become my knight. Your little lord has taken everything from you. Robin regarded the prince, known in the flea market for his wisdom, with a decidedly unfavorable impression. The thought of entrusting the realm to such a man, one who consorts with prostitutes, resorts to violence, and insults his lawful wife, was troubling indeed. At this moment, Viserys had only one daughter, and according to the unspoken rules of the Council of 101, Daemon remained the default heir in the minds of the noble class across the Six Kingdoms. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense as everyone awaited the young lord's response. "Prince, do you think that by my mere words, these powers and obligations cease to exist?" He retorted, then disregarded him entirely. Daemon shrugged, indicating, "This is your power in itself." Mickey, the protagonist of the tournament, accepted his victory, his knighthood, the prize, and perhaps for the first time in his life, the adoration of the crowd. As he departed the arena to return to his workshop and gather his belongings, the cheers of the crowd resonated around him. Chapter 29, King's Landing. Days later, a significant message arrived from Driftmark. A raven took flight from a great ship in Spice Town, soaring directly to King's Landing. The raven first perched on a windowsill before fluttering down to the raven cage atop the tower, where it was fed. This tower, constructed of pale red stone, overlooked the internal courtyard of the Red Keep. The stairway of the tower was exceedingly narrow, and directly beneath the raven cage lay the chamber of the Prime Minister. The sound of the raven pecking at its food caused the cage to tremble, and a thread tied to it inadvertently rang the silver bell below. The sound reached the small hall of the Prime Minister's tower, where a servant ascending from below retrieved the letter from the raven and hurriedly descended once more. In the Maegor's hold, the king's chamber, Viserys had just finished dinner with Queen Aemma and Rhaenyra. Queen Aemma was once again with child, and each time, Viserys held firm confidence that she would bear him a son, bolstered by his belief in the prophetic dreams of the Targaryen ancestors, which spoke of a song of ice and fire and a prince destined to mend a fractured kingdom. In recent days, Viserys had been in good spirits, especially since the master of ships, Corlys, had taken leave, alleviating many of the troubles discussed at court. The fire in the hearth radiated warmth as the royal family engaged in light conversation. "Rhaenyra," he said, "you must understand, I need to cultivate my bond with my companions." Rhaenyra pouted, shifting her stool closer to the king in protest of her mother's admonishments. Outside the door, the sound of delicate footsteps echoed through the corridor, and a man clad in a finely crafted, deep gray robe approached the entrance of a spacious bedroom on the 4th floor of the tower. The sudden interruption disturbed the warmth within, causing Viserys to display a hint of displeasure as he adjusted his attire and suppressed his smile. "Enter," he commanded. "Your Majesty." "It is the Prime Minister," announced Sir Laenor, captain of the King's Guard. Sir Laenor entered alongside Otto, proceeding to the hearth. Before the fireplace stood 3 stools, adorned with a tapestry depicting the sigil of House Targaryen, while a nearby table displayed exquisite wooden carvings. The presence of the 2 men caught the queen's attention, yet she merely glanced at them before rising to take her daughter's hand, preparing to depart. "Your Majesty," she acknowledged. Upon hearing his voice, Queen Aemma slightly turned her head, realizing he was gazing in her direction. "I hope you will stay and listen," Otto urged, the flickering flames casting a complex expression upon his face. "Illyria," he continued, "please take the princess back to her chambers." Rhaenyra sensed a shift in the atmosphere upon Otto's arrival, the mood growing heavy and somber. Yet, absorbed in her mother's teachings, she felt a surge of joy. Bounding out of the king's bedroom hall, Otto stood beside the hearth, facing Viserys and the pregnant queen, as a maid added more logs to the fire before excusing herself. "My Prime Minister, is there something so urgent that it cannot be discussed at the council?" Viserys inquired. "Your Majesty, this matter arose 5 hours ago, and just now my raven returned with news that I deem pressing," Otto replied gravely. "What is it?" "Lord Corlys has set sail north aboard the Sea Snake with his family. To my knowledge, their destination is Dragonstone," Otto revealed in a solemn tone. As Prime Minister to 2 monarchs, Otto wielded a vast network of spies across known territories, particularly in Westeros, informed of any happenings throughout the realm. His competence in this role was undeniable. What of it? Perhaps he merely finds King's Landing too stifling and seeks a change of scenery, Viserys remarked dismissively, reclining in his chair. "Just as I occasionally take my family hunting, I hear there are some delightful spots. At the last council, Your Majesty, the Queen's proposal for the princess to wed the heir of Driftmark was rejected." "Oh, are you suggesting he has taken a liking to that frail child?" Viserys responded, aware of the weak, sickly boy from House Velaryon, often plagued by fevers due to his premature birth. Is he not concerned that young Robin might suddenly succumb to illness? He spoke candidly, unaware of the impropriety of his words in such a private setting. "Viserys," the Queen interjected, her voice laced with reproach. Realizing his lapse, Viserys furrowed his brow slightly. Otto paused before speaking again. It may indeed be a fortuitous turn of events for Lord Corlys. Viserys remained perplexed, a look of confusion crossing his face. He and Emma struggled to grasp the implications. Otto felt compelled to clarify. The condition of Count Moreno is precarious, and it seems unlikely that he will live to see his son reach adulthood, regardless of whether Robin has heirs or not. It does not affect Valyrian's control over the Dragon Crystal Harbor fleet. Your Majesty, as you are aware, managing such a formidable military force is an arduous task for a woman. Otto's words were laden with double meaning. As long as Robin has children to serve as heirs, regardless of their gender, the Valyrian family will undeniably exert significant influence over the Moreno lineage. Even in the absence of direct heirs, according to inheritance laws, the eldest daughter, Mary, will inherit Dragon Crystal City, and as a mere child, she will require her mother to manage the estate on her behalf. However, it appears that Lady Moreno lacks decisiveness, and leveraging the status and influence of House Velaryon, she is bound to secure substantial benefits for her daughter. Viserys pondered this analysis in his mind. If this union were to materialize, the Valyrian family would undoubtedly grow even more powerful. He recalled his errant brother, who seemed intent on dissolving such a favorable match arranged by their grandmother, Alicent. How could he not comprehend that fathering a child with Lady Rhea would grant him a castle? Is there no collateral line to inherit? Queen Emma inquired, only to realize the implications immediately. The most recent branches of this family can be traced back to before the conquest. The founder of House Moreno was stripped of his surname by the Queen Dowager, Shera, after his severe dereliction of duty following the capture of the last king of the Vale, Rhonar Arryn. This is not a secret to the royal family or the Arryns. Your Majesty, considering their circumstances, they likely have no collateral line to choose from. Moreover, he is accompanied by his entire family. Lonino could also marry a daughter of House Moreno, thus ensuring a union regardless of the choice made. At this moment, Otto found this predicament utterly perplexing. Seven hells, what is Corlys truly aiming for? Viserys exclaimed, vexed by the enormous conundrum he had created for himself in silence. He understood the terrifying potential of such a coalition. Should conflict arise, the narrow sea would be effectively sealed, leaving no convenient maritime routes. According to Otto's latest reports, the taxes collected by the Eyrie last month amounted to 1.2 million gold dragons, and the Moreno family is currently recruiting sailors for their fifth fleet. The naval power of Dragon Crystal Harbor is formidable. Each fleet comprises 5 large warships, 20 medium-sized vessels, complemented by numerous smaller ships and supply vessels, with a total of no less than 100 warships across the 4 fleets. Towns capable of shipbuilding are working tirelessly to construct warships and cargo ships for House Moreno, which wields gold to secure orders for warships, pushing shipyard schedules to a year out. The salmon products from Dragon Crystal Harbor seem to have appeared from thin air, continuously bringing them wealth. Otto has dispatched spies into the area, yet none have uncovered any useful information. Around the storage buildings, a curfew is enforced at midnight, and all spies attempting to conceal themselves have vanished without a trace, leaving no signs of life or death. Such glaring secrets have piqued Otto's keen interest. Thus, Dragonstone Harbor has remained a focal point of Otto's scrutiny, with the latest reports indicating that cargo ships have begun to transport unsullied slaves back in increasing numbers, totaling no less than 1,000. Chapter 30. The Union confirmed the Council is currently embroiled in heated debates regarding the nature of this issue. On one hand, Corlys defends the practice, asserting that, like other slaves, they serve the islanders and praises himself as a liberator of slaves, claiming adherence to the laws of Westeros. Conversely, Otto, as the king's mouthpiece, argues that expanding military might during a period of national peace and stability is highly inappropriate, deeming them a source of instability. Others remain neutral but inevitably lean towards the Velaryon family, as the influence of gold dragons permeates every lord in Westeros. Viserys, however, is not overly concerned about the military strength of the Velaryons. To the Targaryens, unsullied and naval forces hold no distinction, merely representing a few additional breaths of dragonfire. Currently, an alliance with them would render the Velaryons' power and influence unprecedented. This move would unite the mightiest naval force, the Velaryons, with the wealthiest family, the Morenos. Viserys acknowledges Otto's intentions. Standing up, he ponders deeply. Your Majesty, this is a situation none of us wish to witness. Lord Corlys, silent, begins to act, seemingly having anticipated your objections without uttering a word. So, dear Otto, what do you propose? All three are cognizant that the only way to break the deadlock is for Rhaenyra to first become betrothed to young Robin, yet Otto refuses to voice this thought. He understands the princess's temperament, Having been doted upon since childhood, raised amidst sycophantic flattery, a pampered royal. Should she find this betrothal unsatisfactory and realize it was his suggestion, she would undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated resentment towards Otto. Moreover, this is a Targaryen matter, and how it is resolved is not his concern. The 8-year-old Laenor and the 7-year-old Robin indeed appear well-suited. Otto begins to ramble. If that is the case, would it not be a fortuitous development? Viserys' tone clearly conveys skepticism. Otto lapses into silence once more, contemplating that if the Valerians ascend to the Iron Throne, it would certainly be a positive outcome. However, as Hand of the King, he must remain closely aligned with the monarch, serving as the king's advisor, and consider matters from Viserys' ruling perspective. Your Majesty, this is precisely why I hastened here late at night. They have only just embarked. We can also forge an alliance, Queen Aemma finally interjects, looking toward her husband. Otto breathes a sigh of relief, as this indicates the completion of his responsibilities in this matter, unfolding as he had anticipated. I am more concerned about Rhaenyra's feelings. Viserys does not dismiss the proposal, but finds himself with limited options. You spoil her excessively. As king, your foremost duty is to the realm. There is no need to consider her opinions. Perhaps sensing a hint of callousness, he adds, she will understand when she matures. Queen Aemma was acutely aware of the tumultuous impact their union would have on the national order, especially considering they possessed dragons. When the results of the Grand Council were announced, Corley's gaze was ominously dark, and no one doubted his determination to rally forces in defense of Rhaenys' claim to the throne. It was only now that the queen comprehended Otto's reasoning for wanting her to remain. Viserys was indecisive, if a decision were not made before Corlys formally arrived at Dragonstone. Could the Targaryens truly annul the betrothal in the name of the crown afterward? The fissures created by such indecision would be better left unaddressed. How many gold dragons do we owe their family? Queen Aemma inquired. If we disregard the damages caused by the Greed Eater, the amount is 1.73 million, Otto responded. Bills arrived monthly, but after Viserys reviewed one, he instructed his hand not to trouble him with such matters again. The Greed Eater? Has it not flown away? Queen Aemma remarked, for she seldom attended the council meetings. Your Majesty, it has nested on the Fingers Peninsula, Otto replied. How much damage has the Greed Eater inflicted? Her curiosity piqued. Over 3 million. Why so much? Not all of it can be attributed to House Moreno, primarily. The devastation in the Blackwater Bay during the first half of the year accounted for 2.7 million, with Moreno's share being relatively minor. Can we repay their family's debts? Viserys suddenly considered the possibility of reaching out to House Moreno under the guise of repayment, which would maintain a semblance of dignity. Approximately half of the royal treasury would be required, but this would necessitate a 1-year halt on the expansion plans for the tourney grounds, Otto promptly answered. During the Targaryen dynasty's reign over Westeros, the 6 kingdoms theoretically fell under the dominion of House Targaryen. According to feudal rules, vassals were obligated to fulfill certain duties to the Targaryens, including economic support in the form of taxes. In the past, taxes were diverse, primarily consisting of goods such as grain and ore. Nowadays, most noble houses began remitting gold dragons, having found it more profitable to sell their goods at Dragonstone than to pay taxes. The Arryn family of the Eyrie, as the ruling house of the Vale, presided over the wealthiest port at Dragonstone, encompassing both Seaguard and Dragonstone itself, and thus their tax contributions had been steadily increasing. With the treasury flourishing, Viserys commenced the expansion of the royal fleet, the renovation of the walls of King's Landing, the restoration of the Godswood at the Red Keep, and the enhancement of the Gold Cloak's benefits, ensuring they did not fall too far behind the Dragonstone garrison. He also intended to implement a system akin to that of Dragonstone, employing cleaners, and as long as funds were sufficient, the Master of Coin would not object, provided Viserys was willing to sign the bills. He would gladly serve. In summary, a series of measures rendered King's Landing visibly more prosperous day by day, albeit at an escalating cost to maintain such prosperity. Thank you for your nocturnal visit. I shall send a raven to Dragonstone later. Queen Aemma expressed her gratitude to Otto. Preventing the kingdom from descending into chaos is my duty as Hand of the King. He replied. Before the conquest of Aegon, the Moreno family, known by the surname Aelin, was one of the prominent claimants to the inheritance of Eagle's Nest. There was no one more suited for this endeavor than Queen Aemma. She turned to her husband, assuring him that she would discuss the matter of the alliance with Rhaenyra. Ultimately, Aemma's attempts to persuade her daughter bore no fruit. Princess Rhaenyra's screams and the sounds of destruction echoed throughout Maegor's holdfast, leaving the Kingsguard and the handmaidens in awe of her ferocity. The queen's transition from gentle admonitions to stern reprimands proved futile. as her appeals to noble duty and national responsibility fell on deaf ears, resulting in a night of unrest for all. Had it not been for the Queen's late-night order to confine Rhaenyra to her chambers, no one would have found rest. Chapter 31. The Visit. As the owls hooted, two figures emerged from the rookery above the Maester's quarters in the Red Keep. Two ravens flew together through the night sky, heading northward with great effort. The wind howled past them, and soon the rumors of House Targaryen's intent to forge a marriage pact with the Morena family reached Eagle's Nest and Dragonstone. After a night of contemplation, Rhaenyra concluded that her prospects with her mother were bleak and decided it would be more pragmatic to seek out her betrothed directly at Dragonstone and persuade them to reject the union. However, she needed an opportunity to ride her dragon. On her way to the council chamber for a royal meeting, Rhaenyra carefully avoided Queen Aemma, pleading with her father for a brief escape to alleviate her boredom. The soft-hearted Viserys, feeling guilty, acquiesced, aware that the steward would promptly inform her mother of her whereabouts. Rhaenyra acted swiftly, neglecting even to bring food or water. Taking off from the dragon's lair, she soared along the coast, passing by familiar landmarks such as Dragonstone and Gulltown. Upon reaching Dragonport, she began inquiring about the location of the Moreno family's castle. It was common knowledge that the Morenos possessed only one incomplete castle, their residence being a watchtower, and Rhaenyra assumed she was merely visiting the new stronghold until she spotted a castle of considerable size, akin to Harrenhal, still under construction. She boldly demanded to know where the Moreno family resided. The onlookers mistook her inquiries for a quest for retribution, hastily notifying the constable to alert the lord while attempting to placate the dragon rider. Thus, Rhaenyra gained insight into the treachery of human nature as she flew farther away, only to eventually see Pebble Island, realizing she had been deceived. Rushing back on her dragon as the sun began to set, the watchtower ignited its orange beacon. The yellow beast landed heavily on a training ground, and Rhaenyra dismounted from Syrax. Her gaze swept across the surroundings, and upon seeing the watchtower adorned with the sigil of House Moreno, she confirmed she had not erred in her destination. The aroma of roasted meats and simmering stews wafted through the air, accompanied by the rumbling of her stomach, akin to distant thunder. She stealthily slipped out of King's Landing and made her way to the watchtower, where the sun had just moved a quarter of the way to sunset. Rhaenyra and her dragon had been aloft for far too long. "Welcome to Dragonstone, Princess Targaryen," a voice called out. As the sky darkened, Rhaenyra, clad in her black dragon-riding attire, turned her head towards the source of the sound. There, she beheld a young man dressed in a blue velvet tunic, a slender sword at his waist, and a blue tower-shaped emblem adorning his chest. It was him. Upon seeing Robin, Rhaenyra thought him a handsome boy. Yet her perception dramatically shifted upon meeting his gaze. This noble youth radiated an intangible aura, exuding confidence that suggested he approached all matters with assuredness. Flanking him were 8 torch-bearing guards, 4 in knightly armor and 4 in fitted attire. Understanding the composition of Robin's retinue revealed that the armored guards represented loyal family retainers, while the fitted ones were hired swords of formidable skill. Robin narrowed his eyes slightly as he beheld the princess he had long schemed to meet. Her iconic silver hair and pale lavender eyes sparkled like gemstones, undeniably captivating. He glanced sideways, but refrained from speaking immediately. "This is Robin, heir of House Morena," Jorson announced loudly. "It was quite difficult to locate your family," Rhaenyra remarked, approaching him, their heights nearly equal. Robin caught the acrid scent of blood mixed with the charred aroma of flames and sulfur, remnants of Rhaenyra's long association with dragons lingering on her clothing and skin. Noticing that only young Robin and his guards were present, with no other nobles around, the clever girl formulated a plan. She whispered to Robin, "I am about to be betrothed to you. You would do well to refuse, for I do not fancy a boy who wields a slender sword." She added, "Otherwise, my dragon Syrax might issue a warning growl, tossing its head in displeasure." Rhaenyra threatened Robin, making it clear that she was not to be trifled with. Robin was taken aback by her innocence. "If the princess can convince your mother, I would not have received 2 letters this morning regarding our union, one from King's Landing and another from the Eyrie." The sword sheath was crafted from supple gray leather as Robin slowly unsheathed his blade, presenting it to the princess. The sword's hilt was tower-shaped, encrusted with rubies, its opulent beauty overshadowing its practical utility. Should danger arise, Robin could efficiently neutralize enemies within a 10-meter radius using his mental space in dire moments. He could construct a closed space around himself, making him difficult to harm. Rhaenyra gradually drew the blade, inspecting its edge under the moonlight, which illuminated the dark ruby and black gleam of the steel. The red gems embedded in the hilt sparkled brilliantly. Though this is a slender sword, he informed her, it is exceedingly sharp, capable of severing bone with ease. It was lighter than she had anticipated. After weighing it in her hands, she finally grasped the reason. There exists but one metal in the world capable of being forged so delicately while retaining lethal potency. The ripples upon its surface were testament to the countless strikes endured in the forge. Is this a Valyrian steel sword? She inquired, drawing it forth with a hint of astonishment. Despite being a highborn Targaryen, renowned for ruling over 6 kingdoms, such famed Valyrian steel swords were scarce. It is called Order, Robin introduced. A fitting name. What history does it bear? I had this sword specially crafted by a master smith from Kohor. As for its history, I once bestowed knighthood upon 4 knights with it. Humph, that pales in comparison to the legends of my family's Black Fire and the Dark Sister, she retorted with a laugh. What do you find amusing? It's called Order. Should the time come when I wield this sword against my enemies, it would signify the end of House Morena. Rhaenyra found herself perplexed by this statement. How bewildering, she mused. The nearby guards, aware of Robin's capacity to dispatch living foes with ease, struggled to suppress their mirth. Robin stepped aside to avoid Rhaenyra, gesturing towards the distant Syrax. He felt a twinge of regret. Alas, with its tail, it exceeded 20 meters, making it impossible to contain within his consciousness while standing amidst the dragon. Have you ever seen one like it? Rhaenyra proudly arched her long neck. As long as we do not forge a marriage pact, I might consider taking you for a flight or two, she whispered a promise close to Robin's ear. Robin's demeanor turned grave, his tone stern. Princess, while your words may not bother me, I implore you to refrain from such remarks. Should my father hear you speak in such a manner about House Morena, the consequences would be severe. Rhaenyra was unexpectedly delighted, mentally noting his response. What consequences? Will he cancel my father's itinerary? I do not know. Let us return. It is rather cold here. He turned away, resuming his path. Once bustling with markets beside the training grounds, the area now lay desolate, with towering walls encircling the watchtower, and the shepherds had all departed. Rhaenyra, fatigued from her prolonged flight, did not linger at the training grounds. The two conversed as they strolled along the smooth dragonstone road towards the colossal tower atop the distant hill. An evening banquet? Rhaenyra hastened to catch up with him, feeling quite surprised. A feast typically required several days of preparation. Did you not know that Lord Corlys and his family arrived this noon? Robin appeared taken aback. Quickly deducing the situation, this young girl had come unaccompanied, unrelated to political affairs. He summoned a guard to inform the maester and sent a raven to King's Landing to announce the princess's safe arrival. Chapter 32. The visit. Did Laenor and Lenore come as well? As a princess, her social interactions were largely confined to royal members and the nobility near King's Landing. She had known the Valerians, Laenor and Lenore, since childhood. Yes, Robin nodded. Suddenly, the princess recalled her dragon, which had been raised in captivity since its youth, leaving its hunting skills terribly underdeveloped. Oh dear, my dragon requires sustenance, said Rhaenyra. It has a preference for sheep. Arrangements will be made, with the expenses charged to the princess. You are being rather stingy. It is merely a handful of sheep. Then bring over 1,000 barrels of honeyed salmon roe, and let the royal treasury bear the cost. Robin, isn't 1,000 barrels excessive? The princess had seen the size of the dragon's crystal barrel. It could even accommodate a fully grown cow if pressed. Are you truly so parsimonious with your dragon? Surely, 100,000 gold dragons is not beyond the Targaryens. Robin teased the young girl. It's not that. I merely believe it would be too much for it to consume. Such extravagance would be wasteful. Rhaenyra felt somewhat embarrassed, striving to uphold her royal dignity. Madame Moreno, upon seeing Robin return with a guest, emerged from the watchtower with a smile. Robin is jesting with you. The scent about you is rather overpowering. Leading her into the watchtower, she remarked on the lively nature of the little princess, suggesting she would surely bear many children. Madame Moreno conversed with Rhaenyra as they walked. By the way, 10 sheep will suffice. Rhaenyra feared he might actually send the bill back. Robin was merely joking. He wouldn't truly require your money. Rhaenyra called out as she ran back toward the door. Robin, send over 1,000 barrels for my dragon. Your mother says there's no need for payment. Tilly, take the princess to freshen up, Madame Moreno instructed. Let her choose her own attire. The banquet may be delayed, so we have ample time. The sound of the princess ascending the stairs echoed from the tower's base. Once Madame Moreno witnessed her vanish from sight, she spoke. What do you think of the princess? Do you like her? She's all right. At least she has a strong will, Robin replied, leaning against a pillar. Very healthy and spirited. She will undoubtedly bear several sons in the future. The mother appeared quite pleased, simply stating, she is well suited for you, in every regard. So you do like her? Consider this. She is a princess, Madame Moreno reminded her son. I truly hope for a union between you and the princess. In my view, an alliance between the royal family and ours would be preferable to a Valyrian match, to avoid any turmoil in the court. Indeed, I am well aware of the implications. Robin thought. I shall do my utmost to bring her back to Dragonstone. My son is so clever. However, I sense she may not be fond of me. Son, the final decision rests with the king. True enough, Rhaenyra followed the attendants to yet another level of the tower, where the maids lit the candles within the wine bottles. Under the reflection of numerous mirrors, the light was evenly distributed across each garment. This floor was devoid of walls, creating a spacious atmosphere reminiscent of a small circular ballroom. Nearly 100 headless crystal mannequins were meticulously arranged, adorned in various styles of clothing according to their intended use, while heavy fur coats hung above. How can there be so many garments here? Rhaenyra exclaimed in astonishment, feeling as if she had stepped into a vibrant sea of colors. To her right, a row of noblewomen's dresses stood elegantly. A wine-red velvet gown adorned with intricate gold-threaded rose vines meanders from the hem to the waist, while the neckline and cuffs are embellished with exquisite white mink fur. Beside it, a pale blue silk dress cascades in wave-like layers, its fabric shimmering with delicate silver threads, reminiscent of scattered stars. At the center of the room stands a rotating garment rack, laden with an array of scarves, shawls, and hats. Rhaenyra, a 10-year-old girl, is acutely aware that she will be treated with utmost courtesy by the members of the Moreno family, yet she cannot help but feel a twinge of frustration. The Countess surely views her as a prospective family member, but Rhaenyra harbors no desire to become one of them, thinking to herself, they are so wealthy, yet so miserly. How absurd. She turns to the maid beside her and remarks, your young master is quite stingy. Young Master Robin is not stingy, Tilly responds. A slender girl with her chin raised, her dark eyes gleaming with fervor. Everyone here has a job, and as long as one works, life is quite comfortable. Then why do 10 sheep count against me? One of these garments could feed my dragon for a month, Rhaenyra retorts. What? The princess's dragon can consume 300 golden dragons worth of sheep in a year? Tilly, having disregarded the mention of the 10 sheep, recalls observing the yellow beast from afar at the tower window. When it opened its mouth, she was momentarily frightened. She lacks an understanding of how much a dragon can eat, but knows that a single sheep is worth 2 silver bucks. And 210 silver bucks equal 1 golden dragon, culminating in a staggering 30,000 sheep. Rhaenyra's expression grows complex as she realizes that the clothing here is far more expensive than she had anticipated. The lady mostly has no pressing matters and enjoys strolling through the fabric district, purchasing anything that catches her fancy, she says. Surely the Count would not disapprove? Rhaenyra, dazzled, touches the garments, aware of their considerable value. Princess, you are unaware. The Lord Count is even more extravagant. He has a beast park filled with shadowy bobcats, ice wolves, deep-sea octopuses, and 8-eyed spiders. Tilly continues, excitedly describing the peculiar creatures of the beast park. She senses that Syrax's mood has lightened. He must be relishing roasted lamb at this moment. This one will do, Rhaenyra decides, stopping at a crystalline mannequin that resembles her figure. She has chosen her attire. No longer captivated by the beautiful garments, she wishes to complete her bath and attend the evening banquet, as she now feels hunger gnawing at her. Why does the Moreno family reside in a tower when they are so wealthy? Rhaenyra unconsciously inquires as she heads towards the bathroom level. The new castle is still under construction. The Lord has ordered it to be expedited day and night, another maid responds, while Tilly carefully undresses the crystalline mannequin from behind. Rhaenyra nods, having seen the castle, which has only one completed level. Its foundation is impressively vast, suggesting that its construction will take a considerable amount of time. She is curious about the purpose of such a large land-based fortress for defending against maritime threats on this island. A maid explains that this is the Count's insistence, although the specific reasons remain unknown. In fact, it was during the early years that the Count was profoundly struck by the grandeur of Helenburg during his travels. He lamented how it was no wonder that the unscrupulous Helen dared to proclaim that stones would not burn, had it not been for the subsequent melting by dragonfire. Countless lives would have been lost in an attempt to conquer such a fortress. Thus, he silently vowed that a powerful lord ought to possess a castle of this magnitude. Chapter 33. The Black Party and the Yellow Party. Tilly hung a red and black gown by the door. The bath, composed of colorful, intricate tiles, featured 3 cascading steps, with handmaidens on either side attending to the princess, soothing her fatigue. Rhaenyra luxuriated in the warm water, closing her eyes in blissful repose. The rising steam enveloped the room in a soft haze, while the flowing hot water maintained a consistently pleasant temperature. Tilly approached, realizing that the hot water valve had been turned to its maximum. "Your Highness, is the water not too scalding?" she inquired, swiftly withdrawing her right hand to test the temperature. "This water is quite perfect," came the languid response. Tilly observed closely, noting that the princess's skin remained unscalded, and she mused that the unclad princess was not much different from her attendants. Quietly, she took a bar of soap and joined in the service of the princess. Inadvertently, Tilly's fingers grazed Rhaenyra's developing bosom. The princess's skin was truly exquisite. Rhaenyra opened her eyes, a rosy hue spreading across her face. Subsequently, she reclined against the edge of the bath as her handmaidens meticulously combed through her silvery hair, gently untangling the knots while using goat's milk to cleanse the oils and impurities, rendering her hair even more lustrous. Once her bath was complete, the elder handmaiden assisted her in rising from the tub. At that moment, the bellows sounded, and the folding windows embedded in the wall ushered in a warm breeze. They dried her body with towels, and finally, a touch of floral essence was applied to her skin. She then donned the lingerie of her choice, followed by the splendid attire she had carefully selected, as her hair neared dryness. "Please braid my hair," she requested. Her silver locks were fashioned into braids, and soon, all her ornaments were adorned. "Is this attire perhaps too imposing?" Tilly exclaimed in admiration once the transformation was complete. Rhaenyra turned to behold her reflection in the dressing mirror, a smile gracing her lips. Clad in a black and red ensemble, with a Valyrian steel sword at her waist, she sat in the hall, her silver hair braided and cascading over her chest, a ruby circlet adorning her forehead. With the distinctive silver hair and violet eyes of the Valyrians, she radiated an air of nobility. The little princess appeared as if she were the reincarnation of Queen Visenya. Albert found himself increasingly enamored with the striking princess. He could no longer decipher Robin's methods. At times, he struggled to understand his actions, yet the outcomes were invariably favorable. Nonetheless, Albert felt that he lacked the noble's ferocity. It was said in Dragonstone that the legitimacy of procedure outweighed the results, for even if the sheriff collected more taxes, he would still face Robin's merciless lashes. Count Moreno found this quite unaristocratic, perhaps lacking a touch of knightly education. Perhaps a valiant knight is needed to complement him. Most importantly, marrying a dragon-riding princess holds immense significance. Transforming a family's history of humiliation into the genesis of a great lineage is a truly splendid affair. Valerian's Lannel is merely a royal member, devoid of such an impact. "Ah, is that so?" The princess felt a tinge of disappointment as she had inquired with the incessant maid about certain taboos of their lord. She had deliberately donned the visage of her ancestor, Visenya, intending to provoke disdain in Count Moreno, yet it appeared that the count was either indifferent or unaware. "My lord Albert, what of the Corlys family?" Rhaenyra noted the absence of her cousins. The banquet was yet to commence, and the lords remained either taciturn or whispered amongst themselves, none exhibiting any sign of impatience. The nobility residing in Dragonstone were primarily lords of the Vale and their progeny. Although Rhaenyra's mother was the sister of Duke Jane, Rhaenyra felt little familiarity with these individuals. To evade her mother, Emma, from retrieving her, she had hastily flown away on a dragon, unprepared and devoid of coin, momentarily numbing her hunger in the indulgence of the bath, now feeling weak and listless. Another guest, the Corlys Valerian family, had yet to return, causing a delay in the festivities. Albert, seated in his chair, caught wind of Rhaenyra's words and turned to speak. Corlys was accompanying Lady Rhaenys to the islands of Dragonstone to inspect the latest products, while Alina wandered the market with her 2 children. Rhaenyra nodded slightly, inwardly lamenting, "Lannel, do return swiftly, my stomach yearns." Observing the little princess's agitation, Albert initially assumed her early arrival was born of some mission to negotiate with Count Corlys. Thus, he scrutinized the young princess meaningfully, noting, "Your presence is indeed rather unexpected. We had not received prior notice of your arrival." At such a tender age, she had ridden a dragon to a foreign noble's abode, and Count Moreno held a quiet admiration for her. The date for the royal visit to the Moreno family was set for 7 days hence, and Albert naturally surmised the underlying motives. The family's military and economic prowess posed a threat to the Targaryens, merely a matter of an alliance through marriage. With Valerian's arrival, the Targaryens followed suit, a sequence that filled Albert with a modest sense of pride, yet the potential for calamity loomed should matters be mishandled. The girl sat solitary on a nearby chair, accompanied only by fruit and red wine, acutely aware of every gaze fixated upon her. She could feel the weight of scrutiny upon her, hearing the ebb and flow of whispers and laughter surrounding her. "I have a dragon," she thought. "Naturally, I am a step ahead of my parents." Rhaenyra felt somewhat ill at ease, suspecting they might believe she was simply playing. Indeed, Robin, accompanied by his guard, ventured forth to feed Syrax while relishing the sight of her dragon. Upon noticing the girl's boredom, he approached her, the sound of his boots echoing against the dragonstone floor. The princess, Rhaenyra, immediately looked up, somewhat disheartened by his solitary arrival. As Robin surveyed the surroundings, he realized there was little to discuss between a child and the adults present. Observing that all attention was focused on the princess, he contemplated that no one relished being scrutinized. Even a princess could feel uncomfortable under such gaze. Thus, he suggested, "There's roasted lamb being prepared downstairs, and I have a study upstairs. Come, let us enjoy the lamb. I can already smell its enticing aroma." Before he could finish his sentence, Rhaenyra eagerly seized his hand and hurried outside. In the courtyard beside the watchtower, Rhaenyra stood, one hand savoring a skewer of lamb, while the other occasionally tended to the iron skewers over the glowing coals, filling the air with the mouth-watering scent of grilled meat. The feast had yet to commence, with the barbecue ingredients kept cool by ice nearby. Servants passing by glanced at Rhaenyra and Robin grilling in the yard, whispering softly among themselves, though Rhaenyra remained unaware of their conversation, too engrossed in her activity to care. Robin diligently seasoned the grilled meat for her, yet he struggled to keep pace with Rhaenyra's voracious appetite. Eventually, she grew somewhat weary of the skewers and opted for an apple instead. In his eagerness to impress, Robin's once pristine and handsome visage became slightly smudged from the smoke, while Rhaenyra, having consumed numerous skewers, managed to retain a perfectly clean mouth, a testament to her royal upbringing. Seizing the opportunity to cultivate a favorable rapport, Robin inquired, "Are you familiar with the prophecy of Aegon the Conqueror?" Why this sudden topic? Rhaenyra thought, wondering if he might utter something overly sentimental. Yet her mind raced through the history of Aegon's landing and the unification of the Seven Kingdoms. The secret of dragons? She speculated, pondering whether it involved the Targaryen bloodline's ability to tame dragons. Never mind, forget I said anything. Robin discerned that the king had yet to share the secret with this silver-haired girl. Rhaenyra, feeling a bit annoyed, urged, "Give me a hint. I've read many books." "Very well, then let me pose a question. If you were to become the heir, what colorful name would you bestow upon your faction?" If I were to become the Princess of Dragonstone, I would undoubtedly choose the Yellow Party." "And why that name?" Robin assumed she might choose the White Party, as black and white seemed a fitting dichotomy. "That would naturally be determined by the color of my dragon's scales." I see," Robin mused, understanding dawning upon him. "So, the Black Party signifies that the future victor of the succession battle, a woman, would possess a black dragon. But what of the Yellow Party? Currently, only one dragon. The cannibal bore a coal-black appearance. Would the future heir command the cannibal? Yet, would such a dragon not disrupt the narrative? Panic surged within him. "Do you know which of your family's dragons is black?" he hastily inquired. "You have indeed posed your inquiry to the right individual." Rhaenyra, caressing her belly with satisfaction, noted that, to her knowledge, only one wild dragon known as the Devourer bore black scales. Yet there were no black eggs among the dragon eggs on Dragonstone. "My Syrax is a female dragon. Perhaps in the future, she might lay a black dragon egg." Rhaenyra expressed some skepticism, pondering your intentions. Given previous conversations, was he perhaps selecting dragons for the children they would eventually have? The princess was quite incensed. "Let me be clear, there is absolutely no possibility of that between us. My husband ought to be a valiant knight. You are far too weak," she declared, lightly tapping Robin's shoulder, causing him to take a step back. The surrounding guards grew tense, ready to intervene at the slightest sign of conflict between the two. In truth, Robin was not particularly fond of this wild-spirited girl. "Well then, if you possess the ability to disrupt this engagement, I am indifferent," he retorted. Ultimately, Robin remained uncertain whether the blacks were aligned with Rhaenyra. What none anticipated was that she would inadvertently cause a calamity at the Watchtower, a disaster significant enough to warrant a mention in the annals of House Targaryen. At that moment, a voice interrupted. "My lord, Lord Corley's family has returned." A tall woman with a rounded visage stood at the entrance of the courtyard. This woman was Lady Moreno's steward, Livia, who had been responsible for the internal matters of the Watchtower since Robin's birth. She was one of the few women who had watched Robin grow up. "Are you still able to eat?" Chapter 34. Later, when Corlys and Rhaenys first beheld Rhaenyra, a flicker of surprise was unmistakably visible in their eyes, and they exchanged a knowing look. The banquet continued late into the night. Meanwhile, on the uppermost level of the Watchtower, another scene unfolded quietly. Oil lamps blazed overhead, and the recesses of the walls were fitted with transparent glass, as the howling cold wind incessantly battered against them, producing a resounding echo. Typically, this space served as a cozy gathering place for Robin and his sisters. where they would enjoy afternoon tea and engage in pleasant conversation whenever the sun shone and they found themselves free of obligations. Robin was acutely aware of the purpose behind Earl Corley's sudden visit with his daughter. As a prominent nobleman and the Minister of Maritime Affairs, he hoped to establish a military alliance, thereby strengthening House Valerion's hold over the seas and averting any challenges to the maritime supremacy of Driftmark posed by Dragonstone. However, such an alliance would not offer substantial benefits to the burgeoning Moreno family. Thus, the Valerians were eager to forge a deep bond with the Morenos, culminating in a union between the two families. Albert was quite satisfied with this arrangement, as the terms outlined in his correspondence were agreeable. Although the Moreno family was nearing the status of a major noble within a year, their rapid ascent and limited numbers meant they lacked political clout in the capital and required the support of a formidable family. By the glow of the embers, 7-year-old Robin sat across from 8-year-old Lanaer, a young lady of the Valerian family, possessed a tall and slender figure, which, though not yet fully matured, already exhibited an air of elegance. Her deep-set black eyes, prominent nose, delicate chin, fair complexion, and a cascade of silvery curls gracefully draped over her shoulders. Clad in a purple gown, it was evident that the girl had received an excellent education. Her hands demurely resting upon her lap, she reflected on her father's teachings. At that moment, she sat upright, her gaze anxiously fixed upon the boy across from her. What does it feel like to manage a city? To establish a city and harbor for one's family, while outsiders herald your mastery over the sand that creates dragon crystals? Robin was momentarily taken aback, expecting the young girl to pose more commonplace inquiries, such as her hobbies or preferences. He hesitated to respond to her question, instead tending to the stove before him, shoveling some charcoal into it with a metal spatula, then taking a bottle of oil and pouring it over the coals. Afterward, he struck a flint with an iron rod, sparks igniting and falling into the stove. Following several attempts, the oil ignited, and after a while, the entire bucket of charcoal glowed a fiery red, radiating intense warmth. Much like herding sheep, he mused, one must feed them regularly, and if they misbehave, a few lashes will suffice. Robin intended to lighten the mood with a jest, but it appeared that Lanaer did not grasp the humor. He felt a twinge of awkwardness. As for the dragon crystal, that remained a family secret, one he could not divulge. Craftily, he offered an excuse to sidestep the topic. While speaking, he retrieved a copper kettle from the shelf, filled it with fresh water from a nearby wooden barrel, and set it upon the stove to boil. Lanaer quietly observed Robin's every movement. He meticulously took a dagger, carefully slicing a lemon into neat, golden segments that fell into a crystal glass. Next, he reached for a jar of honey, gently pouring in a measure. He patiently awaited the kettle atop the iron plate to reach a boil. On a small table nearby lay an assortment of fried delicacies and fruits. He picked up a piece of fried potato and offered it to Lanaer, while he himself took a piece and chewed thoughtfully before stating, "This fried potato is quite delectable." He then poured 2 generous cups of hot water into the crystal glass, presenting the freshly brewed honey lemon water to Lanaer. It was a sweet and tangy concoction. "Thank you," she replied. After a few moments, having consumed half a cup, she licked her lips, relaxing her posture, no longer so restrained. "If the two of us," Robin interjected, halting the young girl's rehearsed recitation. "That is merely what your father has instructed you to say." To him, Lanaer appeared to be an innocent girl devoid of guile. He understood that at her age, she likely harbored no independent thoughts. "What did your mother say?" Torn with indecision, Lanaer bit her lip and hesitated for a time before quietly murmuring, "She mentioned that once we are engaged, I shall reside in Dragon Crystal City." "That remains uncertain," Robin replied nonchalantly, his tone revealing little emotion. "Do you not like me?" Lanaer exhibited signs of unease. "Not at all. You are quite charming," Robin quickly clarified, adding that if given the choice, she would indeed be his preference. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase, shattering the delicate atmosphere between the two. This was soon followed by a vigorous exchange of words. "Princess, you cannot ascend," came the command. "I am seeking Lanael. Do not obstruct my path." Rhaenyra's voice was clear and authoritative, imbued with an undeniable force. "Miss Lanael, this is the reason," Robin said, spreading his hands. "The king arrives in 7 days. We have no room for options." From the rooftop, a voice called out, "Jorson, do not block the princess's way." Jorson, feeling relieved, stepped aside, having witnessed the princess poised to charge forward. His concern was not about stopping her, rather, he feared the repercussions should she tumble down the stairs and injure herself. "Humph," Rhaenyra scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Jorson. She had seen the two sneaking upstairs in Robin's study. Logically, She should have been pleased that Robin was finding a suitable match, yet at that moment, her heart was heavy with irritation and unrest. An inexplicable emotion surged within her, compelling her to leave. "Linnea, what are you two discussing? Are you conspiring?" Rhaenyra inquired as she approached. "Indeed, just as the princess suspects," Robin replied without hesitation, gesturing invitingly to a chair. However, Rhaenyra paid him no mind, striding directly to Linnea and seating herself beside her on the same chair. Fortunately, both girls were petite, and the chair accommodated them comfortably. "Linnea," Rhaenyra suddenly exclaimed. The little girl instinctively turned her head, and before she could comprehend the situation, Rhaenyra pressed her hands against her cheeks and planted a forceful kiss on her face. Startled by this unexpected gesture, Linnea quickly wiped her mouth, her expression a mix of astonishment and confusion. "How was that?" Rhaenyra squinted her eyes, beaming with pride as she flaunted her actions to Robin, as if showcasing a remarkable achievement. Robin's lips twitched in disbelief, unable to restrain himself from commenting. "Are you trying to say you actually fancy women?" After a moment of contemplation, Rhaenyra finally formulated a fitting rationale. "Humph, Linnea is my best friend. I merely wish to convey that if you ever dare to bully her, prepare to face my true wrath." Rhaenyra patted the sword at her waist, as if entrusting her dearest companion to him. "That is my decree. How stingy, I'll lend it to you before I leave. But let me have my fun with it for a few days first." Chapter 35. Hospitality. Although Albert had already begun preparations for the dragon's banner and tapestries, and had informed the king of his impending arrival, Corlys remained undeterred, persistently advocating for the benefits of a union between the two families. Ultimately, however, he was unable to persuade Count Albert. Realizing the formidable resistance posed by the king regarding the union, Corlys temporarily relinquished his pursuits. In the ensuing days, he refrained from visiting the watchtower, presumably awaiting the king's arrival to provide a dignified explanation, for his actions were grossly incongruous with his stature. The Dragon Crystal Avenue traverses Finger Island, flanked by numerous workshops. Robin guided Rhaenyra on an exploratory tour, fostering mutual understanding to at least mitigate the princess's hostility. As July approached, the height of summer unfolded, and the Five-Finger Peninsula exhibited distinct climatic traits, characterized by persistent howling winds. However, due to the fortifications erected around Dragon Crystal City, the annual maximum temperature seldom exceeded 30 degrees Celsius, with refreshing coolness greeting the dawn and streets impeccably clean. In Rhaenyra's recollections, the abodes of the lower-income populace, owing to their density and livelihood, were typically beset with scenes of flowing filth and litter strewn about. A stark departure from her expectations. Come, savor the delectable pan-seared fish, devoid of sawdust, and the black bread," one vendor exclaimed. "1 white coin for a piece, a white coin, equivalent to a copper fraction. Enjoy a steaming bowl of seaweed soup in the morning, invigorating you for the entire day. Carrots from the port, 10 for a white coin, choose as you please. Juicy meat pies, eel soup paired with wine. Oysters, fresh oysters, firm as can be. Freshly harvested vegetables from Coldwater City, both inexpensive and fresh." Along Dragon Crystal Avenue in the residential area, vendors peddling vegetables, fruits, and prepared foods loudly beckoned to hurried passers-by. Some stopped to browse, fueled by the desire to purchase, while others waved impatiently. Rhaenyra gazed intently at each stall, observing the wares, and made purchases when she fancied something, secure in the knowledge that someone would settle the bill. Robin typically accompanied 6 guards on his outings, but today, with the princess in tow, they doubled the number of attendants for safety, despite the generally excellent security of Dragon Crystal City. The abundance of guards inevitably drew the attention of the crowd at each market they visited. As they proceeded, Rhaenyra heard a melody wafting through the air and lifted her head to gaze towards the street. There, a wandering accordionist performed, his tune oscillating between lyrical and fervent. Surrounding him were several rosy-cheeked children clad in modified workshop attire, swaying to the rhythm, instinctively dancing with joy illuminating their faces. "Is that the princess?" one bystander remarked, followed by another exclaiming, "Good heavens, that is order." The earlier inquirer pressed, "Why does the princess hold order?" At this moment, Josen would sternly interject, "Do you have nothing better to do?" His voice would hush the onlookers, who then dared not stare brazenly any longer. This exchange repeated itself as they continued on their path. Rhaenyra had long grown accustomed to such attention and paid it little mind. Ahead, rows of workshops billowed white smoke, and Rhaenyra, pointing with curiosity, inquired, "What is that?" Robin followed her gesture and replied, "That is the weapons workshop." The girl furrowed her brow slightly and expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "I can read, but what I inquired about is the purpose of this place." She scrutinized the workshop, noting that it bore little distinction from others. save for the rhythmic cacophony emanating from within and the noticeably greater number of guards present. What struck her as particularly peculiar was that as soon as she approached, the guards immediately became vigilant, hand resting on their swords. There was undoubtedly a secret here. This is my father's confidential domain. Let us explore elsewhere. Robin often deflected the inexplicable back to his father, a tactic that proved quite effective, considering he was merely a 7-year-old child. Rhaenyra shot him a disdainful glance, genuinely believing him to be foolish. Isn't this where your family develops those intriguing inventions? Take me to see. You already know it's a secret. Robin attempted to dissuade her once more, but Rhaenyra offered him no chance. I merely wish to take a look. Are you afraid I might learn something? With that, she seized Robin's arm and began to trot forward. As they passed the cold, indifferent guards at the entrance, Rhaenyra let out a huff to express her discontent. The guards merely cast a cursory glance their way before returning to their duties. They entered a long, dark corridor where the walls bore fist-sized holes, evoking a sense of mystery in the girl. Curiosity piqued, she peered inside. "Ah," she gasped, startled to find a soldier staring back at her from within, where the light was relatively bright, and behind him hung a row of peculiar boxes. At the end of the corridor lay a long hall, and upon entering, a wave of heat enveloped them, the temperature markedly higher than outside. Above, the dragon crystal walls featured openings, paired with transparent glass, rendering the space extraordinarily luminous. Within the hall, everyone was engrossed in their tasks. Upon noticing Robin and Rhaenyra's arrival, they merely exchanged brief greetings before returning to their work. Beneath a chimney stood a towering iron canister, with burning charcoal beneath it, illuminating the entire hall in a fiery glow. Ahead, a cast iron disc spun at high speed, emitting a buzzing sound. A group was gathered around a wooden frame, retrieving unopened weapons from within, their focus fixed on the rapidly rotating disc as they honed the edges. Terrifying orange light emanating from the friction as arrows, crossbows, and spears took shape in a blur. Further along, a row of massive iron blocks crashed down repeatedly, while craftsmen below shaped the wrought iron with pliers. The sight of daggers, swords, axes, and sickles being forged so efficiently left Rhaenyra awestruck. She had never witnessed such a remarkable scene of weapon manufacturing. In her understanding, a fine sword requires the blacksmith to dedicate half a month to meticulously forge it. The process of sword making necessitates the stirring of the forge to heat the iron, after which the craftsman skillfully hammers it based on his experience. The apprentice then turns the whetstone to sharpen the blade, making it a laborious endeavor. However, here, one merely needs to place the iron on a mechanism, adjust the angle appropriately, and a weapon can be swiftly produced. How many swords can be crafted in a day? Approximately 300, replied Josen, a regular in this place. While Robin had long ceased to concern himself with such trivialities and was unaware. What causes these iron blocks to move? The power of steam, Robin informed her. As he elucidated Rhaenyra's inquiries, they continued onward, approaching the site of Scorpion crossbow production, where various semi-finished products and tools lay scattered, and workers busily assembled components into formidable weapons. They did not seem to fear you, my little lord, Rhaenyra observed. Unable to contain her curiosity as she watched the industrious individuals around her, they merely glanced at the nobles before returning to their tasks. Do you fear your dragon? Robin countered. I share a magical connection with Syrax. I can sense her emotions, as though she were a companion, Rhaenyra replied proudly. Her unique bond with the dragon a source of great pride. Because everyone is aware of the laws I have enacted, as long as they do not infringe upon them. They are merely individuals working under my command, Robin patiently explained. Each law in Dragon Crystal City is crafted to be as straightforward as possible, and I oversee the final review of these legal texts. They trust that my laws will not harm them, just as you trust your dragon will not suddenly devour you. My father also holds great faith in the law. He placed a stone sphere representing his position on the council table, making it clear who was present. Rhaenyra recalled the scene of serving wine to the ministers at the royal council. Clocking in, Robin blurted out. What does that mean? Rhaenyra asked, puzzled. It's nothing, he replied, sensing her confusion and choosing not to dwell on the topic. It seems you regard your territory as a business venture. Rhaenyra shifted the conversation, continuing her inquiry. Why do they all privately refer to you as Little Lord instead of Young Master? Because everyone believes I will inherit the title, Robin answered matter-of-factly. Finally, Robin declared, we should return to the watchtower. After touring the workshop, the group embarked on their journey back. As they passed the guardhouse, Rhaenyra suddenly recalled something and stopped in her tracks. Her sense of direction was quite strong, and it seemed the guard who had startled her earlier was inside. She gently pushed open the grand door, discovering that the soldier was pointing a peculiar box at her. at which point she realized it was a remarkably small crossbow. "Stand down. This is the princess," Josen quickly commanded. Standing still, Rhaenyra finally took action, ignoring the guards. She picked up a row of crossbow boxes hanging on the rack and examined them closely. This was not her usual demeanor. She was merely being reckless to create a poor impression on Robin. She knew the soldiers would not shoot arrows, yet her heart raced at the sight of the crossbows. Though she maintained an air of calm that went unnoticed. She opened the quiver located above the crossbow arms and discovered it was filled with numerous small bolts. "Is this a crossbow?" she pondered, but a peculiar box atop it piqued her curiosity. "Yes," Robin replied, as he was responsible for the concept of the repeating crossbow, while artisans and scholars were tasked with its modification and enhancement. "Why does it look like this? Isn't it too small?" As she spoke, Rhaenyra attempted to draw the bowstring, only to find the string surprisingly resilient. Gritting her teeth, she pressed it down forcefully against the ground. With a soft click, the bowstring was drawn back. Rhaenyra lifted the crossbow in her arms, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. "Princess, that thing is quite dangerous," Jorsen exclaimed, prompting the guards to form a protective barrier around Robin, their expressions tense. This crossbow could fire 7 small bolts at once, allowing multiple users to create a concentrated field of fire at close range, capable of penetrating lightweight armor. "Do not play around here," Robin cautioned. "If you wish, we can go shoot at crows. It is too small a place here, and someone might get hurt. Also, do not aim it at me. You could kill me now." Robin's spatial awareness could not account for things he could not see, as vision served as his anchor point for perception. "Oh, my apologies," Rhaenyra exclaimed, sticking out her tongue as she realized her impropriety and hastily lowered the crossbow. "Jorsen, bring a quiver of bolts," Robin instructed. Chapter 36. A conversation by the sea. Rhaenyra had spent 5 days in Dragonstone, leaving a trail of crow carcasses atop Crow's Rock, her handiwork. In a matter of days, these remains, along with fish entrails, would rot, attracting waves of crows to feast, ultimately leaving only hardened bones behind. She had experienced shooting seagulls with a scorpion crossbow aboard the fleet and indulged in bizarre delicacies at the market: fried spiders, roasted snakes, and raw lamb hearts. Dragonstone was a haven for wealthy individuals seeking novel experiences. Where there is demand, a market thrives. On the afternoon of the 6th day, with only the sound of the ocean's tides echoing around them, the two walked along the coastline, for guards vigilantly surveying their surroundings. "Thank you for your company these past few days. While I don't particularly dislike you, the thought of being sold to you tomorrow dampens my spirits," she said. "Sold? How could that be?" Robin was taken aback by her line of reasoning. "Isn't it commonplace for noble families to arrange marriages? Duty and family always come first. To be honest, if I must be betrothed, I hope my husband will be a valiant knight. You constantly remind me of my father's Hand of the King. If all goes as expected, you shall see him tomorrow. He perpetually presents himself as one who considers your needs, offering you a myriad of choices, yet in reality, you are confined to the single path he has predetermined. As long as he remains nearby, he serves as a constant reminder that I am a princess, which indeed grows tiresome." Robin nodded in agreement. "Compared to me, you surely prefer Lannerl. He is more obedient, more docile." Rhaenyra crafted excuses for both herself and Robin. Recognizing that this union is not one born of genuine desire, she unraveled the order and extended it toward Robin, who declined to accept it. "Return it before you depart. At least your father will be pleased for a time." Observing his refusal, Rhaenyra retracted her offer. "I bear you no ill will. Regardless of the agreements made by our forebears, they do not alter the fact that I do not harbor affection for you." Robin detected an unsettling nuance. "Do you have someone you favor?" Rhaenyra pursed her lips, pausing to turn and regard Robin. "No. Fulfilling the duties of the realm falls to my unborn brother. This is his kingdom, and the future belongs to him. I shall not sacrifice my marriage for a brother yet to be born. He can marry your sister. You have two," Rhaenyra stated. "Either one will suffice." Robin chuckled silently, recognizing the futility as both families intentionally advanced negotiations for the union. The situation was abundantly clear. How could a mere girl sway the king's will? He perceived her musings as fanciful. "I believe you ought to embrace your responsibilities, leveraging this union to secure an alliance with House Moreno. Your brother is still an unknown, yet Lannerl stands before you." Robin sought to counsel the princess, urging her not to forget her station, family, responsibility, honor. "Those are the tenets of House Tully. I am a dragon from the heavens, not a trout," the young girl asserted boldly. Following her lead, Robin refrained from making his stance overly rigid, for he did not wish to appear as though he were beseeching her for the marriage. Thus, he remarked, "Very well, if you can persuade your royal father, I would not mind." He then uttered some insincere words. Had it not been for the king and the lord's correspondence, Laneril and I would have been engaged long ago. Laneril is but a child, lacking substantial thoughts, yet recent interactions have led him to develop a fondness for this spirited princess. In his constructed dragonstone, few can engage with him on equal terms aside from family. Rhaenyra murmured softly to herself, I will. It remained unclear to which inquiry she was responding, whether she would embrace her responsibilities or persuade Viserys to relinquish his intentions. Robin furrowed his brow as he observed her. And ultimately, in silence, the two concluded their conversation. Chapter 37. The king's arrival with a resounding crash. A colossal two-masted galleon sailed majestically across the tumultuous sea, flanked by 12 warships in protective formation. Upon their sails, the image of a three-headed red dragon was emblazoned. The waves incessantly crash against the massive, unwieldy hull of the ship, yet their impact resembles nothing more than a gentle breeze, failing to sway the vessel from its steadfast course. Otto was aware of the king's susceptibility to seasickness. They had embarked yesterday afternoon, and by this morning, they would reach their destination. Upon encountering Viserys, he felt a slight sense of relief as the king appeared to be in good spirits during their time at sea. Your Majesty, we shall arrive at Dragonstone in approximately half an hour, Otto informed. The Five Fingers Peninsula is situated in the southeastern part of the valley, at the exit of the Bight, not far from King's Landing, with favorable winds and strong gales propelling the ship forward. The sturdy two-masted vessel was assuredly on course to reach its destination swiftly. Otto, why are there so many merchant ships along the coast? The king inquired. Your Majesty, I have inquired and learned that the Morenos have deliberately cleared Dragonstone's port in anticipation of your arrival, Otto replied. A smile graced Viserys' lips. This is an attitude my Minister of Marine could learn from for a lifetime. If that were the case, he would not hold dominion over half the nation's navy as the Earl of Driftmark. Seizing the opportunity to remind the king of this evident truth, Otto mused. Perhaps he might change after today? Perhaps. At that moment, the king sat quietly by the cabin window. In the distance, 7 towering beacons, ablaze with crimson flames, rose prominently, and an endless array of anchored ships stirred a sense of envy within him. Dragonstone indeed surpassed Braavos on the opposite shore of the narrow sea as the epicenter of global trade, brimming with immense wealth. Any ship adorned with the sigil of the lookout tower exceeded the tonnage of the Targaryen flagship, the Black Death. Queen Aemma had intended to accompany them to meet Robin, but due to her pregnancy, Viserys had sternly declined her presence. In the absence of Lord Corlys at Dragonstone, it would have been the Albert family representing the Targaryen dynasty to discuss a potential alliance with King's Landing. He had assured the queen that after she bore the child, a celebratory event would certainly take place, and she would have the opportunity to meet the child then. Throughout the 7 days, Viserys found himself perplexed by the unusual tranquility of his cherished daughter, who seemed to be remarkably calm on that side, leaving him somewhat bewildered. After a day's voyage, Viserys exhaled deeply, finally catching sight of Dragonstone's renowned crystalline rainbow salmon. The sunlight refracted through them, indeed creating a rainbow upon the waters of the harbor. At that moment, warships arranged in formation flanked the port, and soldiers aboard waved small flags, meticulously observing the red, three-headed dragon emblazoned upon them. The walls and docks were thronged with soldiers, fervently welcoming the king to their city. Your Majesty, long live King Viserys. They hailed, paying their respects. A small boat guided their approach, as the royal ship and the 12 vessels of the fleet simultaneously entered a dense cluster of black islands. Viserys observed a diverse array of peoples aboard, including Braavosi, Carthene, Lyseni, and even a few Dothraki, perhaps merely gathered to witness the visage of the king of Westeros. Viserys had once journeyed to the City of the Stone for his brother's nuptials, yet he had never embarked on a vessel to venture further north. Even his trips were confined to the King's Road towards Winterfell for feasts, naturally bypassing the Fingers Peninsula, though he could imagine, from other places along the way, that this land had once been barren. Now, as Viserys beheld the vista before him, it had transformed into a bustling metropolis, with islands constructed of dragonstone dotting the sea, adorned with opulent mansions, bridges, brick warehouses, inns, market stalls, taverns, and brothels, one after another. Each dragonstone all resembled a vibrant little street, and in the distance, he could discern the marble-walled Church of the Seven, with 7 crystalline towers rising majestically amongst them. On the rectangular islands, soldiers stood with impassive expressions, maintaining order, and in their eyes, Viserys perceived neither reverence nor any flicker of emotion. These must be the unsullied procured from Astapor. Small flatboats traversed the waters incessantly, with oarsmen navigating between the isles, while merchant vessels in the distance continuously unloaded goods from Braavos, Pintos, and lists. Viserys caught sight of an ornately decorated yacht bearing the sigil of House Moreno. As the king's ship distanced itself from the merchant vessels, only then were the ships docked on the opposite side of the port permitted to unfurl their sails, and the sailors allowed to row their vessels. After a while, the king's ship arrived at its mooring point. The straight dock was divided by the rectangular dragonstone into individual berths, and the area designated for the royal fleet was eerily empty, while other spots were congested with countless vessels. From the bow, Viserys surveyed the scenery of the dock, where an enormous, imposing black square structure loomed, surrounded by 7 colossal defensive towers of steel fortifications, bristling with arrows, all constructed from gray stone. The formidable war potential of this dragonstone citadel was unmistakable. Should war truly erupt, this would become an impregnable labyrinthine fortress. Invaders would first need to scale the walls and vanquish the fearless Unsullied, then clear the numerous enclosed arrow towers scattered across the isle, ultimately breaching the 7 larger arrow towers. All of this would need to be accomplished before reinforcements could be summoned from the watchtowers and the Dragonstone fleet could block their escape. The Moreno family could undoubtedly mobilize a fleet of over 1,000 galleys with double masts in a remarkably short time. Those who provoked the Moreno family would find themselves with their maritime supply routes cut off, significantly diminishing the enemy's capacity for war. However, the Dragonstone fleet of House Moreno did not wield substantial intimidation over the nobles of Westeros. For no matter how vast the fleet, it could not encircle all of Westeros. Severing the maritime routes might inflict some losses, yet salmon remained a cheap staple food. Such actions would scarcely wound the great houses. Presently, all of Westeros seemed on the brink of being overwhelmed by salted salmon, as even the 500,000 citizens of King's Landing could not exhaust their stores in a month of relentless feasting. The Moreno family has increasingly approached the power to command nearly half of the national navy, akin to Valerian, which is also the reason why the Valerians have come here. However, Viserys does not perceive any treachery from the Moreno family. Rather, he believes their blind military expansion is merely a pursuit of political stature. Not far from the docks, in an expansive square, Robin, Daemon, and Rhaenyra, along with several nobles, awaited the arrival of the guests. A contingent of Kingsguard made their way across the hastily erected bridge to the dock, forming 2 lines to maintain order alongside the Dragonstone garrison. Shortly thereafter, at the forefront of the procession, 2 members of the Kingsguard, draped in pristine white cloaks, accompanied a figure who was none other than the king himself. The arriving retinue resembled a magnificent river of red and steel, flowing grandly towards the Dragonstone dock, led by Sir Garrett. The entourage totaled 300 individuals, comprised of Kingsguard, Red Keep guards, and attendants, all bearing numerous black banners that fluttered in the howling sea breeze, each emblazoned with the 3-headed red dragon, the emblem of House Targaryen. The king's chariot, pulled by 16 white horses, had been transported earlier from the warship and was now assembled not far from the gathering. King Viserys donned a black fur coat, intricately embroidered with gold trim at the collar and cuffs, featuring the iconic 3-headed dragon motif of House Targaryen. Over his robe, he wore a dark red cloak, also adorned with lavish gold edging. As he stepped onto solid ground, the sensation of weightlessness dissipated, and although weariness lingered, a smile graced his features. Sir Laenor, a member of the Kingsguard, declared the king's identity: King Viserys I, King of the Undulls and First Men, Protector of the 7 Kingdoms. The king did not find it overly ceremonious to emphasize legitimacy and authority to the 7-year-old boy, according to reliable intelligence. He was indeed the true master of this city. At that moment, Viserys scanned the crowd, aware that he would not see the Valerians, yet felt a twinge of unease. Robin, standing in for his father as the acting Lord of Dragonstone, knelt on one knee and said, "Your Majesty, Dragonstone welcomes your presence." The king regarded Robin, noting that, compared to other children of his age, he appeared somewhat slender but was overall a handsome boy. Viserys helped him to his feet and embraced him. "Child, my daughter has not caused any trouble here, has she?" "Your Majesty jest," Robin replied. "Princess Rhaenyra is gracious and well-liked by all." The impression left on him was favorable, as Robin displayed decorum and eloquence. Viserys, not having a strong impression of Count Moreno, recalled Robin's resemblance to his father, reminiscent of the knight injured at the tournament upon his ascension. Daemon, lurking in the crowd, remained silent, apprehensive that his brother might suddenly decide to send him back to Storm's Inn to face that tiresome woman. "Do not assume that this will win my favor," Rhaenyra thought to herself, disdainfully curling her lip as she wondered if her father could truly not discern the pleasantries in his words. Only King Viserys stood nearby, laughing heartily. As the king passed by, he reached out, drawing Rhaenyra into the spacious carriage, where Robin was also invited to join, and the two engaged in lively conversation. Amid their exchange, Viserys suddenly turned his curious gaze upon his daughter, noticing that she resembled a female warrior, a sword adorned with rubies hanging from her waist. "Rhaenyra, where did you acquire that sword?" he inquired. Upon hearing her father's impending lecture, Rhaenyra pouted slightly, casting her eyes toward Robin. "Your Majesty, the princess finds it beautiful. She merely borrowed it for a few days." In those days, Rhaenyra increasingly felt that the sword suited her, often donning it as she roamed about freely, unrestrained by anyone. Her mother, Emma, had never permitted her to wield a blade, despite her having mastered the arts of etiquette splendidly. Perhaps, in borrowing a touch of royal elegance, this sword could weave its own legend? Robin jested, eliciting from Rhaenyra a rather unsightly smile. Viserys' previously furrowed brow finally relaxed. Chapter 38. The betrothal confirmed. The carriage, escorted by guards, traversed through the marketplace, the training grounds, and the guard bridge, ultimately arriving at the Wheel Palace where Viserys disembarked. "Your Majesty." Viserys, accompanied by his entourage, approached the grand entrance of the watchtower, where a middle-aged man seated in a wheelchair awaited, accompanied by a woman clad in splendid attire, her scarred visage rendering her somewhat unappealing. "Your Majesty," greeted Garrett, the commander of Dragonstone's garrison, Thomas Oxon, the admiral of the Dragonstone fleet, Daemon Mandler, a customs officer, and several nobles eager to witness the king's presence stood in the background. This was the highest form of reception the Moreno family could muster at present. "Albert, it has been quite some time," remarked the king. "It appears that your charisma remains undiminished." The man in the wheelchair nodded in acknowledgement and politely extended his greetings. Viserys recognized Albert Moreno, the Lord of Dragonstone, recalling their previous encounters. Prior to the Grand Council at Harrenhal, he had hosted the eminent nobles from the Vale, during which the Moreno family was in a state of decline, and Count Albert had been present. The king had also visited Albert during his convalescence, primarily to showcase the new king's demeanor, resulting in a mere exchange of formalities. Despite his disability, Albert maintained a commendable demeanor, showing no signs of despondency. Though his expression bore a slight shadow, a smile broke across his face as he quipped, "I hope your Majesty will forgive my failure to greet you in person." Viserys' smile vanished instantaneously, replaced by a serious countenance. "The Seven are cruel," he replied. "Albert, I remember how you nearly reached the finals at the tournament in Harrenhal." His voice was steady, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Count Moreno inclined his head slightly, responding with utmost respect. "I am grateful for your Majesty's concern. Those matters are now behind us." With that, he stepped aside and gestured for the king to enter. "Your Majesty, the wind outside is quite strong. Had you arrived 2 years later, I am certain you would have beheld the grandeur of my family's castle." Viserys, bearing a gentle expression, smiled with benevolence. "No matter. Although I have long grown accustomed to the magnificence of the Red Keep, I still find myself reminiscing about my days studying at the Prime Minister's tower." His tone was warm, exuding an inviting demeanor. As the formalities of their greeting concluded, the king remarked, "I believe we require some private time to converse." He had a clear purpose, pressing matters awaited. Should he encounter Corlys later, the situation could become rather awkward, and they needed to clarify matters promptly. Albert understood the king's intent and sought to seize this opportunity to discuss matters with him beforehand. Initially, he had been delighted by the news of Corlys' intention to form a marriage alliance, yet the king's letter had thrust him into a quandary. Although Corlys' matrimonial endeavors had stalled, he comprehended Albert's actions, better to avoid animosity even if they could not become in-laws. Faced with the expectations of his liege lord and the king, some matters were indeed beyond his control. "Your Majesty, please follow me to the council chamber," Count Moreno said. Lady Moreno pushed her husband's wheelchair ahead, with Viserys and the others following closely behind. They navigated a path amidst the greenery until they paused in a garden. Not far off, several little girls appeared to be frolicking, their attention drawn by a gathering of onlookers. "Those are my 2 daughters, along with some noble children. Quite adorable," Viserys remarked. Continuing along an unusual pathway lined with various crystal sculptures, meticulously crafted from different colored crystals, Viserys walked with keen interest, observing. To his left stood the deities of Westeros, with their 7 distinct visages, mermaids, splashing waters, hammers, direwolves, and the 3-eyed raven, all gazing upon them. To his right, gods from Essos were depicted, 3-headed figures, yellow stone bulls, red steeds, and black lions. "Your Majesty, this path is known as the Road of the Gods. Here, individuals of any faith can find solace," Albert explained. "Indeed, I see the 7," The king nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly after departing the road of the gods, they arrived at a splendid edifice. Viserys stood at the bottom of the steps, facing a hall constructed from precisely cut square stone blocks, supported by 16 columns adorned with the sigil of House Morena. Above, the prominent eaves were crowned with small towers. Sir Garrett stepped forward to open the grand doors. Inside, the most prominent feature was a long table, the venue where Robin and his officials typically convened or reported. The watchtower, serving as the administrative center, appeared somewhat diminutive and less convenient for personnel movement. At that moment, Sir Lion observed that the discussion was about to commence, so he closed the door, standing guard alongside another member of the King's Guard. The hall's doors closed with a soft thud, leaving only 4 individuals inside, and the atmosphere grew slightly tense. Viserys sat at one side of the long table, his hands spread upon its surface as he gazed at Count Morena, who was seated in a wheelchair across from him. Prime Minister Otto stood behind the king, while Lady Morena poured 2 cups of warm water from a brass thermos and offered them to Viserys and Otto. "No, thank you." The king declined. The thermos, with its double glass walls and silver lining, was a novel product in the market, not widely sold due to the distinct dietary habits of the era. Thus, the king had mistaken it for a vessel of wine. "Your Majesty, this is honey water," Lady Morena clarified, prompting Viserys to take half a cup before placing it back on the table. Otto found the council's abstention from alcohol intriguing. Perhaps, during cold meetings, ministers would prefer something warm. "What do you wish to convey, Your Majesty?" Albert inquired, fixing his gaze on the king seated opposite him. Though both were aware of the king's purpose for coming, it ultimately required Viserys to initiate the conversation. "I seek to arrange a marriage for your son, Sir Robin, with my daughter, Princess Rhaenyra." At that moment, the king was not troubled by the absence of an heir. It was common knowledge that he was still young and would surely father a son. Count Morena exchanged glances with his wife, sharing a smile with the king. "Our families are indeed well suited. This would be a tremendous honor for me and my family, Your Majesty. However, before my wife and I accept this proposal, you must consider the feelings of the Minister of the Sea. After all, stirring the waters over my son's marriage would be quite unworthy." "I understand, and I shall manage it appropriately. If there is nothing else, let us finalize this matter," Viserys exhaled softly. From both military and trade perspectives, aligning with the Velaryon lineage was more in line with the interests of traditional nobility. In terms of both bloodline and influence, the disparity between Velaryon's Laenor and Targaryen's Rhaenyra was minimal, leaving the king with some apprehensions. Subsequently, Lady Morena guided the king once more through the moon gate of the garden, turning towards another side. Along the path, there were numerous courtyards separated by walls. Soon, they arrived before a grand door painted in red. Lady Morena turned to the surrounding guards and issued a command: "You may withdraw from this area." In an instant, the soldiers saluted in unison before stepping back. Otto observed the soldiers discreetly, noting the lack of any emotional fluctuations on their faces. He had long suspected that these were the unsullied from Potos, an excellent choice for guardianship. Viserys, along with his entourage and guards, was assigned to rest in this courtyard, where the Red Keep's sentinels replaced the original unsullied sentinels. Viserys entered a secluded courtyard, featuring a 2-story stone house with an exclusive, opulent bedroom on the 2nd floor. He surveyed his surroundings. The room was spacious, adorned with a well-lit grand balcony, a sumptuous velvet bed, and a mahogany bookshelf. Familiar with the environment, a servant ascended to the 2nd floor to ignite a fire in the fireplace using charcoal. A section of copper piping initially released a torrent of murky water, which the servant regulated to slow the flow, eventually yielding hot water. The servant then brought in a bathing tub, and under the attentive care of a maid, Viserys indulged in a soothing hot bath. Clad in soft woolen pajamas and slippers, he ventured into the corridor, opening the window to let the sea breeze dry his hair. His mind wandered, contemplating the benefits necessary to persuade Corlys. The rockery, flowing water, and lush greenery surrounded him. This expansive courtyard was exceptionally tranquil, with only the guards below and the bustling servants to disrupt the silence. Chapter 39. The intoxicated maiden. The 2nd floor hall of the lookout tower was ablaze with light. 50 torches gleaming on the wall-mounted pedestals, suffusing the air with the enticing aromas of roasted meats and freshly baked bread. The surrounding gray-stone walls were adorned with various family banners: blue for the burning watchtower of House Morena, black for the 3-headed dragon of House Targaryen, sea green for the silver seahorse of House Velaryon, gold for the majestic stag of House Baratheon, and ash gray for the white tower crowned with a beacon. A touch of blue represented the moonlit eagle of House Arryn. At the center of the hall lay a salmon, occupying 1/3 of the table's length. To properly roast this magnificent fish, several blacksmiths from the workshop had designed a remarkably large set of roasting tools, allowing for its complete preparation. While large fish are common in the sea, such a colossal salmon was exceedingly rare, with experienced fishermen estimating its age to be no less than 30 years. Servants continually placed sliced delicacies on the long central table: pastries, roasted meats, breads, and fruits, each dish accompanied by tweezers or knives, reminiscent of a buffet style. A singer strummed a harp, serenading the guests with the conquest ballads of House Targaryen, while attendees, each with their own motives, mingled amidst the clinking of goblets and the exuberant chatter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The welcome banquet held in honor of the king had been underway for a full hour. At the elevated main table, Viserys engaged in jovial conversation with Albert, having donned a black and gray formal attire embroidered with the emblem of the three-headed dragon, complemented by a black cloak that lent him an air of propriety. 2 Kingsguards stood vigil behind him. Unlike before, Rhaenyra was not seated beside her father. Instead, she wore her black dragon-riding garb and deliberately swapped seats with Robin, distancing herself from Corlys' family. She sat sulking, propping herself against the table, watching the small figure before her bustle about, Robin engaging with the nobles under the guidance of Lady Morena. With cup after cup of orange honey juice consumed, she reflected on her status as a mere prize, akin to the unfortunate giant salmon ensnared, except that it occupied the center of the hall while she remained on the dais. Below, Robin appeared to be reveling in his own triumph, showcasing it to all, which only fueled the disdain towards him, particularly as he engaged in an animated conversation with the Preciado. Recognizing her niece's discomfort, Rhaenys shifted her chair to sit beside her, while the previous occupant continued to hold forth, the cacophony of noise rendering their discussion inaudible to her at the front of the hall. She gestured to a servant, accepting 2 glasses of wine from his hand. After consuming half of one, she replenished the other glass. Finally, she offered half of a crystal goblet filled with wine to her niece, who, surprised, glanced at her father and noted that he was oblivious to their exchange. "One should indulge less in summer's red," she said, slowly lifting her glass to take a sip. Finding it sweet, Rhaenys smiled faintly. As the progeny of nobility, marriage and alliances serve as instruments of power, and even the might of dragons cannot shield us from this reality. "I refuse to accept such an arrangement," Rhaenys asserted. "Moreover, I do not like him." With a hint of exasperation, Rhaenys clinked her glass lightly against her niece's. "Your father has invested significant effort into this marriage. What recourse do you have if you dislike it?" "I will persuade my father," Rhaenys replied with a laugh. "You are still young. The interests of the realm outweigh personal preferences, and one day you will understand this." Rhaenys, curious, inquired, "So, you do not favor your husband?" "No. I proactively expressed my affection for Corlys Velaryon to your great-grandfather and received his blessing." Rhaenyra's great-grandfather was indeed Jaehaerys I. During her time on Dragonstone, Princess Rhaenys had conveyed her desire to marry Corlys Velaryon to the reigning king, and when Rhaenys turned 16, the two wed. "Why must I not choose for myself?" Rhaenyra felt increasingly vexed. "Your future partner will achieve feats far more legendary than my husband." Within a year, he completed the construction of Dragonstone, a task that would typically require centuries. "This city remains an enigma, a miracle of our age." "Him?" Rhaenyra scoffed. "He is merely clever. Look." Even the hand of the king appears troubled. Rhaenyra pointed to the two conversing not far away. "Who knows what they are discussing?" Otto, the hand of the king, possessed a gaunt visage, with slightly sunken cheeks and a pallid complexion, exuding an air of coldness and depth, as if perpetually lost in contemplation. Following her gaze, Rhaenys observed that the sharpness and cunning in Otto's eyes had dissipated, replaced by a look of perplexity as he struggled to grasp the conversation. They continued their dialogue, undisturbed by others. Rhaenys scrutinized her niece thoughtfully. "Is it not advantageous to be astute? Furthermore, he possesses wealth beyond your wildest dreams." "No, he is far too frail. I would poke him with my finger to see if he can stand firm," Rhaenyra jested. The effects of the wine seemed to embolden Rhaenyra, prompting her to sit up straighter, yet feeling insufficiently conspicuous. In a bid to feign inebriation, she boldly leapt onto the dining table from her perch on a stool. The sound of a plate crashing to the floor drew the attention of everyone in the hall, leaving them momentarily stunned. It appeared that this princess was indeed intoxicated. Rhaenys felt an unsettling premonition and reached out to pull her down, only for her niece to unexpectedly draw a sword. Corlys, witnessing this, quickly pulled his wife aside. That sword, no matter how slender, was forged from Valyrian steel, and it would be beneath him to intervene with the Kingsguard present. "The one I love must be a knight. I shall not settle for anything less. Not even if it means I cannot ride a dragon or be carried in a litter." Rhaenyra proclaimed with fervor. At that moment, the hall was silent save for the crackling of torches. "Get down," commanded the king, his expression ashen, feeling the sting of embarrassment as the owner of the castle. Not only for himself, but for House Targaryen. Such behavior was utterly uncouth. 2 Kingsguards stood ready to obey orders and retrieve the princess. The corners of Rhaenyra's mouth turned downward as she casually snatched a wine jug from the table and took a hearty swig. "I do not wish to marry," Rhaenyra added vehemently. "Anyone but him." Her words struck Albert and his wife with discomfort. "Do you think you can evade your responsibilities in this manner, my daughter?" Viserys stated calmly, devoid of anger, merely articulating the truth. "I will never marry someone I do not love," she enunciated with conviction. "Never." The final declaration was hurled at her father. "Unless you wish to be disturbed, your majesty." Princess Rhaenyra seemed quite inebriated. Otto remarked to Viserys, who stood on the dais. All eyes in the hall were fixed upon her, reflecting a judgment of immaturity. At that moment, Rhaenyra's objective had been achieved, and she leapt down from the dining table. Crash! She cast aside the Valyrian steel sword she held and strode towards the exit. "I am going home." As she passed Robin, the girl shot him an apologetic glance before dashing away like a whirlwind. The crowd parted to create a path, and Sir Laenor Velaryon immediately seized a torch from the wall and rushed into the night, followed by several guards outside. "I dare say the princess has had too much to drink," Robin observed, his tone unhurried, as if it were merely a trifling matter. A chorus of agreement arose from the assembly, affirming that this was the only plausible explanation. The once silent hall buzzed with murmurs. The king's face remained impassive, though he cast a lingering glance at his cousin Rhaenys, pondering something within. It was likely that Rhaenyra had gone to the training grounds to ride her dragon home. Earlier that morning, Viserys had passed by the training grounds and seen Syrax, not far from here. Moreover, the high walls surrounding the watchtower provided ample security, with the Kingsguard following closely behind her, ensuring her safety was not in jeopardy. At this moment, his feelings were tumultuous, a blend of anger and helplessness. His daughter had openly rebelled at the banquet, vocally expressing her discontent with the prospect of marriage, leaving Viserys utterly humiliated. Her actions have embedded a thorn in the hearts of the Moreno family. What should have been a joyous occasion has turned into a source of discontent, primarily due to Viserys' failure to communicate effectively beforehand. His daughter's drunken display of obstinacy left him feeling powerless. After all, she is his own flesh and blood. He could only suppress his anger and hope to persuade her gradually upon their return. Both are still young, and with time, she will surely come to understand. Subsequently, Lady Moreno announced the conclusion of the banquet, and Viserys, along with the other nobles, found themselves devoid of the spirit to continue, leading to a hasty conclusion. The engagement had been arranged prior to the commencement of the festivities, though such an incident would not warrant cancellation. It undeniably cast a heavy shadow over the union of their two families. Yet, one must pay the price for the impulsiveness of youth, and this price is steep. The history of the Targaryen kings recounts a vivid portrayal of the young Queen Rhaenyra, despite her temporary resolution of personal crises, which filled her with exhilaration. The future trajectory reveals that Viserys had secured a commendable betrothal for her. She could inherit her father Viserys' Iron Throne in peace, becoming an uncontested queen with the support of the Moreno family, and continue the legacy of a nation that had thrived for 2 generations. At that time, the public was only entertained by the princess's rebellious nature and individuality. However, when the Princess of Dragonstone declared herself the rightful heir to the realm, the common folk could no longer find humor, as the kingdom was swiftly propelled into war. As scholars reflect upon the past from the downstream of time, we recognize that the drunken banquet incident at the Watchtower was merely the prologue to the ensuing struggle for the Iron Throne. Some scholars have speculated that had the King's War not erupted, discussions of the Second or Third Conquest Wars would have been moot, and countless knights would not have left behind such rich legendary tales. This era is referred to as the Golden Age, a particularly prosperous and successful period in history, culture, art, technology, and economics. Chapter 40. The Isles of the Three Sisters. The families of the Isles of the Three Sisters. Since the formation of the First Fleet by the Dragon Crystal Fleet in May 107 AC, have transformed from predators of merchant ships into prey evading attacks. Consequently, this archipelago has remained blockaded. Despite its prime geographical location, in close proximity to the flourishing Dragon Crystal Harbor, fortune has forsaken them. Other than the merchant vessels supplying resources to the Dragon Crystal Fleet under the Blue Watchtower flag, no other ships dared approach. 3 years have elapsed, and the sailors of Dragon Crystal Harbor hold only vague recollections of the 3 islands, vaguely associating them with pirates and smugglers. Furthermore, the ruling Sunderland family has been all but forgotten. The Dragon Crystal Fleet has repeatedly dispatched forces over the past 3 years in attempts to eradicate the pirates. Yet they have returned empty-handed every time. Faced with an existential crisis, the Sunderland family has allied with other families, leveraging their familiarity with the geography to successfully repel the Moreno navy on multiple occasions. At the onset of the war, the families of the Three Sisters Isles united as a singular force to confront external threats, sustaining considerable losses inflicted by the naval might of the Moreno family. Robin, upon receiving the battle reports, refrained from reproaching his fleet commander. The essence of warfare, unless it can decisively crush the adversary in one fell swoop, lies in the endurance of both sides, testing their resilience in the face of conflict, as well as their overall capabilities, wealth, confidence, and the ability to sustain themselves. Robin was not particularly concerned about the outcomes of individual skirmishes. The strong dragon cannot easily suppress the local serpent. He declined a somewhat reckless proposal from Sir Thomas, the commander of the Dragon Crystal Fleet, providing a detailed explanation in his correspondence. Such inhumane warfare cannot be resolved in a mere instant. The scale of the fleet was steadily expanding, and victory was assuredly on our side. I had no desire for the Three Sisters Isles to be substantially controlled without my permission. There was no need for haste in that regard. The tone of the war was established, steady and resolute, relying on logistical advantages and a continuous influx of naval reinforcements. The very existence of these 3 large islands gradually faded from memory, even though they lay directly along the straight maritime route between the northern port of White Harbor and Dragon Crystal Harbor. Vessels traveling southward from the north deliberately circumvented the waters surrounding the Three Sisters Isles, with navigation prohibited ahead. Captains attempting to take shortcuts were warned from afar. Should they proceed further, they would encounter warships bearing lookout tower flags, which would subsequently confiscate 1/10 of their cargo before sending them back the way they came. Over time, the Three Sisters Isles became isolated from the world. Unless these pirates could ride dragons, no one would leave the 3 islands alive. As the commander of the Dragon Crystal Fleet, Thomas provided Robin with such assurances. To date, the Moreno family had established 6 large military bases around the periphery of the islands, maintaining a year-round presence of 14 fleets for encirclement and patrol. Among them, 2 connections between the 3 islands formed substantial maritime supply points composed of derelict ships and iron chains, distanced from the shore to avoid disturbances, while thousands of naval personnel were stationed within. In the political center of King's Landing, Viserys had only heard of conflicts occurring there at the war's inception, but thereafter, no further news of the Three Sisters Isles had emerged, even when the matter was occasionally mentioned by Prime Minister Otto in meetings. It was swiftly forgotten by the court ministers, as the kingdom remained tranquil and prosperous. As for the vassal lord of the Sunderland family, the Eyre family was well aware of the situation's intricacies, yet Lady Janie Eyre of the Eyre would be foolish to offend the formidable Moreno family, the staunchest supporters of her claim to inheritance. What purpose would it serve to demonstrate her protection over her vassals by challenging the predominant maritime power of the Moreno family? Would she seek the fickle gratitude of these unpredictable pirates? Dragon Crystal City, Moreno Castle. With tremendous expenditure of manpower and resources and a staggering financial outlay, this castle, a replica of Harrenhal but twice its size, was completed after a year and a half, costing nearly 10 million gold dragons. Even at night, vast quantities of fuel were consumed to illuminate the Moreno Castle construction site as bright as day, resulting in over 700 injuries and fatalities. The laborers engaged in the project do not voice their grievances, for the Moreno family offers generous compensation, willing to pay double the usual wage, thereby attracting numerous workers eager to join. Galwin Hightower and his retinue of knights traversed through multiple inner gates, with broad corridors ample enough to accommodate 8 horse-drawn carriages racing alongside one another. The Great Hall of Hightower was expansive enough to allow 100 knights to charge freely. Clad in the green livery of his family, Galwin Hightower stood at the forefront of the dais, facing Count Albert, who occupied a position above him. The walls, adorned with red crystal, were festooned with an array of weapons, broadswords, single-handed blades, heavy maces, spears, and daggers, all sent from distant lands, including notable Valyrian steel swords. Though most bore little renown, the black stone walls of the hall were draped with the banners of various noble houses, representing amicable relations and alliances. Most prominently displayed was the silver seahorse and the alliance banner of House Valerion. This banner had been custom-made in the fabric market of Dragonstone before Rhaenyra's arrival at the Watchtower. Although the 2 houses had not united through marriage after the king's intervention, Count Albert readily accepted the banner, laden with significant political implications. Robin leaned against a tall seat, twirling a blue crystal between his fingers, his expression inscrutable. He felt a sense of delight in meeting the Lord of Dragonstone as an envoy. Gawain pressed his hand to his chest in a gesture of courtesy, shedding his usual frivolity for a demeanor of utmost decorum. "You have just arrived from King's Landing, my lord," he remarked, "and you must be the fabled Lord of Dragonstone," he added, glancing at Robin, who merely offered a casual nod, nonchalantly tossing the crystal in his direction before turning to depart. When his father, Ser Otto Hightower, was appointed as the king's hand by King Jaehaerys I, Gawain and his siblings, along with their mother, relocated to the Red Keep, residing there from 101 AC until the present year, 108 AC. With a swift motion, Gawain caught the crystal in his right hand and opened it, revealing a diamond-shaped blue crystal that bore an inscription in the common tongue on its hollow front, stating, "Look to the watchtower," while the reverse was etched with the name of its master, Robin Morena. This technique of engraving text within the crystal is unparalleled and draws from some mysterious utility within Robin's mind. With this token, you may traverse the territories of the Moreno family freely. It also serves as your pass to enter the Isle of the Three Whores, Count Albert elucidated. Observing the figures below, the young blonde knight stood tall and proud, exuding a sense of vigor. "Sir Gawain, I must remind you of the inherent dangers. Pirates do not adhere to the noble code of sparing envoys. They are capricious, and even sworn oaths may prove fleeting," he cautioned. "My lord, thank you for your kind intentions. Since I have the audacity to come, it signifies my preparedness," Gawain replied confidently, viewing himself merely as a mediator between the two factions, where interests and compromises would be exchanged without difficulty. "Young man, your courage is commendable. Is this your own resolve, or that of your father? Or perhaps the will of Viserys? A wise individual should learn to calculate. It is of little importance." Albert internally labeled him as presumptuous. "At sea, our family fleet can provide you protection, but once you reach the island, the situation becomes precarious." Albert's tone was imbued with both a threat and a counsel. "It is still not too late to reconsider. You could easily offer a substantial bounty for mercenaries, which would suffice as a compromise. Should you lose your life there, it would undoubtedly lead to an awkward encounter between your father and me in the future." Gawain replied, "I have never known regret. No one is more willing than I to uphold the will of the kingdom, and I trust that the seven gods will safeguard me." Albert's hearty laughter echoed. Observing the expressions of the young men below, he felt that the faction from King's Landing had dispatched a fool. It seemed they truly did not comprehend the gravity of the situation, rather than feigning ignorance. If that were the case, there is a road of the gods. Perhaps a few prayers before embarking might bring good fortune. Having said this, the Earl had extended all the courtesy he could muster, should any misfortune arise. It could not be blamed on him. "I wish you luck, sir. I hope you can accomplish your mission." Albert's expression was one of ambiguous amusement. "The Moreno family will permit your entry to the Sister Isles, but we can only provide you with a flat-bottomed boat for your departure. I bear the king's command to facilitate your peaceful coexistence." Sir Gawain wished to mention that the king's list included heirs from 134 families invited to visit King's Landing. How could they possibly fit in a flat-bottomed boat? "Very well, if there is nothing further, you should set off promptly. The Fourth Fleet's rotation concludes today, and those motorized vessels are far swifter than sailboats. Delay any longer, and you will miss your chance." Albert waved his hand, signaling the end of the audience. Regarding the war in the Sister Isles, Robin's will was to leave no survivors. The 3-year siege had already stained the Moreno family with the blood of all families from the Sister Isles. Each of these pirates had lost relatives or friends at their hands. If they were not utterly eradicated, would they not seek revenge? The siege of the Sister Isles served two purposes. One was to train the navy, and the other was to maintain maritime order in Biting Bay. The families on the islands could not muster a single large vessel, and the ships from the Sister Isles had been repeatedly worn down during the prolonged standoff. To escape the encirclement of 14 fleets in a small boat was nothing short of fanciful. The reason for concluding this siege recently was that all parties had come to an agreement. Lady Janie consented to the Moreno family's effective control over the 3 islands, with 3 accompanying conditions. First, the Moreno family must forever support her claim to legitimacy. Second, during Janie Arryn's tenure as the Lord of Eagle's Nest, the Moreno family must remain vassals of House Arryn, without alteration. Third, the Moreno family must not assert ownership over the Sister Isles. Chapter 41. The King's Intervention. Robin readily agreed. This agreement was not confidential. Perhaps Lady Janie intentionally disseminated it, or perhaps a servant from Eagle's Nest let it slip inadvertently. Regardless, Otto, the Prime Minister, who was keenly interested in the Moreno family, quickly learned of this development and utilized the court meeting to send a letter to Dragonstone inquiring about the matter. King Viserys, in a bid to prevent the Moreno family from monopolizing the islands, recognized that this family was flourishing and acquiring suitable territories, which could undoubtedly incite the king's apprehension. The silent acquisition of such vast lands during a time of peace could set a precarious precedent, encouraging other powerful families to follow suit, potentially destabilizing the order of Westeros and undermining the Targaryen reign. Consequently, when the king inquired whom Otto would recommend for the task at hand, the hand of the king refrained from providing an immediate answer, merely stating that he had a suitable and weighty candidate, but needed to ascertain the individual's thoughts. Combining the intelligence he had received, Otto quickly deduced that the situation regarding the Sisters Islands and Dragonstone Harbor was nearing resolution. Dragonstone Harbor was set to augment its forces with an additional 8,000 unsullied, nearly depleting 70% of the unsullied army stationed in Dragonstone. The 14 fleets that had initially besieged the area had retained only 2 to guard Dragonstone Harbor, while the remaining 3 began a relentless patrol at the Bight, indicating that the Moreno family's siege was about to conclude. The king felt compelled to act. The recent devastation of numerous families had been severe, with only the Hightower family of Harrenhal experiencing such a downfall in recent years. The Targaryens had neither the obligation nor the desire to aid the Sunderland family, who were vassals to vassals, and the Arryn family had permitted this course of action, which seemed fitting. After lengthy deliberations with Otto, it became evident that, at sea, unless the Targaryens allied with the Valerians and the fleets of Oldtown and Redwine, bolstered by 4 dragons, they could not hope to suppress the scale of the Moreno fleet. Clearly, such an alliance was implausible, as the losses incurred in naval battles could take years to recover from. And should the crown be compelled to cover the losses of the fleet, the Targaryens risked financial ruin. Ultimately, a rather ineffectual solution was proposed, in the name of the king, to take away the heir of the Moreno family, thereby preserving the family name and serving as a future constraint on the Moreno family. Lady Ginny's stipulation that she would not swear to the sovereignty of the Sisters Islands allowed Otto to exploit a loophole. The king dispatched ravens to the wardens of the realm, acknowledging the island family's dominion over the Sisters Islands and compiling a list of over 100 families. This action served to inform the lesser lords that the current king was capable and had made genuine efforts. When Robin received the raven from the Eyrie, Sir Gawain and his entourage, embodying the king's will, were already en route, having secured the endorsement of the 6 wardens. The prime minister's son was sent as an envoy to intervene in this matter. Although the Moreno family was displeased, they took it seriously. All customs were under the management of the Iron Throne, or at the very least, a shared revenue with local lords. For instance, a portion of the customs officials in Dragonstone Harbor were dispatched by the Iron Throne to oversee the lord's compliance with the taxes owed to the king, a long-standing practice. Dragonstone Harbor, like Seaguard, Oldtown, Lannisport, and White Harbor, could not be an exception to this rule, with the Iron Throne's financial ministers overseeing customs duties in the gold mines of Casterly Rock and the silver mines of White Harbor. If a king possesses substantial authority over his vassals, even extending to the management of their own subordinates, the Targaryens seldom exercised such control. The Iron Throne primarily desires timely tax contributions from the lords across the realm. For instance, the discord between House Blackwood and House Bracken arises from the fact that Duke Glover Tully, now advanced in age, is unable to govern his vassals effectively. Consequently, their disputes frequently escalate to the royal council, only for the king and the prime minister to defer the matter back to their liege, the Tully family of Riverrun. The Targaryen kings have historically maintained a remarkably consistent stance on this issue, adhering to the principle that the vassal's vassal is not my vassal. The taxes from Dragonstone are directed to the Eyrie and ultimately submitted to the king in the name of the Vale, although the king's influence encroaches upon the Sisters Islands. For Robin, it merely presents a slight inconvenience. He has not altered the date for the formal assault on the Sisters Islands, set for 7 days hence, and all military operations proceed as planned. Supplies are stockpiled, and reinforcements are gathered. The administrative orders of King Viserys, the master of the Iron Throne, cannot be entirely disregarded, thus permitting the king's emissary to take a portion of individuals away, which is already a considerable concession. With only 3 days remaining before the attack, Sir Gawain, as an envoy, hastened day and night toward the Sisters Islands, only to be intercepted by the naval patrol. The guards informed him that without a family command or token, no one could gain entry. Infuriated, Sir Gawain argued vehemently with the sailors, ultimately revealing the insignia of the prime minister, which proved futile. On board, the highest-ranking officer was the captain of the Eagle, a patrol vessel belonging to the Ninth Fleet, which hardly qualified as a principal warship. And even the squadron commander was not present. These lower-ranking sailors had no authority to permit them access to the islands. According to the captain, even if they were to return to Broken Ship Island to meet Commander Thomas, they would still need to fly to Ravens to seek permission from Dragonstone. After much deliberation, Galwin contemplated that if members of House Morena were intentionally delaying their entry to the island, failing to escort the heirs listed before the Dragonstone fleet's assault, he would have to pursue the scattered enemy forces. At that juncture, not only would locating these heirs prove challenging, but his own peril would significantly escalate. Upon this realization, Galwin promptly ordered the ship to change course toward Dragonstone. As anticipated, upon reaching House Moreno's keep, they were left waiting outside for an entire night. It was not until dawn that the guards lowered the drawbridge, granting them entry to Moreno Keep, where they encountered Count Albert and Robin, leading to the scene in the Great Hall. Observing that Galwin, as an envoy, had failed to grasp the essence of the situation and was unworthy even to take a seat at the chess table, Robin harbored no interest in testing him further. Sir Galvin, upon receiving the crystal tablet, promptly departed from Dragon Crystal City. In the harbor, he swiftly recruited a cohort of individuals well-versed in the geographical intricacies of the sister islands. Initially, his hasty departure had left him accompanied by only a handful of family knights and sailors. He had intended to seek local guides in the small towns on the sister islands, yet Galvin surmised that the situation there might be rather grim. Prior to his journey, his father, Otto, had cautioned him that his mission was at odds with the interests of the Moreno family, advising him not to expect their support, though he would not face overt obstruction. News of Galvin's lucrative hiring for the expedition to the sister islands spread swiftly, and soon, several individuals volunteered to join his endeavor. Among them were exceptional swordsmen from Bravos, scholars from the academy, and sailors with relatives residing in the besieged region. Whether motivated by wealth or fame, he unexpectedly amassed a band of 32 individuals. Upon boarding the deck of the Fourth Fleet, which had just concluded its rest period, they were introduced to the so-called automatic vessel, propelled by steam generated from burning coal that turned the propellers beneath, allowing for remarkable speed, far surpassing the technological capabilities of the era. The earlier a fleet was numbered, the sooner it had transitioned from sailboats to automatic ships, boasting superior equipment and weaponry. Upon learning of their mission, the Navy personnel erupted in fervent reactions. Some mocked their naivete, doubting whether they could even locate individuals on the sister islands, which were scattered across 3 separate landmasses. The risk of being attacked during an overnight stay in the interior was ever present. Others admired their bravery. Yet both sides understood that no prisoners would be taken. The command to execute captives one by one at the ship's bow, issued by Robin, did not instill fear, but rather ignited their ferocity. The audacity of attempting to rescue such a group was met with discontent from the Navy personnel, who had endured years of siege duties. Are you truly intent on venturing into those islands? The collective laughter reverberated through the air. As none believed Galvin could accomplish such a feat, they regarded his endeavor as a march toward death, and even his father had refrained from supporting this venture. Otto had sent Galvin as a conduit between King's Landing and Dragon Crystal City, intending for him to gain experience, understanding that some matters required personal insight. However, it was never meant to place him at the forefront of danger. Little did they anticipate that Galvin, driven by his dissatisfaction with Robin, often extolled by his father, would take such initiative to prove his worth. The gazes directed at his party were laced with pity and mockery, akin to observing those on the brink of demise. Unfazed by the derision, Galvin surveyed the crowd and, with a resonant voice, declared, "We carry the king's will, embarking on this perilous quest for peace to halt your bloodshed. Is such courage to be scorned?" He believed that by bringing these heirs forth, King's Landing could intervene to cease the conflict, akin to the noble practice of sending hostages among the aristocracy. Yet, he understood that the local nobility of the sister islands lacked the means to send representatives to King's Landing, thus relying solely on the king's authority. As he spoke, he produced a crystal medallion, and only then did the crowd comprehend that this too was Robin's will, prompting them to disregard these individuals. Chapter 42. The arrival of attack news en route to the Three Sisters Islands. Galvin stood at the bow of the ship, feeling the sea breeze as the coastline drew nearer, the speed of the motor vessel exceeding that of the sailboat by more than double. The maritime journey progressed smoothly, and naturally, no one dared to intercept a naval fleet boasting 20 warships. At this moment, they had entered the waters most fiercely controlled by the Moreno family, the front line of the impending conflict. Occasionally, automated vessels passed by their line of sight, devoid of sails, with the patrolling small warships often manned by merely 10 individuals. As his gaze turned toward the island, he discerned something unusual. The island was dotted with wooden stakes, to which various objects were bound. As the ship drew closer, Galvin could not help but gasp in horror. On the crucifixion stakes lay numerous corpses, tattered banners fluttering atop several of the poles, clearly indicative of noble lineage. For commoners could not afford such fine fabric. As a knight, it was his first encounter with such a multitude of remains. And upon closer inspection of the emblems embroidered on the banners, he recognized several that matched the family crests of those intended to carry on their lineage. A silent hope flickered within him that some might still uphold their family names. The accompanying companions remained silent, yet their eyes betrayed a growing concern. He unfurled a parchment map, identifying the location of the island opposite them. This was the southern protrusion of Miss Island, and according to the map, a town lay not far ahead, a place that had once been a haven for sailors and pirates many years prior. Here, we once engaged in fierce conflict with the Sunderland family, remarked a bearded soldier, standing silently behind Galvin, his voice tinged with sorrow. Galvin regarded him, signaling him to continue, for he was entirely unfamiliar with the history of warfare in this region. That was our first assault on the island. Despite bolstering our defenses through the night, we were still ruthlessly ambushed. Many, unacquainted with the terrain, fled in disarray. Those who could not reach the shore by dawn were mercilessly slaughtered by the locals. Seeking vengeance for our past transgressions, they mutilated the captives and tossed them into a pit. Hundreds, if not thousands, of the wounded writhed within. They referred to this as the Sisters' Stew. The soldier's eyes darkened with horror. Now, you are tasked with rescuing these remnants. Were it not for the medallion in your possession, you would not see the light of day, he concluded, departing in a huff. Galvin was taken aback by the sailor's account, a shade of embarrassment crossing his features as he addressed his companions. We shall disembark here, locate them, and bring them back. A group of figures made their way to a small town on Sweet Sister Island. The small town was evidently once a bustling fishing port, where the coastal inhabitants relied on the sea for their livelihood, a common sight along the shoreline. The air was thick with a scent of decay and antiquity, unmistakably indicating the town's dilapidation, with wild grass sprawling in abundance. Upon reaching the heart of the town, they were suddenly ambushed. The soft, swift sounds of crossbow bolts whistled through the air, their impact not formidable yet alarmingly dense. Two knights were immediately struck, their bodies resembling those of hedgehogs. Galvin rolled behind a stone wall, sustaining only a wound to his right calf. The majority of the others, seasoned in battle, sought cover with haste. Halt! We are envoys of the king, not agents of the Morena family, Galvin bellowed, stifling his pain as veins throbbed on his forehead. The arrows crafted in the weapon workshop were of exquisite quality, featuring barbed tips and blood grooves, while the assailants from the island wielded merely rudimentary, triangular-headed arrows. Though inferior, the arrows, coupled with the improved crossbows of the Moreno family, delivered a significant force, penetrating flesh with ease. Do not retaliate, Galvin commanded his companions who were preparing to aim. The attackers possessed only 3-hand crossbows paired with a few short bows, continuing their assault. Galvin was aware that these weapons were spoils of war, limited in number, and their frequent skirmishes rendered them incapable of large-scale operations. Prior to this encounter, he had procured 5-hand crossbows and 300 standard bolts aboard the 4th Fleet's vessel using a crystal token. Their equipment was vastly superior. Despite his confidence in defeating the attackers, the objective of this mission was not to engage in combat, as inflicting casualties would have significant repercussions for their subsequent endeavors. After a while, the rain of arrows gradually ceased. Galvin snapped off the shaft of an arrow embedded in his head and, with the assistance of a scholar, bandaged his wound. He raised the 3-headed dragon banner and, limping, stepped out from behind the protective wall, flanked by 2 family soldiers who raised their round shields in defense. Come out, Galvin called out loudly. Clad in a green robe adorned with white flames, he hailed from the Hightower family. The assailants, lacking noble education, failed to recognize his identity. Is it Alex seeking help from the king? The voice that responded was feeble. Galvin turned toward the source of the voice but could not locate the speaker. Perhaps it was amidst the clumps of grass or behind the ruined house, an enigma. I do not know who Alex is. I am here to assist you. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? Unless that child issues the command. What business do you have? After 3 years of hiding, the information from captives, news from the outside, and tales from those who returned, it was not difficult to deduce that the driving force behind the invasion of the Three Sisters Islands was Robin Morena. Who could have anticipated that a place they deemed unworthy of plunder would suddenly host a harbor, which, since its emergence, has fiercely maintained its trade routes, growing ever stronger until it could obliterate them at any moment? They are acutely aware that with such an overwhelming number of warships besieging them, the daily consumption of supplies is substantial. This state of siege has persisted for 2 years, and the purpose behind such a sacrifice is glaringly obvious. The 3 islands hold the utmost value. The king has only just learned of the situation concerning the 3 Sisters Islands, which is why he has dispatched me. Who are you? This is not the one who first spoke. I am the king's envoy, Sir Galwin Hightower, son of the Prime Minister, hailing from Old Town. The king's envoy? What brings you here? The voice from across the way dripped with disdain. I come in the name of peace. We have no need for that. Do you wish for us to surrender? Miss Island is my home. We shall never abandon it. How do you intend to defend it then? Galwin retorted, anger simmering in his tone. Suddenly, silence fell on the other side. Then, what must we offer? The king will assist you, but you must send hostages to King's Landing. Finally addressing the crux of the matter, Galwin hastily outlined his demands. I lack the authority to make such a decision. I kindly ask for your patience for a few days while I inform the island's lord. You have but 2 days. After that, the Moreno family's army will commence their assault. Galwin felt compelled to relay this grave news in advance. What? Huh? Gasps of shock echoed from the other side, revealing their astonishment. The day has finally arrived. Some had anticipated this outcome, accepting it with composure. Chapter 43. The girls' letter. Moreno Castle has become increasingly administrative. Situated at the heart of Finger Island, with the Dragon Crystal Workshop and Marketplace seemingly scattered around it. That night, Robin returned to the watchtower from Moreno Castle. In comparison to the Grand Fortress, he preferred to linger in the place where his journey began, surrounded by familiar surroundings, his beloved desk, and the sea breeze. Most of the items in the watchtower had not been taken to Moreno Castle. Aside from a few mementos, the new castle was entirely unfamiliar to Robin, which he found unappealing. Despite the Moreno family relocating entirely to Moreno Castle and the number of guards at the watchtower being reduced to 1/3 of its original strength, its security remained unquestionable. This was a wall system personally crafted by Robin, incorporating a training base for the newly arrived unsullied slaves within its confines. In the event of conflict, the watchtower could more effectively mobilize troops and warships, conveniently located just 2 miles from the bustling harbor. After all, Robin had chosen the harbor site to be relatively close to home. Atop the Stone Drum Tower is a circular room, with 4 tall, narrow windows facing each cardinal direction. Within, a massive wooden table stands, intricately carved with a detailed map of Westeros, a strategic blueprint once utilized by the conqueror Aegon during the Wars of Conquest. The map table extends over 50 feet in length, its widest point approximately half that measurement, and its narrowest section less than 4 feet. In a carefully designed correspondence to Dragonstone, a seat atop a raised platform allows a commanding view of the entire tabletop. This floor has been transformed into a war hall, designated for high-ranking commanders such as the Unsullied Legion, the Dragon Crystal Garrison, and cavalry formations to deliberate on military matters. As the name suggests, the primary function of the hall is to engage in warfare. Surrounding the hall are 77 imposing black stone chairs, while at the center lies a vast transparent glass panel, occupying 1/3 of the hall's expanse. Beneath it, a stone carving illustrates a map of the known world, meticulously crafted over the course of a year by 20 master artisans. Drawing upon invaluable information provided by the sea serpent, Colas, they have intricately depicted the continent of Westeros. Although much of Essos remains a work in progress as they continue their research, Robin is aware that Dragonstone houses a map room, containing a table intricately carved with a depiction of Westeros, once utilized by the conqueror Aegon to devise military strategies during his campaigns. Although he has never seen it, he believes that the map he commissioned would be even more detailed, as the conqueror's era is now a distant memory. The war room is staffed daily, tasked with formulating operational plans and overseeing logistics to address any unforeseen circumstances. Ravens, messengers, and signal fires serve as their instruments of communication. Robin has designated this role as an advisor. Despite lacking military authority, he plans to gradually assume the position of a mid-ranking commander's aide, thus gaining real power and a promising future. Even at night, half of the seats in the war room are occupied by advisors, while 20 high bronze basins blaze with oil, illuminating the space as they prepare for the impending conflict. The second floor, once home to a dining area and conference room, has been entirely cleared, leaving only a circular table that accommodates a mere 10 individuals. This is the epicenter of power in Dragon Crystal City, where only the highest military commanders are afforded a place, a locale capable of determining the course of war. As hostilities loom, all but the commander of the Dragon Crystal Garrison and the First Fleet commander are gathered at Broken Ship Island, a military base constructed from wrecked vessels. alongside another known as Rotten Ship Island. In the 7th tower, Robin picks up a letter sealed with red wax, its emblem depicting a white tower. A staircase engulfed in flames against a backdrop of ash. Clearly, this missive originates from Cetar. Puzzled, he recalls that Galwin visited earlier that day. Could it be that Prime Minister Otto has urgent matters he fears his son might miscommunicate? Only Biscuit Rob, the son of former guard Captain Garrett, has the privilege to enter the study, as Sir Garrett now oversees the Dragon Crystal Garrison, responsible for harbor patrol and maintaining order. As Robin matures, he no longer requires Biscuit's assistance. The latter's role as his attendant seems increasingly superfluous, and recognizing this, Garrett proposes that his simple-minded son Rob take up duty in the watchtower, primarily to announce arrivals and manage the opening and closing of the gates, a straightforward task. However, Robin does not acquiesce, yet understands Sir Garrett's intentions, thus seeks to find Rob a new position. With the ascendance of House Moreno, Rob's status has risen considerably, yet he finds himself increasingly isolated, with fewer friends capable of engaging with him as equals. People regard him with respect, fear, admiration, and reverence, their emotions tinged with a cautious deference towards someone of elevated rank. The foolish Rob, with his damaged head, inadvertently transformed this flaw into an asset. He remained blissfully unaware of the distinctions between power and status. His interactions with Robin were reminiscent of their past, devoid of any pretense or self-assertion. For a noble of Robin's caliber, the contents of a letter often held greater worth than golden dragons. A particular task suited Rob remarkably well. Under his guidance, after 2 years of tutelage from several scholars, he successfully acquired the rudimentary skills in the art of corvidology. His appearance had scarcely altered, compared to his former corpulence. He now presented a more robust and formidable figure, evoking little resemblance to an assistant scholar of corvid studies. Corvidology was merely a skill, and his inability to decipher written language did not hinder his learning. Robin entrusted him with the management of the corvid cages upstairs, where he routinely lingered to send and receive notes, while the quotidian affairs of the study were delegated to Rob. It puzzled him why these matters were not handled directly at Harrenhal, but were instead routed to him for delivery to the watchtower. Tearing away the red wax and extracting the letter within, he noted the elegant script, unmistakably penned by a young lady, and a flicker of understanding dawned upon him. Illuminated by the glow of a lit oil lamp, he began to read intently. Esteemed Lord of Dragonstone, it is a pleasure to write to you. Recently, the Academy has received numerous paintings depicting Dragonstone. Your fortress is truly magnificent, a remarkable marvel. I once read in books that during the zenith of the Valyrian Empire, there existed thousands of dragons and a vast fleet traversing the world's oceans. I surmise that, given time, your union with Princess Rhaenyra might restore the bygone glory of Valyria. I believe your achievements far surpass those of Lord Corlys Velaryon, the sea snake, whose 9 great voyages opened new maritime routes for explorers, elevating House Velaryon to unparalleled wealth. In contrast, the city you have established, Dragonstone, alongside its harbor, has eradicated hunger from the continent of Westeros. The flea bottom of King's Landing is notorious for its brown stew, primarily due to the shockingly low price of salmon, prompting bishops of the Great September to purchase the remnants of dried salmon from cargo ships at a bargain, albeit occasionally finding wood shavings within. This is a vast improvement over the bizarre creatures once found in the brown stew, as recounted by a silent sister. They have experienced a considerable reprieve in recent years. Long ago, I heard Prince Demon, the commander of the guard, declare that Flea Bottom was the most squalid and lawless part of the city, rife with poverty and crime, even featuring rat pits, an intriguing concept I have yet to witness. When I inquired about Flea Bottom from Rhaenyra, she mentioned that the stench of that area was so unbearable she would not dare approach it even while riding a dragon. Now, I believe Flea Bottom must have improved significantly. The Treasury has funded the implementation of the cleaning system inspired by Dragonstone for 2 years, leading to remarkable changes in King's Landing. The sight of dried salmon appearing in Flea Bottom has undoubtedly enhanced the city's safety, for which I am immensely grateful. Certainly, it is not only the renowned salmon jerky of Dragon Crystal City that captivates attention, but also the inventions such as bamboo pens, white paper, unicycles, and many other innovations. The multiplication tables you devised facilitate calculations with remarkable speed. My father often presents his reports to the esteemed nobles and the king in the form of tables during the court meetings. Allow me to share a secret. Rhaenyra's dragon has begun to lay eggs, producing 5 on its first attempt. This she has stated herself. In truth, it is not a secret, as many within the Red Keep are already aware. By the way, the contents of this letter were discreetly entrusted to my brother for delivery. I hope you will be kind to him. Should he inadvertently offend, I implore you to overlook it. Yours sincerely, Alicent Hightower. The edges of the letter are adorned with intricate patterns, clearly indicating that Alicent put considerable thought into her correspondence. Robin found himself smiling unconsciously. It was delightful to realize that there exists someone in this world who silently observes and appreciates him. This feeling of being acknowledged is truly wonderful. With a sense of joy and pride, he read the letter once more, experiencing a mental elation. In the past, he had received letters filled with praises, often mere platitudes. Who could tell if the words of those nobles reflected their true sentiments? Yet, he was certain that this letter was penned from the heart. Alicent, of Oldtown's Hightower? How intriguing. Leaning back in his chair, he gently tapped his fingers on the table. Reynold, a slender guard approached, his footsteps almost inaudible. You encountered Ser Galwyn this morning. Did you not? Yes. I need him alive to deliver a letter on my behalf, though I have yet to decide on its contents. As you wish, my lord. The people of Dragon Crystal City refer to Albert as Lord Count, while Robin is addressed as the Lord of the city, signifying his status as its master. The attendant Reynold then quietly exited to the shadows, tasked with assigning missions to the Covert Division. This department comprises 3 distinct teams, each focused on different aspects: security, assassination, and intelligence. Whenever a mission arises, personnel will be selected from these teams to form a temporary squad, with the team's nature determining the leader. Robin maintains firm control over Dragon Crystal City, with an abundance of golden dragons and formidable military strength being indispensable. However, the Covert Division plays a pivotal role in this military might, existing independently of all other departments solely to serve Robin. Even his father, Albert, remains unaware of its existence. This department, comprising over 300 individuals, consumes enough golden dragons annually to procure 10,000 unsullied, as long as it benefits the advancement of Dragon Crystal City. Robin has never been stingy with financial approvals. Currently, the Covert Division is engaged in long-term missions to recruit supernatural talents, procure dragon eggs, and transcribe historical texts from the Academy back to Dragon Crystal City, though progress has been slow. Since Lord Count Albert had promised Ser Galwyn this morning that he could depart with a flat-bottomed boat, it is not a jest. However, should Ser Galwyn bring additional people, an unforeseen incident will surely ensure their disappearance. The Covert Division perpetually enacts Robin's will. This is the essence of their existence. Chapter 44. The ceremony of bestowal 2 days prior, the Sisters' Village, the largest stronghold of the Sister Islands, was officially breached. This settlement, a stronghold of the Sunderland family, signified the annihilation of the primary population of the Sister Islands, marking the conclusion of the First War heralding the rise of Dragon Crystal City. Capturing such a modest settlement posed little challenge for the naval forces of the Dragon Crystal Fleet. Their previous hesitation to act stemmed from concerns that the island's inhabitants might scatter across the archipelago, jeopardizing the strategic objective of seizing the Sister Islands. Robin was unwilling to expend energy on a campaign of law enforcement to decisively end this conflict. He devoted 3 years to subtly directing the majority of the Sister men towards this location. The other families on the island, led by the Sunderland family, failed to recognize the implications of their actions as they sought to reinforce their control over the island, believing they could resist through the extensive networks of the Sisters' Village. They fantasized about compelling Robin to negotiate by incessantly harassing the landing forces of the Dragon Crystal Fleet. Originally a rudimentary port town and a hub for smuggling, the Sisters' Village featured streets cobbled together from dirt and wooden planks, with the residents residing in humble straw houses. Over time, as the Sister men sought refuge amid the chaos, the nobility exploited the lower classes, forcing them to labor day and night to construct new defensive structures. Only prior to the Dragon Crystal Fleet's assault did this settlement, which harbored the majority of the population from the 3 islands, truly come to resemble a fortified city, rivaling the castles of the first-tier nobility. Once the date for the formal attack arrived, the harassment surrounding the Sisters' Village was swiftly quelled by a formidable force of 24,000 fully armed professional infantry. Following closely were 8,000 purified, systematically sweeping through the area, excluding the Dragon Crystal garrison and 2 fleets, as well as the retrained purified. The majority of Dragon Crystal City's military power was committed to this conflict. The Sisters' Village could not endure for long. 300 siege engines unleashed fireballs that ignited 1/5 of the settlement, shattering the spirit of the Sister men. They wailed as they fled the walls, engulfed in flames, only to be met by a merciless rain of arrows, transforming into burning hedgehogs in their desperate flight. The conflagration raged for half a month, leaving behind only charred remnants and crumbling walls, with some ashes still emitting pale wisps of smoke. The swiftness of the conflict meant that 90% of the soldiers had not yet experienced battle, forced instead to clear the fields of corpses. The total population of the sister islands barely exceeded 20,000, with the number of soldiers from the Moreno family participating in this war surpassing that of the sister men, ensuring that the majority would not reap any accolades. Robin was not particularly invested in the outcome of this pivotal conflict for the sister islands. The military strength deployed was primarily for training purposes. The inclusion of the purified was to mitigate the risk of any potential survivors. It was inevitable that soldiers would hesitate to use arrows against women, children, and the elderly, while the purified would follow orders without question, showing no mercy even to women cradling infants. He was acutely aware that no matter how grandiloquent his excuses might be, they could not conceal the ignoble essence of his invasion of the three islands. Naturally, the fewer individuals involved in such disreputable affairs, the better. Broken Ship Island lies nestled between Miss Island and Sweet Sister Island. This artificial land was ingeniously crafted from a collection of abandoned vessels purchased by the Moreno family, all interconnected by sturdy iron chains. The iron chain hull stands at its center, supported by 8 large cargo ships, with a web of cables forming its foundation, upon which multiple layers of teak planks have been laid to create the flooring. Today, the sea is calm, and if not for the faint swaying, it would be difficult to discern that this structure floats upon the water. At the head of the hall, a broad wooden chair rests atop the highest step, adorned with a thick bear pelt. Robin, clad in formal attire, features a blue and white striped base with intricate warship patterns embroidered on the shoulders, complemented by a white lookout tower insignia on his chest. 12 guards flank the wooden chair, half clad in black armor and cloaks, gripping their single-handed swords at the ready for any unexpected circumstances. The other half stands on either side of the steps, wearing lightweight leather armor, their swords varying in style, but all remarkably slender and agile. Common to them all is the silver salmon embroidered on the folds of their garments. A copper basin atop a stone pillar burns fiercely, encircling the central hall with a ring of flickering red flames that cast a warm glow upon the faces of the attendees. Nearly 100 high-ranking officers are seated along either side of the hall, comprising the commanders of various fleets, high-ranking commanders from the Purity faction, logistical advisors, and others. Naturally, not all of these meritorious individuals could be present to receive accolades. Rather, a select few, those of particularly noteworthy lower ranks, would be chosen as exemplars to be honored with accolades and golden dragons, aimed at inspiring the lower-ranking soldiers. The golden dragons, noble titles, and territories were all meticulously planned by Robin, as a jubilant awards ceremony unfolded. "My lord, I led a squad into the territory of the Sandra family." One squad leader proudly recounted his exploits before Robin. Known as the Flying Arrow, this crossbowman had already donned a new leather armor uniform, his achievements resounding. Like a nimble lynx, he and his comrades were omnipresent during the hunt and slaughter at Sister S camp. However, this was not the sole reason why Officer Briss was the first to approach for commendation. After the cessation of hostilities, soldiers tasked with clearing the battlefield stumbled upon a collapsed manor gate, its walls partially fallen. Amidst a pile of charred corpses, they discovered Theodore Rick Sandra, the leader of the Sandra family, an arrow embedded in his abdomen. Although the shaft had been truncated, the iron arrowhead bore Briss's name, signifying a paramount achievement and marking the conclusion of the war over the Three Sisters Islands. Squad leader Briss and his unit had garnered considerable renown during the conflict, consistently achieving victories that propelled their fame. Remarkably, of the 300 crossbow bolts carried by this 10-man squad, a third had been found embedded in the bodies of their foes. As the one responsible for the demise of Theodore Rick Sandra, Briss was undoubtedly qualified to represent his entire squad in receiving honors. "I have heard you can strike ahead at 300 yards? As Bryce concluded his tale, Robin, intrigued, inquired about the astonishing claim that 1 yard in this era equates to approximately 0.91 meters, expressing skepticism toward such a distance. Bryce, suppressing his smile, adopted a serious demeanor and requested permission to demonstrate. While one may carry a formidable weapon in the presence of Robin, the use of ranged arms is strictly forbidden, save for the guards. Outside his conscious realm, Robin is merely an ordinary individual, and due to his premature birth, his physical condition is even less robust than that of a typical person. Very well, he conceded. After the awarding ceremony, I shall witness this demonstration. If you can indeed accomplish it, I have a unique reward in store for you. First, allow me to bestow honors upon others." Bryce stepped aside, affiliated with the Navy. Standing behind him were the commanders and their deputies from 17 fleets. Chapter 45. Demon, the sound of a distinctive, urgent short horn echoed, signaling an alert. Shortly thereafter, a lookout rushed in, kneeling on one knee. "My lord, a dragon is approaching." In astonishment, Robin led the others out of the iron chain hall and onto the deck. Beneath the brilliant blue sky, a long-necked dragon soared above, escorting a merchant vessel laden with people and adorned with numerous family banners. The most prominent being that of the three-headed dragon. What brings Daemon Targaryen here? In a moment of clarity, Robin grasped the situation. Gawyn had successfully sheltered a group of family heirs using Robin's insignia, and now Daemon Targaryen was escorting them to Shipwreck Island. His expression darkened, casting a shadow over the celebration. The awarding ceremony was hastily concluded, with Robin conferring knighthoods and medals upon those with outstanding achievements, granting them workshops, while the newly appointed knights pledged their loyalty to the Moreno family, vowing to protect Dragon Crystal City. Meanwhile, the bloodworm Kalakshu descended near the iron chain hall. Its back turned to the sun, making it difficult to behold. The beast landed with its feet together, causing two sections of the deck to buckle under its weight before it steadied itself. Without warning, its elongated neck shot upwards, releasing a torrent of dragonfire that instilled fear in many soldiers on Shipwreck Island. Intending to assert dominance over the renowned Lord of Dragon Crystal City, Robin hesitated upon seeing dozens of crossbows, taller than horses, poised on the deck, their arrows thicker than spears, while hidden archers lurked in the corners. These individuals had only recently endured the ravages of war and would do well to remain cautious. Access is prohibited ahead. On the path to the Iron Chain Hall, Daemon was halted as two rows of guards crossed their spears. These elite soldiers had been meticulously selected from among the thousands of Unsullied. 300 of them maintaining a silent formation, clad in black masks, bearing the fish insignia branded upon their chests, wielding shields. Their cold gazes betraying a palpable intent to kill. Should Daemon take another step forward, there was no doubt these guards would thrust their spears at him. The commander of the guards had been deliberately left by Robin's side, and at this moment, the soldiers were solely following the orders to guard the Iron Chain Hall, while Robin continued to honor the accomplished, disregarding the prince. He was curious to see how Daemon would react in such a predicament. Would he become enraged and unleash his dragonfire? This aligns perfectly with Robin's intentions, as the grounded dragon has lost its maneuverability, and Robin remains unafraid. At this moment, Daemon must be on a mission from the king, merely seeking to escort the ship filled with heirs away. The emergence of the Howling Camp becomes entirely reasonable, and the loss of a few lives is simply an inevitability. Should Daemon dare to engage the heirs and the Dragon Crystal Fleet in battle, Robin would not show him any leniency. Daemon, clad in dragon riding gear, slowly drew forth the Dark Sister, while the beast behind him, attuned to his will, gathered dragon fire in its jaws, exuding an air of reckless abandon. However, this brazen display instantly provoked a fierce counteraction from the royal guards. In unison, the guards at the rear of the formation drew their crossbows, aiming them at Daemon. Even if each of the 300 guards fired but a single bolt, it would suffice to overwhelm the intruder before the dragonfire could incinerate them. Robin would never allow such numerous threats to depart unimpeded. Permitting Gawyn to leave with a few individuals while holding his token was already a considerable concession to the king. Allowing Viserys, his father-in-law, to hold some leverage was inconsequential. But if they sought to escort nearly 100 individuals away, it would be a blatant affront to Robin. These individuals would undoubtedly bring him trouble. "My commander, do you believe this sword-loving prince possesses such wisdom?" Robin leaned against the iron chain at his chest height, with Admiral Thomas nearby, his gaze fixed intently on Corlys. The Navy longs for war more than anything else. After subduing the three sisters, he began to ponder where the Dragon Crystal Fleet would stand in the absence of conflict. Yet, opposing the Targaryens was out of the question. The dragons wielded immense deterrent power in this era, and the strength of the beasts was deeply ingrained in the public consciousness. It was well known that Robin had married Rhaenyra, making a conflict with the Targaryens highly improbable. Even in the event of bloodshed, the royal family would merely compensate with a few gold dragons. With this thought, Robin's previously anxious heart eased, though a hint of disappointment lingered. According to regulations, soldiers' wartime salaries consist of 5 components: base pay, seniority, rank, expedition allowances, and merit rewards. During peacetime, the naval forces of the Dragon Crystal Fleet are provided with food and shelter, with soldiers earning 50 copper stars a month. However, the basic wartime pay is triple that of peacetime, and frontline troops facing the battlefield receive staggering salaries. The further one is from Dragon Crystal City. The higher the expedition allowance, for every 100 miles, an additional 10 copper stars is added to the monthly pay. Collectively, Even a sentry in the Navy would earn no less than 200 copper stars a month, equivalent to around 7 silver stags. This sum surpasses what knights on the continent of Westeros receive in taxes from villages each month, and it would take a year of relentless labor in the dragon crystal workshops to amass such wealth. The most distinctive feature of the Longjing Navy is its merit system, which is categorized into 5 ranks of metals: iron, bronze, silver, gold, and ruby. Each of these accolades is exceedingly rare, awarded only to those who have made significant contributions either locally or on a broader scale. Even the elimination of a squad leader from the Sunderland family merely merits an iron medal, as his presence or absence does not substantially alter the battlefield's dynamics. Nevertheless, the iron medal remains highly coveted, as long as the recipient is alive. They can claim 10 bronze stars monthly in Longjing City and recommend 3 relatives for positions within the city's administrative apparatus. Many individuals are drawn to the Longjing fleet in pursuit of a medal, which represents not only honor but also the sole pathway to nobility within Longjing City, provided one is willing to risk their life. This has engendered a grotesque war machine. The Longjing Navy, except during wartime, undergoes annual assessments, with standards established by the staff and troop reductions based on the influx of new soldiers. Those adorned with medals or honors may be assigned to security roles in ports or urban areas even after departing from the Longjing fleet. Conversely, those who fail to secure any accolades within 3 years, despite passing annual evaluations, are also dismissed with a sum of silver deer, colloquially referred to by sailors as farewell funds. As the conclusion of the war becomes increasingly evident, even without extensive naval reductions, the majority of warships will be repurposed for trade escort duties, while officers and soldiers alike must content themselves with basic wages. When monthly compensation dwindles to a mere tenth of wartime rates, who can endure such a plight? This pervasive discontent has risen from the ranks to Commander Thomas, particularly regarding the insufficient achievements against the Three Sisters Islands, where a significant number of soldiers have not even engaged in close combat before the war's swift conclusion. It is crucial to understand that no family would maintain such a vast navy during peacetime. With 17 detachments totaling as many as 500 warships, the daily expenditures and military salaries could deplete any leading noble house. Even the affluent bravos would hesitate to expand their iron fleet to such an extent. Not only is the fleet substantial in scale, but the soldiers of the Longjing fleet are not the type who farm during peacetime and fight during war. Rather, from its inception, the Longjing fleet has been a full-time combat-ready force, engaged in daily training to prepare for warfare. This ethos is deeply rooted in Robin's subconscious, which posits that soldiers should train vigorously during peacetime to face future conflicts. One must fulfill their designated role. Soldiers should either be in training or en route to battle. In contrast, the common conscripts of Westeros often find themselves in an awkward predicament, spending the morning tilling the fields and the afternoon arming themselves to serve their lords. Aside from knights or noble retainers with martial prowess, most soldiers feel like mere numbers. However, this is not universally true. For instance, King's Landing's city garrison, though more professional than others, seems perpetually engaged in municipal duties, leaving their combat effectiveness in question, as little has been heard of their military history of late. The nomadic Slavers Bay peoples and the Unsullied, along with a few mercenary groups, align more closely with Robin's conception of a professional army. The Long Crystal Fleet is in dire need of a worthy adversary. Chapter 46, Breaching the Defense. It remains uncertain whether the mastermind behind this scheme is the Prime Minister or the King. Those surrounding Robin discern the ire in his tone, and none dare respond. The sight of the ship adorned with the banners of various families, wielding chicken feathers as command tokens, is indeed rather distasteful. The interests of those families were exchanged long ago, and what is the current situation? How is it that the Vale's majestic eagle of House Aaron is also among them? As for Demon and his dragon, they are not Robin's primary concern at this moment. Is it possible that these families have united against him? If so, the implications are considerably grave. Behold, my Lord Mayor, the shadowy figure whispers into Robin's ear. There are merely banners above, and Sir Gawain. The newcomer bears an emblem of a blue bird on their chest, signifying allegiance to the intelligence department. In this world, there exist individuals endowed with peculiar abilities. They can infiltrate the consciousness of both humans and animals, thereby manipulating their thoughts. This class of individuals is known as shapeshifters. Although they can only control creatures of notably weak minds, and the domination of humans remains beyond their capabilities, all shapeshifters hail from the north, and their ancestry is entwined, to varying degrees, with House Stark. They not only join the intelligence division of the Shadows for substantial remuneration, but also at great expense. Robin has ensured their progeny remain in Long Crystal City, as he harbors a profound interest in such supernatural phenomena. I understand, Robin muses, formulating a plan. It appears to be a case of foxes borrowing the might of tigers. He beckons the commander of the Kingsguard, Zero. The Kingsguard possesses unique code names. Unlike other unsullied forces who randomly draw names from a barrel each day, Zero, a 20-year-old unsullied of Dothraki descent, possesses the characteristic almond-shaped eyes of his nomadic kin. With bronze skin and a clean-shaven visage. Adhering to Robin's regulations, he is attired in blue and white stripes, fitting for a mid-ranking officer capable of commanding over 100 men. Seize that ship. Await my command, Robin instructs Zero in hushed tones. And the latter promptly departs with haste. Welcome to Shipwreck Island, Prince Demon, Robin states with a smile, as the Kingsguard along the way gradually lower their weapons. Though their crossbows remain aimed at Demon, the threat palpable. I believe Long Crystal City would be more suitable for hosting esteemed guests, Demon replies, his eyes brimming with disdain. Eschewing pleasantries to address the matter at hand. You have no royal mandate to clandestinely occupy this island and instigate war. You must adhere to the orders of His Majesty King Viserys and withdraw your troops. Depart from the Sisters Islands, for this land does not belong to you. Robin advances towards Demon, his tone unyielding. The king? When did King Viserys issue such orders? The Sisters Islands belong to the Vale. Even your liege, Duchess Jenny, must submit. Prince, tread carefully with your words. Are you certain you wish to discuss this topic here? Robin interjects. Did you come here for a spectacle on your own accord? Or did your brother Viserys send you to perform? Robin is irked by this king. He feels this matter should not involve him, as Demon has overstepped his bounds. What shall it be? Demon's face is filled with amusement. If you were to actively seek your brother's favor, Dragonstone would not harbor any affection for you. You would stand to lose considerably, Robin cautioned. At present, Demon remains the unchallenged heir to the Iron Throne. The king's choice of envoy would only offend the Moreno family. When Demon appeared at the Isles of the Sisters, Robin realized he was destined to remain estranged from the Iron Throne. This was not merely due to Dragonstone's disposition. The Moreno family's influence in Westeros is profoundly formidable. Their low-cost salmon products incessantly affect the common folk, effectively controlling the dining tables of the Westerosi populace. Furthermore, the Duke of Storm's End, Beaumont, is Robin's uncle, and politically, it appears the king has obstructed Demon's path. I cannot comprehend your words. I am merely executing the king's orders to bring him back, Robin replied. It may prove challenging. He continued, observing the merciless soldiers. Demon tapped the shield of the Kingsguard with the Dark Sister. In response, the officers behind Robin drew their swords, the atmosphere thick with tension. Are you prepared to strike? I am well aware that the crossbows of Dragonstone can unleash a volley, Demon remarked. Ever watchful for an opportunity to seize a Kingsguard shield and escape under the cover of Corlys Velaryon, all while contemplating the possibility of incinerating Robin to eliminate a threat to the kingdom. Such an act would not only affirm his worth, but also ease his brother Viserys' concerns about rescinding the betrothal with the bronze bitch of Storm's End. After all, they had already offended the Vale. Perhaps his niece would even rejoice at the news. Roar! Corlys Velaryon extended his neck, bellowing at the assembly, his strange cries echoing across the desolate Shipbreaker Bay. To engage now would be tantamount to declaring war on your king. The Targaryen dragons would reduce your Dragonstone to mere ashes. I wager that before I am overwhelmed by iron arrows, dragonfire will first descend upon you, Demon stated calmly, his eyes betraying an unmasked madness. And you shall be the first. 6 heavily armored personal guards silently formed a wall before Robin, while another 6 dispersed among the Kingsguard, poised to deliver a lethal strike to any threat. Robin glanced at Corlys Velaryon, then at the impetuous Demon, the distinct scent of sulfur from dragons permeating the air, seeming tantalizingly close. It was hard to fathom Demon's motives, a prince risking his life alongside his dragon. What could he possibly gain? It was utterly incomprehensible. The reality was that at less than 30 meters, Demon could indeed achieve his aim. He could summon dragonfire to his consciousness. Yet if Corlys Velaryon were to advance, Robin would be in dire peril. For the first time, the thought of acquiring a dragon crossed Robin's mind. This situation was undeniably precarious. The scene fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of the sea breeze rustling the flags. Moreno Robin, the Lord of Dragonstone and heir to House Moreno, glared at the Lord of Flea Bottom, Demon, for an extended moment, ultimately unable to make a decisive move. In the end, Robin turned and departed without uttering a single word, having anticipated a mere exchange of noble interests, only to confront an untamed threat. Demon watched as Robin departed with his guards and a host of officers back to the Iron Hall. Once they were gone, a somber horn sounded from the lookout pole, signaling the release of the cargo ships under Demon's escort. The royal guards, understanding the command, lowered their crossbows. "Fortunate to see you, Your Highness," a knight approached. "You may leave safely now." "And those I escorted?" Demon inquired. "They too may depart, but I advise the prince to leave promptly. Lingering here is unwise." "What is your name?" "You may call me Jorson," he replied. Demon then exhaled a sigh of relief, his racing heart beginning to calm. Although his back was already drenched with sweat, he could not fathom Robin's intentions, judging by his expression. He seemed unconcerned about the possibility of being incinerated by Demon's dragon. "Are you not afraid of my dragon?" Demon jested, voicing his confusion, while Robin gazed at him, seemingly seeking an answer. "A little." Jorson opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again, sorting through his thoughts. "We never question the Lord's decisions. He is our deity." After Demon posed further inquiries, he received no more responses. He had dealt mostly with Count Albert and sensed Robin's disdain for conversation. Thus, Demon refrained from pressing the matter, knowing little about Robin. On the cargo ship, a raven alighted upon Zero's shoulder. He deftly opened the message tube and retrieved a note. "Let them go." It bore Robin's private seal. Zero waved his commander's whip, and the Unsullied began their retreat. As the highest commander of the royal guards, he theoretically possessed the authority to mobilize any unsullied troops within sight, a power granted by Robin. Blood stained the deck, leaving only 32 kneeling brothers prepared for execution, most of them children or women. Those brave enough to fight the Unsullied had joined the corpses littering the ground. After a considerable time, Sir Galwin crawled up from the corner of the ship, limping onto the deck. Chaos ensued after the Unsullied boarded, and he had yet to reveal the badge given by Robin. He was unaware of who had struck him unconscious, and upon awakening, only a third of the 97 family heirs he had painstakingly gathered remained. He still did not comprehend the ultimate purpose of this venture. Suddenly, he recalled something and patted his body. The badge was still there, but he had also acquired a letter addressed to his sister, Alison Hightower. Chapter 47. The King's Landing Response. Knock, knock, knock. The gentle rapping on the door roused Viserys and Queen Aemma from their slumber. "Your Majesty." "The Prime Minister requests an audience," announced the Kingsguard outside. "What is it?" "Your Majesty, I have summoned the esteemed council for an emergency meeting," Otto's voice responded. "Prince Demon has returned from the Three Sisters." I understand." The council chamber was unusually full, with nearly all members bearing solemn expressions, except for Rhaenyra, who, with a light step, poured wine for each of the counselors, knowing that her uncle's adventures would often bring her gifts and tales from distant lands. Before the dawn's light graced the morning, Sir Laenor Velaryon placed 2 sign-in balls into a tray. King Viserys and Queen Aemma took their seats, and the royal council commenced in solemn silence. Viserys sensed an unusual atmosphere. Something significant must have transpired within the realm. Who could enlighten me regarding the recent events? His gaze turned towards Otto. The hand of the king sat upright. "Yesterday, Demon returned from the Stepstones with a contingent, including my son. To be frank, the number of individuals he brought back surpassed my expectations, with Prince Demon exerting considerable effort in the endeavor." The morning light streamed through the window, illuminating the steps as Demon ascended, casually placing the final sign-in ball belonging to the city watch in the center of the table. "Brother," Demon acknowledged with a nod. "How did you manage to bring back so many noble heirs? Have you exhausted the cat-and-mouse game that has persisted in Dragonstone for 3 years?" The king expressed his curiosity, astonished that so many had escaped. Initially, Sir Garwin's mission was merely to hope that the Morenos would consider the king's stature and return with 2 or 3 heirs from House Sunderland as a gesture of goodwill. When the Targaryen banner appeared on the island, none dared provoke the Dragon Lords. Despite some obstacles, the mission was deemed a success. Observing his uncle drain his cup, the cupbearer Rhaenyra sprang from her small stool at the sideboard, hastening to refill Demon's glass. "Brother, you have finally done something commendable." Viserys rarely praised Demon during council meetings, primarily due to Demon's consistent failure in previous endeavors. "Prince, are you referring to the plundering of the Garment District in Dragonstone, where various family banners were hoisted upon ships laden with smugglers?" For Corlys, the individuals from the Stepstones were all smugglers, and over time, their actions had inflicted considerable losses upon House Velaryon. "Of course, I do not hold it against you for using the Velaryon banner," Corlys stated magnanimously, acknowledging the folly of his own miscalculations. Viserys' smile faltered abruptly. "This was merely a tactical maneuver. I shall personally pen a letter to clarify." In public, Viserys consistently defended his brother, aware that he had no allies present. Observing the expressions of those gathered, Viserys discerned that matters were more convoluted than they appeared. Is there anything else I should be aware of? Please, do not hesitate to disclose it all. In unison, the assembly turned their gaze to Daemon, who was the subject of their scrutiny. The prince then began pacing the hall, recounting the details of the operation. His tale as captivating as that of a gallant knight from a wet nurse's tale, unafraid of peril and cunningly outsmarting demons, ultimately returning triumphant. The council members, having listened in a haze of disbelief, exchanged glances, clearly bemused by the absurdity of the account. Otto, possessing the clearest understanding of the conflict, was silently restrained by Viserys' glance, while Corlys was merely aware of the embroidered banners pilfered from his own house. Lacking the comprehensive intelligence possessed by the omniscient hand of the king, Otto. As the Bloodworm clan prepared to unleash their dragon flames, Queen Aemma clasped the hand of Viserys, sensing through the tension in her grip the anxiety that gripped her husband. The king's visage was ashen, his silence palpable. Rhaenyra, wide-eyed with a mix of excitement and trepidation, glanced at her uncle, occasionally worrying for Robin's plight, for in Daemon's tale, Robin was cast as the underdog, a malevolent lord. Although the conclusion was one we yearned for, the repercussions of the journey were profoundly dire. Following Daemon's departure, Otto astutely summarized the ramifications of this affair on the realm. In the dead of night, Daemon was escorted back to the Red Keep by the Kingsguard from a brothel. The grand doors of the throne room creaked open. For Kingsguard stood sentinel, clad in pristine cloaks and glimmering scale armor, arranged in a crescent around the base of the throne, their backs bristling with blades and thorns. Viserys sat upon the Iron Throne, wielding the sword Blackfire, his countenance grave under the flickering flames. Daemon strode down the long aisle, his gaze unwavering, gripping Dark Sister in his left hand, embodying his characteristic nonchalance as he halted at the steps. "Brother, you appear quite formidable tonight." "Though not as much as the day before," he remarked. Viserys, perplexed, replied, "I am unsure of what you speak. Word around King's Landing has it that you frightened Robin on the back of your dragon. Is there any truth to this? Rumors and reality often diverge." Daemon acknowledged with a satisfied smirk. "I was a bit far off. Perhaps the child did not soil himself. Why did you ride the dragon to Shipbreaker Bay?" The king inquired gravely, his tone thickening. "Their warships are numerous, and a mere prime minister's son lacks the capability to escort those men. I have returned the man to you. Surely, you should host a celebratory feast in my honor," Daemon retorted. Viserys' anger flared, his complexion turning crimson. "Do you believe the realm is too peaceful? Or do you yearn for the thrill of war? I have yet to mend the rift created by Rhaenyra. And now you bring me further trouble." "But they are invading the Three Sisters," Daemon protested. "I care not, provided the powers on those islands remain loyal to the crown. Those smugglers may perish. This is merely a show for the nobility, and you represent me in this." Viserys finally pierced the veil of unspoken thoughts, revealing his true sentiments. Daemon was taken aback, struggling to counter. "Perhaps I acted impulsively." Viserys softened his tone slightly, recognizing the good intentions behind Daemon's actions. "You are my brother, the prince of the capital. Every word and deed of yours reflects our Targaryen lineage. Should you truly unleash that dragonfire, the kingdom would swiftly descend into war. I am merely trying to eradicate the kingdom's threats in my own manner," Daemon lamented, feeling disheartened that his attempt to alleviate his brother's burdens had spiraled into such discord. "Threats? Are you aware that even the council believes you to be the greatest threat? Impulsive and violent, the council fears you may become a second Maegor." Suddenly, Daemon felt a stirring within him. After all, Maegor was the king, implying that he could be the heir to the Iron Throne. Shortly thereafter, Viserys made a decision. "It had been a long time since you last visited the Vale or Storm's End. I hope you return to Storm's End, back to your lady's side. My absence may bring joy to my bronze harlot. Lady Rhaena is your legitimate wife. At the very least, allow me to ease the tension between us." Observing Daemon's indifference, Viserys let out a deep sigh, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. "Please, my brother, do not create more trouble for me, at least not until I have resolved this matter." Chapter 48. The year 100 of the conquest. The time has come to the year 100 of the conquest. The war that transpired in the Sisters Islands concluded 2 years ago, with the region now renamed the New World, nominally ruled by Yarosandral, a mere infant of less than 3 years. Contrary to General Thomas's expectations of disarmament, the Dragon Crystal Fleet's 17 flotillas have grown increasingly formidable. The 3 islands of the New World have been rechristened. The eldest sister island, located near the Bight, has been renamed Guiding Island, an ideal location for receiving timber from the north. To the south of Guiding Island lies the world's largest shipyard, where coal-powered steam turbine vessels are gradually replacing wind-powered ships. Warships are produced with standardized parts, employing an assembly line method that reliably yields 5 new warships or 30 large merchant vessels daily. Each vessel commands an exorbitant price, nearly 3 times the cost of production, yet demand far exceeds supply. In just 2 years, the Dragon Crystal fleet has burgeoned significantly, with over 400 new warships and 600-mast ships stationed at naval bases across the Bight, Shipwreck Bay, the Dornish Sea, and Pantos Bay. The Morena family's maritime dominance has begun to take shape, firmly controlling the Narrow Sea. Robin's titles now include not only the sole heir of the Lord of Dragon Crystal, but also the King of the Narrow Sea. The former Sweet Sister Island has been transformed into Enlightenment Island, a place devoted to the collection of books from around the world and the development of new ideas. Maiden Island has become the Morena family's training ground, where the production of weapons and cavalry training, along with all military-related activities, have been relocated, now named Knights Island. Originally, a military base was planned to be established on Crab Island, just hours away from Dragonstone, which would have allowed control over Blackwater Bay as well. This region was an ancient territory of the Sediga family, which offered favorable terms for their kin to hold 1/3 of the command of this naval base. At that time, Count Sediga had already consented to the establishment of a base for the Dragon Crystal fleet there. But this was met with vehement opposition from the king and the Valerian family, ultimately resulting in its abandonment. Most of the Narrow Sea remains tranquil under the watch of the Dragon Crystal fleet, with only the Stepstone Islands remaining tumultuous. The Stepstone Islands comprise a series of isles stretching from the eastern Dornish coast to the disputed lands. Among these islands, only 2 bear names, Bloodstone Island and Grey Gallows Island. One of the free city-states, Tyrosh, is also situated within the Stepstone Islands. The Stepstone Islands, once a haven for pirates, were liberated by the Tri-City Alliance formed by Lys, Myr, and Tyrosh, who expelled the marauders and wrongdoers that had long occupied the archipelago. Together, they sought to defend against the incursions from Dragonstone, a territory that does not belong to Westeros, and which Viserys has never claimed. Astute politicians surmised the ultimate objective of the Lord of Dragonstone, using the unclaimed Stepstone Islands as a springboard to establish a foothold in Essos. This plan was particularly suitable for the formidable Morena family, known for their naval prowess. Robin required a piece of land, one conducive to development, while the Dragon fleet continued to deplete the resources of the Tri-City Alliance at sea. If the war could not be swiftly concluded with a decisive victory, the contest would devolve into a battle of endurance. The Tri-City Alliance, alone, was ill-equipped to withstand the onslaught of the Dragon fleet. Their combined naval forces found themselves in a protracted stalemate against the Dragon fleet in the waters off Old Dorne. This scenario played directly into Robin's strategic inclinations. The Tri-City Alliance was enduring significant bloodshed. The invisible economic warfare they waged was often far more insidious than the visible clashes of swords. Merely defending against 3 squadrons of 90 new warships, the 3 free cities quickly expended 2/3 of their naval resources. While the Dragon fleet suffered a mere reduction of 7 vessels, primarily due to a well-executed ambush involving catapults. Eventually, the Tri-City Alliance could no longer sustain the daily losses of warships and was forced to retreat to the islands, relying on large-scale catapults to fend off attacks from the new warships. This precarious standoff barely held, but it resulted in the opening of maritime routes around the Stepstone Islands, allowing the Dragon fleet to traverse these waters freely. Within 2 months, Bloodstone Island established a rudimentary naval base. While the rulers of numerous city-states believed they were merely providing escort for maritime routes, Dragonstone began to amass troops on Bloodstone Island in significant numbers. This was a clear indication of their intentions. It was hard to fathom that the youthful king of the Narrow Sea had any other objectives beyond claiming contested territory. Robin had a history of such ambitions, purchasing the 3 fingers of the Finger Peninsula, annexing the Sister Isles, and leasing the islands of minor houses as naval bases. Over the course of 2 years, these military actions led prudent politicians to conclude that the Morena family harbored designs on the disputed lands. Realizing the gravity of the situation, several power brokers in Essos began to support the Tri-City Alliance. Volantis was the first to respond, offering either supplies, gold, or troops to join the fight, especially given that the newly aggressive neighbor made their position increasingly precarious. Subsequently, Braavos was persuaded by the Tri-City Alliance, particularly due to the terrifying military capability of the steam turbine warships that were ahead of their time, prompting the Sea Lord to agree to provide low-interest loans to the 3 city-states of the Stepstone Islands for the construction of similar vessels. Although the Dragon fleet was ostensibly at war with the Tri-City Alliance, they were simultaneously engaged with 5 free trade cities. Braavos dared not openly confront Dragonstone, as the giants were far removed from the Stepstone Islands, while the New World, the Sister Isles, was merely a sea away, serving as the headquarters for the Dragon Fleet. Braavos boasts an unparalleled fleet of warships commanded by the Sea King. However, upon witnessing the volley of rockets launched from the new-style warships, their erstwhile confidence wanes. These rockets, as thick as a man's arm and filled with highly flammable fuel, eject flames upon impact, igniting when triggered by flint at the base. It is evident that any wooden vessel cannot escape the fate of being consumed by a barrage of fiery arrows. The principle of this weapon is not overly complex. It merely lacks the rapidity and range of the Dragon Crystal Fleet's rockets. This, however, is not the crux of the issue. The significant concern lies in the fact that even if they manage to replicate the rockets, the new warships of the Dragon Crystal Fleet are enveloped in uniformly thick iron plating. Without a massive ironworks, it would take a blacksmith half a year, or more, to forge a single iron ship. This vast disparity fills the Sea King of Braavos and the ruling powers with trepidation, compelling them to monitor the shipyard's progress in replicating the new warships closely. Volantis, the southernmost of the free cities and the first colony of the Valyrian freehold, is situated in close proximity to the Slave Bay, where the slave trade is rampant. Other goods, including glassware and wine, also flow abundantly. Volantis spares no effort in supporting the Tri-City Alliance, driven by the economic motivation that the cheap glass products and new commodities could inflict immeasurable losses upon the ruling powers. This understanding is shared among the officials of Volantis, regardless of whether they belong to the Tiger Party or the Elephant Party. They must curtail the Dragon Crystal Fleet's access to the Summer Sea. Thus, through a covert accord, Astapor, located in the Slave Bay, ceases to sell unsullied to Dragonstone, regardless of the offered price. However, slaves with skills such as ship laborers remain unrestricted. According to intelligence gathered from the shadows, numerous unsullied are active on the Stepstones, lurking on remote islands, awaiting their moment to strike. As time progresses, the Tri-City Alliance gathers an ever-increasing number of warships at the Stepstones, totaling around 200 vessels of various sizes, forming multiple defensive lines that firmly control the narrow waterways between the islands. Although this does not impede the main route to the Summer Sea, these sailing warships often attack merchant vessels under the cover of night. Maritime trade stands as a crucial pillar of the economy for Dragonstone, necessitating that the Dragon Crystal Fleet occasionally undertake escort duties. Here, one can encounter an array of warship styles, as well as some subpar steam-powered vessels. Their engines inadequate due to the inability to breach the manufacturing methods for high-pressure, high-temperature metals, resulting in excessively bulky hulls. Currently, mercenaries, pirates, unsullied, the navy of the Tri-City Alliance, slave soldiers, and hired knights populate the Stepstones, representing every conceivable military profession. In response to this situation, General Thomas orders the naval bases at Tarth Island in Broken Ship Bay and at Isman Island in the Dornish Sea to each dispatch a contingent to join the war against the Tri-City Alliance. At this moment, Bloodstone Island is home to 150 steam warships and 32,000 professional soldiers, while the Tri-City Alliance is entangled with no fewer than 120,000 individuals and 200 various types of warships on the Stone Step Isles. It can be said that if this military force is annihilated, the Tri-City Alliance will be unable to mount any effective resistance, and the disputed territories will lack the resources to contend with Dragon Crystal City. The Lords of Slave Bay are closely monitoring this conflict, as the slave trade has flourished. The orders for both the innocents and slave soldiers from the Tri-City Alliance are now backlogged for 3 years. The protracted warfare aligns with their interests. As for the Dragon Crystal Fleet, even if it manages to traverse the Sea of Smoke to Valyria Island, how much combat effectiveness it would retain upon reaching Slave Bay remains uncertain. The Lords of Astapor have responded to the Tri-City Alliance's plea for support by stating that they are willing to purchase slaves, provided that the price is right. The reason for not engaging Dragon Crystal City on land is that, in recent years, the innocents have nearly been monopolized by Robin, who has trained a force of 150,000 professional soldiers, divided into 7 legions. All are awaiting the demise of the enemy ships at the Stone Step Isles, anticipating the opening of the disputed territories. Eager to achieve military accomplishments and gain titles, thus transforming into figures of admiration. If defeated at sea, there would be no hope for land battles, unless they possessed dragons. Speaking of dragons, Westeros has received an overwhelming number of letters from the city-states of Essos, nearly filling half a room, most of which remain unopened. Only Otto, with little to occupy his time, has taken the liberty to open a few letters from unfamiliar places, which proves to be rather intriguing. The Dragon Crystal Fleet has set its sights on the continent of Essos. As the transport fleet of Dragon Crystal City cannot feasibly transport the necessary war supplies from the New World to various naval bases, this is simply impractical. They will undoubtedly procure supplies from nearby lords, with abundant local produce selling to the nearest naval bases, where warehouses constructed from dragon crystal serve as transfer stations. Indeed, even the most humble of goods can find buyers, as Dragon Crystal City pours vast amounts of copper stars, silver deer, and golden dragons into the economy of Westeros. The frequent trade has resulted in substantial tax revenue. King Westeros, however, harbors a sense of unease. Following Daemon's counsel, the Royal Knight Order has been established within the Kingsguard, emulating the professional cavalry of Dragon Crystal City by recruiting retired officers from there as trainers. Excluding the disparities in equipment and numbers, the Royal Knight Order is comparable to the Dragon Crystal Knights. During the court meetings, Daemon has repeatedly suggested forming 3 Royal Knight Orders to counter the 3 Knight Orders of Dragon Crystal City, but Otto has consistently rejected these proposals due to financial concerns, stating that the knights trained by Daemon have already exceeded their intended numbers. Originally intended to comprise 10,000 members, the roster now lists 15,000. While the state has indeed collected a significant amount of tax revenue in recent years, it cannot sustain such extravagance. The Royal Knight Order alone has drained nearly a third of the national treasury, and the king has many pressing matters to attend to, such as road construction, feasts, renovations of the Red Keep, widening the Blackwater River, and acquiring new warships, most of which are insatiable financial pits. Daemon suggested increasing taxes on Dragonstone, but Prime Minister Otto turned away, seemingly uninterested in engaging with him. Minister of the Navy, Corlys, humorously remarked that it might be less impactful for Daemon to lead the Kingsguard in a heist on King's Landing instead. The room erupted in laughter. The Kingsguard serves as the kingdom's sword. Prince, you are training cavalry, not hunting dogs. Otto rebuked Daemon for his outrageous behavior. They are enforcing the law for the kingdom. According to the statutes, the Kingswood is the private hunting ground of the King of Westeros, and poachers must face severe punishment. Daemon stood resolute. Indeed, Lord Strong, is it not? Lionel Strong, the Lord of Laws, preferred to remain neutral amidst the verbal sparring between Daemon and Otto. Your Highness, I believe, the Lord of Laws began, only to be interrupted by the Prime Minister. For merely poaching a few rabbits, you hang a man in the sun for 3 days. The king did not enact such a law. The indiscriminate display of brutality cannot be deemed as law enforcement. The king spoke to define the trivial matter. My brother does quite well in training the Kingsguard, he added, but I hope you will take the captured individuals to the dungeons for the Lord of Laws to adjudicate. Faced with his brother Viserys' unwavering gaze, Daemon relented. Very well, I may take heed. As for reorganizing the Kingsguard, let us discuss it when the treasury is more prosperous. Daemon, dissatisfied with the answer, donned his helmet and strode out, a familiar sight to all present, as the doors of the council chamber swung open and then closed once more. Viserys gently stroked the table, patiently explaining to the assembly, you know, Daemon has harbored hostility towards Dragonstone since his return. Perhaps a modest expansion of the Kingsguard might be beneficial. Let Daemon indulge in his cavalry games in the Kingswood. And as long as he does not create further trouble, I will not object. Viserys' jest lightened the atmosphere in the council. Most ministers internally agreed, nodding or expressing approval. Finally, the king turned to the Prime Minister, who never opposed the king's will and nodded in agreement. However, Your Majesty, I must caution you. Supporting 15,000 individuals is already the limit of the kingdom's finances. Any further expenditure will halt the connecting works at the encampment until next year's taxes arrive. Otto spoke in response to the increasing frequency of maritime trade, which enabled large cargo ships to transport goods throughout Westeros via the rivers. He proposed a state-sponsored project to connect the Mander River with the Blackwater River, as the advent of steam turbine cargo ships rendered considerations of wind and current irrelevant, thereby enhancing speed and connectivity to more cities from King's Landing. These 2 rivers traverse the majority of the Riverlands and the Crownlands, extending south to Dorne and Highgarden, west to Silver Hill, and north to Harrenhal. Once completed, this could significantly tighten the links between a third of Westeros' territory and King's Landing, a feat worthy of being immortalized in song by scholars. Chapter 50. Marriage won in the height of summer. The Moreno castle remains refreshingly cool, thanks to an abundance of ice stored beneath the surface. Periodically, servants retrieve these frigid blocks and place them in the castle's grand hall. Robin, possessing a conscious space, is never short of ice, Aside from the areas exposed to sunlight, the rest of his realm is nearly at absolute zero. For the past 2 weeks, Count Moreno has been ensnared in a prolonged state of unconsciousness, paralyzed from the neck down, and his appetite has dwindled. He is acutely aware that his time is limited. On the 3rd floor of Moreno Castle, Albert sits in a stone chamber by the window, gazing outside. He has witnessed the transformation of Dragon Crystal Harbor from a desolate wasteland into a magnificent city. He was the one who established the 1st Cavalry Regiment and erected the inaugural building of the divinely bestowed city. The flames of civilization were ignited on the Five-Finger Peninsula, and the Moreno family ascended from the fringes of politics to its very core. He recalls watching the 7 watchtowers of Dragon Crystal Harbor illuminate during storms, witnessing the sun rise over the fleet that stretched for miles, and seeing the family banner fluttering in the northern winds. Now, he observes the sun's last rays casting their glow upon the orderly black structures of Dragon Crystal City. While the family sun has only just begun to rise, he prepares to take his final bow. Count Moreno reveled in merriment, hosting countless banquets, balls, and tournaments over the years. Singers and actors vied to extol the union between Moreno and Targaryen, ultimately congratulating them on the birth of a perfect heir. This is the aspiration of every traditional noble regarding their successor. At such times, Albert generously rewarded with gold dragons, and to all, it appeared to be a blissful union. A sentiment shared even by Albert himself. Though there were some unpleasant moments during that year's festivities, they were soon forgotten. In recent years, the kingdom has lauded the alliance between the two families. Indeed, to outsiders, the union of the finest dragon-blooded offspring with the most astute and powerful lord of the age seems a match made in heaven. Yet, only a select few are aware that the louder the praises, the more disdainful Princess Rhaenyra becomes. As the sole male heir of Albert, ill-intentioned individuals have even speculated that Targaryen has long coveted the wealth and fleet of the Moreno family. With an almost invincible naval fleet paired with the aerial dominance of dragons, if Viserys harbors ambitions akin to those of Aegon the Conqueror, the conquest of Essos is not beyond the realm of possibility. Undoubtedly, the kingdom would flourish under Viserys' reign as never before. After all, why would the king remain silent on the matter of the Stepstones conflict, rarely mentioning it in council? They are nearly like family. Thus, he would not impose strictures. Lady Moreno approached the stone chair from behind, embracing her husband. The king has responded. The wedding will proceed as scheduled in 7 days. The southern regions are somewhat unsettled, but according to plan, Robin will dispatch 3 separate fleets to escort the bride. A smile graces Albert's face. This is reassuring. It alleviates his final regret of not being able to witness the birth of his grandson. After the wedding feast, I shall bestow upon him the title, personally handing over this land into his care. Madame Moreno was jolted back to reality by the view outside the window, her gaze settling on her resolute husband. Was it necessary? He remained indifferent. For the Moreno family, the geographical position of the Five Fingers Peninsula was less than advantageous. It was solely due to Robin's residence in Moreno Castle that it had become the family's political hub. However, more often than not, the vantage point proved more convenient. Being closer to the harbor, or perhaps one could argue that the sister dunes of the Three Sisters Islands were better suited as the family's administrative center. Robin typically handled military affairs at the lookout tower rather than at Moreno Castle, which was more fitting as a stronghold for the clan. Yet, I do care. Regardless of what the future holds, the foundation guarded by our family for generations lies in the Five Fingers Peninsula, in the valley. We are the bloodline of the Valley Kings. After a considerable pause, Madame Moreno finally spoke. You know, this place is too small. He is destined to leave. Even Albert cannot discern Robin's intentions. If it is for the prosperity of the family, what is the true purpose of the war in the Stone Steppes archipelago? A veil of mystery perpetually shrouds Robin, his eyes often reflecting concern, as if a catastrophe looms in the future, plotting his escape from this continent. I do not know how high he will rise. I merely hope he remembers that this is his home. I fear my time is limited after my demise. Let my resting place be beneath the lookout tower, and may the family's oath conclude with me. The tradition of the Moreno family dictates that the deceased are interred underground, and not far from the lookout tower lies a small ridge, the family cemetery. Suddenly, tears streamed down Madame Moreno's cheeks as she nodded gently. Do not weep. I am not yet dead. Besides, I have few regrets in life. I have lived more lavishly than kings, enjoying all that life has to offer. Albert consoled his wife. King's Landing, the Red Keep. According to the journey, the Dragon Crystal Fleet would arrive at dawn to escort Rhaenyra with gifts. Generally, a princess's wedding should take place at the Red Keep. But considering Count Albert's health and certain political motives, the ceremony was relocated to Moreno Castle. King Jaehaerys had previously enacted a law regarding castle construction. Any lord wishing to build, expand, or repair a castle must pay a hefty sum for permission. The larger and more fortified the castle, the more likely the lord would develop treasonous intentions. Taxation would dissuade them from constructing castles. And should a lord insist on defying all odds to build, they must personally contribute to the royal treasury. As a result, the kingdom received the largest tax revenue in history from the Five Fingers Peninsula, tripling the treasury's funds. Allowing the connection project between the Blackwater and Mander rivers at the tumultuous dunes to commence, and easing the vigilance throughout the realm. This illustrates that the lords far to the north in King's Landing are still willing to adhere to the laws of the kingdom, setting an example for all lords under the king's rule. Even a family as powerful as the Morenos must dutifully pay taxes to the king. Do you harbor any other intentions? Convincing the king to relocate the wedding ceremony to Moreno Castle proved to be a formidable challenge. To achieve this, Robin made considerable concessions, such as replacing the Royal Navy's vessels with new warships at a reduced price and ensuring the transportation of provisions to King's Landing. He also pledged that his offspring would later return to the Targaryens through a marriage alliance. In return, the king vowed to place dragon eggs in the cradle of Princess Rhaenyra's children, prompting Albert to make continual compromises, to which Robin raised no objections. This situation mirrored the marriage of Princess Daenerys Targaryen from the Vale, whose daughter, Aemma Arryn, eventually returned to the Targaryens. Thus, the Targaryen bloodline, once abroad, was now visibly restored. The princess's dragon, Syrax, was a prolific mother, and any price paid for this was deemed worthwhile, as it was through Rhaenyra that they could attain the blood of dragons and the power they wielded. As for the gluttons of the fingers, they had incinerated hundreds of Valyrians, all of whom had ancestral ties to dragon lords. Robin ultimately recognized that only those with pure dragon lineage could tame dragons, a notion that bordered on fantasy. He considered sending individuals to attempt to tame the lost dragons. However, such an act would be tantamount to treason. He had no intention of initiating a conquest of Westeros, as the warm and expansive lands of Essos captured his attention far more. Amidst nationwide celebrations, the populace of King's Landing was already abuzz with excitement. Captains returning from Dragonstone relayed the latest news, exaggerating that they had witnessed no fewer than 1,000 merchant vessels at Dragonstone Harbor, poised to be laden with gifts, silks, porcelain, spices, and armor. Some claimed that merely the boxes filled with gold dragons could occupy 10 ships. As the rumors spread, they became increasingly outrageous, with people in taverns, brothels, and on the streets seemingly convinced they had witnessed the spectacle firsthand. Although the realm was secretly embroiled in conflict, those who had observed the grand naval review of the Dragonstone fleet instinctively believed that the victory of Dragonstone over the Stepstones was merely a matter of time. As long as Dragonstone remained willing to submit to the Iron Throne, unrest in Westeros seemed improbable, marking what was arguably the zenith of Targaryen rule. Prime Minister Otto suggested that the king engage in merriment with the populace, leading to the issuance of a temporary decree. All ports would lower taxes on fish products for a year. This tax was a crucial pillar of the kingdom's revenue, and the king was reluctant to sustain such losses indefinitely. Dragonstone, in turn, extended a generous offer of buy 10, get 1 free on salmon products. As their supply was overwhelming, the city had not only excavated caverns for storage, but had also converted many workshops into warehouses due to the prolonged stagnation of sales. The populace had grown weary of consumption. If Dragonstone's fish products were distributed among every individual in Westeros, they could sustain the realm for a decade. In light of this policy, grain prices plummeted nationwide, and the lower classes erupted in cheers for King Viserys I's wisdom, heralding him as the greatest king in Targaryen history. While scholars offered abundant praise, even before the wedding commenced, the public was already brewing with anticipation at that moment. Even the blind beggar in the narrow alleyways was aware of the grand nuptials, as the frequency and quantity of alms from the church had noticeably increased. It is said that the Archbishop of the Hall of Stars, along with the majority of the regional bishops, will arrive at the colorful hall in Longjing City. The influence of the 7 gods has gradually radiated across the nation and even to the shores of the Narrow Sea through this World Trade Center. Robin does not impede religious activities, provided they do not incite the populace. He sees no significant issue with the 7 gods doctrine, which advocates for ascendance and the regulation of knights. Those who came from Essos to propagate their cruel faith have been forcefully expelled or judged to the Desperate Wall, a frigid place that has since gained a plethora of foreign hues. At this moment, chaos erupted in the Red Keep, stemming from the mysterious disappearance of Rhaenyra. Alongside her companion Syrax, who is also absent from the dragon pit. The maids and servants of the Red Keep are still occupied with the arrangements for the princess's dowry and her forthcoming voyage, while the Kingsguard, unable to await Rhaenyra's return, report this shocking news to the king. Viserys sits upon the Iron Throne, his hands resting on his sword, for he only occupies this throne during moments of national significance, aware that the blades that adorn it may occasionally cut his hands, requiring prolonged healing. From her confidant, Miss Alicent, he learns that Daemon had sought Rhaenyra prior to her disappearance. When the Kingsguard report that Prince Daemon is also unaccounted for, the king reluctantly accepts this grim reality. The princess has a history of such behavior, vanishing without a word, and Daemon's involvement raises the question, is it an act of humiliation towards Robin? How could so many fail to keep watch over the princess? Viserys angrily chastises the Kingsguard for their negligence, but quickly regains his composure. Apologies. My emotions have gotten the better of me. I am indeed a remarkable Targaryen king, utterly powerless over my own daughter, he muses, his head slightly bowed, a self-deprecating expression upon his face. Sir Laenor, the captain of the Kingsguard, remains unfazed. His white beard and graying hair testify to his long years in the court. Having witnessed the machinations of court politics, he understands that the current situation could plunge the kingdom into turmoil. He silently reflects, "O princess, even if you seek to evade Daemon's marriage, at the very least, you must fulfill your political engagement. Who, after all, could restrain a Targaryen with a dragon?" The thought of terminating the betrothal right before the wedding fills Viserys with suffocation. The repercussions of humiliating a king of the Narrow Sea are all too foreseeable. The ailing Count Moreno has whispered of this day for many years, his letters to the court always laced with hope. Chapter 51, Marriage to Your Majesty. The Kingsguard has already led the Red Keep guards in search. Should we not enlist the city watch as well? Sir Laenor suggests. Viserys immediately declines, fearing that if the princess's disappearance becomes common knowledge in King's Landing, matters will only worsen. He has already instructed those privy to the situation to maintain silence. It is not suitable for more people to be aware. 5 years ago she was reckless, and 5 years later she remains so. The king has never exhibited such a loss of composure. He laments, by the seven hells, does the stability of the realm mean so little to her? The pressing concern is to locate Rhaenyra. Queen Aemma, with her pronounced belly, made her way to the throne room, where Viserys hurriedly approached to shield her, urging her to return, assuring her that his presence sufficed. Queen Aemma, however, resolutely declined and insisted on staying with her husband until dawn. That night, Viserys remained silently seated upon the Iron Throne, his gaze gradually shifting from uncertainty to resolute determination. The Kingsguard turned the city of King's Landing upside down, fervently searching for any trace of the princess, and only at daybreak did they receive a lead. Ser Harwin rushed to the king's side, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, I have a lead on the princess." A late returning sailor reported seeing 2 dragons take flight towards Dragonstone. "Daemon, damn him!" Viserys exclaimed loudly, rising and striding towards the door, his brother once again having inflicted pain upon him. "Where are you going?" Emma's concerned voice called from behind. "Have Corlys write a letter. Only Rhaenys possesses a dragon capable of finding her. 7 save us. Do not fret. Perhaps Rhaenyra has already set forth?" The king paid no heed to the voice trailing behind him, fully aware of his beloved daughter's rebellious nature. He stormed out of the throne room, despite having spent the night without sleep, but now he was ablaze with fury, invigorated with a fierce energy. Should Daemon dare to appear before him, he swore he would sever his head with black fire. As the sun rose above the horizon, the king convened a council meeting. Prior to the assembly, only Otto Hightower had an inkling of the events from the previous night, for the hand of the king resided within the Red Keep, easily sensing any stirrings. Even as the kingdom's stability hung in the balance, this remained a Targaryen family matter, since the king had not called for an emergency council. Otto refrained from acting on his own accord. Adhering to the king's wishes was his method of governance, as hand. It was not without reason that Daemon labeled him a sycophant and flatterer. The lords had returned to their estates in King's Landing the previous night, and the Valerian family had sent invitations to the nobles of the capital. Most of Westeros's nobility maintained trade relations with Dragonstone. The impending marriage of the king's only daughter was the grandest event the realm had seen in years, unparalleled in its significance. And most nobles would bring their wives and children to the bustling city of Dragonstone, renowned for its prosperity, a veritable hub of global commerce. In this era, voyages were fraught with peril, especially as the Stepstones remained embroiled in conflict. Yet, no one was concerned for their safety. The invitations declared that 3 fleets, comprising 90 new warships, would escort the nobles, with the Royal Navy accompanying the departure. It was known that even in the early skirmishes against the Triarchy, 3 ships had sufficed to pose a significant threat, making it hard to fathom who would dare to intrude. All merchant and cargo ships in the Dragonstone harbor were providing complimentary transport for the nobles and knights, underscoring the Moreno family's commitment to this union. It could be said that all of Westeros, save Dorne, was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. The master of ships, Corlys, strode into the hall, speaking as he walked. The Dragonstone fleet has docked at the harbor, where they are celebrating the joyous news of the princess's marriage amidst the vibrant festivities of King's Landing. The delightful tidings include the arrival of Elena Moreno and Jorn Martell, the cousin of Robin and her husband. I have made the necessary arrangements, and we now have ample time to deliberate. He turned to face the multitude of ministers, ultimately fixing his gaze on the king across from him. As one of the foremost courtiers privy to the intricate details, he was perfectly suited to welcome the esteemed guests. Given that Robin's frail health could not withstand the recent strenuous travels, and Lady Moreno was unable to leave her ailing husband unattended. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the assembly. As long as the bride could be located before the wedding commenced, all would be well. At that moment, Rhaenys strode into the hall, her dragon rider attire imbued with the distinct scent of dragons, suggesting a long journey. She cast a quick glance at her husband before promptly informing the king, "Your Majesty, Rhaenyra and Daemon did indeed visit Dragonstone yesterday, but only to provision their dragons. They departed shortly thereafter." "Where did they head?" the king inquired with urgency. "Across the narrow sea. I suspect they are bound for Bravos," Rhaenys replied, standing beside her husband. Observing her indecisive cousin, "We must hold Daemon accountable for treason," Lord Corlys interjected, his frustration palpable. The alliance forged through marriage had been abruptly severed by Viserys. And now what was to be made of this situation? Moreover, the primary trade route through the Stepstones was under the control of the Dragonstone fleet. And should relations between Dragonstone and King's Landing deteriorate, how would the Valyrians fare? The assembly discerned the implicit reproach in his tone, insinuating that the king had failed to properly educate his children, thereby inviting ridicule upon the realm. "Lord Corlys, let us set aside the question of treason for now. That is a matter for another time," Otto spoke on behalf of the king. Just as Corlys was about to retort, he was silenced by a gesture from his wife. "So, esteemed lords, what shall we do next? Shall we brace ourselves for the storm that approaches from the sea?" Corlys aptly likened the situation to an impending tempest. "I have taken the measure of Robin. He will not allow matters to escalate to this extent," Otto asserted, convinced that the Lord of Dragonstone would act with principled resolve, guided by cold rationality, and would not succumb to irrationality driven by anger. His daughter, Alicent, frequently corresponded with Robin, through which he gleaned insights into his pragmatic approach to affairs. "If Rhaenyra does not arrive before the wedding," the king began, his tone conveying resignation and compromise, "Laenor Velaryon could achieve what was once thwarted." Although the king's words remained unfinished, all understood his implication. Valyrian could fulfill the political objectives that had been left unaccomplished in the past. At that moment, Laenor Velaryon was already commanding Vhagar, the largest and oldest dragon of House Targaryen, and despite Viserys' deep reluctance, he felt compelled to make this decision for the sake of the realm. Corlys was momentarily rendered speechless by the king's generosity, exchanging a glance with his wife, Rhaenys, their eyes reflecting disbelief. "Indeed, in the absence of Rhaenyra, for the sake of the realm, I can conceive of no superior resolution." Viserys spoke slowly, his voice laden with conflicting emotions, revealing the difficulty of his decision. "Perhaps, then, the storm may cease." Corlys settled into his seat, calmly uttering this remark. "Yet, it is conditional." The king's tone grew stern. "I shall keep the tongues of King's Landing in check," Otto Hightower declared, as other lords departed, acknowledging that even with such concessions, it remained a royal scandal. Only the Targaryens and Velaryons remained to deliberate. Subsequently, Rhaenys soared northward atop her dragon, Molaise, bearing the fruits of their negotiations beyond the Crownlands and across the Vale. Chapter 52. The Betrothal. The crownless queen, Rhaenys, rode alone above Meron Castle on her Red Queen, Molaise. The great dragon flapped its wings. Its massive form perched steadily atop the Dragon Tower, a dome-shaped dragon house constructed for Syrax, who was destined to become the mistress of Meron. The dragon house featured openings on all sides, its most spacious front facing south, while the interior of the Dragon Tower was cavernous, crafted from molten rock quarried by Albert's workers from volcanic regions. To ease construction, the sole access to the interior was a spiral stone staircase and a wooden lift hewn into the tower's face. Molaise snorted excitedly, curiously surveying this comfortable environment. Soon, Some attendants brought forth cured frozen lamb, beef, and fish, setting them aside. Malays skillfully seized the morsels, tossing them into the air, expertly breathing fire to roast them. Before the cooked meat could descend, she consumed it in one swift motion, repeating this until her hunger was satiated. Once the dragon was well-fed and languid, reluctant to move, Malays, under Rhaenys' command, wobbled her way to the pinnacle of the dragon tower. The Targaryen princess was deeply troubled. Even the dragon pit in King's Landing lacked such opulence. It was evident that Albert held the union of their houses in the highest regard. Rhaenys mused that Laena's identity and lineage were indeed worthy of a match with Robin. Yet her impression of Albert was that of a staunchly traditional noble, where oaths, family, and legacy outweighed all else. How would he perceive the forthcoming changes? On the ground, the guards turned the winch, and the wooden ladder gradually descended. Rhaenys observed the main tower of Meron Castle, adorned with an array of square windows. The steward, Ely, introduced it as a fortress designed to defend against external incursions, equipped with fixed crossbows and catapults capable of striking at a range of 2 leagues. Any intruder daring to approach would face aerial bombardment. Ely was the son of former steward Simmons, who had passed away from illness before Meron Castle's completion. Your Highness, though the wedding ceremony has yet to commence, the entire city has descended into a frenzy in your honor. Did you know? The dragon fleet has brought shiploads of food and gifts from across the realms, distributed to the populace in the name of Princess Rhaenyra. Every day, thousands of carriages traverse the Dragon Crystal Avenue, a grand thoroughfare spanning 40 li, under the jurisdiction of Longjing City. As the time for the grand wedding approaches, anyone with silver hair and purple eyes, or bearing the emblem of the 3-headed dragon upon their chest, need not worry about footing the bill for drinks. This is due to the imminent arrival of Princess Rhaenyra, celebrated by the people as the light of the kingdom, who is set to take residence in the Moreno Castle. The entire city of Longjing eagerly anticipates the splendor of the ceremony. I observed all this, and Rhaenys merely responded in acknowledgement. When the wooden ladder descended to the ground, carriages had already gathered in waiting. The Moreno Castle is remarkably vast, with sturdy black bricks paving the main path, and its interior structures separated by 3 gates. The outermost layer serves as a reception area capable of accommodating thousands of nobles, yet it forbids merchants from conducting business there. All necessities are provided punctually by the Moreno family. The first gate is known as the Noble Gate, where the sons of nobles undergo training with the city guards, predominantly comprising young nobles from the valley. As Rhaenys lifted the curtain of the carriage, she glimpsed stables, a swordsmanship hall, a library, a small chapel, a dining hall, and public restrooms. In comparison, the academic city pales in significance. Among the city guards, some soldiers recognized the steward and greeted him warmly. The deeper they ventured, the thicker the city walls and gates became. The second gate, referred to as the War Gate, is currently bustling with foot traffic, far exceeding the usual numbers due to the special circumstances. To enhance the efficiency of passage, individuals of noble status are exempt from inquiries and inspections. Rhaenys noticed the omnipresence of black dragon crystal architecture as they navigated through the labyrinthine streets. These locations store military provisions and weaponry, Steward Eli explained. Riding alongside the carriage on a young mare, he continuously introduced the burgeoning castle. I, too, am a witness to the rise of Longjing City. The space here is immense, capable of accommodating 50,000 soldiers. Look, a group of patrollers, donned in black masks and wielding round shields, with fish scales branded on their bare skin, passed by, their eyes devoid of life. They are the guards of Lord Robin, tasked with safeguarding supplies and securing the war gate. The armament area also serves as a military camp. Alas, had Astapor not torn up the agreement, the royal guard would number far more than 3,000. The residence of the Moreno family, the Fog Tower, lies concealed in the heart of Moreno Castle. This enormous, independent cluster of spires boasts a unique defensive structure, surrounded by a seemingly bottomless moat, devoid of any enclosing walls. As the temperature begins to rise, this city within a city becomes shrouded in mist, earning it the moniker Fog Tower among the residents. 4 iron chain suspension bridges lead to the Fog Tower, all operable through mechanical winches for elevation and descent, crafted entirely from teak. The main bridge is the most extensive, capable of accommodating 5 carriages side by side when lowered, requiring the simultaneous effort of 30 winches for each operation. As the wheels rolled over the main bridge, Rhaenys felt not the slightest tremor. The sound of hooves ceased, and the carriage doors slowly opened, revealing the grand staircase leading to the most magnificent spire of the Fog Tower. Rhaenys gathered her skirts and stepped forth with composure. "Welcome to your presence, Your Highness the Princess." Sir Garrett greeted with a smile. Since the establishment of the New World, many functions of Dragon Crystal Port have been supplanted by it. The Dragon Crystal workshops have gradually migrated to the New World, where the geographical environment and mineral resources far surpass the barren Wuji Peninsula. Following a comprehensive geographical survey, not only were a few gold mines discovered, but Robin also unearthed a colossal natural cavern, ideal for storing frozen salmon. Each time Robin fills it, it suffices for nearly 500 salmon workshops for an entire year. Most production workshops in Dragon Crystal City have been relocated to the New World. Dragon Crystal City has transformed into a livable urban space, with the original Dragon Crystal workshops largely leased out. The volume of trade vessels has diminished to a mere tenth of what it once was, primarily consisting of nobles or merchants engaged in business discussions. The bustling Dragon Crystal Island within the port remains vibrant, though the shops offer only small sample quantities, while bulk goods must be settled at the New World port. The factory owners, who determine product prices and production plans, predominantly reside in Dragon Crystal City. This unique trading structure has revolutionized contemporary perceptions of commerce, introducing novel concepts such as reservations, discounts, and customization, which have sailed into the world alongside captains and sailors. Merchants from across the globe converge here seeking opportunities, inevitably leading to trade disputes. Dragon Crystal Port is governed by two pivotal positions: the Customs Superintendent, responsible for overseeing tax and duty collection, held by Damon Mandler, and the Commander of the Port Guard, commanded by Garrett Killian. The commander requires a flexible and adaptable manager, capable of swiftly adjusting to policy changes. However, Sir Garrett, a middle-aged traditional noble from the River Bay nearing 40, has struggled with issues such as trade disputes, contract forgery, and tax evasion. During an audit, Robin discovered that some individuals had caused losses to Dragon Crystal City through deceptive practices. Feeling that his uncle, who had watched him grow up, was ill-suited to continue managing the security of Dragon Crystal Port, Robin engaged in discussions and decided to relieve Sir Garrett of his duties, appointing Josen in his stead. Thus far, Josen has performed commendably, while Sir Garrett has returned to his position as the captain of the guard, a decision fully supported by Albert. The Earl consoled his friend, saying, "Do not take it to heart. We are more suited to wielding swords. At least you have fared better than Sir Leon, who left a tarnished reputation in the king's court." Sir Leon had been appointed prime minister by King Jaehaerys, yet due to his poor performance, he was dismissed before completing a year in office and now serves as the captain of the King's Guard under King Viserys in the Red Keep. In such moments, Sir Garrett often retorts, "Sir Leon won the championship of the Old Town tournament held in the king's name. No matter how poor his performance, he remains the greatest knight in my eyes. The prestige of our 7 tournament far surpasses that of the king's, and we shall not lose face." The narrative unfolds around the Grand Martial competition held once every 7 days in the heart of Dragon Crystal Island, where the rewards for the champion are astonishingly lucrative. A tangible golden dragon. At that time, Dragon Crystal Port, although still imposing, lacked a notable reputation. Sir Garrett achieved an unprecedented winning streak, securing the title of 6-time champion in the Lance competition, a record that remains unbroken in the annals of Dragon Crystal City. The stone steps are flanked by imposing statues, with sentinels standing guard before them, their spears held firmly. Renice felt an unspoken authority enveloping the atmosphere. She and Sir Garrett ascended the 7 segments of stairs, trailed by a retinue of bodyguards. Upon entering the vast, empty hall, she spotted a peculiar stone chair atop a raised platform, while the walls were adorned with an array of weaponry. The rumors from the outside world proved true. The emblem of the Lord of Dragon Crystal City was indeed crafted in the likeness of a salmon. Renice mused whimsically whether Robin would alter the family crest to feature a salmon upon inheriting his father Albert's title. The 3rd floor housed Albert's quarters, boasting an exceptionally spacious lounge filled with exquisite artifacts, including numerous portraits of the Moreno family members. In these paintings, Count Moreno is always depicted gallantly riding his steed. Opposite the master bedroom on the 3rd floor extended a wide corridor, reminiscent of a smaller open-air courtyard, with transparent glass allowing sunlight to stream in, creating an ambience of warmth. Count Moreno's health had deteriorated, and he lay in this small garden, basking in the sun, lost in dreams of galloping horses. Within just one day, his condition worsened far beyond anyone's expectations. The Count reclined in a wooden chaise, attended by scholars and servants who moved back and forth, either bringing warm water or taking away soiled garments. Lady Moreno, weary and haggard, sat beside her husband, drawing close to him. Robin approached. The meeting was held in the lounge on the 3rd floor, around a substantial table crafted from golden heartwood, adorned with golden yellow veining. spacious enough to accommodate 30 individuals without feeling crowded. Previously, Robin's marriage to Rhaenyra was a cause for celebration, yet Rhaenyra's sudden departure compelled Westeros to dissolve their engagement. However, in an effort to mend relations and ensure the stability of the kingdom, Westeros and his informed ministers presented a unified front. Thus, the news of Rhaenyra's grave illness reached Lady Morena and Robin through the uncoronated Queen Rhaenys. "Madam, I extend my sincerest apologies and seek your forgiveness," Robin implored. "Oh," Lady Morena replied, "how unfortunate this is. But why have you come?" If Rhaenyra could no longer marry Robin, what would become of the situation? The invitations to the banquet had been dictated by her husband, meticulously transcribed by her over the years to countless nobles. Lady Morena furrowed her brow, her thoughts evident upon her countenance, prompting Rhaenys to reveal her purpose. "The king's letter shall arrive shortly. I am here to fulfill the marriage that was never commenced between our families, for my daughter, Lana. But she has yet to see her monthly cycle," Lady Morena responded. Surprised. "Lana?" Madame Morena endeavored to recall Lady Rhaenys' daughter, Lena, a little girl who had once visited the watchtower, and she remembered her as a docile and well-behaved child. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. After all, it was not a misfortune to have a royal princess. Her son's matrimonial affairs were entangled with excessive political interests, and now that her husband was unable to manage the situation, it ultimately hinged on Robin's desires. While she could handle the specifics of the wedding banquet, aided by scholars who would provide her with valuable insights, the preparations for this wedding were entirely centered on the bride, Princess Rhaenyra. Such haste implied that what was originally planned for years would now require a complete overhaul, as a sudden change of bride meant far too many details needed to be reconfigured, and time was of the essence. However, it mattered not. As long as the two families could reunite through marriage, it would echo the wedding of my grandfather, Jaehaerys I, which initially took place in the spacious courtyard of Dragonstone, under the watchful gaze of gods, men, and dragons, when he wed my grandmother, Queen Alysanne. Now, on behalf of my husband, I convey that the Velaryon family would not mind such trifling details. The circumstances were indeed reminiscent, as both Lena and Alysanne had not yet experienced their moon's time when they wed. Both women turned their gazes toward Robin, the only one capable of making decisions in the Moreno family at present, a mere 13-year-old boy. Robin lightly tapped the edge of his stool, his mind swirling with shock at the news. No matter how beautifully Rhaenys articulated her words, the reality of the king's marriage dissolution remained undeniable. "Your cousin had pledged to my father to marry Princess Rhaenyra to the city of Dragonstone, yet now he seems to flout that promise, appearing rather frivolous." Robin refrained from referring to the king as Viserys. Even in his ailing state, the wedding could be postponed. Robin still hoped that the young, egg-laying Syrax resided within the Dragon Tower, rather than the aged Vhagar, despite it being the largest dragon in existence. The fault lay with the Targaryens. Anyone fortunate enough to become your wife is bestowed with unparalleled honor, and the king's actions should not be taken lightly unless justified by circumstance. Therefore, the king has sent me to discuss the harm inflicted upon you and your esteemed family. On behalf of the Targaryens, I implore your forgiveness." Rhaenys sincerely expressed her regret. At this juncture, even Madame Morena realized that the king's illness was merely a pretext. Robin recalled the girl who had sat across from him on the rooftop of the watchtower, slender and articulate, delivering her parents' messages. Meanwhile, Rhaenys scrutinized the true master of Dragonstone, demonstrating wisdom beyond her years, a fitting heir capable of ensuring the family's legacy. The boy before her was meticulously planning the family's future from the ground up. He thought of his son, Laenor, and after Lena and Robin's marriage, he intended to send him to the Moreno castle as a squire, spending his days in the company of male companions, which now seemed somewhat amiss. Since it was already beyond salvaging, it was indeed a pity for the Targaryens, Robin remarked. The king and queen would still attend the wedding. "The Targaryen family has always been united," Rhaenys explained, her face adorned with a confident smile. The conversation shifted to his daughter, Lannel, who possessed a statuesque figure, accentuated by cascading waves of silvery golden hair that flowed down to her waist. Her beauty rivaled that of Rhaenyra, and Lannel boasted the most ancient and formidable lineage of the Velaryons. In summary, the union of Lannel and Robin appeared more fitting than that of Rhaenyra, as both families hailed from maritime origins, with the Velaryons similarly tracing their bloodline back to Valyria. If your father were in his right mind, he would likely concur, for the eyes of the realm were upon them. Chapter 53. The betrothal too, in this moment. He recalled a seemingly mundane, yet chilling prophecy. Dragonstone, renowned as the largest trading hub in history, naturally attracted cultures from around the globe. The city's walls and workshops were constructed from black dragonstone, a material that symbolized mystery. Fire sorcerers, worshippers of strange gods, alchemists, and shapeshifters commonly sought refuge there. In the marketplace, there resided a witch reputed for her remarkably accurate prophecies. Robin, ever curious about the extraordinary, invited her to the castle. The witch bore a gaunt visage, her face sharp and thin, partially obscured by a gray hood. "Greetings, Grey Witch. I have come for a prophecy," Robin announced cheerfully, having previously witnessed other mystical displays. Though they had merely been tricks of deception, the old woman scrutinized him carefully for quite some time. "Would you like to know your fate? I regret to inform you that even the gods cannot discern it. Much like the brilliance hidden within the mist at dawn, only by ascending can one uncover its splendor." The Grey Witch understood the true purpose of the young lord's invitation. "I can offer a golden dragon," Robin added, "or whatever I might provide." Such generosity from the lord of the castle. "You may now pose 3 questions, and I shall do my utmost to assist you," the witch replied, her voice resonant with age and approval. "What does the cold wind of the north hold?" The witch hesitated, and Robin keenly sensed that she knew something significant. "I apologize, but I can only predict personal destinies. However, I can reveal that it will lead to your ultimate fate. Valued at a copper star." The witch's hand extended. Gnarled and weathered, her skin so aged that even when fully extended, it remained creased. "I see," he mused, the answer aligning with his expectations of the witch. Such individuals never offer clarity, maintaining their aura of enigma, and regardless of how events unfold, they can always retroactively justify their prophecies. Robin gestured for his guard to make payment. Intrigued, he continued his inquiries. "Will my father witness my wedding?" After a prolonged pause, the Grey Witch stipulated her terms. 1 silver stag. Her voice bore a hint of fatigue, and Robin observed her performance was commendable, with her attention to detail suggesting she was exerting considerable effort. He paid the sum, as money had merely become a figure for him at this juncture. "Very well," the witch affirmed without elaboration. Robin pressed on with another question. "How many children will Rhaenyra and I have?" He offered her a golden dragon directly. "None." The Grey Witch turned and left, seemingly fearful of provoking Robin. As she departed, she muttered, "Alas, my porridge is about to be spoiled from chatting with you." The 3 coins she had offered as payment remained on the table. Was this audacious figure, akin to a psychologist, truly so bold? Yet he was not angered. He had never believed that anyone could predict fate, viewing it merely as a pastime to alleviate boredom. However, what astonished Robin was that just 3 days after the Grey Witch's departure, she met her true deity in her dreams. And the cost of the materials she owed to the shopkeepers amounted precisely to 1 gold dragon, 1 silver coin, and 1 copper star. Previously, he had dismissed such notions, treating them as mere entertainment. But now that the prophecy edged closer to reality, he could not help but regard the elusive concept of fate with newfound seriousness. With interests duly arranged, the political marriage could proceed, prompting Robin to suppress his discontent. His father, Albert, had invested considerable effort into this alliance, and he did not wish to become a laughingstock for the Moreno family. Now, he found himself without anyone to deliberate with, unable to seek solace behind his father's back. As for his mother, she would only inquire about his own thoughts. Thus, Robin acquiesced, accepting that a new bride would suffice. Rhaenyra and Lannel had not been in contact for 5 years, rendering either equally unfamiliar to him. It mattered little who came, as both possessed the esteemed blood of Targaryens, marked by their unique and regal Valyrian silver hair and purple eyes. "Let us toast to the union of our families, forging a legacy of glory for generations to come." With the consensus of both families established, the leverage prepared by Rhaenys was rendered unnecessary, serving as compensation for the grievances experienced by the Moreno family in this matter. "My husband believes you are more suited to the position of master of ships than he, and I cannot envision anyone more fitting for this role. The king is also inclined towards it." Despite the immense influence of Dragonstone, the political epicenter of Westeros remained King's Landing. Corlys, though serving as the master of ships, often absented himself from less significant councils, also holding the title of head of House Velaryon and Earl of Driftmark. Renouncing the position of master of ships would not diminish the power of House Velaryon. On the contrary, should the marriage succeed, Robin's ascension would bestow upon Velaryon a political clout unprecedented in history, bolstered by the presence of 2 dragons and an almost continent-conquering military force. Viserys, pondering throughout the night upon the Iron Throne, was troubled by these considerations. To terminate the marriage abruptly would offend 2 prominent maritime families. It was he who, in the name of the crown, had dissolved their political alliance years ago, thus inviting a multitude of troubles for the realm. The complications arising from the marriage pact between these two powerful maritime families would linger long after. Weighing the pros and cons, the king remained steadfast in his vision of a dream he had, a vision of begetting a son who would don the crown of Aegon the Conqueror, mending the fractured kingdom. To ensure prudence, the king has agreed with Corlys that upon Rhaenyra's return, they will discuss her betrothal to Laenor. The two children have maintained a cordial relationship since childhood and are unlikely to harbor significant objections. This is tradition. Corlys assented, recognizing that these conditions are advantageous for the Velaryons. He has never relinquished his ambition to see his wife ascend to the Iron Throne, believing it to be Rhaenys' rightful claim. Should the king fail to produce a son, the closest heir to the Iron Throne would naturally be Daemon. Yet no one in the royal council would support this cruel and impulsive prince, who disregards the larger picture. The king's edict cannot silence those with ulterior motives. Daemon's abduction of Rhaenyra has alienated nearly all the nobles, whose interests are inextricably linked to House Velaryon. Under the king's guidance, Westeros is gradually progressing towards prosperity, largely due to Dragonstone's continuous supply of affordable goods and the maintenance of stable maritime routes. Contrary to the external perception of House Velaryon as bellicose, the reality is more nuanced. The Stepstones represent an unstable factor for the Southern Lords, plagued by pirates who extorted tolls or engaged in robbery long before the Dragonstone fleet entered combat. After hostilities commenced, these marauders refrained from attacking merchant vessels, fearing that King Viserys would overtly sanction Dragonstone's aggressive actions. Officially, House Velaryon claims to uphold maritime stability, albeit with a somewhat excessive fleet count. 5 detachments of 150 steam turbine warships have thoroughly subdued the Tri-City Alliance, with the Dragonstone fleet eagerly employing merchant ships as bait to lure enemy vessels into ambushes. For every opposing ship destroyed, substantial bounties are awarded to participating naval personnel, thus fueling the Dragonstone fleet's relentless enthusiasm. The warships of the Tri-City Alliance, unable to compete or escape, have had their speed advantages fully exploited. Unless they can return to the safety of their catapults before the steam turbine warships close in, these sailing vessels are destined to be incinerated by volleys of rockets, leaving their sailors to perish in the frigid waters by night. Such occurrences have rendered all attempts at attracting ships futile, as none are willing to risk themselves in such a perilous endeavor. The common folk of Westeros are only aware of the conflict in the Stepstones, while the noble traders understand the benefits the Dragonstone fleet brings to their commerce. Sailing ships are being phased out by Dragonstone, their prices plummeting to the extent that even smaller coastal lords can afford to procure a few for trade, while wealthier coastal lords are willing to invest significantly in steam turbine freighters. These new cargo ships not only boast impressive speed, but also substantial cargo capacity. A fully loaded small freighter can transport 200 tons of coal from the eastern sea of the Wall to the Stepstones, with 4 naval bases along the route storing ample, refined coal for purchase. This coal is extracted from the north and shipped to the New World, where abundant natural resources lie north of the Wall, with coal being just one of many. Benefiting from the perennial influx of prisoners from Longjing City, there is no scarcity of labor, and the demand for coal is steadily increasing. The 16 castles along the Wall, which had long been abandoned, have been revived for habitation. Aside from Longjing City, the Wall has also become a significant option for those in the north seeking employment. The resulting economic effects have allowed the Stark family to thrive and grow in strength. Nobility from various regions have been invited to celebrate Robin's wedding, bringing with them a plethora of precious gifts to offer their congratulations. The deeds of Daemon will undoubtedly be carried by the sea winds throughout Westeros. Moreover, with the king lacking a suitable heir, Princess Rhaenys stands as the most fitting successor, especially since she has a male heir, Laenor. Following the Great Council of 101, it has been widely accepted that Rhaenys' exclusion was solely due to her gender, leading to the entrenched belief that women cannot inherit the Iron Throne. Should Viserys have declared Rhaenyra, the lineage of House Velaryon would have remained on the throne, a scenario that is not without merit. The wedding proceeded as planned. Laena Velaryon, I believe, will make an excellent wife. So be it. As for the gifts sent to King's Landing, I trust that the Velaryons and Targaryens will negotiate accordingly. Robin did not raise the issue. When Lady Morena informed the bride of the change to Laena Velaryon, all those preparing for the wedding in Longjing City furrowed their brows, overwhelmed with the ensuing chaos. The garrison of Longjing City had to discard all prepared congratulatory phrases and, within 6 days, recreate a wedding gown tailored for Lena's figure. The tailors of the ready-to-wear street lamented upon receiving this order. The golden wedding dress originally crafted for Princess Rhaenyra had taken the master's years of dedicated effort, And now they were tasked with swiftly producing a gown for a 10-year-old noble girl, a feat that would inevitably lack the meticulous detailing required. Initially hoping to elevate their shop's reputation through this opportunity, it now seemed that merely avoiding disaster would be a commendable outcome. Yet, their distress was not singular. The craftsmen were equally confounded, as the specially crafted symbolic jewelry and exchanged rings, which had been in preparation for years, became obsolete. Even scholars rose late into the night to discuss how to amend the laudatory verses, as nearly every performance required reorganization. Given the stark differences in the histories of the seahorse and the three-headed dragon, the most awkward predicament lay with the lords and envoys from the trading city-states of Essos, who had set out early. If their gifts bore special significance, they would need to be hastily replaced. Chapter 54. Domestic Affairs. As the Intelligence Division's King's Landing branch delivered a message, Robin was seated at his desk on the 4th floor, engrossed in the planning from the Watchtower's command. Attracting an unwieldy navy, comprising thousands of traditional warships, to take action had proven to be quite a challenge for the command. The Tri-City Alliance had consistently avoided conflict, and the skirmishes around the Stepstones yielded little reward. The narrow sea routes between the islands, thousands of concealed caverns, the supplies brought forth by the contentious territories, and the support from 2 affluent city-states, along with countless catapults on the beaches, the unsullied arriving from Slaves Bay, hired adventurers, and the letters of condemnation sent to King's Landing, all required the command to address each matter diligently. 2 sisters, Sharon and Mary, were engrossed in their books across from their brother, Robin. The younger sister, Sharon, who had not yet turned 9, had her lustrous, ebony hair cascading down her back, adorned with a shimmering hairnet. She adored music, relished composing melodies, and favored the softness of velvet garments. Ever inquisitive, she would trail behind Robin, incessantly asking questions, her interests revolving around literature and frolicking with kittens, as well as a passion for dance. In stark contrast, her elder sister Mary sported a boyish haircut, her hair cropped short, with gray eyes and light brown locks, dressed in attire akin to Robin's, if she stood still and remained silent. Even the formidable Commander Thomas of the Dragon Fleet would be momentarily taken aback, as the 2 sisters resembled statues sculpted from the same mold. Mary often dashed about the town, capturing crows, riding horses, and brandishing a slender sword, her presence seldom seen unless it was mealtime. She had an abundance of acquaintances, and remarkably, could accurately call each one by name, from the children of soldiers to those of fleet commanders. While indifferent to matters of family and history, she was relentless in her quest for knowledge about the unknown world, frequently consulting scholars. Their mother expressed her concerns. How will you secure a marriage with a lord and manage his castle? Mary would retort in exasperation, I do not desire a castle. Robin would then inquire, what do you wish to become when you grow up? To which she proudly declared, I shall be the greatest adventurer in the world, a mariner greater than even the sea serpents. Foolish sister, Robin would admonish, not all seas are as tranquil as Biting Bay. One must always be prepared to face death. The Sea Minister has explored many realms and lands in the east that the people of Westeros have never seen. It is indeed a great endeavor. But are you ready for the perils that accompany it? He would warn her in a tone meant to instill caution. Mary, however, would adopt a demeanor of youthful defiance, her gaze resolute. No wonder you are the second son of our father, most like him in spirit. If that is your ambition, then you must study diligently. Learn to read maps, understand the winds and weather. Remember, Corlys had his own ship at 13 and undertook his first voyage, Robin advised, never discouraging his sister's enthusiasm. He would always seek the finest teachers for them. The arrangements for the wedding were left to their mother, while he awaited the arrival of the bride. Sipping on a drink of apple vinegar from a ceramic cup, the afternoon had waned, and a full day had passed since his discussion with Rhaenys regarding the union. Sir, the voice of the chief of intelligence, as deep as ever, broke the stillness, a messenger from King's Landing. He gently slid a tightly rolled parchment sealed with hardened black wax toward Robin before silently departing. The letter detailed the movements of the Red Keep, the Kingsguard, and the guards of the Red Keep returning from their collective duties, as well as the impending nuptials. The letter began ominously. 2 dragons have not returned since the sun set. The intelligence department had been monitoring every dragon that existed in the world, meticulously recording their sizes. After reading the letter, Robin could only think to himself, what a willful princess. Since events have transpired, let us strive to prevent them from worsening. The acquisition of disputed territories has long been a strategic objective of the Moreno family. This location lies perilously close to the north, and with the knowledge that a calamity threatening the living lurks in the northern realms of Westeros, any prudent individual would opt to vacate the area. At the very least, This would afford Robin the necessary time to respond to the impending crisis, allowing him to avoid any potential conflict beforehand. Meili stealthily observed her brother's movements, seeking an opportunity to slip away from the mist tower. She noted that her brother occasionally closed his eyes to rest. In such a state, no amount of external commotion could rouse him. In recent days, due to the wedding preparations, Dragonstone was bustling with tenfold more activity than usual. Robin set aside the sheepskin scroll and, with a hint of exasperation, addressed Meili. "Very well, you cannot focus on this book. Go and see what troubles the wedding may bring. Mother needs to attend to father." Aware that she had made some new friends over the past few days, Meili would not return until she had exhausted her revelries, as indicated by the lifting of the home's drawbridge. Since picking up the book, she had not turned a single page, her thoughts entirely occupied elsewhere. "Ah!" Meili exclaimed with joy, leaping from her stool. She quickly realized her audacity and made a face at Robin. Having received his formal permission, she dashed down the stairs without even replacing the book on the shelf, as if someone were urging her onward. Meanwhile, younger sister Sherlyn remained engrossed in her reading of The Fire of the Freehold, a renowned work detailing the history of the Valyrian freehold, authored by Galando. Westeros did not possess a complete manuscript. The only existing copy resided in the citadel of Old Town, albeit missing a staggering 27 volumes. However, Robin's bookshelf held a complete manuscript, a wedding gift bestowed upon him by the governor of Volantis, who had endeavored to please him. One does not strike a smiling face, Robin mused, recalling that some noble captives from Volantis had been released as an act of goodwill during various battles. As for the missing volumes of The Fire of the Freehold, Robin had already perused them. "Sister, what do you think the governor of Volantis intended to convey by sending you the entire volume of Valyrian history?" "Oh," the girl replied, momentarily pulled from her literary reverie. After pondering for a moment, Sherlyn responded, "I believe it is a hope that the family fleet will cease its incursions upon the Stepstone Islands." "Invasion?" Robin inquired, somewhat taken aback, scrutinizing her with suspicion, though he refrained from hastily dismissing her assertion. "Brother, no one has incited me. I discerned this on my own. The books you have read always note your reflections, analyzing each person's motives and interests. After several years of study, I ought to understand something, right? It is indeed an invasion, whether on the Fingers or in the New World. Without me, our family could not sustain its ever-expanding military force. Yet, the family's army is sufficient to defend our territories. Why then continue to expand?" Sherlyn gazed at her brother, seizing the opportunity to voice her confusion. "Our family's lands are already considerable. Why instigate war to acquire more? What calamity does the North Wind truly harbor?" Robin silently pondered, swiftly redirecting the conversation. "I shall explain in due time. The moment is not appropriate now. Returning to our previous topic, can you guess which party's governor sent this?" "The Elephant Party." "Why is that?" "The Tiger Party represents the ancient nobility and warriors of Volantis." Sherlyn, with unwavering confidence, gazed at her elder brother, her speech quickening. "They advocate for world domination through force, yet Volantis's grip is far weaker than that of the Elephant Party. The Elephant Party, comprised of merchants and moneylenders, thrives on trade and benefits from the peaceful seas." Sherlyn summarized this succinctly. Robin nodded in acknowledgement. "Incorrect," he stated, "though your analysis is impressive." He elaborated slowly, explaining that Volantis's Elephant Party is more inclined to accept the tumultuous conditions of the Stone Steppes Islands. Our inexpensive goods are gradually encroaching upon the trade routes of the Summer Sea, which directly threatens the interests of the Elephant Party in the surrounding city-states. The profits that merchants and moneylenders can derive from the Tri-City Alliance far exceed those of collaborating with us. The Tiger Party is propagating rumors of the imminent return of the 39 dragons, seeking to amplify the fear associated with their resurgence, claiming we would reclaim the colonies of the erstwhile Valyrian Empire, especially since we are indeed on the verge of possessing dragons. Should the free cities unite in opposition, who would stand as our sole ally on that continent? In this scenario, the long-suppressed Tiger Party would seize the opportunity to reclaim its former political stature. That is their scheme. Sherlyn, somewhat perplexed, nodded her small head and inquired, "Brother, do you harbor ambitions of world conquest?" In her eyes, her brother, capable of conjuring salmon from thin air, seemed more wondrous than the dragon lords who could command dragons, one approaching divinity, the other an ability reserved for the gods alone. After a moment of contemplation, Robin provided a definitive response. "No, the vast expanse of Essos, in both resources and military, does not support such ambitions. It would take at least a generation of strategic patience to gather sufficient talent, even if he were to conquer this continent. He would merely plunge into a sea of rampant rebellions among the free cities, a path to self-destruction. Moreover, he currently possesses no such inclinations. When the time is ripe, he plans to lead a great army northward to explore beyond the wall, utilizing the conscious space as a supply line. The harsh, cold winds of the outer lands pose no threat to him. All must await resolution of the calamities plaguing the north of Westeros before any further action can commence. Chapter 55. The Green Bride. The Mist Tower, a Gothic edifice, boasts an exterior adorned with rose quartz and malachite, while a gilded weather vane atop its spire glints in the breeze. Within lies a structure dedicated to the display of garments. Ebony pillars support the pointed arching ceilings, through which stained glass casts vibrant shadows. The expansive hall features crystal chandeliers draped with rubies, surrounded by 12 silver mirrors that illuminate the white marble floor. A cloak embroidered with golden threads rests upon a sturdy iron stand, while at the central dais, a wedding gown of sea green adorned with sapphires takes center stage. With platinum threads intertwining to form a silvery seahorse, a strong emblem of Valyrian heritage. The hall's maidens stand in a line, each holding exquisite crowns, rings, necklaces, and earrings, all anxiously awaiting the imminent toll of the wedding bells. Yet the bride remains conspicuously absent. Laenor claims she has gone to see her dragon. Accompanying Laenor during his change of attire, Alicent Hightower sensed an unusual tension in her friend. She kept glancing out the door until Vhagar took flight from the dragon tower, soaring away towards the narrow sea, its trajectory unmistakably leading northward towards Braavos. This scene left Alicent utterly astonished. Among the guests present, she had briefly glimpsed Daemon, and though she had initially thought it a mere illusion, it now seemed a harbinger of grave events to come. The ceremony unfolding was a grand spectacle known across both continents. In the memories of Westerosi and Essosi alike, no wedding had ever approached this level of magnificence. Invitations had been dispatched 3 years in advance to every corner of the Seven Kingdoms and beyond. Although the bride was officially announced as Lady Laenor Velaryon, the public's affection for the Dragonstone Lord remained undiminished, with some speculating that the young man harbored ambitions for the greater, more ancient Vhagar, especially considering the advantage a dragon would bring to the conflicts surrounding the Stepstones. For both allies and adversaries, Robin's wedding symbolized the union of sky and sea, retaining the traditional title of the Blue Wedding, with the pale azure sky meeting the deep cerulean ocean. Guests ostensibly gathered to celebrate the nuptials of House Moreno. Yet their true intent lay in observing the successor Robin's forthcoming plans for Dragonstone, measuring the capabilities of the soon-to-be elevated young lord. On the surface, the ruler of Dragonstone was Count Albert Moreno, whose administrative decrees bore his seal. However, the powers that be could not directly engage with the true authority, Robin, who spent most of his time in the Watchtower or the Misty Hall, rendering his genuine intentions elusive to the public. Many were eager for the chance to understand Robin better. To those unfamiliar with the young man, Robin's demeanor appeared consistently mild. Perhaps he would not embrace the martial fervor of his father, frequently stirring conflict upon the seas. Surely, Daemon was behind this. How dared he? Alicent mused, baffled by the absurdity of her two friends. A close companion of Rhaenyra, Alicent had grown up alongside Laenor, who, as a member of the royal family, often frequented the Red Keep. Despite the frequent conflicts between their fathers and the small council, their friendship remained unscathed. She could not fathom Laenor's insistence on viewing the wedding gown crafted for Rhaenyra, especially when it starkly contrasted with her own hastily made attire, particularly in the finer details. "I am not a substitute," Laenor had repeatedly murmured before departing. She understood all too well the implications of this. Daemon's actions were a direct provocation to the two maritime powers. At that moment, clad in a simple ceremonial gown, Alicent leaned against a stone pillar. If all went as anticipated, a serious incident loomed on the horizon, and she instinctively began to bite her fingers, unable to fathom the turmoil that might engulf the kingdom. It became clear that she was among the first to grasp the gravity of the situation. Only when her fingers were marked with crimson did she come to her senses. "Quietly summon my father, Otto Hightower," she resolved. The soldier stationed at the entrance appeared somewhat bewildered, clad in a striking blue cloak that would undoubtedly attract attention. As he contemplated how to proceed discreetly, the two sentinels exchanged glances until Alicent issued a threat. "If you do not comply, I shall inform your lord of your negligence." Reluctantly, the summoned guard surrendered his spear and sword, along with his cloak, to a companion, seamlessly blending into the distant crowd of guests without much discord. Tilly, the head maid responsible for the bride, remained oblivious to the significance of the dragon's departure, persistently urging more guards to escort the bride back. The Moreno and Velaryon families did not revere the seven gods, with no Targaryen members participating in the wedding. The originally planned colorful grand ceremony at Dragonstone had been relocated to Fog Tower. There, under the towering golden statues of the father and the mother, officiated by the High Septon of the Faith, the king decided to personally preside over the ceremony as a means of compensation, a grand honor that would suffice to mend the rift between the two families. The important rites would thus be conducted between these two statues. Robin stood before the guests, a faint smile gracing his lips as he awaited the impending moment. A white dove fluttered its wings and landed gently upon Robin's hand. Silently, he swiftly scanned the note in the tube, then nonchalantly placed it into his pocket. A fleeting spark of anger flashed in his gray eyes, yet his smile remained intact. Upon closer inspection, Robin's demeanor appeared excessively tense. As the dove ceased to symbolize peace, the crows of the Seven Kingdoms would be particularly busy this night. The church bells tolled 7 times. As he beheld his future spouse approaching from the entrance, Robin was momentarily rendered speechless, his shock lingering for several seconds. He glanced towards Viserys and Corlys seated above, who bore no expressions of doubt, as though they had long been aware of the unfolding events. Otto escorted his daughter Alicent into the hall, and she approached Robin, offering a shy smile in his direction. The girl adorned herself with an exquisite jeweled crown, dressed in a long gown of gold and white, complemented by a deep crimson lining, intricate 3-headed dragon designs gracing her attire. A distinctive metallic dragon wing embellishment adorned her chest, but a green sigil of House Hightower clashed awkwardly with her ensemble. The guests were taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. From the previously announced Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen to Lena Valerian, those familiar with the tales of the drunken revelry at the Watchtower could speculate the circumstances. However, nothing seemed more fitting than Lena ascending to become the mistress of Dragonstone. Now, with Miss Alicent Hightower as the bride, confusion reigned. Despite her noble lineage as the daughter of the Hand of the King, Otto was merely a younger son, a second son without lands. And the position of Hand was not hereditary. The disparity in their statuses was stark. Even the daughter of Count Hobart Hightower would not suffice as a match for Robin. Alicent felt her eyes welling with tears as the gazes of the assembly converged upon the two. Otto did not retreat to the guest seating as per the usual protocol. Instead, he stood beside his daughter, sensing her trembling frame, aware of her overwhelming nervousness. Otto's heart was in turmoil. His suggestion was met with the king's approval and Valerian's tacit consent, as the escape of his daughter on the eve of the wedding would strike a far more significant blow to the Moreno family than the king's change of heart. Publicly and privately, one must ponder if there was anyone more suitable than Alicent for this occasion. Indeed, there were alternatives. Yet the crux lay in whether Robin would accept this arrangement. Their acquaintance was not entirely unfamiliar, having exchanged letters on numerous occasions. Should he find her acceptable, Otto's actions would ensure the wedding proceeded with minimal adverse effects, while personally, the Hightower family would ascend aboard the burgeoning vessel of the Moreno lineage. Conversely, if acceptance eluded them, the most that would circulate about him would be his aptitude for maneuvering, earning him favors from the Targaryens and Valerians alike. Each passing second was excruciating for the protagonist, Alicent. If Robin could not acquiesce, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, leaving her no choice but to devote her life to the service of the Seven as a non. Am I truly so terrifying? Robin smiled, reaching out to dry her tears, while Otto silently withdrew. He whispered in her ear, "You are more suited to be by my side than they." Chapter 56. Death and Succession. Once the wedding concluded, Robin took Miss Alicent's hand and led her to the 3rd floor of the keep. Albert had not awakened during the ceremony, his breath growing increasingly frail. The woman with chestnut hair wore a tasteful blue gown adorned with gemstones, her features drawn and weary. Seated in the room she shared with her husband, Lady Moreno attended to her spouse alone, wishing only for companionship in his final moments. Seeing his mother's haggard appearance as she sat by the bedside, Robin, just having exchanged vows, felt a pang of sorrow. "Mother, my brother has come," Shireen whispered softly, rousing their mother from her reverie. Shireen and Mary stepped aside, while Elena distanced herself further. Robin approached and grasped his father's hand, sensing a faint response. He knew his father was aware of his presence, though he lacked the strength to open his eyes. "Father, the bride has arrived." With great effort, he pried his father's eyelids open, and in a state of half-consciousness, Albert beheld the visage of the bride, not the silver-haired, violet-eyed girl he had anticipated, but the Prime Minister's daughter, Miss Alicent Hightower. Robin endeavored to present his wife's identity in a manner that would be palatable to his father, and at that moment, he felt a surge of strength in the hand he held. Anger. Alicent was about to speak, but Robin shook his head, signaling her to remain silent. "I cherish this girl. You need not worry." After a pause, Robin understood that his father sought more than mere reassurances. A sigh escaped him, for he pondered whether glory truly reigned supreme. His tone turned icy as he made a solemn pledge. The Moreno family shall not be so belittled. With a sound akin to a soft grunt, the Count finally relinquished his grip, and his heart ceased to beat. The weeping of the women filled the room. When the sorrow subsided, Tali furrowed her brow and addressed her son. Robin, I wish for your safety. After inheriting your father's title, I hope you will reign over Dragon Crystal City. I long to see you live a joyful life, marry, and bear children, thereby continuing our lineage. As for your father's thoughts, I believe that revenge does not solely manifest through bloodshed and death to assert authority. Mother Tali does not dismiss her husband's sentiments. However, should vengeful actions incite turmoil within our family, I am certain that Albert, even if alive, would not wish to witness such chaos. Nevertheless, my temper is not absent. Being of noble descent from the house of Baratheon, my twice-broken engagements are no trivial matter. Even a minor noble would feel immense humiliation, and if no action is taken, we would become the laughingstock of Westeros. Yet, it is best to exercise restraint within certain bounds, and that is my counsel to you. Indeed, I understand the measure. Robin replied. The wedding had become a source of ridicule for the Moreno family. Whether it was the young dragon or the old one, neither gained anything from it. Ultimately marrying Alicent Hightower. Although the bride was the daughter of the hand of the king, Otto Hightower's position was not derived from familial standing, but rather as the king's aide, leaving Robin wed to a family that offered no political advantage, much to the astonishment of the great lords. As soon as the ceremony concluded, the incident known as the Green Bride spread like wildfire. Even though Alicent was adorned in a splendid golden wedding gown crafted by a master tailor. However, no one dared to make a ruckus in Dragon Crystal City. The jest remained merely that, a jest, whispered in private among the people, and it did not tarnish the standing of the Moreno family, which was founded upon formidable maritime dominance and a military force of over 100,000. Thus, the Lord of Dragon Crystal City formally became the Earl of Moreno. According to custom, the heir must undergo a public oath of fealty to affirm the legitimacy of their rule. However, Robin deemed the oath unnecessary. Before the rise of Dragon Crystal City, the official subjects of the Moreno family consisted of merely 2 villages with 50 to 60 inhabitants, none of whom were eligible for knighthood. After the ascent of Dragon Crystal City, the ceremony of ennoblement was entirely conducted by Robin. Albert had considered this thoroughly. Robin was his sole heir, and within the covenant, the vassals explicitly pledged loyalty to Robin Moreno, the heir of House Moreno. The legitimacy of all noble titles conferred in Dragon Crystal City was predicated on Robin's claim to inheritance. The residents of Dragon Crystal City referred to Robin as the Lord of Dragon Crystal, not only for his role in constructing this grand and magnificent city, but also because he embodied its true master and future sovereign. If someone were to mention the Moreno family, some might not recognize it, but if one spoke of Dragon Crystal City, it would be all too familiar. The fish served at the dining table every day for the past 5 years left a lasting impression. The second segment of the Oath of Fealty involved the acceptance of the family token, which was even less necessary. The Valyrian steel sword of the Order was ever hung upon Robin's person, more often resting beside the seat of the Salmon Throne. Occasionally, Robin would wield it to confer honors upon those who made significant contributions to technology or soldiers who had distinguished themselves in battle. The final step in inheriting the title is to proclaim it to the lords across the continent of Westeros. However, before the Ravens officially notify the realm, there is a matter for Robin to address. The mastermind behind the Green Bride incident has failed to escape from Dragonstone. One should not underestimate the intelligence department's grip over the city. At this moment, an individual is undergoing severe interrogation in the dungeons, having nearly managed to flee. Chapter 57. Life imprisonment. Following the conclusion of the wedding ceremony, the king and his counselors departed Dragonstone that very night, citing pressing state affairs, heading south to King's Landing, thus foregoing the banquet and the month-long tournament. This is a trial held in the Salmon Hall. Robin sits upon the multicolored salmon throne, his figure concealed among the jagged teeth. The hall is brightly illuminated, with towering stone pillars, etched with the sigil of House Moreno, supporting the vaulted ceiling. Each pillar is adorned with oil lamps ablaze, casting light upon the ranks of the King's Guard. The guards, armed with round shields and spears, maintain a stoic demeanor, while sentinels stand on either side of the throne, presiding over a brutal yet noble criminal. Not long passes when the sound of metal scraping reverberates from the open doors of the Salmon Hall, heralding the arrival of the Dragon Knight Demon Targaryen, who is being escorted in for his abduction crime. 8 Kingsguard are responsible for his escort, their spears unwaveringly pointed at Demon. His silver hair is disheveled, and he strides through the hall with a defiant gait, approaching the steps below Robin. This is a private trial, with only the Kingsguard in attendance. Demon's whereabouts were uncovered by the intelligence department, necessitating the mobilization of half the city's garrison, 2,000 men, to cordon off the area for his capture. Had it not been for several local constables familiar with the terrain guiding the way, Demon might have escaped Dragonstone, aided by an insider. During the pursuit, 13 soldiers lost their lives. He is shackled with 3 sets of chains, one on each wrist and ankle, and one around his neck. The latter being firmly controlled by a Kingsguard with an iron chain, reminiscent of a dog on a leash. After enduring nearly an entire afternoon of brutal interrogation, Demon is covered in blood, his black dragon knight attire stained a deep crimson. Robin casts a glance at the Dark Sisters presented before him, then redirects his attention. "Kneel," commands a Kingsguard. Observing the defendant's indifferent gaze, one of the guards strikes Demon repeatedly, while both force him to his knees. Yet, he stubbornly endures, standing tall. "Very well, let the prince retain some pride." Robin gestures for the Kingsguard to stand back, wishing to see the man before him clearly. Demon exudes a defiant ferocity. "So, what insurmountable obstacle drives a prince of the capital to become an abductor?" Robin inquires. Demon spits blood. "Hypocritical child. I still cannot fathom what benefit you hope to gain from this." Robin expresses his bewilderment at Demon's logic. "Have you acquired a dragon?" Demon smirked, a hint of disdain in his expression. "If that is your aim, you have indeed succeeded. With 2 families possessing dragons, whom do you truly represent?" "My brother, indecisive as ever, failed to perceive your ambition. I should have incinerated you with dragonfire long ago at Shipbreaker Bay." Demon's insinuation was clear. This was a decision he had made independently. "I harbor no intentions regarding Westeros." Hard to say. Robin did not believe Demon was acting to preserve his brother's rule, especially considering both princesses had fortuitously ventured to Bravos. "I surmise, should you still harbor thoughts of succession, there must be assistance from across the narrow sea," Robin remarked. "Queen Emma has yet to bear a suitable heir, and Viserys has never publicly declared Demon as his successor. Demon's reputation is too tarnished, lacking any allies at court. Even while serving as the commander of the Kingsguard, all appointments of senior officers require Viserys' approval. Demon might be cognizant of this, making it plausible that he seeks aid from across the narrow sea. Do not test my intellect, child. You possess a dragon. Yet if you were to abscond with my Robin," his words trailed off as he suddenly realized, 3 dragons? In proximity to Aegon's resurgence, Demon is merely lacking the support of an army. This is precisely why he dares to jeopardize Robin's marriage. Should he stand with 3 dragons, his standing in Westeros would rise immeasurably. The tale of the conqueror Aegon is not far removed from 110 AC, and the fear instilled by Maegor's black dread further elevates the nobility's dread of dragons. To them, dragons are far more formidable than fleets. "Are you not afraid of death?" "You see, judgment rests solely upon me," implying that should Robin act unwisely, Demon could meet his end in an unnamed dungeon, leaving all schemes in vain. "Consider yourself clever? You may put that to the test." Demon exhibited no trace of fear. Faced with Demon's provocation, Robin pondered the implications. "I must admit, you truly are a hot potato," he lamented. "Are you so certain your brother will not produce a worthy heir?" Demon visibly faltered, his expression suddenly clouded with confusion. This remark seemed to strike a chord with him. Secure him deep within the war chamber, under strict surveillance. Subsequently, Demon was escorted by the approaching guards to the war chamber beneath the castle, a place suitable not only for storing munitions, but also for detaining prisoners. As the guards are all unsullied, impervious to bribery or persuasion. A cunning dragon rider and ambitious schemer, Demon's brutality is not without reason. His intense animosity towards Dragonstone, coupled with his enmity with Robin, makes his permanent removal the most prudent course. However, executing Demon is not an option. His demise would leave Dragonstone in a power vacuum. Viserys is overly protective of his brother and does not wish to provoke the king. Demon's actions also receive backing from the city-states of Essos. It appears that a life sentence in the dungeon is his most suitable fate. The trial of Robin concluded swiftly. As he sat upon the throne of the 9-colored salmon, he did not feel the anticipated joy of retribution. The nobles were not fools. They had their own schemes. Viserys was no simpleton in his ascent to kingship, and it was entirely possible that Demon's actions were tacitly approved by him. This night, Dragon Crystal City transformed into a city of light, adorned with festive decorations and bustling with throngs along the streets. In the harbor of Dragon Crystal, ships illuminated with lanterns floated serenely. To celebrate the arrival of the Lady of the City, all activities, save for security and sales, came to a halt. The city's personnel were rewarded with a bonus and granted a 7-day leave. Due to Alicent Hightower's absence of the monthly cycle, the newlyweds had not engaged in conjugal relations aside from sharing their wedding night. The noble tradition of raucous revelry had long been abolished by Robin in the name of Albert, alongside the prohibition of over 100 vile customs. Rewards were offered for reports, and all participants faced flogging, including the bride and groom. This indiscriminate approach ensured the edict was deeply ingrained in the populace, as those who endured the punishment would remember it vividly. From a young lord to the esteemed ruler of Dragon Crystal City, Robin was well versed in the enforcement of law and order. Strictly speaking, the prohibitions were not statutes, but in Dragon Crystal and the territories under Robin's dominion, they were regarded as divine commandments. Chapter 58. Naval Warfare Simulation. Albert's funeral took place on the very first day of Robin's marriage and concluded early in the morning. At the cemetery near the watchtower, mourners clad in black gathered. The heir Robin, along with Miss Alicent, Miss Shireen, Miss Mira, Lady Elena, and Sir Garrett, descended into the grave to place the stone coffin over Count Moreno. Scholar Oliver recounted Albert's life, while all present bowed their heads in solemn tribute. As a gentle sea breeze wafted through, guests and acquaintances took turns shoveling earth into the grave for the Count's farewell. I leave behind a son and 2 daughters upon this land. The bloodline of the Valley King continues to flow. Yet, this is the last time the Moreno family fulfills its duty to guard the once great kingdom. A century has passed. The past is now but a whisper. This poignant eulogy was penned by Albert himself, breaking the chains of family obligation. Today, the waters of Biting Bay lay tranquil beneath the bright sun. At that moment, a simulated naval battle unfolded outside Dragon Crystal Harbor, with 30 turbine steam ironclad warships engaging in combat against 300 traditional sailing ships. The first fleet of the Dragon Crystal Navy advanced at full speed, with the Justice and Peace leading the charge. As they maneuvered, they aligned in a single file, maintaining a distance of no more than 20 yards between vessels before spacing themselves evenly apart. The sailing ships formed their ranks outside the harbor, sluggishly approaching the enemy vessels, their canvases devoid of any familial insignia, merely plain gray fabric. As the turbine steam ironclads entered the firing range of the sailing ships, a volley of crossbow bolts was unleashed. Only the foremost sailing ships managed to strike the iron hulls, yet the ironclads remained unfazed, continuing their advance. After several more volleys, only the main ship's crossbow succeeded in piercing the hulls of their adversaries. The turbine steam ironclad remained passive, while the sails of the sailing warships were adjusted to the optimal angle. The sailors collectively boarded flat-bottomed boats, their gazes lingering with reluctance as they glanced back at their steadfast companions from the past 3 or 4 years. At that moment, the wind was favorable. The unmanned sailing warships surged toward the first fleet in their predetermined formations. As the last flat-bottomed boat drifted away, a resounding battle call echoed across the sea. Thomas, peering through a high-powered monocular, meticulously observed and prepared for firing, commanding, "Load the arrows." The turbine steam ironclad possessed the capability to annihilate them from beyond the range of the sailing warships, yet this was merely a spectacle, a demonstration of military prowess designed to showcase the superiority and deterrence of their own vessels against those with ill intentions. They could not reveal all their cards, for what was being sold were merely truncated versions. The first fleet commenced its official assault. The hulls opened their portholes, and rockets screamed forth, striking the wooden ships with explosive force. The barrels, laden with incendiary oil, erupted upon impact, scattering into 16 smaller spheres that subsequently ignited in a violent explosion, engulfing the sailing warships in flames. With the second volley prepared, they transcended their target area. The rocket's range enveloped all advancing sailing warships. The turbine ironclads swiftly retreated, repositioning themselves at a distance before pivoting to unleash salvos from 16 launchers directed at the enemy vessels. A single turbine ironclad could simultaneously engage 16 targets and accurately strike those behind the front line. As rockets were continuously fired, ultimately, of the 300 sailing warships, only a few sustained minor damage due to angle mishaps, while the remainder became incapacitated. The sailors aboard the remaining sailing warships on the shore, witnessing the cessation of hostilities, promptly organized a contingent to activate their relatively intact vessels in an attempt to flee. However, as the sailing warships began to move, the battle call of the first fleet resounded once more, with the flagship, Fairness, issuing orders for a full-speed pursuit. The turbine ironclads, with their agile forms, navigated through the fiery obstacles, quickly surrounding the fleeing sailing warships. In terms of speed, the turbine ironclads outpaced the sailing vessels by 2 to 3 times. Their porthole cannons trained upon them. Some sailing warships, desperate to continue their escape, engaged all 200 oars, propelling their vessels forward and attempting to ram the turbine ironclads. Yet, the impact only left a massive dent, distorting 4 porthole rocket launchers, while the structural integrity remained intact. A sailing warship hurled barrels of flaming pitch, which struck the turbine ironclad, but not a single crew member emerged to extinguish the flames, allowing them to burn unabated. What is referred to as iron plating is, in truth, an alloy of half a thumb's thickness, a unique composition that exhibits remarkable resistance to high temperatures. The blacksmiths of Blothos have been unable to decipher the method of its creation. Utilizing iron materials would render the vessels excessively heavy, causing them to sink beneath the waves. As a compromise, they can only cover critical areas with steel, yet fundamentally, they remain wooden ships. All city-states attempting to replicate the turbo iron-plated warships face this dilemma. Whether employing steam engines or iron plating, the alloy crafting process proves to be a significant stumbling block. Even with substantial bounties offered, progress remains disappointingly slow. In truth, Robin has openly shared his designs and structural concepts for the warships with the outside world, with the alloy crafting being a miraculous product of his conscious spatial manipulation. Should any city-state successfully replicate it, it would be a tremendous boon. The industrial foundation and knowledge possessed by the New World would allow for direct imitation, subsequently reducing the costs of turbo warships, leaving imitators with expenditures on research and development that yield no returns. They would then seek out the developers, offering substantial rewards in exchange for a share of the profits, a strategy that has proven effective time and again. Many of Robin's smaller inventions have been appropriated by inexpensive workshops, which have then incorporated this strategy into the New World's Enlightenment Island. Standing atop the city walls with his wife, Allison, Robin observed the naval battle. The walls were crowded with nobles peering through distributed low-powered telescopes, their hearts filled with astonishment. Before them loomed a fleet of sailing warships, formidable enough to vanquish any family fleet, ablaze with flames whose scent wafted on the sea breeze to the black walls of the city. The eyes of the aristocrats nearly bulged from their sockets. These new warships could not be sunk nor set aflame. How were they constructed, and what could possibly bring them down? In truth, many of the imitators across the narrow sea were equally perplexed by the buoyancy of steel. Consequently, their craftsmen meticulously replicated the internal structures and external appearances, even matching the colors, resulting in a rather intimidating facade. However, upon closer inspection, the differences between the counterfeit and the authentic became evident. Many had never truly encountered the original turbo steam warships, and those fortunate enough to witness their prowess often found it challenging to return. They believed in their hearts that the new warships from Longjing City were merely enhanced with an iron plating, their attack methods modified, fundamentally not different from the original vessels. However, the disparity was now glaringly apparent. With ease, one could take on 10. Some aristocrats calculated that, based on the scale of the Longjing fleet, the traditional warships of the 2 continents were insufficient for battle. They understood why the alliance of the 3 cities of the Stone Steppes archipelago, supported by Blothos and Volantis, could only remain reclusive on the island's edge, relying on the might of their large catapults to instill fear in the Longjing fleet. They had awakened to the reality that the times had changed. On this day, Longjing City retired its last batch of sailing warships, leaving a profound impression on the aristocrats of both shores at the cost of scrapping 10 auxiliary ships. The sailing series of warships gradually withdrew from military use. All of this was worth it, as the burning wooden ships on the sea for 7 days stood as a glaring testament that the sailing warships were utterly no match for the turbo iron-plated warships. No longer would anyone believe that sheer numbers could triumph over this new type of vessel in battle. As they observed this novel warship, devoid of soldiers from bow to stern, and with its hatches meticulously sealed, the familiar aristocrats of the fleet began to murmur in confusion. Consequently, the pre-sale of the turbine steam warship was postponed for a decade. No amount of discourse could rival the tangible experience of engaging in battle. Is it too costly? Not at all. If you choose not to purchase, there are plenty willing to pay. Indeed, this price could procure 30 sailing vessels. Take your gold and buy what you will. Let us see if you can conjure miracles when faced with the turbine ironclad. A slight difference in speed can mean the difference between life and death. Chapter 59. The Minister of Naval Affairs in the year AC 110, the situation became exceedingly tense. The repercussions of the Green Bride incident gradually spreading. This young earl embarked on a long and terrifying quest for vengeance. As 2 years elapsed, the year AC 112 approached. During this period, Robin issued 3 commands that profoundly affected the entire continent of Westeros. The prices of the salmon products from Dragon Crystal City returned to normal, while all transactions outside of contracts ceased, including the supply of inexpensive food to King's Landing. The 5 battle fleets from Dragon Crystal City stationed at the Stepstone Islands were all withdrawn to the Dornish sea base, plunging the area into chaos. Dragon Crystal City besieged Braavos on the pretext of kidnapping 2 princesses, yet unexpectedly faced assassination attempts from the Faceless Men, which incited Robin's wrath. Although Bitter Bay is far from the Stepstone Islands, it is perilously close to Braavos. Each fleet equipped with turbine steam warships was dispatched to bombard the region, turning Braavos' 100 islands into ruins, the remnants of warships littering the internal waterways, transforming what was once a global trade port into a wasteland. Their so-called unparalleled naval fleet, unable to retreat in time, sank during the first round of combat at the harbor. Nearly 60% of the renowned purple-sailed merchant fleet met its demise in the trembling sea, causing their naval strength to plummet to disrepute. No free trade city-state was willing to extend aid. Once the Dragon Crystal Fleet withdrew from the Stepstone Islands, the Iron Vault dispatched representatives clutching promissory notes, insisting on discussing the repayment of debts. Naturally, the Tri-City Alliance refused to acknowledge the claims, arguing that it was assistance, questioning what they could possibly use to repay. Furthermore, it was impractical. Their nearly 1,000 sailing vessels, huddled at the island's edge, could be entirely lost to the sea within a day should they attempt to sail northward. The 5 fleets in the Dornish Sea remained ever vigilant. Any departure from the Stepstone Islands would render them vulnerable, unable to escape once discovered, their only refuge being the stone-throwing machines surrounding the islands. While the remaining free trade city-states promised assistance, it was merely a mercenary arrangement, contingent upon payment. The interest rates the Iron Vault charged the Tri-City Alliance were exorbitantly high, and they would seize any opportunity to increase their demands. Braavos, a city-state built upon the backs of slaves, opposes all forms of slavery in the world. However, now, under the looming military pressure from Dragon Crystal City, the cavalry regiment trained in the New World could traverse Essos in a mere afternoon, propelled by turbine steam cargo ships. At times, the moral compass of humanity proves to be remarkably malleable. Thus, emissaries were dispatched to Astapor to procure unsullied soldiers for the purpose of bolstering military strength to safeguard the city's defenses. They publicly proclaimed the Unsullied to be a free army rather than slaves. The navy had been utterly dismantled, and should the land forces falter against the city-state of Braavos, the outcome would inevitably be historical obliteration. King Viserys received correspondence from the Sea Lord, expressing a willingness to return 3 dragon eggs, provided that the principal of the Iron Vault borrowed during the reign of Aegon IV was repaid, interest waived. Although the royal treasury possessed the means to settle this debt, it was evident that the value of 3 petrified dragon eggs could not possibly amount to such a sum. The funds borrowed by his grandfather had dwindled to a mere fraction since Viserys ascended the Iron Throne. Much of it expended on the restoration of Rhodes and the Red Keep. The popular ballads sang not of him, but of others, thus repayment seemed futile. Consequently, Viserys chose to disregard the emissaries from Braavos, instead inquiring why Princess Rhaenyra and Princess Lena were guests at the Sea Lord's palace without sending a raven to inform the king. Were they unaware of the political risks involved? The envoy faltered in his explanations before the king and was subsequently dismissed. After 2 months, the envoy returned in disgrace to the war-torn Braavos by way of Tyrosh. It was not solely the upper echelons of power that harbored ill will towards Braavos. The lower strata yearned for its collapse. The lords, possessing vast tracts of land, found their grain unable to fetch a reasonable price. While many nobles across the 7 kingdoms had teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, barely surviving through high-interest loans from the Iron Vault. What would happen if the Iron Vault ceased to exist? It would be an unparalleled boon. The lesser nobility of Westeros generally supported the conflict north of the Narrow Sea, as Braavos' influence had long since been supplanted by Dragonstone. Braavos' fisheries lay in ruins, unable to command a fair price, while the mining industry found itself overshadowed by Dragonstone's superior alloy techniques. The once prized dark purple dye derived from sea snails had been usurped, with Dragonstone producing fabrics of more vivid and diverse hues. Presently, Braavos' maritime trade had come to a complete standstill, with Dragonstone gradually taking over their trade with the Isle of Ebon. Aside from the fact that Braavos' entertainment industry paled in comparison, Dragonstone's stringent laws imposed heavy taxes on such enterprises and enforced numerous prohibitions against practitioners. Offenses related to blood relations, homosexuality, minors, multiple partners, abuse, and public nudity were deemed grave crimes, rendering both organizers and offenders equally culpable. It remained the region with the most rigorous regulations concerning these matters, making the development of the entertainment industry exceedingly challenging. As for Bravo's advanced financial sector, no one was more astute in its operations than Robin. Depositing funds in Dragonstone yielded interest, and the introduction of anonymous savings accounts and a series of groundbreaking financial practices resulted in an influx of wealth from across the globe into Dragonstone. Over the past 3 years, the timely disbursement of interest, coupled with the protection offered by naval supremacy, rendered Dragonstone's financial sector increasingly bustling in the wake of Bravo's descent into war. The colossal turbo merchant vessel, Longjing No. 1, transcending the era, bravely navigates the narrow seas at full speed, with an anticipated arrival at King's Landing before the sun sets this afternoon. This merchant ship boasts 7 levels of accommodations, capable of housing 300 families under normal full-capacity conditions. The interior and deck spaces can serve as a campsite for a cavalry regiment of 2,000 men, powered by an impressive array of 36 steam turbines due to its immense size. Surrounding it, a fleet of 30 Longjing ships, arranged in a diamond formation, provides escort. The same fleet that had previously incinerated their own 300 sailing warships during simulated naval combat. The fleet commander is Tolls, while his brother, Commander Thomas, is currently directing operations in the waters near Bravos. The waves relentlessly crash against the black metallic hull of this massive ship, yet it remains unfazed, steadfastly advancing toward its destination. Robin, pale and silent, stands quietly on the deck, hands gripping the iron railing, his fingers tapping lightly as he gazes at the tumultuous sea ahead. Who would have imagined that the Lord of Longjing, the very architect of the fleet, would suffer from seasickness? The boy's brown hair is tousled by the howling sea wind, while sailors bustle about on the deck, tending to their various tasks. With 6 guards dispersed nearby, suddenly, Robin is overtaken by another wave of nausea, but his stomach is empty. A gentle pat on his back interrupts his discomfort. "How are you feeling now?" comes a soft voice from behind. It is his companion, Allison, dressed in a flowing green gown, her belly slightly rounded with pregnancy. After waking and discovering Robin's absence, she hurried over to check on him, noting his previous distress, likely a result of his seasickness. "What are you doing out here?" "Go back, it's chilly." Robin gestures for the maid to escort her back, but she waves her hand in refusal. "I've been asleep for so long." She then takes the thick black bear cloak from the maid and drapes it over her husband. "I'm not cold," Robin concedes, allowing her to keep the cloak on. "Very well, I shall leave these matters to those below. Up ahead is Tidal Island. We will reach Blackwater Port in 3 hours after passing through the strait." Allison informs him. "I know, the sea breeze is strong. You should return," Robin replies. Allison embraces him from behind, resting her head on his shoulder. Turning her gaze toward him. "Do you have something on your mind?" she inquires. "Is it the king inviting you to be the Minister of Maritime Affairs? If you have questions, you can ask my father." "No," Robin thinks to himself, troubled by the fact that her father still holds sway under the king's command. He cannot comprehend why the politically astute Viserys would invite him to serve as Minister of Maritime Affairs. Wouldn't it be more prudent to seek a third family with maritime influence to lead the kingdom's other naval forces? Once Robin is brought into the fold, he would hold both power and authority over the seas. How could Viserys continue to maneuver his strategy in such a game? Moreno cannot possibly align himself with Targaryen amicably. At the very least, he ought to dismiss Otto and seek another contender to engage politically. Presently, with one wielding the king's hand and the other serving as the Minister of the Navy, Robin's influence in the royal council is destined to wane. Robin. The king's correspondence indicates that a grand banquet will be held at the Queen Mother's stage in Maegor's Holdfast to welcome you. I suspect he wishes to summon me to pledge my fealty to his heir. Are you reluctant? After a moment of contemplation, Robin nodded. Given that our sovereign relinquishes a portion of his authority for a son he has yet to meet, I see no reason to disrupt tradition. Should Robin fail to present himself in King's Landing to pay homage, the populace might conclude that the king has lost his dominion over the seas. Viserys once believed that no matter how formidable the fleet, it could not besiege Westeros. Yet he discovered the error of his assumptions. As the actions of Dragonstone in leasing islands with golden dragons were indeed encroaching upon Westeros. Moreover, these leases are legitimate and sanctioned, leaving the king unable to contest any legal infractions. However, enacting a law specifically against leasing would signify a refusal to acknowledge the lord's ownership of their fiefs, a provocation to the nobility that rivals Aegon's conquest of Westeros, a risk that the current king would not dare to take. The queen is nearing her time, and the king appears confident that this child will be a son, even organizing a grand tournament in celebration. Alicent gently placed Robin's hand on her abdomen, the child likely still in embryonic form, leaving him with no discernible sensations. "I too hope for a son," Alicent expressed, her eyes brimming with anticipation, nearly shimmering with emotion. Robin timely leaned in for a kiss, lingering until they eventually parted. A son or daughter would be of equal significance, should the girl prove exceptional. Dragonstone might still fall within her grasp. Alicent, however, shook her head in disagreement. Robin's ambitions in King's Landing as the Minister of the Navy served two purposes. Firstly, to amplify his influence and legitimize his actions, and secondly, more crucially, to procure a dragon for propagation within his consciousness space. Over the years, the materials Robin has amassed in his consciousness space have coalesced into a planet with normal gravity. Though the planet itself is decidedly abnormal, reminiscent of a water world from interstellar narratives, vast and abyssal. The core, formed from collected sand and stone, is of high density. Situated perilously close to the sun and orbiting at an astonishing speed, generating super tsunamis and tides, rendering it inhospitable for life. The sole landmass is a towering cylindrical mountain, soaring tens of thousands of meters, with the only viable habitat being the transparent domed world crafted atop it. This internal environment thrives in perpetual spring, housing microorganisms, lakes, livestock, grass, and trees. Robin stands as the greatest predator to these animals, eliminating the need for carnivorous control. The conditions for successful reproduction are meticulously arranged. Historical records indicate that dragons, upon reaching endangered status, will automatically shift their gender. If he can secure a dragon capable of normal reproduction, he will find himself with thousands of dragons, coupled with his own fleet of dragon ships, rendering him unstoppable in his conquests. Regarding the issue of taming, the demon confined in the war-ready cavern has already fathered 34 children, with over 50 more yet to be born. In the span of 2 years, he has been presented with a multitude of women of Valyrian blood, as the lineage of the Dragon King ensures that inbreeding does not result in genetic disorders. Robin intends to wait until these offspring are somewhat mature before sending them to the Dragon Planet to propagate humanity. In the realm of consciousness, he exists as a godlike figure, and when the time comes, this deity will release them to the north, effortlessly addressing the calamity foretold by prophecy. However, certain questions remain. What is magic? Without magic, will the dragonlings grow? Can stolen dragon eggs hatch into magic dragons? He is not entirely certain of these matters. It would be preferable to capture a young dragon rather than an egg. Thus, Robin must proceed cautiously, addressing these issues step by step through numerous attempts. Currently, the Staircase Islands are in disarray. In the past, the Dragon Crystal Fleet maintained a semblance of unity against common foes, but with Dragon Crystal City's retreat, various conflicts have come to the fore. In an effort to recover losses, all merchant vessels heading to the Summer Sea have been plundered and held for ransom, particularly those belonging to the Valyrian family. The losses on Tidal Island have been most severe, with 5 critical trade routes, 3 of which traverse the Staircase Islands, leading to a dramatic depletion of the family's wealth. Rhaenys and Lyanna have repeatedly taken to the skies on their dragons to exact revenge on the Staircase Islands. 2 months ago, the mount of this crownless queen was struck in the wing by a massive crossbow and is currently recuperating on Tidal Island. The last of the 10 turbine steam battleships scheduled for delivery to Dragon Crystal City is nearing completion. Count Corlys intends to command the national fleet to restore order to the Staircase Islands, including the fleet from Dragon Crystal City. However, Viserys disagrees, believing that the state cannot afford to pour resources into that bottomless pit. Consequently, a fierce argument erupted during the Royal Council, with Prime Minister Otto representing the king in a heated exchange with the Minister of Naval Affairs, Corlys, culminating in Corlys resigning in anger from his position. In truth, King Viserys seeks to invite Jason Lannister's twin brother, Tyrion Lannister, to assume the role of Minister of Naval Affairs. However, Jason Lannister firmly opposes this in internal meetings, as the kingdom's seas are exceedingly tumultuous. The northern Narrow Sea is embroiled in war, while the southern Staircase Islands remain impassable, and any maneuvers on the Narrow Sea cannot escape the scrutiny of the 5 naval bases surrounding Dragon Crystal City. The influence of House Morena is gradually extending towards the western seas of Westeros. Leveraging their alliance with Old Town, House Morena is establishing a new naval base within Whispering Bay, with nearly all mid-level officers hailing from House Hightower. Given the current deployment of the naval base, establishing 1 or 2 additional bases along the western coast to completely encircle Westeros seems feasible. To his knowledge, The nobles of Shield Islands have been negotiating with Dragon Crystal City to lease an island as a naval base, desiring the same privileges as House Hightower. But negotiations have yet to reach a conclusion. Once an agreement is reached, the northern expanse of the Shield Islands will lead directly to the coastline of the Westeros. And as of now, the Lannisters have yet to devise a strategy for managing this precarious situation. The conflict between Robin and Viserys is a well-known fact, and it is essential to first ease relations with the young Count before Duke Jason will contemplate whether to approach the Lannisters regarding his entry into the Privy Council. The family has invested a substantial fortune in 5 turbine steam warships, which are still undergoing training at Lannisport, as the Lannisters are reluctant to be mere pawns in the King's power balance. The Lannister lineage is rooted in the union of adventurous Andalusians and the daughters of the ancient kings of Casterly Rock, while the king's own bloodline descends from the legendary trickster Lon of the Age of Heroes. According to legend, Lon bested the Casterly family not with sword or dagger, but through cunning strategy, making it unlikely that he would foolishly serve as a mere vanguard in King's Landing. Some have suggested that perhaps Corlys Velaryon recognized this truth, which prompted his resignation from the position of Master of Ships. This role, once a source of political influence for the family in balancing maritime power for the king, has become less tenable as the Velaryon influence wanes, having lost several vital trade routes. Consequently, maintaining the expenses of their fleet and crew has become increasingly challenging, despite their still considerable naval strength. The withdrawal of the Dragonstone fleet from the war in the Stepstones is undoubtedly a retaliatory act from the young Count. Duke Jason Lannister, despite his proud demeanor, has witnessed the devastation of 300-sail warships in a naval exercise, leaving him with a keen awareness of their limitations. Not only is he ill-equipped to confront 30 turbine steam warships, but he has never simultaneously commanded even 300-sail warships, not for lack of wealth, but due to the unsustainable costs. Resolute in avoiding this misfortune, he imparted a lesson to his eager younger brother, Tyland, who had no choice but to respond to the king with expressions of gratitude and trust, while his actions were marked by various excuses to refrain from attending. Chapter 60. Entering King's Landing. King's Landing, the Iron Gate. The Iron Gate is one of the 7 great gates encircling King's Landing, situated on the northeastern wall, adjacent to Blackwater Bay, connecting to the northern part of Rosby. At this moment, the walls of King's Landing are thronged with people eager to witness the legendary Dragonstone fleet. Half the city stands along the shores of Blackwater Bay, craning their necks in anticipation, with many even tumbling into the river due to the crowding. Is it truly a ship forged of iron? The citizens exclaim. It is enormous. As the vessel approaches the Iron Gate, 2/3 of the turbines have ceased operation, reducing its speed significantly. By the time the lively sounds from the shore can be heard, the last turbine comes to a halt. The sun hangs low in the sky, and on the second deck of Dragonstone Eye, Robin stands amidst the throng, absorbing the fervor of the crowd, eager to gain a more visceral understanding of the realities of war. This enthusiasm is overwhelming, he muses. Yet, I find it delightful. 100 sailors tirelessly operate the 12 winches, as the iron drawbridge unfolds before Dragonstone Eye, wide enough for 3 horses to charge simultaneously, designed specifically for cavalry landings. With no protective barriers on either side. At one end, the structure directly connects to the land, with only compacted earth before the steel gate. The ground is not firm, and the iron bridge sinks deeply, the muddy terrain rising above the bridge deck to knee height. The vanguard of heavy cavalry disembarked first to clear the path, while the light cavalry followed, dragging planks to lay upon the uneven surface, creating a makeshift roadway leading to the steel gate. On either side, armored soldiers adorned with family banners extended along the bridge. Robin relinquished the prepared carriage, taking his wife Allison's hand as they crossed the bridge toward the steel gate. Before the gate, most of the king's senior advisors had gathered, the banner of the 3-headed red dragon on a black field, alongside a white tower flag, resembling a tiered structure with flames at the top, fluttered in the breeze. With a series of sharp claps, Otto, seated high upon a grand steed and cloaked in black, personally greeted them at the city gate. Leading the assembly was Otto Hightower, flanked by the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Lyman Beesbury, and the Minister of Justice, Stannis Lannister. My father was present at the forefront. She turned her head to inform him. Allison released his arm and rushed toward Otto, her face alight with joy. From his correspondence, Otto was aware that his daughter was with child. Seeing her so impulsive, he hurried forward to support her. Father, you are now a countess and expecting a child. Otto chided solemnly, his demeanor always serious, yet a smile soon graced his face. You have grown. Dear father-in-law, it has been 2 years since our wedding, and you have not visited King's Landing. Robin remarked. The affairs of the realm keep one occupied. Then, Robin greeted the assembled ministers, encountering a robust knight clad in golden raiment. "Who is this?" he inquired. The Minister of Justice, Lannister, introduced him. "Harwin, my eldest son." "Quite formidable," Robin noted. 100 knights donned their armor, with 16 surrounding the young count in protective formation as the carriage sped through the bustling flea market of King's Landing. Heading straight for the Red Keep's Maegor's Holdfast, the sound of hooves echoed lightly upon the bluestone roads of this political epicenter of the Seven Kingdoms. Robin lifted the carriage window, surveying the city with curiosity, for he had never before visited King's Landing. The citizens lining both sides of the street gazed with fascination at the carriage of the new lord, as tales of Robin's exploits had circulated widely. The carriage navigated through the narrow streets, flanked by soldiers, while Alicent recounted the various locations and stories of King's Landing, noting that despite his 2-year absence, little had changed in the city. Ahead, one could see a hill in the distance, offering a view over King's Landing. It was the same hill where the Targaryens once bred dragons. This was one of the 3 hills of King's Landing, alongside Visenya's Hill and Aegon's High Hill. The customs of the Silent Sisters were mentioned, along with the golden wedding of Duke Roga Baratheon and Queen Alicent Valerion, celebrated at the Dragon Pit atop the hill. Robin listened intently, his extraordinary memory allowing him to recall the texts he had read, yet he found the tales, embellished through the lens of a third party, particularly captivating. The architecture of Silk Street is quite impressive. It bears resemblance to Ready-Made Street. Robin jested, though he was well aware that this street is renowned for its various brothels, each with differing prices. Perhaps it is so. I shall take the opportunity to explore it. Robin stifled a chuckle. Robin. Alicent, discerning his amusement from his expression, turned away, ignoring him. After a day's journey, they beheld the Red Keep situated atop the Aegon's Hill. The defensive gates of the Red Keep had already swung open, and soon Robin, accompanied by 100 knights, entered the fortress alongside a dozen horse-drawn carts laden with gifts. The Earl of Karstark, Alan Caswell, and his wife came forth to greet them. Robin carefully helped his wife down from the carriage, noting that the surrounding structures seemed to have been recently renovated. The once dark red stone bricks had been coated with a crimson dye. Such extensive refurbishment must have required considerable manpower and resources. Bronn, with his keen eyesight, prompted Robin to glance upward, where he spotted a woman in an open window atop Maegor's Holdfast. With silver hair and clad in golden attire, she was presently gazing down at them. The distance made it difficult to see clearly, yet Robin recognized her as Princess Rhaenyra, and Alicent too caught a fleeting glimpse of her figure. "Welcome to you, Lord of Dragonstone, Earl of Morena, and Miss Alicent," they were greeted. The two regained their composure. "My Lord Caswell, it has been a long time," Alicent cheerfully acknowledged as she accompanied him inside. "The Queen and Princess Rhaenyra have both missed you dearly in our 2 years apart. Will Rhaenyra be at the banquet?" "I believe not." "Understood. I shall go to pay my respects to the Queen first." Alicent signaled to Robin. "As for matters of state, I am rather uninformed." "Do mind your step," Robin cautioned, then turned to signal Tilly and several maidens to follow. "This way, my lord," Caswell warmly guided them. The remaining knights and soldiers remained stationed outside, while Johnson and the chief swordsman Bronn accompanied Robin into the palace of the Red Keep. Chapter 61. The conditions of choice in the throne room. The king, adorned with the golden crown passed down from Aegon I, sat upon the Iron Throne, dressed in formal attire. Viserys traditionally summoned the city's nobility to this chamber only for significant events. 7 Kingsguards stood in a line, while the red-clad guards formed ranks along the sides of the aisle, followed by guests and their ladies. As Robin approached, Otto closely trailed behind, and the court ministers seized the opportunity to mingle among the guests, sensing an odd atmosphere. Upon reaching the king, Ser Laenor Velaryon, captain of the Kingsguard, proclaimed in a resounding voice, "Before you stands Viserys I Targaryen, king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm." Robin gazed at the king, remaining silent for a moment, before kneeling on one knee, grasping his knee in homage. Viserys forced a smile, simultaneously exhaling with relief as he personally assisted the young earl to his feet. This youthful noble wielded considerable military power, presiding over territories in the New World and the Five Fingers Peninsula, which attracted a vast population from across the globe. With 5 naval bases anchored upon the sea, Viserys was not inclined to provoke a conflict with him. Even a victorious outcome would leave Westeros in ruins. Particularly troubling were the many unpleasant encounters he had previously experienced with the king. The young earl exerted tremendous military pressure across the 7 kingdoms, his true intentions remaining shrouded in mystery. Initially, it was speculated that his aggression towards the Triad Alliance was aimed at claiming the disputed territories. Now, however, he seemed to retreat in order to exact revenge on Braavos, revealing a capricious nature. Today, Robin's willingness to come to King's Landing as the Minister of Marine Affairs signified a gesture of respect, at least on the surface. It was a message that Dragonstone was still willing to unite under the Iron Throne, and that peace would continue to prevail throughout Westeros. There was hope that the king and his council would negotiate a favorable resolution in the future. Lord Robin, King's Landing welcomes you. A thunderous applause erupted around them. In gratitude for the king's regard, Dragonstone presented a special gift. Jorson stepped forward, offering a parchment scroll, which two Kingsguards slowly unfurled to reveal a detailed topographical map of Westeros, marking the names of all noble castles and their ruling families, from the Wall to Dorne, from mountains to rivers. Even the incomplete Blackwater River Connection project was depicted as if finished. I find this gift most delightful, Robin expressed. In the Queen's ballroom, Viserys led everyone from the throne room to the ballroom situated on the first floor of Maegor's Holdfast. This hall was primarily used for royal feasts and balls, accommodating over 100 guests. Arched windows adorned the space, and the main source of illumination came from whale oil candles, their flames flickering gently. The silver mirrors within the ballroom reflected brilliant light, filling the space with a silvery radiance, and the entire hall was aglow. The second floor of the ballroom featured a long corridor, its thick walls adorned with exquisite wood carvings and finely crafted tapestries. The banners of the Targaryen family, emblazoned with the three-headed dragon, hung on either side of the grand entrance. This is Count Moreno, Robin, the creator of Dragonstone. With an innumerable fleet, the king proclaimed, his words overflowing with praise, as if to sculpt Robin into the epitome of perfection. Robin graciously acknowledged each compliment, waiting for a suitable moment to slip away from the throng. The king's banquet featured blackberry and nut honey cakes, cured ham, bacon, breaded starfish, autumn pears, fried salmon, and a grand roasted pig. Beverages included sweet milk, mead, low-alcohol golden sweet wine, and honeyed fish roe, while musicians roamed the hall, playing flutes and harps. Robin savored a piece of roasted bear paw, leisurely enjoying it alongside a mild wine. The king's chef has done quite well, he remarked after tasting the dish. Across from him sat Prime Minister Otto, who incessantly introduced the nobles surrounding King's Landing, detailing their identities and interrelations. Is he doing well? Viserys quietly inquired as he brought forth a cup of wine. The king, despite his initial impatience, had tempered his anger over the misdeeds of his scoundrel brother from years past. After 2 years, he had calmed, recognizing that they were, after all, brothers born of the same parents. Quite well, he responded, if all goes as expected, the royal family shall soon acquire additional wealth from the Reach. Robin, understanding the implication, was candid in his reply. What are your terms? Viserys directly asked, recognizing that to cause a scene at another's wedding would be utterly disgraceful. Robin had already shown considerable deference to House Targaryen by not publicizing the matter, and besides, he was thriving in Dragonstone. The king had always been aware of his younger brother Daemon's confinement in Dragonstone, where his dragon Caraxes incessantly roamed. Thus, he dispatched the Kingsguard to assess Daemon's condition. And upon receiving their report, he learned that, aside from his lack of freedom, Daemon was living more lavishly than the king himself. It was then that he realized Robin was awaiting his conditions. I desire a title. Which one? Robin possessed many titles, the bane of pirates and smugglers, the master of the unsullied, Lord of Dragonstone, Lord of the New World, destroyer of Braavos, king of the Narrow Sea, and leader of the Order of the Stepstones. Choose another. To concede to that title would imply Robin's formal detachment from Westeros, thereby rendering him beyond the king's jurisdiction, essentially placing them on equal footing. Would taxes still be paid then? Then I shall require the right to mint coins. Select another. Viserys shook his head, dismissing the notion without contemplation. Over the years, he had frequently drawn from the treasury across the sea, and the thought of Robin minting coins with his visage was alarming. He could only imagine the extravagant consequences. Then I shall assist you in conquering Dorne. Once Robin secured Dorne, not only could the desert sands augment his realm of consciousness, but he could also extensively transform Dorne's environment. This would eliminate the need for conflict over disputed territories while granting him complete control over the Dornish Sea. Although Dragonstone had a naval base there, it frequently faced minor assaults. People often associated Dorne with vast deserts, yet that was a misconception. While Dorne was indeed the hottest region of Westeros, it was also rocky, mountainous, arid, and barren. However, areas with flowing rivers boasted fertile lands. Even in the prolonged summer, There was ample rainfall and other water sources available, making Dorne habitable for humans. Robin believed that dealing with the guerrilla tactics of the Dornish would be relatively simple for one endowed with a realm of consciousness. He could simply inundate all habitable areas with seawater, capturing one city per day and concluding the conflict within a month. He possessed the ultimate trump card to end the war at will, rendering him unafraid of inciting conflict. Thus, the Dragonstone fleet could retaliate against Bravos without requiring any external support. In the midst of the unresolved northern crisis, the primary objective of Dragon Crystal City is to incessantly broaden its sphere of influence and expand its military might. Particularly concerning is the realm of Westeros. Nurtured by its own hands over the years, where the population, be it in the New World or Dragon Crystal City, has reached a precarious limit of 5 million. According to Robin's preliminary estimations, the total population of Westeros hovers around 40 million, a mere approximation made 2 years ago when the map of Westeros was created. With the emergence of medical standardization and the long-term stabilization of food prices, even with the tripling of salmon product prices, they remain cheaper than prior to AC 117. The population is destined to grow rather than diminish. Robin's future plans entail the consolidation of resources across the continent of Westeros, gradually amassing power to become the prime minister and protector of the realm. His strategy begins with seizing control of King's Landing, followed by undermining Viserys, ultimately ruling the kingdom under the guise of regency. The prospect of a renewed alliance through marriage remains contingent upon the unfolding developments. Robin is acutely aware of Viserys' frail condition, afflicted by leprosy, making it improbable for him to reach the age of 69 like his grandfather, Aegon. He surmises that the king may only have another decade to live, leaving one to ponder how much his heir will mature during this time. As for concerns regarding the new king's potential detachment from control after Viserys' demise, there is no need for alarm. Even the youthful Jaehaerys, prior to his formal coronation, holds no legal authority, and the timing of the coronation is at Robin's discretion. The relationship with Old Town is of significant import, and he trusts that the High Septon of the Starry September will not expand his ambitions as swiftly as his physical condition. Robin has never doubted the king's ability to father a son. Presently, Queen Aemma's health is deteriorating, yet he knows that eventually, a son will come, and he is willing to wait. A prosperous Westeros aligns with Robin's interests, as no one understands economic development better than he does, which is one of his motivations for journeying to King's Landing. Robin contemplates the situation. Viserys remains unaware of how Dragon Crystal City intends to conquer Dorne, a land that even Aegon failed to subdue. Legally, Dorne has yet to submit to the Iron Throne, but it is evident that Robin seeks to annex Dorne under the Targaryen banner, given its unique geographical position. Once actual control over Dorne is established, one can discern that the forces of House Morena will be present throughout Westeros, from north to south, alongside naval bases, effectively sealing the realm. Never before in the annals of Westeros has a king faced such overwhelming pressure, and while he may be uncertain of how to respond, he knows he cannot acquiesce. The seemingly flourishing state of the kingdom is, in fact, far more perilous than the initial intentions of House Velaryon to rally forces in defense of Rhaenys' Iron Throne. Fortunately, the Targaryen family possesses numerous dragons, and the current youth has yet to secure their support, a fact that brings relief to Daemon. He is unwilling to choose any of the 3 conditions presented to him. Viserys believes it would be best for his brother to remain in Dragon Crystal City, where he is faring well, for releasing him might invite unforeseen troubles. In the coming days, you should accompany your wife on a leisurely tour. I recall you have yet to visit King's Landing. The role of the Minister of Marine Affairs is to serve as the maritime advisor to the king, who sits upon the Iron Throne. The minister commands the royal fleet, attends court meetings, and is responsible for arranging the construction and maintenance of warships, recruiting sailors, and directing naval operations. However, the current situation reveals that the royal fleet is dwarfed by the Dragonstone fleet, possessing merely a fraction of its size. The king has expended vast sums to procure a fleet of turbine steamships, a total of 25 vessels, with the first deliveries fulfilling his orders. Yet, the monthly maintenance bills for the royal fleet often leave Viserys in a state of distress. The fleet must at least be capable of defeating sailing warships and successfully apprehending smugglers in Blackwater Bay to be deemed effective. The king frequently keeps them anchored at Dragonstone, and the navy often enjoys leave. Indeed, the royal fleet has become the second most powerful in the world, second only to Dragonstone, possessing the highest number of turbine steamships. Previously, Corlys had sought to mobilize the royal fleet to clear the stepstones and open trade routes, only to be met with Viserys' refusal. Thus, as long as the person known as Robin is in King's Landing, He fulfills his duties adequately. Whether he assumes office or not is of little consequence, for he poses the greatest threat to the realm. The attire for the Minister of Marine Affairs is still being tailored, as you know. The tailors of King's Landing cannot compare to those of Dragonstone. May I visit the dragon's lair? Of course, why not? If you wish to go, I can ask Rhaenyra to accompany you. It would be beneficial for your relationship to ease, as you will frequently encounter one another in the council chamber. The grand political center of King's Landing is made remarkable by the presence of dragons. Otherwise, would outsiders come merely to see those red houses? I am most grateful. Chapter 62. A conversation with Otto the Knight was bustling, with a myriad of goods lining the streets, the majority of which were inexpensive meats and exquisite items transported from Dragonstone. The entirety of King's Landing was engulfed in joy. He himself was akin to a living warehouse. The herbivorous creatures of the dragon planet required periodic culling, for the accelerated time within his consciousness could lead to catastrophic overpopulation, disrupting the ecological balance, a situation that would be rather troublesome to rectify. The transport from Dragonstone served to mask future supplies. Should more meat arrive later, it would not raise any eyebrows among the populace. For the first time, the citizens of King's Landing experienced the benefits brought forth by the newly appointed Minister of Marine Affairs. A single cow costs only 2 silver deer? The old man appeared incredulous. Vendors miraculously managed to bring 3 cows from the turbine steamships at Blackwater Port. Typically, such large consignments were entrusted to major merchants. Yet, the merchant class of King's Landing could only muster the strength to procure 20,000 head of cattle and sheep, while the 6,000-strong city guard maintained order. Now, Blackwater Port was teeming with cattle and sheep. Due to the booming livestock trade, accompanying commodities such as coal, iron pots, daggers, salt, and spices were sold out in an instant. Moreover, those with acumen purchased livestock at Blackwater Port and swiftly spread outwards towards King's Landing, offering prices that had never been seen even in the summer of the North. The turbo steam freighter can only reach Blackwater Port at most, as these vessels have a notably deep draft, making it highly likely for them to run aground while navigating the Blackwater River into the interior. No captain would dare to take such a risk. Consequently, the news of Robin's appointment as Minister of Marine Affairs spread from King's Landing. That very evening, after the king announced the conclusion of the banquet, Robin Morena departed the Red Keep with his wife. The sound of the carriage wheels rumbling over the cobblestones echoed through the bustling streets of King's Landing, filled with the savory aroma of meat. Common folk could be seen cooking large chunks of meat in iron pots, while others fashioned makeshift skewers for grilling. A few children stood by, eagerly awaiting the food to be ready. Thanks to the consistent supply of affordable salmon from Dragonstone over the years, many children had been born in King's Landing, which was also attributable to advancements in medical practices. Medieval medicine was woefully primitive. In earlier years, to bolster the population, Robin invested heavily in inviting scholars, midwives, and experienced veterinarians to compile a manual on childbirth and maternal knowledge. This tome contained a wealth of case studies and anatomical illustrations, with Robin primarily contributing the diagrams of anatomy, organ distribution, and annotated images of arteries and veins. The realism of the illustrations was so striking that many with a penchant for the macabre speculated about Robin's extensive knowledge, leading his mother to insist he not be credited in the subsequent prints, fearing the implications of such understanding. With the thought of having already embarked on this endeavor, Robin decided to include treatments for common ailments such as colds, fevers, dysentery, and chills. His own frail constitution, often susceptible to illness due to the coastal winds, prompted him to ponder the scholar's suggestions of mercury saunas and bloodletting therapies, which left him bewildered. Unexpectedly, the volume of this work expanded significantly, with major updates occurring monthly. To date, over 800 individuals in Dragonstone have contributed to the ongoing development of this monumental manuscript. The first volume served as a basic guide, comparable in size to the Seven Stars Bible, focusing on general knowledge. The second volume was more specialized, divided into 3 sections: health, childbirth, and diseases. The third volume was astonishingly extensive, comprising a total of 56 volumes, surpassing even Robin's height. He viewed this as a positive development and chose to persevere. After 77 updates, the contents encompassed a plethora of both common and rare ailments, documenting every experience encountered or heard of. The latest medical achievement in Dragonstone allowed for the administration of glucose to sustain life and transfusions of compatible blood for those suffering from blood loss. Following the Green Bride incident, salmon products returned to their original prices, increasing threefold, and large-scale processing ceased, eliminating bulk exports. Over 2 years, The Dragonstone workshop downsized from a peak of 300 to merely 20, maintaining the supply between Dragonstone and the New World. However, this was not solely an act of retribution. The financial reports indicated a consistent decline in profits from salmon products, which constituted less than 1/10 of the overall profits each month. Meanwhile, salaries and tax obligations consumed a third of total expenditures, leading Robin to deliberate extensively before ultimately deciding to eliminate the salmon business. However, the sheer number of individuals engaged in salmon processing was overwhelming. To avert territorial unrest, most production equipment and supporting facilities, such as colossal pressure steamers, dragon crystal jars, and large-scale smoking machines, were auctioned off to the highest bidder. The proceeds were allocated as compensation for the laid-off workers. The captain himself navigated the ship to procure goods from the New World, and Robin had no reason to refuse. After all, the salmon remained in the caves, and frozen salmon continued to be priced as before. Robin merely dispatched 300 soldiers to patrol, supplemented by a group of tax collectors, thus relinquishing further oversight. The processing of salmon in the New World sustained many livelihoods, with families engaged in individual processing endeavors. The men who had stepped back from the workshops continued with transportation duties, while women and children remained occupied with drying and curing salmon. Due to the presence of competition, the export prices of salmon from the New World did not deviate significantly from prior rates, and the quality had indeed improved. Merchants, in pursuit of higher profits, typically sold at prices 3 to 4 times the acquisition cost, leading to a gradual increase in grain prices in King's Landing. A contingent of hundreds of cavalry escorted a 4-wheeled cart to a grand mansion's entrance, situated in the upper district of King's Landing, near the Old City Gate, where many affluent individuals resided, including wealthy merchants. Given the convenience of transportation around the Old Gate and the vibrancy of commercial activities, it was a favored locale for merchants. Though Dragon Crystal City was prosperous, it did not engage in the lower-tier retail market. Rather, it focused on controlling supply and transportation. Thus, the Moreno family in King's Landing possessed little beyond a few properties and extensive storage warehouses. It was only upon the king's personal visit to invite Robin to serve as the Minister of Maritime Affairs that he acquiesced, while Alicent expressed her excitement, having long been familiar with King's Landing and having arranged for a residence well in advance. Previously, she had lived with Otto in the Prime Minister's tower. "You agreed to release Demon?" The individual seated before him was none other than Otto, the Hand of the King. During their meeting in the reception hall, Otto had not eavesdropped on the conversation between Viserys and Robin, but was now inquiring. "No," Robin replied, appearing rather indifferent. "That's good. Demon is impulsive and violent. Releasing him would undoubtedly be detrimental to you. I am aware of that." Presently, all that transpired was well within Robin's control. Although the person opposite him in the carriage was indeed somewhat unexpected. "What do you intend to do next?" "Naturally, to assume the role of my Minister of Maritime Affairs." Robin yawned as he stretched languidly. Otto set down his wine glass, his expression a mixture of complexity. This son-in-law seemed to have ulterior motives behind every step he took. Despite withdrawing from the stepstones, he had inadvertently incited chaos in those waters, compelling the sea serpent to abandon his position and rush to the battlefield. "The supplies you brought have earned you the gratitude of the people of King's Landing. The kingdom will be fortunate for my presence. It is the good fortune of the Westerosi people. I fail to comprehend what you hope to gain in King's Landing." The king was not foolish. He perceived the situation with clarity, albeit with a hint of indecisiveness. "I concur with that perspective. According to the information I have received, the progress of Corlys has not been smooth. The people of the Tri-City Alliance have retreated back into their caves, and their stone throwers remain relentless, resulting in a tense and fierce battle." Otto spoke in a low voice. "It is quite normal. He lacks robust logistics and sufficient resources to support him from the rear. What is your opinion? Are you concerned for the nation and its people?" Robin inquired. "I am the Hand of the King, standing in the center of the scales. In truth, I do not serve the Targaryen family entirely. At many times, I am merely a mouthpiece for Viserys." Otto understood this very well. He was the second son, wielding the king's power. "Alicent has invited you to Dragonstone several times as an advisor, yet you have not come." Otto chuckled softly at this. Most of his spies in Dragonstone had been captured and sent to serve Alicent. "The realm still requires my presence. You know that politics demands balance." "No problem. Dragonstone is always welcoming to Hightower. My library is in need of a steward. I will consider it when the realm no longer requires me." "When do you think that will be?" Robin jested. "Perhaps when Prince Balon can walk." To his surprise, Otto answered with utmost seriousness. After a moment of contemplation, Robin mused. "Is it the Queen's unborn child?" The name Balon was known only to a select few. as the king had held a tournament for the unborn child without publicizing the name. The scholars suspected as a boy. Robin asked, puzzled. Even in the past, one could only ascertain such matters through ultrasounds or hormones. That is merely the king's own speculation. The scholars have never claimed the queen carries a boy. I thought some peculiar verification method had emerged. Too much of it is unreliable, Robin remarked, feeling somewhat exasperated. The king summoned you a month before the birth. He said he wanted the finest scholars to assist. I am not a scholar of that nature, Robin retorted, rolling his eyes. What if a girl is born? Are we to attach a little appendage? I certainly will not. Robin harbored doubts that the king was expecting a daughter, leading to a conflict for the Iron Throne between two women, which seemed quite reasonable, though he was unaware that he was already profoundly influencing the future's trajectory. Ha ha. Otto could not suppress a chuckle at this, but his smile gradually faded, returning to a solemn expression. The scholar adorned with a silver necklace holds your authored manual on childbirth in high regard. Primarily, your authorship lends the king much assurance. Chapter 63. The Rules on the Hills of Rhaenys. There stood a grand structure resembling a massive nest, which the Targaryens referred to as the Dragon Pit. It was the dwelling place of the royal dragons, appearing as a vast cavern with an expansive bronze door, wide enough for 30 knights to ride side by side. Between the two hills, Rhaenyra rode, guiding Robin, who sat in a carriage, through the straight and silent street of sisters. Soon, the carriage arrived at the formidable walls encircling the city. The two exchanged little more than necessary greetings, and there was a hint of animosity in Rhaenyra's gaze. However, Robin was indifferent. He knew that mere words would not suffice to release Demon. For keepers of the Dragon Pit stood guard at the entrance, armed with spears and clad in soiled linen tunics, the scent of sulfur and saltpetre heavy in the air. My lord, we shall wait outside. One of the elder keepers said respectfully. Rhaenyra entered, calling forth her steed. Syrax, she commanded. Subsequently, the beast with dark yellow scales emerged from the cave, its wings unfurling as it staggered out. Robin observed closely, noting that it had nearly doubled in size since he last saw it 5 years ago. A low, hoarse roar from the dragon abruptly filled the air, with both man and dragon facing Robin. The dragon is not a pet from your zoo. You have seen that for yourself. Is there not another? Robin inquired, aware of another dragon named Dreamfire, a slender female with silver stripes and pale blue scales. Once the mount of Princess Rhaenys, daughter of Aegon I. You seem quite knowledgeable, but if you have the courage, why not enter and see for yourself? Rhaenyra replied dismissively, commanding Syrax to leap from the hillside, swiftly soaring above the crowd before vanishing into the sky. Syrax grows rapidly, the elder dragon guard remarked to Robin. Rhaenyra has a right to be unfriendly towards you, yet we, being mere skilled servants of the noble lineage, are but closer to the Targaryen bloodline. In the past, to construct the Dragon Tower, Count Albert had sent emissaries to converse with these dragon pit keepers, discussing the habits, preferred foods, and habitats of the dragons. Jorson scoffed in disdain. She truly believes herself to be significant. Now the king seeks our lord to assume the role of the master of ships. To whom does she display her countenance? Perhaps you could enlighten us with your knowledge of dragons? My lord, that is my duty, but currently, only Dreamfire resides in the pit. May I see Dreamfire? My lord, unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to approach. When Jaehaerys first ascended the Iron Throne, I tended to Dreamfire, and her temper is fierce. Even feeding her requires caution against her flames, the elder dragon guard explained, steeling himself for the truth. The dragon pit guards had indeed received the king's orders, ensuring Robin could experience the awe of these ancient beasts, hoping to extinguish any inappropriate aspirations he might harbor. However, without Targaryen blood, entering was perilously risky. Is there anything else I might see? Robin inquired, striving to understand. The dragon pit has a long history, the guard replied. What shall I observe? Can I not even see a dragon egg? Robin pressed coldly. The elder keeper's face bore a look of awkward apology. Alas, 3 days ago, the princess personally transported the dragon eggs from the pit to Dragonstone. Robin nodded, simmering with frustration. Very well. Aside from receiving a resounding dragon's roar and the cold demeanor of a young dragon, no intelligence was gathered during this endeavor. Dragons are symbols of power, and for mere mortals, a single glance is a coveted treasure. Valyrian. Robin turned to see a young man with short hair approaching, wielding an exceptionally long spear, his face adorned with an inexplicable arrogance. Robin, already seething with anger, felt no need for an unknown upstart to lecture him. The aura of someone who had long held power surged forth, enveloping the young man in an invisible pressure that rendered him motionless. Tell me, where lies the power? The voice was steady, as if engaged in a casual conversation. The chief swordsman, Bronn, who had been by Robin's side, suddenly sprang into action, stealthily stepping forward and swiftly driving his blade through the young man's throat. As Bronn returned to stand before Robin, the young administrator finally realized he had been fatally wounded. Clutching his throat, rendered speechless, and desperately pleading with the senior administrator who had mentored him for months before collapsing to the ground. "You fool." The elder dragon pit administrator stood rooted, signaling with his right hand for the approaching administrator holding the long pole to halt. To offend the Minister of Marine Affairs is to meet a just end, he bellowed, promptly drawing a conclusion. He understood all too well that killing one was no different from killing four in regard to the boy before him. This arrogant youth, believing himself noble merely for feeding dragons, sighed internally. Even he, who dared not speak too freely, felt the audacity of this young man to mock the Lord of Dragon Crystal City, a noble wielding the greatest power beneath the king. Such a death would be in vain. Robin had lost the desire to remain, turning to leave. Following the customs of Dragon Crystal City, Jozan tossed 7 copper coins from his pocket, ostensibly to cover the cost of disposing of the body. Everything transpired too swiftly. By the time the 77th Dragon Pit Guard, clad in full black steel armor, emerged from within, the fallen Dragon Pit administrator had already stained the ground crimson, lifeless and silent. Chapter 64. The first audience. The sun shone brightly as the daily audience convened. "Thus, I propose we standardize prices, at times. Even the silver deer vendors are at a loss on how to approach me, ultimately resorting to offering dragon crystal coins," Viserys remarked. While peeling an egg and engaging in jovial banter with the lords, his attendants laying out small plates of bread and cutlery. The discussions ranged from theft to patrons refusing payment, to children bearing no resemblance to their fathers, and the appearance of poachers within the royal forest, trivial matters hardly worthy of such a grand assembly. Robin had once harbored preconceived notions that the royal audience should deliberate on significant affairs concerning the Seven Kingdoms, where every gesture and word would wield considerable influence. However, upon reflection, he realized that the king was not merely the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms, but also the administrator of the realm. It seemed the king entertained notions regarding trivialities and sensational news far more frequently. Rhaenyra, donned in a gown of dark gold, hurriedly lifted her skirts as she approached the king from the entrance. "Rhaenyra, you are late. The king's cupbearer must not tarry. The lord's goblets are all empty. What have you been occupied with these past few days?" The king seemed to regard Rhaenyra's arrival as a mere intermission, chattering incessantly. "I went to visit my mother." Rhaenyra dutifully poured wine for her father. Viserys caught a familiar scent, drawing her close to sniff. "Have you been riding dragons?" Subsequently, Rhaenyra served each of the lords in attendance. When it was Robin's turn, she discreetly mixed lemon water into his wine. "My esteemed admiral, why do you remain silent?" "As a newcomer to the court, I should listen more to your esteemed opinions," he humbly remarked. "Ha ha ha. Do not be constrained. Feel free to offer your insights," Viserys encouraged. Robin gazed at him, hesitating to speak, and after a moment, he rose. "Since I am invited to speak, I shall be succinct. At present, the efficiency with which matters are handled by you all is rather lacking. I believe that what should be presented to the king and the realm's great lords ought to concern the significant affairs of the Seven Kingdoms, or matters that affect the populace in various aspects." Immediately, the surrounding individuals began to murmur. The royal meeting transformed into a cacophony. "Is this what you call restraint? This is clearly a rebuke for their failure to perform adequately," Otto interjected. "The king is not merely the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, but also the lord of King's Landing and the surrounding territories. All these aspects are of great importance to His Majesty, who alone possesses the authority to adjudicate." His words resonated with the king, who nodded in satisfaction. This was the reason for the king's approval of Otto, as a prominent figure during the reign of Aegon. Otto's ability to serve as hand of the king under Viserys was indeed commendable. Robin appeared contemplative, nodding slightly, and spoke in a calm tone. "I am not suggesting that certain matters lack importance. Each word and action of yours here holds great significance. Might we not consider these as vital records and evidence?" Upon concluding, Robin turned to Archmaester Maloros, finally addressing the king. His words astonished all present, except for Otto. Many of the lords exchanged glances, contemplating the merit of his proposal but hesitating to voice their thoughts, fearing that the meeting minutes would reflect nothing but idle chatter with the king, ultimately accomplishing nothing. "Is this not a splendid proposal?" Robin continued. "It sounds like a commendable idea, Archmaester Maloros. Do you foresee any challenges?" Maloros stroked his smooth head, seemingly in conflict. Ultimately, Otto spoke on his behalf. "Your Majesty, I believe we need not record every word and action. We could streamline this, perhaps noting only affirmatives or negatives." Robin, displeased, elaborated further on his suggestion. Moreover, the transparency of the king's and lord's actions, the decisions made according to the kingdom's laws, and the considerations of the lords will allow the populace to understand our governance. What could be wrong with that? This is the essence of rule by law. For the record keeper, I believe Princess Rhaenyra would be an apt choice. This is an excellent proposal, Rhaenyra. Do ensure you are not tardy in the future. Upon the mention of Rhaenyra, the king readily acquiesced to the proposed innovation, reassured that it was his daughter orchestrating the narrative, thus ensuring it would be portrayed in a splendid light. After taking a seat, Robin stood once more, lifting his cup filled with a beverage that he suspected was amiss from its scent. Additionally, I believe the court's etiquette officer should face repercussions. Your Highness, the mixture of lemonade and wine is quite unpalatable. Robin poured the liquid from his cup onto the ground, revealing a yellow hue. Rhaenyra, how could you commit such an error? Quickly refill Robin's cup. No need. I fear it may be contaminated next time. A splendid idea, Rhaenyra retorted, pouting. Rhaenyra. The king called out his daughter's name in anger, deeming it a grave affront. Sensing the atmosphere shifting, Otto interjected with a matter requiring discussion. Let us deliberate on the tournament for the crown prince. I would be most delighted. Viserys remarked, his excitement palpable as he even clapped his hands upon the table, hastily redirecting the conversation. Is the naming day predicted by the scholars reliable? Marios, the manual of fertility has been validated over many years, and the scholars unanimously anticipate the birth coinciding with the tournament. Your Majesty, if you remain doubtful. Marios chuckled, casting a glance towards Robin. You would do better to consult the lunar calendar than to rely on a banquet guest for culinary guidance. Robin refused to shoulder the blame, asserting that the book did not delineate how to discern between a boy and a girl. The Chancellor retrieved a backup of the treasury ledger from within his robes, presenting it with utmost respect to the king. Your Majesty, should we consider reducing the expenses for the tournament? The scale is quite extensive. We might postpone until after the child's birth. The king casually flipped through the pages, reaching the last one that totaled 120,000 gold dragons. Then perused the detailed accounts, seemingly confirming the sum. Linman Bisberry, having pondered deeply, articulated the strain of financing this tournament for the crown prince, which had nearly depleted half a year's tax revenue, placing immense pressure on the treasury. If we could await the next round of taxes, these issues would dissipate. However, the construction of the Blackwater River project is already well underway, which cannot be halted. Most lords and knights are en route to King's Landing. It would be quite unwise to send them back. Otto, aware of the substantial expenditures from perusing the ledger, reminded himself that he was merely the king's assistant, not the custodian of his finances. The tournament shall proceed, Viserys declared, affirming that the schedule was immutable, with reductions not easily discernible, as the primary costs stemmed from prizes and the complimentary sustenance for competitors during this period, predominantly due to its grand scale. Before the tournament concludes, my son shall be born. The entire realm shall rejoice in his honor. Robin softly tapped the table, his voice barely audible. Your Majesty, the Dragonstone Bank is willing to provide a special loan for this tournament, and Dragonstone will continue to supply goods and the necessary armor and weaponry at a reasonable price until the tournament's conclusion. I too wish for this to be a grand celebration. The funds in question are merely borrowed. Ultimately, it is highly probable that future taxes will serve as a deduction, rendering it a non-loss venture. Lynn Mambisbury, witnessing the resolution of the matter, expressed heartfelt gratitude. The citizens of King's Landing extend their thanks for your generosity. The Chancellor of the Exchequer contemplated seeking a loan, but upon hearing it involved the royal family, Dragonstone Bank promptly closed its doors and ushered him away. The credit of the Targaryens and the Valerians is regarded as the lowest tier in their eyes, as both families bear records of broken engagements, a fact well known to all. Initially, there was the option of the Iron Bank, yet given the current circumstances in Braavos, obtaining a loan remains an impossibility. Furthermore, borrowing from their vassals, the Guardians of the North and South, would likely entail significant political costs. The consideration of appointing Tylan Lannister as the Minister of Maritime Affairs was among the factors, though Viserys was decidedly reluctant. On the day Robin arrived in King's Landing, a substantial quantity of low-priced food was made available for sale. However, normal prices resumed the following day. Seizing the opportunity, the royal family allocated funds to purchase 3,000 cattle and sheep to be raised in the royal pastures. While meat supplies were ample, other necessities faced a considerable shortfall. We cannot predict the gender of the child. Maelor was unwilling to guarantee to the king that it would be a boy, and throughout, the scholars had not provided such information to the king. Of course, without evidence, the scholars would refrain from making any assertions. Maelor, the Grand Maester, found himself at a loss for words. muttering internally, "No, these are merely your fantasies." Though he did not openly deny it. After all, if it were a boy, would it not bolster the authority of the scholars? He turned away to avoid facing the king. "I am certain the queen carries a boy," the king asserted with undeniable conviction. Robin, uninterested in the topic of gender, regarded it as a private matter for the king, instead casting a curious glance at Rhaenyra, who appeared somewhat distracted at that moment. "My heir shall soon resolve this series of troubling issues." Upon hearing the king's remark, Robin snapped back to attention, raising an eyebrow. "Troubling issues? Me?" In truth, Robin was not remotely involved. Viserys was referring to the dispute over the Iron Throne. Following the queen's numerous miscarriages, the lords advised the king to establish a new heir. Otto suggested Rhaenyra, proposing that they could change the heir once the king had a son. Corlys recommended his wife. Rhaenys, and amidst the ensuing debate, suggested the king take another wife, Lena, to conceive a suitable heir, which greatly vexed the king. Is there anything else? The king was not fond of attending court, except when matters demanded his decisive input. As the tournament approached, the security in King's Landing deteriorated. Leono, the Minister of Justice, was indeed the first responsible party, with his son commanding the guard. Clad in golden robes, Harwin Strong stepped forward. "I assure you, Your Majesty, I will arrange additional patrols to ensure security during the tournament." "I never had to worry about such matters when Daemon was around," Viserys suddenly remarked, casting a pointed glance in the direction of his counterpart. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall undertake an unprecedented operation to ensnare all criminals within King's Landing." Harwin Strong presumed this was a spur to action, believing he commanded the city guard. Yet, he was not the king's own brother, able to lead the gold cloaks against malefactors at will. Any significant action necessitated prior notification to the king to avoid unsettling the city's elite. Robin was acutely aware of the king's intentions. Far from being angered, he smiled at Viserys. "Thank you, Your Majesty. As you wish. I believe Daemon will also appreciate this tournament." The king's eyes widened in astonishment, his cheeks betraying his shock as he quickly realized that he had not agreed to those 3 conditions. Such presumptions were unwarranted. The predicament was that as long as the king acquiesced, Dragonstone would procure what it desired. He regretted mentioning Daemon. Rhaenyra approached Robin, exchanging his cup for a fresh drink, and interjected unexpectedly, "Will Uncle participate in the tournament?" This question drew the attention of all present, casting the council into an oddly tense atmosphere. The others fell silent, resembling mute observers, exchanging glances with one another, none welcoming Daemon's return to King's Landing. "Look, it is still the princess who cares for her kin." Viserys displayed a troubled smile. "My cup is empty. Bring me more." Rhaenyra seized the wine jug from the table, pouring a glass for her father. Her gaze fixed earnestly upon him, for she was quite fond of her uncle, who always returned from the narrow sea bearing gifts. "This matter is not so simple. It involves many complexities, Rhaenyra," the king slowly elucidated to his daughter. "Uncle Daemon, no. Daemon seldom returns home. He likely will not come back this time either." Viserys interrupted, his tone growing subdued, dampening the excitement surrounding the tournament, addressing both Rhaenyra and Robin. "Let us not discuss this. What is the next agenda item?" Viserys gestured to Otto, urging him to expedite proceedings. Seizing upon a word, Robin sought to elevate his standing. The morning's council concluded swiftly, the king departing the chamber midway, leaving the courtiers to deliberate on mundane matters, with decisions yet to be rendered, necessitating a continuation the following day. After the meeting, Rhaenyra predictably awaited him outside. "Shall we walk together?" Though her demeanor remained somewhat unwelcoming, it had improved considerably, devoid of previous hostility. Robin crossed his arms, slightly lifting his chin. He was not surprised to find Rhaenyra waiting for him, and shook his head. Perhaps she had waited too long. Rhaenyra had changed into a fitting, elegant black gown, adorned at the neckline with a pair of golden Targaryen sigils, and silver dragon motifs graced her arms. Her tall, slender figure and perfect proportions were accentuated by her silver hair cascading over her chest. After a moment of admiration, he finally replied, "I wish to dine. I have no time. I shall treat you." "No, Alicent is still waiting for me." Within the Red Keep lies a garden adorned with towering cedar trees and low shrubs. On one side of a small wall stands a magnificent fishleaf tree, its vibrant red foliage a striking sight, while nearby, a grapevine hangs heavy with ripening fruit. Alicent, dressed in a simple, flowing gown, sits beneath the tree, savoring the unripe grapes with delight. "Did you not say you would wait for me to eat?" Robin inquired, crouching down. "One is my dearest friend, the other my husband. You both cross paths frequently, and I hope you can engage in a meaningful conversation." This was Alicent's way of offering a private moment for discussion. "Very well, Since my lady has spoken, let us converse. Robin leaned against the tree, idly toying with fallen leaves reminiscent of maple leaves from a previous life. I know my uncle is in your hands. How can you ensure his return? Rhaenyra spoke urgently. I have already presented terms to your father. If he refuses, there is little I can do. It must be that your demands are too steep. What are your conditions? Narrow sea, the right to coinage, Dorne. Any one of these would suffice for his release. Rhaenyra pondered. These decisions were beyond her purview, and even if they were not, she would not acquiesce. I am aware you have long desired a dragon egg. I can offer you one. Rhaenyra proposed her bargaining chip. I am not a fool like that Sea King. You are not suggesting a fossilized dragon egg, are you? Her disdain was evident, as if she could see through the ruse. Caught off guard, Rhaenyra felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. At that moment, Robin conceived a thought. Why not attempt to deceive Rhaenyra? There was little risk in trying, especially since dragon eggs were currently in Dragonstone. However, Rhaenyra's seemingly petulant demeanor had indeed thwarted some of Robin's schemes. If you were to give me a hatchable egg, not only could Demon return, but I could also assist your father in pacifying the stepstones. What a splendid arrangement that would be, would it not? You are merely dreaming, Rhaenyra retorted, hands on her hips. Then it appears there is nothing further to discuss. Shall we continue our conversation? Alicent ventured tentatively. Robin offered no reply, resolutely gathering his wife to depart. Rhaenyra, until this evening, Alicent said, winking as she turned away. Chapter 65. King's Landing. His Majesty the King enjoys good health, and Queen Aemma is to give birth during this tournament, a piece of news that bodes well for the stability of the realm. Even the resurgence of conflict in the Stepstones pales in comparison to this momentous event. At this time, nobles and lords flocked to King's Landing in droves. The streets of King's Landing, always bustling, are now teeming with nearly every thoroughfare filled. Mounted riders, two-wheeled carriages, single-wheeled carts, vendors herding cattle and sheep, merchants and travelers making their way to the capital, and hired knights abound. Pairs of gold-robed guards were ubiquitous, clad in black-ringed armor as they patrolled the streets and alleys, iron rods never leaving their grasp. The commander of the guard, Galvins, personally participated in the patrols, ensuring that any troublemakers were promptly detained, awaiting judgment after the conclusion of the martial competition. The 4 levels of dungeons were overcrowded with criminals seeking to instigate unrest, with most inmates curled up in their cells, resting. The prison warden under the Minister of Justice lamented whether all the scoundrels of King's Landing had been apprehended, as there was scarcely room for another soul. On the very first day of the martial tournament, even the interrogation level was teeming with offenders. The warden suggested releasing a batch of those with lesser charges to free up space, but Leonor refused, proposing instead to transfer some noble prisoners to the dungeons of the Red Keep for custody. In the textile street, exquisite brocades and silks were sold in rolls, while Flower Street saw bags of flour piled high in warehouses and shops. Guards stood vigil at every doorway, for during such times, spending a little to protect one's possessions was wise. Despite the gold-robed guards being deployed in multiple batches, any disturbances would ultimately require funds to manage. The most prosperous business belonged to the prostitutes of Silk Street, where even those of ordinary appearance dared to demand a silver stag for their services, while others charged exorbitant rates. The market was rife with unscrupulous traders, and the turbo-steam cargo ships were solely responsible for transporting goods across the sea. If someone was willing to pay, they would load the goods onto the ship, and once unloaded, they bore no responsibility. A vessel filled with 300 head of cattle could be emptied in a mere meal's time. Most of the goods, barring a few exceptions, were shipped from the nearby Crab Island Naval Base, with very short routes allowing the turbo steamers to make 8 round trips in a single day. The day after the new Sea Minister took office, he released the abandoned Crab Island and commenced the construction of defensive fortifications. This time, few opposed his establishment of a base in Blackwater Bay, and subsequently, he replenished the area with a substantial amount of finished goods from his consciousness space. Whether on Steel Street, Hook Alley, or Muddy Path, vendors sold meat skewers and ale. As these locations were closer to the Blackwater River tournament grounds than the King's Gate, the prices for food soared to 3 times their usual rates. While discarded offal and stale meat were devoured by the stray dogs, their bellies distended. Street vendors called out, peddling skewers of roasted lamb and fish. As the prices in King's Landing plummeted to levels reminiscent of 2 years ago, regardless of wealth, people seized the opportunity to stockpile goods, driven by whispers of uncertain origin and veracity. Cheap, unprocessed food would only be available during the tournament. Once it concluded, prices would revert, igniting the greed within many, who would not hesitate to mortgage their valuables and mansions. The operations of the Dragon Crystal Bank rapidly expanded in King's Landing. Fresh lamb, he called out loudly. for fresh meat was undeniably more delectable than that which had lingered overnight. Soon, passers-by were drawn in by the enticing aroma, snatching the delectable offerings before they could be fully displayed. For the common folk, the momentous events unfolding among the upper echelons of society often became the very subjects of their conversations over meals. Though the queen has yet to bear an heir, the murmurs among the populace have intensified. The predominant speculation revolves around the gender of the newborn prince and the timing of his arrival. Betting houses have even opened their books, prompting the gold cloaks to take swift action, apprehending offenders and confiscating funds. Such audacity in jesting about the Targaryens is utterly reckless. The gold cloaks, under Daemon's command, are seldom known for their restraint. They resort to brute force, dragging the offenders back to the dungeons only after their cries of despair echo through the streets. The commander of the city guard anticipates considerable turmoil in King's Landing during this period. At the royal council, he advises the king to dispatch a contingent of the royal knights to maintain order. The influx of people has far surpassed his expectations. Estimates suggest that the population could swell to a staggering 2 million. Even Robin, residing in a mansion by the old city gates, feels the commotion. To alleviate some of the strain on the city, he proposes that all who enter King's Landing must pay a tax. The elderly Earl of Bisbury, upon hearing this suggestion, suddenly brightens, though the king is concerned that such a measure might tarnish the upcoming tournament. However, upon seeing Otto's agreement, he relents, stipulating that the entry tax will only be in effect during the tournament and will be rescinded immediately afterward. In private, the Minister of Justice, Leonor, approaches Robin, urging that the ships transporting goods to Dragonstone should not dock at Blackwater Port, but instead at the coastline near Rosby. Robin readily agrees, to prevent any incidents of grounding. He personally funds the construction of 3 artificial floating bridges from wooden vessels. As for customs duties, he insists that the customs officers under the Treasury Minister's jurisdiction must board the ships to inspect them one by one, much to the elderly minister's vexation. What was initially intended to be a simple coordination for the tournament has now become a cumbersome task, uncertain how many discrepancies may arise in the process. These 2 measures yield immediate results, reducing the population movement in King's Landing by a third, gradually leading to a more stable situation. Chapter 66. The tournament at the Blackwater River Tournament Grounds. The royal tournament commences. The 7-tiered stands are already packed to capacity, with invited nobles eagerly anticipating the opening joust. The king, adorned in a golden crown and a black, red, and gold dragon robe, rises to address the crowd. Welcome, everyone. I understand that many of you have traveled from various corners of the kingdom to partake in this tournament, enduring long journeys. Rhaenyra, dressed in a dark red and gold dragon gown, discreetly makes her way to the front, taking a seat beside Alicent. The king notices his daughter's movement and pauses before continuing, but I assure you, this will be the grandest tournament in the annals of Westerosi history, and it will not disappoint. 800 valiant knights are poised to compete for the title of champion. Each knight is renowned for their prowess in battle, unmatched throughout history. This momentous day heralds many auspicious signs. I am delighted to share a piece of joyous news. Queen Aemma has begun her labor, and the venue resonates with fervent applause. Robin joins in the ovation, exclaiming, "The Knights of the Vale, unparalleled." He heartily congratulates the knights from the Vale below, as none can better represent the region than he. A quarter of the knights respond with equal fervor. The Knights of the Crown, equally unmatched. Rhaenyra leaps to her feet, greeted by an even more spirited cheer. Due to its proximity, a considerable number of knights from the Crownlands are present, while the Vale boasts a vibrant atmosphere fostered by the monthly tournaments held at Dragonstone, resulting in a significant number of knights being honored. Furthermore, the knights from the Riverlands add to the mix, with these 3 regions collectively accounting for half of all the competing knights. Turning to see his spot usurped, Robin resigns himself to standing behind his wife. What brings you here instead of assisting your mother? In truth, Robin seeks to divert her. I can do nothing there. As the competition approaches, his focus shifts to the arena. May the blessings of the 7 gods be bestowed upon all participants, proclaims Viserys, and 2 knights eagerly charge at their opponents. The first match features Ser Criston Cole, who unseats his adversary after 2 rounds. The defeated knight bears a crest depicting a fleet-footed hunter clad in green and red, belonging to House Tarly from the southern region of Hornhill. The victor rides to the stands, bows, and retreats. Who is he? Rhaenyra inquires, naturally familiar with House Tarly but curious about the winner. A knight of House Cole, Ser Criston Cole hails from the Stormlands and is quite formidable, often ranking in the top 10 at the tournaments of the 7. Allison explains, having frequently attended justs on Dragonstone in Robin's stead to present accolades to victors, thus becoming well acquainted with his sigil. I have never heard of House Cole, Rhaenyra remarks to her friend. The young squire who fell was betrothed to the daughter of Count Strickland, Allison recalls. It is the son of Count Mace Tyrell, she adds. Remembering some details about the family, noting that a member of House Tyrell once served as the Master of Laws at the Iron Throne, with Highgarden as their ancestral seat, facing the narrow sea and belonging to the Crownlands. Indeed, once he attains knighthood, he shall wed. Rhaenyra, well versed in the young knights of the realm, knows her father, Viserys, has been gathering information on noble heirs from various lords to secure a suitable match for his daughter. Their conversation flows intermittently. I suspect it will occur within a month or two. How do you know? Because Miss Erold's burgeoning belly can no longer be concealed, Rhaenyra says, reaching out to touch her friend's abdomen. Their laughter harmonizes, a shared moment of joy. Robin was deeply impressed by the victor, Criston Cole. The Sevens tournament in Longjing City had devolved into a chaotic battle of aberrations, and for a normal human to break into the top 10 was already quite commendable. He felt a sense of helplessness regarding the situation. After the first aberrant became wealthy in Longjing City, an increasing number of aberrants chose to settle there. Due to prior confrontations, Robin had forcibly nullified the outcomes of battles where he had been unhorsed, resulting in a more restrained approach from the participants thereafter. From his vantage point, Robin observed many knights ranking high in the Sevens tournament, harboring no expectations for this royal tournament, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The top 30 would likely be dominated by those individuals. Unless one could unseat them during ground combat, they stood no chance of victory while mounted, a fact he was acutely aware of, given that many aberrants held significant positions within his knightly order in the New World. A knight clad in black armor approached the stands, his visor raised to reveal a middle-aged man with graying facial hair. Princess Rhaenys Targaryen. I am here to request the token of the uncrowned queen. The father of Princess Rhaenys was Prince Aemon, the third son of King Jaehaerys, while her mother hailed from House Stark, Miss Jocelyn. Thus, Boros Baratheon and Princess Rhaenys shared a cousinly bond. And Boros expressed his dissatisfaction with her failure in the competition for the Iron Throne in this manner. Rhaenys rose, sharing a knowing smile with her royal cousin, who responded with a gracious smile in turn. Meanwhile, Corlys was engaged in naval combat at the Stepstones, and the situation appeared dire, reminiscent of the earlier plight faced by the Longjing fleet. However, the difference lay in the fact that the Sea Serpent steam warships numbered merely 10. A moment's carelessness could lead to a surprise attack. Currently, 3 ships had returned to the New World incapacitated for repairs, as only there were large dry docks capable of such work. Uncle, Robin waved at him, and Duke Boros Baratheon nodded in acknowledgement. Rhaenys placed a garland upon the lance, wishing her cousin good fortune. With such fortune bestowed upon me, victory is assured, he replied. Uncle, your luck seems rather lacking, Robin silently mused. Your focus should not only be on the knights atop their steeds, but also on the steed itself. His opponent bore a shield emblazoned with a multicolored horse upon a black stone, hailing from House Cook of Longjing City, one of the earliest families to receive knighthood in the region. Prime Minister Otto's gaunt face bore a solemn expression. After a moment, he turned to discreetly advise the king that, based on the earlier remarks, the Baratheon Duke ought to be reprimanded. Let him speak. It will not alter the line of succession. Let it be, the king replied, in good spirits, not taking the matter too seriously. He believed time would demonstrate that he, Viserys, would inherit the blessed legacy of Jaehaerys' kingdom well. Moreover, the recent votes at the Great Council had affirmed the support of the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. A few dissenters were to be expected, and were hardly worth the ire. Rhaenys, now seated again, suppressed her smile, interpreting the recent incident as a mere affirmation of herself, choosing not to take it seriously. The moment she grasped the stark disparity in the voting, she relinquished any claim to the Iron Throne without further ado. Is this your uncle? Rhaenyra inquired, referring to Robin's mother, whom she had assumed was from some obscure branch of the family, given that the former Moreno lands were utterly barren. Perhaps, in a moment of shared camaraderie, Robin suddenly thought of his father and promptly fell silent. Unaware of the underlying context, Rhaenyra leaned closer to Robin and remarked, he, like you, is quite audacious. She was no fool. The title of queen without a crown was far too overt. What are you two discussing? Allison asked, her curiosity piqued. She called me audacious, Robin replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Rhaenyra, Allison admonished, gripping her hand in exasperation. They were merely 15 or 16 years old, without any conflicting interests, and had grown up as friends. Despite her continuous efforts to mend their relationship, it appeared to yield little fruit. The competition has commenced, Rhaenyra said, abruptly steering the conversation, often feeling a tinge of guilt towards Alicent. A trip to Dragonstone would mark a significant milestone in her life, the root of all this. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic beating of drums resonated as the two knights charged forth. Bang! Mikakuk's performance remained unremarkable, yet unexpectedly. Duke Beaumont Baratheon was unseated in a single stroke during the first charge. Now, his legs seemed to have suffered a fracture. The lance slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, while he struggled to support himself with the scabbard of his sword, attempting to stand upright despite his painful limp. The eyes beneath his distorted helmet betrayed a mixture of embarrassment and irritation. Nonetheless, his posture remained dignified, and after a brief rest on the ground, he did not demand to continue the joust, instead signaling to two attendants to assist him off the field. As victory seemed assured, the crowd erupted in applause, including the king, who rose to his feet. The knights emerging from Dragonstone appeared rather lackluster, their sigils personally bestowed by the Lord of Dragonstone himself. What a disappointment. The knights from Dragonstone are rather unimpressive, Rhaenyra scoffed, seizing every opportunity to belittle Robin. Only Alicent looked at her husband with a puzzled expression. What is going on? An early exit? Have they forgotten the dazzling horsemanship of Dragonstone? Cough. Perhaps it's the unfamiliar terrain, Robin replied, feeling a bit awkward, managing to maintain his composure beneath the surface. The real issue was that he had not issued such an order. However, Alicent, never one to question her husband's judgment, considered that it made sense. The jousting on Dragonstone featured protective nets, which allowed for bolder maneuvers. After a moment, Robin discreetly beckoned his guard, Jorson, to his side. Inquire if this was his own decision, he instructed quietly. The Cook family, however, displayed a sense of propriety. Make a note of this. Do not publicly reward him, but consider offering him a discreet token of appreciation, he whispered. Beneath him, there are numerous vassals capable of combat, yet few possess the wit to be of true service. He recalls Mikey Cook, but the latter has not had the opportunity to prove himself through notable achievements. Furthermore, Mikey Cook is not a soldier under his command, but rather a vassal, making it difficult to bestow upon him a military position. Chapter 67. The birth of the Crown Prince. The tournament in the arena continues through several rounds, with a particularly intriguing match between Sir Criston and Sir Gawain Hightower. Despite Princess Alicent bestowing a wreath of blessings upon her brother, he is swiftly unseated. However, the luck of the enigmatic knight, Criston Cole, comes to an end as the professional knight, Hakon Graham from Dragonstone, re-enters the fray. Hakon, whose name signifies the chosen one in the common tongue, was originally known as Hakon Snow, a bastard from the north who honed his skills in equestrianism at Dragonstone, leading to his name change. It is rumored that his lineage has ties to the Starks. Most knights who make a name for themselves in the tournament possess unique abilities. And due to the proximity to the north, there is a prevalence of shapeshifters, granting them a significant advantage over ordinary riders. However, when faced with fellow shapeshifters, success relies solely on their own prowess, as only the most powerful can project their souls into animals. More often, they establish a connection with creatures, allowing the rider and steed to achieve a remarkable unity and execute extraordinary maneuvers. It seems my fortune has run its course, Sir Criston muses with a wry smile. He has a record of defeating shapeshifters, but those were merely novices from whom he accrued experience. Yet, he bears no trace of fear, his gaze fixed resolutely on his opponent. As the two steeds enter the arena, Hakon Graham's white warhorse stands patiently, awaiting commands, while Criston's black stallion is restless, pawing at the ground. Little black ball, how can one know without trying? The Cole family's crest is easily recognizable, featuring 10 black spheres against a vivid red background on their shield. This has earned him a nickname from the powerful knights, signifying their recognition of his strength, though it merely places him a notch above the average rider. Both knights raise their lances high, aiming at one another. The competition is intense, and a scholar approaches Prime Minister Otto, whispering something in his ear. Otto nods in understanding and discreetly relays the information to the engrossed king. The knights emerging from Dragonstone present a refreshing spectacle to the king. Apart from the first, each one easily defeats their adversaries, elevating the tournament's entertainment value. The king's expression shifts to one of anxiety, his spirits plummeting, and he loses interest, rising to exit the arena alongside the scholar. Robin notices the king's departure, and Otto gestures for him to follow. Alicent and Rhaenyra remain oblivious to the exit behind them, immersed in the excitement of the competition, sharing laughter and conversation. In the Maegor's holdfast, the queen's chambers, both the king and queen possess their own quarters, though Queen Emma often shares the king's bed. After all, How else could there be so many pregnancies and miscarriages over the span of a decade? The queen's chamber had transformed into a delivery room, where two handmaidens donned simple, yet striking crimson garments, their attire accented by modest overcoats. With hoods concealing their identities, they stood by, holding neatly folded bedding, their expressions tinged with trepidation and concern as the anguished cries of Queen Emma echoed through the air. Servants scurried back and forth, carrying vessels filled with blood. Silver tresses cascaded across the bed, and Emma's consciousness began to wane as the king hurried to her side. "What is happening?" he inquired. "Your Majesty, the fetus is in a breech position. All attempts to correct its position have failed, and now the queen lacks the strength to continue labor," Master Mailer reported urgently. "Wasn't the birthing manual followed meticulously? How could this happen?" "The gods often conjure unforeseen circumstances," replied the king, his gaze shifting between his wife and the scholar. "Do not merely stand by. Devise a solution. We have administered a considerable amount of poppy flower milk. Increasing the dosage poses a risk to the child. The queen is remarkably strong, but I fear it may not be enough," Mailer cautioned, sensing the king's rising anxiety. Emma, I am here. You will be fine." "It hurts so much. I do not wish to bear this any longer," Emma lamented, her resolve wavering as she began to utter nonsensical words. "You will be all right," was all the king could offer in consolation, feeling powerless to alter the course of events. Master Mailer led the king aside to discuss the ensuing course of action. Faced with a difficult delivery, a father sometimes must confront harrowing choices. "Speak plainly," the king urged. "Is it a matter of sacrificing one or facing a dual demise?" "The child may still possess a sliver of hope," Mailer articulated. In that moment, the king comprehended that a caesarean section was required to save the child. The birthing manual had briefly mentioned such a procedure, yet it lacked detailed guidance due to the era's limitations in antibacterial techniques and the risk of significant blood loss. Historical precedent loomed, for Elissa Valerian had once employed this method to deliver Duke Baemon Targaryen, Robin's uncle. Thus the feasibility remained high. "By the seven hells, Mailer, is it a boy?" Mailer urged the king to make a swift decision, for as time passed, their last resort might become futile. Turning repeatedly to the exhausted Emma, the king struggled to articulate his thoughts, his lips trembling and his eyes filled with guilt. "Can you ensure the child's safety?" he pressed, though Mailer dared not offer any guarantees. "Regardless, we must act immediately, or we shall be left to the mercy of the gods. Perhaps the Minister of Dragonstone could provide assistance. He is well versed in human anatomy, and the scholars have recently studied his methods. If we could have his guidance." In that moment, Mailer longed for someone of sufficient weight to share the burden and hastily sought to rally more individuals to their cause. "Where is he? Summon him at once," the king bellowed in frustration, his outburst drawing the attention of all present. Otto, surveying his surroundings with a sense of bewilderment, pondered the implications of the recent hints regarding a significant event. Observing individuals approaching, he questioned where they might be retreating to. Resolutely, he descended the staircase in search of his son-in-law. Meanwhile, Robin found himself at the base of the Maegor's hold, engaged in idle banter with the Kingsguard brothers. Alec and Eric, as he had not entered with the king, and without an invitation or directive, no one would permit him access to this private domain of the monarch. Could the king distinguish between the two of you? The king's safety primarily rested in the capable hands of Sir Lion Redwine and Sir Harold Wister. What criteria are employed in the selection of the Kingsguard? My lord, there are no absolute standards. It ultimately hinges on the king's personal discretion. Does that imply that a knight may suffice? Perhaps, but it is likely unacceptable, as it would tarnish the noble title of the White Knight. Oh, so, does that mean the king's will is paramount? The two Kingsguard exchanged glances, choosing not to engage further. Their foremost duty is to guard the king against harm and threats, to provide counsel when necessary, and to maintain silence when not required, awaiting the king's command while safeguarding his honor. Allow me to pose a hypothetical scenario. If two members of the Targaryen family were to undergo a trial by the Seven, would you, as proxy knights, be permitted to express your own will in choosing a side? My lord, such a situation is utterly improbable, the younger Eric interjected, unable to restrain himself. I merely speculated, Robin noted, observing Eric's distinctive curly beard, a feature that aided him in distinguishing between the twin brothers beyond their expressions. My lord, I implore you to refrain from further inquiries. Your swords, Robin, the king requests your presence. A voice echoed urgently from within the hall. It was Sir Lion Redwine, having discovered the key figures engaged in their playful banter below. Above, a momentous event that would determine the kingdom's fate was unfolding, leaving the venerable lord, who had witnessed Viserys' growth, nearly overwhelmed. Oh, I see, Let us continue this conversation another time. Robin, the king summons you. Sir Lion's voice was imbued with an undeniable urgency. Ah, very well, let us converse at a later date. Only then did Robin leisurely pivot, ascending the stairs at a measured pace. His nonchalance ignited a fire within Sir Lion Redwine, as everyone above awaited him with bated breath. Robin, the situation upstairs is exceedingly urgent. Forgive my impoliteness, but allow me to carry you up. The old lord could hardly contain his impatience. Confused, Robin pondered the sudden shift. Mere moments ago, they had barred his entry, and now they claimed an urgent need. Was this a jest at his expense? He scrutinized the elderly figure before him, a man in his twilight years, with white hair and beard, and felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of being carried. Jorson, Robin called softly. Understanding the cue, Jorson stepped forward, extending his arm. Utilizing Jorson's supportive grip, Robin quickened his pace, not due to an inability to walk, but rather to avoid exacerbating the pain in his chest caused by exertion. Sir Lionel Redwine observed from the sidelines, deeming the pace insufficiently swift. Without further ado, he approached and, alongside Jorson, almost hoisted Robin, hastening him upstairs with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, all individuals in the Queen's delivery room awaited his arrival, eager for Bachelor Melrose to elucidate the unforeseen complications. A breech presentation? Robin stepped forward to examine the Queen, who was drenched in sweat and resting with her eyes closed, and confirmed that the fetal position was indeed abnormal. Fortunately, there was no significant hemorrhage. We have attempted all the positional adjustments outlined in the manuals, Bachelor Melrose added. Thus, Robin's gaze fell upon the tray held by a nearby maid, upon which lay a dissection knife. Do you have any solutions? King Viserys inquired, his voice tinged with urgency and a hint of desperation. Robin's mind raced, contemplating how to maximize the benefits of this opportunity. Safely delivering the child was merely a trifling task for someone endowed with the capability of conscious space manipulation. Could he demand a dragon egg in exchange for saving the heir to the kingdom? Such a notion seemed impractical. What if the egg was non-viable, rendering his efforts futile? It appeared that his ambitions were becoming conspicuously transparent. He gestured for the king to step aside, away from the birthing bed. The right to mint coins, Robin murmured, presenting his terms. Are you confident in this? The urgency of the situation pressed heavily upon Viserys as he contemplated for a few breaths. More stable than your Iron Throne, Robin asserted decisively. No, let it be the dominion over Dorne. Release Prince Daemon immediately, and you must re-swear allegiance to me. Viserys attempted to negotiate. Very well, your majesty. Ponder it well, Robin replied, unhesitatingly striding towards the door. To seek such substantial concessions for nominal assistance was a fanciful notion indeed. Now that he had grasped the king's vulnerability, it was not Robin who was anxious. Wait, fine. Will both mother and child be safe? Viserys finally called out as Robin neared the threshold. Of course, in Dragonstone, we pride ourselves on integrity in business, Robin assured him, confident in his mastery of conscious space, the intricacies of which he had long since mastered. Viserys, preoccupied with the pressing situation, failed to discern the irony of the royal family's repudiation. Then, is it unnecessary to release Daemon? Viserys attempted to reduce his demands. Robin merely shook his head, unwavering. As Robin's foot hovered on the brink of descending the stairs, nearly out of sight, Viserys found himself compelled to yield. He remained oblivious to the arcane methods Robin possessed to ensure the safety of both mother and child. Yet he had no alternative. Ultimately, an agreement was reached. Robin's allegiance would henceforth be pledged to the newborn prince, Baelon Targaryen. However, an additional stipulation was imposed. The crown prince must survive until he could personally receive the oath of fealty from the Lord of Dragonstone. Otherwise, the prior commitments would be rendered null and void. In order to ensure the stability of the kingdom, Viserys had no choice but to accept the inevitable future of Dorne falling under the dominion of House Martell. Although he proclaimed himself the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms upon ascending the Iron Throne, the reality was that Dorne's relationship with King's Landing had always been tenuous at best. With scant tangible connections, and taxes from the southernmost region were virtually non-existent. Was this to be considered a reclamation of lost territory? Viserys consoled himself with this notion, fully aware that Robin's ambitions extended far beyond mere governance. However, the tumult of the future paled in comparison to the current heir's emergence. Thus, the nominal lord of the Seven Kingdoms and the de facto king of the Narrow Sea casually brokered a transaction, granting legitimacy to the Lord of Dragonstone's annexation of Dorne, fulfilling the uncompleted unification of Aegon the Conqueror. This rationale was indeed more compelling than the initial invasion of the Crownlands. Consequently, Dorne, which occupied nearly 1/8 of the landmass of Westeros, was on the brink of being engulfed in warfare, while its inhabitants continued their petty skirmishes, pillaging the richer, greener lands of the north and west. White drapes rose all around, shielding the birthing area from view. Robin commenced his task, a delicate knife poised between his fingers, as he extended his oiled hand to forcefully navigate the infant's posterior. Success. No, that was the male organ. Robin was momentarily startled, almost losing his composure. He now needed to locate the umbilical cord. If the connection remained intact, the consciousness would default to a singular entity, thereby engulfing the entirety of the being within. Meanwhile, the queen endured the agony of childbirth, her gaze fixed upon Robin's head, the only sight available to her from her current position. While she sensed his hand moving back and forth, King Viserys, anxious and eager to intervene, was repeatedly restrained by the steadfast Sir Josen. "Your Majesty, with all due respect, it would be wise not to look," Josen advised in a hushed tone. After a brief interlude, Robin withdrew his hand. In an instant, the infant transitioned from the womb to the ethereal realm and then to reality. However, the anticipated wailing did not ensue. The child remained hauntingly silent, appearing to be alive nonetheless. Robin remained unperturbed, having been a preterm infant himself. He had experienced the process of birth through the lens of adulthood and understood the source of the issue. He swiftly pried open the infant's mouth, discovering it obstructed by thick, dark green meconium. Queen Aemma, lying upon the birthing bed, felt an abrupt emptiness within her abdomen as the child was now in Robin's hands. The absence of the baby's cries plunged her into despair once more. Having faced numerous trials in childbirth without yielding a healthy heir, her emotional wounds had long been difficult to heal, and her spirit remained taut on the brink of collapse. At that moment, the overwhelming fatigue coupled with the resurgence of disappointment shattered her, causing her to faint instantly. Sighing softly, Robin observed the scene. With the smaller one still unaddressed, it seemed the larger one had succumbed to misfortune. This was unexpected. Upon reflection, there were no excess components removed. Amniotic fluid, placenta, child. He had not taken anything superfluous. "Very well, we may now unveil the drapery," he announced to those outside. "At present, Robin is rather occupied, as it is evident that the infant's respiratory passages have become obstructed. He must retrieve the blockage into the realm of consciousness." King Viserys, filled with impatience, bursts into the room, hastening towards Aemma and clasping her icy hand. Upon noticing the queen's stillness, he fears she may have perished, and sorrow instantly clouds his countenance. Meanwhile, Grand Maester Maloros has meticulously examined the queen several times, discovering no injuries to her abdomen. Although her breathing is faint, it remains steady. Drawing upon his extensive experience, he concludes that the weary pregnant woman is gradually recovering. "Your Majesty, rest assured, the queen has merely fainted from extreme exhaustion," the Grand Maester promptly reports. He then begins directing the nearby serving women to tend to the queen, ensuring her comfort and care. Aware of his previous shortcomings, he seeks to demonstrate the necessary professionalism in this moment of crisis. The king, upon hearing that the queen is unharmed, quickly conceals his distress and turns his attention to the long-awaited heir. "Your Majesty, you have arrived just in time." Robin looks up to see the king. "Please open his mouth, Your Majesty, and then take a deep breath." "Yes, just like that," Robin instructs the bewildered king. A few more times, with more force. Following Robin's guidance, the king draws a few breaths into the infant's mouth and nose. The baby, being small and with only a slight obstruction, finds his airways cleared after 3 or 4 repetitions from Viserys. Sensing the moment is right, Robin gently taps the soles and back of the infant. The tiny body, nestled within Robin's soft blanket, finally emits a resounding wail. Aegon Targaryen is born in the year 112 AC, embodying the hopes of the entire realm for peace and succession. Chapter 68. The coronation of the heir. A joyous announcement emerges from the Red Keep within King's Landing, prompting celebrations throughout the kingdom. After 10 months of pregnancy, Queen Aemma Arryn has given birth to a prince. On the day of his birth, all of King's Landing cheers for him, as he is the uncontested male heir to House Targaryen, the ruling family of Westeros. As the first in line for the Targaryen dynasty, Aemma Arryn's son enjoys the natural support of the Vale. His father, Viserys, remains vigilantly by his side, fearful of any harm befalling him, even neglecting to attend court meetings unless pressing matters require royal judgment. He feels a sense of indebtedness to Queen Aemma, often carving out time to be with her. During this period, all the nobles of the 7 kingdoms have come to see the heir, barely a month old. Periodically, various families send their congratulations accompanied by gifts such as golden swords, fine steeds, and wooden carvings. The most heartfelt gesture came from the various guardian families. particularly the Duchess Janie of Eagle's Nest, who led the way by gifting a magnificent wooden sculpture of a majestic eagle, large enough for an adult to climb upon and play with. Others followed suit, presenting representations such as golden lions, silver wolves, and crimson roses. Valerian contributed a historically significant model of the sea serpent sail warship. Prime Minister Otto bestowed a tome chronicling the history of the continent of Westeros, filled with numerous illustrations. A labor of love crafted by the scholars of the Citadel. Meanwhile, the tale of Robin's midwifery quickly morphed through oral tradition, distorting into absurd variations. In some ludicrous accounts, Robin merely flicked Berlan's backside, invoking the mercy of the Seven, after which the infant miraculously turned around on its own, possessing extraordinary powers. Other versions portrayed him as a saintly figure, effortlessly tugging the child into existence. This particular narrative tied to a casual conversation between Queen Emma and her daughter. Regardless, it was commonly acknowledged that the queen experienced a difficult labor, a fact confirmed by Maester Maloros, who recounted the event to the Citadel in its entirety. As for how the infant emerged during the queen's distress, he could not say. There were no wounds upon her, and her recovery was swift, ultimately attributed to the blessings of the Seven. Most regarded these stories as mere entertainment. It was well known that the Lord of Dragonstone once declared, while purging cultists, "I do not believe in the Seven, nor in the old gods. I believe in none. Those who reject my order shall learn to believe in the sun." This so-called belief in the sun referred to the merciless torture of exposure, where fate was left to the heavens. In summary, the Hand of the King in King's Landing was not only adept at waging war, but also possessed considerable knowledge in matters of procreation. The result was that Robin's sign manual of childbirth spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, further validated by the Citadel, and the recent events only solidified the author's authority, leading to increased sales. Nobles recognized that not only scholars could benefit from its teachings, the health tips within could also be of use to their own women. Thus, the newborn Targaryen child received a plethora of gifts, accumulating enough to host an exhibition of the heraldry of the Seven Kingdoms. Among the presents Robin sent were colorful, freely assembled building blocks, capable of constructing various castles, an innovative product from Dragonstone, which displeased the king, as it bore no trace of the Morenos and was merely an advertisement for Berlan. In the council chamber, as dusk approached, Robin strolled leisurely into the hall. Noticing that all the lords had gathered, with the attendance ball on the table showing only his name, all eyes turned towards him. King Viserys was resplendently attired, while Queen Emma donned an opulent silver gown, her silvery hair cascading gracefully around her slender waist. She sat near the king's left hand, participating in this council. Much to Robin's bewilderment, had Corlys suffered a defeat? He speculated aloud as he took his designated seat, awaiting the king's announcement. Since learning that Robin had saved her mother, Rhaenyra's demeanor towards him had softened. She respectfully poured him a glass of lemonade before returning to her place to summarize the proceedings of the council, taking on the dual role of both cupbearer and recorder. The council convened before the king regarding matters pertaining to the crown prince. The king glanced at the queen and then at Lord Robin, the master of ships, nodding slightly before candidly stating, "I intend to formally establish Baelor as the heir following the conclusion of the tournament, taking advantage of the lords gathered in King's Landing." "Tomorrow?" Robin inquired. "Indeed." Queen Emma affirmed on behalf of her husband. "This is your undisputed heir. Although it seems rather hasty, the timing is indeed fortuitous," spoke Otto, the king's trusted advisor. Surveying the room, it was evident that this council was convened specifically for the king's declaration. "Is there no concern regarding the state's finances?" Robin posed to the chancellor, subtly indicating to the king that this was not what had been previously agreed upon. Initially, it was stated that the heir would come of age, and now it was being advanced by 14 years. "I refuse. It is merely a ceremony of fealty, a banquet," Otto continued, but Robin interjected. "The Duchess of Eagle's Nest is also present in King's Landing, and the Vale is in strong support." Those in attendance clearly understood Robin's refusal to pledge allegiance to the crown prince. However, this was entirely reasonable, as Dragonstone belonged to the Vale. Yet Robin had not yet traveled to Eagle's Nest to swear fealty to the Duchess. Queen Emma exchanged a knowing glance with Viserys, seemingly anticipating this moment, and gestured for Otto to speak. In the interest of maintaining stability within the realm, the absence of the master of ships would be a great regret to the populace. "And what of my interests?" Robin queried. "Your Majesty, in recent years, the borders have faced repeated incursions that have left countless citizens of the Reach displaced. During the conflict on the Stepstones, Count Corlys discovered that numerous Dornishmen masquerading as pirates ravaged passing vessels." Otto began. laying the groundwork for the king's forthcoming declarations regarding maritime affairs. To ensure the kingdom's stability and peace at sea, Dorne can no longer govern itself. Should we neglect this, the savage serpents will spread inland, exacerbating the chaos. After delivering his statement, Viserys rose, followed closely by the queen. Otto quickly stood as well. Along with the Minister of Justice, the commander of the City Watch, the Chancellor, the Maester, and the Master of Ships, all rising in unison. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified. I have decided, in the name of the Iron Throne, to fulfill the unfinished business of our ancestors regarding unification. The navies of the 6 kingdoms and the royal fleet shall be placed under the command of the Master of Ships, recruiting knights and lords from across the realm to achieve the unification of Westeros. Viserys' voice resonated throughout the silent hall. Regarding the conquest of Dorne, only Otto was not taken aback, as he had already conferred with the king about this urgent council, and his counsel was to fully support the war. Old Town is in close proximity to the Dornish borders, and the Hightower family harbors a deep disdain for them. An offensive against Dorne would garner considerable support from many lords, particularly from House Tyrell, the Wardens of the South. In order to allay the king's concerns, Prime Minister Otto remarked that the worst outcome would merely be a setback in the land assault on Dorne, which would ultimately reduce it to scorched earth, thereby benefiting the Targaryen reign. At this moment, the ministers present exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief in the eyes of the other. They had not anticipated that the indecisive king would muster the courage to declare war. Prior to this, the king had privately summoned ministers to consult on matters concerning Dorne, and each had responded according to their own interpretations. Robin's greatest hope for the royal family was to provide a pretext for military intervention. He was taken aback by the king's magnanimity in allowing him to mobilize naval forces from various territories. Though this collective force amounted to less than a fifth the size of the Dragonstone fleet, it marked a unified campaign. While a single family's involvement might be branded as an act of aggression, the actions of a coalition would bear an entirely different significance, embodying a just cause. By your command, your majesty, as you wish, the lands of Dorne shall honor the 7, and the history of every castle within the desert shall commemorate this momentous occasion. The unifier of the realm, Aegon I Targaryen. As the Lord of Dragonstone and head of House Morena, Robin bowed slightly once more, then fervently pledged. Dragonstone is renowned for its integrity, for it is as vital as our very lives. I, Balon Targaryen, vow to eternally defend his rightful place, regardless of what the future may hold. Having secured what he sought, Robin did not hesitate to extol the virtues of the king. Chapter 69, Prince of Dragonstone soon. The night passed, and the month-long tournament concluded in the morning, coinciding with the birth of the prince nearly a month ago. In the throne room, at noon, Aegon I Targaryen, adorned with a golden crown and cloaked in a black fur garment embroidered with intricate golden patterns depicting the iconic 3-headed dragon of House Targaryen, sat upon the Iron Throne. He held the ancestral sword, Blackfire, with an imposing gaze fixed upon those below, the atmosphere in the hall suffused with tension and solemnity. Before the 4 Kings Guard, a silver-haired woman cradled the quiet heir, Balon, as she stood on the steps before the Iron Throne, her back to the forest of gleaming blades. Perched upon her shoulder was a small black dragon. She faced the approaching guests and vassals with a smile. Queen Aemma beamed at the multitude of prominent nobles from across the 7 kingdoms gathered below, with many lesser lords waiting outside the throne room, having filled the stairs flanking the hall. Just yesterday, the dragon egg nestled in Balon's cradle had successfully hatched, and it was named Balerion. The king announced this delightful news to all present. It was a splendid beginning, and the courtiers erupted into applause. As the hatchling had seen Queen Aemma first upon its birth, her Targaryen blood instilled an innate affinity within the dragon, causing Balerion to accept Aemma without reserve. Subsequently, the king began to address those on the list, starting with Lord Robin Morena. At the forefront of the Iron Throne's council, standing closest to Queen Aemma, the brown-haired Master of Ships donned the blue attire of his house, adorned with a Valyrian steel sword, exuding an air of youthful composure. The king's meticulous efforts were evident. It was only fitting that he stood at the head of the assembly, the first to rise and take his oath, a position beyond question. Beside him stood his wife, Alicent Hightower, clad in a simple light blue gown, her figure showing little change after a month. He then stepped forth from the crowd into the grand aisle of the throne room, kneeling on one knee. I, Robin Morena, Count of Morena and Lord of Dragonstone, pledge my loyalty to Aegon I and his designated heir, Prince Balon Targaryen. I vow to defend the rightful claim of Prince Balon to the Iron Throne, with the oaths witnessed by the guardians of the realms. Robin's pledge was limited to this. As long as there were no disputes regarding succession, Dragonstone would remain uninvolved. As a powerful lord under the king of Westeros, the weight of his words carried significant authority. Robin cast a glance at King Viserys upon the Iron Throne, then rose to acknowledge Queen Aemma with a courteous nod, taking a moment to observe the young dragon closely. Lord Robin Morena, there is no need for excessive formality. We are indeed grateful for your assistance, Aemma replied. In a surprising yet anticipated turn of events, the queen publicly recognized Robin as Baelin's adoptive father, catching him off guard. He glanced at the king, his expression a blend of surprise and acceptance. Recognizing the advantages this new title would afford him, he embraced the role, laughing heartily as he playfully pinched young Baelin's cheek before rejoining the ranks of the council. Upon returning to the assembly, Robin maintained a tranquil demeanor, disregarding the murmurs of congratulations that likely followed him. The distance from the throne to the assembly was considerable, and King Viserys remained unaware of the discussions below, soon clearing his throat to signal Otto to continue. Next to take the stage was Boros Baratheon, Duke of Storm's End, who ostensibly commanded the second strongest military force in the realm. Thanks to the resources of Dragonstone, he boasted a formidable Storm Knights brigade of 3,000 men, along with 3 steam-powered warships. Not everyone could afford a professional army. Robin was privileged to sustain Dragonstone with his conscious realm, while Storm's End relied on taxation. Given the productivity levels of the medieval era, the Storm Knights represented a vast military formation, capable of expanding their ranks 3- or 4-fold at the onset of war. I, Baelon Targaryen, Lord of Storm's End and head of House Targaryen, do solemnly swear, in the name of the 7 gods, my unwavering loyalty to King Viserys. I, Rickon Stark, Lord of Winterfell, alongside the other lords, approached one by one to kneel and make my vow. After each lord rose, Queen Aemma would turn aside, allowing the oath-takers to behold their protector. However, most of the lords were captivated by Balerion. The entire swearing-in process proceeded seamlessly, with Baelon remaining remarkably composed and quiet. Interestingly, Otto, as Hand of the King, also partook in the Oath of Fealty. The last minor noble from the royal hall hurried in, marking the ceremony's conclusion. I, Viserys Targaryen I, King of the Undulls, Rhoynar, and First Men, Sovereign of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, was duly established. Baelon Targaryen was named Prince of Dragonstone and heir to the Iron Throne. Subsequently, all nobles bowed in respect and acknowledgement. At that moment, Viserys' long ceremony of appointing an heir finally reached its end. My lords, a grand celebration will soon take place in the Godswood. Chapter 70. Conversation. Robin harbored a distinct aversion to the Godswood within the Red Keep, as he perpetually felt the faces carved into the weirwood gazing down upon him. Born on the Fingers, he was accustomed to managing affairs amidst the howling sea winds. The Fingers extend into the Vale, and beyond the Bight lies the sparsely populated north. There, the chimneys of workshops once exhaled white smoke day and night, while the constables, donned in white linen, patrolled with regularity. The cacophonous cawing of crows would flock by in the evening, and the fish lamps burned throughout the night along the roads. King's Landing presented a stark contrast. A sprawling metropolis, yet devoid of planning, with red-roofed houses sprouting chaotically. Even on the designated thoroughfares, nobles required whips to clear their path, while families in the flea-infested quarters replicated products from Dragonstone. The gap between the affluent and the impoverished was vast, with social mobility exceedingly arduous, a stagnant pool of despair. Robin knew he could find Alicent here. She enjoyed reading beneath the trees. Though she had lived in Dragonstone for merely 2 years, she had spent over a decade growing up in the Red Keep. Dappled sunlight danced upon her chestnut hair, and the rustle of her fingers against the pages filled the air. She lifted her gaze to meet his. Robin, she inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Has the council concluded so early? Today's meeting finished remarkably quickly. It was merely a discussion regarding expenditures. Ser Lyman expressed that he would not part with a single copper. He approached and sat on the grass, wrapping his arm around her shoulders as they leaned against the weirwood. That must surely be the king's intention. She perceptively sensed her husband's discontent, but chose to disregard it. Must we truly instigate war? Beyond Dragonstone, no one desires conflict. Alicent felt perplexed. Peace had reigned in the kingdom for too long, and the sudden declaration of war against Dorne felt utterly abrupt. The primary channel for advancement in Longjing City is through military achievements. Without a few notable victories, the commander of the knights and the army on the training island are berating the incompetence of the Longjing fleet. After years of stagnation in the Stone Steppe Islands, many seasoned knights and soldiers from the training island have long since retired. Too many believe you could become another Rhaegar. Aegon I was far more decisive. He has overestimated himself. Robin smiled and asked, Does anyone truly believe I would usurp the Iron Throne? Do you? What does your father say? Robin removed the cold silver badge of the Minister of Maritime Affairs from her chest, examining the metal. We do not possess dragons. Alicent mused aloud. Dragons bring the Targaryens closer to divinity. The world has witnessed their might, and none wish to stand against them. Robin shook her head. In truth, there are certain things I must do, for the sake of our family's legacy. Why? She inquired. Is your insatiable desire for land typical of men? The possession of vast territories is a significant emblem of noble identity and status. The scale and quality of the land often correlate with a noble's rank and prestige. More and better land signifies a higher social standing and greater influence. Alicent's education has been one of genteel upbringing, intended to marry a lord and manage his castle. She has long held a poor impression of Dorne, a land filled with deserts and heat, where fresh water is worth its weight in gold. What purpose would there be in conquering such a place? Moreover, it is too distant from Longjing City, separated by the narrow sea. Robin furrowed his brow. It is not that I covet that land. Shifting the topic, he asked, do you know the saying of House Stark? Winter is coming. Alicent closed her book, questioning indeed. Yes. Robin nodded. It is the motto of House Stark. Every noble family has its own adage, though theirs is somewhat peculiar. What relevance does it have to us? Alicent understood that family mottos are typically passed down through generations, serving as guiding principles or measures of conduct, often reflecting honor, loyalty, faith, and courage. House Stark's is uniquely different. After a moment, he spoke again. There are matters I wish to discuss once you bear a child. Since you are curious, I shall reveal them today. What? Alicent asked, her face alight with anticipation. This world is on the brink of calamity. It is not as we perceive. A disaster looms over all living beings. He stated with grave seriousness. Is it the cold winter? She blurted out. In Alicent's understanding, the most recent winter occurred between 59 AC and 60 AC, accompanied by plague and trembling sickness. But what relevance does this have to Dorne? Not that. Are you aware of the White Walkers? The White Walkers beyond the wall. You've heard too many tales from your old nurse. The White Walkers, like the children of the forest, have been absent for over 8,000 years. Scholars would assert they never existed. No living soul has ever seen them, Alicent responded lightly. Though a sense of dread crept in, yet she observed her husband's expression was no jest. Robin comforted her, assuring her that there was no need for fear, for he was present. Earlier that morning, he had glimpsed the ancestral prophecy passed down from Aegon, inscribed upon the Valyrian dagger of House Targaryen. Holding Alicent's hand, Robin explained, this war is merely the beginning. To be candid, I harbor no grand ambitions. If it were my choice, I would gladly remain in my castle of Dragonstone, quietly fulfilling my duties as a lord, raising our children. However, my dear, the world is not static. Sometimes, great power breeds apprehension and is perceived as a threat. Their gazes met, and Robin continued, is this news indeed true? The records from the Citadel mention that Dragonstone possesses the ability to counter the White Walkers. I believe these claims are not unfounded. The lands of eternal winter remain a mystery, with scant information available. Nevertheless, there is no need to dwell on it. I shall manage this impending calamity. The title bestowed upon me, Lord of Dragonstone, is it a design of these elusive deities? At times, I ponder if I have arrived in this world bearing a certain purpose. He found himself somewhat persuaded by the words of the witches of Dragonstone, believing his destiny was gradually aligning with the prophecy. When the time is ripe, I shall lead our forces northward, regardless of what calamity lurks beyond the wall. I must ascertain the truth. Contemplating the pale bark of the heart tree and its russet eyes, his thoughts grew profound. What purpose does an assault on Dorne serve now? Alicent inquired. The Bloodgate stands tall and solitary, fortified by the naval power of Dragonstone. I comprehend your concerns, yet I remain uneasy. I require a buffer zone. Until we have encountered the White Walkers, all remains conjecture. Their arrival will undoubtedly usher in a harsh winter, and Dragonstone lies perilously close to the north. I am certain that this king will likely expend a portion of Dragonstone's strength before the calamity strikes. Dorne's deserts are encircled by mountains, making it difficult for the White Walkers to traverse. At worst, we could retreat by ship to Essos. Alicent nodded. I understand your thoughts, but can we truly conquer Dorne? She asked, worry etched upon her features. It is land that even Aegon could not subdue. If necessary, I shall intervene. I have reviewed the operational plans from the general staff. They remain viable. Is there anything I can do? Alicent inquired, seeking the support of her family. Robin gazed tenderly at her for a long moment. Then please, help me by bearing a son. She nodded, a smile blossoming upon her face. I am quite serious. He added, genuinely wishing for her to share some of the burdens he bore. If you wish to assist me, then please oversee the trade of Dragonstone. If you encounter any uncertainties, consult Scholar Oliver. He understands my methods. I must focus my energies on military matters. Alicent nodded in agreement. She truly wished she could share her current joy with Rhaenyra. At last, she had a role that was not so tedious. Previously, she had followed Eleanor in the drudgery of tax auditing, a task she detested, facing an endless procession of numbers and unending bills. Since arriving in King's Landing, her responsibilities had been limited to coordinating the tax affairs between Dragonstone and King's Landing, a workload that had become significantly less monotonous, requiring her to verify only 30 pages each day. Have you chosen a name for the child? If it is a boy, he shall be named Kale. If a girl, then Eliania. The former signifies formidable strength, while the latter embodies the noble lineage of eternal legacy. Chapter 71. Dorne Merry. Robin sat at the head of the dining table, as the morning sun streamed through the castle windows, illuminating the tranquil dining hall. Beside him on the left was a young girl named Alicent, with cascading brown hair, indulging in her breakfast. The table was adorned with honeyed caviar, eggs, white bread, biscuits, milk, coconut juice, and creamy corn soup, along with blackberry jam. Opposite Alicent sat another girl with chestnut hair cropped at the neck. "So, you came alone?" Merry remarked, observing that although Daenerys's hair had yet to regain its original state after such a lengthy period, it now bore the semblance of a young lady. The girl dipped a piece of bread into the caviar and took a bite, her cheeks puffed out. "I arrived with the fleet." "Oh, it was quite safe all the way. When I tied my hair on the road, those guards stared at me for quite some time, calling me Lord Robin." Merry pulled a face. Lord Robin, she mimicked in a peculiar tone. "That was the city guard," Robin noted, sensing the penetrating gaze of his brother upon her, his expression stern. "I informed my mother before my departure. She is aware of my arrival." Robin chuckled helplessly and patted her head. "That was a notification, was it?" "Merry, King's Landing is not as secure as Dragonstone. Those who wish to assassinate me have likely already set out. In a few days, I shall send you back." "Please, no. You cannot protect me forever," she protested. "Next, I must attend to maritime affairs across the 7 kingdoms, a vast sea, a desert, one war-torn land, and another on the brink of conflict." Robin disregarded her, knowing that in the forthcoming Battle of Dorne, the Dornish would undoubtedly resort to extreme measures for revenge and assassination. "Sister-in-law." Merry's gaze shifted to Alicent. "Then I shall move to Prime Minister Tower. Let Merry sleep with me." "Haven't you always wanted me to stay in the Red Keep?" Alicent suggested, recognizing that the mansion at the Old City Gate was far less secure than the Red Keep. Robin had repeatedly advised her against shuttling between the two locations. "Very well, I agree," he said. "What about your studies?" Robin countered. She shrugged. "But I still have swordsmanship lessons. I can ask Master Brian to teach me." "What of your academic studies?" "My sister-in-law can teach me. She is too busy." "Please, my dear sister-in-law." Merry darted to Alicent, embracing her from behind, resting her head on her shoulder in a bid for affection. "I am available," Alicent replied. "You have quite the initiative." Robin nodded, acknowledging that the Red Keep, fortified by walls and guarded by sufficient soldiers, posed minimal concern for safety. He observed as Alicent and Merry engaged in light-hearted conversation. Several months have swiftly passed, and it has been half a year since the Prince's tournament. In the year 113 of the Egon calendar, the morning dawns bright and sunny, the sunlight piercing enough to cause one to squint while gazing into the distance from atop a steed. The iron gates of Juneland City, which once welcomed Robin into the city, now stand as a majestic farewell to the soldiers preparing to embark on their expedition. The sound of steam vessels, both warships and cargo ships, carrying provisions, warhorses, and troops, echoes as they depart from Blackwater Bay. 7 dragon crystal fleets escorting 300 merchant ships officially head south, and from above, the steam rising creates a misty veil over the bay. A company of knights adorned in splendid black lacquered armor arrives at the city's edge, halting their steeds. At the forefront rides a youthful knight draped in black, a metallic insignia of a warship pinned to his left breast, his demeanor as serious as ever. This knight is none other than Count Robin Morena of Dragon Crystal City. The royal ministers and the lords of the realm stand by the riverbank, watching the ceaseless departure of the warships, their hearts filled with envy, sorrow, and reflection. Robin recalls the last farewell during the assault on Bravos, yet this time he embarks under a different guise, as a guardian of the 7 realms, initiating a campaign of unprecedented scale, surpassing any battle ever waged on the continent of Westeros. The coalition of 6 kingdoms, numbering nearly 120,000, sets forth to reclaim Dorne. while only 30,000 knights from the realm are gathered here, the majority being provisions for sustenance. One cannot help but marvel at the Lord's swift response. From the conscription and training of soldiers to the commencement of action, a full 6 months have elapsed. After deliberation among the Iron Throne and the Royal Council, the command of the mobilized soldiers is entrusted to their lords, with the cities conquered divided according to their contributions. Thus, all the lords willingly recruit more troops. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for the realm to muster 30,000 soldiers for the expedition. This urgency arises from Dragon Crystal City's preparations for a campaign deep into the desert, prompting the king to issue a royal decree, ensuring that Dragon Crystal City does not monopolize the entirety of Dorne's territory. It is worth noting the ruthless yet effective methods employed for the relocation of the population from Dragon Crystal City, with 300,000 individuals evacuated over the span of 6 months, significantly diminishing resistance. Similar to the previous conflicts in Dorne, both commoners and nobles alike have resolutely opposed the incursions by Dragon Crystal City under the Targaryen banner. After incurring minor losses, the coastline of Dorne has been thoroughly secured by the soldiers of Dragon Crystal City, with fortresses such as Lemon Grove, Sunspear, and Tullius, those closest to the shoreline, completely occupied. Predictably, only the elderly, the weak, and women and children remain within the cities. The command staff had long prepared for this scenario, ensuring that all remaining inhabitants are transported to a small island in the Stepstone Archipelago, fully clearing the desert of its populace. Numerous letters dispatched from the border regions implored their recipients to surrender. The protracted and bloody conflict between Sunspear City and the High Court had carved a profound chasm. As the allied forces of the High Court, well versed in the Prince's Pass, assured that should they capitulate, the merciful king would not strip their families of their dominion over their ancestral castles. Consequently, the city of Blamont, situated near Prince's Pass, was the first to yield. Witnessing the insidious strategy behind the depopulation of Dragon Crystal City, they gradually occupied all habitable territories, indiscriminately capturing anyone suspected of resistance, transforming coastal villages into desolate ghost towns, and annihilating all accessible water sources and food supplies. A vast vacuum began to spread into the heartland, methodically fortified with immense resources to sustain the soldiers. The Dornish were perplexed. Despite their affluence, why would they covet the land upon which others relied for survival? With the Prince's Pass now wide open, the River Bay Coalition formally besieged High Hidden City. Capturing this stronghold would enable them to collaborate with external forces to assault the Dragon Crystal City soldiers at Starfall, thereby completely severing Dorne's connections to the outside world, alleviating the burden of transporting vast supplies through Prince's Pass, as maritime resupply proved far more convenient and abundant than overland routes. Not all military engagements unfolded smoothly. A contingent of 3,000 from Dragon Crystal City recklessly advanced and fell into an ambush, suffering catastrophic losses before reinforcements could arrive. The Dornish were adept at employing poison, where even minor wounds could prove fatal. However, this ambush cost Prince Dorne a significant number of elite soldiers, most of whom perished under a hail of crossbow bolts during the charge, had it not been for the depletion of their arrows. Prince Dorne's leading charge would have ignited the courage of his men, and it was through close-quarters combat resulting in mutual destruction that they achieved some measure of success. Following this battle, Prince Dorne placed a bounty on the head of the Moreno family, particularly after Robin learned that the price for his head was merely 10,000 golden dragons. He promptly offered a tenfold reward for both his adversary's head and for resolute resistors. Prince Dorne's promise of reward may not be easily fulfilled, as he himself was elusive, making it difficult to claim the bounty. However, presenting Prince Dorne's head in King's Landing would certainly yield the promised reward. For Robin's accrued reputation over the years was not without merit. Estimating Dorne's population at approximately 1.7 million, Robin recognized the limited availability of habitable land, and thus commanded his forces to scour the populace along the water sources. The three-headed red dragon banner fluttered atop the city walls, while ships bore the emblems of various houses. News of successful engagements bolstered the morale of the coalition, as they encountered far fewer losses than anticipated, invigorating all to rush to the battlefield. Chapter 72. Sunspear City. Sunspear City comprises Shadow City, Sandship Fort, and the triple curved walls. It is situated at the easternmost tip of a sandy peninsula, surrounded on 3 sides by the sea, with Shadow City directly to the west. The triple curved walls encircle the fortress, winding through Shadow City itself. The sequentially arranged triple gates provide a direct passage to the inner city. Visitors can traverse the triple curved walls to reach the old palace without the need to navigate the labyrinthine town for miles. The Long Spear Tower and the Sun Tower rise majestically from the old palace, symbolizing the might of House Martell's spears and the brilliance of House Dane's sun. The dark brown sandcastle, originally the ancestral fortress of House Martell before Nymeria's landing in Dorne, has now become a part of Sunspear. Its structure resembles a grand sailing ship, transformed into stone and cast ashore. Today, the entire city lies in ruins, as the Dragonstone fleet launches its assault according to the strategic plans of the command. 300 turbo-steam cargo vessels are equipped with catapults, relentlessly bombarding the fortress day and night. The Dragonstone soldiers have dubbed this offensive Black Rain, as massive black orbs of Dragonstone, larger than round shields, plummet from the sky. The terrifying kinetic energy combined with gravitational potential creates breaches in the castle with each strike. Upon impact, the Dragonstone orbs disintegrate into dust and debris, enveloping Sunspear in a cloud of smoke. After 7 days of bombardment, a segment of the triple-curved wall has been flattened into a straight line, diminishing the wall's defensive advantage by half, allowing the assault to reach the old palace directly. The 1st Infantry Division of Dragonstone embarks on a systematic siege of the old palace, capturing 700 individuals while leaving 300 to escort them. The remaining 3,000 begin their grim task. The method of marking the enemy corpses with imprints and numbers is a hallmark of Dragonstone's military achievements, to be verified by designated personnel later. During wartime, all commanders endeavor to accept defensive assignments, while those responsible for combat operations must consider that the enemy's corpses represent the currency of class ascension. The number of kills attributed to each squad is distributed among its members, and the squad leader possesses the authority to select soldiers from the recruits. Every month, physical fitness, reflexes, and endurance tests are administered, with the top performers quickly chosen, while the rest endure repeated training. If after 3 attempts a recruit remains unsought by any squad leader, they are forcibly removed from the recruits, their worth reduced to mere silver stags, equivalent to their wages. It is common for a squad to consist solely of individuals from a specific region, yet the entire infantry division maintains diversity, as squad leader positions are balanced by the command. Locals from the Fingers Peninsula, Northerners, Vale folk, Dothraki, citizens of King's Landing, and Riverland's inhabitants are evenly distributed, with Dothraki being scarce, as many are selected by the heavy cavalry due to their upbringing on horseback. The heavy cavalry is still adrift at sea. The Spear Tower has been shattered, while the Sun Tower, with its sturdy circular structure, is riddled with countless pits and debris. The 2nd Infantry Division is tasked with the primary assault on the old palace, borrowing all crossbows from the 1st Infantry Division. 2,000 crossbows unleash 3 million arrows in an afternoon to suppress the defending forces. Ultimately, before sunset, they secure victory over Sunspear. The first stronghold has been officially captured, with a substantial amount of supplies and fresh water unloaded by the sailors into the city. 2 infantry regiments, totaling 10,000 men, continue to purge the enemies outside the city while escorting civilians, with the nobles being separated and sent to King's Landing. The 1st Infantry Regiment discovered that the Shadow City outside Sunspear had also been vacated, and none of those remaining could divulge the whereabouts of the Dornish lords and princess. They believed they could replicate the conquests of years past, with Dorne remaining under Dornish control. However, the Dornish were mistaken. Upon learning of this in King's Landing, Robin's response was to spare no effort in evacuating the entire population, transporting them all to the islands of the Stepstones for confinement, ensuring their survival conditions as they would serve a purpose for him. The 2nd Infantry Regiment advanced towards the private residence of the Prince of Dorne, the Water Gardens, located 3 leagues west of Sunspear along the beach, separated by a coastal road. Unexpectedly, they encountered no resistance there. The complete defensive structures and residences remained intact, but only women and children were left inside. 2 days later, in the afternoon, the shores of Dorne were crowded with people, mostly refugees driven from their homes by the soldiers of Dragonstone. Their abodes had been razed, their wealth plundered, forcing them to flee as if herded like swine onto steam turbine cargo ships, bound for a desolate island 30 leagues from Sunspear, part of the Stepstones. Such scenes unfolded throughout Dorne for a year, with the number of Dornish needing transportation dwindling, as the outcome of the war became inevitable. In July of AC 113, King's Landing, the Royal Council convened. Sir Lion, once a formidable captain of the King's Guard, had recently fallen ill. May he rest in peace, the king reminisced. Indeed, your majesty. We found him passing peacefully in his dreams, Otto replied. Rhaenyra Targaryen was dutifully performing her role as cupbearer, attired in an elegant cream-colored gown. The Silent Sisters had begun preparing his body. The successor to the captaincy is Sir Harold, and we hope to confirm an appointment soon to fill the void left by Sir Lyon's passing. Are there sufficient candidates? The king inquired casually. Your Majesty, the talents of Westeros are innumerable. The King's Guard will soon be fully restored to 7 members, Otto assured. Thank you, my lords. I have invited several distinguished candidates, all of whom have passed fair assessments, Sir Harold responded. Otto nodded in acknowledgement. Robin rose to report to the council and the king on the state of the war. As this conquest was undertaken in the name of House Targaryen, for which he bore full responsibility. Naturally, he would provide updates on the latest developments, all of which bore favorable tidings. The war in Dorne was nearing its conclusion, although the prince and princess, along with their followers, were still plotting attacks. I anticipate it will come to an end within the next 6 months. It is merely a game of cat and mouse. The prey is already ensnared, and it is only a matter of time. This is very good. The king nodded, fully aware of the ongoing military developments in Dorne over the past year. The Lord of the Navy had not succumbed to the conqueror's quandary, advancing steadily with methodical precision. The immense demand for war supplies had invigorated the economy of Westeros, allowing the kingdom to swiftly repay the gold dragon loans borrowed for the prince's tournament. There was a matter concerning the Targaryens. Robin produced a letter, gesturing for Rhaenyra to present it to the king. A noble from Dorne, weary of a life of hiding, had voluntarily surrendered and divulged certain secrets. Under his guidance, the 1st Infantry Corps excavated the desert outside Sunspear, unearthing over 3,000 skeletons in 2 months, ultimately discovering the most significant one. Scholars preliminarily deduced from the markings on the bones that the deceased had endured excruciating torment before succumbing. The leader of this venture belonged to the House of Euler, and the remains identified were those of Rhaenys Targaryen, the wife of the conqueror Aegon. Given the gravity of the situation, it was far beyond the scope of a mere infantry commander. Viserys quietly perused the letter detailing the confessions of House Euler and the scholar's conjectures, his expression darkening with fury. Dorne was not merely home to venomous snakes, but also to a cadre of liars deserving of silencing. Daenerys, representing Dorne in King's Landing, had previously claimed in royal records that Queen Rhaenys was crushed after falling from the dragon. Now tangible evidence had emerged. The remains were en route to King's Landing, with the body of Meraxes displayed at the sandship fortress of House Martell as a war trophy, an epitome of their history. As the desert succumbed, the legendary dragon's bones were now poised for transport back to the capital by the Dragonstone fleet. I understand now. Were all those families involved? Viserys returned the letter to Rhaenyra, indicating she should review it. Indeed, based on the families implicated, one of my commanders has apprehended individuals for interrogation, confirming that the mastermind is Princess Maria Martell, rallying most of the lords to resist the Targaryens. The Yellow Toad could indeed orchestrate such treachery. The king seethed. We must retaliate in kind. We must demonstrate our strength. Rhaenyra interjected, casting a glance at Viserys. Although the king had not shared the letter with the other court members, most had surmised its content, yet when it came to Targaryen family matters, Otto remained silent, and others followed suit. I believe we must take some action, Rhaenyra stated, observing her father's demeanor, feeling uncertain and concerned about appearing ruthless. The king nodded, quickly resolving that the Targaryens must make their stance known. Indeed, the Dornish must feel the wrath of the Dragon King. Those families, aside from the Martells, remain in hiding. The others are fully under control, Robin reported to the king. Bring them all to King's Landing. I shall execute them before all the lords of the realm. As you wish, it will arrive within 7 days. Robin perceived this news as highly advantageous for himself. When the time was ripe, he would go to the Stepstone Islands to integrate the populace of Dorne into the realm of consciousness. The royal intervention to eliminate the Dornish nobility also added another justification for the conquest of Dorne. Chapter 73. The Kingsguard. The council meeting had just concluded when Sir Harold led Princess Rhaenyra to observe the selection of the Kingsguard. The new Kingsguard was responsible for the safety of the royal family, and the king, evidently preoccupied, had no inclination to partake in the selection, leaving this task to Rhaenyra. She stood on the 2nd floor, gazing down at the knights below, as Sir Harold produced a nightingale to signify those knights hailing from across the realm. Sir Desmond Caron, an exceptional knight, stepped forward. He hailed from Song of Ice and had participated in the assault on Brightmoon Keep. What are his accomplishments? Rhaenyra inquired. The selection of the Kingsguard does not hinge greatly on such matters, Your Highness, Sir Harold reminded her. I appreciate your loyal service to the king, sir, Rhaenyra replied, unimpressed. Given the kingdom is at war, I require knights with practical combat experience. Robin approached Rhaenyra from behind, presenting a half-damaged statue of a cloak. Sir Hakengrame, who secured third place in the Princess Tournament, is a shapeshifter capable of commanding animals and took part in the battle for the Stepstone Islands. Sir Harold declared as Hakengrame stepped forward. From the north? Rhaenyra asked. Previously, but now he belongs to Dragonstone, came the response. The Kingsguard is no place for mere street performers, Robin remarked. Prejudices are formidable, he thought. Since the princess held no regard for him, his recommendation would be futile. He had initially intended to sneak one of his own into the ranks, but that now seemed unlikely. Sir Lyman Valerion, a statue of a valley hawk, was presented. The son of the Earl of Driftmark, Sir Harold introduced him. He was the champion of the team tournament in the Arbor, triumphing among 23 knights. Lyman was knighted at the tender age of 18. Which of these knights possesses actual combat experience, aside from those who merely apprehend poachers? Sir Harold lamented, nodding. He personally favored Sir Desmond Caron. The geographical significance of Song of Ice was paramount for curtailing Dorne's advance to the north. As for whom to guard against? Undoubtedly, the one behind you. Most with combat experience are serving the kingdom in Dorne, Harold noted. However, there is one, Sir Criston Cole, who recently returned from Dorne. The son of the steward of Blackport, Sir Harold elaborated. The knight, with olive-toned skin and long black hair billowing in the wind, donned a golden-threaded coat adorned with 10 black orbs on his family crest, cradling a spiked iron helm. He stepped forward to position himself in the center, ensuring the princess could see him clearly. Welcome, Sir Criston. You have witnessed the battles of Dorne. In the Dornish frontier, my princess. I served as an infantryman alongside the soldiers of Dragonstone, battling the Dornish for a year. I followed Sir Alantander Lean in the assault on the Princess Pass, and we laid siege to Highgarden for a full 6 months, claiming the lives of over 100 Dornish men. Subsequently, I was knighted by him. Rhaenyra observed the knight with a nod of approval, finding him rather handsome. I chose Sir Criston Cole and then turned to depart. On the way back to Maegor's Holdfast, Sir Harold explained to Rhaenyra that selecting the Kingsguard was also about garnering allies for the king. There is no need to rush into a decision, Your Highness. Once the war concludes, more knights will return, all with practical combat experience. Sir Criston is indeed remarkable, yet many others surpass him. For instance, the Knights of Driftmark are essential for countering the threat of Iron Island's raids, while the Knights of Storm End serve as the kingdom's first line of defense against future incursions from Dorne. They are merely tournament knights, unfit to bear the weight of protection. Your father requires a seasoned knight to provide military counsel, one who comprehends the strategies of Dragonstone. Storm's End is but a castle, not impervious to siege. Sir Harold was somewhat taken aback by the princess's insight. From this perspective, he was indeed quite suitable. After all, Sir Criston bore the faintest scent of Dragonstone, unlike many knights whose families had significant dealings with it, indicating that the princess recognized the kingdom's gravest peril lay within King's Landing. Undoubtedly, the princess was wise. Then let us hasten to arrange Sir Criston's investiture, she declared with a smile, feeling a sense of pride as it marked her first decisive action. Chapter 74. The King and the Heir in Maegor's Holdfast. On the second-floor corridor, King Viserys gazed downwards, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Below lay the Godswood, flanked by a line of Kingsguard. Further beyond on the castle walls stood the city's gold-cloaked defenders. Since the onset of war between House Targaryen and Dorne, the defensive forces within the Red Keep had been significantly bolstered. Princess Rhaenyra hurried down the staircase, her skirts in hand, seeking her father as she entered the corridor. In the gardens, a silver-haired boy crawled upon the carpet, chasing after his black dragon hatchling. The dragon, displaying a measure of intelligence, returned to tease him when he paused. Perhaps due to the tradition of close kin marriages, the Targaryen family bore a propensity for madness. Aegon II once remarked that whenever a Targaryen is born, the gods cast a coin into the air, choosing between madness and greatness. Yet, whether mad or great, a dull child cannot emerge. Maelor, the Archmaester, surmised that there had been complications during fetal development, though it might also be attributed to sorcery. To this day, how Balon was conceived remains a mystery, and Robin's clandestine assistance to the queen during childbirth lends some credence to this theory. For the past 6 months, the king has either visited the sanctum to pray for him or summoned esteemed scholars for treatment, all to no avail. The bizarre remedies inflicted psychological scars on young Balon, to the extent that the mere presence of a scholar in robes would send him into fits of crying. Sir Harold stood by the king's side, accompanied by 2 other members of the Kingsguard, while Sir Criston arrived with the princess, resulting in 4 Kingsguard members surrounding them. Princess Rhaenyra donned a rich chestnut velvet gown, her gold and silver hair braided elegantly, and wore a silver-gray necklace around her neck. Your Highness, the King's Guard greeted her as she approached Viserys, prompting Sir Harold to step back. Father? Viserys turned to meet Rhaenyra's gaze, then slowly began. I once believed that Balon would be my dream successor. I would have devoted myself to imparting to him the secrets of power, revealing the perils that threaten the realm, and the sacred duties of our house. I was convinced he would surpass me and ultimately guide the people of Westeros beyond the prophecy. Rhaenyra listened quietly, her eyes fixed on her younger brother, who struggled to escape the clean blanket only to be returned to the center by a handmaiden. Do you know why the Targaryens can command dragons? Viserys locked eyes with his daughter, causing Rhaenyra to feel momentarily unsettled. Father, you seem rather strange today, she remarked playfully. Answer me, the king demanded, his expression grave, as if he were eager for a response, his tone softening. This is important. What do you believe is the nature of our bond with the dragons? After a moment of contemplation, Rhaenyra replied thoughtfully, dragons represent our truest selves. Oh, elaborate. Rhaenyra raised her gaze to meet her father's, her mind racing to articulate her thoughts. The blood of House Targaryen is imbued with magic, which is our proof of being able to command dragons. Each dragon grows alongside its rider, and there exists a profound connection between them. Their temperament mirrors our innermost selves, resembling the bond of kinship. Are you aware of how the world perceives the Targaryens? The king inquired. Everyone claims that Targaryens are closer to the gods than mortals, for we can command dragons. Without dragons, we would be no different from ordinary men. Viserys nodded in agreement, affirming her perspective. Indeed, the belief that we can command dragons is merely an illusion. What we truly wield is mastery over ourselves. Failing to control our inner selves can lead to catastrophe. The power of dragons is beyond mortal manipulation. It brought forth the doom of Valyria. If we do not reflect on history, it will likewise endanger our future. Rhaenyra's face was filled with confusion. You must understand this to become a king or queen. What? Rhaenyra replied, incredulous, as though she had misheard. Did he just imply that she was to be named as heir? I deeply regret to say, Rhaenyra, that the kingdom must never fall into the hands of another. That other refers specifically to Robin. Ever since he assumed the role of master of ships, the realm has flourished, with Dragonstone gradually infiltrating every noble family's domain through maritime influence. You have inherited the finest qualities of your mother. Viserys, with resolute determination, approached his daughter and clasped her hand. I firmly believe you shall emerge as a magnificent queen. Rhaenyra took a step back, shaking her head. But you now have a son, she replied, casting her gaze toward her brother, who struggled to rise unsteadily, while Queen Aemma patiently guided him with each awkward step. The scene rather comical. His demeanor is entirely unfit to inherit the kingdom. If anyone considers him suitable, they must harbor dark intentions within. Yet, all the lords of the realm have sworn fealty to the Iron Throne, including Robin. After more than a year of conquering Dorne, Robin's power has once again swelled, with both his territories and influence skyrocketing. Half of Dorne's prosperous cities have been occupied by the forces of House Morena, and the naval supremacy of the Dragonstone fleet enables them to assault from the coastline without the arduous march through the Boneway or Prince's Pass. It can be stated that a coalition of 6 kingdoms, primarily from the Riverlands, occupies the southern borders of Dorne, extending to the Sulphur River, with the contested Starfall and the Hellgate still under joint governance by both factions. Robin seeks to exchange control of Starfall for Hellgate, but the lords, differing from the king, do not concur. Hellgate's strategic location makes it a formidable fortress, with the Sulphur River providing direct access. Should Robin gain control of it, 2/3 of Dorne would fall under the Moreno family's dominion, excluding House Martell and its loyal nobles. Most lords and heirs in King's Landing have faced execution by fire for the sins of their ancestors. Due to the involvement of thousands, the king, in his mercy, has permitted them the choice to serve at the wall or face death. Sir Harold informed me of your rationale in selecting Ser Criston to join the Kingsguard, suggesting you were already aware of the lurking dangers within the kingdom. Rhaenyra was about to respond. This is quite amusing. You caused me great concern in your childhood. Viserys shared a knowing smile, and Rhaenyra followed suit with a laugh. Back then, I was naive. Had I not left in anger, to be honest, I now feel somewhat. Viserys shook his head, his voice calm as he began. I was not entirely oblivious to the events of that time. There were considerations at play. I was solely focused on disrupting the alliance between Moreno and Velaryon. Yet if you married into it, you would establish another maritime family, thus creating another potential threat. Velaryon would assume another chance to grasp the Iron Throne, seeking further union, as demonstrated when Daemon abducted Lena. That was my intent. Viserys revealed the truth of those past events. Rhaenyra stood in stunned silence, and Viserys continued, Rhaenyra, this is the first lesson I imparted to you. Politics is a complex and ruthless system, rife with power struggles, familial feuds, alliances, and betrayals. Looking back, one might consider it fortunate that even without dragons, dealing with Moreno has proven to be quite challenging. One can hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue with their presence. Viserion spoke earnestly, grasping her hand. My daughter, my heir, you must now choose your allies wisely. I will support you, regardless of your choice. Rhaenyra's expression remained somewhat conflicted. Leaning forward, Viserion noticed the necklace adorning his daughter's neck, crafted from Valyrian steel, a gift from Daemon to celebrate his niece's mastery of Syrax. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, once you are wed, Daemon will return. In time, let him serve as your prime minister. Though Daemon may not be fit for kingship, I believe you are. The current Targaryens require him. The dragons are the cornerstone of our rule, and the Targaryens must unite against external threats. Rhaenyra's heart was tumultuous, and as she processed this information, Viserion finally divulged some ancestral secrets. There is one more matter I must impart to you. It may be difficult to comprehend, but listen closely. Our history recounts how Aegon, gazing from Dragonstone across Blackwater Bay, beheld a vast expanse of unclaimed fertile land. Yet, it was not ambition that compelled him to conquer it, but rather a prophetic dream of dragons. Daenerys once foresaw the doom of Valyria, and Aegon too received a prophecy, foretelling the end of mankind. It begins with a terrible winter descending from the distant north, as Aegon envisioned the ultimate darkness carried by the chilling winds, harboring a force that would obliterate the realm of the living. When this winter arrives, Rhaenyra, all of Westeros must rise to combat it. For humanity to endure, a Targaryen must occupy the Iron Throne, a formidable king or queen. We must unite the nation's strength against the cold and darkness. Aegon named this dream a song of ice and fire. Ultimately, Rhaenyra pressed her lips together, meeting Viserion's expectant gaze. After a moment of silence, she nodded, prompting Viserion to refrain from delving deeper into the topic. This secret, passed down from Aegon's time between king and heir, now rests upon your shoulders to safeguard. This is the reason behind Belryn's loss of the crown prince. Rhaenyra, this is your responsibility, Viserion urged. You need only prepare for your inheritance. I shall handle the rest. Chapter 75. A dispute before the throne in September of AC 113. 2 months had elapsed since Rhaenyra learned of the Targaryen secret. Robin's carriage traversed the gates of the Red Keep, as it had done hundreds of times before. The atmosphere today felt unusually subdued. He was aware that the forthcoming council meeting would inevitably address the matter of replacing the heir. To Robin, the Red Keep harbored no secrets, particularly the birds of the godswood, ever vigilant in observing every move within. With a thunderous sound, the doors to the council chamber swung wide open. 7 knights clad in pristine white cloaks stood behind the king, and all the royal ministers had gathered. Your Majesty, good morning. Viserys, draped in a black velvet robe embroidered with crimson thread and adorned with a shimmering high-collared golden cloak, crowned with a golden diadem, managed a strained smile and nodded, though it was evident that it was forced. With Robin taking his seat, the meeting commenced in earnest. In light of Prince Balon's health condition, the king resolved to change the heir apparent. Otto, having just received this news, merely articulated the matters of the meeting on behalf of the king. I have an objection. Robin promptly rose, declaring, I cannot kneel and vow to protect another heir while the one I am sworn to guard still remains, regardless of her identity. The assembly had barely begun, and the subject of succession had not even been broached when Robin insinuated her, clearly referring to Rhaenyra, who was conspicuously absent. Despite her role as cupbearer and secretary, everyone was acutely aware of who the necessary replacement was. The Chancellor, Lord Beesbury, voiced his agreement, prompting a cold glare from Robin, who leaned forward on the table to challenge him. You have sworn an oath in the throne room as well. As there was yet no archbishop to anoint him with holy oil, the king held the prerogative to change the heir before that occurred. Grand Maester Melos interjected. Minister of Justice, does this seem appropriate? Lord Laenor remained silent during the assembly, and Robin directed his gaze towards him, hoping the Minister of Justice would uphold the law in his favor. The laws of the realm were established to better govern the territories of Westeros, and this was a matter internal to House Targaryen. Since I lack the standing to discuss this topic with the realm's protector, why convene this royal council? Would it not be more fitting to send a notice instead? Robin found the reasoning of Count Laenor laughable. Prince Balon was the sole heir, a legitimate son born of wedlock, the rightful male successor. Robin surveyed the room, articulating each point to defend Balon's interests. Historically, there had been no precedent for a queen since the conquest. If one were to consider precedents, there would have been no necessity for the Great Council of 101. Robin was audacious enough to imply that if they dared to establish a new heir, he would support Rhaenys. The oaths taken were invalid, compounded by the ancient laws of inheritance in Westeros, and his words met with silence, as no one dared to respond. Seeing Robin dominate the royal council, Viserys hastily signaled Otto, "My lord Robin, please be mindful of your position. You are merely an advisor on maritime affairs to the king." His Majesty's willingness to heed the opinions of those present is a considerable show of respect. As Prime Minister, Otto felt compelled to speak, asserting that the king's decision regarding the heir was an internal matter for House Targaryen, and the king could act as he saw fit. Robin shot a pointed glance at his father-in-law. "Do you possess no sense of honor? I am Baelin's surrogate father, and having acknowledged that in the throne room, it is my responsibility." The royal council erupted into a cacophony, essentially devolving into a verbal duel between Robin and the ministers, with one side arguing for the king's power and the other for the sanctity of oaths and legality. The ascension of Belron to the throne is undoubtedly advantageous for him. His nerves may have sustained grievous damage at birth, resulting in a lack of coordination and cognitive impairments. He was not a physician in his previous life, leaving Robin powerless in this regard. It is evident to all that Prince Belron's condition precludes him from effectively wielding royal authority. Your obstinacy suggests a disregard for his majesty. The elderly Count Bisbury rose from the council table, ready to confront Robin directly. "I may resign as Minister of the Navy, but Prince Belron cannot be replaced." The quarrel within had reached its climax, with Robin still maintaining the upper hand. However, during this tumult, Count Leonos proposed a solution. Upon the death of Viserys, Belron would inherit the throne, which would then be passed to his sister, Rhaenyra, by Belron I. Robin accepted this proposal with alacrity, as there are still many years ahead. It appears the king intends to appoint a new heir swiftly. Should the king insist on a change, Robin finds himself powerless. Would he truly wage war over a mere child? The absence of any supportive allies renders his position increasingly precarious. The king promptly voiced his dissent, primarily concerned that Rhaenyra would struggle to navigate the political landscape alone if she were not the heir apparent, lacking the basis to establish her authority prior to succession. "Enough," the king finally declared, his voice resonating powerfully, echoing off the bare stone walls, and the atmosphere fell silent. "Since Lord Robin is unwilling to accept a new heir, there is no need to proceed to the throne room for the oath." The king had anticipated the opposition from Minister Robin, though he had not expected such intensity. Thus, he decided to embrace the situation with abandon. At that moment, Rhaenyra stood quietly by the back door, resembling a statue, motionless, in pursuit of support from Dragonstone. Viserys is one of the few families privy to the news of the heir's potential change, recalling the lessons imparted by his aunt, Rhaenys. "Your father is overly eager and rather naive. He will remarry for the sake of political balance. This is tradition. Another queen will bear a new heir, one who may hail from Casterly Rock or Storm's End. Everything follows a certain order. Although your younger brother may not be suitable now, the son of a new queen, once grown, will be eagerly awaited as the successor. These events lie far in the future, but your immediate dilemma is that boy of your own age. He is the most challenging to deal with. His power could sway the entire realm of Westeros, while your actions only serve to bring him endless trouble. Should the status quo persist, upon your father's demise, when Belron is crowned, he will attain what you can never provide." "We possess dragons, 10 of them," Rhaenyra retorted. "Indeed, dragons may be the only means to counter his ambition. However, it is best not to resort to their use, lest the kingdom be consumed by flames. Are you prepared for that?" This line of thought churned within Rhaenyra's mind, lingering long after the court meeting had concluded, before she finally regained her composure. Chapter 76. Miracle's towering waves, propelled by the force of gravity, surged forth, while chaotic storms ravaged the sea. From a vantage point beyond the planet, colossal whirlpools continuously emerged, their edges whipped by fierce winds. Jagged bolts of purple lightning, each measuring several dozen meters in diameter, struck the ocean's surface, unleashing towering columns of mist that soared hundreds of meters high. The entire planet exuded an acrid, briny scent. Even more unsettling was the sudden crystallization of seawater into sharp ice shards, contorted in shape, capable of freezing everything in their vicinity in an instant. This was the dragon planet within Robin's consciousness, the only realm suitable for life being the transparent dome world crafted by Robin for the sustenance of existence. Over the years, the cylindrical mountains had accumulated material, transforming into a small island, now nearly the size of the Valyrian Peninsula, rising 120,000 meters above sea level, surrounded by dense rainforests. With prairies, lakes, and hills within, maintaining a perpetual spring-like climate with minimal temperature fluctuation. Herds of cattle and sheep grazed leisurely on the prairies, while agile hares, akin to lively pom-poms, frolicked amidst the lush grass. Wild chickens casually laid their eggs in the dry grass, as flocks of crows soared above, seeking their sustenance. The number of carnivorous creatures here was exceedingly sparse. Since the passing of Count Albert, the feral sanctuary had remained unchanged for external observation, with surplus animals sent en masse to the Dragon Continent. The entire planet resembled a vast, terrifying prison, where, apart from the Dragon Continent, unknown dangers loomed, rendering the rest of the realm inhospitable to life. Beyond the planet, liquid meteors orbiting the sun abruptly altered their trajectories, forming a dense cluster of meteors that began hurtling towards the Mercury planet from 1.5 billion kilometers away. The first meteor struck the ocean, instantly creating a colossal water spout that reached into the clouds, as the sea was blasted into a massive depression. The force of the impact radiated outward in terrifying waves from the point of impact. On the opposite side of the planet, monstrous waves crashed against the Dragon Continent, with the highest splashes barely reaching halfway up its expanse. Consequently, more meteors followed, continuously erupting into enormous splashes upon the ocean's surface, countless white flowers blooming wildly. The sea churned violently, with waves from various impacts colliding and compressing, culminating in towering surges reaching tens of thousands of meters. These surges roared forth like enraged behemoths, racing in all directions, churning the waters into chaotic whirlpools. The high temperatures resulting from the collision of meteors with seawater rapidly vaporized the water, generating vast plumes of white steam that mingled with the splashing seawater, shrouding the sky in a veil of chaos and darkness. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and the briny essence of seawater, intermingled with the charred odor of burning meteors. The cacophony of deafening explosions, the roar of the sea, and the howling of meteors intertwined. Robin's ethereal consciousness floated high above the Dragon Continent, surveying the landscape, noting that only a small portion of the rainforest had succumbed to the onslaught of the colossal waves. The sands of the Dornish desert were methodically gathered by Robin into the realm of consciousness, leaving in their wake exposed granite, basalt, and a modest reserve of oil and coal. Beyond the resource-rich zones, the landscape was predominantly cloaked in soil, which was extensively transplanted to the verdant expanses of Dragon Continent. The question arises, from whence did such a profusion of arable land in the realm of consciousness originate? Dragon Crystal City engaged in the procurement of arid soil, each barrel valued at 1 dragon crystal coin. This trade generated millions of employment opportunities, to the extent that 1/3 of the recently marshy Neck district was excavated, revealing the dense gray-blue or gray-white clay beneath. The New World showed little interest in this unfit soil for cultivation, offering a meager price, 10 barrels merely equating to 1 dragon crystal coin, rendering it a laborious and thankless endeavor. In contrast, 1 dragon crystal coin could procure a salmon from the mines of the New World, a commodity of stable value due to its intrinsic anchorage. In recent years, significant events unfolded in Westeros. In October of AC 113, Rhaenyra was established as Princess of Dragonstone, and apart from the north, Dragon Crystal City, and the Stormlands, the nation's principal nobility reaffirmed their oaths of fealty to her, particularly the newly emerged nobility from the recently conquered Dornish territories. By March of AC 114, after a 6-month nationwide tour, Rhaenyra concluded her matchmaking endeavors, ushering in a period of stabilization for Dorne. After a 7-day voyage, Robin arrived in Dorne to commence environmental modifications. In May of AC 114, Viserys personally visited Driftmark to discuss marriage arrangements for his daughter, solidifying the betrothal of Laenor Velaryon to Rhaenyra Targaryen, while the long-vacant position of Minister of Marine was reassigned to Corlys. In July of AC 115, the Duke of Storm's End pledged allegiance to Princess Rhaenyra in King's Landing. By October of the same year, the king remarried Lady Cassandra, the eldest daughter of Ser Boros, born in AC 103, age 12. As Robin undertook environmental transformations in Dorne for half a year, Viserys corresponded with him multiple times, negotiating for Daemon in exchange for coinage rights, which had become largely nominal. The circulation of small-denomination dragon crystal coins was far more favored among the populace, being impossible to counterfeit and devoid of quality issues. Who could inscribe within crystal? Ultimately, an accord was reached. Upon Rhaenyra's ascension, her brother would be declared Prince of Dragonstone, a proposition that did not contravene Baelon's status as heir apparent. This arrangement did not violate the vow to eternally uphold Baelon's right to the Iron Throne. The oath remained intact. It was not that Prince Balon lacked a claim, but rather that the order of succession had shifted slightly. Robin surmised that such an audacious proposition must have originated from his father-in-law, Otto. With the conversation having reached this juncture, Robin reluctantly acquiesced, though he stipulated that he would only pledge his allegiance upon Balon's ascension. Whenever Robin undertook construction, 3 infantry regiments, totaling 30,000 troops, encircled him for protection, their primary task being to clear living beings from 10 miles beyond, while the inner perimeter was fortified with the King's Guard to ensure the safety of the Lord of Dragon Crystal City. The vastness of Dorne still concealed many of its inhabitants, particularly the Martell family, who seemed to have vanished without a trace. The once desolate yellow desert transformed in an instant into a shimmering lake, its crystalline surface reflecting the vast sky. Flocks of ducks broke the surface, sending forth splashes akin to shards of jade, while lush trees sprung up around the lake, their leaves rustling softly in the gentle breeze. Beneath the water, fish swam gracefully. Am I hallucinating? Is that a herd of wild boars? The infantrymen stood in stunned silence, their throats dry with disbelief. Though some among them lacked any faith, the extraordinary force before them was undeniably transformative. Once they were certain this was not a mere dream, one member instinctively knelt, pressing his face to the fresh grass, greedily inhaling the fragrant, damp earth, murmuring that the Lord of Dragon Crystal City was the creator. This was the might of the divine. We are witnessing a miracle. A voice, hoarse with emotion, pierced the air, sending tremors through the ranks. This spectacle astonished all the infantrymen. They had only known a day when the land had given birth to lakes and forests. Even the fervent devotees of the 7 gods within the military felt their faith begin to waver. Ultimately, every soldier knelt in the most reverent manner toward Robin, the youthful lord, whose presence was seldom felt by even the commander of the Dragon Crystal City infantry, who primarily interacted with the staff. Some attempted to inquire further, yet the royal guard, composed of former pure ones, paid them no heed. It was only during drunken revelries that whispers would escape from Josen and the officers. I have long known that my loyalty lies with the deity. Even when the 5-Finger Peninsula was a barren land, I understood, you fools. From where do you think the seemingly endless salmon comes? Chapter 77. The Dragon Egg in Dragon Crystal City. At Moreno Castle, the afternoon sun cast its warm glow. A woman clad in a black velvet robe adorned with blood-red silk embroidery was halted in her tracks, flanked by 2 men unarmed, carrying a container resembling a metallic lid, seemingly holding something of great significance. I have urgent business with Lady Allison. The woman, with skin as pale as milk, extended her hand, presenting a black dragon crystal insignia to the guard, inscribed with Robin Moreno's name, beneath which lay the emblem of the White Tower. Please wait. The guard proceeded to inform his superior. Robin's insignia was bestowed only upon those he trusted. Possessing such a token meant one could command a fleet, and only 9 of these insignias had been distributed, signifying immense power and privilege. Currently, with the Lord of Dragon Crystal City far in Dorne, the practical governance of this city fell to Allison's capable hands. Robin's mother traditionally refrained from interfering with Allison's affairs, finding her greatest joy in leisurely strolls around the city with her grandson, Carl, sipping afternoon tea with visiting noblewomen and discussing the affairs of men. In the hall on the 3rd floor, a maid served the 2 women each a glass of lemonade. Maisalia, are you not monitoring Bravos? Maisalia had long been a part of the intelligence department, possessing exceptional wisdom and keen insight. In the intricate web of power struggles, she navigated with ease, skillfully leveraging various information and relationships to achieve her ends, rising from Elena's assistant to the deputy head of the intelligence department. This is the Dragon Egg, Maisalia declared. Allison rose from the council table, while an attendant lifted the lid, releasing a wave of sulfurous scent and warmth. The first dragon egg, a deep green hue, was adorned with bronze-colored speckles, varying in size and shape, appearing and disappearing like stars against a verdant sky as one's perspective shifted. The second egg, a pale milky white, was pure and gentle, its surface intricately threaded with golden stripes of uniform width, meandering gracefully across the shell. The third egg, black and enigmatic, was cloaked in dark red waves and swirling patterns. These dragon eggs were quite substantial, each roughly the size of a human head, requiring both hands to cradle them fully. As Allison's fingers glided over the egg's surface, she noted its remarkable hardness, covered with a layer of minute scales, tightly arranged, yielding a smooth touch, yet revealing subtle elevations beneath. Allison had encountered dragon eggs before. Rhaenyra had once taken her to view the eggs beneath Syrax. Who knew of this? These treasures were procured from the Bravos auction, And the journey for these 3 eggs had been fraught with multiple assaults, not lacking spies from King's Landing. The implications were clear. All that should be known was indeed known. After a moment, I understood. Your contributions are significant. What is it that you desire? In the year 107 AC, in the month of May, I was dispatched by the Prime Minister to gather intelligence on Dragonstone. Miseria has now fully confessed. The individual who sent her to gather intelligence has become the mistress of Dragonstone, and her silence served merely to validate her worth. I shall write to verify this. Robin, upon learning of the 3 fossilized dragon eggs, merely advised caution in their custody, regarding them as mere collectibles. He did not believe himself capable of hatching dragons, as he was aware that these 3 were the second clutch of eggs from Dreamfire, Princess Rena. The first clutch having yielded 2, one being the Red Queen Melisandre and the other the Bloodworm Kraukes. After a year of transformation, the eastern region of Dorne was no longer a desert. Harnessing the ability to extract materials from the realm of consciousness, the City of God's Grace, located at the confluence of the Greenwater River, the Vance River, and the River of Disaster, had been excavated to the point of becoming a lake. Now known as the Lake of Creation, the lake was constructed in the shape of a gourd, with depths concealed beneath the surface area that was less than a tenth of the lowest depths. Despite Dorne's generally arid climate, with infrequent rainfall, torrential downpours could occur, often with great ferocity, unleashing a deluge of rain in a short span. The ground, predominantly sandy and stony, allowed for swift drainage and significant evaporation. Now, the environment had undergone a profound transformation. The Lake of Creation could store water effectively, adeptly collecting rainwater. Dorne, positioned in the south, was characterized by its sweltering heat and aridity, with prolonged exposure to the sun, resulting in a hot climate, scant precipitation, and dry air. The relentless sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth and creating waves of heat, rendering one as if ensconced within a furnace. In the midst of the landscape lies an island known as Shinju, where Robin intends to construct a family stronghold, a project anticipated to span over a decade. However, he is in no haste, for the transformation of the environment is bound to be a protracted endeavor. During the Dawn era, Dorne boasted coastal regions and several rivers, with the lands near the Greenblood River and its tributaries being particularly fertile, capable of sustaining a certain population and agricultural production. In contrast, the central region has remained an extensive desert, indicating that the east of Dorne has succumbed to the encroachment of desertification, despite the climate near the eastern rivers being conducive to human habitation. Consequently, Robin excavated a dense network of canals along the Shinzao Lake, ensuring that the surrounding lands were irrigated adequately. Additionally, he erected 3 formidable walls of dragon crystal in the arid western zone, each soaring to a height of 300 meters, effectively obstructing the sandstorms. The establishment of the dragon crystal walls intensified the temperature differential between the 2 sides, as by day, the temperature on the dragon crystal mountain side surged rapidly, causing hot air to accumulate before the walls, creating a high-temperature zone. Conversely, the rainforest side remained relatively cool, with the interplay of hot and cold air near the walls giving rise to occasional small tornadoes and strong winds, forming a natural barrier that proved arduous for ordinary folk to traverse. By night, the desert's temperature plummeted while the rainforest retained its warmth, prompting the flow of warm air from the rainforest towards the desert, creating a temperature gradient near the walls. Moisture condensed upon the walls, eventually coalescing into streams that returned to the rainforest. The water from Shinzao Lake ultimately flowed towards the Dragon Crystal Mountains, and due to their presence, the frequency of rainfall in eastern Dorne increased progressively, gradually steering towards a more normal climate. By April of AC 116, Dorne's transformation was complete. During this period, Robin made a trip home every 6 months, and Alicent was pregnant once more, now 8 months along. The continent formed by meteor showers on the Dragon Star had stabilized after 150 years, during which the Creator utilized his immense power to reshape the meteor land, referring to it as the Origin Continent. This landmass is thrice the size of the Dragon Continent and exhibits a basin-like structure designed to maximize area while minimizing material consumption. The outer elevation stands at only 3,000 meters, ensuring that the colossal waves of this planet would only reach half that height, thereby averting any cataclysmic disasters. The Origin Continent is lushly covered in vegetation, and without the use of a transparent dome, Robin released a robust group of Dornish individuals for testing, encountering no issues thus far. Before returning home, he spent 3 days absorbing the consciousness of over 800,000 Dornish people residing on the Stairway Islands, which caused a significant uproar in the outside world. The news spread like wildfire across the continent of Westeros, leading many to conjecture that the Lord of Dragon Crystal was an evil sorcerer, whose miraculous feats could only be attributed to the sacrifice of a vast number of Dornish individuals, as no more fitting explanation could be found. In AC 117, Alicent gave birth to another son, naming him Saran. The name resonated with the valley's esteemed traditions of honor and chivalry, and his mother was not taken aback. As this was a customary practice among the nobility, it was also deemed a commendable choice for him to manage his brother's army as he matured. During this period, the scholars of the Learning City made numerous attempts to uncover the truth. Robin welcomed all visitors, promptly sending them to the origin continent to impart knowledge. In the external world, more than a month passed, yet within the realm of consciousness, a decade had elapsed. Only those scholars who completed their teaching tasks were permitted to return. When confronted by the Learning City regarding their prolonged absence, their apparent aging, and their newfound proficiency with the spear, they were met with suspicion of potential life sacrifice. However, the returning scholars adamantly denied such claims, asserting that Robin was not an evil lord. When pressed further, they advised their colleagues to seek answers independently, cautioning them against future regrets. Ultimately, 2/3 of the scholars from the Learning City appeared significantly aged. Some chose to remain permanently in the origin continent, having formed bonds and families over the course of a decade. The only unfriendly aspect was the prevailing gender inequality and the fiercely bold local customs. In an unprecedented move, the Learning City proposed a spear competition, which was met with overwhelming approval. Even King Westeros, upon hearing of this in King's Landing, found it absurd that they would forsake scholarly pursuits for such contests. Scholar Melrose was equally perplexed, attributing the phenomenon to the influence of the 7S tournament from Dragon Crystal City, suggesting that the Learning City was adapting to contemporary trends. Many scholars who had ventured to the origin continent remained tight-lipped, merely stating that the Doran people had journeyed to a wondrous land, not for sacrifice. Even solemn historical records noted this, an endless expanse of deep waters, violet lightning stirring towering waves, above which lay a land of eternal spring, devoid of harsh winters or sweltering heat. The Doran people proclaimed this their dream homeland, with many choosing to stay forever. Chapter 78. The Origin Continent. This is a shallow sea, where sunlight pours down from above. The coastline of the Origin Continent is adorned with coconut trees, lemon groves, and an abundance of algae and ferns thriving in this vibrant ecosystem. Time has swiftly passed, with the Doran people flourishing here for 5 or 6 generations, transforming the wilderness into a paradise in just a century. Vast expanses of aquatic plants resembling water lilies gently sway with the waves. To the Doran, Robin is akin to a deity, possessing unparalleled power. Every 100 sunsets, this invisible god visits their land, bringing advanced technologies and messengers to disseminate knowledge. Can you see me? Robin's consciousness moved along the beach, gradually approaching the crowd. He was astonished, sensing the peculiarities of this place. Not only here, but countless white threads in the sky converged towards him. He extended his intangible awareness to touch the forehead of the individual radiating the strongest white threads, feeling their emotions, adoration, faith, and fear. From their perspective, he appeared as a formless light. The light god, the powerful, quaked in trepidation before the presence of the divine. Robin quietly observed the figure in purple, his demeanor tranquil. What had transpired during this time? What had caused such a transformation? He merely rested for half a month before arriving at the Origin Continent. Recently, he has been quite preoccupied, accompanying his 2 younger sisters in search of suitable marriage prospects. Ultimately, a young man from the Braithwood family caught Mary Si. They are an ancient lineage, endowed with formidable military prowess. Although not particularly significant in the eyes of the Moreno family, such political unions hold little weight for the Morenos, as long as Mary is content. Her brother will lend his full support. Inspired by successful unions, several smaller families have sent their heirs in pursuit of matrimonial alliances. Sharon, born in the year AC 100, is now in AC 117, having reached the age of 17. In just a year, she will attain her personal threshold for marriage. Until then, not even her mother can alter her decision, for early motherhood is not beneficial for women. Despite the prevalence of noble girls marrying at the tender ages of 12 or 13 in this era, Robin's consciousness drifted with the crowd, oblivious to whether their presumptuous actions pleased or displeased the deity. Thousands of steps rose before them, flanked by throngs of people. Some were obscured from view. Yet there was an intangible sensation that something awaited them. As the procession reached its destination, the crowd knelt in reverence. A magnificent palace stood before them, housing a statue dedicated to Robin, crafted by the hands of the Origin people as an offering to the divine. This statue was carved from a single block of an unknown white stone, rather than a mere idol. It resembled an elaborate relief, positioned before a circular window facing the sun. Above it, a figure radiating boundless light appeared, cloaked in a semblance of white robes, its features obscured, only the silhouette discernible. Each observer perceived Robin's visage differently, save for one devout believer who insisted that the deity bore human form, describing its shape through art. When the sculptor inquired about the name of this deity, no one could provide an answer, leading to disputes at the Grand Assembly of Kings. Since their arrival on the Origin continent, the Dorne people swiftly formed tribes, and over a century, their numbers surged exponentially. Gradually, these individuals established their own nations, now totaling 100 across the continent. During this time, wars erupted as each nation sought to annex more territory, stabilizing only when the prospect of easily vanquishing neighbors became a distant dream. Subsequently, intricate intermarriages ensued among these 100 nations, delineating their spheres of influence. Whenever a new power arose, it faced collective suppression, thus setting the stage for the flourishing of the Origin continent. Some refer to the deity as the god of wishes. For every 100 days, this god returns to collect offerings, hundreds of thousands of livestock, while granting a modest wish. Kings who seek immortality or the salvation of others find their requests unfulfilled. Knowledgeable scholars argue that insufficient offerings were made. One king once presented 100 pairs of young men and women, yet the deity did not accept them. During this period, Robin fulfilled 17 wishes of the Origin people, constructing a grand circular canal and erecting 3 layers of seawalls on the Origin continent. From the drought-stricken lands, a freshwater iceberg was transported from the Salmon Planet. Most of these endeavors pertain to hydraulic projects or monumental engineering feats, while matters of resurrection and immortality, delving into the realm of the mystical, were altogether beyond his capabilities. Some referred to him as the sun god, for this deity seemingly descended from the heavens, likely residing within the sun itself, with a radiant form serving as the scholar's basis for this interpretation. Others called him the bull god, owing to a particular fondness for cattle among the sacrificial offerings. After years of contentious debate over the divine name, the absence of Robin for over a decade instilled a sense of urgency within the hearts of these kings. Ultimately, the majority consented to establish him as the Origin god, accompanied by a suffix bearing 130 signatures: Creator God, Wish God, Water God, Sun God, Soul God, Bull God. The construction of this temple spanned 19 years. As the temple reached completion, Robin fortuitously returned, leading the Origin people to believe this was no mere coincidence. Millions of Origin individuals prostrated themselves beneath the temple's steps, reverently addressing Robin as their deity. He then approached a towering white statue, standing 100 meters high, its pedestal inscribed with dense text. At the top, in the common tongue of Westeros, it chronicled Robin's contributions to the Origin continent, his greatness, and his enigma. Below, various languages offered their descriptions. Despite a century of turmoil and evolution that severed cultural ties with the original Westeros, new languages and scripts emerged. Nevertheless, the common tongue of Westeros remained unchanged, as it was the sole means through which the Origin people could communicate with their god. As he absorbed the essence of the white threads, he felt the weight of countless prayers, pleas, and anticipations. Robin quickly discerned this was akin to a form of faith, which he chose to call the power of belief. A stirring within him prompted an attempt to absorb this energy. However, in an instant, a cacophony of voices flooded his ears, the multitude of thoughts nearly driving him to madness. After a prolonged moment of respite, he carefully sensed the changes within himself, as if his consciousness had gained a heightened awareness of the external world. Though uncertain, he hesitated to pursue further attempts. Yet, he recognized that should he refrain from absorption, these white threads would gradually dissipate. He believed that matter could only be transformed and would not vanish into thin air. What then? Might the power of belief become once it dissipated? Suddenly, a thought surged within him. Could it be that this vanishing energy converged in a singular location? Given that the power of belief encompassed spiritual elements, it must inherently contain vast amounts of information. Might an accumulation of such information, coupled with appropriate guidance, give rise to a collective consciousness? This notion left him somewhat bewildered. Having perused numerous historical texts from Westeros, he recalled that nearly every widely believed tale or prophecy ultimately manifested in some form, whether through coincidence or otherwise. Chapter 79, The Origin Continent 2, Outside the Temple. The place of sacrifice lies to the left of the temple, encircled by an immense wall reminiscent of the sunken topography of the origin continent. Within this enclosure congregate millions of sheep, forming an expanse of white akin to a boundless ocean. As the origin deity circled the sacrificial ground, the white dots vanished into thin air, revealing patches of yellowish-brown earth beneath. Outside, a multitude of cattle and sheep were cast down into the chasm of the new world, where a frigid, desolate realm awaited below. The valley, blanketed in thick snow, resembled a pristine quilt. As the sheep plummeted, some were instantly buried by the snow, leaving only vague imprints on the surface. Others struck the icebergs with a dull thud, lying still thereafter. Some, having collided with their companions, found only broken legs. Their anguished cries soon muffled by the bodies of those that followed. Gradually, the bleeding within the chasm diminished until it ceased entirely. Ultimately, a tempest of ice engulfed the lifeless sheep, transforming the valley into a natural freezer, awaiting Robin's signal to indicate the completion of his task. Only then did the royal guard release the signal, granting entrance to the workers who had been kept at bay. Hundreds of teams, in a grand procession, approached the carcasses through a preordained path in the chasm, leaving the subsequent handling and sale to the laborers of the new world. Since the emergence of the origin continent, locating animal herds had become remarkably more convenient than in the days of the dragon continent. Beside the colossal columns of the temple, the disappearance of the cattle and sheep in the place of sacrifice appeared to the king and the nobility as a fleeting moment. Although they had witnessed such occurrences numerous times, they remained profoundly awed. The sun cast no shadow upon the origin deity, as a group of maidens paraded exquisite offerings before the divine presence. Delicate wooden carvings, jeweled daggers, uniquely shaped stones, and historical tomes were presented. The kings knelt beside the immense pillars of the temple, each bringing rare treasures to garner the deity's favor. A robust man obscured the light as he stood before the divine, straining to drag an enormous creature far larger than himself to the platform before the temple. It was a colossal golden python, measuring over 20 meters in length, capturing the deity's attention. Robin harbored no particular thoughts, merely marveling at the sheer size of the serpent. Who would have imagined that snakes here could grow so large? The conscious entity circled the serpent, scrutinizing it closely, before concluding that it held little appeal. Gazing at the lifeless giant upon the platform, he contemplated a test of faith. Should it be resurrected? Robin inscribed this query in the air before all present, and the common tongue of Westeros was swiftly translated by the attentive. No, 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 this is an offering for you, the man quickly refuted, believing the deity had misconstrued his intent. At that moment, outside the temple, a multitude of 1,000,000 witnesses beheld the inscription, igniting a fervor among the crowd. For all understood that the golden serpent dragged forth by the man was undoubtedly deceased, yet believed that the divine could restore it to life. Robin disregarded the man entirely. In his eyes, he witnessed a torrent of faith threads surging toward him, igniting within him a curiosity about the potential of this divine power. Consequently, he channeled the influx of white threads that had recently entered his body into the form of the golden serpent. Amidst the terrified gazes of the kings, the serpent's head suddenly twitched, seemingly poised to rise. A cacophony of exclamations erupted from the surrounding monarchs, a blend of panic and hidden exhilaration. The serpent's gaze appeared murky, yet it was evident that the golden serpent had indeed been revived. Robin keenly observed its wounds slowly mending, albeit at a painstakingly gradual pace. Before long, as the faith threads were depleted, the golden serpent faltered, slipping back into a state of near demise, while the gathered individuals could no longer provide the necessary faith for its resurrection. Through this experiment, Robin gleaned an understanding of the utility of faith. As the number of believers multiplied, reality could be distorted and transformed by collective will, thereby achieving a fateful outcome. The multitude's belief in his ability to resurrect could only attain this limited result. He comprehended that the stronger the resurrected being, the greater the accumulation of faith required. To achieve a flawless resurrection of an individual might necessitate decades of faith, and in a land like Westeros, it could take centuries to gather sufficient belief. However, the serpent's gaze seemed amiss, prompting a need for further investigation. The resurrected golden serpent endured for 200 breaths before succumbing once more. No one attributed its failure to the divine's inability to revive the serpent. Rather, they concluded that the appropriate offering had not been provided. The divine was all-powerful, and the incomplete resurrection of the golden serpent was a manifestation of the divine's will, leaving no room for speculation regarding the intentions of the gods. The exhibition of offerings continued. This time, the man presented an astonishing array of treasures, including several chests of gold, a sight previously unseen. These riches were likely the result of generations of painstaking accumulation from the sands. Gold held immense value for the origin people, only being adorned on crowns or treasured artifacts. State your requests. Robin inscribed characters upon the ground. The continent of origin did not circulate gold coins, but utilized the dragon crystal coins that he had provided, primarily to better unify the monetary market. A prosperous economy would, in turn, foster societal advancement and enhance productivity. The man knelt, beseeching, "O exalted origin god. The lands west of the Hardship River are the lifeblood of the Rake tribe, now partitioned among 3 nations. I implore you to deliver a just judgment, restoring the land to the realm that has existed for a century." The man then erupted in joyous cries, reminiscent of a child. The divine had granted permission, and the kings of the 3 nations, wary of divine retribution, promptly asserted their role as guardians of the Rake tribe, with no intentions of aggression. Meanwhile, the congregation erupted with tears of fervent emotion. Their speculations had been validated. Gold was indeed a precious substance to the divine. Previously, they had only considered offering exquisite golden adornments of minimal substance, which had failed to sway the origin god. Now, with the presentation of numerous chests of gold, they had discovered a means to secure divine protection, thereby uncovering an avenue toward national restoration. Over the years, countless small tribes had been forcibly absorbed, and it appeared this deity possessed the capacity to resurrect the deceased, inspiring thoughts among the kings. The presentation of offerings concluded. Beside him, the priest knelt, his countenance solemn and grave, eyes deep and tranquil, reflecting a devout reverence for the divine. In the tongue of Westeros, he intoned towards the intangible light before him. "O esteemed origin god, as the continent of origin has evolved, the current lands can no longer sustain our agricultural and existential needs," the priest articulated at length. Robin understood that resources on the origin continent were beginning to dwindle, and the burgeoning population had resulted in a dire imbalance between people and arable land. The power of faith, an enigmatic force, transcended the confines of scientific rationale, possessing an omnipotent wish-granting capability. It could defy the logic of reality, achieving desired outcomes with reckless abandon, irrespective of the methods employed. Robin was eager to harness this miraculous power, aspiring to manifest a deity through the potency of belief. With the origin continent facing challenges, such a bountiful granary was indispensable, and the population must continue to grow. Thus, further experimentation with the power of faith was essential. The land was insufficient? Robin contemplated for a moment. Expanding the territory seemed impractical. He had already thoroughly exploited the deserts of Dorne, and further excavation would be unwise. The scarcity of land had led to inadequate food production. Food. Then let us continue trading salmon, which had been preserved for centuries, perfectly suited for their needs. In 100 days, all nations must prepare a mine. I shall fill it with sustenance, Robin declared, leaving only this proclamation behind before vanishing from sight. Salmon? Only the king and the nobles stared at one another in bewilderment. With a mere 100 days at hand, they hastily mobilized the populace to commence the excavation project while simultaneously amassing gold, a substance favored by the divine. Chapter 80. The temple days passed in a continuous cycle, marking the year AC 120. Since Robin's return from Dorne 3 years prior, Dragon Crystal City had been undergoing extensive construction, with statues and altars proliferating throughout the territories governed by the Morena family. Westeros continued to flourish, with affordable food, textiles, and coal. While Dragon Crystal City even instituted free educational programs, the cost being negligible, as all learners utilized a common textbook chronicling the history of the origin god. The faith in Dragon Crystal City was inherently complex. The followers of the faith of the Seven constituted merely 1/3 of the total believers, and the spread of the origin god was confined solely to the Moreno family's jurisdiction. The faith of the Seven felt threatened, prompting the archbishop and various bishops from different districts to counsel King Viserys, who ultimately consented to allocate funds annually for the construction of 77 churches across Westeros, excluding the North and the Iron Islands, primarily to propagate the faith of the Seven and facilitate free learning of the common tongue. However, the texts varied significantly among them. Each faction, contributing to the common educational materials, infused their own agendas into the first book, which encompassed 3 main aspects. The first part contained simplified prayers and historical accounts from the Holy Bible of the Seven Stars, extolling the greatness of the 7 gods. The second part detailed the impact of each Targaryen king on Westeros, with a significant focus on Jaehaerys and Viserys, occupying half of the text. The third section succinctly outlines the historical lineage of the noble families in proximity to the church's location. Ultimately, it was the harmonious balancing of various interests that enabled the church's establishment. Strictly speaking, the deity known as the origin god does not constitute a religion, for it lacks a comprehensive doctrine, and there exists no church, only a singular effigy, an endless luminescent silhouette. The sole tenet is that the origin god is the one true deity of the world, accompanied by a book dedicated to understanding this divine being. Much like the Titan statue in Bravos, spectators marvel at its grandeur, pondering its construction and significance. The region most fervently devoted to the faith of the origin god is undoubtedly Dorne. As the legions and navy stationed in Dorne gradually retire, Dragon Crystal City offers substantial benefits to these veterans. Those who choose to retire locally are allotted a generous parcel of land, sufficient to sustain 10 individuals, albeit with only usage rights. Each year, a mere fee of 100 dragon crystal coins is required, exempting the land from taxation, provided it remains cultivated. The Moreno family imposes no restrictions on the crops grown, and Dorne lacks a lord, having only a constable and a garrison. Most of its men are retired naval and infantry members. Dragon Crystal City appears to have procured a considerable number of women resembling those from Dorne for companionship. These women not only communicate in the common tongue of Westeros, but also in a peculiar language intelligible solely among themselves. They receive monthly stipends directly from the Lord of Dragon Crystal City, sufficient for their standard living expenses. Devoutly, they worship the origin god, visiting the statue daily to offer earnest prayers, proclaiming it as the singular true deity. Dragon Crystal City is situated on the index finger of the Five-Finger Peninsula, while a nearby isle, formerly known as Nipple Island and belonging to House Aaron, derives its name from a pair of large rocky hills. Presently, Nipple Island has been rechristened as Divine Island, where the rocky hills have been sculpted into a colossal effigy, which Robin claims represents the origin god. Beneath this statue lies a narrative steeped in the fantastical, tales of the origin continent and the faith of the 100 Kings, while Robin has even published a historical account of the origin continent, with the Dorne-related segments excised to bolster its credibility. Most individuals find the tale compelling, and it continues to evolve, selling exceptionally well. The temple of the origin god resides within the statue, spacious enough to accommodate 20,000 people. The entrance is located at the statue's navel, and typically, one must begin the ascent from the base, which takes an entire morning, or alternatively, utilize a cargo passage to ascend via steam iron ladders. The statue is patrolled by the royal guard, rendering the temple's specific appearance a closely guarded secret. Since Robin discovered the power of faith, his life's trajectory has shifted dramatically. He no longer seeks to expand his family or military might, but instead, he is fervently devoted to constructing altars and statues. Once wary of the calamities in the north, he was later driven to seize the Five-Finger Peninsula, invade the Sisters Islands, and subsequently annex half of Dorne, continuously augmenting his influence. Currently, he acquires an abundance of resources through the origin continent, whether it pertains to military or financial matters. These are merely external possessions. The deeper his understanding of the power of faith, the more he becomes enamored with it. Robin often secludes himself within the Temple of Origin, which he regards as his personal laboratory. Though termed a temple, it is, in reality, a vast prison, designed in a circular fashion, comprising 12 levels, with intricate passages and mechanical devices intended to control ferocious beasts. Death row inmates, giants, spiders, and various peculiar creatures are confined within the steel cells of the 12th level. The temple's construction serves the purpose of studying the power of faith. He holds little regard for the faith of the gods of Westeros, merely setting it up casually. He now feels splendid, no longer needing sustenance, rest, or sleep. Every moment is dedicated to absorbing the power of faith. As long as he proceeds slowly, the information contained within this power will not significantly affect him. The primary source of his faith power emanates from the millions of devotees on the origin continent. A storage of salmon amassed over 2 to 3 centuries has led to a frenzied population surge, compelling him to release a portion to Westeros. The Dornish of the origin continent and those of Westeros now belong to entirely different epochs, having traversed 5 centuries, due to the existence of the divine. Their development has remained remarkably stable, devoid of large-scale conflicts. After 3 to 4 decades of generational change, all traces of the past have been erased. The Lord of Dragon Crystal has delegated numerous affairs entirely to Alicent, vanishing from the notice of the nobility. In Robin's eyes, mortal matters pale in comparison to the importance of ascension. Despite the absence of the Lord, Dragon Crystal continues to develop in an orderly manner. After all, military strategies are managed by the general staff, naval matters are overseen by Commander Thomas, and economic issues are occasionally addressed by him as he ventures out to retrieve offerings from the origin continent to replenish the new world, while also observing the latest technological advancements. To the outside world, he seems to have vanished, with no one able to see him, not even his wife or mother. The guards stationed at the temple have begun to perceive the Lord of Dragon Crystal as increasingly enigmatic, noticing that his eyes seem to have taken on a bluish hue. Chapter 81. 3 years of the past, the current state of Dragon Crystal remains unchanged, regardless of Robin's presence. For 3 years, he has neither engaged in military matters nor issued any directives. However, Alicent is unable to do the same, for she is Robin's wife. Following the birth of their second child, Saran, she has effectively become the de facto leader, even with the aid of her father, Otto. In managing the affairs of Dragon Crystal, Robin still secludes himself on the Divine Isle. Nevertheless, over these years, relations between Dragon Crystal and King's Landing have notably softened. They attended the 2-year anniversary celebration hosted by Aegon, son of Viserys, born of Queen Cassandra Baratheon, making Robin a distant cousin of Aegon by blood. Queen Aemma has experienced 2 pregnancies following her time in Balerion, both resulting in miscarriage. After a year on the Divine Isle, news from the New World has arrived, indicating that the refrigerated meat from the Bull and Sheep Gorge has been depleted and requires replenishment. Under his command were various enigmatic individuals summoned from the lands of Essos. Ultimately, it was determined that the dissipated essence of faith manifests as what sorcerers refer to as magical energy. Conducting experiments is exceedingly costly, and an abundance of maritime logs is required. Robin must thoroughly comprehend the intricate workings of the mystical realm, particularly the extraordinary creatures that inhabit the world's fringes, for which he must present an irresistible allure. North of the Great Wall remains relatively secure. However, the continent of Sithorios is shrouded in mystery. This land is home to a dragon-like creature with elongated wings that does not breathe fire, closely resembling the dragons of House Targaryen. The scholar, B.A.S., speculated that it was modified by the blood sorcerers of Valyria. Yet Robin has established that the capacity of mortals to contain magical energy is exceedingly limited. The blood magic employed by the blood sorcerers lacks the ability to merge genes. It appears to serve merely as a means of communication. Robin has compiled a rudimentary summary of the magical or extraordinary abilities in this world. Generally, practitioners of the arcane possess powers such as elemental control, divination, shape-shifting, resurrection, and disguise. Among these, divination and resurrection typically require priests to communicate with divine entities, while elemental control and disguise can be achieved using magical energy in conjunction with various techniques. To enable their bodies to accommodate greater magical energy, practitioners often undergo transformations, which accounts for the unsettling appearances of many mystical individuals. Despite discerning certain patterns, the world remains rife with inexplicable phenomena. The annihilation of Valyria and the cataclysmic eruption of the 14 flames, which simultaneously obliterated numerous dragons, appears to bear the hallmark of divine intervention. Yet, the whereabouts of these deities remain unknown. For instance, in the land of the Shrike, there exist lizard folk, and within the city of winged men dwell inhabitants with leathery wings capable of soaring like eagles. The last emperor of the Dawn Empire, known as the Bloodstone Emperor, what a tigress, a humanoid creature, providing ample evidence that genetic fusion exists, albeit in obscurity. Over the past 3 years, Robin has been clandestinely gathering intelligence regarding the regions north of the Great Wall, the Shadow Forest, and the land of eternal winter. He has discovered only half of a black stone altar, impervious to damage, while blades forged from the finest steel in dragonstone break upon striking it, forcing him to merely sketch its form for later reference. Nonetheless, he has procured vital information. Operatives returning from their missions captured several wild men from the Shadow Forest, and through interrogation, they gleaned crucial intelligence. It appears that the Blackstone altar has existed since his childhood, albeit at half its current size. In the northern realms of eternal winter, he suspects the presence of the others. The altar may merely be a facade, as ancient legends do not clarify whether the others arrived during the cold or if the cold itself is a consequence of their presence. They are said to emerge amidst mists or blizzards, only to vanish when the skies clear. They shun sunlight, craving darkness, yet some tales assert they herald the night. The ancient nursemaid has propagated stories of the others for far too long, and these narratives lack resolution. It is too late to amend the tales now. But that is of no consequence. He can address it when he ascends to divinity. At a random hour, Robin was ultimately caught by his wife, Alicent, who possesses her own sources of intelligence. For now, he desires only to quietly pursue his studies towards godhood. The turbo cargo ship No. 77 was en route to the New World. At the bow, the sea breeze whistled past, clad in a simple gray woolen coat cinched with a silver belt. Robin had maintained this attire for 3 years. With tears glistening in her eyes, Alicent stepped onto the ship and darted towards her husband like an arrow. Robin approached and embraced her, holding her tenderly for a moment. "What on earth are you doing? Please come back with me," she implored. Dressed in a modest light blue dress, simply tied back, exuding an air of innocence. Her eyes revealed a plea as she leaned against his shoulder, her brow furrowed with concern. To her surprise, she noticed that under the sweltering heat, her husband seemed even more robust than before, as if he had grown stronger. "I have important matters to attend to," he replied, shaking his head gently, feeling the softness of her form against him. Having assumed control of the family estate at the tender age of 6, he had been managing its affairs for 14 years by the year AC 117. For the past 3 years, he had devoted himself to his pursuits, relishing the immersion in his endeavors. Returning home was a daunting prospect. "You are the Lord of Dragon Crystal City," he said, placing his hand on her face, pondering for a moment before speaking again. "You have done remarkably well these past 3 years. I hold no grievances. Listen, I am uncovering the secrets of the world. Once I complete this, I will have ample time for everyone. Until then, everything remains uncertain." The topic of the divine held little to discuss with his wife. Secrets? Alicent recalled their earlier conversation in the Divine Tree Forest. "Is it the others? Shouldn't we be forming an army to confront the danger? That pertains to a distant future. This is not a matter for mortals," Robin countered. Even now, she remained oblivious to his undertakings, which had been shrouded in mystery for the past 3 years on the island. "So, do you intend to continue living on the island?" Alicent furrowed her brow. "Your vassals hardly recognize you anymore. Count Moreno, we must return home today regardless. It is my duty to be at the Mist Tower with our sons. If you do not wish to continue as this count, I shall take Corell to Eagle's Nest City for a new title." Though spoken in frustration, she regretted her words and furtively glanced up at him. She noticed her husband's eyes narrow slightly, as if he were genuinely contemplating, which caused her heart to race. He was well aware that she was jesting, not taking offense. He is still too young. He will grow in time. Suddenly, thoughts of his mother, Mary, Elena, and Sharon, as well as his son Corell, who should now be 67, surfaced in his mind. Robin merely smiled before regaining his composure. "0. We shall not proceed to the New World just yet. We are going home." This was the command of his captain of the guard, who, like before, bore no personal name. However, they were distinct in that they could choose their code names, signifying a fresh start. After a family banquet concluded, Alicent hastily pulled Robin upstairs. 2 sleek silhouettes lay upon the velvet bed. The woman, typically reserved, this time emitted a piercing cry. After their union, she turned over, climbing atop the man, feeling the intensity of his heartbeat. A chill enveloped her, prompting Alicent to pull the warm blanket up to her chin, silently observing her husband, whose demeanor seemed drastically altered, bearing an air of detachment akin to that of a statue. The ache in her lower body lingered from his vigorous movements, and a yearning for another child stirred within her. It had been 3 years since the birth of their second son, Sorling, and she felt youthful enough to bless him with another son. The king had welcomed a son named Aegon, though his egg had not hatched. The queen suspected that Rhaenyra had deliberately chosen a faulty egg. Rhaenyra was pregnant once more, though this time she hoped for a child with fair hair. "Do you think the previous child resembled him?" She gazed at her husband, her tone laced with uncertainty. "Laenor? 2 silver-haired parents producing a dark-haired child does seem improbable. Yet it is not beyond the realm of possibility, especially considering they each hatched their own dragons. If he is not his, whom do you suppose it belongs to? Strong? Is that the commander of the City Watch?" "Daemon is now the commander of the City Watch, serving as the master of laws since my father's passing, while Laenor has become the king's hand." "And what of the queen?" Robin, of course, referred to Queen Cassandra, who possessed the kingdom's most legitimate heir, Aegon, and would not settle for tranquility. She had consistently accused the king of fathering her child with Harwin Strong. "And what of Balon?" "He remains much the same. Though he is now capable of solitude, his vigor has grown rapidly and can now carry him, albeit still confined within the dragon pit." Alicent recounted the significant events that had transpired in the kingdom over the past 3 years, though he did not exhibit much concern for the royal disputes. He merely engaged in the conversation, intrigued by Alicent's enthusiasm regarding the statues. Chapter 82. Corell the following day, in Dragonstone. The watchtower served as the heart of the Moreno army, with the command center established therein. The walls of Dragonstone were encircled by a garrison of 1,000 unsullied. Robin merely cast a glance, noting the roads had widened considerably compared to before. The orderly ranks of 1,000 stood along the road of the gods, flanked by an array of newly erected crystal statues of deities, with the pure white crystal figures of the origin gods positioned at the forefront. The stone hall, a grand chamber constructed from precisely cut square stones, welcomed him. Guards flanked the massive doors, which swung open to reveal a space adorned with small tables along the walls. While the main table in the center had transitioned from a teak to a stone table, upon which lay a map of the narrow sea, accompanied only by a singular chair, the same intricately carved wooden chair depicting salmon. Once seated, he commenced the review of a stack of battle reports. The commanders of the legions, intelligence officers, logistical advisors, operational chiefs, disciplinary officers, and heads of naval military bases, along with the supreme commander of the Dragonstone fleet, awaited his attention. He read swiftly, absorbing the information with remarkable speed. The topographic map presented delineates a V-shaped cut from the prominent section of Essos, extending along the upper Lauren River to the Bay of Loreless. Bravos may dispatch infantry regiments to commence an offensive, proclaiming to the city-state of Essos that the conflict shall remain contained within these borders. The commander of the General Staff's troops is the son of Sir Garrett, who has participated in the campaign of the Three Sisters Archipelago and the naval battle of Stone Steps, having devised strategies for the assault on Dorne. With a wealth of combat experience and an extensive network, he has ascended to the position of General Commander, supported by Robin, overseeing 160,000 regular combat troops from 16 infantry regiments. The infantry regiments stationed in the New World, along with the garrison forces in Dorne and various naval bases, are governed by over 30 deputy commanders, adhering strictly to the orders issued by the General Staff. The entire arrangement is structured such that the General Commander possesses the authority to mobilize a main force under his command. Numerous subordinates are empowered to deploy their respective military units, thereby balancing the power of the deputies. Intelligence officers, disciplinary officers, logistical officers, and operational officers will also dispatch personnel for assistance. Each naval base functions as a complete command system, wherein the larger organization encompasses smaller units, all centered around a watchtower, firmly controlling the military. The General Staff requires only the direction of the Lord of Dragon Crystal. The manner of engagement is their concern. Only with Robin's approval can supplies be mobilized. A thick tome opens, revealing a list of death sentences over 3 years, densely populated with names accused of corruption and vendettas. The military operates independently of the legal framework of Dragon Crystal, holding the sole authority to determine the execution of sentences. Currently, these offenders remain confined within various naval bases, awaiting resolution. With the number of condemned individuals being excessively high, a separate infantry regiment is to be formed, designated as the Atonement Corps, tasked with accumulating sufficient rewards from corruption to buy their lives or fulfilling vendetta quotas of 10 heads, to be dispatched to the wall as per this standard. Presently, aside from the extreme cold of the north, the Night's Watch has become a relatively well-compensated profession. Mole Village and Crown's End, serving as the formidable rear of the wall, are economically flourishing, exempt from taxation, where adventurers, merchants, and captains frequently procure goods for trade. The Night's Watch has restored 19 castles along the sprawling wall, and the trees of the Ghostwood Forest, situated within a league of the wall, have been extensively felled. The number of soldiers in the regiment has reached 30,000, with over 20,000 sent from the judgments of Dragon Crystal, including thousands stationed at the Black Castle, along with their horses, servants, and equipment, all derived from the discarded weaponry of Dragon Crystal. The wildlings, long confronted by the Night's Watch, have gradually been driven back beyond the ancestral peaks. With the assistance of Dragon Crystal, the Night's Watch has painstakingly established a large fortress, facilitating the sale of supplies. Timber floats upon the sea, transported back to the New World by turbine steamships, capable of hauling over 3,000 logs in a single journey, yielding a minimum profit of 300 golden dragons. Furthermore, coal prices in the Wall region are remarkably low, resulting in minimal transportation costs. The Stone Steps Isles are best left undisturbed. Colas, in his capacity as the Minister of Maritime Affairs, requests your cooperation, but it is unnecessary to heed him. Our merchant vessels do not traverse that route, so it is advisable to refrain from meddling. All ships passing through the Dorne Canal are obliged to pay taxes in accordance with the laws of the realm. The Valyrian family has built their fortune on this, and they will understand. After enduring years of fierce conflict, the Stone Steps Isles still grapple with rampant banditry. though it is somewhat tempered compared to the past. The fall of Dorne has compelled those who profit from war to tread carefully, lest the city of Dragonstone once again set its sights on disputed territories or use them as a launching point for an incursion into Essos. Time flows swiftly. Whether in the distant north or the elusive lands of Dorne, the overall atmosphere in the Seven Kingdoms remains one of peace and prosperity. The populace thrives, enjoying a burgeoning wealth, and food is readily available in Westeros. During the past few months in Dragonstone, Robin has engaged in the daily affairs of governance, but beyond that, he finds little to occupy his time, and his absorption of Faith's power has been notably sluggish. The hunting party set forth in the morning, as his father hoped to add a sumptuous black bear feast to the evening's banquet, with his mother expecting again. Chaol received her blessing to accompany the group to the Beast Garden. Aunt Mary, Sir Browne, and even his grandfather are part of the entourage. His father has never been fond of such activities, perhaps due to poor health in his youth that prevented him from cultivating such interests. In contrast, Chaol stands a head taller than his peers at 7 years old, possessing a robust physique. His younger brother, a mere 3-year-old, is too young to grasp the intricacies of swordplay. His aunt, Celine, prefers to remain in the city, as girls typically have little inclination toward hunting. As they journeyed, Chaol could hardly contain his excitement. He was determined to personally slay an adult black bear, not a cub, but one that stood 3 heads taller than him. Bear Hunter Chaol. Bear Hunter Chaol, he muttered along the way. He felt a pang of regret that his father, once the King's Minister of Maritime Affairs, was not still in King's Landing. Had he been, Chaol could have resided in the Red Keep built by the Dragon King and witnessed the great dragons that once conquered the Seven Kingdoms. His mother claimed he had seen them as a child, having been born in the Red Keep and residing for a time in his grandfather's ministerial tower. But he could not recall it. The knights around him remarked that the Red Keep was not even 1/3 the size of the Morena castle, and that dragons did not dwell in the Red Keep, but in distant Dragonstone. The mere thought thrilled Chaol, yet he felt no fear. What was there to fear? He was the legitimate heir of Dragonstone, with countless fleets and his father's loyal knights and sworn warriors at his command. Chaol understood his standing well. The most powerful heir in the realm, and sometimes pondered who might surpass him, he or Prince Jacaerys. His mother spoke of the King's Guard as the finest warriors in the kingdom, only 7 in number, clad in white garments and armor, unencumbered by familial ties, existing solely to protect the king. Sir Browne scoffed at this notion, claiming that he and his Salmon Guard could easily best the so-called White Knights in a contest of 7 against 7. He harbored doubts about the legendary prowess of the Imperial Guard, questioning what tales Sir Browne could possibly boast of, always deflecting with the notion that a skilled warrior need not seek fame. The Beast Arena was nestled near Coldwater City, a vast mountain range where, since the passing of his grandfather, the ferocious creatures once housed on Dragon Crystal Island had been exiled, though tended by dedicated caretakers. He dreamed of one day restoring the Beast Arena to Dragon Crystal City. Ultimately, he pondered whether man was superior to beast. Perhaps establishing a coliseum to invite the fiercest knights of the realm to prove their mettle would be the answer. The very thought ignited a fervor within him. After a jarring journey in the carriage, he finally arrived at his destination. As all were instructed to follow the handler of the birds on foot, he stealthily slowed his pace. Once the others forged ahead, clearing the path, he darted from the group, armed with a crossbow brimming with arrows, a broadsword in hand, and a detailed map of the terrain. He was acutely aware of where the bears roamed and took care to tread lightly, avoiding leaving heavy footprints in the grass. The shock of his eventual discovery, surrounded by spoils, would be immense. However, midway through his expedition, as he adeptly navigated the thicket, Chaol swiftly reacted, leaping to grasp a low-hanging branch and climbing into the trees. Glancing down, he spotted a pack of wolves lurking beneath, their gleaming yellow eyes glinting with malice. Chaol mused that the reputation of wolf hunters was considerably less esteemed than that of bear hunters. A peculiar chill coursed through him. He continued to ascend, eventually finding a suitable fork in the branches to perch upon. "Enough of your howling," he shouted, exasperated. "Just die quietly." Chaol readied his crossbow, unleashing arrows with remarkable precision, each shot finding its mark. Yet wolves were known for their pack mentality. Amidst the pile of fallen wolves, the alpha remained undeterred, rallying more of its kind. The rustling of leaves signaled their approach, a growing number of wolves responding to their leader's call. Chaol sensed the encroaching trouble. More silhouettes emerged from the underbrush. Nevertheless, he remained calm. Wolves could not ascend trees. He had always been cautious, even considering the possibility of losing his way in the forest. Equipped with a specially designed smoke stick capable of emitting red smoke for half an hour, he was prepared to signal for aid if necessary. a tactic often employed by the military during ambushes. Kalier resolved not to deploy it unless absolutely necessary. He had ventured far and would not retreat in disgrace. As he loaded the last arrow into his crossbow, a sense of resignation washed over him. Only 12 arrows remained, and the gathering adversaries far outnumbered them. A robust black bear, drawn by the scent of blood, ambled into the shooting range, blissfully unaware of Kalier's presence in the branches above. The ravenous bear began to scavenge, tearing into the carcasses with fervor, relishing the bountiful meal bestowed upon it by fate. As it feasted, it suddenly lifted its head and spotted the bipedal creature in the tree. The black bear then turned and approached the tree where Kyer was perched. At that moment, Kyer's left leg began to tremble slightly, a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. He hastily aimed his crossbow at the bear, but his arrow missed, passing harmlessly beneath the creature's ribs. The bear appeared momentarily dazed, unaware of the wound that had just been inflicted. With a primal roar, the black bear, now incensed, was determined to attack the bipedal creature, disregarding the crossbow entirely. It glanced up at the quivering Kyer, mistakenly interpreting the creature's fear as weakness. Gripping the tree trunk with both paws, the bear began to ascend with great effort. Meanwhile, Kyer searched for a suitable angle. The bear's formidable bulk required a precise shot to ensure a swift demise. After several seconds of close observation, the bear seemed to sense the lethal intent emanating from the bipedal creature and abandoned its climb. It turned instead towards the carcass of a wolf on the ground, preparing to indulge in fresh meat. Just then, Kyer's crossbow was discharged. A powerful force knocked the bear off its feet, and it roared in fury as it charged towards Kyer, scrambling upwards with reckless abandon. Despite Kyer loosing 2 more arrows during the fray, the bear remained undeterred, reaching Kyer's side in mere moments. Its claws slashed deeply into Kyer's thigh, tearing through flesh and skin. However, as the bear prepared to continue its assault, it suddenly began to convulse violently, its vision darkening as it plummeted from the height of the tree. In the aftermath of the injury, Kyer, overwhelmed by pain, succumbed to unconsciousness, and both he and the bear fell from the treetop, a dizzying drop of several meters. In a distant chamber, Robin Morena was jolted from his meditation, his heart racing as if forewarned of impending calamity. The air was filled with the faint scent of burning pine resin. "Lord Robin," a voice called out. "What is it?" He gestured for the door to be opened, revealing Josen standing outside along with Mary, who held a candelabrum in hand. "Brother, I'm so sorry," Mary lamented, her expression woeful. Robin immediately sensed that something grave had occurred. "Lord Robin," Josen said with a heavy heart, "Kyer is in trouble." Seeking solitude, Robin had retreated to the most secluded tower of Moreno Castle. It took them a considerable time on horseback to return to the fog tower, which lay in an eerie silence. As Robin ascended the staircase to the 4th floor, the sun hung low over the high walls. In the corridor, a maid hurried by, carrying a basin of water. Allison Hightower sat beside her eldest son's bedside, her hair disheveled, as if she had just awakened from a deep slumber. Her eyes red and swollen. "Scholar, how is little Kaya?" she implored, her gaze fixed intently on the scholar. The scholar lowered his head, unable to meet her eyes. "Madam, the condition remains unchanged. His leg wound has been treated, but Kyer is still unconscious, mainly due to the impact from the fall." This was precisely the answer she had anticipated, neither more nor less. The scholar's responses were always monotonously predictable. She had already consulted numerous renowned scholars for their diagnoses. Dismissing the servants, she turned to Robin. "Do you possess a solution?" He cast a glance at his son, instantly grasping the severity of the injuries, though he was no physician. As he attempted to speak, his throat felt as if it were constrained by a vice. Reflecting on his abilities, he thought of blood magic. Instinct warned him of its peril. Perhaps by tomorrow, he would awaken. He could offer no more reassurance than that. It might merely be a simple concussion, and he would soon regain consciousness. Chapter 83. The dream of Carell felt himself plummeting endlessly, surrounded by fragmented scenes, his mother's nurturing, the incessant admonitions of his tutor. A crimson castle, knights clad in white armor. Occasionally, he glimpsed his father, the minister of marine affairs, but this state persisted for what seemed an eternity. As forgotten memories from his childhood replayed in an endless cycle, his consciousness was blurred, merely experiencing everything. "Awake," a voice whispered in the darkness. Instantly, Carell jolted awake, enveloped by a dim, gray mist as he continued to fall. In this new world, he recalled the training of catapults by the Dragon Crystal Fleet, envisioning a solid dragon crystal sphere crashing to the ground, shattering upon impact, some reducing to mere powder, leaving no trace behind. He peered downward for what felt like an eternity, unable to discern how far the ground lay, or if there was even a ground at all. The speed of his descent was alarming. He felt as though he would fall forever. Is this a dream? Carell finally recognized this reality. He had experienced such lucid dreams before, where falling would lead to awakening. He found himself suspended in a dark, cold void, devoid of light, life, or anything but the gray mist. Intrigued, he began to observe the images of his childhood, recalling how he had learned to fly spontaneously, without guidance. This was delightful. He soared like an eagle over Dragon Crystal City. From this height, the towering spires of Moreno Castle appeared squat and stout, while the castle walls transformed into mere black lines upon the muddy ground. He spotted his sister Tilly leisurely watering the plants on the misty balcony, chattering away as she assigned tasks to her maidens. He easily recognized his brother practicing swordplay in the square below, wielding a wooden sword. Taller and more robust than Carell remembered, the entire world lay beneath him, a vibrant tapestry of colors. Every detail was strikingly clear. He felt no fear, surveying the kingdom and its bustling populace with keen interest, gazing wherever he wished. He observed the simple-minded giant, Robert, stationed before the triple gates, diligently inspecting each unfamiliar face at the drawbridge. Carell recalled how Robert's wife would timely deliver his meals, a plump woman named Matilda, who ran a tavern and provided meal services, catering to over 100 guards under her husband's command. Yet, Carell found her smile unsettling, as it obscured her eyes, stirring a sense of unease within him. Matilda is always beaming with joy, possessing a remarkable skill in pastry-making. Carell recalls how he once pilfered an afternoon tea cake from Robert, which bore a striking resemblance to those crafted by the castle's pastry chef. However, her cakes tend to be excessively sweet, leaving one feeling queasy after just a few bites. He yearns to uncover the enigmatic endeavors of his father over the years. As he gazes ahead, an image gradually materializes, the origin deity sculpted from the mountain. Just as Carell attempts to draw closer, an invisible force obstructs his approach. In the temple, Robin experiences a peculiar sensation, standing at the entrance, contemplating an unusual direction while the rocky cliffs resonate with the chilling winds. "Hey, Father," Carell repeatedly waves his hand in an attempt to garner his attention, yet inexplicably, he remains unseen. Robin lifts his gaze, staring intently, but finds nothing there. The scene shifts once more. He turns eastward and spots a turbine steam cargo ship braving the waves, traversing the narrow sea toward the port of Bravos. It is laden with war supplies, including alcohol and brown sugar. Carell is acutely aware of the ongoing conflict between their home and Bravos, a war that has persisted for many years, since his birth, in fact. It is said that grain can be exchanged for a slave of equal weight. The once vibrant beacon of civilization and freedom has long since dimmed. Looking north, he sees a pallid gloom stretching across the land of eternal winter, beyond the Great Wall and the forest of ghosts. There, trees with terrifying, grinning faces are being felled en masse, drifting southward through the port of Donghai. "You possess greater talent than I had imagined," a voice resonates, leaving him momentarily perplexed. A roar echoes behind him. He turns to behold an enormous, ancient dragon confronting a host of dragons. Carell recognizes Vagahol, Syrax, Melius, and Koruk, all unmistakably mature dragons. Before the outcome of their confrontation is determined, a creature with eyes ablaze with icy blue flames hurls a crystalline spear at him. Struck, he stumbles and collapses to the ground, feeling somewhat dazed. Where's this place? After regaining his composure, Carell surveys his surroundings. The good news is that he no longer plummets. The bad news is that this place feels eerily familiar. Sitting on the ground, he scans his surroundings and realizes he is amidst the ruins of a city, where war-torn buildings lie in shambles, emitting plumes of thick smoke and embers. He recognizes this location. It is the Isle of Enlightenment, a site for the development of new innovations in the New World. The ground is strewn with corpses, their bodies dressed in uniform armor, wielding standardized weaponry. Despite their varied appearances, different complexions, hair colors, and features, they do not seem to belong to the same regional army. He spots the green-flagged lookout tower of his own house, as well as the blue-flagged shields of the soldiers, which momentarily leaves him in a state of shock. Examining the nameplates on the soldiers' chests, he notes they belong to his own 1st to 14th Infantry regiments. Who are their adversaries? Carell is utterly bewildered by the chaos unfolding around him. It is so tumultuous that he can even deduce a scenario of internal strife within a squad. In an abyss of darkness adorned with crimson dragons, seahorses, and the regal crowns of stags, the vast tapestry of Westeros seemed to weave together, drawing in families from every corner of the realm. The significance of this new world was undeniable. It stood as the most vital territory for the production of weapons and the processing of grain. These individuals hailed from distant lands. Yet why had they converged here to engage in battle? Carol lifted a black dagger from the waist of a fallen soldier, crafted from dragon crystal. Many of the soldiers wielded weapons of this fragile material, and he pondered how such brittle instruments could be employed in warfare. Once again, he cast a cautious gaze around him, his mind flooded with questions. It was evident that he found himself amidst a desolate battlefield, a place that had once flourished as a vibrant city, now reduced to charred remnants by the ravages of war. Uncertain of what had transpired, he was equally oblivious to the causes and consequences of this conflict. Surveying the scene, he found no survivors. The battlefield lay in eerie silence, punctuated only by the mournful whispers of the wind and the crackling of flames. Here he stood, as though forsaken by the world itself. Was this a war without victors? Had everyone perished? The thought seemed implausible. Even the production workshops lay in ruins. What had they been engaged in? Resolutely, he pressed forward, navigating through the scattered corpses that littered the ground. Yet, fear did not grip him. Rather, a profound sense of bewilderment enveloped him. It was all so strange. War had erupted on the island. Where was the invincible fleet of dragon crystal? This was the future. A high-pitched, piercing voice echoed in his ears as he sought the source of the sound. Soon, he noticed a raven circling above, keeping just out of reach. What has happened? He questioned aloud, bewildered. How long have I been trapped in this dream? A sense of fear began to creep into his heart. Would he never awaken? He yearned to weep, but no tears came forth. The raven remained silent. With a heavy heart, he stumbled onward. The sounds surrounding him now, including not only the wind and the crackling flames, but also the echo of his own footsteps. He hoped to find a survivor to inquire about the events that had transpired, believing that understanding this reality was far more pressing than his own escape from the dream. Regrettably, as Carol continued on, he found no answers to his questions. In this land shrouded by fog and ruin, a faint light cascaded from the heavens, reminiscent of a nascent sun struggling to break free from the clouds. Not a single intact structure remained. Only shattered bricks and crumbling beams flickered in and out of sight amid the mist. Thus, Carol seized a long spear, its tip forged from dragon crystal. Though it was already shattered halfway, he pressed onward, the dragon crystal spear guiding him through the remnants of the city. Nevertheless, after what felt like an eternity, he found himself inexplicably halted once again, with no warning. Having emerged from the ruins of the city, the world before him became astonishingly clear, and he realized that this was indeed the true battleground for these people, as the corpses lay densely packed in every corner of his sight. Such a level of battlefield, whether in Westeros or Essos, found no comparable records. Yet, in his quest for answers, he, as the legitimate heir of the Morena family, felt a sense of ownership over the territory of the New World. Thus, despite the eerie sensation induced by the multitude of corpses blanketing the ground, he continued his exploration. After an indeterminate period of wandering, the sight of corpses never ceased to confront him until an enormous figure loomed before him. What is this? Carell was struck as if by lightning, the mist suddenly parting in a strange fissure. Before him lay the colossal corpse of a black dragon, sprawled like a collapsed mountain range, its dark scales glistening with frost and dried blood, each scale as formidable as a shield. Dark crimson blood had long since saturated the earth, meandering across the charred soil like a river of blood. Even the ground beneath him glistened with a viscous sheen. The dragon knight remained poised in a charge, a Valyrian with silver hair and purple eyes, his hair wildly billowing in the wind, his opened eyes clouded. A crystalline spear pierced through his body and that of the black dragon, its tip reflecting a chilling, ghostly light, forever anchoring him to the saddle. Carell seemed to detect the distinct metallic sweetness and burnt scent of blood in the air, mingled with the essence of death, causing him to furrow his brow. Even such a great dragon could perish. What kind of war was this? Why was it so brutal? As the son of the Lord of Dragonstone, he had inherited his father's wisdom and experiences far beyond that of ordinary men. It was difficult to fathom the ferocity of a battlefield where even such terrifying creatures as dragons could fall. He only knew that the 30 men operating the colossal dragon hunting machine hidden deep within their bunker had the capability to slay a dragon. Yet it had never been tested in the crucible of war, merely possessing the potential to do so. The scene shifted. A raven emerged from his shoulder, its gaze fixed upon him. It bore 3 eyes, the third filled with a terrifying knowledge, yet it did not frighten him. Many soldiers would often practice their crossbow skills on Raven Rock, though this 3-eyed raven was somewhat peculiar. Carell lowered his head, now surrounded by snow-capped, undulating peaks. Standing atop an unknown mountain, In this world of white, where only ice, cold, and solitude prevailed, he suddenly noticed a storm moving across the frozen wasteland ahead. As he beheld it, he saw countless pale figures advancing, an endless tide, their eyes an eerie ice blue, their numbers resembling ants on the move. They were heading southward. Emerging from the tempest were numerous tall, gaunt figures, their skin as pallid as milk, starkly different from the previously gathered throngs, with eyes that resembled azure stars. "They are the others," the crow remarked. Kal-El observed for a considerable time, recognizing many familiar silhouettes, and an overwhelming despair enveloped him. "What about the others?" he inquired. "The servants of the others, the deceased," the crow replied. "This is merely a dream," Kal-El asserted. "Is it?" The crow did not refute. "Did you bring me here to witness this? Who are you?" Kal-El eventually asked, suspecting this was merely an illusion, for his father still lived. As long as he was alive, such an inexplicable war could not exist. This was the unfounded confidence of all the denizens of Dragon Crystal City in their legendary lord. Kal-El stared intently at the crow, preparing to rise, intent on capturing this peculiar raven for interrogation. Yet, upon attempting to seize it, his hands grasped only air. The crow was as intangible as the wind, and then it soared into the air, cawing raucously. Enraged, it pecked at him. "What are you doing?" The crow's sharp beak drove into his forehead, precisely between his eyes, and Kal-El was suddenly seized by a piercing pain. Fearing that his brain might be oozing from the wound, he grew anxious. The crow flapped its wings against his cheeks, screeching, "Come to the north, to the wall. Beneath the great fishlang tree. Curse it, do not let me catch you." He hurriedly covered his forehead, as if something were about to burst forth from within. Having delivered its message, the crow vanished, and Kal-El failed to notice that his body began to fade into the ether. Subsequently, the once gray and foggy world began to tremble and whirl, memories around him fracturing like a glass cup subjected to freezing temperatures. Crack! He then realized that the raven was, in fact, a dark-haired maid. He grasped her hair, recognizing her from somewhere, perhaps from his home. Yes, that was it. He remembered her now. He understood that he was indeed in Dragon Crystal City, gazing at the familiar arrangement of his room, the statue of a beast. The metal shield gifted by his grandfather, a piece of dark yellow dragon scale presented by Princess Rhaenyra, the splendid golden cloak sent by his cousin, Duke Boros, for his second birthday, and the towering tome on the history of Westeros that the Academy had bestowed upon him. This was his chamber, and the dark-haired woman had just been bathing him. After a moment of stunned recognition, he uttered, "Rosalind?" as he released his grip on her hair. She dashed down the stairs, exclaiming with exuberance, "He is awake. He is finally awake." Her voice resonated loudly, echoing throughout the entire fog-laden tower. Kal-El touched the spot between his eyes, where the crow had pecked him. It still felt warm, yet there were no marks on his forehead, no blood, no wound. He felt as though he had merely experienced a lengthy dream, and when he attempted to rise from the bed, he discovered he could not move. His lower body devoid of sensation, leaving only his hands capable of normal movement. At that moment, a commotion arose beside the bed as a large, striped white creature emerged from beneath it, gracefully leaping onto his bed and gazing at him with gem-like, chestnut-brown eyes. It was remarkably large, leaving Callier puzzled as to how it had managed to squeeze beneath his bed. A sense of familiarity enveloped him as he regarded this substantial being. "Vox, hit me out." Callier realized that this was his white bobcat, which seemed utterly absurd. Wasn't it merely a month-old cub? It had grown so swiftly. He extended his frail, withered hand, trembling as he reached out to touch it, sensing its emotions in some inexplicable way. Just then, as his younger brother bounded up the stairs in a flurry, panting as he burst into the room, Callier lay on the bed, stroking the creature's fur. With a mischievous grin, he lifted his head and declared, "Your elder brother has returned." Chapter 84. The perilous legend. The image of the Origin God has undergone numerous updates and iterations on the continent of Origin. It is said that the kings claimed to act upon divine will. Once cloaked in radiance, the humanoid statue of the deity was prostrated before by 3 formidable dragons, and a crystal spear was added to the deity's right hand. Within the Grand Temple, the largest statue of the Origin God housed a dragon egg within each of the 3 dragons, placed there by Robin himself, known only to him. On the 4th day of the 6th month in the year 116 of the Egan calendar, marking the inception of the Origin calendar in year 0, previously referred to as the Dorn era, later unified by the Council of Kings, in the year 577 of the Origin calendar, the 3 dragon eggs hatched. Anticipating their birth, Robin retrieved them from the statue. The dragons, nurtured by faith, were bound to his will, allowing Robin to easily perceive their thoughts. The deity crafted distinct legends for each dragon, endowing them with unique abilities. The black dragon, known as Thunderstorm, was male, adorned with ebony scales and the largest of the three, displaying the most ferocity. In the tails, it commanded thunder and the awe-inspiring force of the heavens. Capable of conjuring storms in the sky, instilling fear far and wide, and had once unleashed black flames that ravaged a continent, serving as the deity's steed. The white dragon, Frostfire, was female, possessing scales of crystalline and bronze hues, with white teeth and claws, and eyes of both ice and fire. In the legends woven for her, she was hailed as the mother of dragons, her offspring capable of obscuring the sun, serving as the vanguard of the deity's conquest of the world. Adept at shifting the attributes of her dragon flames between fire and ice, having once frozen the oceans. The green dragon, Spirit, was a genderless entity. The messenger of the deity, depicted in stories with scales of emerald and bronze, black teeth and claws, and bronze eyes. It could transform into human form, causing flora to flourish wherever it went, healing ailments, and entering dreams to proclaim the divine will, acting as the voice of the god. Robin's trials regarding the legends had been completed, and the appearances of the three dragons corresponded perfectly with their respective tales. Should the legends prove too outlandish, they would likely manifest in a distorted form. The black dragon's growth is astonishing. It consumes an immense amount of food daily, now capable of devouring 10 sheep in a single bite. Within just a month, it has matured into a behemoth akin to a century-old dragon, leaving behind mounds of excrement that resemble mountains. The formidable claws of the black dragon, Thundercloud, can unleash electricity, though this ability requires decades of accumulation, unless one provides magical energy, in which case it can be stored in a matter of days. The white dragon, Ashen, boasts the most complete legend, laying eggs as effortlessly as it defecates. However, its form is repugnant, resembling a plump, white caterpillar. Its wings and talons serve little purpose, as it spends most of its time in a cozy cave, laying eggs. Although it can breathe fire, the flames are merely ordinary, and its icy breath is insufficient to freeze even a single sheep. It consumes an astonishing volume of food, far exceeding that of Thundercloud, devouring the majority of offerings intended for the gods. The green dragon, Spirit, exhibits a growth rate comparable to that of a typical young dragon, often curling up in slumber at the center of the temple. The flora surrounding the temple flourishes at an extraordinary pace, prompting the priests responsible for rituals to arrange for daily logging, lest the temple transform into a forest overnight. Those who fell the trees frequently dream of a short-haired, pointed-eared being clad in leaves, whispering the greatness of the origin god in their ears, assuring them that sincere faith will shield them from illness and calamity. The three-headed dragon lacks its own intelligence, operating like a puppet driven solely by instinct. If not commanded by the deity, it will persist in following the last directive given, without deviation, for legend has it that these three dragons are utterly subservient to the will of the gods. The green dragon, Spirit, informs its deity that the promise of immunity to ailments is merely a promotional tactic, devoid of any healing power at present, though it may possess such capabilities in the future. To varying degrees, their legends have been partially realized, which fills Robin with trepidation regarding his aspirations of attaining divinity through these tales. The concept of divinity itself varies from person to person, leaving Robin somewhat disheartened, as it appears that the final solution for healing Carol's wounds has also crumbled. In the year 120 AC, the political landscape of the realm becomes exceedingly delicate. Due to Viserys' decision to change the line of succession, discontent brews among the lords of various territories. The Grand Council of 101 established regulations regarding inheritance rights, which, while not mandated, have been tacitly accepted by all lords, favoring male succession over female. He has proclaimed his daughter, Princess Rhaenyra, the light of the kingdom, as his heir. Despite renewing oaths of loyalty, he has not garnered genuine acceptance. As the Duke of Stark from the North aptly states, his knee can only bow to a true heir. The newly appointed queen, Cassandra Valerion, harbors significant dissatisfaction, having repeatedly urged the king to reconsider the succession. Her father, Duke Boros, continually builds her up, presenting the son born to the princess, brown-haired and brown-eyed, strikingly different in appearance from the Targaryens. In contrast, her grandson, Aegon, inherits the quintessential Targaryen beauty, silver hair and violet eyes, skilled in both intellect and martial prowess, despite some absurdities in his personal life. Overall, the lords hold him in considerable esteem. Another male heir was entirely overlooked. Had it not been for the Lord of Dragonstone's insistence on defending his claim to the Iron Throne, this 8-year-old child, whose intellect resembled that of a mere 3-year-old, would have been forgotten. They assumed that since the order of succession could be altered, it could be changed once more. The Lord of Dragonstone would likely not object, considering Aegon was his blood relative, deserving of the title of cousin. The relationship between Queen Cassandra and Princess Rhaenyra was fraught with animosity, their hostility spreading through their respective maternal lines, while relations between the Baratheons and the Arryns steadily deteriorated. Cassandra's son Aegon and Rhaenyra's 3 sons became fierce adversaries, often engaging in combat against Jaehaerys and Lucerys, with the latter 2 frequently emerging bruised and battered. The chief swordsman of Dragonstone, Bronn, voluntarily resigned following Chael's incapacitation, a decision permitted by Alicent. A year later, Cassandra summoned him to the Red Keep to serve as Prince Aegon's guard and mentor. Aegon was fervently determined to claim his birthright to the Iron Throne, often showcasing his exceptional qualities under his mother's guidance. Nevertheless, Viserys remained steadfast in his intention for his daughter to inherit the Iron Throne, particularly as he held young Jaehaerys in his arms while attending to matters on the Iron Throne, proclaiming, "One day, you shall inherit the Iron Throne." Aegon did not relent, believing that as long as he possessed a dragon, the king would inevitably change his mind. However, a young dragon was unlikely to sway the king's opinion. He had attempted to enter the dragon pit to tame Dragonfire, but the keeper denied him entry, insisting on permission from the king, which infuriated him. In the year AC 120, Robin finally consented to release Daemon, while Dragonstone coin officially entered circulation. However, the court's taxation continued to rely on gold dragons. That same year, Daemon returned to King's Landing as the commander of the Royal Knights and, at the king's behest, swore fealty to Princess Rhaenyra. Subsequently, his elder brother annulled Daemon's betrothal to Lady Rhea in the name of Viserys I, and Daemon formally wed Lena. Rhaenyra's bond with Lena strengthened, their familial ties deepening. And thus far, all dragons of the family stood firmly by Rhaenyra's side. Queen Cassandra realized the necessity of seeking allies, bringing her 5-year-old son Aegon and 2-year-old daughter Helena to visit Dragonstone. Helena's dragon egg had yet to hatch, further convincing Queen Cassandra that Rhaenyra was scheming against her. She arranged for Helena to marry Chael, fully aware that this was a political alliance. If her son's paralysis persisted, it would mean Helena would remain a widow for life. Alicent found herself unable to refuse such an arrangement. Previously, Rhaenyra had attempted to arrange a match between her eldest son Jaehaerys and Alicent's daughter Lae'Zelyn, yet the Morenos showed no support. Remembering the lessons learned from her friend's matrimonial woes, she gradually abandoned this desire. To avoid the resurgence of past grievances, Robin's mother graciously invited Princess Helena to stay in Dragon Crystal City at the tender age of 10, a proposition to which the queen readily acquiesced. Prior to this, she had harbored considerable concern regarding the matter, as the Long family had consistently suffered from a poor reputation among the Moreno clan. As for Robin, he had personally met the heir, Aegon, and found him to be reasonably competent, quite remarkable for this era. His son, Chael, and Aegon shared an abundance of topics to discuss. Aegon even promised to treat Chael to a visit to Dragonstone to observe the dragons once he ascended the Iron Throne. With the connection to Dragon Crystal City, Queen Cassandra and Aegon's standing among the populace grew increasingly favorable, and the commander of the royal fleet leaned towards Aegon as the rightful heir, thus ensuring military support in King's Landing. During the council meetings, Queen Aemma and Queen Cassandra sat flanking Viserys, with Aegon serving as both cupbearer and scribe. Typically, Queen Cassandra's political views were diametrically opposed to those of Rhaenyra, leading to discord that often concluded with a compromise brokered by Laenor, where each side would accept half of the proposals. In Chapter 85, in the year AC 121, Princess Rhaenyra resolved to arrange a betrothal between her 2 eldest sons and the twin daughters of Lady Lena, receiving the king's full endorsement. Now the young boys, Joffrey and Lucerys, were 4 and 5 years older than their fiancés, who were merely 1 year old. The overwhelming influence of Dragon Crystal City led many to believe that Aegon was more suited to the throne than Rhaenyra. After all, a king could amend the heir once, and a second alteration was not entirely unexpected. The reason for the princess's eagerness lay in the fact that since Princess Helena's engagement to Chael, Queen Cassandra had been remarkably generous with her wealth, frequently bestowing double or even triple wages upon all servants and handmaidens. Whenever expenditure could elevate Aegon's reputation, she wholeheartedly supported it. Matters that could not be resolved in the court might find hope in Cassandra's intervention. Her fortune, accrued through favorable trade between Dragon Crystal City and the merchants of Stormlands, resided outside the royal treasury as personal wealth, although insufficient to renovate the castle. She was more than capable of providing occasional welfare to the citizens of King's Landing. Queen Cassandra understood that wealth was merely a transient asset. As long as Aegon could ascend the throne, such concerns were trivial. The light of the kingdom served only to praise Rhaenyra's personal virtues, which paled in comparison to the allure of the Golden Dragon, and the art of winning hearts was perpetually effective. Public sentiment was overwhelmingly in favor of Aegon. However, Corlys had cautioned Princess Rhaenyra about the perils of public opinion, advising her that while she could not impede Cassandra's benevolence, such as hiring learned scholars from Dragon Crystal City for public health checks, providing bags of flour to impoverished families, or delivering crates of eggs to children studying at the church, Rhaenyra's attempts to emulate these actions ceased after a month due to her lack of independent financial resources. Utilizing the royal treasury required the council's consent, and it was evident that Queen Cassandra would never offer the treasury's funds for the benefit of others. Queen Cassandra and her son garnered a commendable reputation, the benevolent queen and her Silver Prince. The title of Silver Prince accentuated Aegon's physical attributes and noble lineage. With the existence of a Silver Prince, one cannot help but ponder the circumstances surrounding Rhaenyra's children. It is worth noting that Laenor Velaryon also possessed the distinctive Valyrian traits of silver hair and violet eyes. Rhaenyra created quite a stir during the small council meeting, openly questioning the hair color of her progeny, which led to King Viserys ultimately mediating the dispute. In the year AC 122, Lena tragically succumbed to complications during childbirth, failing to deliver her male offspring. Shortly thereafter, Laenor met his untimely demise in a violent altercation at the Spicetown Market on Driftmark. Eyewitnesses unanimously reported that Ser Cole Quarry wielded a dagger and fatally struck him. Lord Velaryon hastened from King's Landing to retrieve his son's body, with numerous witnesses attesting that the conflict had initiated between the two, and that after the attack, Ser Cole, in a desperate bid to flee, severely injured several bystanders before vanishing without a trace. The king led a procession of courtiers to Driftmark to attend the cremation ceremony of his son. Many arrived mounted on dragons, and with the presence of 2 additional dragons already on the island. The skies above Driftmark were filled with a majestic display of dragons soaring together. 7-year-old Aegon accompanied his parents to the ceremony, watching with envy as his kin interacted intimately with the dragons. He was the only child of his age without a dragon, a deficiency that stirred a sense of guilt within the king, who rarely engaged in Aegon's upbringing. As the ceremony concluded, King Viserys I publicly declared that the royal family would temporarily reside on Driftmark, where the Dragonstone's dragon mount concealed countless dragon eggs and hatchlings, allowing Aegon to select freely under the guidance of a dragon keeper. This move was also intended to quell the rampant rumors that slithered through the shadows of the castle walls. Many speculated that this was Rhaenyra's meticulous scheme, especially since Helena's dragon eggs had yet to hatch, fueling conjectures that Rhaenyra was fortifying her position. The Silver Prince was not lacking in courage. He could hardly contain his eagerness to visit Dragonmount. However, midway through his thoughts, he realized that Dragonstone was firmly his sister Rhaenyra's domain, offering him only access to hatchlings or eggs, which would be of little assistance in his quest for the Iron Throne. Yet Aegon had his own plans. He was aware that the world's largest dragon, Vhagar, resided on the beach outside the castle, even with Targaryen blood flowing through his veins. The risk of approaching an unfamiliar dragon was considerable, particularly since this ancient beast had recently lost its rider and was known for its temper. Prince Aegon understood that no one would permit him to near Vhagar, let alone attempt to ride it. Thus, he confided in no one, and, seizing the opportunity while most were asleep, stealthily slipped out of bed to make his way to the beach where Vhagar awaited. His agility and swordsmanship, honed by the chief swordsman of Dragonstone, imbued him with confidence that he could mount Vhagar unnoticed. Aegon raced towards Vhagar, yearning to ascend its back. Upon noticing the diminutive figure, Vhagar turned its head, instantly gathering dragonfire in its maw. Yet, Aegon did not flinch or retreat. Instead, he fixed an intense gaze upon the creature, devoid of fear, even drawing his one-handed sword in defiance. Perhaps it was rare for a rider to brandish a weapon before it, piquing Vhagar's interest. Regardless of the underlying reasons, dragons possess distinct criteria for their riders. We only know that once Vhagar bore Aegon aloft, it reared back and roared mightily, struggling to take flight. Aegon, shouting with exhilaration or perhaps trepidation, soared to an altitude of 1,000 meters, becoming a dragon rider. On this moonless night, he flew to the supply station in Dragonstone at Crab Isle, seeking the lighthouse that guided ships from hundreds of meters above. "Hey, keep an eye on the watchtower," Aegon proclaimed in the tongue of House Moreno. The dozing sentinel was startled into awareness, at last noticing the colossal dragons circling the tower. "I am Prince Aegon, the king's second son. Where am I?" When the watchman remained silent for an extended moment, Aegon grew impatient. "Your Highness, you are at the number 7 watchtower in the southern part of Crab Isle." Once Aegon grasped his bearings, he promptly returned to Dragonstone, pondering the reactions of those awaiting him. He could only hope that his escapades would remain unknown to the Crab Isle base. Losing coin was trivial, but receiving 30 lashes could cost him dearly. Yet, was it truly Aegon riding a dragon? He realized the watchtower also served an intelligence-gathering function, albeit rarely yielding valuable information. However, when something deemed highly significant arose, the rewards could be substantial. The watchman, in a flurry, roused the 2 other sentinels and hurriedly rode towards the Crab Isle base, muttering about the fortune that awaited them. At dawn, Aegon finally returned to Dragonstone, having managed to find his way back. In the darkness, apart from distinguishing the coastline, there were few discernible landmarks. The landscape was shrouded in inky blackness, and at times, he had to utilize dragonfire to discern whether the ground below was water or land. Upon landing in the courtyard, he was greeted by Rhaenyra's 3 children and 2 girls eagerly awaiting his return. "The dragon belongs to my mother, you thief," one girl exclaimed. On the beach, Aegon could not distinguish which girl had spoken, unfamiliar with Rhaenyra's 2 progeny, only knowing one was Baela and the other Rhaena. "Dragons have always been the wealth of House Targaryen," Aegon retorted. Seeing reason elude him, Prince Jacaerys, emboldened by his companions, sought to chastise the blood relative who had pilfered the dragon. He had long desired to teach the Silver Prince a lesson, but had never found the opportunity. Among the children, the eldest was Jacaerys, no more than 6 years in age, yet they were already equipped with wooden swords for training. Angrily, they surged forward. But Aegon effortlessly evaded them, tripping them one by one, delivering a punch that broke Jacaerys' nose and wresting away young Joffrey's wooden sword. He had always regarded the heir to the Iron Throne as a benchmark. Bullying children was hardly entertaining. As Little Road rose to strike with a dagger in a surprise attack, Aegon, ever cautious, evaded the blow. Consequently, Little Road was subjected to a severe beating. As Aegon unleashed a flurry of slaps upon this peer born in the same year, landing a dozen blows. "Do you comprehend the implications of brandishing a dagger, you bastard?" He ruthlessly crushed Little Road's right hand and departed with ease, leaving behind only the wails of Lucerys and the cries of 2 girls. King Viserys attempted to mediate this private skirmish, commanding Aegon to apologize to Rhaenyra's 3 sons, for Aegon had emerged victorious in this encounter. Aegon cast a glance at his mother before complying, yet Rhaenyra, as a mother, found his demeanor unsatisfactory. During this tumult, Prince Lucerys uttered the term bastard. Rhaenyra, consumed by fury, demanded that her father, Viserys I, conduct a thorough investigation into Prince Aegon. She insisted that only by interrogating Aegon alone could the true instigator behind the public slur against her children be uncovered. This would undoubtedly cast them into the abyss of illegitimacy, stripping them of their inheritance rights. If substantiated, it would not only sever the future prospects of her children, but also plunge her into the depths of treason against the crown, questioning the legitimacy of the bloodline, an affront to the very foundation of the Iron Throne. Under the stringent laws and societal scrutiny of Westeros, this could become a lethal blade poised against her. Queen Cassandra stepped forth with derision, exclaiming, "Look at your children. Must I point out their true father? Alas, he is not present today." "Enough!" The king roared in fury, fully aware of whom she referred to, and he sought to halt this discourse at once. Under the king's interrogation, Prince Aegon dismissively replied that 2 white horses cannot sire a black one, a truth even a stableman would understand. Aegon's words astonished Viserys. This reasoning was merely a means to deflect Cassandra's taunts, just as he was about to express his anger. Aegon added that it was also possible for the children to inherit their aunt's hair color. Princess Rhaenys, the crownless queen, had possessed the dark hair of House Baratheon in her youth, seemingly providing a basis for Rhaenyra's children's hair color. In reality, he only addressed hair color, while the characteristics of the eyes and nose belonging to House Strong were beyond the scrutiny of the discerning. "You understand the gravity of the situation." Viserys could only nod, appearing satisfied with this response. Ultimately, the king ceased further inquiries, declaring that he wished to hear no more on the subject, repeatedly warning that anyone, even royal members, who dared to spread rumors about his grandson being a bastard would face dire consequences. This matter ended without resolution. Chapter 86. The reshuffling of King's Landing. This minor conflict concluded with a definitive delineation between the factions. The outside world marking the 2 parties by their hair colors, black and silver, an implication that was unmistakable. The king may have already recognized the irreconcilable rift between Cassandra and Rhaenyra. The more exceptional Aegon appeared, the more Rhaenyra felt apprehensive. To avert further conflicts, King Viserys issued a decree mandating Queen Cassandra to return to Dragonstone with Helena, accompanied by Sir Criston as her personal guard, while Princess Rhaenyra and her children remained on Driftmark, under the protection of Illyrio Kagale. 2 months later, the power struggles within the council persisted, and the king recognized the irreconcilable rift between the factions. Yet what could he do? The Iron Throne could accommodate only one. Corlys Velaryon voluntarily resigned from his position as Master of Ships, having lost both a son and a daughter within a year. The king granted Prince Lucerys permission to journey to Driftmark to learn the intricacies of governance under the Sea Snake. Corlys watched Lucerys grow and developed a certain understanding and affection for him. Although Lucerys did not possess the pure bloodline of House Velaryon, their prolonged companionship led Corlys to acknowledge his capabilities and virtues as a potential ruler of Driftmark, adept at managing family matters. Regardless of external rumors, Lucerys was betrothed to Rhaena, his granddaughter, ensuring their progeny would undeniably belong to the Velaryon lineage. The king undertook significant personnel adjustments, sending Harwin Strong back to Harrenhal, while Sir Ross Lagate was appointed as the commander of the King's Guard. Standing nearly 7 feet tall and possessing a fierce reputation, having once slain a horse with a single blow, Sir Ross was stripped of his privilege to attend council meetings. The Master of Ships extended an invitation to Count Baedemos Setiga. The Setiga family had departed Valyria 12 years prior to the mysterious calamity that annihilated the Freehold, relocating to Crab Isle alongside the Targaryens, having established residence there before the Targaryens migrated to Dragonstone under the leadership of Aenar Targaryen. With the advantageous position of Crab Isle and a series of trade treaties forged with the Moreno family, who had rented the isle as a warehouse base. As the king forbade the docking of the dragon fleet there, they managed to secure the lowest shipping prices and monopolized the vast trade of the Crabclaw Peninsula, thus establishing a formidable maritime presence. Count Baedemos Setiga had previously sworn fealty to Princess Rhaenyra, yet prior to that, he had also pledged allegiance to Prince Baelon. The king summoned him for a subtle examination, which left the king quite satisfied. The council soon resumed its normal proceedings, and upon realizing that Queen Cassandra was no longer in King's Landing, leaving only the 7-year-old Aegon serving wine, Queen Aemma deemed it unworthy to engage with a mere child. Consequently, she ceased attending future council meetings. In the restructured council, King Viserys once again emphasized the importance of addressing matters directly, repeatedly insisting that Targaryen family affairs remain separate from council deliberations. The council comprised Prime Minister Leonor, Master of Ships Count Baedemos, Commander of the King's Guard Sir Ross, Commander of the Royal Knights Demon, who occasionally attended due to funding, Justice Minister Jasper Wilde, Grand Maester Melos, and Finance Minister Count Linman Bisberry. Half of the council members were replaced. As the kingdom's politics gradually returned to normalcy, King Viserys felt a sense of relief, believing that time would heal all wounds. Chapter 87. The God of Origin and the God of Cold in the Realm of Westeros. The city of Dragon Crystal stands as the most unique and formidable bastion of order and commerce. When Robin opened his eyes once more, his skin had turned as pale as parchment, and his chestnut hair was visibly fading to a hue as white as snow. Within his gaze danced an eerie ice-blue flame. The temple had transformed into a frigid abyss, where the royal guards, clad in thick bear pelts and wielding long spears, stood resolutely at their posts, their bodies trembling slightly from the biting cold, yet maintaining an unwavering posture with a steely resolve. How much time has elapsed? Robin's voice emerged, seemingly imbued with the frost of the eternal winter. My lord, one of the guards knelt on one knee. It is the year AC 125. Time indeed passes swiftly. Robin gazed at his pale fingertips, the ice-blue flame flickering beneath his lashes. What do you think of my current appearance? Even if my lord becomes a white, the royal guard shall forever remain your most loyal blade, came the unwavering reply, imbued with absolute obedience. Our hearts beat solely for you. Our swords strike only at your command. Robin nodded slightly, his ice-blue eyes suddenly narrowing. During this time, has my mother, Alicent, ever visited? The guard's voice was as firm as iron. The royal guard recognizes only you as our master. Without your permission, no one, not even the queen mother, may enter. As Robin stepped across the threshold of the temple, a wave of warmth enveloped him, starkly contrasting the icy confines he had left behind. He looked skyward, his pale fingertips grazing the frost-laden strands of his hair, as the ice blue of his eyes sparkled under the sun's rays. The guards, their palms slick with perspiration, fixed their gaze upon their lord's silhouette until shadows descended from the heavens. In that moment, a colossal being tore through the clouds. The guards raised their shields in formation. Yet upon recognizing the visitor, they collectively held their breath. It was a dragon of such magnitude that it rivaled moving mountains. Its scales shimmering a matte black under the sun, with arcs of ice-blue electricity coursing along the edges of its wings. As it stood in the temple square, gazing up at Robin, who was poised at the entrance, the soldiers could not help but think, this is not Vaggerl. Yet, not a trace of fear manifested among them. They had witnessed Prince Aegon soaring over the coastlines of the Five-Finger Peninsula atop that legendary beast countless times. Yet the creature before them now had a wingspan exceeding that of Vaggerl by at least threefold, and its fearsome horned crown towered higher than the temple's spire. As Robin absorbed the power of faith, his physique grew ever stronger, his mental acuity surged dramatically, and his consciousness expanded significantly. Now, he could effortlessly summon the Black Dragon. Thunderdome, with a wingspan of up to 400 meters, and this was far from his limit. He leapt upon the Black Dragon as if it were the most natural of acts, and the great beast ascended towards the north. Amidst the thunderous sound of its wings, the Black Dragon soared skyward. The royal guards watched as the diminishing silhouette passed over the towering trade spires of dragon crystal, diving into the vast mists that trembled above the sea. As Thunderdome fully unfurled its wings, the ships beneath appeared as mere floating beetles in its shadow. With the dragon, Thunderstorm, Robin ventured to the trembling sea, far from the land. He sought to explore the extent of his consciousness realm. Suddenly, the deep azure ocean began to drain, revealing a circular void with a diameter of 600 meters. The surrounding waters rushed toward this newly formed emptiness, creating powerful currents in an attempt to fill the sudden gap. As Thunderstorm soared forward, it triggered a tsunami wave. However, in the deep sea, the wave remained relatively gentle, posing no immediate threat due to the distance from the coastline. Robin leapt from the dragon's back, and the moment he touched the water, the ocean froze instantaneously, radiating outward from him. A flurry of snow began to fall, swiftly transforming the surroundings into a scene blanketed in pristine white. The vast expanse of snow and wind enveloped the sky above the trembling sea for miles. He conjured ice crystal spears in his hands and hurled them into the surroundings, their powerful kinetic energy piercing through the ice layer until they lost momentum. Was this the essence of divine power, harnessing the rules for his own purpose? Gazing at his peculiar reflection beneath the ice, he recognized the potential complications of absorbing belief energy. Yet, the allure of increasing strength and spirit compelled him to continue. Sensing the warmth of life, he commanded Thunderstorm to breathe fire to melt the ice. To his astonishment, he discovered a gray whale beneath the surface, which had likely been alive moments before, but was now lifeless, devoid of any lingering essence of life. Robin infused it with magical energy. Since his transformation, many concepts had naturally emerged in his mind, his proficiency reaching its zenith. The gray whale stirred, its white eyes flickering with a ghostly blue hue. Yet, Robin discerned the absence of warmth. He understood that this was merely a corpse animated by magic. Subsequently, Robin mounted Thunderstorm, who was licking the ice. The dragon's massive form intimidated several fishing vessels nearby, clearly an unsettling sight. However, Robin paid little heed to these mundane affairs, preparing to journey to the land of eternal winter. There, at the origin of the ice giants, he felt an instinctive pull, sensing that secrets about himself awaited discovery. The sky was cleaved by shadows as the colossal dragon, its scales resembling molten iron, emerged from the clouds. Its wings spread wide, casting a shadow over half the heavens. Dark purple folds adorned with volcanic-like patterns surged with energy. Each flap of its wings stirred up tempests, shattering the clouds with piercing cries. The spikes along its spine pierced through the low-hanging thunderstorm, while its sinuous tail swept through the air, lightning coiling like silver serpents around its charred scales. This largest dragon in history altered its course, the winds generated by its wings roaring, causing the entire sea to churn violently as it soared towards the eternally frozen northern lands. The Black Dragon, bearing Robin, swept over the wall of despair, beneath which lay an endless forest of frost traces. Crystal-like icicles hung from the branches of fir trees, and the remains of moose were half buried in the snow, their frozen eyeballs reflecting a lifeless gray blue. Once again, I behold a frozen riverbank shattered into myriad shards of blue and white glass, where the subterranean waters seep through the ice fissures, solidifying into crystalline columns before they touch the ground. When the thunderous wingspan of the dragon, stretching 400 meters, sweeps over the icy river, the entire ice surface emits a sound reminiscent of a whale's lament, as countless cracks spread like a spider's web, revealing deep azure crevices plunging 100 fathoms below. The desolate ice expanse is devoid of any signs of life. Moss and lichen have long since been frozen into black patterns, embedded within the folds of the permafrost. Only the relentless storm continues to sculpt the surface, shaping the accumulated snow into flowing dunes, which are instantaneously ground into powder. Robin gazes down upon this pale wasteland, suddenly noticing the distant ice ridges rise like the back of a colossal whale. The auroras above cascade a tide of violet light, spilling into his ice-blue pupils. His ultimate destination, the land of eternal winter, has its frozen soil as hard as iron when the black dragon's talons tread upon it. They spark a flurry of ice crystals. The frigid winds of the far north howl, carrying fine ice particles that crystallize into frost flowers in Robin's hair, while the ice plains continue to stretch infinitely, merging seamlessly with the leaden sky above. Beneath a heart tree, a black stone altar stands under the scrutiny of a face-like visage. What am I? Although Robin harbors an answer in his heart, he yearns for confirmation. His hand reaches toward the altar, and he instantly comprehends what is required of him, his mission, and how the laws of this realm of ice and fire operate. He must fulfill the purpose designated in the tale. When eternal night descends, he must play his part, bringing calamity to the world. When humanity's fear of the frost god or the otherworldly beings reaches a critical threshold, divinity shall be birthed from within him. Upon achieving godhood, he will be able to construct his own divine realm, where faith endures and divinity remains unvanquished, liberating himself from the cycle of life, death, and decay. The essence of the frost god has never fully manifested, primarily because the living have never faced widespread extinction. The deities are conscious of their own faith, and when necessary, they intervene. The gods dwell within their divine realms, and it takes time for the celestial deities to perceive disturbances from beyond. This presents a golden opportunity for Robin. He deduces from the altar that the black stone's composition arises from fear or hatred, serving as a crucial material to ignite the divine fire and attain godhood. As time progresses, should humanity cease to fear the otherworldly beings, the altar would inevitably crumble into ruin. Meanwhile, the faith in the frost god gradually shifts toward him, seemingly urging him to ignite the divine fire swiftly. Otherwise, the frost god's power will entirely consume him, transforming him into the next Night King, a mere puppet. Stripped of selfhood, observing the massive, gnarled tree, the fishbeam wood, he recognizes it as the eyes and ears of the old gods. Having felt its power through Kale, Robin extends his pale finger to touch its brow, a surge of familiar energy coursing through his fingertips, reminiscent of the chaotic thoughts within the power of faith. Not to be discussed. Thunderwing dragonfire. Thunderwing flaps its colossal wings with great effort, standing before the tree, its immense shadow casting over the land. In an instant, the tempest roars as it unfurls its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of searing dragonfire, converging into a massive pillar of flame 10 meters wide, capable of incinerating all in its path. The charred branches of the fishlanu writhe and convulse within the crimson tongues of flame. Countless pale arms struggle upon the pyre. The tree's unique milky sap is rendered into a viscous waxy oil, cascading down the fissured bark like a stream, only to be swiftly evaporated into wisps of blue smoke by the intense heat. The ancient faces etched within the wood grain begin to contort and deform, their eyes melting into lava-like voids, as the once serene visages reveal grotesque wails amidst the inferno. The crown of the tree emits a sharp crackling sound as it ignites, followed by the resin boiling and erupting, scattering tiny fire droplets through the air, resembling a celestial rain of burning stars. The conflagration raged for a full 3 days. When the last leaf transformed into ash, the air was permeated with the acrid scent of charred wood and sulfur, while the remnants of embers on the ground emitted faint crackling sounds amidst the dark red sparks. I yearned for both the faith of the living and the fears of the dead. The power of the origin god enveloped my being, manifesting into the familiar visage of the deity from the origin continent. Within my consciousness, although I could gather the power of faith, my initial attempt to condense it in accordance with the attributes of the ice god yielded no response. I surmised that my conscious existence was too brief, lacking some essential rule. In the realm of reality, the divine form of the origin god was effortlessly consolidated. I had truly become the origin god. The ice god's power was subdued by the might of the origin god, resolving the latent threats to my corporeal form. Following the information gleaned, Robin utilized the power of faith to carve a fissure in the void, subsequently establishing the realm of the origin god. The appearance of this divine realm was drawn from Robin's memories of the world prior to his traversal, encompassing his school days and culminating in May 2025. The timeline cycles repeatedly. Upon reaching its end, the world resets, and humanity's memories are renewed. All who have worshipped the origin god shall enter the divine realm upon their demise. From the moment Robin condensed the divine form, the souls of the believers were marked. Robin possessed sufficient power of faith to enact this, while other deities were reluctant to expend their faith for such purposes, opting instead to select only their most devout followers for entry into the divine realm. Sustaining a soul within this realm consumes little faith, yet the cumulative expense can be considerable. Unlike them, Robin has his conscious space, nourishing him with 100-fold of faith. Within his thoughts, an army of 100,000 emerges from the origin continent, though the number of corpses is insufficient prior to this. The followers of the origin god must first wage war for their deity. After all, upon death, they are guaranteed entry into the divine realm, a domain personally decreed by the origin god. Most kingdoms of the origin continent have transformed into states where religion and governance are united, with countless fanatics and devout believers among them, the army brimming with zealots eager to fight for their god. Currently, Robin cannot leave the Blackstone altar at will. Should he fall prey to a thieving deity, it would be a source of profound lament. In this world, a god can ignite divine fire only once to ascend to divinity, yet Robin is exceptionally unique. According to legend, he is the most suited to become the Night King or the Ice God. According to the divine decree, once the god of origin ignites the divine flame, the power of the god of ice will gradually dissipate. However, the faith anchors regarding the otherworldly beasts continue to converge upon him, implying that he can once again ignite his divinity. Thus, the god of origin is also the god of ice, who would not cherish the possession of dual powers. And so, the long night descends. Chapter 88. The coming of darkness as the narrative ascends to the realm of the divine. The mortal conflicts and power struggles hold no significance for Robin. His kin and friends are destined to enter the divine domain, albeit through disparate paths, ultimately converging at the same destination. When all the living beings in the world have vanished, Robin will ignite the divinity of the god of ice, becoming a dual deity. In this world, as long as the gods refrain from intervening, they remain unaffected by legend. This is what mortals refer to as fate. Heroes are but pawns manipulated by the gods in their interference with the mortal realm. The power of the god of ice envelopes the land of eternal winter. Before igniting the divinity of the god of ice, Robin must maintain his vigil here, shielding against all past and future temporal interferences. Once he fully embraces the identity of the god of ice, such vigilance will become unnecessary. The costs incurred while traversing the path to divinity through time and space are insurmountable, even when shared among the gods. Suddenly, a colossal vortex manifested in the sky above the land of eternal winter, spewing forth an immense volume of volcanic ash into the stratosphere. This ash did not fall, obscuring the sunlight, as darkness began its descent from the land of eternal winter. The spread of the volcanic ash was rapid. Robin discerned that this method of obscuring the sun would conserve magical energy. Relying solely on magic could only cover Westeros, not the entire world. Meanwhile, in the distant sunset sea, the inhabitants of Dorne raised their heads to the heavens, exclaiming in awe, "What is that?" A sun of immense size, a blood-red comet, trailing a long tail, illuminated a significant portion of the sky, flying so low that its burning sound reached the ears of the onlookers, its crimson glow inducing trepidation. An elderly scholar approached the church window, gazing skyward with a pallid visage and trembling lips. "Is this magic?" A seasoned veteran, having witnessed the environmental transformations in Dorne, regarded the sanguine comet above with curiosity, engaging his family in conversation about how Dorne had transitioned from desert to oasis. This must be another miracle wrought by the Lord of Dragon Crystal. Indeed, it was a divine marvel. The people of Dorne, content and flourishing, naturally connected this phenomenon to the miraculous events of 8 years prior. Many new Dornish citizens resonated deeply with this sentiment, offering their commentary directed towards the Crimson Comet. The newly appointed nobles of New Dorne lacked actual control over the land. Ultimate ownership belonged to the head of House Morena. The nobles merely administered on behalf of Dragon Crystal, holding no governance rights, existing as large-scale landlords. Moreover, it is imperative to timely remit the taxes mandated by the state. While the quantity of land remains unrestricted, each year, a rental fee must be paid to Longing City, structured in a tiered manner to effectively mitigate the risk of land consolidation. Unlike commoners, the nobility holds the significant privilege of establishing castles and can recruit private soldiers. However, the number of these soldiers is contingent upon the extent of leased land, permitting them solely to patrol their domains and defend their castles. Many soldiers, having ascended from commoners to nobility due to military merit, express immense gratitude towards the Moreno family, leaving no room for dissent. Vast tracts of unclaimed land still exist in Dawn, which has transformed into a habitable region in less than 8 years. Longjing City fervently encourages military personnel to retire directly in Dawn. For the commoners of Dawn, military service is regarded as a rare opportunity, albeit with the uncertainty that new recruits may find themselves stationed either at the naval base or on Iban Island after training in the New World. To strengthen the connection between the locality and Longjing City, all grants of authority require the seal and backup from Longjing City. Infantry regiments are stationed across various locations in Dawn, with supreme command vested in the general staff, without orders from the Lord of Longjing City. No one is permitted to mobilize the troops. At the naval base of Lake Shannon, Vice Admiral Isoclean leans against the rail of a warship, the steam billowing from the chimneys behind him creating a resonant hum. The Vice Admiral gazes silently at the distant red comet, and only when the comet becomes invisible does he remember to promptly instruct the intelligence officer to report this phenomenon, sensing an ominous forewarning of disaster. The comet travels northward. Similarly, the inhabitants of Westeros observe the red comet from various locations. In Old Town and the Citadel, an elderly scholar compares the latest intelligence from Grand Maester Maloros, recording that Princess Rhaenyra's fifth son, Viserion Targaryen, has been born with silver hair and violet eyes, personally witnessed by the king. This seems implausible, evoking a sense of foreboding. The sounds in the once quiet corridor grow increasingly louder, jolting the scholar from his work. With a furrowed brow, he returns the quill to the inkwell and sets aside his magnifying glass. The quill, though still favored by some aging individuals, has largely been replaced by the ubiquitous crystal pens from Longjing City, which can be used indefinitely as long as the ink lasts. The old scholar, dissatisfied, raises his hand to creak open the door. He intends to quiet his colleagues, but upon turning, he abruptly halts, captivated by the scene outside the window. His mouth agape in astonishment. A dozen members of the Citadel's council have congregated in the room of the astronomer Dr. Kexer, peering through a massive telescope at the sky, transfixed by the long-tailed red comet. Once the comet departs, its shape is meticulously recorded on a sheet of paper larger than a carpet. Subsequently, a meeting is convened, and the scholars begin to deliberate on this extraordinary occurrence. In the doctrine of the faith of the Seven, it is the sword that slays the season. An ancient prophecy foretold that after the long summer, the stars would weep blood, a chill would envelop the earth, and Azor Ahai would be reborn from the land of smoke and salt, wielding the burning sword of the Lightbringer to battle the enemies of Lawler, the White Walkers, and save the world. I perceive it as a harbinger of chaos, its demeanor decidedly unwelcoming, flying lower than any recorded instance. However, reports from the wall indicate that the icy plains of the land of eternal winter are advancing southward. A doctor of the arcane disciplines has proposed some recent revelations. Are you referring to the White Walkers? Such absurdities. One scholar retorted. It is the duty of learned men to measure the world with reason, not to disseminate the nonsensical tales of bards. Another scholar vehemently disagreed. Preposterous. It is merely a celestial body on an erratic orbit, the dust trailing behind it refracting sunlight into a reddish hue. The Grand Master interjected, a doctor with notable achievements in astronomy. Under the guidance of Dragonstone, the Citadel has constructed an astronomical observatory, investing vast sums to erect an enormous telescope, making the exploration of the cosmos more accessible. The bronze chains of astronomy are now more attainable than ever. Scholars express their opinions according to their respective fields. Later that evening, the Citadel and the Hall of Stars reached a consensus, declaring this to be a normal astronomical phenomenon, the Sword of the Seven slaying the season. A night later, King S. Landing received a letter from the Citadel. The author was none other than the astronomer Dr. Kisser, who, beyond articulating the Citadel's objective perspective, also dispatched a raven to his disciple and the lord he served. Ultimately, a raven was sent to the king, proclaiming the arrival of the red comet as an auspicious omen, signifying the god's approval of Aegon's governance. In the distant, desolate wall, two black-cloaked members of the Night's Watch stood at the gate, collecting the head tax and goods tax, then counting out a handful of copper coins. Dragon glass was unwelcome in this frigid land, for the cold rendered glass extremely brittle, necessitating extreme caution. Let us take a break, grinned the younger watchman. He then retrieved a box of tobacco from his pocket, distributing it among the others. The flick of a lighter sparked blue flame, and he lit his comrade's smokes. For a moment, the tax collection ceased, replaced by clouds of smoke. Suddenly, the alarm bell rang out atop the wall, 3 tolls signifying a dire situation. What is that? Merchants, laborers, and brothers of the Night's Watch gazed skyward. A comet streaked towards the land of eternal winter, but that was not the most alarming sight. A terrifying scene was unfolding as the distant gray shroud visibly devoured the light. No goods through. Let the people in first. The Night's Watch instinctively began to enforce order with their whips, for here, one must command with authority, resorting to forceful means to ensure compliance. Even the most oblivious among them perceived the unusual arrival of darkness. Panic-stricken, the populace fled, stirring up a whirlwind of dust that mingled with the ominous gray shroud. The streets echoed with a cacophony of wailing and the cries of livestock. In the distance, the gray veil devoured the light at a visible pace, plunging the world into an impenetrable darkness. The first wisp of ash, reminiscent of charred cotton, drifted slowly from the horizon. The once white world was cloaked in an eerie pale gray. When the final sliver of daylight was entirely obscured, an oppressive silence enveloped the realm. The smoke clutched between the lips of the Night's Watch had yet to extinguish, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. From the western bridge to the eastern sea, the Night's Watch, stationed along the Great Wall, sensed the encroaching darkness, prompting the brothers of the Night's Watch to emerge from their abodes. They collectively recalled the legends of their order, tales that spoke of a calamity known as the Long Night, which befell the ancient kingdom as it waned. An endless darkness enveloped the earth, persisting for a full century. Devoid of sunlight, from the lands of eternal winter came the White Walkers, towering figures whose skin radiated an eerie blue glow, their eyes like profound frozen lakes. Glimmering with merciless chill, they wielded ice swords that exuded the scent of death and surged upon Westeros like a relentless tide. Wherever they roamed, life was extinguished. Villages were razed to the ground. Vibrant beings were instantaneously frozen, their souls seemingly devoured by the encroaching shadow, leaving the land a desolate wasteland. Until the Age of Heroes, when a band of valiant warriors arose. They were the original Night's Watch. In the fateful Battle of Dawn, the Night's Watch fought fiercely against the White Walkers. The clamor of battle shattered the silence, the clash of swords against ice erupted in blinding sparks, and warm blood stained the snow. Ultimately, the Night's Watch triumphed over the White Walkers, restoring a long-lost glimmer of hope to Westeros. To prevent another invasion by the White Walkers, Brandon the Builder led the effort, pouring countless hours of labor and sweat into erecting the formidable wall. Henceforth, the Night's Watch embraced the sacred duty of guarding the wall against the encroaching darkness. And thus their saga commenced. Is this the Long Night? A newly inducted member of the Night's Watch timidly inquired, yet no one responded. Did you not say that the old crone's tales were merely for deceiving children? Curse those White Walkers, cried another, his voice tinged with sorrow, recalling his recent escapades in the city of Dragonstone. Damn it all, how can it turn dark so suddenly? Just moments ago, I saw the sunlight reflecting off the ancestral peaks. A robust figure spat out the dust from his mouth and took a hearty swig from his wineskin. Damn it, I want to go home. A younger member of the Night's Watch suddenly tore open his collar, revealing a necklace of the Mother. Mother, forgive me, he murmured to the 7. The commander of the Night's Watch, Lord Commander Rasul Baratheon, tightened his bare fur cloak, his calloused hand brushing against the hilt of his iron sword adorned with a white knife on a blue triangle, the emblem of his family. As he stepped out of the stone fortress with his brothers, the frigid wind whipped the snowflakes against his weathered face, and his yellowed eyes were filled with a profound melancholy. The elder squinted his eyes, gazing into the stagnant heavens akin to an eternal night, where only a sickly dark green drifted along the far northern horizon. Behind him, the only sounds were those of the torches held by the cavalry crackling, while his brethren exchanged uneasy glances, observing the silhouette of their commander. The edges of the old commander's cloak were encrusted with frost, and with every breath, white mist formed in the air. In the distance, the outlines of the ancestors' fist blurred into shadowy figures. It was indeed true, he swallowed hard, his hoarse voice rasping like 2 rusty swords scraping against their scabbards. A jest of the gods had reached the wall. Winter is coming, he murmured repeatedly. These 4 words emerged from his lips, laden with a weight heavier than usual, akin to a shard of ice resting on his tongue. At that moment, the Stark family motto resonated not as an elegant warning, but as the hum of a blade being unsheathed. He could find no better expression than the Stark family's words to encapsulate his state of mind, whether it was the wall or the distant town of Crownlands. All the ravens took flight, heralding the shocking news of the Long Night's arrival to the 7 kingdoms. Reinforcements! Reinforcements! Those legendary ice-clad others might be lurking in the shadows of the endless night, and to prepare for the unforeseen. A plea had been sent to Winterfell for swift aid from House Stark. Above the wall, a dark swarm of ravens rose shortly after. The flock from Crownlands also took to the air, carrying reports soaked in pine resin, scattering across the realm of the Seven Kingdoms. The black wings of the ravens ultimately outpaced the darkness. As the first shadow of the eternal night crept over the pinnacle of the wall, the messenger ravens had already swept past Neckwater, and when the Earl of Winterfell unfurled the letter, the boundary of the long night had only just begun to ascend the towers of Hearthstone. King's Landing. The morning light of King's Landing was fragmented by the waves of Blackwater Bay. Beneath the azure dome, a gentle breeze swept the salty tang of the sea across the docks. Sunlight danced upon the sweat-drenched backs of sailors, gilding crates of honeyed wine and silk. In the distance, a steam turbine cargo ship belched white mist as it slowly approached the shore. The upheaval occurred amidst the fading echoes of the noon bell. Suddenly, the boundary between the two halves of the sky became as sharp as a blade, advancing towards the port with a visible swiftness, cleaving the dock into light and shadow. The unloading sailors froze in place, their hemp ropes slipping from their fingers. The sky appeared as if cleaved in twain by an invisible blade. One half remained a clear azure, while the other had plunged into an unfathomable darkness. That line dividing light and shadow continued to move, as if giant hands were pulling apart the curtains of black and white across the celestial expanse. People from all corners of the world, including Aegon I Targaryen, raised their heads to behold this terrifying spectacle, fishermen gazing in horror as the boundary swept across the sea's surface. The citizens of King's Landing also witnessed this scene, yet none comprehended its nature. They were engulfed in awe and fear. As the line of shadow and light passed over the docks, the crew ignited the hanging oil lamps one by one. The old captain's whispers to the seven were nearly inaudible, and no one paid them any heed. King Viserys beheld the encroaching night as it descended upon the hills of Rhaenys, passing over the hills of Vicenia, ultimately witnessing the shadows engulf the red keep atop the Aegon High Hill. In the distance, towards the dragon's lair, a crimson silhouette ascended as demon rode Caraxes, breaking through the twilight. The dragon's wings cast a vast shadow at the threshold of light and darkness. As the dragon soared into the heavens, the knight realized that the sky above remained a brilliant azure, and the darkness below was merely a clumsy shadow play. Dragonfire. Caraxes unleashed a torrent of searing flames that scorched the clouds, volcanic ash falling like black snow, as Syrax cleared a segment of the obscuring veil. Upon returning to the ground, Demon discovered his efforts to be in vain, for the void left by the black shroud was quickly filled by the surrounding gray. Prince Demon extracted gray matter from the gaps in Carax's crimson scales. Scholar Mailer, using silver tweezers, collected the substance for meticulous analysis with other scholars, ultimately concluding, "Your Majesty, it is the remnants of a volcanic eruption." Ravens had traversed from the wall, followed by those from Winterfell, and then from the Vale, each message prompting King Viserys to convene council after council, unable to disregard their significance. Until true darkness descended, Aegon Targaryen foresaw the end of the human realm, a demise that would commence with a dreadful winter, where cold and darkness would obliterate the realm of the living. To confront this looming threat, he prophesied the necessity of a sufficiently powerful Targaryen king or queen capable of uniting the kingdoms against the encroaching cold and darkness. In the council, Viserys revealed this secret that had lain buried for over a century. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars swept past the window as the bloodlines of Rhaenyra, Cassandra, Daemon, and the Velaryon family descended upon the steps of Maegor's Holdfast, riding their dragons. It dawned upon the king that perhaps the Targaryen destined to unite all humanity was, in fact, himself. The prophesied king was he. Indeed, upon the Iron Throne, he had accepted the fealty of all lords of the realm, and now it was his turn to assume the mantle of protector of the realm. On the third day of encroaching darkness, a great flock of ravens emerged from the Red Keep, carrying King Viserys' decree not only to the guardians of the four corners of Westeros, but also to Dragonstone and other castles throughout the kingdom. They bore the same message. By the king's command, all lords of Westeros were summoned to muster their forces. All dragons and fleets must rise to fight for the living. Noncompliance would be deemed treason. Chapter 89. The three night watchmen. Have those clandestine woodcutters perished? In the darkness, three torches cautiously navigated the underbrush of the haunted forest, devoid of life in the eternal night that had fallen, shrouding everything in a profound blackness, rendering horseback travel impractical, relying instead on their own legs. Upon reaching the heart of the haunted forest, They found no supply points, no traces of pathways. It is true, we should turn back. Hal increasingly sensed that something was amiss. Even the loathsome ravens had vanished from sight. How am I to know? Meaner muttered a statement under his breath. Hal, in his 30s, had joined the Night's Watch 5 years prior after being sentenced for theft. I finally comprehend the purpose of my arrival here, he remarked. Why should we subject ourselves to such torment? After all, there are plenty of other teams. Our absence would not be missed. Had I known, I would have chosen to sunbathe atop the tower for 3 days. This cursed place always gives me the impression that my life is in imminent danger. Hal perpetually complained. Then why didn't you choose that? Meaner gently inquired. Alas, a sudden thud interrupted their conversation as Hal stumbled. Beneath the thicket lay numerous stones, roots, and puddles. Hal took the lead while Meaner followed closely behind, assisting the last member in pulling the rope, which was attached to a sled laden with provisions and fuel. After a week of traversing in darkness, such mishaps had become second nature to the trio. He picked up the torch, dusted off his thick, dark woolen sweater, and continued on their path. Do not be swayed by your illusions. The Night's Watch presently enjoys decent conditions, Hal asserted. There is food, drink, and women every day. Did they deceive you? A cold voice interjected. Sir Rickard Stark, the most seasoned among them, had served at the Black Castle for nearly 40 years. A tradition of conscription from the north bestowed upon him this honor. In his eyes, joining the Night's Watch was the highest calling. Even as time etched away at his temples and armor wore down his shoulders, he steadfastly upheld the belief of guarding the wall against despair. The veteran ranger, Rickard, brought up the rear, remaining silent throughout the journey. The two exchanged glances before Hal shrugged, abruptly halting their idle chatter. They were reluctant to converse with the stern old ranger. Outside the Black Castle, 20 teams had been dispatched to scout the area. It was unfortunate that the two of them were singled out by Rickard, this old ranger. To be frank, they were not eager to venture out in such circumstances. Surrounded by darkness, as all living souls were aware of the growing dangers beyond the wall and were heading south. Moreover, with so many nobles and knights among the Night's Watch, it was peculiar that this old ranger had chosen 2 miscreants to venture forth, one a thief, the other a smuggler. Even if there were true dangers lurking, their swordsmanship was mediocre, rendering them of little use. After a while, their conversation resumed. I believe the others might indeed exist, Hal asserted with conviction. Hal, my wet nurse spoke of the same, Meaner replied, but that does not frighten me. My wet nurse also said that beneath the snow outside the wall lie giant centipedes that feast on humans. His words reverberated through the forest, breathing life into the desolate surroundings. She also claimed that when the long night descends, the trees in the haunted forest turn on their roots, becoming legs to chase after lost souls. Do you think those trees are encircling our cave right now? Hal suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck, his hand instinctively reaching for the sword at his back. Ha ha, do you actually believe that? If there truly existed wights, they would have long since made a feast of us, the black-robed ones. No sooner had he spoken than his boot struck a half-broken log, prompting him to set down the rope and step forward for a closer inspection. It was a cedar tree, cleaved in 2, with dark brown resin oozing from the jagged edge, and 3 intersecting arrows crudely carved into its trunk. Ah, behold what I have discovered, exclaimed Maynard, filled with enthusiasm. How? Puzzled, inquired further. Huh, I wager there must be supplies nearby? Maynard, brimming with joy, began to search around, eventually halting at a raised area. He cleared away the thick snow to reveal a cavern spacious enough for 3 to walk side by side. Potatoes, dried salmon, pickled herring. Maynard kicked aside a wooden barrel half buried in the snow, while his iron sword pierced through an oil paper wrap, causing a dozen sprouting potatoes to roll out, along with seal oil and tinder. By the gods, this is the stockpile of the Golden Company, he exclaimed, grabbing a cloak and slinging it over his shoulders. As the soft black mink fur brushed against his chin, a shiver coursed through him. It was softer than a woman's hair, far superior to the bobcat pelts he had once sold to the merchant, Rees. Hal had pried open another wooden crate with his dagger, discovering military supplies, signal flares, crossbows, and shovels. Maynard donned the surprisingly thick, yet astonishingly soft black mink coat. In the cave, a basin of fish oil was ignited, with an iron pot suspended above it. The Night's Watch of early Dragon Crystal City had a knack for cooking fish. Hal, slicing potatoes with his sword, inquired, Are those 3 marks your accomplices? Look at you. Speaking as if I have been in this trade for many years, Maynard refuted. Before becoming a member of the Night's Watch, he had been engaged in smuggling, traversing the trembling shores of the sea and evading the guardians of the Great Wall to procure goods beyond its confines. In truth, he was a smuggler. The Dragon Crystal Fleet patrolled the seas, maintaining order and combating piracy, while smugglers, theoretically, could operate as long as they were not caught by the Night's Watch. In the past, as he collected bear and wolf pelts near the coast of the Ghost Shadow Forest, he was apprehended during a crackdown on poaching organized by the Night's Watch. After 2 days of pursuit through the dense forest, they finally captured Maynard. Had he not been struck by an arrow in the calf, he would have escaped. Had he not chosen to join the Blackclad army, he would have faced 3 years of labor on road construction as punishment. The one pursuing him was none other than Sir Rickard, the old ranger. While others had given up, he relentlessly chased, fearing that his leg injury might lead to a permanent disability, prompting him to surrender willingly. The mark of the gold miners from White Harbor. After all, everyone digging for gold referred to themselves as part of the Golden Company. Is there truly gold in this cursed place? Hal expressed doubt. Maynard added a handful of pine branches to the fire. Hal placed fish oil in the iron pot, which sizzled as he tossed in the potato chunks. As Hal poked at the salmon pieces in the pot, the oil crackled joyfully. Just then, Sir Rickard burst through the icy threshold, his cloak wrapped tightly against the snowstorm. Ice shards clung to the edge of his hood, falling away as he caught the scent of the simmering fish. The old ranger removed his gloves, pressing his palms against the warmth of the fire pit. He extended his hand to accept the wooden bowl offered by Hal, using his dagger to prod the chunks of salmon within, chewing heartily. The commander had instructed us to assess the situation in the Ghost Shadow Forest. Initially, our plan was to head east once our food supplies dwindled, confident that we would find ships along the coastline to replenish our provisions. Sir Rickard stated that we now possess ample supplies. Therefore, I have resolved to traverse the Ancestor's Fist and proceed along the Milk River towards Whispering Gorge. A considerable journey still awaits us, and we must act swiftly. Fortunately, the snow has yet to descend, making the path manageable. However, should a blizzard unleash its fury, our endeavors would become increasingly arduous. Old fool, there is a limit to foolishness, Meaner spat. Whispering Gorge. Even in daylight, that cursed place is not meant for the living. He had once ventured into Whispering Gorge as a smuggler, risking much to procure the pelts of shadow lynxes, even discovering a nest of snow-white lynx kittens. Their eyes still closed, their pink pads untouched. Yet that was many years ago, since joining the Night's Watch and donning the black cloak. He had not approached that territory again. It was not fear of the sharp-toothed beasts. Those creatures had long been hunted to near extinction by poachers, and even the snow squirrels dared not show themselves among the rocks. What purpose would there be in going there? Meaner questioned. Even under the blazing sun, we carry little food and fuel. I intend to explore the land of eternal winter, which necessitates crossing Whispering Gorge. The old ranger finally revealed his intent. There is no need to worry about provisions. Before our departure, my friend left supplies in Whispering Gorge. You have smuggler friends? Meaner expressed profound skepticism. However, that is merely your wishful thinking. Do you expect me to accompany you, an old man, on such a perilous adventure? I am still young. It is not worth the risk. His gaze remained fixed on Sir Rickard. Sir Rickard, seemingly oblivious to the skepticism, continued to savor the hot soup while recounting a historical account. In the year 59 AC, the continent of Westeros faced the onset of a great calamity. Harsh cold and famine swept across the land, while the outbreak of the shivering sickness only exacerbated the dire situation. The plague initially struck the eastern shores of the Seven Kingdoms, rapidly spreading from the vicinity of Blackwater Bay and the Blackwater River, with no noble house, Dragonstone, or Sharp Point Island escaping its grasp, ultimately engulfing the entire continent. Old Town lost a quarter of its population to the plague. While the devastation in King's Landing was particularly severe, the worst in the realm, half of King Jaehaerys Targaryen I's small council perished, along with numerous noble lords. A third of the learned men of the Citadel, and even pious archbishops succumbed to the disease. This catastrophe, which began with cold and hunger, evolved into a bloody disaster for Westeros due to the ravages of the shivering sickness, threatening the very foundation of the kingdom amidst disease and chaos. Last winter, I witnessed people starving to death before my eyes. I was still a child then, and the North's population was halved. The nobility feared the plague, while the common folk feared starvation. You know that even the gray shroud in the sky was enough to yield no harvest. The most terrifying aspect of the eternal night is the inability to fill one's stomach. I harbor no fear of the others. At least my sword is capable of striking them down. The brown broth of King's Landing is merely a tale you've encountered in literature. The carcasses of rats and roaches are, under dire circumstances, considered delicacies. As famine intensifies, one might ponder what the flesh within will truly be. You come in the prosperous days of the kingdom, while I have personally felt the biting grip of the cold. Scholars have communicated through letters to the wall, and a pall of ash has descended over the world, obscuring the sun. In the foreseeable future, wheat will be annihilated, and ice shall completely engulf all life, plunging human civilization into a suffocating cycle of despair. Within a year, the world will face a grave shortage of sustenance. It is merely a question of time before all succumb to hunger. And to the north lies the very source of it all. As the tale concluded, the knight tossed another pine branch into the fire, as if recounting an ordinary event. Hal found the salmon and potato soup in his hands suddenly unappetizing. By the gods, why have so many chosen us too? Sir Rickard turned his head, his expression serious as he jested with Hal. In times of calamity, having a fortunate companion may lead to a favorable journey. Chosen by your luck? Hal surveyed him with dissatisfaction. The flames illuminated the faces of the three. Aside from Sir Rickard, who resumed his usual impassive demeanor, the other two bore expressions of complexity. Suddenly, Hal burst into laughter, his shoulders shaking. "Ah, my Lord Ranger. But let us make one thing clear." He snapped his fingers, fixing his gaze upon Sir Rickard. "If I am turned into a popsicle, remember to bestow the Lord's rewards upon my son." "Very well, should anyone return alive, I shall ensure you receive your share," Sir Rickard replied. He had no wife, no progeny. He was merely an inconspicuous member of House Stark. "Upon reaching the Wind's Whisper, you need not accompany me further. Wait for me there for a month, and I shall manage the remainder of the journey alone." This statement was directed at Menard by the old ranger. "Menard, eternal night has fallen." Lord Weimer spoke in a commanding tone. "We must ascertain the cause of this perpetual darkness. Whatever the source of this shadow may be, we have no choice but to uncover it." Menard's gaze flitted back and forth over Sir Rickard, eventually resting upon the single-handed sword. The old ranger's hand remained firmly upon the faded scabbard at his waist, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. The trio lapsed into a prolonged silence. Hal caught the look in Sir Rickard's eyes as they turned towards Menard. It was not a mere examination, but rather the gaze of a ravenous wolf fixated on wounded prey. He feared that the old man might impulsively draw his sword. Yet, if that ancient fool were to unsheath his weapon, Hal knew Menard would undoubtedly perish. Together, they might stand a chance, but he had no such inclination. He had a son and a wife back in Crown's Landing. "Enough," Hal said, patting Menard's shoulder. The muscle beneath the iron casing was as firm as frozen meat. In the end, death would come regardless. To be devoured by the others, or to starve, one must choose. A smile crept across his face. "For the living." Menard finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, as if confiding in himself. "To our return." The three raised their bowls of hot soup in a toast. "At dawn, we shall set forth." Sir Rickard lay beside the oil lantern, while Hal's head faced the old man, increasingly resembling a long-dead skeleton. Menard turned over, burying his face in the mink cloak, weighed down by heavy thoughts as he drifted into slumber. As the crimson comet tore through the gray veil, trailing a long tail towards the eternally frozen north, Robin stood atop the altar. Meteorites, enveloped in shattered rules and restless magic, cascaded down from the heavens. He raised his hand, wielding the divine spear, a weapon imbued with the power of a millennium of faith, suddenly erupting with golden light, shattering the meteors into fragments. To his bewilderment, the shards seemed to be drawn by invisible chains, eerily hovering closer to the altar. The altar was not to be easily displaced. Robin's mind raced as his consciousness space burst open, drawing the scattered meteor fragments into his mental realm. To his astonishment, within one of the fragments coiled a mentally deranged black dragon. Dark mist, infused with ominous energy, entwined its scales, attempting to intrude upon its memories with his mental power. Robin was met with a cacophony of terrifying wails, capturing several broken words amidst the chaotic fragments of memory. 14 Fire Peaks, Vaggerel, Malasis, names belonging to the ancient gods of Valeria. The black dragon suddenly opened its cavernous maw. Robin instinctively retreated, creating distance, for in the realm of consciousness, it could approach the speed of light. He pondered why it had been sent to him. Was it the god's intent to have the deranged deity perish alongside him? After observing for a moment, the black dragon seemed to sense the existence of the dragon star, unleashing a furious roar and transforming into a beam of black light as it soared toward the celestial body. Realizing its intent, Robin banished the black dragon along with the meteor fragments to the void at the edge of the universe, allowing them to drift in the empty space. The divine war was inevitable, and Robin was well prepared. When he ascended to the origin god, he had already won half the battle. Now he merely awaited the arrival of eternal winter. When ice and snow blanketed every inch of land, the position of the god of cold would be his alone. He gazed at the churning leaden clouds on the horizon, a cold smile gracing his lips. Suddenly intrigued by the god's reactions, How would those beings nourished by faith respond to him? The wind howled from the far north, carrying the scent of death southward. Chapter 90. The failed reign of Rhaenyra. The eternal night descended, and King's Landing was ensnared by darkness. In this shadowed realm, Aegon I issued a call to his vassals to march north. Daemon, the first to respond, rode his dragon caraxes to survey the situation at the wall. The darkness thickened. The farther they were from King's Landing, the fewer responses he received from his vassals. Even the ravens lost their way. Only the nobles near the crownlands, closest in proximity, promptly answered the call to gather at Harrenhal. For a month, the hand of the king, Lionel, had been managing the unrest that erupted in King's Landing since the onset of the Shroud of Darkness. The unrest stemmed from a shortage of food, not due to a lack of provisions, but because all available supplies had ceased to be sold. Over 90% of King's Landing's food came from the New World, and now the maritime routes had halted large-scale exports of grain. The outside world remains oblivious to the disappearance of Lord Dragon Crystal, believing this legendary figure to be engrossed in enigmatic affairs. Subsequently, an urgent meeting of the Moreno family convenes, during which all members delineate their course of action. The advisory council of the Watchtower begins to formulate a strategy, reallocating 1 to 20 infantry regiments from the New Peninsula, Bravos, and the southern protruding section to the Great Wall, while the remaining 10 infantry regiments, numbering 50,000, are deemed sufficient to defend against the Free Federal Coalition forces. Aegon volunteers to ride his Vaggerel to Dragon Crystal City, while Rhaenyra's children are equally resolute, once more bearing the king's missives as they venture into the strongholds of the various noble houses. Following negotiations, King's Landing receives a response. To ensure the stability of the realm, the supplied base on Crab Island will open its doors to the royal fleet, exporting 100 ships of provisions monthly at standard prices, enough to sustain the food supply in King's Landing for a year. However, this comes at a cost. During this period, food prices soar above gold, compelling King's Landing to resolve all historical grievances. The Gold Cloaks launch an urgent operation to apprehend individuals of unknown identity. Previously nobles, though the populace soon forgets such trivial matters amidst the far more pressing tragedies of starvation in King's Landing. Thus, in the first month of the Long Night, various lords receive a missive from Aegon I, unconnected to the calamity. The Five-Finger Peninsula and the expanse of the New World, formerly the Three Sisters Isles, delineated by Dragon Crystal Mountain, is designated as the immutable fief of the Moreno family. Accompanying this letter is the opening of supply stations surrounding Westeros to the largest lords. However, the Shield Islands to the north and the Westlands, hindered by the Lannisters, lack a naval base from the Moreno family and, consequently, any supply stations. The Whispering Bay, where Old Town resides, serves as the most peripheral supply station for the Dragon Crystal Fleet. Scholars from the Citadel, aboard steam turbine warships, deliver all available information regarding the Long Night, as every scholar diligently peruses ancient tomes. Before long, one scholar uncovers references to dragon crystal weaponry within a book, learning of the vast deposits of dragon crystal or hidden beneath dragonstone. However, this revelation pales in significance, as Dragon Crystal City abounds with this obsidian stone. Having previously witnessed the use of disposable dragon crystal arrows during the conquest of the Three Sisters Isles, crafted to conserve iron and be non-reusable, the Citadel promptly dispatches a scholar to inform the king of these findings. Yet the ravens have become increasingly unreliable as the long night endures. The ravens lose their way more frequently, particularly over such a vast expanse. Aegon I, lacking direct experience in warfare and having never commanded troops in a battle against the White Walkers and the undead, must proceed with caution. While awaiting the assembly of lords at Harrenhal, the armies of the realm hasten northward, burdened with the management of hundreds of thousands of soldiers' sustenance, weaponry, and ammunition, leaving Aegon I overwhelmed by the logistical challenges of leadership. Around the Eye of the Gods Lake, a staggering population of 200,000 has taken residence. Their domestic wastewater, livestock excrement, and refuse are carelessly discharged into the lake without treatment, leading to a deterioration in water quality. This has resulted in a surge of ailments among the knights, including dysentery and typhoid fever. Furthermore, the vast number of troops consumes far more provisions than the local supply can sustain, necessitating the transportation of food from the Riverlands and even farther regions. However, the Riverlands is only willing to provide sustenance for 10,000 men. The distance between Herrenberg and Dragonstone, merely a valley apart on the map, is fraught with peril, as the terrain is treacherous. The deep-draft turbo steam cargo ships are unable to navigate from Crab Bay into the Tri River and reach King S Road, one vessel has become stranded at the river's mouth, causing subsequent captains to hesitate in risking passage. Thus, King Viserys I had no choice but to gather provisions from King's Landing along King's Road. Whenever sufficient supplies were amassed, the respective lords and nobles would lead their contingents northward, for the wall had ample food reserves. During this time, 3 waves of scholars brought news regarding the others, bolstering the king's resolve. Presently, the wall is fortified with over 100,000 professional soldiers from Dragonstone, alongside 70,000 knights from various kingdoms, and the entire royal fleet has also advanced northward. The affairs of King's Landing have been entrusted to Rhaenyra Targaryen. In light of the impending northern conflict, Count Beesbury, having aged significantly, tragically fell down the stairs during a blackout and never regained consciousness, passing away 2 days later. Rhaenyra seeks to demonstrate that a woman can indeed sit upon the Iron Throne. However, the stark reality is that the situation is far from manageable. Under the shadow of the Long Night, no nation or city-state will find peace. The news of the Chancellor's death has been suppressed in King's Landing, known only to a select few in the Royal Council. His body has not been returned to Honey Hive in the Riverlands, but rather has been cremated on site. To mitigate food consumption and quell civil unrest, the citizens of King's Landing have been reduced to a meager 1 meal a day, with each person receiving an exceedingly limited ration, though the gilded robes and members of the Red Keep are exempt from this deprivation. Let these energetic troublemakers go hungry. Rhaenyra has reinstated the positions of Chancellor and Master of the Vault, appointing Tywin Lannister, her longtime supporter. Tywin Lannister, the Warden of the West and brother to the Duke of Casterly Rock, has long collaborated with the Royal Council to thwart Dragonstone's ambitions of establishing a naval base on Shield Islands. On the surface, he appears to be obedient to Rhaenyra, executing his duties with meticulousness. Rhaenyra is determined to take decisive action. The treasury is filled, yet food remains elusive. Thus she prepares for contingencies. She permits Tywin Lannister, in the name of the king, to compel the naval base at Crab Island to open a supply station. Given that Lady Alicent has already pledged to provide 200 vessels of goods to King's Landing, it seems only reasonable to access them in advance. The naval base at Crab Island is well stocked, and it also serves to supply the southern naval bases. However, stationed here is merely a garrison of 500 men, not for lack of additional troops, but because 500 is the limit of the king's tolerance. Moreover, the Dragonstone fleet is not permitted to enter the Howling Sea without authorization. Unbeknownst to many, the first battle did not commence at the Great Wall, but rather erupted on Crab Island, where Tywin Lannister led his family's warships in a sudden offensive. This assault, cloaked under the guise of transporting provisions, caught the stationed naval soldiers off guard, and the outcome was all but predetermined. However, the Vice Admiral of Crab Island's navy did not waver. He engaged fiercely with Lannister's troops within the underground warehouses, where fireballs exploded, causing the surrounding fortifications to crumble. Thus, supplies sufficient to sustain King's Landing for an entire year were reduced to ashes by the defending soldiers, with the flames visible even from afar in the capital. Lannister's soldiers salvaged what they could from the ruins. Crab Island served not only as a source of food supplies, but also as a depot for munitions such as rockets. Yet, the dense smoke and raging flames rendered access impossible, and it was several days before the inferno was extinguished. Upon hearing this news, Rhaenyra felt a twinge of anxiety. Her intention had merely been to acquire a share of provisions belonging to King's Landing. Would her father be angered upon learning of this incident? Soon, Rhaenyra ceased the royal charity extended to the common folk, and even the church's benevolent offerings grew meager. Chaos erupted within the city. The populace, already famished, became acutely aware of the impending, dire famine, despite each household having some meager reserves. The merchants who monopolized the grain, opportunistic nobles, refused even to accept golden dragons at this juncture. To make matters worse, the only supply depot with provisions had been destroyed, and King's Landing, unable to produce food, was now shrouded in darkness, with the situation poised to worsen. In essence, the capital had become a powder keg, ready to ignite at any moment, prompting many to flee through the royal gardens towards Storm's End, where at least the harbor offered a naval base. The Lannister fleet appeared in the harbor of Blackwater Bay, unnoticed by anyone, yet their return was marked by a fleet reduced by half compared to their departure. Soldiers paraded through the streets with carts laden with flour and dried beef. This supply convoy, escorted by 100 golden-robed soldiers, was originally intended by Rhaenyra as a political display to assert the royal control over food supplies. However, incited by the mob, it was perceived as a signal to act. This marked the first large-scale riot in King's Landing. The mobs surged into the streets, beginning to loot, and even within the watchful gaze of the golden-robed soldiers, dozens of their comrades fell. Upon receiving this news, Rhaenyra was infuriated. She ordered the castle and city gates to be shut, deploying a multitude of golden-robed guards to the walls and issuing a decree for the capture of the looters, declaring that they would be hanged at the city gates. Her former lover, Ser Harwin Strong, the commander of the city's garrison, explained the precariousness of the situation, attempting to persuade her to retract her order, at least to allow some time for the chaos to subside. They are violating the laws of the kingdom. Do you intend to disobey my command as well? Thus, the Gilded Robes seized upon this decree to extort the common folk mercilessly. The hopes of thousands of citizens wishing to escape with their wealth were dashed. No food was permitted to leave King's Landing, as decreed by the Crown Prince. All the nobles were well aware that the majority of grain in King's Landing was ample, yet none were willing to share. If one possessed dragon crystal coins, some maritime nobility might still sell dried salmon at exorbitant prices, for at least those naval bases recognized the currency, even though its value plummeted steadily each day. In the second month of the Long Night, a bloody insurrection erupted suddenly in King's Landing. The rioters surged like a relentless tide, crashing through the dilapidated city gates. Brandishing crude torches and makeshift tools, their voices raised in furious chants as they surged toward the heart of the city. Illuminated by the flickering flames, faces twisted in despair and hatred emerged. Seize the food. It was unclear who first uttered this incendiary cry, but it instantly ignited the collective wrath of the crowd. Like a frenzied beast, the throng charged toward the granaries, where the gilded guards attempted to impede their advance. However, against the torrent of rage, their resistance proved futile. In mere moments, the guards were overwhelmed, some toppled to the ground, others fled in panic. The granary doors collapsed under the force of the mob's assault, revealing mountains of grain to the eager eyes of the rioters, who erupted in cheers and rushed forward, greedily snatching at the provisions. Amidst this chaos, hidden instigators maneuvered quietly, exploiting the turmoil to approach those nobles who had oppressed the populace in times of peace. In the shadows, sharp daggers found their mark, piercing the hearts of the aristocrats before they could utter a single cry, collapsing into pools of blood. Soon, several more nobles met the same grim fate, their blood staining the streets of King's Landing, rendering the uprising all the more bloody and terrifying. Meanwhile, within the Red Keep, Rhaenyra remained oblivious, entangled in a dalliance with her handsome knight. When news of the insurrection finally reached the Red Keep, she dismissively remarked, "Let the gilded guards quell it." Given the current state of chaos, the royal council and many nobles resided safely within the Red Keep, while the gilded guards were stationed nearby. However, the insurrection was far more severe than she had anticipated. As time passed, the scale of the uprising expanded, and the situation spiraled out of control. The rioters not only seized grain, but also began to assault the very noble houses that had oppressed them. Flames roared through the streets of King's Landing, illuminating the night sky. The nobles were engulfed in terror, urgently seeking refuge within the Red Keep. The cries of the masses echoed for food and freedom from the city. Stores were looted, homes ransacked and set ablaze, while the gilded guards, tasked with maintaining order, faced relentless attacks and beatings. Having lost the hearts of the people during their previous extortions, the gilded guards found their morale shattered and their fighting spirit greatly diminished in the face of the enraged mob. In the midst of the tumultuous clash with the mob, the Golden Robes suffered relentless defeats, incurring heavy casualties. The city's garrison began to take the matter seriously. This was no ordinary rabble, and a decisive blow was necessary. Commander Halwyn assembled 1,000 elite soldiers, each clad in black chainmail, donning steel helmets, draped in golden capes, with short swords at their waists, wielding long spears and short truncheons, and nearly half equipped with crossbows. The Golden Robe army gathered at the Red Keep, forming a forest of spears and an impenetrable line of shields, resembling an iron wall. Sir Roslegit, mounted on his armored steed, brandished a long sword as he galloped forward, directing the charge along the main avenue, dispatching any weapon-wielding hand that dared to rise against them. The mob was haunted by the terror of the garrison during Daemon's reign. Suddenly, an arrow was loosed toward the Golden Robes. Thus, the conflict devolved into chaos, and chaos into slaughter. The Golden Robe soldiers, youthful, disciplined, and well-equipped, advanced under the glow of the raging flames. The crossbows in the rear began to unleash their fury, releasing a volley of arrows akin to a hedgehog's quills, clearing 300 paces of the mob in an instant. The shield wall pressed forward once more, transforming countless dying victims' cries into a sea of corpses. While the Golden Robes retrieved arrows in a continuous cycle, with some dedicated to logistics. Mobs surged from unexpected directions, hurling bricks and tiles from elevated positions. Most were deflected by shields, causing only sporadic injuries. Yet, in response, a relentless barrage of arrows rained down. As the crossbow's range far surpassed that of the projectiles thrown by the mob. Suddenly, a few desperate attackers breached the gaps in the ranks. But only a handful did so, and they met a swift demise. Sir Halwyn adeptly exploited the advantages of his organized force, marching steadfastly along the thoroughfare, executing any mob member within range. In recent years, to accommodate the burgeoning demands of trade, the roads had been continuously widened. Now capable of accommodating 8 pairs of horses pulling carriages side by side. Outside the Red Keep, a hushed calm began to settle. Rhaenyra sensed something amiss. She surmised it might be a premeditated scheme, undoubtedly orchestrated by Aegon and his cunning brother, all intended to showcase the crown prince's ineptitude to their father. When Sir Halwyn, drenched in the blood of his enemies, returned to the Red Keep, the crown prince finally grasped the gravity of the situation. A grim tableau of the mob's corpses lay strewn outside the Red Keep, extending down the long street without end. Yet, the other districts of King's Landing remained ensnared in chaos. Chapter 91. The riot in King's Landing and the north as the conflict between the mob and the Golden Robes reached a fever pitch. The dark sea suddenly revealed a multitude of masts rising ominously. A fleet emerged, slicing through the waves. The blue banners adorned with the emblem of a white watchtower flickering in the ship's lantern light, the main naval force of Dragonstone. On the deck, 10,000 Dornish soldiers surged like a black tide, the clash of metal and the synchronized cadence of their march reverberating, causing the stones along the shore to tremble slightly. As the gangway thunderously connected with the pier, soldiers clad in iron masks surged forth like arrows, their black-scaled armor glinting coldly, crossbows locked and loaded, aimed menacingly at all standing in their path. As the first torches illuminated the fisherman's square, the commotion among the crowd came to an abrupt halt. "Kneel!" A gruff voice thundered like rolling thunder, causing the hands of the gilded-clad men, gripping their bloodied swords, to lower. The tools of the rabble fell to the ground. And even the nobles, who had sought refuge behind their carts, crawled out with ashen faces. Leading the soldiers was a tall man, his long sword hanging at his waist. Clad in a lightweight leather armor and draped in a fur for warmth. The emblem upon his chest depicted a flock of golden cranes against a pure blue background. He surveyed the chaotic scene, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "I have no interest in your skirmishes. Who can enlighten me on the situation at Crab Island? I require an explanation." Silence enveloped the square like a tidal wave, pierced only by distant cries and the crackling of countless flames. In the midst of this stifling quietude, a woman's piercing scream suddenly echoed from the west side of the port. 3 inebriated carters were manhandling a noble lady, pressing her against a wall. Her splendid gown was torn, and her pallid face was streaked with tears of terror. Sir Richard mounted his steed and rode into the alley. Witnessing the violence being inflicted by the 3 men. "Are the carters here so bold?" Before he could finish his thought, he swiftly seized a soldier's spear and, with an arm that swung like a steel whip, accurately pierced the head of one carter from 10 paces away. Blood erupted, splattering the faces of the other 2. And the warmth of the crimson liquid jolted them into a state of alarm, their eyes widening in fear. "Ah!" one of them screamed, turning to flee but only managed to stumble a few paces. With a whoosh, 2 crossbow bolts flew through the air, striking them in the back of their heads, followed by the dull thud of their bodies hitting the ground. The rescued noble lady collapsed to the earth, her delicate features smeared with blood, her gaze vacant as she stared at the gruesome scene before her. Suddenly recalling her gravely injured brother, she jolted back to reality and crawled desperately to Richard's feet, exclaiming, "Help! Save my brother!" Her voice trembled with desperation and pleading. Sir Richard looked down at her. "And who might you be?" "I am Darlena, from the Datings family of Riverland," she replied hastily, her voice quivering with anxiety. "I know Miss Allison." Richard raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he extended his gloved hand to lift her up. "Oh, let us be introduced, Richard Klein." He then turned his attention to the man on the ground, who was wailing with his eyes covered. The blood had ceased to flow from his sockets. Yet his screams grew increasingly agonized. Sir Richard examined the injuries closely. "It's nothing severe. Carry him to the medical bay of the turbine warship." The soldiers promptly sprang into action, placing Davos on a stretcher, and Miss Darlena followed suit. Sir Richard remained in place, observing the chaos in King's Landing, contemplating that the truth behind the Crab Island incident appeared rather troublesome. Could it truly be that Rhaenyra had ordered the robbery? This was the answer gleaned through the intelligence network in King's Landing. Yet he still found it hard to believe. How could anyone be so foolish? Suddenly, a piercing shriek cleaved through the heavens. A searing red flame swept across the Fisherman's Square. The king received a series of grim tidings from King's Landing. The first was the death of Count Beesbury, the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Count Beesbury had served as the Lord Treasurer from the reign of Aegon I to that of Viserys I, and the two had shared a long acquaintance. Upon hearing the news, the king, considering the current circumstances, consented to Princess Rhaenyra's request to have his remains cremated and his ashes temporarily housed in the Great September of Baelor. The second report concerned a fire at the Crab Isle supply station. Rhaenyra dispatched the royal fleet and the Lannister fleet to salvage the supplies. However, the truth conveyed by Count Celtigar's letter was quite the opposite. It revealed that the royal fleet had initiated an assault on the Crab Isle supply station on behalf of the crown, resulting in the destruction of most provisions meant for the citizens of King's Landing. Even soldiers who participated in the conflict were sent to Harrenhal to testify, yet Viserys, mindful of preserving his daughter's authority, refrained from excessive reproach. He merely expressed his apologies to Dragonstone in his name, receiving a response from the acting lord, Ser Cale, who insisted on uncovering the truth. Regardless of its nature, considering the threats posed by the long night, discussions would have to be postponed until dawn. The third piece of news was of a riot in King's Landing, where Prince Jacaerys was struck from the sky by a crossbow bolt, plummeting alongside his dragon. Chaos ensued as a fleet from Dragonstone, bound for the Wall, clashed with the Gold Cloaks and the Royal Knights, turning the streets of King's Landing into a battlefield. Viserys, unable to remain idle any longer, was astounded that matters had deteriorated so drastically in just 2 months of his absence. He immediately commanded the Kingsguard to deliver a missive demanding the Dragonstone fleet's withdrawal from King's Landing, threatening treason should they refuse. Upon Viserys' return to King's Landing, he beheld a city in ruins. Halt! The king stumbled from his carriage, the sight before him inducing dizziness. His gaze swept over the shattered streets, the charred rooftops emitting wisps of smoke, and scattered piles of firewood used for warmth and illumination. An eerie scent of roasted flesh lingered in the air, while corpses lay strewn outside the drainage ditches, their bones gnawed by wild dogs. This once majestic capital, admired by the Seven Kingdoms, now lay as a desolate remnant, ravaged by dragonfire. He pushed aside the supporting guards and stepped onto the debris-laden ground, realizing that the number of citizens perished by dragon flames far exceeded those slain by arrows. As the weather turned cooler, most surviving civilians huddled in corners, and upon seeing the gold and crimson Targaryen emblem, they erupted in anguished cries. "Your Majesty." Rhaenyra and the city's defense forces hurriedly approached. "Father, I must." Her defense was abruptly interrupted by a cough. Viserys gasped for breath, pressing his hand against his chest, his visage in the twilight resembling a stone effigy. "What I bequeath to you is a royal city, not a slaughterhouse." His gaze swept over the knights lined up behind his daughter. At that moment, the Dornish forces engaged with the Targaryens had retreated, leaving Sir Richard Clane to inform the king of the grim reality. They had merely intended to investigate the tragic events at Crab Island when they fortuitously encountered the uprising in King's Landing. Their original purpose was to maintain order, thereby controlling the rabble and the surrounding streets. Under the cover of night, they were suddenly assailed by a dragon, and as more dragons arrived, the soldiers of Demon prudently retreated to their fleet. However, one dragon pursued them relentlessly and was ultimately brought down. Upon returning to the Red Keep, the king immediately commanded Prime Minister Lionel to restore order in King's Landing and summon all relevant parties. The loss of her beloved son left Rhaenyra Targaryen despondent. She confided her suspicions regarding Aegon to the king, who refrained from undue reproach, for amidst the chaos, he discerned the shadows of conspiracy. Ultimately, only Tywin Lannister was declared a traitor, while Harwin Strong was ordered to lead his family's bannermen to the Wall, never to set foot in the Crownlands again. Lionel Strong was tasked with managing military affairs at Harrenhal, prompting the king to summon former Prime Minister Otto Hightower from Dragonstone to ease the tensions between King's Landing and Dragonstone. The king was too preoccupied to address this misunderstanding, despite the loss of a dragon, a prince, a third of the city's garrison, and a small contingent of the royal knights. On the third day of his return to King's Landing, a report came from a Night's Watch team dispatched to the lands beyond the Wall. They had not encountered White Walkers, but living men. The mountains of the Vale were crawling with a vast army, felling trees and stockpiling supplies. In the council chamber of the Red Keep, the flickering candlelight cast a dim glow upon the pale visage of Viserys I, who was unwell. The Night's Watch report indicated the astonishing size of their forces, with the speed of their lumbering reminiscent of a locust swarm. On the long council table lay peculiar spoils captured from the Night's Watch, wooden armor and long spears, crafted from specially treated wood of remarkable hardness. Viserys pondered the captured wooden armor and weapons, contemplating whether there existed an unknown continent or humanity beyond the lands north of Winterfell. Yet, what could be the nature of the impending night? Your Majesty, this wooden armor, though seemingly rudimentary, can withstand the blows of ordinary iron weaponry, remarked the captain of the Kingsguard, placing a long sword, its blade chipped, upon the table. His voice tinged with undeniable astonishment. Viserys unconsciously traced the armrest of the Iron Throne, his already frail body increasingly burdened by the recent blows. King's Landing was in disarray, and now this enigmatic army had emerged. His gaze fell upon a shield emblazoned with a peculiar emblem, a figure, radiant and grasping a spear, accompanied by 3 long, varied wings. Scholars had confirmed that this script and language had never been recorded in Westeros. "Is it true, Your Majesty?" he rasped, each word a monumental effort. "Indeed, Your Majesty," replied the maester with a bow. "We have searched through all the ancient tomes preserved in the citadel, yet found no mention whatsoever. The only identifiable object was this peculiar badge, which bore a partial resemblance to the totem of the origin god worshipped in Dragon Crystal City, such as the ethereal humanoid figure. However, after extensive examination by the scholars of Dragon Crystal City, they concluded that the intricacies of the patterns and their symbolic meanings were fundamentally distinct, thereby categorically denying any existing connection. As for him, the origin god initially emerged from a historical tome brought forth by Robin, and subsequently, he personally disseminated its image and significance. He had long secluded himself on Nipple Island, detached from worldly affairs. The council chamber fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the crackling of the firewood in the hearth. Viserys closed his eyes, attempting to organize his chaotic thoughts. Beyond the lands of eternal winter lay uncharted territories and unknown peoples. What connection did the fabled Long Night have with them? Our understanding of this world might be far more limited than we presume. The king slowly rose, his hand resting on the Iron Throne as he struggled to stand upright. If indeed an unknown threat was brewing, we must prepare in advance. The responsibility of House Targaryen is to safeguard Westeros, regardless of the enemy's origin. Subsequently, Viserys summoned several deputy commanders of the Royal Knights and reappointed Ser Rosliget as the commander of the capital's defense, ensuring the Gold Cloaks were restored to full strength. White Walkers? How could they be an army of humans? He muttered to himself, increasingly troubled. Viserys stood alone atop the Red Keep, gazing into the profound northern night sky. The cold wind howled past, carrying the chill of the lands of eternal winter. Once Viserys had arranged all affairs, it was time for him to depart. "When I return next, I hope to see a normal King's Landing. Before the gods." Rhaenyra nodded solemnly, accompanied by her children. The king had restructured the chaos, negotiating with the nobles to procure a supply of grain and initiating disaster relief by opening the city gates. Meanwhile, in the distant Storm Mountains, countless torches fell like stars to the earth, as the army from the continent of origin tirelessly prepared for the propagation of the faith in the origin god. North of the wall, the command room of the Night's Watch was enveloped in a grave atmosphere. The cold wind battered against the heavy wooden door, emitting mournful cries as if lamenting the impending crisis. Suddenly, the door was thrust open, and a frost-covered messenger stumbled in, his lips purple from the cold as he stammered. "Commander." Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his rapid gasps, reporting urgent news from the scouts. The wooden army was commencing its march southward. At the estimated pace, they would reach the difficult tundra fort within 2 days. In the command room, the atmosphere instantly froze. Despite the Night's Watch possessing 3 formidable dragons, Corixer, the agile, Melius, the graceful, and Vagahar, the largest and most terrifying, what proved troublesome was their persistent reluctance to cross the wall. Even attempts to circumvent by sea were futile. The commander of the Night's Watch, Rozo Borelli, furrowed his brow, surveying those gathered around the long table. Duke Rickon Stark, draped in a heavy gray wolf cloak, abruptly rose, the hem of his cloak stirring a chill in the air. His voice was laden with anxiety. "Are they still unwilling to negotiate? Which terms do you think we can acquiesce to?" Demon, with arms crossed and a sardonic smile gracing his lips, revealed the shocking truth. After confirming that humans were amidst the storm, the Night's Watch had dispatched a learned scholar to attempt negotiations, only to be met with appalling demands: the renunciation of all faiths in favor of the worship of the old gods, disarmament, and the surrender of power to the Council of Kings. Clearly, This was a brutal war of faith and conquest. Chapter 92. The latest developments at the Wall of Despair. Commander Robin Morena of the Infantry Battalion unfurled a vast sheepskin map, plunging a dagger into the difficult encampment's location. The enemy's intentions were evident. Their next move would be here. Should they rely on the fortifications to withstand the onslaught, or retreat to the Wall of Despair? A decision must be made swiftly. Previously, the 1st through 10th Infantry Battalions, along with the Lords of the North, had laid an ambush in the Red Hall under the strategist's guidance, totaling 120,000 men to launch a large-scale assault on the enemy, with the specific results remaining uncertain. This seemingly endless horde of wooden soldiers poured forth from the shadows, unknowing of fear and unafraid of death, as if mortality were merely a fleeting agony. After prolonged combat, the infantry had suffered over 20,000 casualties and were currently retreating in an orderly fashion, seeking refuge in the Ghostwood Forest to regroup and establish defenses. During this interval, captured prisoners, under interrogation, provided a plethora of meaningless information regarding the continent of origin. As for intelligence on military weaponry, each kingdom possessed distinct specialties, and the captives' ranks were too low for detailed deployment insights. When questioned about the origin of the gray sky, a fervent warrior from the continent of origin replied resolutely, "When all lands shrouded in darkness are unified, the night shall recede." Riken Stark gazed at the densely marked movements of the enemy on the map, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He held great confidence in the Wall of Despair. It was an insurmountable obstacle. However, facing human forces, the wall was merely a part of the defense. According to intelligence, they were constructing ships at the Milk River, attempting to traverse the Shadow Tower, and wooden vessels were prepared to cross the Frostbite Bay along the frozen coast. The enemy possessed an intricate understanding of the geography of Westeros. Every potential crossing over the wall was beginning to bear their presence. Eastwatch, the Shadow Tower, and Bear Island were crucial nodes. Should any one of these areas be breached, all plans would be thrown into disarray. The optimal strategy would be to seize geographical advantages, allowing the Allied forces to mitigate the disparity in numbers with relatively low casualties. The expanse of the Thorn Mountain was littered with military encampments. This was the farthest intelligence the Night's Watch had managed to ascertain. Thorn Mountain lay at the northernmost edge outside the wall, nestled within the icy peaks of the Frostfangs, the closest known region to the land of eternal winter. Yet, how many soldiers were amassed throughout the entirety of the Thorn Mountain range? No one knew. The strategists provided a conservative estimate of at least 1 million. At present, under the advantageous presence of dragons and fleets, this defense line remains impervious to breach. Without precise intelligence from the opposing side, uncertainty looms over all. The supplies escorted by the Dragon Crystal Fleet at Donghai are sufficient for a year's sustenance. We must also fortify the defenses at Bear Island, particularly at sea. There is an unsettling feeling about that area. Rennies has been patrolling Ice Bay without sighting any vessels. Yet the massing of troops along the frozen coastline indicates an impending maritime assault. 7 fleets accompanied by 30,000 soldiers have already reached the limit. Half of the fleets from Whispering Bay and Dorne Base have been diverted, and navigating half the distance across Westeros is no simple feat, especially with the treacherous waters of Eternal Night. Tullius cautions that, based on known intelligence, the enemy's naval technology remains in the age of sail, with numbers exceedingly few. 7 fleets should suffice, and we must remain vigilant against the Lannisters, who audaciously dare to ambush their own supply stations. I will provide support along the wall to ensure no vulnerabilities arise. Aegon has taken on the task. The shapeshifters are closely monitoring the enemy. They will coordinate with your actions and inform you promptly. Mary responds, expressing gratitude for the loyalty shown at this critical juncture for the kingdom's survival. Acknowledging the contributions of Dragon Crystal City, Aegon expresses his appreciation. At this moment, the adversary is humanity, resisting an incursion from another realm. And following the battle in the Red Hall, the strength of Dragon Crystal City has been recognized. The enemy presents generous terms to retain the current status of Dragon Crystal City and even allow the entire continent of Westeros to fall under the rule of House Moreno, merely requiring a shift in allegiance to join the Council of 100 Kings. However, Kale and all the commanders deem this to be a ruse, a cunning ploy to undermine the coalition's resolve. They warn against falling for such deceit. Once the Wooden Army conquers all of humanity, Dragon Crystal City will find itself as a lamb to the slaughter. Currently, the total commander is an acting leader of the Night's Watch, an elder who has spent a lifetime at the wall. There is no one more suitable than he. Dragons cannot cross the wall, and Karakshiu is vehemently opposed to the idea. Supplies at the difficult encampment are not lacking in commanders or troops. Demon speaks, his temper having been tempered after years of confinement in Dragon Crystal City. My brother will arrive with his army tomorrow. Perhaps a decision can be made then, Demon suggests, to which everyone unanimously agrees. Following the battle in the Red Hall, it has become evident that the Wooden Army, despite their fearlessness and sheer numbers, is vastly inferior in equipment compared to the coalition of Westeros. Once thought to be whites lurking in the depths of darkness, prolonged contact has gradually unveiled the mystery. Upon realizing that the opponent is also human and has repelled assaults multiple times, this revelation instills great confidence in the coalition. The enemy's weaknesses are beginning to surface as well, with soldiers bearing a striking resemblance to those from Dorne. The night has lingered for 2.5 months. The north has grown increasingly frigid, and the sky begins to blanket everything in a downpour of snowflakes. Contrary to expectations, the Wooden Army has not launched an assault on the difficult encampment. They are, after all, human, and the heavy snowfall treats every soldier equally. The Wooden Army resumes its logging activities. King Viserys I arrives, weary from his journey from King's Landing. The Black Castle has finally found its stalwart leader. He first surveyed the wall alongside the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, discovering the fortifications to be remarkably robust, equipped with numerous trebuchets and crossbows. Your Majesty, he declared, the Night's Watch has safeguarded the wall for generations. It has never fallen. We are yet uncertain how the Wooden Army intends to initiate its invasion. However, rest assured, it has withstood countless incursions by the wildlings, and even the legendary White Walkers have failed to breach it. With a sufficient number of elite soldiers stationed, the Wooden Army cannot penetrate the wall. The wall provides a significant tactical advantage to the defenders, allowing a scant number of troops to thwart a vast army. The defenders are essentially out of range of arrows and crossbow bolts, while we can rely on archery, crossbows, and even the throwing of debris, particularly barrels filled with frozen gravel, which are exceedingly effective against large-scale assaults. With the support of all of Westeros, no army can breach it. Our only concern lies in circumventing the wall. Lord Commander Rosso Barley briefed Viserys on the current situation, the challenges faced, and the information the king needed to know. He favored retreating the living forces back to the wall, which had stood for millennia, repelling countless incursions from the wildlings. This was yet another campaign of conquest. Viserys stood atop the tower, gazing into the boundless darkness, murmuring softly before finally descending from the wall. Accompanied by 4 Kingsguard, he entered the council chamber, where the dimly lit Black Castle was aglow with bonfires, shedding his heavy furs as he walked. All the lord's commanding troops stood in the hall to greet the king. The commanders of the wall had gathered in full. Your Majesty, announced the Guardian of the North, Rickon Stark, the Guardian of the South, Duke Morsos Tarly, the Guardian of the West, Tywin Lannister, and the Guardian of the East, Lady Jane Arryn, representing the Vale's stance. Also present were Lord Boros Baratheon, members of House Moreno, and a multitude of dragon lords, alongside a host of priests and high priests from Essos, who listened attentively from a distance. They claimed divine guidance to combat the Frost God, referring to themselves as the Army of Believers, a group of zealots joining the fray. Their fearless spirit matched that of their opponents, and they had performed admirably in the Battle of the Red Hall. Recently, a mysterious cadre from Asshai had joined their ranks, bolstering the wall's defensive forces. Viserys' steps were slightly faltering, yet he endeavored to straighten his back. The Targaryen crest of the 3-headed dragon on his cloak remained prominent in the dim light. He slowly ascended to the high seat, but refrained from taking a seat. Lords and warriors of Westeros and Essos, he proclaimed, today, we gather here to confront the foes of another world, as our known realm faces an unprecedented crisis. Behind us stand the countless citizens of the 7 kingdoms, our wives, children, and parents. For them, we must fight. The crowd was invigorated, pounding the table to convey their unwavering resolve to protect this land. Chapter 93, The Breach of the Great Wall. 3 days later, the tempest abated. The beleaguered forces stationed at the Ghost Shadow Forest retreated to the Great Wall, which was once again fortified. During this period, a fierce conflagration consumed the Ghost Shadow Forest, further delaying the offensive of the Origin Army and ensuring a more abundant supply of resources for the Great Wall. From the heart of the central continent of Origin, a total of 22 legions from the kingdoms of Thorn, Etherland, Northrend, and Ethereal assembled at the foot of the Great Wall, establishing their encampment a league away. Dubbing themselves the Tri-Ring Legion. The geography of the Origin continent resembles a colossal disk, divided into 7 rings of kingdoms. The kingdoms of the outermost ring, the 7th, endure the harshest conditions. The Allied forces had ambushed merely one of the 7th Ring Kingdom's armies during the Battle of the Red Hall. suffering over 70,000 casualties due to their reckless eagerness to achieve glory. Yet, their morale remained unshaken as they returned to the heart of ice to replenish their ranks to 100,000. To establish a kingdom in the most stable and prosperous region of the origin continent is indeed a testament to their ferocity. The Tri-Ring Legion was tasked with the frontal assault on the Great Wall. The First and Second Ring Legions were situated upon the sea, where maritime prowess is undeniably paramount in the origin continent. Upon witnessing the steam-emitting dragon crystal fleet, they realized their sails were utterly incomparable, prompting the large-scale construction of wooden submarines to plot a course through the waters and strike at the rear, particularly targeting a place known as the New World, which must be obliterated. The Seventh Ring Legion resolved to utilize the terrain to maneuver. Although the Shadow Tower boasted formidable frontal defenses, it safeguarded the only passage that circumvented the Great Wall. They sought opportunities from the direction of the Grand Canyon, where the treacherous terrain allowed them to stealthily approach the side or rear of the Shadow Tower, using the protruding rocks and caves within the canyon as cover to launch a frontal assault, diverting the attention of the defenders and leaving them vulnerable to the true threat from above. The diverse characteristics of the trees in the origin continent allowed for the extensive production of gliders crafted from a particular hard yet lightweight wood, a hallmark of the Seventh Ring Kingdoms. The strong sea winds provided ample power for flight, and in Westeros, the northern storms fortuitously aligned with their plans. As for descent, it was of no concern. Pilots would carry sufficient fuel to directly obliterate all resistance. The Divine had personally promised that those who fell in battle would enter the realm of the gods. The Fourth Ring Legion, serving as reserves, lay in wait at the former Ghost Shadow Forest, opting to circumvent the Eastern Sea. They had been tirelessly felling trees, confident that with enough timber, they could construct a path of attack across the waves. The intelligence among the seven legions was not uniform, each harboring its own scheming ambitions. The clouds of the decisive battle loomed ominously over the skies of the Great Wall. King Viserys, and all present sensed that the final confrontation was imminent. Stretching from the Eastern Sea to Bear Island, outside the Ghost Shadow Forest, an impenetrable expanse loomed, seemingly endless. The human coalition of Westeros continued to hasten towards the perilous Great Wall, with the gathering armies on both sides swelling ever larger. On the surface, it appears that both parties are intent on achieving their objectives in a single decisive stroke. What are they waiting for? Viserys finds himself profoundly perplexed. The wooden army launched a tentative offensive outside the Black Castle along the wall, only to be immediately engulfed by a hail of arrows. Before the catapults could unleash their flaming projectiles, the assault was halted as they dragged back a multitude of corpses. Strategically, the human leaders of Westeros are gathered, comprising a council of seasoned advisors and talented lords from various realms, yet they remain utterly in the dark regarding the movements of the forces from the continent of origins. The only engagement thus far has been a chaotic skirmish in the shadows, a mere retreat following an ambush. The advisors propose that the Night's Watch take the initiative, at least to procure some accurate intelligence, as the banners now displayed are entirely different from those of the previous wooden army. King Viserys believes that the time is not yet ripe. A rash attack could lead to an ambush. The wall, having undergone months of fortification, while not impregnable, is certainly formidable. Why take such risks? He reasons that maintaining such a large army must require an immense logistical effort, and it is possible that the enemy may retreat before they can no longer endure the pressure. In the darkness, humanity endures another month. With even the edges of the Blackwater River and King's Landing beginning to freeze, the skies are shrouded in an increasingly oppressive gray, resembling thick ink spilled across the heavens. Viewed from above, the wall of ice stretches like a serpentine spine, shielding them from foes that come from the far north. The others observe an unusual scene as the forces from the continent of origins mobilize, gathering at the extreme range of their heavy crossbows. Prince Daemon personally departed the wall to capture a group of high-ranking prisoners, finally obtaining clarity regarding the enemy's intentions. Suddenly, a tremor resonates from deep within the clouds, as the inky sky is torn apart by a colossal creature unfurling its wings and diving downward. As the dragon descends upon the icy fortification, it opens its jagged maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames infused with the scent of sulfur, enveloping the surface of the wall in a cloud of white steam. The ice emits a piercing crack as it succumbs to the intense heat, large chunks plummeting like meteors, sending dust soaring into the air. This terrifying beast does not relent. Its massive tail sweeps through, causing a section of the wall to collapse with a thunderous roar, while the shattered ice cascades like a galaxy. Burying the station troops behind the wall begins to exhibit spiderweb-like fissures and with the dragon's second blast of fire, the entire icy barrier shatters as if crushed by an invisible hand. Among the debris, the surviving defenders gaze in horror at the shadow passing overhead, as the gale force of the dragon's wings lifts them, armor and all, into the air. At the breach where the wall has crumbled, a biting wind surges forth, carrying with it the darkness of the eternal winter. In the night, the size of the dragon remains obscured, but its eyes are larger than those of a woolly mammoth. Aegon notices swift movements behind the wall. This ancient creature, Vhagar, instantly captures the attention of the storm as it begins to pursue Vhagar toward the Frostbite Bay, hoping to unite with Aunt Rhaenys to repel it. A section of the wall has crumbled, revealing a breach in the defenses of Black Castle. Chapter 94. The encirclement in the flickering glow of flames. Tens of thousands of silhouettes surged toward the breach like a relentless tide. Daemon made the choice to forego rescuing Vhagar, prioritizing the imperative task of halting the Origin army's advance through the gap in the Great Wall. A compromised wall rendered any defense futile. The soldiers stationed there would be met with a slow demise. Perhaps the Dragon Crystal fleet could rescue a few, but how many would that truly be? Corlac's elongated neck unleashed torrents of scalding dragonfire, creating a series of blazing barriers. However, the cold quickly extinguished these flames, providing illumination for the Origin army. The battlefield had become extraordinarily brutal. The Origin army, obeying the divine mandate, faced death without fear. While the infantry corps of the Dragon Crystal City rushed to fill the breach, their catapults relentlessly hurling stones to construct makeshift barriers. The walls crumbled but did not melt. Once atop the debris, one had to descend swiftly to avoid obstructing those behind. Moreover, the catapults on the opposite side launched dragon crystal spheres larger than those of horse-drawn carts, causing devastating effects. Soldiers in the assault vanished one after another. Mingling with the knights across the way was the only semblance of safety. The sprawling ranks of the Origin army, each bearing small round shields and crossbows, exchanged fire with the infantry of Dragon Crystal City. Both sides were nearly equal in their skill with the crossbow. Yet the bolts of the Origin army were always smeared with lethal poison, often used for eliminating comrades or as a means of self-destruction to evade suffering. Aside from the roars of dragons, silence enveloped the battlefield. Any sound from the opposing side would herald a deluge of crossbow bolts. The rain of arrows continued unabated. An incessant onslaught. Corlac stood out conspicuously on the battlefield, drawing heavy fire. Daemon brushed past the strangers several times, while his mount sustained an arrow to its shoulder. However, the personal crossbows of the Origin army lacked the power to pose a threat to the dragon. As the battle intensified, the heavy crossbows belonging to the Origin army were finally transported to the fray. The stout arrows began to wreak havoc. Corlac let out a pained wail as two massive bolts pierced his abdomen. Sensing the precarious situation, Daemon immediately withdrew his steed to the rear. Changed to fire arrows. Use oil. Daemon and his dragon retreated, and the infantry corps behind them became unrestrained. The catapults swiftly transitioned from stone projectiles to dragon crystal oil canisters. In an instant, the ruins erupted into a sea of flames. The explosions from the fire arrows surged outward, momentarily stalling the Origin army's aggressive advance. However, the consequence of this action was the continuous melting of the icy ruins. The nauseating stench of fish oil, sulfur, and blood intermingled in the air. The soldiers of the Thorn Kingdom, part of the Origin army's 3rd Legion, remained locked in a stalemate with the infantry corps of Dragon Crystal City at the breach of the Great Wall, both sides enduring significant casualties. Following the outbreak of war, the infantry corps surrounding the Black Castle, along with various lords, converged to support the breach. Yet, it appeared that the conflict was confined solely to the Black Castle. Before long, the guardians of the other 18 fortresses along the Great Wall sensed that something was amiss, though they could not articulate it. The instincts of the 3rd Infantry Corps commander kicked in. Launch illumination. 10 barrels of extraordinary oil exploded in the sky, scattering droplets that transformed into a celestial rain, emitting dazzling silver-white specks of light that trailed small fiery tails as they descended. The somber canopy of the heavens appeared to be perforated with countless tiny holes. In that fleeting moment, amidst the blinding yet ephemeral brilliance, a bizarre spectacle sent chills down the spines of all who beheld it. The sky was thick with dark shapes, reminiscent of a startled flock of gigantic crows. Below, the guardians stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed such a sight. Those figures suddenly emerging from the horizon resembled phantoms traversing from the netherworld, making their way directly towards the Great Wall. The altitude of the adversaries rendered them barely within reach of the heavy crossbows, ultimately resulting in the downing of merely 2 or 3 peculiar wooden figures. The commander promptly relayed intelligence to the Black Castle and all reachable locations, noting that an infantry force of no less than 2,000 was soaring through the sky. He speculated that their destination was either the command center at Mole's Village or the logistics depot at Crown Town, as no one had anticipated that the enemy could traverse the skies. However, he felt confident that there would not be significant issues, for both locations were heavily fortified. How could such a small contingent possibly seize them? Along the coastline of the Wolf Forest, the Origin army established dominance amidst the darkness, while the feared others of the north had not arrived. Instead, it was an army clad in wooden armor, hailing from the Kingdom of Leon, that engaged the Glover family at the coastline of Deep Forest Castle. 300 swiftly advanced into the Wolf Forest, leaving only the women and elderly of the Glover family to surrender. Stark ordered the mobilization of all capable Northmen to the area surrounding the Wall of Despair. The Origin army was deeply wary of the Dragon Crystal fleet, yet in the darkened waters, finding their adversaries proved challenging. Ever since crossing Bear Island, the presence of the Dragon Crystal fleet had diminished significantly. In the icy bay, submarines carried 5,000 elite troops of the Origin army into the Wolf Forest. Over 2,000 lost their bearings, with some drifting as far as Sea Dragon Point. By the time the Dragon Crystal fleet became aware, Deep Forest Castle had already succumbed. The Origin army dealt with the surrendering individuals, women and children, by incinerating and logging the Wolf Forest alongside the remaining 300. While all men above the hilt of a sword were conscripted into the vanguard servant army and marched forth with the 3,000 Origin soldiers towards Winterfell. Simultaneously, the garrison of Heir Castle encountered a sudden influx of wooden soldiers along the coastline and soon fell. The geographical positions of Heir Castle and Deep Forest Castle lay on the eastern and western flanks of the north, respectively. Unbeknownst to humanity, they had already fallen into the encirclement of the Origin army. Ever since the human forces of Westeros gathered in the north under the command of Aegon I, they had unwittingly walked into the traps set by the Origin army, relying on the formidable Wall of Despair to attract Aegon I's living forces to converge at 19 fortresses, only to then maneuver around and engulf them from the rear. The Shadow Tower also faced an assault, as the wall collapsed in the Black Castle region. They were met with an incredible aerial attack. This towering edifice of the Shadow Tower, constructed from stone quarried from the steep, knife-edged cliffs of the Grand Canyon, stood resolute amidst the chaos. The main tower stands majestically on the edge of the cliff, soaring to a height of 90 feet. Below, a labyrinth of twisting tunnels resembles the very veins of the earth, leading to hidden strongholds and fortifications nestled within the cliff's embrace. These strongholds vary in size. Some barely accommodate a solitary figure, while the larger ones can scarcely house 20 or 30 men, each strategically positioned. Though diminutive, they are of utmost significance. Wooden projectiles raining down from the sky collide forcefully, resulting in violent explosions that relentlessly devastate the defensive armaments. The numerous trebuchets and heavy crossbows dispatched from Dragon Crystal City are obliterated. Even amidst such chaos, the troops within the Shadow Tower maintain a semblance of order, refraining from chaotic clustering or panicked shouts. Within the tunnels, half a regiment of infantry stands guard alongside Valley soldiers, safeguarding the sole passage that could circumvent the Great Wall. At the canyon's base, the Origin army flows like a dark tide, silently dispersing along the canyon's path. Countless soldiers adeptly utilize grappling hooks, scaling the steep canyon walls with the grace of agile spiders. As they ascend, they retaliate against the garrison atop the tower with hand crossbows, their arrows raining down in a dense barrage. The multitude of figures resembles a swarm of frenzied ants, relentlessly advancing upwards. Despite the Shadow Tower's strongholds being easily defensible, their greatest drawback becomes glaringly evident at this moment. The confined space restricts the deployment of large numbers of troops. Defenders can only wait for their comrades to fall, then rush forward to fill the void. In this battleground, individual swordsmanship and martial prowess hold little value. The only recourse is to continuously draw back the bowstring and unleash volleys of arrows. In the nocturnal darkness, the illumination from the garrison's strongholds serves as a target, with every source of light becoming a focal point. The Origin army does not harbor illusions of capturing these formidable cliffside strongholds. Such aspirations are unrealistic. Everything is merely a cover for the main force traversing the canyon below. Once they circumvent the rear of the Great Wall, the seemingly insurmountable icy barrier becomes utterly irrelevant. In the warped hourglass of time on the Origin continent, life is but a harvestable ear of wheat, as the morning dew of Westeros crystallizes on the grass tips. Infants on the origin continent have already traversed the stage of unsteady walking in their cries. Their time rushes forth at 100-fold speed, allowing a boy's skeletal structure to mature in just 50 days and sprouting coarse stubble upon his downy cheeks. King Crickthorn of Thornland, adorned in a purple marten cloak, purple being a color of nobility, a rare and costly fabric, stands atop the 100-meter-high tower, overlooking the orderly ranks of soldiers below, who appear as diminutive as ants arranged on a chessboard. The 37th batch of warriors has assembled. Another contingent of 100,000 troops gathers, singing fervently the battle hymn dedicated to the divine. Whether under the scorching sun or amidst frost-laden nights, during sweltering days or blinding snowstorms, dust swirls around them. Yet their hearts brim with unbridled joy, indeed, a heart full of elation. To serve the divine on the battlefield, one must move with unwavering resolve. The clarion call of the gods resounds, echoing like thunder, as they charge fearlessly towards the enemy. In their eyes, there exists no trace of innocence. These 100,000 men are the elite chosen from the kingdom's annual conscription of 300,000 battle-hardened soldiers, seasoned by blood. For many, the path to this honor is unattainable. The king has pledged that those who fight for the divine shall be rewarded with a ship laden with cured meats and livestock, enough to nurture 10 boys to adulthood. A satisfied smile graces King Soren's lips. Once the conquest of that continent is complete, our people will possess land in abundance, no longer plagued by concerns over resources and territory. This is merely a medium-sized nation within the origin continent. The kings have forged a pact with the divine. Upon the conquest of another world, the lands of that continent shall be transported to the origin continent, apportioned to every kingdom that fights for the divine. To incentivize participation, it has been promised that 3 territories akin to the origin continent will be constructed, with ownership granted to the top 3 contributing kingdoms. For the origin military, their reserve forces are boundless. At a temporal flow rate of 1 to 100, a child in the Westeros continent reaches adulthood in merely 50 days. The kings of the origin continent relentlessly dispatch adult men to the battlefield, not only diverting internal conflicts, but also exchanging with the divine for salmon, livestock, and other sustenance. The economy is astonishingly on the rise, and all the kings need do is equip the warriors taken by the gods with weapons and armor. The divine will orchestrate the rest. In the armory, millions of wax spears are drying in the shadows, while carpenters toil day and night, transforming felled timber into weaponry and armor. The Great Wall of Despair has commenced its battle, while the East Sea remains eerily still. The Dragon Crystal Fleet anchored here with its main forces, thwarting the origin military's attempts to construct a passage circumventing the sea using the wood from the Ghost Shadow Forest. Neatly arranged crossbows crowd the decks of steam turbine cargo ships, while behind them, catapults are also poised for action, their winches taut like strings. Massive stone projectiles securely locked with iron chains, ready to be unleashed like meteors upon the enemy. At the forefront of the cargo ship array, 12 steam turbine warships lead the advance, their hulls sheathed in heavy iron armor, billowing thick smoke from their chimneys. Near the coastline of the East Coast, the main battleships of the Dragon Crystal Fleet drift slowly amidst the waves. 1,600 steam turbine vessels form a colossal crescent formation, with signal flags waving frequently between ships, relaying precise commands as sailors bustle about the deck, transporting weapons. The entire fleet is permeated with a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere. All preparations are complete, awaiting the enemy to step into this meticulously crafted trap, ready to shred any approaching foe. Sir Taurus, the fleet's commander, stands atop the flagship's lofty stern castle, his telescopes sweeping across the inky sea, where silence reigns. The Dragon Crystal Fleet engaged the enemy in naval combat a month prior, during which 12 origin military sailing ships were reduced to flaming wreckage beneath the onslaught of rockets. Since then, the enemy's navy has failed to reappear. My lord, the lookout and scouts have yet to detect any sign of the enemy. He was deeply anxious. As the flames from the Black Castle illuminated half the sky, even out at sea, the scent of fuel wafting through the ocean breeze. Fully aware that the enemy was on the offensive, the mightiest naval force remained utterly inert, rendered powerless. The strength of the origin army at sea was woefully inadequate. After a proactive attack a month prior, which had resulted in the destruction of 12 sailing vessels, the navy of the origin army had not been seen since. The waters surrounding the origin continent were fraught with peril, as the technological advancement of vessels lagged behind. Submarine technology was confined to the first, second, and third-tier kingdoms, which collectively managed an immense lake, often embroiled in disputes over water resources. The Origin army understood that the Wall of Despair was a formidable challenge and had long set its sights on the key cities in the enemy's rear. Only by dismantling the command structure and logistical support could they hope to obliterate the resistance. As the long night descended, the kingdom began to stabilize. Its inhabitants appeared to adapt to this new existence. Though the common folk still struggled to find enough to eat, at least their fears of starvation were somewhat alleviated. Prime Minister Otto presided over the court meeting, and given his connection with Dragon Crystal City, the prospect of a steady supply of proper food seemed unlikely. However, the kingdom's supply of salmon remained generous, leading to an overall state of precarious tranquility. Chapter 95. The Great Encirclement 2 in the Red Keep. During the quiet of the night, Rhaenyra dreamt of a vast battlefield, the dark obscuring the sigils upon the corpses. As dawn approached, she dimly perceived her father Viserys and husband Daemon, along with Aegon, Rhaenys, Harwin, and Lucerys, all impaled at the heart by wooden spears. Upon recognizing the last figure as her deceased eldest son Joffrey, she jolted awake, her throat parched and her heart racing furiously within her chest. Ser Harwin knocked upon her door. "Your Highness, urgent news from Winterfell." Reports of the Battle of the Broken Wall and a minor attack on Winterfell had reached King's Landing on the western shore of Blackwater Bay. Princess Rhaenyra, seated upon the Iron Throne, turned pale, unable to fathom how the enemy had breached the Wall of Despair to penetrate the rear. The letter conveyed that Daemon had been gravely poisoned and was receiving treatment in Winterfell, yet the scholars were at a loss. They did not even comprehend how he had managed to survive long enough to reach the castle. The Horror Keep was currently besieged, and the Origin army was launching a fierce assault. Given their overwhelming numbers, capitulation was merely a matter of time. What none knew was that the Origin army had promised that should they convert their faith and join the kingdom, they would retain their lands and their bloodlines would not be severed. Within the span of a meal, the 2,000 cavalry and 3,000 infantry of Horror Keep surrendered entirely. Naturally, the first noble to capitulate received exceptional treatment, garnering local support. Soon, nearby lords of smaller castles began to surrender as well, forming a vassal army that swelled to over 30,000 troops advancing towards Winterfell. Rhaenyra read the letter thrice before rising immediately to convene a council. Upon receiving the final intelligence from Winterfell, she learned that numerous enemy forces had appeared along the Wolfwood and the coast of Carhold, and a contingent of 3,000 troops had been dispatched to support the Horror Keep. Currently, only a little over 4,000 soldiers remained within Winterfell. The correspondence indicates the necessity to continue supporting the army. During the court meeting, the attendees swiftly discerned the enemy's intention for a grand flanking maneuver. However, the capital was rendered powerless at this juncture. Although Harrenburg continued to rally troops from various regions, the vastness of the north posed a significant challenge. Reinforcements might not arrive in time to avert the kingdom's peril. Among those gathering at Harrenburg were 2,000 infantry and 600 cavalry from the Frey family, along with over 5,000 troops from smaller houses that were in the process of being organized. "What purpose do the forces from Twin Rivers serve in heading north?" Prince Lucerys inquired, perplexed. "It is evident they seek to gain advantage," replied Earl Bartimos, the Minister of Maritime Affairs. "I shall write to Harrenburg. The Frey family must depart," Otto asserted firmly, emphasizing that this was not a moment for indecision and allowing them no room for refusal. Meanwhile, the Lannister forces remained inactive, demanding the absolution of their brother's treason before they would mobilize, and they also required provisions. "Can we afford that?" Rhaenyra pondered, aware that the situation had become dire. "We might manage to spare 10 ships, but any more would incite chaos in the capital." Otto shook his head, disapproving of such a course of action. "We must take decisive measures. If we remain idle, our nearly 400,000 troops in the north will surely face annihilation," she shouted, suddenly ignited by the prospect of battle. Prince Lucerys declared, "Let us proceed. We still possess dragons. I can lead the army to their aid." The boy brimmed with confidence, exclaiming, "Let me and Eryx incinerate the invaders." Yet his mother was taken aback. Rhaenyra resolutely forbade her son from taking such risks. Absolutely not. Even the ferocious dragon, Caraxes, could sustain severe injuries, let alone Vhagar, a dragon barely 10 years old. Furthermore, the enemy possesses a dragon far larger than Vhagar, and Aemon's fate remains unknown. While this may be a cause for joy, it is not the time for celebration. You and your dragon are still too young to engage in battle. Ultimately, she decided to send young Lucerys to the west to confer with Duke Tywin. If Rhaenyra were to ascend the Iron Throne, her foremost act would be to absolve Ser Harwin of treason and overlook his appropriation of the kingdom's provisions. However, she could not act on this at present. The sentiments of House Moreno needed to be considered, as the kingdom required their capable troops and sustenance. She was acutely aware of the gravity of priorities. Yet this situation served as a wake-up call for Rhaenyra. Her family possessed many dragons, and at this moment, she could afford no further delays. The Targaryen reign was precarious, with another group of conquerors approaching from the north to spread their faith. At this time, the capital boasted a total of 8 dragons. Although one remained in the Red Keep, Rhaenyra's mount, the she-dragon Syrax. In the castle's outer courtyard, a spacious stable had been deliberately cleared, where a colossal dragon lay curled up. Heavy chains passed through the shackles around its neck, with the ends deeply embedded in iron rings in the stone walls. The chain's length permitted it to amble slowly out of the archway. From a young age, Syrax had grown accustomed to captivity, enjoying a life of plenty within her confines. Perhaps having forgotten the art of hunting altogether, she was certainly unable to partake in battle, being with child, and her partner had never witnessed the smoke of war. Lacking any experience of conflict, the other 7 dragons resided in the dragon lair: Dreamfire, Eryx of Lucerys, Tyraxes of Prince Joffrey, Seasmoke, Vagor of Bela, Moondancer of Rena, and a periodically hatching small dragon of golden hue. Within the majestic mountains of the Rhaenys Hills lay 40 vast underground caverns, where these dragons made their abode beneath grand domes. The unclaimed dragons of Dragonstone formed the foundation of Targaryen rule at this juncture. She could only hope that the adult dragons of her family could restore the might of the Valyrian Empire. Beyond the wall, where the Shadow Tower was located, a massive black dragon wove through the gray veil of the sky. Aegon maneuvered Vagor, continuously utilizing this shroud to evade the terrifying black dragon, which was thrice its size. Aegon had believed Vagor to be the largest dragon in existence, only to discover that there was one even larger and younger, surpassing Vagor in both speed and strength, leaving Aegon to seek opportunities for attack while constantly evading. Gradually, the 2 dragons approached the western mountains of the wall, where the Shadow Tower stood at the mountain's end, a vast area housing over 100,000 troops of the Westerosi coalition. Most importantly, this area served as a fortified defensive zone, a contingency devised by the command group. With heavy crossbows and formidable weapons positioned throughout the mountains, representing the last retreat in the north, Aegon's sole chance lay in hoping that the infantry from Dorne could display valor, launching their hefty crossbow bolts at the massive, cart-sized eyes of the black dragon, whose eyes would gleam in the darkness, making for an easier target. It ought to be feasible. Aegon commanded Vagor to breathe fire upwards, allowing the soldiers below to discern their allies amid the chaos, while simultaneously drawing the black dragon from the skies in pursuit of Vagor. The imposing and agile form of the black dragon soon captured the attention of the commanders below, who quickly grasped Aegon's intent. Under the soldiers' direction, they incessantly fired iron arrows at the head of the great dragon soaring above, the sound of their flight piercing the air. However, these potent weapons appeared utterly ineffective at that moment. The largest crossbow, taking an eternity to reload, fired again and again, but the nimble giant dragon, despite its agility, did not evade. Its iron-hard scales effortlessly withstood the assault. It was only when a shadow flitted past the black dragon that it began to take notice of the smaller entities in the mountains. With just a few bursts of dragonfire, the stones of the mountains were melted, and the heavy crossbows could have obliterated everything. At that moment, Aegon, flying at a low altitude, recognized that the plan had failed. This dragon was too colossal. A super crossbow tenfold more terrifying than the scorpion that had slain the founding dragon had been utterly destroyed. The super heavy crossbow possesses immense power, but is not convenient for transportation. Its original intent was to deter enemies from approaching too closely, thus granting distance to catapults and other ranged weapons. However, due to its internal multiple power systems, it is as large as a half-tower. In the New World, only 3 prototypes exist, which required significant human and material resources to transport to the mountains. Today, 2 of them have been rendered inoperable, and the commander deemed further assaults with the remaining 1 to be of little significance, consequently halting the offensive. The dragon's flames were far more terrifying than the commanders had anticipated. With a single breath, half of the mountain's defending forces fell silent, its vast shadow beneath its wings resembling that of death itself, draped in a dark cloak, leaving a path of ruins and charred earth in its wake. Aegon was contemplating a hasty retreat when a chilling roar resonated from behind him. Under the gaze of all, the black dragon, which had instilled a sense of helplessness among them, plummeted from a nearby peak, descending from a position perilously close to the summit. Its head struck the ground first, while its massive wings flapped wildly, seemingly unaware of its demise. as its body struggled to maintain flight. The grotesque head, larger than a castle, tumbled to the base of the mountain, while the dragon-esque carcass remained airborne, its neck spilling forth boiling dragon blood and an unknown substance. Subsequently, dark red and golden-orange fireballs manifested in the sky, resembling a rain of fire. Upon contact with the earth, be it grass or stone, the fire ignited, and the entire forest erupted into a raging inferno. Smoke and flames intertwined, and some unfortunate soldiers, oblivious to their ignited state, became torches, shrieking in agony. Then, a thunderous roar erupted. The dragon's body crashed down from the heavens, its colossal form engulfing the mountain. Like a mountain itself, the massive dragon fell violently onto the constructed defensive fortress, obliterating its defenses and overwhelming the nearby troops. The ground trembled violently, stirring up dust and debris that soared 10 meters high, unseen in the night. Hugvagar flapped its wings vigorously, emitting a sound of delight. Egan, riding Hugvagar, approached the dragon's head, where its brown eyes gradually dimmed, devoid of any color, sinking into utter darkness and depth. Scalding blood seeped into the earth, releasing a pungent scent of sulfur. A figure clad in black steel armor, wielding a sharp sword, hovered above the battlefield, its helmet adorned with a 7-pointed star emblem. The empty visage of the faceplate revealing no trace of a soul, resembling an unused display. In an instant, an ice crystal spear, imbued with a bone-chilling aura, tore through the sky, descending from the land of eternal winter. The frigid air trailed behind it, leaving a long misty path of ice. With a speed that defied all comprehension, it traversed the Great Wall's defenses and reached the armored figure in the blink of an eye. The tremendous impact drove the ice crystal spear deep into the armor, erupting in a blinding azure light. In the blink of an eye, the adamantine armor was struck by a heavy hammer, shattering into countless fragments. Metallic debris, accompanied by shards of ice, fell like rain, creating a dense array of craters upon the ground. Yet, only a handful of observers noticed this spectacle, mistaking it for an illusion, while the majority remained fixated on the lifeless black dragon. In the distance, the gargantuan body of the dragon had gouged a deep pit into the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust that lingered in the air. Bold soldiers huddled behind massive boulders, their voices trembling. By the 7 gods, its eyes continued to move until the black dragon lay utterly still. Only upon confirming the demise of this colossal beast did the long-restrained cheers erupt. The dragon is dead. We have triumphed. We have succeeded. The soldiers brandished their weapons, pouring forth from their hiding places, their exhilaration palpable. How splendid! Someone shouted, their voice brimming with the ecstatic relief of survival. Its scales tower higher than I. A soldier approached the dragon's corpse, reaching out to caress the cold, immense scales. His eyes filled with awe and reverence. Due to the dragon's immense size, the ordinary soldiers were unaware of the true cause of its demise, attributing it solely to their own formidable crossbows that had brought it crashing down from the sky. This victory, so sudden yet so invigorating, marked the first significant achievement of the Westerosi alliance since the onset of full-scale war with the foes beyond the wall. Given the era's inefficiency of information transmission, they remained oblivious to the partial collapse of the wall and the fierce battle being waged at this location. The annihilation of a dragon larger than a mountain undoubtedly revitalized the spirits of all. The war had raged for over 24 hours, and the human alliance was steadfastly resisting even amidst the ruins of the wall. Corpses and dragon crystals were repurposed to reconstruct a makeshift fortification, with the attacking soldiers crawling over the dead to navigate the debris. Each advance of the Origin army exacted a grievous toll until the entirety of the 100,000 soldiers from the Kingdom of Thorn had been exhausted, even compelling their general to join the fray, yet the wall remained unconquered. The army of Thorn held a begrudging admiration for their adversaries' valor, casting their kingdom's insignia towards the crumbled wall, a gesture signifying surrender. They dispatched envoys to negotiate the retrieval of their fallen soldiers. The highest commanders, Viserys and Morena, consented to this, and despite the frigid weather, they feared the onset of plague. Both sides commenced the solemn task of recovering the dead and rebuilding the wall. Unarmed and unarmored, the Westerosi alliance's fortification efforts were of little concern to the soldiers of Thorn, who even pointed out vulnerabilities in areas of strong defense that had inflicted significant casualties. In their eyes, there was no animosity towards the Westerosi alliance. Rather, they gazed at the sight that had wrought such heavy losses upon their own ranks with a sense of guilt. This brief respite of peace endured for merely 2 hours. During their exchanges, King Viserys received word that Thorn's withdrawal from the conflict did not signify the conclusion of hostilities. The Kingdom of Raynor, part of the Trihorn Legion, would take over the offensive, boasting a similar force of 100,000. Following Rhaenyra would be the Kingdom of Persia. How many days could the Westerosi alliance withstand this onslaught? One lord inquired, and what comes after Persia? The priest of the Kingdom of Thorn remained silent, merely gesturing towards the corpses on the ground. Throughout this 24-hour battle, the remaining castles of the Westeros coalition continued to send reinforcements to the Black Castle. Yet every supporting infantry regiment had sustained losses of over one-third, excluding the initial blocking infantry regiment, which was left with merely 700 men and had withdrawn from the battlefield. The recorded deaths of various noble lords exceeded 1,000, not including the soldiers they commanded, as they and their troops took turns manning the defenses at the wall's breach, their morale teetering on the brink of collapse. Were it not for the king's presence, most would have retreated. During this period, some even suggested abandoning the north and repositioning at the neck, a recommendation also made by the Grand Admiral of the Tully Navy, as the Dragon Crystal fleet and supply lines for all armies could be significantly shortened, allowing for the mobilization of greater forces. After receiving intelligence from the Thorn Priest, the king had indeed begun contemplating a withdrawal plan. This was, in fact, a sound strategy. Behind the neck lay the Trident River, and should the forces of the Origin continue their southward advance, the Vale of Arryn would need to be captured. Otherwise, they would constantly face the threat of attacks from the Valley's armies, with Bloodgate presenting an insurmountable natural barrier. Chapter 96. The disappearance of the gods. No matter how grand or tragic the wars of mortals may be, they merely represent a line bent by fate, inevitably leading to a conclusion determined by Robin and the multitude of deities. For Robin, the cold god destined to ignite the divine fire, the terror brought forth by the eternal night gradually perfected the black stone altar. Over the past 3 months, death and hunger have steadily eroded the faith of the living. Whether faced with the others or the soldiers of the Origin, captives or corpses, it made no difference to him. The ultimate goal remained to purge the world of the living, fulfill the cold god's legend, consolidate his divinity, and ignite the divine flame. A multitude of radiant beams descended upon the land of eternal winter, where the gods arrived at the heart of winter, the original site of the eternal night. Dust billowed from above the altar, resembling a volcanic eruption. This was not an everlasting night. The arrival of the long night was not brought forth by the other sacrificial rituals, nor was the shroud of ash above the sky the product of the cold god's faith. This calamity, observed by the gods through the river of fate, was not anticipated to occur for another 200 years, hence their delayed reaction. In the storm-ravaged heart of ice, beside the black stone altar, stood not the pale-skinned, snow-haired figure of the Night King, whose eyes burned with icy blue flames. To the Origin people, Robin's image resembled that of their deity, cloaked in boundless radiance, with 3 elusive dragon silhouettes behind him. Yet, from the perspective of the gods, stripped of external faith's embellishments, he was merely an ordinary man with short brown hair and gray eyes, somewhat unremarkable. However, the immense divine power within him was undeniable, rich and pure, having already coalesced into his divine form, surpassing the initial frailty of new divinity. Among the many deities, only the 7, the faceless god, and the divine power of Lawler approached Robin's magnitude, especially with numerous lesser gods assisting around him. The 7 recognized him and inquired with the voice of an elderly woman. Robin Morena, Lord of Dragon Crystal, God of the Origin, do you wish to ignite the cold fire of the god of winter? The gods, in their unfathomable designs, have deemed Robin to be the next leader of humanity, destined to lead mortals against the cold god's minions, the Lord of Dragon Crystal, and to restrain the frozen fire of the White Walkers. Fate should have placed him on the side of mortals. How could he possibly oppose the gods? From Robin's perspective, he is surrounded by grotesque beings, a middle-aged man with a collage of faces, a faceless man shrouded in mist, a pulsating crimson heart, and behind them, a black goat, a tempest, and a monstrous creature with 3 rows of teeth, alongside a muscular bull with hundreds of its kind. Robin easily recognizes them. You have finally arrived. I thought you would intervene directly, he remarks. If the darkness were contained solely within Westeros, we might refrain from interference. The 7 gods manifest in the form of the middle-aged man with a collage of faces, one face representing the father who judges souls, who disregards Robin's idle chatter. The gods, unable to remain in their divine realm, descend to intervene personally. From their celestial vantage, they witness soldiers claiming to be the origin of faith-breaching defenses, encircling the Wolfswood, Winterfell, the Dreadfort, and the city of Carhold in a crescent formation. All living beings north of Winterfell find themselves ensnared, although Winterfell continues to resist. Its fall is inevitable without reinforcements. It is not that the gods are incapable of engaging directly with mortals, but rather that they are unwilling. Though mortals are frail, their resentments at the moment of death ultimately resonate through a collective consciousness back to the deities, termed as mortal sin. The terrifying aspect of mortal sin can gradually erode the sanity of the gods, an insidious transformation that even they struggle to perceive. A recent incident of mortal sin was the cataclysm that befell Valyria. The ancient deities of the 14 Flames, influenced by this, unleashed their divine power in a fit of madness, obliterating the Valyrian Empire. This calamity occurred within the realm of the gods, unbeknownst to mortals, resulting in the collapse of the Valyrian freehold, which had thrived for 5 millennia. Once the gods intervene in mortal affairs, they take great care to seal the mortal sin within a specially crafted region over a lengthy period, a place known to the world as the 7 layers of hell. This realm is not a divine domain of the 7 gods. What deity would transform their sacred kingdom into a prison of suffering? The divine realm itself is a sanctuary of faith, requiring immense devotion to sustain its existence. Thus, only the souls of fervent believers may enter the divine kingdom, irrespective of their moral standing. The true location of the 7 layers of hell lies deep within the remote rainforests of Rain Island, where legends of the Dawn Kingdom speak of bottomless caverns emitting strange roars. Within these caverns, endless passages lead to a vast labyrinth of underground ruins. Generally, it is best for the gods to engage in mortal affairs by seeking out a representative, utilizing sacrifices as a guise to lend their divine power, thereby minimizing the impact of mortal sin upon the gods. Throughout, Robin has refrained from taking direct action against mortals, having discerned this peculiar rule of mortal sin, which entangles itself around the divine essence like a dark thread, inexplicably returning after being expelled, shadowing the divine presence. Even when drawn into the realm of consciousness, repelled into the endless void, once Robin's awareness penetrated this space, it would inevitably cling to his consciousness. He contemplated numerous methods, yet all proved futile. It was akin to a stubborn piece of candy that one could not shake off. He remained uncertain about the true nature of these black lines. What are these black lines? Robin inquired of the venerable deities, deliberately ignoring the topics concerning the constraints on the frost god's power and the closure of the gray veil, which led to eternal night. The 3 leading deities exchanged glances and ultimately decided to disclose a limited truth. These black lines represent a curse, or perhaps a sin that circulates solely amongst the gods. When a goddess will result in the death of a mortal, fate inscribes such a mark. What is fate? Robin pressed further. The 7 gods solemnly responded, an intangible net woven from the collective will of mortals, only circulating among gods. He narrowed his eyes, seeking more specific details. Perhaps, came the ambiguous reply from the 7. Robin meticulously sifted through the information. The veracity of the 7's words was difficult to discern. Yet he began to grasp the essence of the black lines, and some long-standing enigmas began to take form. It appeared that further secrets could only be unearthed through peaceful coexistence. He then posed the pivotal question, what will I gain if I relent? The gazes of the gods collectively turned toward the 7, the most esteemed among them. We permit you to join the ranks of the divine. The authority of faith in the north and the valley shall belong to you. The 7 scrutinized Robin, contemplating how this origin god differed from the frost god, who annihilated lives and had yet to transform the dead into ghouls. Perhaps negotiation was still possible. As for the interests of the old gods, they were already regarded as outsiders. Robin shook his head. I could have dominion over the entire planet. The domain of Blefus's faith will also be yours. The god of 1,000 faces, shrouded in gray mist, spoke, their voice resonating with an enigmatic rhythm beneath the hood. Robin coldly chuckled within. He had no need to establish the faith of the origin god in this world. The key to igniting divine fire lay in elevating the frost god's power to its zenith. While the authorities of the present deities overlapped with that of the frost god, merely diluting his power post-ascension. Was this an omen of fate? He murmured, his fingertips gently tapping against the barrier of consciousness. After all, he held a trump card. Why should he compromise? I have no interest in propagating faith. Is there any other currency? We could share the star map. The voice of Rollo pulsed like a fiery heart, a key that transcends this world. A star map? Robin's pupils constricted, unexpectedly discovering a boon. Why do you all wish to depart? Ascending to divinity is merely the first step in breaking the shackles of fate. The voice of the 7 deepened suddenly, echoing like an ancient abyss. Yet this vast net has never truly vanished and continues to influence us. The ancient deities, who once dominated this world, find themselves unable to escape the fetters of fate, even after attaining divinity. That sense of helplessness drives them to relentlessly seek the true path to freedom, drawing ever further away from this world. The lighter the shackles of fate become, the closer they draw to liberation. The faith of the deities is deeply rooted in this planet. Without a sufficient accumulation of belief, one cannot traverse the vast chasms of the universe. Every thread of faith is immensely precious, were it not for dire necessity. The gods would never willingly involve themselves in the conflicts of mortals. For these divine beings, this world no longer holds any ultimate significance worth pursuing. The voices of the seven gods have transformed into the mournful tones of an aged matron. Robin fell into silence. It is essential to comprehend that while the universe is boundless, the path away from this planet is far more perilous than one might imagine. The star map is the fruit of our labor, a testament to our pursuit of the mysteries beyond the heavens. The seven gods traced ethereal lines in the void, their fingertips drawing an indigo trajectory through the air. In an instant, a three-dimensional star map crystallized before Robin, like ice, suspended in midair. These slices of the cosmos, woven by divine power, pulsed with the genuine brilliance of stars. Will fate allow your departure? Robin sought to penetrate deeper truths, yet was met only with the silence of the gods. The birth of the cold god was the answer. The whispers of Larlo trembled like embers. When the accumulation of faith reaches a certain threshold, something will invariably emerge to disrupt our plans. So it is, Robin nodded, his gaze sweeping over the assembled deities, all of whom had entered his sphere of influence, which brought him considerable satisfaction. Ultimately, his attention returned to the seven gods. Do you then agree? The seven spoke with an undeniable tone, their forms now resembling strangers, exuding an aura of divine threat. Suddenly, Robin's expression shifted dramatically, revealing an enigmatic smile. Are you truly here in your true forms? What? The gods felt alarm bells ringing within, their instincts urging them to immediately summon their divine powers in a bid to escape. The response of the god of many faces was unparalleled among the deities. His domain was a space that perfectly overlapped with the realm of reality. The so-called path of assassination was, in fact, the ability to appear at the intersection of the divine realm and the physical world, striking unexpectedly to deliver a deadly blow. Yet, none of the gods could escape as they wished. In the next moment, the scenery before them shifted dramatically. This was the universe they had explored for countless millennia, profound and desolate, yet more terrifyingly dark than they remembered, devoid of even a shadow of a single planet. Robin was acutely aware that the information gleaned from their exchange might conceal traps. To confine these deities within his own realm of consciousness and interrogate them slowly was the most prudent course of action. Moreover, regarding matters of faith, magical power, rituals, and other inquiries, these venerable gods undoubtedly harbored countless unique insights. Thus, in Robin's perception, 90% of the deities had been ensnared within his consciousness. If these gods did not come forth, vanquishing them would require considerable effort. Chapter 97. The matter of Dragonstone. Since Aenor Targaryen departed from Valyria with his family's dragons to settle on Dragonstone. The Targaryen family has ruled and thrived on Dragonstone for over 2 centuries. The unique customs of the House of the Dragon emphasize the importance of preserving their lineage through intermarriage among siblings. Within the clan, such unions are commonplace. Yet the youthful generation, brimming with vigor, often engages in clandestine affairs with the daughters of their subjects, and occasionally even with married women. This practice aligns with the traditional notion of first night rights prevalent in Westeros. The subjects reside primarily in several fishing villages near Dragonstone, living modest lives as fishermen. Until King Jaehaerys abolished the first night rights, this privilege merely transitioned from an overt to a covert practice on Dragonstone, as there was little objection to it. The resentment directed towards first night rights by the populace of the Seven Kingdoms is incomprehensible to the residents of Dragonstone, who view the Targaryens, capable of commanding dragons, as almost divine beings. A bride receiving the blessing of a deity on her wedding night quickly becomes the envy of all, and the legitimacy of any resulting bastards is held in higher regard than in other regions. Furthermore, the island's lord generously bestows gifts upon the birth of such children, referred to as dragon seeds, which over time evolved into the term dragonkind. Even after the abolition of the first night rights, Targaryens continue to flirt with the beautiful wives of fishermen, thus ensuring the continued prosperity of dragonkind and their descendants on Dragonstone. In fact, many local fishermen possess traces of dragon blood. Princess Rhaenyra resolved to seek dragon riders capable of taming the unclaimed giants residing on the island and within its dragon caves. She vowed that regardless of their origins, Those who could tame dragons would be rewarded with land, wealth, and knighthood, with their offspring gaining entry into the noble class, and daughters being eligible to marry lords. The dragon riders themselves would need to join Princess Rhaenyra in defeating foes beyond the wall to uphold the dominion of House Targaryen. Upon the issuance of the Crown Prince's summons, a mixed assembly of aspirants arrived, not all of whom bore the blood of dragons. Many lacked even a drop of Targaryen lineage. The silver-haired, purple-eyed Rhaenyra donned a robe embroidered with the red and black dragon insignia of House Targaryen, her crown absent, and her pallid visage revealed signs of exhaustion. The letters of plea from Winterfell had arrived frequently, her father in peril and her husband Daemon gravely ill. Once hailed as the light of the kingdom, the toll of pressure had etched wrinkles upon her once beautiful face, betraying her fatigue. As she entered the venue, the assembly held its breath, not daring to make a sound for fear of offending. Each individual understood that subduing a dragon was no simple feat. These colossal creatures would not yield easily, and a moment's carelessness could result in fiery injury. Yet, they clung to a fervent belief that they might be the fortunate ones. Some sought to alter their fates for personal gain, others for their families. Some aspired for sustenance, while others aimed for nobility. With immense courage, they all boarded the precarious vessel of life and death, resolutely heading towards Dragonstone, ready to confront the perilous dragons. The results were palpable. Throughout the ensuing 3 months of darkness, anyone bearing even a hint of dragon blood or a flicker of hope flocked to Dragonstone, yearning to seize this life-altering opportunity. The passageway became crowded with eager arrivals. Rhaenyra cast her gaze over the crowd before her, a throng predominantly composed of fishermen, most hailing from Dragonstone, alongside blacksmiths, stable hands, and even a few courtesans. Their attire revealed their humble origins, devoid of any noble bearing, marking them as a rabble of lowly birth. A sudden thought struck her. The Morenos had long coveted a dragon, yearning for decades without fulfillment, and now this motley assembly had the chance to harness such a creature, igniting a sense of vengeful exhilaration within her. Illuminated by the flickering torches held by the guards, the crowd boasted a scattering of dull or grizzled silver hair, their only source of confidence. She surveyed the individuals standing before her. A rhythmic thudding of heavy footsteps echoed as Vhagar, the dragon, responded. With cautious anticipation, Rhaenyra glanced back. Even with her Targaryen blood, approaching an unclaimed dragon was perilous. At best it would not attack her. Vhagar was a male dragon, adorned with bronze-hued scales and vast brown wings, nearly a century old, making him the second largest dragon of House Targaryen, surpassed only by Vhagar. The formidable figure of Vhagar drew near the fractured stone dais, roaring in a continuous, thunderous display, scrutinizing those who approached. "Come, Vhagar," Rhaenyra murmured, her heart racing as she endeavored to soothe the mighty beast. "Obey," she commanded softly. Vhagar's massive, fearsome head lifted slowly, revealing a maw filled with yellowed fangs. A chilling rumble emanating from his throat. Clad in a flowing robe of black and crimson, Rhaenyra stepped forward with measured grace, gently placing her palm upon the dragon's snout. Instantly, the dragon settled, the ferocity in his gaze waning as his colossal form lowered itself to the stony ground of the lair. Turning her back to Vhagar, her silver-gray hair glimmered coldly in the dim light as she raised her arms toward the hundreds gathered below. "Who will be the first?" A chorus of anxious swallows echoed through the crowd. Faced with the daunting presence of Vhagar, apprehension filled the onlookers as they exchanged nervous glances, each hoping someone would set an example. Lord Gormund Mace stepped forward, attempting to demonstrate his courage and prowess, seeking the dragon's approval. As the process of taming the dragon commenced, Rhaenyra ordered her guards and all unrelated individuals to withdraw from the lair, leaving behind the eager bastards on the dais. Death struck without warning. The moment Gormund Mace reached out to touch the dragon's head, Vhagar unleashed a deafening roar, a torrent of sulphurous flames erupting forth. The cries of the brave lord had barely begun to escape his lips before he was reduced to ash, along with 20 of the nearest dragonlings. Their bodies sent sprawling to the ground as the dais ignited in a conflagration of human torches, the acrid scent of char mingling with the searing heat of dragonfire. The brutal outcome of this initial attempt did little to quell the dragon's fury. Wormisal suddenly lashed its long tail, sweeping across the broken platform and sending those attempting to evade into the rock wall. It then unleashed its dragon fire once more. The dragonkin, who were kneeling in supplication, fleeing in panic, or attempting to scale the edges of the shattered platform, were crushed beneath Wormisal's massive head as if they were merely characters in a game. Yet, despite the carnage, there remained those undeterred who dared to ascend the platform. Some brandished swords in a futile attempt to intimidate the colossal beast. while others offered the entrails of lambs as sacrifices, but all were inevitably consumed by Wormisol's wrath. Wave after wave of dragonkin entered the lair of Wormisol, seeking to tame what had once been the steed of Aegon I. Charred corpses lay scattered throughout the dragon's den, and the metallic scent of blood hung in the air, thick enough to seem tangible. A horrifying massacre unfolded, the stench of blood overwhelming even that of the dragon itself. Rhaenyra remained steadfast at the vent, her crimson cloak billowing in the wind, its sound reminiscent of a battle cry. Her pallid visage flickered in the firelight of the dragon flames, an inscrutable gleam dancing in her eyes. At the very least, she hoped that someone would master this great dragon, thus providing a decisive advantage in the northern conflicts. Chapter 98. Transition. Chaos erupted at the Great September of Baelor. In King's Landing, Larys rode swiftly on Eryx to inform his mother that 3 days had passed since the call for dragonkin to tame the mighty dragons, yet none had succeeded. Thus far, over 1,000 souls had perished at the hands of the dragons, with countless others wounded, leading Rhaenyra to contemplate the cessation of these efforts. Initially, cracks appeared in the statues of the warrior saints at the September, and within half a day, all were shattered. The faithful were thrown into a state of disquiet, fearing that the Seven had abandoned them. Some devout bishops claimed they could no longer sense the divine favor, plunging King's Landing into turmoil. At this moment, all guards from Dragonstone relayed news to Rhaenyra. Every dragon on the island had found suitable riders. As the Princess of Dragonstone, Rhaenyra, whose demeanor had been grim, finally received good tidings. The furrows on her forehead smoothed, and her silver hair danced in the briny sea breeze. She gazed up at 3 dragons soaring in the sky, struggling to maintain their trajectory: Sea Smoke, Wormisol, and Silverwing. Though it was peculiar that 4 dragons suddenly acquired riders, such nuances paled in the face of the larger picture. Rhaenyra soon hosted a banquet for the 3 dragon riders. Adam, the illegitimate son of Corlys Velaryon, had claimed Sea Smoke. The blacksmith, Shira, rode Wormisol, and Silverwing had accepted Ulf. Before departure, all dragons on Dragonstone were fed, for a satiated dragon would heed its rider's commands more readily. An arched stone bridge thronged with countless torches, as most of Dragonstone's inhabitants gathered to bid farewell to the trio on their journey to Winterfell. They were informed that 2 infantry regiments would land in White Harbor en route, and Sea Smoke was required to escort this force to Winterfell, while Wormisol and Silverwing needed to hasten to the wall to support the battlefield. It could be said that, apart from Dreamfire and Syrax, all of the formidable dragons under Targaryen command were engaged in the Northern War. The breach in the Great Wall remains a site of relentless contention, with the Kingdom of Renault in the Third Ring proving no weaker than the previous forces of the Kingdom of Thorn. This vigorous cohort, brimming with energy, is eager for battle, charging through the breach during the initial wave of assault. Clad in sacred tattoos, the Origin troops advance fearlessly into the fiery onslaught, seemingly impervious to pain. In the foremost ranks, the Origin soldiers raise their shields, sounding whistles as they continually summon their comrades breaching the gap to join the formation. The once impervious Great Wall has, after prolonged bombardment, seen the breach expand threefold from its original size. Several clusters of thousands strong among the Origin troops have clear objectives, launching assaults along both flanks of the wall, ultimately aimed at encircling the direction of the catapults. The catapults, wary of altering their targets, hesitate to act, fearing friendly fire and the overwhelming surge of Origin soldiers from the breach. The infantry brigade employs heavy crossbows, unleashing a barrage of bolts in a collective effort against the Origin forces. While the density of arrows from the infantry and other defenders far surpasses that of the Origin troops, the latter's formation remains unbroken, reinforcements continuously flooding in. Each time the infantry brigade seeks shelter from the rain of arrows, the Origin soldiers close in. When a soldier wielding a shield falls, those behind promptly discard their crossbows to retrieve shields, protecting their comrades. Kill, 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 roars the White Knight, Criston Cole, brandishing his steel sword. The cavalry, arrayed in dense lines, surges forward to engage the infantry, knowing that only through a charge can they disrupt the enemy's formation. In the expansive terrain, the cavalry's assault reaches its zenith, the knights from the 7 kingdoms exhibiting a fervent and terrifying momentum. Upon witnessing the enemy's cavalry charge, the Origin troops swiftly plant their spears at an angle, forming a defensive circle. Within their ranks, soldiers calmly draw crossbows to target the charging horses. The sheer inertia generated by the galloping steeds is formidable and insurmountable. The first wave of knights collides with the forest of spears, shattering the robust 3-tiered shield wall in an instant. The foremost shield bearers of the Origin forces are sent sprawling, bloodied, and broken. However, The Origin troops quickly regroup into smaller formations, and the knights, having lost the momentum of their charge, find themselves diminished in impact, encircled by small shield circles as they seek opportunities. In the clash between cavalry and infantry, if the cavalry fails to fracture the infantry's formation, they lose much of their advantage. Now, having breached the larger formation, they face further complications. The Origin troops, undaunted by death, maintain their composure, drawing back their crossbows in rhythmic succession. In the open plains, theoretically, the cavalry could create distance and reconfigure for another charge. Yet, in the dim light, the knights find themselves at a disadvantage. As the larger formation disintegrates, the smaller formations begin to expand outward, lurking to strike from the shadows, with arrows inevitably raining down from unknown origins in the darkness. Amidst the resounding clangs of impact, as an ever-increasing number of knights surged into the fray, they overwhelmed the Origin army with their numerical superiority. Most of the visible Origin soldiers were decisively eliminated. Remarkably, despite the Origin army maintaining their formation without descending into chaos or fear, the 5,000 knights who initiated the charge suffered losses exceeding 50%, achieving nothing more than pushing the enemy back to the range of their crossbow bolts, reverting the battle to a skirmishing phase. Such casualties were intolerable. Sir Criston and his knights faced the enemy for the first time in direct confrontation. Until then, from the vantage point of the city walls, the gravity of the situation had not fully registered. Vasilis had always regarded the cavalry of the Seven Kingdoms as a potent weapon. However, the results proved unsatisfactory. The enemy was terrifyingly resolute, displaying no signs of panic or retreat, and even the sound of their screams seemed a luxury. Often, when they believed death was imminent, they would resort to self-inflicted demise with a poisoned arrow, their lives extinguished within mere breaths. Oh, the gods! Having personally endured such a nightmarish battle, the knights lamented inwardly at the sheer number of warriors who so brazenly disregarded death. In their minds, they could not help but associate the enemy with the Star Warriors and the Sons of Warriors, for they too were consumed by fervor for their gods. Sir Criston, disheartened, traversed the blood-soaked plain strewn with corpses. Many had merely suffered a single arrow wound, yet the vile wooden army had coated their spears and arrowheads with poison, guaranteeing death upon injury. While only over 500 had perished in battle, an additional 2,000 succumbed to the poison thereafter. Militarily, Sir Criston advised the king to avoid close combat with the enemy, lest the losses become catastrophic. The battle raged on. 3 knights cloaked in gray traversed the road, passing through layers of scrutiny before being guided by sentinels to the depths of the Black Castle. Stand aside. Urgent military intelligence. I must see the king. Under the escort of the guards, the trio entered the inner sanctum of the Black Castle. One knight bore the marks of 3 arrows lodged in his back, the tips unmistakably crafted by the wooden army. Upon entering the castle, he relaxed, collapsing to the ground. Several guards found a wooden board and lifted him from the earth. One examined the wound, noting the greenish hue of the blood. The guards exchanged glances. There's no saving him. Holy Mother, may he depart in peace. Upon hearing the news, the Iron Guard Illyric, upon spotting the knight's gray-green garb adorned with the emblem of a black crocodile, immediately grasped the situation. He approached the 2 remaining knights, who appeared pale and dazed. Gwynleth was in the best condition among them, while the other was coughing up blood of an unnatural color. Sir Illyric recognized the signs of poisoning, but was at a loss, as scholars had yet to unravel the mysteries of poisoned arrows. He surveyed the surrounding crowd, exhaling a long plume of white mist, shaking his head slightly, remaining silent. And at that moment, upon hearing the latest news, the commander of the Night's Watch and the king descended from the lofty steps of the command tower to the scene. The commander, His Majesty the King, arrived, prompting the surrounding soldiers to part ways respectfully. As Viserys approached, he navigated through the crowd and beheld the dire sight of a knight lying on the ground, bloodied and gasping. A frown creased his brow. What calamity had befallen the house of Lydd? As king, he was well acquainted with the sigils of all noble families, and the Lydds of Greywater Watch had been entrusted to guard their own lands. Their presence here indicated a grave turn of events. The knight's expression was grave as he lowered his head in silence. Your Majesty, the Bay of Carling has fallen, he spoke in hushed tones, aware that the news of such a defeat could easily undermine the morale of the troops. Very well, let us discuss this further inside, the king replied without hesitation. The king's tower at Black Castle, a circular structure standing 100 feet high, was adorned with battlements, affording a splendid view of the gates and the wooden staircase leading to the wall. This site had been prepared for esteemed guests, named in honor of Viserys' grandfather, Jaehaerys, who had arrived here over 3 decades prior. Gwent swiftly consumed his horse meat and fish stew, regaining his composure before recounting the details of the journey. The Bay of Carling has fallen, he reiterated, and there were royal knights and numerous lords present. How did this transpire? The king, taken aback, inquired. From the skies. We patrolled day and night. But 2 nights ago, soldiers clad in wooden armor descended upon us from above, infiltrating the tower before we could react, resulting in the loss of all 3 towers. However, upon encountering Viserys on the road, Gwent clarified the situation. Viserys then turned to Sir Lionel Redwine, the captain of the King's Guard, at his side and ordered, "Summon the commanders at Black Castle. We must convene an urgent meeting." Viserys had finally discerned the enigma of the wooden-clad foes soaring over the wall. They had traversed the entire north to reach the Bay of Carling. The bay, an effective natural choke point, had safeguarded the north from southern incursions for millennia. For invaders, obtaining the Lydd family's consent was the sole means of safe passage through the bay. Only the swamp dwellers were privy to the unmarked routes, the narrow paths through the marshes, and the waterways concealed amongst the reeds. The Bay of Carling commanded the causeway that allowed armies to traverse the neck of the swamps safely, having defended the north against southern aggressors for centuries. Despite the fortress now consisting of merely 3 towers, it was sufficiently staffed to defend the passage to the south, stocked with ample provisions and guarded by 600 soldiers. Upon receiving the news, Viserys was taken aback and hastily convened a meeting. This situation was far more daunting than the siege of Winterfell. The forces stationed at the wall could still retreat via the fleet on the sea. However, the anticipated unfavorable developments in the battles around Cape Carlin necessitated a reorganization of defenses. The contingency plan was likely rendered useless, as Cape Carlin could not withstand a large-scale assault. Yet, they did not need to hold out for long, just 2 days, after which the enemies beyond the wall would dispatch additional airborne wooden reinforcements. The Origin army soared through the darkened skies, precisely reaching the fortress above, indicating their profound understanding of the terrain of Westeros. The knight delivering the intelligence did not solely bear grim tidings. On his journey, he encountered 2 infantry regiments en route to aid Winterfell. Presently, 1 regiment had diverted to secure Cape Carlin. The battlefield was rapidly evolving, and the commanders at Black Castle were acutely aware of the encircling threat. At Black Castle, amidst the parliamentary discussions, an atmosphere of agitation permeated the air. Enemies had already appeared on both flanks of the north, while the fate of Terror's Keep remained uncertain, and Winterfell was under siege. The aberrations within Winterfell could still relay messages, as the distance was not excessively far. The wooden army from Shadow Tower excelled in mountainous warfare, proving nearly unstoppable. Fortunately, their passage through the canyon would consume considerable time, and with persistent disruptions, they would not emerge for at least a month. It was evident they sought to consume us whole, remarked Count Corlys, who then elaborated. Currently, Cape Carlin had been deemed lost, and whether it could be reclaimed was uncertain. He placed a wooden carving representing the wooden army on the long table map, an effigy of an unnamed deity. All concurred that the enemy hailed from kingdoms further north than beyond the wall, reminiscent of a theocratic rule. As thoughts swirled within the minds of those present, the red candles upon the long table illuminated the room. I believe the number of wooden soldiers flying overhead will not be substantial. The infantry regiment from Dragonstone has consistently demonstrated resilience and strength. Reclaiming it should not pose an issue, Viserys opined. All eyes turned to the highest commander present from Dragonstone, Sir Mellomarino, a true noble knight personally appointed by his brother, Lord Robin Morena. A hushed discussion ensued behind Mellomarino, culminating in a final conclusion presented to him. She was always accompanied by 3 or 4 advisors who provided information, as no one could possibly remember the intricate details of a family's hundreds of thousands of troops. I am grateful for your majesty's trust. As far as I know, those 2 infantry regiments are temporary formations from retired forces and may not possess considerable strength. Whether they can be reclaimed remains uncertain. We are unaware of the precise numbers, nor do we know how many wooden soldiers have crossed the wall to ultimately reach Cape Carlin. Chapter 99. The Fall of the City. Will we prevail? A knight clad in armor beneath a rabbit fur coat gazed into the enveloping darkness of the north, posing the question. The war commenced 3 days prior. Though there had been a brief cessation due to the undead army, they had merely remained stagnant without launching an assault. As darkness enveloped the land, none could ascertain how many troops remained on the opposing side. Yet, the shadowy forest appeared like a constellation of torches, indicating that the numbers were far from insignificant. Scattered remnants of corpses and shattered weapons lay heaped thickly, soon to be buried beneath the onslaught of wind and snow. The defenders seized the respite in warfare to pour water into the gaps and fill them with timber amidst the enemy's lifeless bodies, in a desperate attempt to restore the beleaguered wall. Surely, the wooden army no longer fears the dragons, someone remarked with feigned casualness. An hour prior, Vomisal and Silverwing had arrived at the wall's breach, introducing 2 dragons to the battlefield, which forced the wooden army back outside the wall, significantly boosting the morale of the Westerosi coalition. There are those who would quickly refute that such an enemy would cower, came a voice, suspicion lingering that conspiracy was afoot. Yet, the biting weather deterred anyone from venturing outside. The storm had ravaged the wall, plunging temperatures further. Even a stream of urine cast into the air would crystallize into icicles. Conspiracy my foot. With 2 more dragons at our disposal, I believe they are deliberating on how to shoot them down. They were a disciplined army, not akin to wildlings fighting in disarray. Commander of the Night's Watch, Lord Rossobarelli, ascended the battlements, peering into the abyss of darkness ahead, his brow furrowed in deep concern. The more they remained silent, the more ferocious the impending assault would likely be. My Lord Rossobarelli, a knight standing beside him, could not contain his inquiry. Do we stand a chance of victory? The elder, having spent nearly a lifetime at the wall, snapped back to attention, noticing many soldiers gazing expectantly at him. The wall has stood for millennia in the north. The others, as your wet nurses have told you, have never breached it, the commander proclaimed, attempting to bolster their spirits, yet receiving no response. Ultimately, he patted the knight's shoulder in silence and departed. In the Black Castle, within the conference room, finally a moment of respite. This snowstorm has arrived most opportune, Viserys exhaled in relief, as good news flooded in one after another. Though he remained content to offer his family's dragons to the dragonkind, I fear matters will not be so simple, cautioned Lord Corlys. The storm favors the wooden army even more. Your Majesty, the commander fixed his gaze upon the king. The cessation of hostilities may herald a more dire situation approaching. What could be worse? Viserys queried. Their forces are ample, their supplies sufficient. Why halt? It seems significant figures are arriving, came the report as the wooden doors of the hall swung open, and Melisandre rushed in. The shapeshifters are continually gathering intelligence through the ravens outside the city. Our strategists have managed to adjust troop deployments to hold for 3 days, a considerable advantage. However, the animals possessed by the shapeshifters can no longer approach the shadowy forest of the wall. It is indeed a realm of darkness, where any entering creature immediately loses contact with the shapeshifter. Could it be their king has arrived? Someone speculated. Unlikely, came the response. No sooner had the words left their lips than the alarm bells atop the wall rang out ominously, clanging incessantly. This was the defensive signal, heralding that the enemy was indeed on the offensive. As Viserys arrived at the battlements of the wall, accompanied by those who had just attended the meeting, he sought out Sir Vedkin, the Night's Watch commander who had sounded the alarm, only to find him utterly perplexed. Your Majesty, he explained. The horn was sounded by the guards from Eastwatch, and upon translation by the scholars, it was revealed that the enemy approaches from the sea, with the wooden army maneuvering around them. What does it mean to come from the sea? Viserys inquired, bewildered. Isn't the Dragonstone fleet stationed at Seal Bay? It was suggested that some form of mysterious sorcery had transformed the waters near the coastline into ice. A chill ran through Viserys' heart. This was the sole route of retreat for the garrison east of Black Castle. The realization struck the gathered assembly, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. To the west of Black Castle lay fortifications, and if necessary, they could retreat via the Milk River from Ice Bay. This provided him with a certain confidence regarding the enemy encirclement strategy. They could always fall back to the neck to establish a second line of defense. Although Duke Riken of the North opposed this, the overwhelming might of the enemy left him at a loss for solutions, and he relented. The North, already vast and sparsely populated, had seen its numbers swell in recent years, yet still remained few. Duke Riken consented to the evacuation of northern civilians southward, primarily through White Harbor or King's Road towards the Vale or the New World, as only these 2 regions could sufficiently supply food. The grain in the Vale was also sourced from the New World, where Robin's salmon shipments were ample enough to sustain the populace of Westeros for 2 years. However, Dragonstone was not a benefactor without expectation. These resources would require repayment, following the installment method of the Dragonstone Bank, all of which would transpire post-war. Amidst these developments, an aide reported the latest intelligence. The Dragonstone fleet was trapped and immobile upon the surface of the sea, while the wooden army stealthily advanced under the cover of night, preparing to launch an assault. The fleet could sustain itself for the time being. What of Sir Mary? The chief of staff had diverted infantry regiments from other castles to provide support. The king promptly dispatched Wormisal to assist the Dragonstone fleet, but soon after, the wall at Black Castle faced its final onslaught. In the darkness, the sound of countless footsteps resonated, growing from a faint rustle to a thunderous cacophony. As innumerable feet converged into a relentless wave of sound, rapidly expanding outward. The enemy has attacked, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch warned, preparing to direct his men into battle. A thunderous roar echoed from above, and Viserys felt a terrifying pressure envelop him. It is the Black Dragon. Was it not already slain? Panic gripped the defenders. The Black Dragon, a manifestation of faith, served as a weapon akin to a primordial deity. It could be resurrected at any time, similar to the ice crystal spear of the ice god, wherein even a mere pig could transform into a black dragon if sufficient belief power was bestowed. The king commanded Sir Ulf to take to the skies in Silverwing to divert the Black Dragon, just as Aegon had done, insisting that it must not be allowed to devastate the wall. However, upon receiving his orders, Sir Ulf, under the watchful gaze of the assembly, fled southward, defying the command. At such a moment, to abandon one's post was tantamount to treason. Witnessing the imposing form of the Black Dragon, he instinctively concluded that the Silverwing stood no chance against such a foe. Rather than risk his life in vain, he would choose treason over certain death. For without the dragon, he was merely a destitute drunkard. Your Majesty, retreat swiftly. The Black Dragon unleashed a torrent of deep crimson flames, incinerating all in its path as the Great Wall melted away. With no other dragons to interfere, the Black Dragon utterly obliterated the segment of the Great Wall between the three castles, leaving no survivors among the defending forces, while the nearby troops were crushed beneath the collapsing structure. Simultaneously, the ruins of the Great Wall hindered the advance of the Origin army. As all defenders fled toward the remaining castles, the news of the wall's fall, coupled with the Black Dragon's rampage, spread swiftly among their ranks. Everyone understood that holding the Great Wall was now futile. These three castles housed the largest concentration of troops, the finest weaponry, and the most abundant armaments, all now reduced to ashes. The catastrophic collapse of the Great Wall saw nearly all soldiers stationed there, infantry regiments, mercenaries, night watchmen, and lords, retreating southward, their destination clear as they followed the infantry regiments to the mountain fortifications for a desperate stand. Meanwhile, other soldiers attempting to withdraw south found themselves in dire straits, unaware that Winterfell had already fallen, ensnaring all northern forces within a vast net. Moreover, the lack of food supplies along the way rendered any hope of crossing the north to return south utterly impossible. The situation took a dramatic turn. Chapter 100. The end of the North. Hyon participated in the assault on Jingza, swiftly reclaiming this strategic stronghold at the cost of all three towers being consumed by dragonfire. Without the dragon's intervention, the infantry regiment would have struggled to seize the position, as the wooden army's forces exceeded all expectations. Fortunately, the absence of large weaponry like crossbows allowed Adam to wreak havoc among the ground troops unimpeded. Realizing the untenable situation, the Origin army retreated to the marshlands to await a more opportune moment. Viserys gathered the scattered troops while casting his gaze toward the eastern sea for support. Although termed his aid, it was in truth a last resort for retreat. A day later, under the command of Duke Raycan, 3,000 reluctant warriors of the Wolf army ambushed outside the Black Minx Hall, covering the retreating forces. They fought valiantly for a time before falling back to the Ice Crystal Gate to confront the Origin army once more. After most of the Origin army pursued the fleeing troops, Duke Raycan led the remaining Wolf army in a flank assault against the enemy ranks, issuing the final lament of the Northerners amidst the darkness. Count Roderick himself sounded the horn, initiating the charge alongside his liege, carving a bloody path through the chaos toward the command center where the banner of the king of the Reno Kingdom flew. Count Roderick's iron shield was bent, his iron helm shattered, his body drenched in blood, with pale lips indicating deep poisoning. Yet, blinded by fury, he remained oblivious to his own peril. As the situation grew desperate, 10 of the king's personal guards stepped forth to confront the attacking Northerners. Before his demise, Count Roderick ruthlessly dispatched 4 of his loyal guards. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Rickon Stark retrieved an axe from the ground and hurled it toward the figure clad in purple, only to be struck down by 3 spears wielded by King Renau's royal guards, leading to the demise of Duke Rickon. The command center of the Kingdom of Renau descended into chaos, yet the pursuing soldiers pressed on relentlessly in their fervent chase of Aegon I. The 2 generals and 3 commanders of the Origin army met their end, their heads severed, as the last remnants of the northern forces perished. Subsequently, Flames engulfed the outskirts along the wall, as an abundance of oil and timber was cast upon the ground, creating blazing walls of fire that forced the Origin army to take a longer route, which was further delayed by Adam's relentless aerial assaults. He descended from the skies. Thwarting their attempts to catch up with Aegon I, Robin departed from the heart of ice and ventured deep beneath the largest weirwood in the haunted forest, where he encountered the Green Seer. He subsequently drew the entirety of the weirwood into his consciousness, revealing its true essence. Within this realm of awareness, he engaged in discourse with the Green Seer. Robin discerned that the power system of the old gods diverged from that of faith. The old gods appeared indifferent to belief, instead focusing on the transformation of their own essence. All magical prowess was concealed within their being, achieving an effect akin to immortality. Yet the inception of the old gods' consciousness stemmed from the pure faith of their ancestors, which had endured for eons, thus birthing each old god while remaining unable to transcend the confines of fate. With the gods vanquished, Robin achieved his objective, harnessing the power of the ice god to freeze the entire surface of the sea. Upon arriving at the Dragon Crystal, he communicated with Commander Torles under the guise of the Lord of Dragon Crystal, thereby regaining control over the fleet. A biting cold wind sliced across the frozen sea, leaving a profound silence in its wake, punctuated only by the howling gales. The advancing column of soldiers suddenly halted, exchanging fearful glances rife with trepidation, gazing into the distance. The frozen sea was littered with an endless array of torches, as nearly 1,000 ships of the Dragon Crystal fleet lay firmly encased in the glassy ice, their lights ablaze. The steed beneath Aegon I reared suddenly, its mane bristling with an instinctive foreboding of impending peril, restlessly stamping its hooves while emitting anxious whinnies, spreading an atmosphere of unease. Aegon I tightened his grip on the reins, striving to maintain his composure. He commanded, "Organize the defenses," with a steady voice. Sir Criston shook his head slightly, despair etched upon his features, sighing, "Your Majesty, it is futile." He gestured toward the seemingly endless ranks of the enemy, advancing with precise steps. The sheer number before them was overwhelming, leaving them with no hope of victory. At that moment, amidst the storm, a young man clad in white approached from the opposing side, flanked by the commander of the Dragon Crystal fleet and a throng of sailors from the Dragon Crystal fleet, the Origin army. They traversed the ice, advancing steadily and deliberately. The young man's lips curled into a smile laden with significance as he proclaimed, "Your Majesty, King. Count Corlys, good evening." Viserys fixed his gaze upon the youth's face, his pupils contracting sharply as realization dawned. The shadowy manipulator behind the scenes was none other than this Count Robin of Morena. He then threw his head back and laughed heartily. "How could it be you?" His laughter was imbued with a complex array of emotions. Yet, in an instant, King Viserys and the coalition of noble houses from the Seven Kingdoms vanished, leaving behind only the desolate ice surface, while the cold wind continued to howl. To sever the chains of fate, one must extinguish all lights of life. The reason the god of winter evokes such trepidation among the deities is due to its legend of annihilating all existence. The collective will of life is fate itself. The god of winter is not merely the sovereign of ice and snow. When only the god of winter remains in the world, its will becomes the will of fate, and all cosmic laws must heed its command. This is the reason why the divine fire of the god of winter is met with hostility from all gods, a truth that Robin had long comprehended. During the span of Robin's youthful years, productivity had surged remarkably, accompanied by an abundance of inexpensive sustenance. The continents of Westeros and vast regions of the world experienced a population explosion. The consciousness of life coalesces into destiny, which had been continually fortified over the decades. Amidst this prosperity, the power of fate swelled uncontrollably, leading to the realization of many legends, some even ahead of time, a manifestation of fate's inherent mission and instinct. In this realm, the existence of life is not permitted. He alone embodies life, and any emergence of sentient beings would dilute his dominion. Only when all consciousness returns to the void can I become the singular vessel of fate. The frozen sea was unfettered, and the Dragon Crystal fleet's warships and merchant vessels bore significant tasks, necessitating the transport of captives or the living to the north. The further south one ventures from the wall, the greater the oppression faced, not due to the wall's function, but as a result of the builders, Brandon, who erected it to guard against the wildlings and the others following the long night, thus constraining Robin's powers as the god of winter. Robin would next establish his stronghold in Winterfell, for the existence of gods still lingers in this world, necessitating vigilance against ambushes. The captives and civilians from the battles were all gathered into a continent within the realm of consciousness, significantly smaller than the origin continent, yet in proximity to the dragon continent, where they were deliberately placed to ensure they would not starve. The origin army continued its southward march, carried away by the wind and snow, slowly claiming the living. Chapter 101. The death of Demon Winterfell is fortified by two immense granite walls and a moat nestled between them. The outer wall stands approximately 80 feet tall, while the inner wall reaches about 100 feet. Numerous guard towers adorn the outer wall, and over 30 lookout holes punctuate the inner wall. The outer wall was constructed during the last 2 decades of the reign of King Edric Snow, for despite his near-century-long rule over Winterfell, his reign was fraught with instability and numerous assaults. The inner wall boasts a more ancient history, having been erected at least 2 millennia ago. The Great Gatehouse is composed of 2 massive fortifications, flanking the drawbridge that leads to the marketplace. The castle also boasts 3 additional gates, the Hunter's Gate, which opens on the opposite side of the main gate, as well as the South Gate and the North Gate. Narrow passages within the inner walls extend through much of the castle, allowing unimpeded access from the South Gate directly to the North Gate. While it may pale in comparison to the Great Wall, it remains an impregnable fortress for the Origin army, which lacks heavy weaponry, especially with a fearsome dragon residing within. The venom of the Origin army is lethal to humans, yet utterly ineffective against the dragon. Winterfell has long served as a rear stronghold, with minimal preparations for war. It was only upon the discovery of the lumbering army in the Wolfswood that Lord Rickon Stark, acting as the lord of the castle, began to grow wary, initiating the felling of trees to stockpile projectiles. However, time was too short, and the defenses raised were insufficiently formidable, with weaponry far from adequate. There were no catapults, no heavy crossbows, only a scant reserve of fire oil, and no one anticipated that they would soon enter the most intense and brutal phase of close combat. The clashes at the Hunter's Gate were the most savage, facing the open fields and the Wolfswood beyond, where countless torches erupted from the forest, as if they were endless. The warships of Dragonstone found themselves powerless against the wooden submarines lurking beneath the waves. The vastness of Ice Bay and the extensive coastline rendered it impossible to mount defenses everywhere. Once the Origin army entered the Wolfswood, they vanished without a trace. And in the darkness, no one dared to venture into the forest to engage in battle. The forces of the Westerosi alliance feared the Origin army for 2 reasons: their sheer numbers and their lethal poisoned arrows. The Origin army surged forth from the Wolfswood, besieging Winterfell. In the profound darkness, the Origin army confronted the northern soldiers atop the walls. Within a mere 3 hours of siege, the defending forces had suffered catastrophic losses. The Origin army, undaunted by death, embraced the afterlife, charging forward without hesitation or strategy, unleashing an overwhelming offensive, relying solely on numbers to attempt to inundate Winterfell. The general issued a dire command: the kingdom that first seized the castle would reap the rewards. Surrounding Winterfell were the armies of 6 different kingdoms. Should they fail to conquer it, another kingdom's Origin army would take their place, rendering their sacrifices meaningless. If a kingdom's contributions did not rank among the top 3, the deity would not grant them any land, and the promises of bountiful territories made by their sovereign would be moot. Families would be condemned to servitude under the nobility, forever deprived of the chance for redemption. The king had sworn oaths before the idol, and in the land of Origin. Promises made to the divine are sacrosanct and must never be violated, for the deity remembers every detail. The emissaries of the god will punish those who break their vows, a green humanoid being capable of nurturing plants and healing, often representing the divine in the dreams of mortals, proclaiming the will of the deity. Should one betray their oath, a dreadful affliction known as the gray scales will mark their lineage, sparing neither the poor nor the wealthy, the aged nor the young, treating all equally. The fearless charge of the Origin army could easily shatter the resolve of a timid soldier. Fortunately, the majority of those gathered at Winterfell were valiant men from the north. The soldiers remaining in Winterfell had not faced the Origin army in battle. They were devoid of experience and mental fortitude. Yet, they were acutely aware that their families and children were sheltered within the walls of Winterfell. The Northerners, undaunted, muttered that only women and cowards resorted to poison. In the throes of close combat, they exhibited an extraordinary resilience, managing to sustain the battle with a 1-to-1 casualty rate. "Drive those wretched wooden bastards away," roared Cregan Stark, brandishing his gleaming double-handed sword as he charged towards the Origin forces scaling the battlements. He led the remaining 300 elite defenders of Winterfell, though only about 50 remained. The walls bore witness to soldiers clad in wooden armor. Just as despair loomed over Winterfell, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed in the sky. The dragonfire from Caraxiu poured down like a crimson torrent, its searing light piercing through the smoke. Prince Demon, despite his ailment, commanded the mighty dragon as it circled above Winterfell, paying no heed to the rain of crossbow bolts unleashed by the Origin army below. Caraxiu withstood the deadly projectiles with its scaled hide, carving a path of destruction through the enemy ranks, while relentless dragonfire consumed numerous foes in its fiery embrace. As the dragon circled for a final time, Caraxiu's flames precisely obliterated the wooden ladders on the walls, sending plumes of smoke skyward that obscured the vision of the Origin troops, shrouding the battlefield in darkness and confusion. This sudden assault resulted in nearly 2,000 casualties among the Origin army, with severed limbs and scattered remains strewn across the field. The acrid scent of charred flesh lingering in the air. The offensive of the Origin army abruptly ceased. Yet the appearance of the dragon reignited the spirits of the northern defenders, who took the opportunity to fiercely repel the invaders from the battlements. Once the situation stabilized, Caraxiu took to the skies, disappearing from sight. Months later, the guards atop Dragonstone's dragon mount discovered a skeletal remains, the bloodworm Caraxiu, with the armored corpse of Prince Demon still bound firmly to its back. His daughter, Benira, retrieved the Dark Sister sword and, riding the Moonshadow dragon, melted the entrance of the burial cave, conducting a unique funeral for her father and the great dragon. However, in the grand scheme of the vast Origin army, this devastating loss was but a minor episode. The beleaguered attackers, unable to sustain their assault, withdrew temporarily and redirected their remaining forces south along the King's Road, clearing out the smaller castles along their path. Soon, reinforcements from the Wolfswood entered the fray, and without the dragon's deterrent, Winterfell's outer walls surrendered in less than the time it takes to eat a meal. Cregan Stark stood resolutely upon the inner walls, continuing to organize the resistance. The inner walls towered higher than the outer, featuring over 30 watch holes. Utilizing the advantage of the towers, both sides engaged in a relentless exchange of fire. In the inner city battle, even women and children joined the fray, united in their defense of Winterfell. If the intensity of the conflict persisted, it seemed unlikely that Winterfell could withstand the siege for even a day. Cregan Stark, deeply concerned for the common folk of Winterfell, astutely discerned that the invading army was not united in purpose. Consequently, he dispatched envoys to each city gate to engage in negotiations. Nearly every envoy was received with warm hospitality, revealing that the intentions of the Origin army were not to annihilate. To them, the loss of life was inconsequential compared to their ambition to occupy Winterfell before any other king. The monarchs of the Council of Kings closely monitored the developments in other realms, firmly believing that the conquest of this world was merely a matter of time, and never perceiving it as a daunting challenge. As the envoys negotiated with the leaders of the Origin army, a significant message arrived. A deity was to descend upon Winterfell. Alongside this news came the alarming report that the wall had been completely breached. Upon their return, the envoys relayed this information to Cregan Stark, who instantly felt his resolve to resist crumble. Various kingdoms began to present their terms, with the Kingdom of Ian offering the most generous proposal: join the Kingdom of Ian. With the Stark family permitted to renounce the faith in the Origin god, and Cregan elevated to the rank of general, tasked with persuading the people of the north to relocate to Winterfell. As long as they surrendered, the king assured that the subjects within the Kingdom of Ian's domain would be treated with the utmost compassion. Cregan felt a profound sense of helplessness. He believed that the defense of Winterfell had been in vain, and resistance seemed utterly futile. Yet, he consoled himself with the thought that it at least demonstrated the courage of the Northmen. When the generals of other kingdoms learned of the audacious terms proposed by the King of Ian, they hastily sent envoys to express their condemnation. However, they found themselves powerless, for the generals were unable to make decisions on behalf of their kings and could only lament the passage of time. Soon, Cregan Stark led the remaining troops and citizens to surrender. Chapter 102 concludes. Robb pushed the wheelchair of Cale Moreno closer to the window, the cold wind causing the window frame to tremble. The young boy, having just lost his ability to perceive the north through the Green Prophet's perspective, unconsciously traced the armrests of the wheelchair with his fingers. Since awakening from his coma, he had been able to inhabit the bodies of lesser creatures, even perceiving the snowy expanses of the north and the sporadic forests of the south through the roots of the fishleaf tree. Yet now, the grayish world before him was filled only with the Origin army, moving like a swarm of ants over the ruins of the wall. The wall had fallen. Cale's voice resembled a frostbitten twig. They say we are fighting the White Walkers, but all I see are devout followers engulfing the entire north. Robin Morena approached with a warm mug of honeyed wine, her woolen skirt brushing against the carpet. Perhaps you should drink something to warm yourself. She pressed the ceramic cup into her nephew's icy palm. You said that to end the long night, we must conquer the White Walkers. Yet our arrows pierce only the throats of men. Where, then, are the White Walkers? Kale stared at the shifting reflection on the surface of the drink. The long night of the old world stemmed from the war between the cold god and the children of the forest. But this time he suddenly tightened his grip on the cup's edge, hot honeyed wine splattering onto his reddened fingers. This long night is utterly different. The gray veil arises from a deity intent on ending all. The wooden door creaked open, revealing Lady Tali by Aresharan, adorned with a pearl hairnet. Her silver-threaded cloak shimmering under the flickering candlelight, while a golden brooch glimmered coldly. Following closely was Alicent, her skirt still dusted with the remnants of their journey. The entire populace of Dragon Crystal City had relocated to Winterfell. Your father's letter indicated that you might be able to rise. Grandmother, how can this be? Carol attempted to move, his atrophied legs twitching faintly. Alicent's eyes brightened as she stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Give it another try. Your father mentioned in the letter that without the constraints of the old gods, you should be capable of standing. The young man gazed incredulously at his mother, his fingers digging into the armrests of the wheelchair, leaving white marks. The faint sound of armor echoed from outside as Sir Marino lifted his fur collar. Snowflakes still clinging to his iron gauntlets. I witnessed it with my own eyes. My brother stands before me, followed by countless Dornishmen, who must have come from that world. What are you talking about? Carol asked, increasingly perplexed. Do you remember the Dornishmen who vanished years ago after the conquest of Dorne? Dornishmen? Carol recalled vividly. The simultaneous disappearance of hundreds of thousands causing a stir throughout Westeros, and he wondered if the Origin army hailed from that place. Lady Tali nodded. You have always been curious about the seemingly inexhaustible food sources of our family. Today, I finally have the answer. My son is the reincarnation of a deity. And all of this is the result of divine power. Sir Torres, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, nodded. My lady, my dear. We are all allies here. Carol looked down at his legs, which were gradually regaining sensation, beginning to comprehend the unfolding events. Even the Green Prophet was an adversary of his father. Alicent reached out to adjust his crooked collar, her fingers pausing at his collarbone. Your father said that it is a land ungoverned by deities. But first, we must reach Winterfell. Is my father the god of winter? What about the Origin god? Isn't the god of winter said to take all life? Indeed, but the Origin god is also him. Once we arrive at Winterfell, he will lead us to another world, not the Seven Hells, but a brand new continent. Alicent explained, revealing that she had once ventured into Robin's consciousness, a realm filled with cattle and herbivores, where she had stayed for months, and it was during that time that Carol was conceived. I do not wish to leave. My lord, I fear we have no choice in the matter, Sir Torres cautioned. The former lord of Dragon Crystal City, once a figure of high esteem, now transcended into a deity, wielded absolute control over the world. With a mere gesture, he could freeze the entire coastline for miles. Mortals could only bow in trembling reverence before him, and it required immense courage to even gaze upon his visage, making it nearly impossible to defy his will. Carol, observing his legs, which were beginning to feel again, suddenly pushed the wheelchair away. This time, he did not rely on anyone's assistance. Trembling, yet resolute, he stood up. What about the others in Westeros? If they wish, they may accompany us. And if they do not, in the long night, all shall perish, either from starvation or from the bitter cold. I await Helena. That is a question for your mother. The army of the Kingdom of Ian, under the command of Cragen Stark, advances southward, as the banner of the White Wolf unfurls, and the lords south of Neck successively open their gates and surrender. This noble from the north, who once bled valiantly upon the walls of Winterfell, now rides forth as the northern general of the Ian Kingdom, delivering letters of capitulation to each city. Those who submit shall preserve their family honor and lands, while those who resist shall face the overwhelming might of the Origin army. No flames consume the castles, nor does blood saturate the soil. The Origin army, having received divine mandate, halts all aggression, transporting the living to Winterfell. News of the North's complete subjugation reaches King's Landing. Soon after, more explosive tidings arrive. All the nobles and citizens of Dragonstone are packing their belongings to migrate to Dragonstone, opening all supply depots and requisitioning every cargo vessel. The eternal night has yet to conclude. Where do they intend to relocate? Meanwhile, in another realm, on the continent of Origin, Aegon I holds a leg of lamb once offered by the lord of the dreaded fortress. This lord, who should have been guarding the fortress, now stands upon a sunlit isle, clad in a fur coat emblazoned with the emblem of the Flayers. It is said that the Flaying family has thrived on this land for ages. The former lord of the dreaded fortress has transformed into the lord of a small island. The eternal night? It has been 3 years since it lingered in my memory. The Flaying count, gnawing on a lamb bone, chuckles as Aegon's fingers tremble. The flow of time here differs from that of Westeros. According to the information provided by the count, the history here stretches back 800 years, which aligns perfectly. Lord Corlys understands that these origin folk are indeed the former Dornish. There is even a realm of demon, a revelation that leaves the king incredulous. It turns out that demons' bastards reside here. Aegon has kept a watchful eye on his brother demon's life in Dragonstone. The origin continent is rather welcoming to this group of outsiders, as they bring with them varied knowledge and culture. Even a mere few thousand more would not incite fear, as the people of Westeros remain largely ignorant of the local tongue, minimizing chaos. A multitude of nobles sell their armor, for iron is quite valuable on the origin continent, exchanging it for steeds and travel funds. After enduring a journey of several days, they arrive at the origin temple. After a month of waiting, the origin deity receives Aegon, and upon learning some secrets regarding the divine, both parties reach a mutual agreement. The origin deity consents to return them and their nobles, aiding in the population transfer. This world is vast. The endeavor to extinguish all life is destined to be a protracted affair. Fortunately, this deity is willing to wait, prepared to fulfill the unification of fate and the frost god with gentleness, not minding to take extra time. The council at the Red Keep convenes tirelessly, as dragon-riding princes and princesses soar northward to ascertain the truth. Suddenly, rumors arise that Aegon I, presumed dead, along with his loyal commanders, has returned to King's Landing. Soon, the people of Westeros received a decree issued by the king. All subjects residing in Targaryen territories were to gather their belongings and make their way to Winterfell in the north. Vessels were readily available along the coast, with the Dragonstone fleet offering complimentary passage to the north for a duration of 1 year. In an instant, the coasts of Westeros erupted with activity, swarming with countless ships sailing from Old Town to White Harbor, their decks crowded with families seeking refuge. Each day, millions of common folk surged toward the north. The entire population of Essos and the rest of the world was also mandated to migrate. Consequently, Robin commanded the Dragonstone fleet to collaborate with the armies of the Origin Kingdom, commencing their conquest from Braavos and extending to the ends of the world. Chapter 103. The conquest or the bloody conquest of Essos spanned 2 decades, filled with innumerable tales, yet the outcome was inevitable, unless the deities they worshipped remained. None could withstand the onslaught of the Origin army. At the northwestern tip of Essos, the island of Braavos became a crucial foothold for landing, with the Dragonstone fleet and its supply ships bustling across the waters. The port of Braavos, devastated by Dragonstone, remained impassable, to thwart the Dragonstone fleet from accessing the port. The inhabitants sank ships laden with stones, meticulously hollowed out, at the behest of the Sea King, causing them to slowly submerge to block the main shipping lane. Towering at the shoreline, the remnants of the Titan loomed, as hundreds of thousands strained to pull on ropes, forcing the colossal statue to topple backward, effectively sealing off Braavos' largest exit, where the waters ceased to flow. The Titan's severed hand jutted awkwardly into the shallows, its fingers entwined with seaweed. Where small fish occasionally brushed against coins lodged within its crevices, perhaps the last offerings of the Braavosi to the sea god. The people of Braavos defended their freedom with resolute determination. Once the busiest port of a free trade city-state, it now emanated a foul stench. The Dragonstone city officials, tasked with reclaiming the port, took 3 years merely to clear a navigable route for the Dragonstone vessels. As the 3rd month of the Eternal Night drew to a close, the stationed infantry in Braavos and the local populace received an irrefutable order to prepare for evacuation by ship, as the Origin army would assume their duties. Subsequently, an unprecedented and formidable Origin army, aided by the Dragonstone fleet, crossed the narrow sea to land. In just 3 months, the Origin forces, aboard a multitude of vessels, launched their assault from the shores of Braavos and Pentos. Although Pentos was shielded by imposing walls, it stood as the most vulnerable among the free trade city-states. Upon sighting the Origin army, the Prince of Pentos surrendered without hesitation, not due to a lack of military strength. Braavos' fall had lifted the restrictions on Pentos, rendering their peace treaty void. Faced with the overwhelming might of the forces dispatched by the Dragonstone fleet, they lacked the courage to resist, as torches illuminated the night, outnumbering the stars in the sky. The peace agreement with the Braavosians stipulated that the Pantosians were to possess no more than 20 warships, refrain from hiring mercenaries, engaging in contracts with free companies, or maintaining any military force beyond the city guard. The armies from the origin continent persistently advanced into the depths of Essos, converging from Bravos along the southern banks of the Rhone River, moving eastward from Pantos. The divine decree stated that there was no limit to the armies employed in the conquest until all life was extinguished. They effortlessly captured the Nathos Mountains in Andalos, where a coalition of 300,000 troops had formed fortifications to impede the expansion of Dragon Crystal City, succumbing in a mere day. The might of the origin army surged across Essos with an unstoppable fervor, besieging and conquering fortresses along their path. The citadels of Essos fell with ease. Nathos, one of the 9 free trade city-states, nestled within mountainous terrain, was among the few free city-states not located by the sea, and it met the origin army's advance with fierce resistance. Situated within the Nathos Hills along the eastern banks of the Nan River, approximately northeast of Pantos, Nathos experienced a cold climate, surrounded by towering mountains and dense black forests filled with beech, oak, and pine. As one approached the city, terraced fields became more prevalent, where inhabitants cultivated land within the protection of wooden walls, enjoying a semblance of peace. However, the situation had drastically changed. Devoid of sunlight, the foliage began to yellow, and wheat could no longer be sown. In search of sustenance, the populace joined the ranks of those defending the city. Nearby rivers surged with swift currents and rocky beds, while the mountainous region concealed countless caverns, once home to brown bears and wolf packs. Yet, with the onset of eternal night, these creatures were systematically hunted down and stored as provisions for the armies. This was where the Nothosians mounted their fiercest resistance. Even with their numerical superiority, the origin soldiers took considerable time to quell the majority of resistance. Nevertheless, Nothosians occasionally emerged to assault the stationed origin troops, shouting for the restoration of their homeland. Several hundred miles northwest of Nathos lay a vast network of caverns, said to be the entrance to the underworld, concealing a substantial cache of elite Nothosian warriors and provisions. A conventional conqueror would merely need to station a few thousand elite troops at the cave's mouth to prevent the Nothosians from escaping. However, the origin army's objective was to extinguish all life, even delving into the underworld to slay each one. The caverns of Nathos continuously swallowed the origin army until, a year later, the origin god provided the first reinforcements, unleashing transformed, intelligent wights that converted the fallen soldiers into undead. Countless tireless wights scoured every corner, ultimately quelling all resistance in the area. This is a tale for another time. The origin army could not afford to linger for a mere cavern. After conquering the city-state of Nathos, the army took a brief respite for a day before continuing their march along Valeria Avenue, traversing east through Nathos towards Coer. Throughout their journey, the origin army encountered numerous forces attempting to impede their progress. The coalition of free trade city-states sought to utilize their fortified defenses and military might to thwart the relentless advance of the innumerable frenzied soldiers. Yet, before this fearless army, the coalition's resistance appeared feeble. The elite soldiers of the city-states, overwhelmed by the ferocity of their assault, cast aside their armor and fled in disarray. Wherever they passed, towns fell, fortresses crumbled, and all who dared resist were ruthlessly suppressed. All captives were transported via the Lorne River back to Bravos, and in essence, aside from the origin army, no other life was permitted to exist in their wake. Robin frequently returned to the Divine Realm through the fallen soldiers to glean the latest developments of the conflict. In Coer, a slight interlude occurred, as they faced a modicum of resistance. In the darkness, the Cohorans had assembled 6,000 unsullied at the city gates, their formations meticulously arranged. The walls, having undergone multiple repairs, aimed to replicate the historical Battle of Coer, pitting the fearless unsullied against the origin army, who were driven by a fervent zeal for the afterlife. Following an initial unsuccessful assault, the origin army, recognizing the formidable soldiers before them, piqued King Rian's interest. He commanded his troops to abandon crossbows and personally led a contingent of elite guards, armed with wooden shields and long spears, into the fray. Both sides brandished their spears and shields, yet only the raucous battle hymns of the origin army resounded, as they chanted the war cry of their deity. A torrent of yellow and black surged forward, with neither side retreating. After 3 grueling hours of combat, the Unsullied Legion remained unbroken. When the dust settled, 6,000 elite soldiers of the origin army, including 3 generals, lay slain, while 300 Unsullied stood resolutely in formation. King Rian, tasked with the conquest of Coer, paid tribute with a relentless rain of arrows for an hour. During the clash between the Unsullied and the origin army, 3 mercenary groups hired by Coer were so terrified that they abandoned the city, leading to its swift downfall due to insufficient forces. The streets of the city quickly ran red with blood, as houses blazed fiercely amidst the chaos, plunging the once thriving metropolis into a conflagration and turmoil. A few nobles, relying on their enslaved soldiers for resistance, met their demise, while the rest of the nobility and common folk were captured. A contingent of soldiers herded them on a long march towards Bravos, where they would serve in forced labor to clear shipping routes for the transport of goods. Bravos served as a gathering point, where all lives would ultimately be sent, and the origin god would facilitate their transfer to the origin continent, allowing even a living captive to earn a modicum of contribution points. The Targaryen family also participated in this campaign of conquest. Viserys struck a deal with the origin god, realizing that the House of the Dragon no longer needed to cling to prophecies. This endeavor was for the family's benefit. Due to Viserys' early capitulation, as compensation, Robin assured him that he would still be the king of the 7 kingdoms in that realm, and the Targaryens could possess a territory equivalent in size to Westeros. Should they desire more extensive lands, they could also join the conquest plans. The world is far grander than anyone can fathom, comprising 7 continents, with the eternal winter connected to Westeros and Essos counted separately, 8 oceans, the Shivering Sea, the Summer Sea, the Jade Sea, the Sunset Sea, the Old Sea, the Mermaid Sea, the Ulthar Sea, the Serpent Sea, and the Sunrise Sea, and hundreds of large islands, the conquest of which poses a considerable challenge even for Robin. To stimulate enthusiasm among all, Robin procured detailed information regarding the lands and seas of this planet from the deities, meticulously planning the contribution value of each territory. The mission mandates the complete eradication of all local life to deem the task fulfilled. 1 contribution point equates to the area of land measuring 1 square mile. In Winterfell, all kings and lords participating in the conquest plan convened, delineating their respective battle assignments. The Council of 100 Kings was set to expand into a 1,000-king convention, adding 900 new monarchs, which incited considerable turmoil. The time frame for the conquest tasks is strictly limited to 20 years, during which the extermination of sentient beings must be accomplished. This 20-year deadline is exceedingly urgent to expedite the process. The origin god allocated every soldier from his conscious realm into the corresponding operational zones. In the 4th month of Eternal Night, Aegon traversed from the origin continent to the continent of Essos atop Vagor, accompanied by numerous dragon-riding siblings. In the span of a month in the real world, 8 years had elapsed in the origin continent, during which the Targaryens had proliferated wildly, and the political landscape had undergone significant transformation, uniting the Targaryen lineage for the new era. The Valyrian Empire, once the preeminent power of the world, saw its glorious past shattered by the rise of Valyria Freehold. In response, Viserys resolved to re-establish the Valyrian Empire under the old order. To this end, he renounced the power of the Iron Throne and reconstructed the Dragon King's Council of the Valyrian Empire. Currently, the council is comprised of only a few major factions. With 4 Dragon Kings in total, the line of Rhaenyra Targaryen stands as the mightiest, with Ser Harwin now her consort, and they have welcomed 3 children in the origin continent. The line of Chandra Valerion follows closely, with Aegon making substantial contributions, now possessing 3 additional brothers and 1 sister. This faction boasting 12 dragons. The bastards of demons sought to gain dragon eggs and the right to ride dragons. As Robin's Mother of Dragons produces dragons as manifestations of faith, rejecting any mortal claim, the Valerion line suffered the loss of Jacaerys, with Rhaenyra marrying the heir of Demon's Kingdom. Viserys understands that the extent of future territories hinges upon the conquest within this real world over the next 20 years. In the origin realm, this translates to 2,000 years, necessitating ample Targaryen kin to strive for this endeavor. Under Viserys' transformation, the Valyrian Empire has nearly regained its former splendor, with kingdoms in the origin continent regarding the marriage to a silver-haired woman as an honor, using this as leverage to secure military support from various kings for the conquest in the real world. On the map, the continent of Sothoros is depicted as the 3rd largest landmass, vast and expansive, with extensive uncharted territories. The Targaryen family has set their sights on this broad expanse. According to intelligence reports, only a few wildlings inhabit the area. However, the true adversaries lurk beneath the tropical jungles, where monstrous creatures reside. This is a land steeped in mystery and danger. The Targaryens possess dragons. In the origin continent, accelerated by the passage of time, new dragon lords ride their colossal steeds, witnessing rapid growth. The Targaryen forces on this continent have encountered various unknown creatures, traversing rugged mountains and incinerating dense jungles to guard the tumultuous rivers. Much like the actions of the Origin army in the Ghost Shadow Forest, even the dragons face numerous challenges in this land, where they have discovered four-legged drakes that, despite lacking the ability to breathe fire, pose a significant threat. To the distant south lies a region known as the Green Hell, hidden beneath the forest canopy. Throughout the continent, long-haired apes navigate the jungles, swinging effortlessly between vines and branches, often emerging to ambush Targaryen ground troops. These formidable creatures are massive, with coarse and thick fur, exhibiting exceptional prowess in solitary combat. Their deep roars resonate for miles, and they frequently travel in packs, causing considerable trouble for the stationed forces. Giant crocodiles lie in wait within murky rivers and swamps, reigning as the undisputed monarchs of the waters. These colossal reptiles may reach lengths of several fathoms, their armored scales resembling impenetrable shields. Masters of camouflage, they often expose only their eyes and nostrils above the water's surface, lying in wait for unsuspecting prey to draw near. Once they launch their attack, their powerful jaws snap shut with incredible force, easily overturning small boats and dragging both humans and animals into the depths to become their next meal. Iguanas are frequently sighted in regions like the iguana horn, with some reaching astonishing sizes, twice that of a lion. Their rough skin is adorned with bumps, and their triangular heads swivel with agility, flicking their tongues to keenly sense their surroundings. They move swiftly and exhibit aggressive behavior, attacking both small mammals and unwary humans who trespass into their territory. Moreover, there are the giant apes, muscular beings capable of delivering a single blow strong enough to fell an elephant. Fortunately, these giants typically operate alone, claiming their own territories. Should any creature intrude, they brandish their powerful arms and unleash deafening roars in pursuit of their perceived foes. Vampire bats conceal themselves in dark caves, emerging en masse as night falls. Small yet deadly, their sharp fangs can easily pierce the skin of animals and humans alike, drawing blood. Prey targeted by these bats often succumbs to weakness, drained of life without realizing their fate. These are the terrestrial troubles that plague the land. Setting fire to the forests can resolve many issues, and with the assistance of dragons, while incidents abound, progress remains relatively steady. Meanwhile, the Targaryen dragon lords are tasked with eradicating the long-winged pterosaurs that, though unable to breathe fire, are more ferocious than dragons, boasting both size and armored defenses that allow them to firmly suppress these foes. Only the smaller drakes occasionally falter against the aerial ambushes of the pterosaurs. These are merely biological threats, with the most troublesome being the plague and miasma, which posed significant challenges to the Targaryen conquest. It was not until a year later, when Robin enlisted the assistance of the White Walkers, that the situation regarding the conquest began to accelerate. The White Walkers possessed the ability to resurrect hundreds of corpses, displaying a remarkable sensitivity to the breath of life. Otherwise, given the vastness of Sithorios, the population of Westeros and the Dragon Lords alone would require centuries for a successful conquest. Chapter 104. The Conquest War II on the continent of Origins. The ancient knightly traditions are experiencing a renaissance amidst crises and opportunities. The people of Westeros have their own land adjacent to the continent of Origins, albeit currently only the size of the north, which requires time to fill with land. At the beginning of each month, the deity of Origins arrives as promised, instantly replenishing the storage caves of various kingdoms with salmon. For only frozen salmon can sustain such a multitude of life. Robin remains exceedingly busy, continuously gathering seawater and terrestrial materials, traversing between ocean and land to shape new islands, striving to make this planet resemble a true planet rather than an unstable sphere predominantly composed of water. The landmass of this planet is perpetually expanding, leading to a more stable ecosystem capable of supporting the ever-growing population and civilization. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a year has passed. Once largely submerged and characterized by extreme climatic instability, this planet has undergone a profound transformation. The land area has nearly increased tenfold compared to the past, featuring rolling mountains, vast plains, dense forests, and expansive lakes. The population has surpassed 30 billion, continuing to grow at an astonishing rate. Cities are springing up across the new lands like mushrooms after rain, with towering walls, bustling marketplaces, and increasingly grand palaces. In the second year of the Eternal Night, 8 months after the departure of the Westerosi, the army of Origins is simultaneously felling the forests of Coer while establishing a presence on the plains of the Dothraki. On a vast prairie in Essos, situated to the east of the free trade city-states, to the north of Slaver's Bay, and to the west of the Bones Mountains, the nomadic Dothraki people reside. The grasses of the Dothraki Sea are tall and thick, rolling like waves in the gentle breeze. The prairie boasts over 100 varieties of grass, with several rivers flowing through the region. However, most of these rivers are shallow and shift courses with the seasons, making wind and sand far more prevalent than water flow. The lush sea of grass stirs up continuous ripples, giving the Dothraki Sea its name. In response to the food shortages brought about by the eternal night, Khalasar takes pride in slaughter, and the Dothraki continue their traditional raids on other cities. In truth, the free trade city of Coer's significant purchase of Unsullied was initially a precaution against the Dothraki. The Origin army collided head-on with the Karasa tribe, akin to the nomadic Dothraki, whose leader is known as Ko. The Dothraki are renowned for their ferocity in battle and exceptional horsemanship, even in the eternal night. They engage in combat atop their steeds. In the darkness, no army would dare to ride unless they were intimately familiar with the terrain of the plains, for without light, even the enemy remains unseen. They charged forward on their magnificent horses, brandishing curved blades, attempting to envelop the enemy from both flanks, a tactic they are accustomed to. Their strange battle cries surged forth like a tidal wave. From an aerial perspective, the torches belonging to the Dothraki swiftly split into two clusters, while the Origin army, after a volley of arrows, realized that the thunderous sound came from the stampede of the enemy's horses. The Origin army was undeterred by the Dothraki's formidable presence. They did not even form a battle line. Shield bearers stood at the front, with spear throwers behind, creating an impenetrable defense. Subsequently, arrows rained down upon the Dothraki like locusts, causing the horses to whinny and riders to tumble. The Dothraki flanking maneuver hesitated to advance, as the efficiency of the crossbows proved overwhelmingly effective. They were compelled to retreat and widen their formation, for their bows had a greater range than the enemy's hand crossbows, marking their most significant advantage. The general of the Rick kingdom deduced their strategy and regarded it with disdain. Were the wildlings attempting to encircle them? It appears to be the only possibility at this juncture. He ordered his soldiers to refrain from using poisoned arrows. Tonight, they would feast on horse meat. The general exchanged a grin with his subordinate commanders. After a mere 3-day pause since the Battle of Coer, reinforcements of nearly 200,000 had arrived. The military of the Rick kingdom rapidly regained its strength, with a front line stretching 5 miles. For the general of the Origin army, the most troublesome aspect remained logistics. The Dothraki Sea was vast, and for every strategic point secured, the gods would replenish their provisions. Before that, he even hoped for more soldiers to perish to alleviate the logistical burden. For once fallen, they would return to the realm of the divine. The soldiers were equally content, no longer having to endure the daily march. The Dothraki vanguard, drawing back their bows, found no end to the Origin army, seemingly an endless expanse. The foremost troops struggled to unite with the other contingent. To the Dothraki, infantry were fit only to be trampled by cavalry. Follow me to break their lines. Ko yanked the reins. As his steed reared up, he drew his curved blade. The Dothraki light cavalry surged toward the Origin army's formation like a black tide. Over 5,000 riders kicking up clouds of dust that obscured the night. The first wave of their charge tore through the initial layer of the Origin army's defenses as effortlessly as a knife slicing through butter. The second wave further shattered the line, reminiscent of layers of a 1,000-layer cake, and with each successive charge, 2 to 3 layers of defense were rent asunder. Each fissure attempted to close as Origin soldiers hurled wooden spears into the surging tide of Dothraki horses. Many Dothraki fell to the wooden spears flying chaotically across the battlefield, indifferent to the risk of injuring their own. On the opposite side, the Dothraki launched a pincer attack, endeavoring to cleave the Origin army in two. As born marauders, they honed their skills in archery from a young age while mounted, their combative nature ingrained in their very bones. In practical terms, the martial prowess of the Dothraki cavalry is formidable. These riders from the Dothraki Sea lived up to their reputation. In the biting cold, they donned only leather armor. Their agile forms pressed against the flanks of their horses, wielding curved blades capable of severing the heads of Origin soldiers with ease. The battle raged on for an extended duration, and as the two Dothraki vanguard units began to hear the peculiar battle cries of both sides, the entire Khalasar, comprising 50,000 warriors, penetrated deep into the ranks of the Origin army. At the moment when the shouts of the two Dothraki vanguard units echoed in the air, the Khalasar had fully engulfed the Origin forces. The rear ranks of the Origin army surged forth like an advancing tide, swiftly overwhelming the Dothraki, who had maintained the breach, rendering them engulfed by a wall of black. The 10 layers of defense tightened like an iron barrel, ensnaring the cavalry within its core. The rear forces of the Origin army pressed closer, obliterating the Dothraki, who had once torn open the outer layer. They formed an outward defensive formation, boasting 10 layers of fortifications. The Dothraki, unencumbered by heavy armor and clad only in leather vests, wielded curved blades and were all light cavalry, exhibiting exceptional mobility. Though the Dothraki lacked heavy armor, they wielded their scimitars and steeds as weapons, darting in and out of tight spaces. Under the leadership of Khal and his blood riders, every maneuver sent forth a mist of crimson. In their confined mobility, they inflicted significant casualties upon the Origin army. Given equal numbers, the Dothraki cavalry could easily dominate infantry. The predicament, however, was that they now faced an Origin army capable of matching the Unsullied in a battle to the death. Had it not been for the general's prohibition on the use of poisoned arrows to lure the majority of the Dothraki into the throng, the Dothraki, with their steeds, could not match the speed of 4 legs with 2. These cavalrymen would have been unable to approach at all. When the last contingent of 1,000 riders, led by a courageous captain, glimpsed the distant flickering of torches, he, in loyalty, charged thrice in an attempt to breach the blocked gap. Their valor was commendable. Despite seeing the torchlight twinkling like stars, they chose to charge forth. Each flickering point represented an Origin soldier armed with a spear, steadfastly anchored to the ground. As the Dothraki were met with a relentless wall of resistance, after 3 waves of assault, the captain was left with only 300 men, hesitating in the face of overwhelming odds. He recalled the Unsullied, yet the gazes and armaments of his adversaries bore little resemblance to them. Ultimately, he signaled his Khalasar to retreat. Remaining any longer would assure the annihilation of this Khalasar. The enemy's numerical superiority was insurmountable, even with their prepared ambush. They failed to induce a rout among the opposition, who, caught in a reactive defensive stance, seemed resigned to their fate, resolutely fixed in place, resulting in the Dothraki charging headlong into a wall of death. The Karassa is typically divided into several castes, each led by a lieutenant of the Cow known as a Ko. Subsequently, the Origin soldiers surged forth like a swarm of locusts, thwarting the cavalry's charge. Their long spears aimed at every Dothraki warrior and steed, igniting a ferocious melee. In this clash of cavalry against infantry, both sides suffered grievous losses. The death of the Cow was nothing short of heroic. As 3 spears pierced his chest simultaneously, his curved knife had already sunk into the face of an opposing soldier, slaying him even as he himself fell. Until his last breath, this tribal king clung fiercely to the hilt of his blade, his gaze aflame with unyielding wrath. Had they been in a supply-friendly city-state, they would have gladly captured these copper-skinned, black-haired, almond-eyed individuals to take back to the Origin continent. However, in this grassland, sustenance was scarce, and the next significant resupply would only occur in the true and sole city of the Dothraki, the holy city of Vice Dothraki. There, a sufficient populace would be available to construct supply warehouses. The divine supply could only be granted 4 times, with each kingdom entitled to these provisions in the 1st, 5th, 10th, and 15th years. Each occasion would fill the warehouses to capacity. Thus, General Rick would need to locate a place abundant in fresh water and human resources to erect a colossal storage facility, capable of accommodating the bounteous divine provisions. Soldiers arriving in the lands to be conquered would need to endure 20 years in this world before returning home, making each resupply crucial. They sought to acquire as much food as possible, for in the darkness, plants ceased to bear fruit, leaving them with no means of replenishment. At this juncture, Essos had endured a year of night. The average temperature was exceedingly low, and the withered grass along the rivers had formed ice, with hail and icy rain falling intermittently, accompanied by fierce winds. While clearing the battlefield, the lamentations of the Dothraki warriors were silenced by spears as they gathered food. The Origin army's primary sustenance came from salmon, and the fallen warhorses, surprisingly fresh, provided a feast of pure horse meat, which they smoked over open fires. Some Dothraki warriors adorned their braids with small bells, which chimed gently with their movements, piquing the interest of the Origin soldiers. These bells were cut from the braids and strung onto their spears, creating wind chimes that jingled as the troops set out, echoing through the frigid air. The fleeing Karassa tribe could not escape far before being overtaken by the Origin army. The men were captured and executed on the spot, while only the compliant women and young children managed to evade death. The onset of this battle was abrupt and unforeseen. For the kingdom of Rick, although the loss of soldiers soared to 30,000, the general displayed little concern, and even the soldiers themselves seemed indifferent. To the kingdom of Rick, soldiers were merely statistics, easily replaceable. At this moment, They had seized 3,000 war horses. Over 40,000 had either perished or fled. And with these steeds, the Origin soldiers could better transport their supplies. The encounter with the Dothraki cavalry was not solely the plight of the kingdom of Rick. In total, 12 kingdoms were tasked with the conquest of Essos. The geographical positioning of Coer was unique, placing it centrally among the other free cities. The armies of the 12 kingdoms mobilized their respective forces from Coer, engaging in regional combat along the Valyrian road. The lands south of Pintos and west of Volantis were entrusted to the kingdom of Mook for occupation. The Bay of Slaves, comprising Mantaris, Mir, Yunkai, Astapor, and the lands of Always Summer, fell under the jurisdiction of the kingdom of Doke, which later felt compelled to assume control of areas adjacent to the Red Waste as well. While it appeared that numerous enemies awaited, all the kings believed that attacking civilized lands was preferable to scouring the night for living prey. Additionally, the presence of the Dragonstone fleet along the route was a significant advantage, leaving the king of Doke smiling broadly at his windfall from the Bay of Slaves. The kingdom responsible for the Valyrian Peninsula appeared to have the least arduous task. This vast expanse, stretching from the continent of Essos to the Summer Sea, was once the power center of the Valyrian freehold, now rendered a forbidden zone due to the cataclysmic event 4 centuries ago. That catastrophic disaster had fragmented the peninsula into a constellation of islands, the lowlands submerged beneath toxic mists and waters, leaving only jagged volcanic rock formations standing sentinel. Upon entering this desolate realm, the Origin soldiers first confronted the gray-scaled abominations, their bodies covered in cracked, stone-like skin, with nails twisted into claw-like shapes, emitting incoherent growls from their throats. Most troubling was the pervasive gray-scale affliction. Prolonged exposure could infect even the most ordinary individuals. This curse, which rotted flesh and blood, could infiltrate through wounds or the respiratory tract, causing healthy skin to gradually slough away. Yet, the Origin soldiers harbored no fear of death, let alone disease. Armed with spears, crossbows, and wooden shields, they ventured forth into this land of demise, carrying merely 3 days' worth of rations. In the cleansing campaign on the Valyrian Peninsula, 330,000 corpses ultimately transformed into fertile, toxic soil. According to the plan, no soldier entering the peninsula was permitted to survive as they neared death. They would use their poisoned arrows to take their own lives. Should any creature consume their remains, it would meet a swift demise as well. In these times, no cries of life could be heard above the smoke-filled sea. Of course, the last vestiges of life lingered within the mists, mutated creatures, but all would be revealed once the divine Origin general cleansed the ocean, at which point these monstrosities would be swiftly exterminated by the Origin soldiers. The dilemma lay with the kingdom of Comer, adjacent to the Red Waste. Despite the barren desert terrain, life persisted there. The divine decree proclaimed that life was not permitted to exist in this world. The unfortunate fate befell the 2 kingdoms that drew the Shadowlands, where it is said that ghostly grass proliferates throughout the peninsula. Legends speak of demons and dragons dwelling within the caverns of the mountains. The ruins of the city of the dead, Staya, are said to lie at the heart of this peninsula. Even the Shadowbinders harbor a deep-seated fear of this place. However, the true gods stand by their side, undaunted. As long as deities exist, the inhabitants of this region feel compelled to ascertain the presence of demons, and should they exist, they must be eradicated. Nevertheless, these 2 kingdoms have yet to embark from the Origin continent, hindered by the ongoing bombardment by the Dragon Crystal Fleet in the Queer Strait, while the Origin army, tasked with the Red Wastes, assaults this merchant city. The Coercians exhibit remarkable tenacity, even possessing a rudimentary version of the Dragon Crystal Fleet, which has, on occasion, suffered considerable losses due to their numerical superiority. On the Origin continent, the 2 kingdoms charged with attacking the Shadowlands are fervently constructing large crossbows for multiple users, researching more lethal toxins, stockpiling powerful rockets, and dispatching scouts to uncover the nature of the threats that lie within. For Rain, the mission is relatively straightforward: to occupy the Holy Mother Mountain of Daslak and cleanse the Daslak Plains of Life, thus completing the task. It is deemed relatively simple because their adversaries are merely the Daslakians, and the conditions on the vast icy plains, specifically the Daslak Sea, lack sustenance. Life will inevitably perish from starvation after 3 or 4 years, making this a near-certain mission. Chapter 105. The Conquest War 3 throughout history. The threat posed by nomadic tribes has persistently troubled the city-states of Essos. For instance, in western Essos, various city-states face the menace of the Daslakians. While on the other side of the Bone Mountains in eastern Essos, nomadic peoples also exist. They pose a significant threat to the Far Eastern nations. particularly the dynasties of the lands beyond, namely the Jugusni. This nomadic tribe possesses strength rivaling that of the Dothlakians, instilling fear among the conquerors of the Far East. The Jugusni inhabit a vast plain known as the Jugusni Plain, bordered to the north by the Bay of Sea Beasts and the Thousand Islands, and to the south by the desiccated expanse of the Withering Sea. To the west lies the Great Sand Sea and the Howling Hills, while the eastern boundary is marked by the crimson waters of the Blood Sea. The Jugusni Plain is arid with sparse pasture, lacking the moisture and fertility found elsewhere, thus constraining the Jugusni's productivity and rendering their existence exceedingly arduous. Zebras serve as the primary mounts for the Jugusni. They are remarkably resilient, fierce by nature, and sustain themselves on the weeds or demon grass found on the Jugusni Plain. It is said that these zebras are a product of selective breeding by the Jugusni, a hybrid of ordinary horses and a striped equine species discovered in the southern regions. Culturally, like the Dothlakians, the Jugusni exhibit little interest in the sea. They are warriors upon horseback, yearning for freedom, and are characterized by their bellicosity and brutality. From the tender age of 2, they are subjected to facial binding, resulting in both male and female members of the Jugusni tribe developing pointed heads. Furthermore, the men of this tribe shave their heads, leaving only a single braid at the crown. The women, too, adopt a shaven head, even removing all body hair, which renders the Jugusni people quite unappealing in appearance. They are short and stout, with large heads and small faces, their skin a waxy yellow, and they stand a head shorter than the Dothraki, often regarded as savages by outsiders. The primary abodes of the Jugusni on the plains resemble Mongolian yurts, frequently assembled in clusters, covering vast areas. This arrangement forms villages of varying sizes, each typically representing a tribe of the Jugusni, although their tribes, known formally as Lo, are smaller in scale than those of the Dothraki. Most relationships are maintained through blood ties, and the leaders of warfare, skirmishes, and raids within Lo are called Jahas. All Jahas must submit to the authority of their supreme leader, known as the Jaha. Within the Jugusni tribes, the Moonsingers serve as clergy responsible for prayer, healing, and judgment, having instilled the Moonsinger religion among their people. Internal conflict is strictly prohibited, and under the influence of the Moonsinger faith, young men ride out to steal goats or dogs from other Los, while their sisters entice their husbands to return. These actions are regarded as blessed rituals in the Moonsinger religion, conducted in peace. Typically, Jahas are men, while Moonsingers are women, though there are instances of female Jahas and male Moonsingers. Outsiders find it challenging to discern between genders, as girls who choose to become warriors adopt masculine attire and lifestyles, while boys aspiring to be Moonsingers must dress and live in a manner akin to women. Amid prolonged warfare, some Jugusni were captured by pirates from the Serpent's Isle and enslaved, sold to the slave bay of Valyria. It is noteworthy that these enslaved women, through a courageous uprising, seized control of the slave ship and navigated it northward. Among the enslaved Moonsingers, a prophecy emerged, proclaiming the existence of a fog-laden sanctuary in the north, capable of concealing refugees from the gaze of Valyrian dragons. Guided by this prophecy, the slave ship miraculously evaded detection by the Valyrians and journeyed across the narrow sea to the north. Ultimately, under the leadership of the Moonsinger, the vessel arrived at a hidden archipelago within the brackish lagoon, often shrouded in dense fog, freeing them from their fate. This occurred approximately 500 years before Aegon's landing, as these fugitive Jugusni women, alongside other refugees from around the world, established a new city-state on this archipelago. In Braavos, they erected a temple dedicated to the Moonsingers, allowing these escaped Moonsinger slaves to spread their teachings. Henceforth, the Moonsingers of the Jugusni tribe operated from Braavos, their religion and cultural history permeating the entirety of Essos, with adherents of the Moonsinger faith also found across the sea in Westeros, thus marking the origins of the Braavos Moonsinger religion. 7 or 8 years prior, when the city of Bravith was annihilated by the forces of Longjing, a number of devotees of the moon-chanting sect returned to the plains of Jugusni, bringing with them a wealth of cultural heritage and advanced technology, including the large-scale deployment of formidable weaponry, such as crossbows. The approach of eternal night, devoid of any rationale, heralded yet another existential threat for the Jugusni people. United as never before, they faced the peril of annihilation, with the sun obscured from the heavens. Only the ghastly ghost grass thrived, relentlessly encroaching upon the plains, heralding the eventual demise of their race. The ghost grass, an aggressively invasive species, suffocates all other flora, leading to their demise. In the absence of sunlight, much of the grass has withered, while the ghost grass flourishes in the shadows, thriving without the need for sunlight. The great grasslands of the Dothraki Sea have transformed into icy wastelands, with the ghost grass reigning supreme. This peculiar grass often grows taller than 2 men. Its stalks translucent like milky glass. For reasons unknown, the ghost grass grows densely yet remains relatively short, seemingly adapting to the changing environmental conditions. The entire Jajesni plain is blanketed in ghost grass, which emits a faint luminescence at night, creating an ethereal white world. Following the arrival of eternal night, the far-sighted leader Jaha swiftly recognized the impending crisis and summoned chieftains from various regions of Lo to initiate a large-scale campaign of plunder against the neighboring lands. They would ravage and retreat without hesitation, carrying away all food and supplies, eschewing expansion and captives alike. Numerous cities and countless farmlands fell victim to their devastation. Consequently, many kingdoms of the barbarian lands swiftly collapsed due to famine, leading to a dwindling and increasingly vulnerable population. Prior to this, only the Golden Heavenly Empire's Emperor Luo had mustered an army of 300,000, launching a divided assault on the Jajesni people, who suffered grievous losses fighting amongst themselves and were compelled to unite. Now, faced with yet another crisis, they drew upon the lessons of the past, employing their experience against the invaders to encircle and ambush scouts and supply convoys. They began to sever water sources to bring about thirst and lured enemy forces into the perilous wastelands, striking them down one by one. The kingdom of Doyle awaited until the kingdom of Rick had completely seized the Dothraki's holy mountain and established a secure supply base before requesting the divine intervention of the origin gods to deploy their forces. Through the more gentle terrain of the Bone Mountains and the Howling Hills, they formally entered the plains of Jajesni. The ancestors of the Dothraki were once driven westward by the Jajesni people, ultimately becoming the sole rulers of the plains. In the 2 years that followed the arrival of eternal night, the Jajesni people grew ever more united through the crucible of war, their strength burgeoning. Before the origin forces first entered the Jajesni plains and the wasteland, they fell victim to the onslaught of 300,000 Jajesni zebra cavalry, led by the notorious Dark Jaw, resulting in the complete annihilation of 100,000 origin troops, albeit at the cost of nearly 120,000 casualties for the enemy. Upon receiving the news of defeat, General Doyle remained unfazed, even anticipating that the remaining origin troops of the Kingdom of Donner, upon hearing the tidings, might feel a twinge of envy. No longer would they have to subsist on salmon daily, for their hardships would cease upon reaching the realm of the gods. The Origin sect does not endorse asceticism. Steadfast faith in the Origin deity as the one true God suffices. The general continued to deploy his forces of 100,000 across 12 divisions, launching a comprehensive offensive that would lead to the total annihilation of the descendants of the Helican nation, while the Howling Hills of the Jegal nation also met their end. The Jagisni people showed little interest in the Kingdom of Edi, as their stored provisions were insufficient for even a single expedition. They remained focused on their assault against the Golden Celestial Empire. Currently, the Golden Celestial Empire is divided among 3 sovereigns, with the once mighty Azure dynasty gradually waning in power. The Emperor retaining authority solely within the capital, while the princes beyond its walls exercised actual control over their territories. The nations of Edi, Kokosa, and the trade town found themselves facing the incursion of the Jagisni. In this dire situation, King Boke of the trade town received support from the other 2 kings to collectively resist the formidable invaders. It is indeed a humiliating irony that the Golden Celestial Empire, once the Dawn Empire, saw its former glory shattered by the calamity of the Long Night, allowing the Jagisni to cast off the yoke of the Edi people and embark on their path of expansion. The recent conflicts involved numerous generals of the Celestial Empire and the 3 sovereigns leading their armies to subdue the Jagisni, yet most endeavors yielded little success, as the Jagisni forces often withdrew before the main army could engage. Nevertheless, these large-scale wars of annihilation caught the attention of the Jagisni, enabling the Dark Jaha to gather ample intelligence and withdraw from their invasion of the environmental empire as invaders approached their homeland. Reports suggested that the Daslak people had suffered a catastrophic defeat, fracturing into countless small tribes in flight. This prompted the Dark Jaha to take heed, mobilizing forces to commence preparations for battle. Seizing the opportunity while the Origin troops divided their forces to attack the Golden Celestial Empire, they encircled a contingent of Origin soldiers near the Great Desert Sea. Although they achieved victory in battle, they secured little in terms of provisions, incurring a loss of 1/3 of their own numbers, with no prisoners taken. This left the Dark Jaha deeply apprehensive. In the Skeleton Mountains, General Doyle had meticulously executed the plan to eradicate all living beings. Once the Jagisni fully conquered the region, it was imperative to reduce the troop count below 2 million. Otherwise, daily consumption would equate to a small mountain. Currently, General Doyle was less concerned with the warfare, occasionally reviewing the progress, proceeding steadily and methodically to eliminate all visible enemies, which he deemed the righteous path. Presently, General Doyle commanded nearly 1.2 million Origin soldiers, while an additional 2 million Origin soldiers awaited in the Holy Mother Mountain, transporting provisions. The reason for this urgency lay in the terrifyingly accelerated time ratio between the two worlds. A substantial depletion of resources was essential to relieve logistical pressures, and the wastelands served as a natural repository. This was the sole strategic stronghold, and conquering this plain was merely a matter of time. Regardless of tactics, be it entrapment, encirclement, or surprise attack, each Origin soldier slain by the Jagisni exacted a toll, with a one-for-one exchange deemed inconsequential. General Doyle even harbored a hope for heavier casualties on their side. In his view, the conquest of the Bone Mountains by the Eastern Essos did not necessitate such a vast army. However, the Kingdom of Doyle, grappling with its domestic food shortages, incessantly conscripted troops from within its borders to populate this world in need of subjugation. He commanded that the use of poisoned arrows be prohibited and the deployment of toxic warfare be halted, for even zebras served as sustenance, alleviating some of the logistical burdens. Firstly, once these troops departed the Origin continent, they would no longer require sustenance, and they would also receive divine rewards in the form of food. Secondly, this would eliminate domestic political adversaries. After all, if one is loyal to the kingdom, they might as well fight for the gods, knowing that upon their return, a millennium would have passed, rendering any reunion impossible. Thirdly, the conquest of another world would ultimately benefit the entire kingdom, with land allocated based on contribution points. To the extent that the kingdom wished to send a significant portion of its male population to this other world, as there were insufficient job opportunities to sustain them at home. Historically, the Origin world had been developed by the Dorn people, where gender equality prevailed, yet, physiologically, they were not particularly suited for combat, though they excelled in logistical support. King Viserys I frequently traversed between various kingdoms, attending lavish banquets and engaging in clandestine discussions with various factions. His demeanor was shrouded in mystery, and his words were laced with hidden meanings, ultimately unveiling his purpose: to solicit numerous kingdoms for reinforcements of soldiers to collectively partake in the grand endeavor of conquering the continent of Sothoros. He candidly admitted that this operation would necessitate the extensive deforestation of the vast Sothoros, a daunting task with a high mortality rate, where even adults would face life or death trials. Upon hearing of this matter, the other kingdoms initially presumed it to be of monumental significance. However, once the situation became clear, many kings expressed their willingness to participate, declaring the endeavor entirely feasible. Originally, Viserys I had planned to gather 1 million troops, yet over 100 kingdoms, in their fervor, managed to contribute 3 million individuals. Among these, the majority comprised criminals and political foes, treated as special resources dispatched to the battlefield. In the Origin continent, martial prowess was highly esteemed, and only the cream of the crop was deemed worthy to serve in the Origin military, where the selection criteria could be described as exceedingly stringent. All kingdoms generously affirmed their willingness to utilize these individuals, assuring that even if exhausted this year, they could provide more in the following year. Typically, these kingdoms were embroiled in territorial disputes. However, under the watchful gaze of a deity, none dared to instigate large-scale conflicts. At that moment, new lands were continually emerging across the oceans, a clear manifestation of divine creation, enticing all kingdoms with their vast expanse. Yet, out of reverence for the gods, none dared to claim these lands unilaterally, recognizing them as divine gifts. Therefore, when the opportunity arose to assist in military endeavors for the sake of accruing contribution points, each kingdom readily responded, perceiving it as a surefire venture. In stark contrast, the two nations attacking the Shadowlands exhibited an entirely different stance, resolutely refusing to allow any other kingdoms to join their ranks, and even proclaiming that they would rather see their own citizens perish than relinquish this opportunity to others. Although the Shadowlands are notoriously difficult to conquer, the rewards for success far exceed those of other battlefields. Upon independent completion, one can secure at least 5 times the land area of the Origin continent. For the future of the kingdoms, both realms have amassed a staggering reserve of 5 million troops, ensuring that provisions precede the mobilization of their armies. A solid logistical base is imperative before any offensive. They await either the completion of the Yuhai Dragon Crystal Fleet or the establishment of a foothold near the Shadowlands by the Kingdom of Donner after seizing the Golden Celestial Empire, at which point they will launch their assault without hesitation. Chapter 106. The Conquest War. 4. Robin stood atop the black dragon Lei Qiong, soaring through the skies, gazing down at the burning forests of Sothoros, where the flora withered and perished. The inferno had ravaged this land for a relentless 15 years without pause. His appearance was unremarkable, yet his entire form was encased in ice armor, radiating an eerie blue glow. His eyes blazed with an icy blue flame, rendering his emotions invisible to any observer. The chilling indifference he exuded surpassed even the long nights of winter on the continent of Westeros, as if he possessed the power to freeze all vitality and hope. While the land appeared shrouded in darkness to ordinary eyes, Robin could discern the faintest traces of life, namely, animals. Life has an uncanny ability to endure. However, from the perspective of the god of cold, only sentient beings held the potential to ignite his divine fire. These creatures, endlessly scurrying for sustenance, posed no threat, their significance in the grand tapestry of fate even less than that of a young dragon. Viewed from a macro perspective of the planet, aside from the soldiers of the Origin, the human population barely exceeded 1 million. The Targaryen family had gathered 500 adult dragons in Sothoros. With the passage of time accelerating, the Origin continent had witnessed the birth of nearly 70 dragon eggs from the highborn Syrax over the span of 500 years. It seemed that this trait of prolificacy had been inherited by its offspring. Over the course of more than a millennium, the Rhaenyra family emerged as the most prominent lineage within the Dragon Lords Council, establishing branches named after their respective dragon lords, the Demon family, the Valyrian family, and other bastards of Viserys could claim the Targaryen surname, provided they could tame a dragon. The Dragon Lords encouraged the populace to bond with dragons. While the mortality rate was high, there was at least a chance of survival. They offered substantial rewards to those who could master the great dragons. The primary landmass of Robin's dragon planet radiated outward from the Origin continent, upholding his promise. Robin constructed a land area half the size of Westeros for the Targaryen family, excluding the land of eternal winter. Aegon I referred to this as the New Valyria Freehold, garnering the approval of all kin. Situated in the northwestern corner of the Origin continent, the New Valyria Freehold is uniquely defined by an 8-kilometer dragon mountain at its heart, a result of over 3 centuries of effort and immense resources devoted by the Dragon Lords to construct 777 grand caverns for the nurturing of their dragons. The dragons possess an enormous appetite, prompting the Freehold of New Valyria to allocate 1/10 of its land for grazing purposes. The Dragon King's Council frequently finds itself embroiled in heated disputes over resource distribution. The northernmost region of the Freehold, characterized by its frigid climate, stores an abundance of food. Almost every neighboring nation seeks to acquire a parcel of land for food storage, lest the salmon, which descends from the divine, spoil easily. Unlike conventional celestial bodies, the dragon planet does not orbit the sun. Rather, the sun orbits the dragon planet. When the salmon planet traverses the space between the dragon planet and the sun, an eclipse occurs. Both poles of the dragon planet are perpetually icy, rendering life impossible, while temperatures warm closer to the equator. The dragon planet maintains a constant distance from the sun, resulting in a climate akin to eternal spring, with temperatures consistently comfortable for human habitation. The Targaryen family has relocated to the southwestern corner of the Origin continent, fulfilling the desires of their cousin Boros. Viewed from above, their territory resembles an axe extending from the Origin continent, with the handle embedded in the southwestern corner, the central portion being a vast plain, unobstructed by obstacles, flanked by steep mountains that shield against the encroaching waves. In a strategic maneuver, this area was entrusted to Duke Otto Hightower, a branch of the Hightower family, to maintain a balance of power, thereby denying Duke Boros control. As the crisis foretold by the prophecy of Aegon proved insurmountable, many nobles of Westeros severed their ties to Targaryen rule. Paradoxically, this has strengthened the family. In an effort to balance the Dragon King's Council, the 4 dragon-ruling families have divided the habitable areas around Dragonstone. Beneath Dragonstone lies a sprawling plain inhabited by 3 million commoners, who have revived the tradition of First Night, most of whom share blood ties, to varying degrees, with the Targaryens. The distinctive silver hair and purple eyes are a common sight within the Freehold of New Valyria, where countless large round towers serve as launching pads for the dragons. The faith of the Seven has fallen into complete decline, not due to Robin's deliberate actions, but because their deities no longer respond. The gods, exiled to the realm of consciousness, are simply too distant from the dragon continent to receive any significant faith, resulting in their prolonged slumber. They drift toward the dragon continent, propelled by Newton's first law, a journey that will take no less than 4 million years. To the south of the origin continent lies land approximately 2/3 the size of the origin continent itself, known as the Divine Gift. This land is rich in resources such as forests, plains, and coal mines. 20 kings have relinquished their original territories to migrate to the Divine Gift, acquiring 3 times the land of their former kingdoms, with abundant resources beneath the surface. Additionally, there exist 2 tranquil bays, with the southern coast facing the cold sea and a range of dragon crystal mountains protecting against the Antarctic winds, jointly governed by the 20 kings. As a supplement, Robin has allocated enough frozen salmon to sustain the 33 billion inhabitants of these 20 nations for a decade, stored beneath the dragon crystal mountains. The resources of the origin continent are, in truth, rather meager. This is largely due to the foundation laid upon the arid sands of the Dawn Desert, where the subterranean composition is predominantly sandy. Only a mere layer of fertile soil, excavated from the wetlands of the Nexi region, exists within the top several meters. It is through the prolonged governance of the 100 Kings Council over the millennia that a habitable environment has been cultivated. Now, the Morena family intends to relocate entirely to the origin continent, which serves as the world's epicenter, making it an exceedingly suitable domain. In the northwestern corner of the origin continent, substantial land expansion has occurred in the northern and northeastern sectors, leading to the withdrawal of 50 kingdoms, a manifestation of divine will, who would dare to defy. Each kingdom, in turn, received compensation in the form of salmon, and their territories have become significantly larger than the divine lands, with each kingdom acquiring at least 5 times the original expanse, particularly those further north, which enjoy even greater territorial gains alongside a cooler climate. As life on the origin continent dwindled, Robin embarked on a sweeping transformation, constructing 3 concentric mountain ranges and establishing 8 plains as thoroughfares. Rivers were channeled along these routes to irrigate farmlands, converging in the basin to form an immense inland lake, atop which a grand island arose, serving as the residence of the divine kin. 30 of the most devout nations guard these vital passageways, transforming from kingdoms into duchies, directly pledging allegiance to the contemporary head of the Moreno family, Heir Moreno. The Moreno family is referred to by outsiders as the divine kin, near-immortal beings. Robin has transformed dying kin into wraiths cloaked in icy blue flames. As long as Robin endures, the Moreno family shall persist. Some kin, unwilling to exist in such a form, choose to enter the divine realm, where they continuously cycle through the pleasures of life. Robin believes that each head of the Moreno family should be a living person, governing mortals. Those who cannot withstand the frigid abode of the divine reside there until their final moments, opting for the divine sanctuary. For over a millennium and a half, this sanctuary has housed 1 million ice coffins, where physical forms lie while their spirits reside in the divine realm of the origin god, adding unpredictability to that mechanized era. The greater the change, the more the divine realm can advance the timeline with each cycle. Whenever members of the Moreno family grow weary, they emerge from the divine sanctuary, consequently infusing the advanced productivity of the divine realm into the dragon planet, instigating transformations in the outside world. In the realm of will, the soldiers equipped to support the physical world are no longer armed with wooden weapons, but rather wield composite bows and wear stab-resistant attire. In this reality, gunpowder cannot ignite. Instead, the most effective means are mass-produced wildfires, crafted from unremarkable formulas within the realm of consciousness, surpassing the potency of incendiary devices in the physical world. By the 5th year, the progress of cleansing the Sothros continent exceeded the total of the preceding 4 years, and by the 10th year, Sothros had been fully conquered. Despite the presence of helicopters, tanks, rockets, and even viral means in the dragon continent, the reality diverges entirely. Dragons remain the sovereign beings of this realm. When the new Valyria freehold existed for 200 years on the origin continent, dragons had already been deemed outdated weapons. Only the affluent could afford to keep a dragon, and some even willingly relinquished their care of these magnificent beasts due to the exorbitant costs involved. Abandoned dragons frequently ventured into the pastures to steal sheep, prompting the new Valyria freehold to enact a decree. Even if one abandoned their dragon, the registered owner would face fines, as the costs of maintenance far outweighed any economic benefits derived. In the year 1300 of the new Valyria calendar, in response to the demands of the era, magical dragons were completely domesticated and transformed into modes of transportation, becoming a commonplace sight across the world. Any dragon with a foul temperament that dared to bare its teeth at a passenger would vanish the next day, its bones, scales, and teeth becoming coveted souvenirs. With their mosquito-repellent properties still highly sought after, as the sheer number of dragons kept their prices low. Amidst the central mountains of Essos, Aegon gazed at the robust and towering dragons, obediently following the commands of their riders, a stark contrast to the rebelliousness of the Valgahar. These dragons were exceedingly old. Had they been in the New Valyria freehold, they would have long been subjected to euthanasia. The silver-haired, violet-eyed Victor mercilessly critiqued them, his tone rife with disdain for antiquated entities. Without a hint of sorrow on his face, he inquired about the current representative of House Aegon in the Dragon King's council. Currently, it should be Beckett Aegon before my expedition, making him your 347th descendant, Victor replied nonchalantly. Aegon merely asked out of curiosity, harboring no ulterior motives. They no longer referred to him as prince, for the only royal family in this world was the Moreno lineage, immortal and everlasting. The divide between the real world and the realm of will was stark. Aegon and his Valgahar still thrived in expanding the territories of House Targaryen. While in the other world, the Dragon King's council of the New Valyria freehold had descended into obscurity, with none of his descendants recognized. In the eyes of the soldiers he supported, he had become a relic of the distant past, with each year bringing new soldiers adorned with the Targaryen family crest designs he had never seen. 1,200 years, what an interminable span of time. In his memory, the struggles for succession had only ceased 15 years prior, the political intrigues still vivid. Yet now, his adversaries, once formidable opponents, existed only as names. And even Rhaenyra had long since turned to dust, her funeral reportedly graced by 30 dragons in mourning. His mother succumbed to eternal slumber one afternoon, leaving only his sister, Helena Targaryen, to accompany Corell in their transformation into White Walkers, forever existing. His throat felt constricted, as if something had lodged within, rendering him speechless. Gazing into the distance, his expression was vacant and bewildered, as if all strength had been siphoned from his being. He had always served as the commander of House Targaryen on the continent of Essos, tirelessly expanding the family's dominion. Yet now, in the eyes of these soldiers, he exists merely as a distant memory, a mere symbol inscribed in the annals of history. The relentless current of time washes away all, transforming the world and everything he once knew. Aegon closed his eyes and took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within his heart. However, the profound sense of solitude, abandoned by the tides of time, engulfed him like a rising tide. He found himself adrift, a lost soul in this strange yet familiar world, unable to discern his rightful place. Princess Rhaenys dismounted from the back of Mirius the dragon and approached Aegon, who sat upon the stones of the cliff. Even the sound of her footsteps revealed her identity to him. After 15 years of warfare, Rhaenys' silver hair had completely turned white. She gazed at her nephew in silence, offering no words. Aegon continued to stare at the night sky, finding nothing extraordinary. "What do you see?" he inquired, pointing towards the northern sky. The gray veil gradually faded, and the darkness of day receded, revealing the true night, where the bright stars began to twinkle, a recent phenomenon. There lay the constellation of the Ice Dragon, with a particularly brilliant blue star at its head, known as the Eye of the Night, which signifies the direction of the north. The people of the north followed the Eye of the Night to ensure their path home. North was the direction of home, and Westeros lay to the north of Essos, now said to be submerged beneath the waves. The youth still possess keen eyes. "We have all been forsaken by time," Rhaenys lamented. Each dispatch of aid from another world invariably stirred a sense of melancholy among all. Previously, due to their differing allegiances and her pilfering of the dragon Vhagar, which was written by her daughter Lena, she held some grievances against Aegon. Yet now, time had the power to alter all, after years of fighting side by side. Only 2 Targaryens remained in this world. "If you had been born before the conquest, I believe you would have surpassed even the conqueror Aegon," she remarked. "Thank you," Aegon replied, a phrase he had repeated countless times, always responding with courtesy. "What are your plans upon your return?" He answered listlessly, "I do not know. That world has changed significantly, and I wish to see my sister first." After a moment, she responded, "It is wonderful that you still have a sister." Rhaenys spoke with a tone layered with complexity. In this world, she was indeed utterly alone. Suddenly, she pondered what might have transpired had Lena not acted so impulsively. Aegon offered solace. "Do not despair. At least we have secured this vast expanse of land. Perhaps in the realm of the gods, your family may reunite." "Perhaps," she conceded. "I bring you good news. Our struggle is nearing its conclusion," Rhaenys informed Aegon. The crew of the Dragon Crystal Fleet has passed through and reported that the conflict on the continent of Ulthos had ended long ago. Chapter 107. The unsettling realization that the continent of Ulthos lies far removed from Westeros, shrouded in mystery and uncertainty, and it is therein that the most troublesome tribulations arise. Its remoteness has led the kings to grave miscalculations. In the 5th year of the Eternal Night, a rift was torn in the dark shroud of the Shadowlands. After an initial probing by the armies of Origin, they were met with fierce retaliation, prompting an influx of intelligence that spurred the Origin forces to surge forth like a relentless tide. This land, steeped in the magic of Ashaya, transformed into a battlefield that devoured life, where the ferocious clashes raged with an intensity that far surpassed the Battle of the Wall. In this brutal campaign, the death toll among the Origin forces swelled to over 3 million, akin to a snowball rolling inexorably downhill. At the ancient altar of Ashaya City, the air was thick with the stench of blood. Since the gods had withdrawn from sight, the devout followers frantically sought to siphon divine power, wielding blood rituals as their ultimate weapon. A plethora of sanguinary rites unfolded, employing miraculous methods, with the Origin forces often serving as sacrificial offerings. Piles of bones accumulated, and the wails of the fallen echoed through the Shadowlands for an eternity. In a desperate attempt to turn the tide of battle, Aegon urgently dispatched his elite troops, compelling both kings to seek aid from the Targaryen family. 13 mighty dragons tore through the skies, descending upon the battlefield, their sights set on Ashaya City. However, the strange magical fog that enveloped the battlefield disoriented the dragons. In the sky, the dragons and magical beasts unleashed devastation upon Ashaya City, their roars intertwining with the gruesome spells, ultimately resulting in the fall of 7 dragons, their blood staining the cursed ground. Though this fierce conflict cost the Targaryens several dragons, Aegon Targaryen, as the commander, remained steadfast at the rear, never stepping foot into the Shadowlands. Ultimately, those Ashaya devotees who sought to usurp divine power paid a heavy price for their insatiable greed. In their fleeting moments of strength granted by the divine, they lacked the wisdom and fortitude to wield such power responsibly. As the slaughter escalated, dark, malevolent threads emerged from the void, silently ensnaring them. These sinister strands gnawed at their vitality and souls, leading them to an agonizing decline, ultimately reducing them to mere desiccated husks. The Shadowlands were conquered after 2 grueling years. Who said that? Aegon inquired, perplexed. It was said that Robin would soon arrive in Sothoros, bringing them all back. Who could utter such words? Grand Commander Tullius stated that Robin Morena had already returned, and the Dragon Crystal Fleet would undertake its final mission in this world. Originally, Grand Commander Thomas could have returned first, but he insisted on gathering all the soldiers who had fought, making one last round to behold the world of his birth. Aegon's expression shifted slightly. "Are you certain you wish to go?" he asked. "I have patrolled this continent for 3 years and have confirmed that no other life remains. If you desire to go, then go." Rhaenys casually acquiesced. "Aunt," she addressed him, a first in her experience. Aegon, puzzled, looked at Rhaenys. "When you depart, please assist in carrying away the remains of our kin. The Targaryens who perished upon the dragons should not be forgotten." Princess Rhaenys gently patted Aegon's cheek, remarking that there was no need for his reminder, as she too was a Targaryen. The biting wind wailed across the desolate land. It was neither dusk nor night, but rather a day shrouded in a gray veil that obscured the sun, casting a faint light over the world, allowing the distant outline of the altar to be discerned. Upon this silvered earth lay a colossal silhouette, larger than any adult dragon, as the black dragon Vagr crouched beside the altar, vigilantly observing its surroundings. This was the altar of the world's end, where the frost god ignited the sacred flame. A necessary rite that would ultimately render the fate of the entire world under his absolute dominion. And thus it was concluded. He gazed silently at the heavens for a long while, before finally exhaling a deep sigh, imbued with an indiscernible emotion. The fear of the cold that plagued humanity transformed into flames, with a casual toss. Robin ignited the altar, engulfing it in a furious blaze that soared skyward. The altar crumbled, melted, and dissipated in the flames, ultimately taking on the shape of a 7-pointed tower. Robin grasped it, feeling its weight pressing heavily upon his chest, rendering him breathless. The planet in the realm of reality approached its conclusion. The gray veil vanished entirely, and for the first time in 15 years, light enveloped the earth once more. The sun hanging high in the sky, radiating blinding brilliance, yet failing to disperse the suffocating silence that enveloped the land. As Robin traversed the barren land, the desolation stretched before him, accompanied by the distant thunder of collapsing glaciers as the melting ice cascaded down the charred mountainside. I am Destiny. The origin god and the frost god jointly governed all that transpired upon this planet, and as Robin became the vessel of fate, his will intertwined with that of destiny itself. The powers of faith, mingled in hues of white and red, coalesced to form a terrifying tempest, emanating from the heart of ice, spreading across the planet along the once gray path. In the presence of this power, Robin felt omnipotent. Destiny proclaimed, "Let all volcanoes erupt." Under Fate's command, the nearest volcanic region stirred to life, as a volcano on Dragonstone suddenly became active, pale gray steam billowing from its maw. Nestled upon the surface of Dragonstone was a small fortress atop the Dragon Mount, now inundated by torrents of red-gray lava cascading from the heavens. Subsequently, the 14 flames also awakened, forming a vast volcanic chain stretching across the connection between the Valyrian Peninsula and the mainland. A multitude of volcanoes could no longer contain their fury, as the planet's 800 active volcanoes erupted in succession, with searing magma, volcanic ash, and toxic gases plunging the world into a veritable inferno. Robin observed the application of the power of destiny in silence. As long as he articulated his desires, the world would inevitably respond to his will. Yet, a sense of unease gnawed at him, though he could not pinpoint its source. I command all extraordinary attributes of this planet to converge before me. Terrifying phenomena unfolded. As immense celestial bodies and various substances emerged from the sky, the realm of the gods, the depths of the earth, and the oceans. The world resembled a murky cup into which a purifying agent was introduced, initiating a process of stratification. The once intertwined and indistinguishable forces of faith, magic, soul, and rules have now separated from this planet. Simultaneously, the earth visibly began to crack, as if the entire sphere were on the brink of being torn asunder. Witnessing this situation, Robin wished for the planet not to devolve into chaos. With a mere thought, all extraordinary powers became docile, slowly flowing before him. These extraordinary forces gradually fused into a resplendent orb, roughly the size of half the head of a black dragon. Robin discerned that this gem possessed a quality that accounted for 1/3 of the planet's essence. With a series of rapid clicks, Robin retrieved a firearm from his consciousness space, firing bullets towards the distant mountain. He was validating his hypothesis. Indeed, it was a restriction of rules. Robin finally comprehended the technological issues that had hindered his ascent up the technological tree. Upon examining the fate history of this world, he discovered that millions of years ago, a diminutive, skin-photosynthesizing humanoid had ascended to a super-civilization, capable of establishing war fortresses beyond their planet. The wars among mortals were cataclysmic, often involving nuclear weapons, missiles, and viruses that decimated entire populations, with deaths counted in the thousands. Due to the existence of cloning technology, death merely represented a number for the elite, who continuously transferred their consciousness into new bodies, achieving a form of immortality. The number of deceased humans reached trillions, giving rise to a peculiar collective consciousness known as fate. This collective consciousness was an ethereal existence, unnoticed by humanoids, and faithfully executed the wishes of the majority of the planet's lower strata to return to nature. They bore a simple aversion to firearms and technology, subsisting on synthetic food and engaging in wars they did not wish to fight. Previously, the planet had 2 moons, but one unexpectedly altered its orbit, drawing too close to the sun, unable to withstand the intense heat, and subsequently exploded. It became a highly radioactive planet, with the resulting debris colliding with the current sphere, guided by fate, transforming into precision-guided missiles. The elite of humanity, whether deep underground or aboard flying vessels, could not escape death. The black dragon, Lechion, devoured the resplendent orb. Robin's will was also that of the black dragon, which was itself a fragment of the origin god and a weapon of divine origin. This orb, brimming with extraordinary rules, caused the black dragon to succumb to a prolonged slumber to acclimate to this newfound power. The orb bore the essence of the extraordinary, and Robin hesitated to place it directly into his consciousness space, fearing it would disrupt the harmony therein. Even banishing it would prove cumbersome, necessitating a significant distance. It was far more suitable for the black dragon to digest it. In the tangible realm, as long as Robin willed it, his fervent beliefs would invariably manifest into reality. As if his words were law, he found fate to be exceedingly useful. This was indeed the essence of divinity. The extraordinary characteristics of this world were entirely stripped away, leaving behind a chaotic and disordered residue of normal matter. From the vantage point of outer space, this planet resembles a crumpled ball of paper, its rotation halted. Although it retains a semblance of its planetary form, it is fundamentally inhospitable to life. If left unaltered, this world would ultimately succumb to the inexorable laws of physics. For reasons unknown, Robin commenced the transformation of this sphere using the power of faith. The land was meticulously reshaped and solidified. The tectonic plates began to regain their stability. Though markedly different from before, it was at least presentable. Moreover, due to the Black Dragon's extraction of extraordinary materials and Robin's near-total reclamation of the mass of Westeros, along with the removal of at least 1/5 of the seawater, this planet had significantly diminished in size. Under the auspices of fate's design and the proactive alteration fueled by faith, the atmosphere reassembled and stabilized. The air temperature and ecological conditions were thoroughly rejuvenated, alleviating the previously rampant dust storms and chaos. The depths of the Earth reverted to a state of high temperature and pressure, giving rise to magma, and the planet began to regain its rotational speed. Water scattered across space transformed into frozen meteors, which, under the influence of gravity, plummeted to the surface, creating pockmarked land that eventually coalesced into oceans. Gradually, an unkempt planet, characterized solely by barren rocks and expansive seas, came into existence. The expenditure of faith was immense. While it was conceivable that fate alone could restore this world to its former state through serendipity, such a process would require eons. The deity, now master of fate, found the planet's sparse islands haphazardly arranged, incompatible with his previous endeavors to create a habitable environment. Despite his discomfort, after a moment of contemplation, he relinquished his concerns. He had no desire to create life in this realm and could not fathom the rationale behind his actions. Yet having initiated the process, dismantling it was not an option. Had Robin not ascended to divinity, eternal night would still loom, with a nebula of extraordinary powers existing in the distant cosmos. This was foretold by fate. According to its trajectory, it fortuitously would pass by this planet 2 centuries hence, ultimately ushering in 3 years of endless night, a benevolent reminder from fate to humanity. Profoundly impacting the Targaryen family, the extraordinary nebula possesses remarkable energy characteristics, imbued with potent forces and unique behaviors, which, when combined with the authority of the ice god, grant it the capability to contend with the deities. The deity mused that the stories of the mortal realm paled in comparison to the surprises the cosmos could offer. He commenced the final utilization of his dwindling faith, and under the impetus of fate, the entire planet gradually ceased its rotation. An unnamed force propelled this world towards the extraordinary nebula. Robin immersed himself beneath the heart of ice, his consciousness drifting into the realm of the divine. As the power of faith drained away, he felt his thoughts become remarkably clearer. Before his ascension to divinity, he was not one to easily express emotions, and now, as a god, he had become chillingly indifferent. To conserve the dwindling power of faith, Robin halted the flow of time within his divine realm, a technique he learned from seasoned deities to economize such energy. He began to reminisce about his past, tracing back to the very beginning of his journey. The Nameless Peninsula, the Watchtower, Dragon Crystal City, Tali, Albert, and Allison. He sought to uncover the reasons behind his translocation. He recalled the moment when he was but an undeveloped embryo within his mother's womb, a fragile soul yet to embark on existence, and in that moment, he had not yet crossed over. The waves emitted by that soul mirrored his own exactly. So, it was merely a fragment of memory that I have brought with me. Is this quantum entanglement? His intuition suggested as much. Having delved into scientific inquiries within his consciousness for centuries, he often revisited advanced theories. He discerned the truth of his transference. All unanchored souls naturally dissipate, merging with the sea of souls upon material death, resonating with his own essence in this universe. Soul resonance is an exceedingly rare phenomenon within the cosmos, with the likelihood of identical souls approaching absolute zero, particularly in humanoid form. Even now, with mastery over fate, he could not achieve a soul that was entirely identical, and he felt it improbable that this could ever be realized. Was it mere coincidence or an experiment conducted by some civilization? However, as he delved deeper into his recollections, scrutinizing the entirety of his life's decisions, he found himself engulfed in doubt, reassessing each choice he had made. When he recalled the moment of his broken engagement, he felt a surge of madness. Why did I make such a decision? It contradicts my very nature. His mind was now a whirlpool of confusion, pondering why he had chosen such a path. He was merely a man inclined to go with the flow, likely destined to become a prosperous figure in the affluent circles, spending his life in Dragon Crystal City, perhaps even ruling as a major political force in the capital, alleviating economic woes. Why had he not seized the opportunity to capitalize on the cheap labor? Engaging in charity instead? Was something amiss with him? The broken engagements of Rhaenyra Targaryen, the lamented betrothal of Laenor Velaryon, culminating in Alicent Hightower becoming his wife. Upon closer examination, it all bore the scent of fate's design. What a melodramatic script this was. He suddenly felt a sense of caution. The ease of his ascent to godhood as the Frost God was unsettlingly straightforward. Everything unfolded seamlessly without the impediments of destiny or unforeseen tribulations. On this planet, for other deities, the greatest challenge lay in breaking free from the shackles of fate, yet he had never entertained the notion of being under its influence. The more he pondered, the more he sensed the possibility of destiny still exerting its influence over him. However, his understanding of fate was rudimentary, confined to simplistic notions of command and historical inquiries, reaching back to the time of the ancients. Fate is not akin to a computer. It lacks an operational log, making it difficult to ascertain its nature. Often, it may simply be a coincidence, or perhaps fate is subtly stirring beneath the surface. Suddenly, Robin was struck by a terrifying realization. Why must I carry this planet with me? As the god of cold, he felt a shiver of dread. Chapter 108. The escape beneath the starry sky. 50 years crawled slowly beneath the crust of volcanic ash. Robin awakened from the depths of the heart of ice. The time had come. In the distance, the sun resembled a rusted thumbtack, occasionally casting cold white glimmers through the thick veil of clouds, yet more often shrouded in an everlasting twilight where even the outlines of the stars were indistinct. The environment of the planet remained desolate and dim. The landscape still littered with debris from 5 years prior, and the howling winds persisted. Even the most resilient of ghost grass had perished, while the air was rife with acrid, toxic fumes. Suspended in the air, Robin gazed into the distance with his ice-blue eyes, the sun transforming into a fleeting star. Barely perceptible. Suddenly, he shifted his form. The powers of the god of cold were suppressed in a corner, his entire being radiating light. With 3 spectral dragons faintly appearing behind him, he transformed into the origin god, a wave of indescribable oppression enveloping him. Indeed, the god of cold was a deliberate construct. The faith in the origin god stemmed from the realm of consciousness, rendering it incapable of interference. He was utterly convinced that the god of cold was merely a snare. Time was slipping away. Upon reaching the cloud of psychic dust, the god of cold's power would peak, likely resulting in the complete erosion of my consciousness. I would cease to be myself. With this thought, Robin maintained the pretense of ignorance and began to act. He retrieved a pitch-black 7-pointed altar, the essence of the god of cold. The altar emitted a ghostly blue flame, fueled by the power of faith, transforming mortal fear into divine strength. He extracted the essence of the origin god, a red 12-faced crystalline cube, eternally ablaze with crimson flames within. All faith directed towards the origin god would be temporarily stored within, refined into pure belief through a process of calcination. The 7-pointed altar soon reacted violently, as if it sought to merge with the essence of the origin god. The song of ice and fire? It mattered not. I do not care. Robin activated the essence of the origin god and hurled it beyond the planet, racing back towards the original sun, utilizing the full might of the origin god. Moving at a speed that far surpassed light, he fixated on the 7-pointed altar, relinquishing control only after a prolonged struggle. Should he choose the essence of the origin god, or allow it to continue eroding him? Robin silently prayed. The 7-pointed altar spun in place, and at this moment, fate began to unfold. The singular variable of this planet was Robin. His future remained eternally unpredictable, cloaked in enigma. After several iterations, fate opted to pursue the essence of the origin god, manifesting in the sudden disappearance of the 7-pointed altar. The power of faith accumulated from the origin deity is sufficient to allow fate to endure for several millennia at its zenith. Moreover, deprived of the origin deity, Robin is relegated to the confines of its stronghold, where the divine energy remaining within him is insufficient even to manifest the divine realm. The divine emblem is the essence of divine power. How could he possibly escape? Once fate departs, and with 2 divine emblems vanishing, the divine energy left within Robin barely sustains his existence on this planet. Thus he regains his humanity with a refreshing clarity. Damn, this loathsome creature is truly repugnant. No wonder those deities would rather flee this planet than linger any longer. Ahem. Robin's consciousness returns to his own realm of will. The dragon planet has absorbed an excessive amount of material from the tangible world, leading to its rapid expansion. Science and technology have advanced to astonishing heights. However, the forefront of innovation is not the exploration of outer space, but rather the development of underwater construction techniques. Any material departing the planet incurs exorbitant costs. Beyond the sun and the cosmos, there exist a dozen automated Mercury-like worlds that generate salmon, with little else to offer. At this juncture, many enigmas chronicled in ancient tomes have been validated. The food of the gods is not conjured from thin air, but rather cultivated by the deities themselves, further shrouding the origin deity in mystery. From the perspective of this era, the salmon planet appears crude and unwieldy upon detection by exploratory fleets. It was found to have been abandoned for no less than 4,000 years due to carbon content analysis. Technologies pertaining to synthetic starch, neuroscience, artificial intelligence, and gene editing have flourished immensely. Given the tangible existence of a deity like Robin, the field of materials science on the dragon planet has made unprecedented strides. New structural materials with immense density have emerged, widely employed in constructing space elevators. Robin harbors great interest in such grand projects, including a fantastical notion of excavating a tunnel from the Arctic to the Antarctic, utilizing thrusters to exponentially amplify acceleration for direct launch into outer space. However, this idea was ultimately dismissed due to environmental concerns regarding ozone layer depletion. Former sacrificial offerings of livestock have transitioned to direct monetary transfers. The card numbered 00000001 represents the deity's account. Who would dare impersonate a god? The reverence for deities has been enshrined as an unalterable constitutional principle across all nations of the dragon continent, more severe than treason, as the gods possess the power to summon meteors from the heavens to obliterate the unworthy. Aware of his manipulation by fate, Robin ceased the transformation of his kin into abominations, yet their numbers still amount to a staggering 7 million. However, in a mere 5 millennia, the Morena family has seen a decline from prosperity to adversity. The heart of the origin continent is the most developed area on the planet, commanding exorbitant prices, with his kin relying on rental income for survival. Reflecting on life over the course of 50 years, equivalent to 5 millennia in his conscious realm, Robin discovers that his son has been encircled for power generation, with the profits split evenly with the deity. The divine had long stated that even the air one breathes belongs to them and must be duly honored. In this world, currency has long been replaced by energy coins, which are based on electrical energy. All inhabitants of the dragon planet are required to utilize energy coins. For instance, the technology for synthesizing starch demands an immense amount of energy. The vast expanse of space reveals no other planets. The sun remains the sole source of energy. Within the account of the origin deity, a significant reserve of energy coins is predominantly allocated to charitable endeavors each year. However, this colossal wealth mostly remains stagnant, failing to circulate meaningfully. To activate these dormant riches, any devout believer of the origin deity who approaches the statue daily to recite the doctrines can earn a substantial income. Thus, praying to the origin deity has become the most vital ritual in the daily lives of all on the dragon continent. From the subterranean cities to those suspended in the sky, regardless of age or gender, individuals kneel in reverent devotion at a designated time each day, murmuring their prayers before the statue of the origin deity. At the heart of the origin continent stands a towering pyramid structure, rising 3,000 meters high. Leaders and heads of state from 300 nations stand ready, regardless of whether they are inspecting the depths of the earth or the expanses of outer space. They must return without delay. The deity, who had vanished for 4 millennia, has returned, bearing urgent tasks. The entire continent trembles at this momentous reappearance. The arrival of the deity is accompanied by intense waves of energy, causing the dome of the assembly hall to warp and distort. While the air is thick with an oppressive force, leaders from various nations kneel on one knee, their foreheads pressed to the ground, silently reciting prayers from the origin Bible, "My one true God, the Most High." Once, the Morena family relinquished their dominion over the nations, but steadfastly safeguarded their faith in the origin deity. When a nation that extolled scientific supremacy committed an act of heresy, the Morena clan, residing in the divine abode, intervened personally, performing an incomprehensible ritual that resulted in the complete obliteration of the nation known as Clinton from the map. While other nations observed with detached curiosity, they were filled with anticipation, eager to witness the extraordinary powers of these blue-eyed, fair-skinned individuals. Soon, the otherworldly beings united to unleash a horrific ice magic, drawing upon the malevolent power they had harvested during the Asha campaign. The frigid winds howled like the scythe of death, sweeping across the land, causing the temperature of the nation to plummet to -50 degrees Celsius in a mere hour. On the streets, people were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, their faces retaining expressions of terror. Within the cities, the glass of towering buildings shattered, and the steel structures crumbled under the extreme cold. Once thriving urban landscapes transformed into desolate expanses of ice. Of a population of 30 million, fewer than 100,000 survived. This calamity was not merely the destruction of a heretical nation. It primarily served to reaffirm the authority of the Moreno family. At the center of it all stood Robin. Amidst the crowd, although artificial intelligence detected no signs of life or matter, everyone present beheld a familiar visage. A radiant figure, embodying a deity, is accompanied by 3 formidable dragons that lie prostrate behind him. In his right hand, he grasps a crystal spear, lacking vocal organs. He conveys his words through vibrations in the air, his voice resonating like a great bell throughout the auditorium. I concur with the origin god in establishing a new doctrine. From this day forth, I shall embody science. Subsequently, Robin recites the doctrine he has meticulously prepared, aligning concepts such as unified stances, quantum mechanics, and dimensional spaces with his ideology. To the onlookers, his image constantly metamorphoses. To each observer, he appears as a Mobius strip crafted from diverse materials. This signifies that the Mobius strip possesses but a single surface and boundary, symbolizing the eternal and infinite essence of the divine. Though its 2 sides may appear distinct, they are, in fact, part of a continuous whole. This represents the notion that the dual aspects of existence are not entirely adversarial, and that science and religion may harmoniously coexist. Cleverly utilizing the structural characteristics of the Mobius strip, Robin suggests that even seemingly unrelated phenomena may be interwoven with the divine essence of science. This philosophy underscores the interconnectedness of the divine and all things earthly. The assembly kneels before the deity of science, and the proceedings are broadcast globally, compelling people of all walks of life to bow before Robin. In the atmosphere, no energy waves are detected. Simultaneously, the statues of the origin gods around the world inexplicably shatter into fragments. The origin god sect, having anticipated this shift, swiftly alters its doctrine, and within a mere day, 300 billion adherents embrace the new faith. In reality, only 3 minutes have elapsed. Robin's divine form as the Mobius strip materializes almost instantaneously, igniting the divine flame in a seamless transition. Familiar with the process, he executes it as effortlessly as flipping a switch, having undertaken such endeavors thrice before. He reconnects with the celestial realm residing in his mind, where his family and friends await. Thankfully, they remain unlost. Fate, away with you. Robin, now an ascendant deity of science, swiftly consumes vast reserves of faith energy and, inspired by the faceless god, employs spatial folding to leap away from the trajectory of the origin god's domain. Once he feels sufficiently distanced, he discreetly activates a temporal wormhole, a privilege of the science god, and within a brief span of 10 seconds, he returns to the very point of departure on his planet. He subsequently retrieves a portion of the former moon, rich in helium, an essential resource for the civilizations within his conscious space, serving as a fuel for helium fusion reactors that provide considerable energy. Since he is departing, leaving the moon behind would be wasteful. Acquiring a significant quantity of hydrogen bombs from the dragon planet, he utilizes his divine power to position them appropriately, ultimately obliterating the entirety of the moon. Thus, he stands amidst the lunar debris, collecting the fragments that can be absorbed into his conscious space, while continuing to detonate the larger pieces that cannot be contained. Robin finds the entire endeavor exceedingly entertaining. Unbeknownst to him, he has spent an extensive amount of time here, and suddenly, an ominous premonition stirs within him. What could it be? Through the shadows cast by the remnants of the moon, glimmers akin to eyes flickered incessantly, growing larger with each moment. According to Robin's scientific prowess, a planet of immense density was approaching at a terrifying speed, its diameter approximately 30 kilometers. Its rotational velocity was astonishing, propelling it forward with incredible swiftness. A distance of 34 light days was forecasted to be traversed in a mere 26 hours. The data from the divine calculations indicated that it would reach his location in roughly a day. "This is your home. Please return," echoed in his mind. Robin willingly accepted a faint wave of mental energy that surged into his consciousness, reminiscent of a mother's gentle caress upon her child. This familiar sensation was the power of belief from the origin god. What madness was this? Could it be fate? This was beyond comprehension. How had it found him? How had this creature transformed into a neutron star? Robin muttered in frustration, gazing at the remaining fragments of the moon. There was no time to linger. Calamity was imminent. It was not a matter of strength, but rather that fate was an abstract concept, devoid of a corporeal form. Such terror. The god of science had conjured a new wormhole, casting a glance into the cosmos, with the target being the planetary formations of the constellation of warships. The neutron star arrived at what was once the sun, pausing momentarily as if searching for something. Amidst the terrifying heat and pressure of the neutron star's surface, a figure with silver hair and violet eyes materialized from thin air. The woman opened her eyes, only to find her appearance unsuitable, prompting her to conjure a black dragon riding attire. Had Robin been present, he would have recognized this figure as the second woman to best him, the youthful Rhaenyra. Yet, this was merely a vessel. Her core was the wisdom bestowed by fate itself. Just a fraction more, and fusion would have been achieved. What a pity. She was swift in her pursuits, but it mattered little. The power of belief from the origin god was sufficient to track him for millennia, her resources abundant. With this thought, a human-like smile unconsciously graced her lips, aware that it was a ruse to draw her away. She nevertheless felt compelled to reclaim the essence of the origin god. This concentration of belief was so potent that it would take fate millions of years to accumulate. Yet she had underestimated how quickly Robin could change divine forms, catching her off guard. The gods had previously struck a bargain with fate, surrendering 90% of their belief as a cost. As long as they refrained from intervening in mortal affairs, fate would remain indifferent to the deities. Those who proclaimed themselves powerful gods were dismissed, fading into the annals of history, like the deities of Valyria, Vaggerel, Balerion, Milices, and others, whose demise was a recent event. Robin, or rather Su Ming, what secrets do you harbor? You cannot escape. The neutron star resolutely soared towards the constellation of warships. Fate, in truth, could not comprehend Robin's flight. It had been transmitting signals to this divine being, believing Robin to be an integral part of itself, destined to unite eventually. No matter how far he fled, it could sense him. It was merely a matter of time. Fate incessantly retraced all that pertains to Robin, until the moment he traversed realms. This individual emerged as if from thin air, a reincarnation, while fate, since its inception, sought the identity of the man named Su Ming, yet to no avail. After absorbing the ethereal energies of the cosmic dust, fate, harnessing the powers of the origin god and the god of cold, fulfilled the legendary tale of ice and fire. Upon accomplishing this, the most ancient and magnificent saga known to this world, it liberated itself from the greatest confines of its own mission, giving birth to its own will. Eons later, he fled while it pursued. He was like a bird with clipped wings. Robin continuously leaped through the fabric of space to evade fate. During this tumultuous journey, he befriended a man operating a police booth, and together they toyed with the intricacies of time and space. Fate relentlessly followed Robin's trajectory, growing ever more formidable as it absorbed the legends of every civilization it encountered. No matter how Robin traversed the dimensions of time and space, fate clung to him like a relentless parasite. Their tale continued in the unobservable universe, a narrative that, within our lifetimes, we shall never witness. Perhaps destined to chase until the very end of time.